I just crossed over to a supernatural world and received a love letter written by a female ghost. This operation was quite unexpected and very touching, but at the same time, it was also quite deadly. At that moment, I awakened a super enhancement system. Not only did I enhance the pirated 9-yang divine skill into the 9-yang devouring heaven divine skill, but even the golden bell shield I bought from my dad was enhanced into the 9 transformations Xuanwu golden bell shield. Even the 6-pulse divine sword from the street vendor was enhanced into a colorful human-shaped Gatling gun. And all these stories began with that secret manual. Young man, I see that your fate is dark, and you must be haunted by evil spirits. This is a great omen. Within 3 days, a disaster of blood will be unavoidable. Just as I stepped out of the school gate, I was grabbed by a thin old Taoist priest. I scoffed and thought to myself, if you say I have a disaster of blood, your whole family must have a disaster of blood, he said with a serious expression. With the current changes in heaven and earth, the monsters are stirring, and you have already been targeted. I rolled my eyes, thinking this routine isn't new. Next, he will probably try to sell me a protective talisman. Then, he took out a wrinkled old book, shook it, and it was labeled 9-yang divine skill. I'm speechless. It turns out to be a bookseller. Young man, this 9-yang divine skill is definitely genuine. Fake it and I'll pay you 3 times back. After practicing, you'll be immune to evil. Only $100. After saying that, his stomach made a gurgling sound, and he awkwardly scratched his head, saying, 20. I pointed to a stall not far away and said, that money is enough for you to eat a bowl of pig's trotter rice. He readily handed me the book and pulled out a QR code, asking, scan or cash? A moment later, the old Taoist had eaten his fill. His eyes lit up, and he hurried to pull in the next group of students, shouting, classmates, I see your fate is dark. Back in the dorm, I threw the 9-yang divine skill on the bed, not wanting to look at it at all. A martial arts manual bought for $20. Definitely a fake. Although the old man's words weren't entirely false, things have indeed been uneasy lately, with all sorts of strange incidents flooding the internet. I opened my computer, and the screen displayed a news headline. A deadly red envelope appears in Monic City. Those who pick it up die suddenly at night. 13 people have already met with misfortune. The Blue District Funeral Home has corpses coming back to life, with pictures as proof. Strange events frequently occur at Monic City University. After opening the post, I found warnings inside about the deadly love letter, stating that something would happen to anyone who received an anonymous love letter that night, and that the authorities had already intervened. However, the situation was very strange. The post disappeared after refreshing it. I swallowed hard, my heart racing, thinking, could it really be that supernatural events are awakening? I have been in this world for 18 years, and I have never received a system notification. If I really encounter a supernatural event, I would be doomed. At that moment, my chubby roommate Zhang Runming rushed into the dormitory with a capital bell jar in hand. Startling me, I withdrew my gaze, and he said mysteriously, Lin Bai, guess what I brought you? I refused, saying, no guess. He threw something down, and with a bang, it landed in front of me. I looked down and saw a light pink envelope emitting a faint fragrance, with a heart next to the words, Lin Bai, I like you. It was actually a love letter. My head went bang, and I suddenly remembered the deadly love letter. My face darkened as I pointed at the envelope and asked, where did you get this? Zhang Runming laughed proudly and said, I just went to the classroom, and this letter was left on your seat. It must have been written by some beautiful senior who has a crush on you. My heart sank, knowing that the hidden danger was just beginning. Zhang Runming blinked and chuckled, saying, Lin Bai, I have a feeling you're about to become single no more. How about it? Bro, pretty impressive, right? I gritted my teeth, thinking, you actually brought back this deadly thing. He shook his hair and smiled smugly, saying, of course, but I won't chat with you for long. I have to go home for lunch today. See you. After saying that, he slammed the door with a bang, leaving me in a daze. Suddenly, it became chilly in the dormitory, sending a shiver down my spine. That light pink love letter lay quietly there, like a death warrant. I thought to myself, logically, the system should have activated by now, right? If you don't make a sound soon, I really plan to delete my account. Just then, Ding detected that the host is surrounded by a strange power environment. Matching successful. System loading complete. Congratulations, host. The super enhancement system is activated, which can enhance items to combat evil spirits. Killing evil spirits can earn merit points, and 10,000 merit points can be exchanged for 1 enhancement. Given the host's life-threatening danger, 1 free enhancement opportunity is granted. Merit points 0. Enhancement times 1. After the voice stopped, I felt a wave of emotion. I finally waited for this moment. These 18 years have been so hard to endure. My gaze swept over the tables, chairs, and kettle, secretly calculating, I hope they're not telling me to enhance the trash can. Suddenly, I noticed the 9-yang divine skill on the bed. quickly grabbed it, thinking, can a fake be enhanced? I shouted nervously, enhance the 9 yang divine skill. Ding, starting to enhance the target. 9 yang divine skill. A golden light entered the pirated 9 yang divine skill, instantly bursting forth with dazzling brilliance, illuminating the surroundings. I jumped in fright, marveling, this special effect is too flashy. The pages of the book turned automatically, and golden figures emerged one after another, lining up to drill into my forehead. With a loud bang, the last page turned into golden flames, instantly turning to ashes. Ding, 9 yang divine skill enhancement successful. Obtained the new skill 9 yang devouring heaven skill. Using oneself as a furnace, cultivate vital energy and blood, condense the blood sun, and refine 9 blood suns, capable of exterminating evil in the world, with extremely powerful might. Is it really cultivation? I couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder it's a system. A fake secret manual can actually be enhanced like this. It's amazing. Let's try to condense the blood chi sun. I began to skillfully assume various cultivation postures, with the blood chi in my body surging like a rushing river. After several breaths, a blood-red sun condensed in my dantian. The first blood chi sun was born. With a loud bang, a surging power washed over my limbs and bones, and my physical fitness improved by leaps and bounds. I opened my eyes and clenched my fists, feeling my strength increase tenfold, and my vision became astonishingly sharp. I could clearly see the veins of the leaves and the antennae of the ants and the cracks of the stones outside the window. This is just the first one. If I count to 9, it would be incredibly explosive. Ding, daily diligent training. Killing monsters and demons can earn merit, exchange for enhancement attempts, and continue to strengthen the cultivation method. The current number of blood energy sun enhancements is 0. I understand in my heart that I need to enhance it 10 times to condense the second blood energy sun. It seems that killing ghosts is unavoidable. I cracked my fingers and slowly opened the love letter. The handwriting was elegant, and it slowly unfolded. Lin Bai, the first time I saw you that day, I fell in love with you. I know this is very abrupt and impolite, but I really like you. Can you give me a chance? Can we go on a date? I will come to find you at 12 o'clock tonight. The beginning was relatively normal, but the handwriting suddenly became chaotic and sinister, and the color turned bright red, as if it were dripping blood. Don't reject me. I will come to find you. I will definitely find you. See you at 12 o'clock. Don't be late. Indeed, it was a deadly love letter. I took a deep breath and put down the envelope. My roommates have all gone out to play, and tonight I'm the only one left in the dorm, undisturbed. With my new skills, I can't wait to see who this classmate really is. At midnight, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the dormitory, the computer screen flickering incessantly. The lights in the dorm had long been turned off, plunging it into an eerie silence. I opened my eyes, knowing she had arrived, and smiled as I leaned closer to the screen, provocatively saying, isn't this a date? You came but didn't show yourself. This classmate really lacks sincerity. The blood energy gathering inside me felt like a burning sun, giving me endless confidence. Facing the strangeness behind this deadly love letter, I was unafraid. Suddenly, the dormitory's eerie atmosphere stifled, and a girl appeared on the screen. She wore glasses, looking quiet, yet with an indescribable eerie twist. Hello, Lin Bai. I'm Fong Kanki. Nice to meet you. She smiled somewhat stiffly, and a hint of ferocity flashed in her eyes. This name seemed familiar. I greeted her and leaned closer to the screen, saying, if it's a date, we should turn on the video. This is too boring. Just as she was about to explain, I took a deep breath and interrupted her. Classmate, can you crawl out of the computer? Like Sadako? I mimicked the action. Her smile suddenly froze, and she fell silent. The atmosphere was so subtle that it made me a bit uneasy, but I thought, even if she is just an ordinary thing, since she sent me this love letter, it can't be that simple. She looked up at me, her lips slowly curling into a smile, and said in a gloomy tone, Lin Bai, aren't you afraid that I'm going to crawl out of here? I nodded seriously and said, yes, I'm afraid you'll get stuck halfway on the computer screen. She looked puzzled, and her smile became even more eerie. Lin Bai, I'm coming out to date you right now. As her head slowly squeezed out of the screen, her face was distorted beyond recognition, and then her whole body really crawled out. I took 2 steps back to give her space. The sense of immersion was simply overwhelming, but I wasn't too scared inside, probably due to the confidence given by the 9 suns swallowing heaven divine skill. I grabbed her hair and said, classmate, the ground is cold. It's easy to get cold in the womb. Get up quickly. She was stunned. Her head seemed to have a question mark on it. No, I was just about to strike a scary pose. Why are you pulling me? You even understand cold in the womb? I chuckled, pressed her mouth down, and looked her up and down, saying, don't talk, let me take a good look. She twisted her body. Her face actually turned red, and for a moment it seemed she forgot she was a ghost, as if she had fallen in love. Suddenly, I stared into her eyes and said, classmate, do you want me to see your true form? She stiffened all over, fearfully looking up. You know my identity. Suemo urged his chi and blood, and his hot young chi exploded, enveloping the entire dormitory. Ah! A scream rang out, and the quiet, shy girl in front of her changed her appearance. The long tongue that drooped white on the chest, the eyes that bulged forward, the greenish-black cheeks, the grayish eyes that bulged outward. Hangman, you're a cultivator? She exclaimed, turning around and about to dive into the screen. Suemo was like a blazing sun in her eyes, with a fire-like blood chi that almost melted herself. Don't you go! Suemo gripped her hair and threw it fiercely, and the hangman's body drew an arc in midair. It hit the ground hard. Mercy! She lay on the ground shivering, not even having the courage to look directly at Suemo. You want my life and you're asking me to spare it? Bye-bye. Suemo shook his other hand and smiled. Student Wang Wenjing, it's a pleasure to date you. See you in the next life. A fist slammed out. Chi and blood surged, carrying rolling waves of heat. Bang! The hanged man screamed. His face twisted, and his body was directly vaporized. The scream screeched. A wisp of breath surged into Sumo's body and a prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the level 1 ghost, hanged ghost. Gain 100 points of merit. So little? Suemo frowned. Probably. Is the hangman too weak? The hanging ghost was extinguished. The yin chi in the dormitory dispersed, and the pale pink love letter was reduced to ashes. I've only condensed a chi and blood sun now. My strength is still far from enough. It's dangerous in case we encounter a powerful evil spirit. We must get more evil spirits killed to gain merit and improve our strength. Suemo sat back down in front of the computer, trying to look for some evil spirit traces, but unfortunately the internet was too cleanly deleted. Can't find anything. Wang Wenjing. Suemo opened the school forum and searched. Soon, a photo appeared in front of Sumo's eyes, and it was the person he had just dated. Only, Wang Wenjing has been dead for 6 months. 6 months ago, she hung herself in the women's restroom, and there was quite a scare about it. Rumor has it that she committed suicide because she was rejected for writing a love letter to her crush and couldn't take the shock. It's fragile. It's pathetic. May, who asked her to write me love letters? Suemo closed the page and sighed. These days, who's a good person to write a love letter? Early the next morning, the dormitory door knocks. Suemo opened the door, and outside the door stood a man and a woman, exuding a solemn aura. Not an ordinary person at first glance. The woman is beautiful. She was about 5'7", with a single ponytail, a black trench coat, and a tall, well-proportioned figure. One of those beauties that when you walk down the road, you'll have men looking at you more than once. The man was well-built, with a hideous scar across his face that ran from the corner of his right eye to the left corner of his mouth. Looks like it was scratched by some sharp object. With that look, a little glare could make a baby doll cry. Sumo? When the woman saw Suemo, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. Yes, you are? Sumo asked. Evil sneak authority. The woman took out a small book and handed it over, saying, that's what you call the 749 Bureau. Sumo-san, is it convenient to talk? Chapter 3, Bureau 749? Wicked Rotten House, 749th Bureau. There really is such a department, isn't there? They definitely knew more about evil spirits than they did, so they might be able to obtain some information. Sure, Suemo nodded. Soon, the three then went to a conference room. The woman reached out and said, Suemo student, reintroduce yourself. Bureau 749, Lin Xian. This is my colleague, Wang Tianlei. Wang Tianlei pulled out a smile, the scars on his face squirming along with him, somewhat menacing. Nice to meet you. Suemo reached out and shook his hand. What are you two looking for me for? That's right. Lin Xian took out a photo and placed it in front of Suemo. We want to confirm if you received this? Sumo looked away. A love letter to kill. Yes. Suemo didn't hide it and nodded. I received it yesterday afternoon. It came to you? It came in the middle of the night. And then what? Got me. Lin Xianxian's eyes flickered for a moment as she asked. You're a cultivator? Counting, right? Having a hang. Counts, right? Okay. We have no more questions. Lin Xianxian was very dry and said, Mr. Su, since you are a cultivator, I believe you understand the rules. We will not interfere with your freedom. But, I must also remind you, as a cultivator, you mustn't break the law by virtue of your cultivation, or we will have someone from Bureau 749 to purge it. This is not a threat. It's a kind reminder. I hope Mr. Su understands. Suemo nodded. That's something he still understands. If there is no restraint at all, those who have gained power are afraid that they will become I don't eat beef in a minute. Mr. Su, I've bothered you a lot today. The bounty for you killing the hanged ghost will be delivered later. Lin Xianxian said. And the bounty? Sumo's eyes lit up. Is it that good? Right. Has Mr. Su registered for the forum? Lin Xianxian suddenly remembered something. Ha? What forum? Sumo shook his head. Bureau 749 has developed a forum specifically for cultivators, which contains a great deal of news about evil events, and also allows you to take on bizarre quests. Lin Xianxian took out her cell phone and tapped on a QR code to hand it over. Scan it. Sumo swept. An app called 749 appeared on the desktop, and I clicked on it only to find that I couldn't register. Need a referral. If Mr. Su doesn't mind, how about I act as your referral? Thanks a lot. Soon. Sumo then registered. Click on it and it's full of threads about evil news. It seems, this world, it's more dangerous and mysterious than one could have imagined. Still have to work on brushing up on ghosts and improving my strength. Mr. Su, the evil sneak quests in the forums will earn you points when you complete them. Points can be exchanged for official rewards as well as money, and 1 point can be exchanged for 10,000 yuan. That hanging ghost from yesterday, a level 1 ghost, has a bounty of 20 points, or 20 yuan. Since Mr. Su has registered, it's a good thing that the points will arrive right away. You can redeem your points for cash at any time, instantly. After Sumo asked a few more questions, the people from Bureau 749 left. After scrolling through the forums for a while, Sumo realized that his permissions could only browse level 1 evil sneak events at most. This was probably a kind of protection for cultivators, preventing certain head-iron cultivators from indiscriminately taking on missions for high bounties. Reckless sacrifice of life. Through the top post, Sumo also understood the general composition of cultivators in this world. There are Buddhist practitioners, monastic practitioners, and body refiners. There is also a special kind of cultivator, the Ghostbusters. This type of practitioner is special because their strength does not come from themselves, but from the ghosts housed in their inner bodies. The stronger the ghosts are, the stronger they are themselves. Cultivators are roughly divided into 9 levels of strength, with level 1 being the lowest, and level 9 cultivators being honored as patriarchs. The division of bizarre ranks is comparable to that of cultivators. Sure, the forums aren't exactly about spooky bounties either. There are also ones for evil practitioners. For example, there was an official marked red post blood slaughterer, level 3 evil cultivator, with a reward amounting to 300 points. Unfortunately, Sumo didn't have enough permissions to click in. Now that I can exterminate a level 1 creepy with a single finger, I'm at the very least a 2-level cultivator, right? Sumo thought to himself. If one were to condense 9 blood chi suns within their body, they were afraid that they would be able to become the patriarchs they spoke of. After casually scrolling around for a while, there was a mall in the forum, mostly props for dealing with ghosts, can only be purchased with points, expensive to gouge. A barrier-breaking talisman from Longhu Mountain costs 50 points, which translates to 50 W in money. Maoshan corpse suppressing nail, 500 points for 1. Lightning strike wooden magic weapon, 500 points for 1. 9 ways to suppress a silver-armored zombie, 1,000 points for 1 copy. Divine sky purple thunder talisman, 5,000 points for 1. Sumo felt that he was a poor man. 20 points couldn't even be exchanged for a chicken feather. West Suburb Rotten Building Evil Incident, within a month. Located in the western suburb of U City Rotten Building, one after another 9 people jumped to their deaths. Suspected ghosts haunting. Mission level, 1. Mission reward, 30 points. Sumo looked through it for a while and planned to go to the western suburbs in the evening. The phone rang. Sumo, how's it going? Did you ask her out? Didn't you, sister? AI Rui's voice, tinged with lewdness. It's sister, Sumo said. Asterisk 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 asterisk? It's really Hokage, isn't it pretty? Beautiful. Sumo, damn you for eating so well. How come no one wrote me a love letter? The corner of Sumo's mouth twitched. I'm afraid that if I did write it for you, you wouldn't want to do it again. Sumo, what's your sister's name? Does she have a roommate? Can you introduce me to one? I'll pay you a lot of money. Oh, Wang Wenjing. Wang Wenjing? How so familiar? She is not hanged for half a year. Sumo, don't scare me. I'm timid. Lying to you, I actually haven't seen anyone yet. Sumo said. Phew, scared me. I thought you went on a date with a ghost. Sumo, you've got good instincts, kid. Soon, at night, Sumo planned to go to the western suburbs and casually stopped a cab in front of the school. Where to? The driver had a pancake fruit in his mouth and swallowed it in 3 or 2 bites. The western suburbs, the bad neighborhood. Cough cough cough. The driver coughed violently and took several gulps of water to slow down. Looking incredulous. Where are you going? Western suburbs, rotten buildings. Sumo repeated. Brother, I wouldn't dare go to that place. It's haunted. I heard several people died. The driver looked horrified. 100. 200. It's not about the money. 300. I'm getting off if I don't go. Boss, sit tight. were actually atheists. There's no such thing as ghosts in this world, only poor people. The driver's foot on the gas went down, and Sumo felt a sense of pushback, worthy of being a Yu Chang driver. Dude, that place is evil. Are you really going? On the road, the driver was still careful to open his mouth. How evil? Sumo asked. I heard. The driver organized his words. Half a year ago, I think, that place jumped a man. He was a gambler. He gambled away his family's fortune, even his wife and children. He couldn't survive. Said he was a little hesitant to jump, so he bet against himself. Took a coin and jumped heads or tails. Well, as it turned out, he didn't have much luck and lost again. So he jumped and fell into a pile of mush. During this time, one after another, people jumped. They say they were all dragged there by that gambler and lost their lives when they lost. Sumo laughed. Master, aren't you an atheist? I'm an atheist, not a ghostless one. Ha, let's not talk about this. Creepy. An hour later, the cab came to a steady stop. Boss, it's here. The driver pointed to the distance and said, that's the rotten building right there. I can only take you so far. Sumo raised his head and looked into the distance through the night color outside the car window. A rotten building stands, overgrown with weeds in the night. The rotten building is like a creeping, open-mouthed evil spirit. Chapter 4. The Gambler. I seem to have been hit by the sun. Lad. Sumo didn't take 2 steps before he was called by the cab driver again. Young man. So what? Do you have something you cannot think of? You can tell old brother. You're still young. Don't think about it. You can't go to that place. Do you think this is okay? The fair old brother also do not charge you. You go back with me. Old brother treat you to drink 2 cups. Can't you do it? Can I buy you a show to save your ass? For fun? On the way here, the more he thought about it, the more wrong it was that this place was a jumping mecca and haunted. Jumped off the top. Several of them. The young man looks young, and his destination is so clear. He's not looking for a way out, is he? No way. Gotta save the lad. Sumo's eyes lit up. Saving up for the show? I'm not sleepy if you say so. Looking at the rotten building. Forget it. It's more important to kill ghosts to earn merits. Is Su not that kind of person? Don't worry, old brother. I haven't lived long enough. I'll just stroll around. I won't think twice. After saying that, Sumo turned around and walked towards the rotten building. He pondered in his mind that it was indeed a bit inconvenient to take a taxi back and forth, and it was hard to kill a ghost by driving himself. Too tired, blah. Hire a driver? It's a bit of a pain in the ass. If only we had the kind of driver who doesn't get paid and is on call and listens. Thinking of this, Sumo couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's a hell of a thing to hire a driver like that. Nope, this is a world that was meant to be haunted. Looking at Sumo's distant back, the cab driver, as if he had made up his mind, dialed the phone. Hello, demon spirit? I'm an enthusiastic citizen. There's a young man in a rotten building in the western suburbs who seems to want to jump. Cold. Surprisingly cold. The road in front of us is getting darker and darker. Sumo stepped on the weeds and quickly approached the rotten building, only to feel a black fog enveloping his eyes. When you get closer, you can't see the crappy buildings instead. It's full of yin and yang. Sumo quietly operated his divine energy, the blood chi in his body boiled, and that cold and bone-piercing feeling instantly dissipated. Walking a little further, Sumo finally arrived at the door of the rotten building, a rusty chain hanging from it. With a slight touch, the chains broke. Push the door in and keep going in. The surroundings were quiet, but Sumo could feel that the yin chi around him was increasing. It should be on the rooftop. Sumo tilted his head. He was able to visibly see that a layer of melting black fog shrouded the rotten rooftop. To the rooftop, Sumo saw 4 or 5 people gathered around a table. Their faces terrified, and they didn't pay attention when they saw people coming. On each of the 4 sides of the table, one person was seated. They seemed to be playing mahjong. Snap! The man with his back to Sumo slapped a mahjong on the table fiercely, his voice tinged with morbidity and excitement. Self-drawn 3 houses. You guys lost again. Oh. The other 3 had despairing, dead faces, with fear spreading in their eyes. Ha ha ha, you guys lost. If you lose, you have to be punished. Why don't you go now? The 3 men rose woodenly and walked to the edge of the rooftop. A leap of faith. Boom boom boom. The sound of something heavy hitting the ground rang out, and after a moment, 3 bloody men reappeared on the rooftop. The death was extremely tragic. Is this the punishment for losing a bet? Repeating the process of their own death over and over again is indeed a painful thing for them. Here comes the new guy. The man's body didn't move, but suddenly he twisted his head and turned it 180 degrees, staring at Sumo. Bro, want to come over and bet? If you were an ordinary person, you would have been scared to death, but Sumo was not afraid at all. Stride forward. Yeah. Sumo sat down and came face to face with the man. The guy had a strong yin chi. Much better than a hangman who sends himself love letters. Older brother. By the looks of it, You died quite tragically? Suemo suddenly spoke. The man froze and suddenly laughed as blood and flesh began to roll over his face in a bloody mess. Jumping off a building. Can it not be miserable? Don't worry, it'll be your turn in a minute. He shook his head and became manly again. This is my place, and if you come, you'll have to bet with me. Win the bet, you leave. Lose the bet, leave your life behind. Of course, so far, no one has won against me. He. The man pointed to a few evil ghosts around him with a grim smile. All of them lost, and all of them stayed here with me. Ooh yo, such a big mouth? Suemo looked disdainful. Know what people call me? What? Yu Cheng's little gambling god. Having said that, Suemo also pulled out his cell phone and clicked on the God of Gamblers exclusive BGM, just short of sunglasses and chocolate. Ever since he was a child, Suemo had never lost at cards. Luck of the draw, which is probably a perk of being a traveler, but Suemo never thought of using gambling to get rich and famous. He hated gambling. How many families have been ruined by this stuff? But now, there's actually a gambling ghost that wants to bet with himself? The man's face is speechless. The breath is not as big as yours, right? The bullskin is blowing up to the sky. You're a small-time gambler? You've seen too many Hong Kong movies, haven't you? In his whole life, he had never seen the god of gambling, but none of those who dabbled in gambling had a good ending. Like yourself, taking a gamble on his deathbed and still losing. Well, the man smiled grimly. Since you're so confident, let me, the big gambler, meet your little gambling god. How do you want to play it? Keep it simple. Fry the gold flowers. Suemo was flaccid, his legs resting on the table. According to you, with a wave of the gambler's palm, a deck of poker appeared on the table. Deal. A female ghostly creature shivered and stepped forward, grabbed the poker and began dealing cards to both sides. Real sexy lotteries. Online dealers. It's just a bit of a creepy scene, with the dealer's dealer covered in a bloody mess and his head twisted to the side, dripping goo. When the 3 cards arrived, Suemo didn't look at them and gently tapped his fingers on the deck with a winning look. Coupled with the God of Gamblers BGM in his hands, it's a bit of a little runtime vibe. Let's get you loaded. The gambling ghost smiled grimly, picked up the card very solemnly, also blew a breath, gently lifted a corner, and immediately his eyes lit up. Good cards. It's actually 3 kings. This kind of card is so rare, it's not even caught when you're alive. I didn't expect to catch it dead. Gambling luck is upon us. Kid, watch this. The gambling ghost snapped and threw his cards on the table with an arrogant sound. 3 kings, try to eat me unless you're a AAA. I don't believe you can take 3 aces. Open. Ooh, Suemo gave a thumbs up. Awesome, you can get this kind of card. Admire. Haha, what did I say just now? If you lose, you have to pay for your life. Jump yourself or I will help you. What's the rush? What if I'm a AAA? Sumo said slowly. I don't believe it. Suemo smiled faintly. I don't believe it either. But, what if? Having said that, lift a card. The ace of hearts. The gambler froze. It's not really 3 aces, is it? The second card was lifted. The ace of spades. The gambler can't sit still. One more. Suemo picked it up, glanced at it, and showed disappointment. Sure enough, nothing fresh at all. The buff of winning every bet is still rock solid. Ha, you're definitely not a triple ace. Fried gold plays with psychology. Look at your face. Miscellaneous cards, right? The gambler got excited. I'm sorry, I didn't want to. Suemo threw the 3rd card on the table, the bright ace of clubs, blinding the eyes of the gambler. How can? The gambler slumped in his chair. His eyes were dull and disoriented, and the moment was rather anthropomorphic. Not like a gambler at all, but like a gambler. You said, if you lose, you will be punished. Suemo suddenly got up and directly grabbed the man's collar, lifted him and threw him directly out of the rooftop. You! The screams rang out. A few breaths later, the man's face paled and his twisted body reappeared on the rooftop. He is also the one who jumped to his death, repeating the process of dying over and over again, and the one who was most afraid and terrified. Again? Sorry, you lost again. Go down you. Junko, it's like I'm a little bit bigger than you. Go down, can't you? You deserve to be a gambler with your poker skills? Get off. After 10 jumping experiences, the gambling ghost finally couldn't hold it together and a large amount of ghostly energy emerged from his body. You're cheating. Nima, 10 times in a row. You lose every time. This guy was so evil that every time he held a card, it was a little bit bigger than himself. If you take 3 8s yourself, he'll take 3 9s, and if you take a straight from JQK, he'll take a straight from QKA. It's the ass of a lame donkey evil. Sumo laughed. You made the cards, and it was your ghost who dealt them, and I didn't even touch the cards, and you're saying I cheated? If you're not as good as the others, you should admit it. The gambler's face clouded over. and suddenly he sat on his ass in his chair and waved his hand. Willing to bet. You go. Sumo, however, didn't move, tapping her fingers on the desktop and looking at him with a smile. What do you want? The gambler was furious at his look and said viciously. I'm already very disciplined. Don't give yourself a hard time. Sumo clapped his hands and laughed. I want to do you. Do me? Then you go to hell first. The gambling ghost was so angry that he waved his palm in a ghostly manner. Kill him. Brush. The few ghosts standing around didn't dare to disobey and instantly turned into green smoke and pounced on Sumo. A gust of ghastly wind suddenly blew on the rooftop, and the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling continued. I raised 9 ghostly creatures, and that guy is only 1. The advantage is mine. Boom! A fiery aura exploded in the middle of the Inchi whirlwind, sweeping across the rooftop. Aha! Miserable screams continued to ring out, and the gambling ghost was startled, only to see the little god of gambling descend like a heavenly god, punching out like a dragon. With one punch, a ghostly creature will be turned into green smoke. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 1 ghost jumper ghost. Gain 100 points of merit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a level 1 ghost jumping ghost. Gain 100 points of merit. In a flash, there was not a single ghostly creature around Sumo. Yes, Sumo shook his fist. This feeling of killing in seconds was fantastic. You. The gambler pissed himself and turned to run. So raw, you could really do yourself in. Don't run. Die for me. Sumo urged the chi and blood sun at his dantian. His body's blood chi surged like the rising morning sun and rushed towards the gambling ghost. Holy, what the hell is this? The gambling ghost turned around, only to see a round of the rising sun crashing into him, and before he could dodge it, his consciousness dissipated. Before dying, there was only one thought. I get hit by the sun? Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing the level 2 ghost, gambling ghost, gaining 500 points of merit. Scatter! Sumo's mind moved, and the blazing yang chi swept across the rooftop, and all the yin chi burned out. No more gloom and doom. Far away, the cab driver, who was waiting anxiously, suddenly heard a mournful scream coming from the side of the rotten building, which was creepy to listen to. Looking back again, there seemed to be a ghostly shadow flickering on the rooftop of the pitch-black rotten building, and a red glow rising. Like the sun? The driver was dumbfounded and subconsciously looked at his cell phone. It was now after 10 p.m. Hell no. 2. How did the sun come out? Chapter 5. Speaking of ghosts in the middle of the night. Ghosts are listening and people are listening. Merit value, 2,400 points. Level 2 ghosts. I can kill them in seconds too. It seems that I'm still a bit stronger than expected. Sumo was satisfied. It just felt like there were too few ghosts in this place. After all, redeeming an enhancement required 10,000 merit values, and that was nowhere near enough. Tap the app and submit the task. It also specifically states that the ones haunting the crappy building are level 2 ghosts, so it would be rude to give another 30 points out. Go away. Sumo left the rotten building and realized that the cab driver hadn't left yet. Master, is this waiting for me? Sumo smiled and opened his mouth. The cab driver's eyes were suspicious, looking at the rotten building and then at Sumo. Only then did he carefully ask, Brother, the commotion at the rotten building just now, did you make it? Sumo smiled without saying anything. The cab driver slapped the steering wheel. I knew it. There must be someone high up in this world. The novel didn't lie. I understand. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Ouch. He slapped his head. Bad. What? Sumo asked. The cab driver looked embarrassed and said, What's that? Just now I thought you had gone off to seek death, so I called the police. It's about time they came. Sumo, do I look like a suicide bomber? Ula. A police car pulled up a short distance away and 2 officers approached, their faces wary and tense. You called the police? Officer, it's all a misunderstanding. The cabbie had his hands full, explaining things and finally muddling through. You've got nothing to do with your food. Coming to hang out in a place like this. Don't want to die? Move. The officer glared at Sumo. He glanced at the rotting building in the distance with his heart in his mouth and couldn't resist a word of caution. Don't come back next time. This place is not unsafe. He was aware of it. Several people jumped off that place, died old deaths, and there's already a dedicated team on the case. Luckily nothing happened. The kid was lucky he didn't go inside. Otherwise, I'll have to come back tomorrow to collect his body again. The thought of having to use a plastic bag to grab all that human tissue sent a wave of nausea through him. Tall man. That's what. Sorry. On the way back, the cab driver carefully opened his mouth. He's not stupid either. Afraid of offending Sumo. He often reads novels. Those high-profile people can be powerful. In case he upsets them, cast a random spell and you'll be out of luck for 6 months. Nothing. Sumo smiled. He knew the driver meant well. After a moment of silence, The driver couldn't help but open his mouth again. Senior, I want to ask a question. You ask, is it true that there is something like that in this world? Ghosts? Aha! The driver's tone was a little shaky. It was a little creepy to talk about such topics in the middle of the night. There is a saying, when you talk about ghosts in the middle of the night, people are listening to the ghosts. The air conditioner blew on my body and it was cool, like there were hands all over my body. He turned down the airflow a bit. What do you say? Sumo asked rhetorically. I think there's. The driver hesitated for a moment and said, in retrospect, that encounter should not have been a hallucination of mine. That time? Sumo lifted her head. Her eyes lit up. You've seen a ghost? Where did you see them? How many? The cab driver was so close to hitting the gas. What kind of question is that? And, why do you sound so excited? And you ask me if I have more? Is that a ING question for a normal person to ask? On second thought, this one in the back seat doesn't seem to be quite like a normal person. And he could see clearly the commotion over the rotten building just now. Especially the sun that rises and dissipates at the end. It's almost like special effects on TV. Zhou Yuanshan. You know it, right? The cab driver lit a cigarette and lowered the window a little. Zhou Yuanshan? Sumo nodded his head. Heard this name, Far Mountain Group well. The Far Hills Group was a little-known local developer in New City, having developed several high-end properties. Word of mouth is good. We're from the same place in our hometown. And according to the seniority over there in our hometown, Boss Zhou is my distant cousin. The driver spoke next. Ooh, Sumo was a bit surprised. With such a big boss relative, old brother, you still drive a cab? Hi. The driver seemed to know Sumo's thoughts, waved his hand and said, the emperor also has a few poor relatives. I'm from the same place as Boss Zhou. Although I'm related to him, I'm not that close. About a month ago, Boss Zhou's mother had a big birthday and I was there. Boss Zhou has a daughter called Zhou Yuran. Growing pavilion, moldable, that is called a beautiful. Get to the point. The point is his daughter. I was drunk the other night and went out to use the restroom and collided with her daughter. In a trance, I thought I saw a man lying on her back. I was terrified, but when I rubbed my eyes, the man was gone again. I thought I was blind and didn't take it seriously, but lately, I've heard people say, that girl doll is sick, skinny as skin and bones, more skeleton than skeleton. Boss Zhou has taken her all over the hospital, just can't see her well. Higher power, do you think this thing, is that thing at work? Sumo's heart stirred, listening to him describe it like this. It was a bit like a ghost-possessed When Boss Zhou's daughter's essence dissipates, the evil spirit lying on her back should be turtled up. The odds are yes, but you'll have to see it to find out. Sumo said, Senior, can you cure this disease? The cab driver couldn't help but speak. Seeing Sumo's gaze, the driver sighed and said, no matter how distant the relationship is, that girl is also my cousin's niece. If I can cure her, I'll feel better about this. Gao Ran, you have to believe me. I really don't do it for the money. We drive cabs enough to support our family. To the place. You can't pay for it. $300 is enough for a round trip. I still have money to make. Sumo thought about it and wrote down a phone number and handed it over. If there's a need, please call me, Boss Zhou. As for whether the other person believes it or not, that's up to fate. Waiting for Sumo to walk away, the cab driver then took out his cell phone and flipped through the address book for half a day. A phone call is dialed. South Mountain Villa. Zhou Yuanshan was so distracted that the cigarette in his hand never broke, and his daughter was screaming again. That voice is creepy to anyone who hears it. The thought of the original beautiful daughter, now turned into a skeleton man, skin and bones like a ghost. Zhou Yuanshan heartbroken to death, but there's nothing he can do about it. Good heavens, if I, Zhou Yuanshan, have done anything heartless, the retribution will just be on me. Why torture my daughter? He tilted his head back, old tears streaming down his face. It's been half a month and my daughter is not getting better at all, and the top doctors at the tertiary hospitals are clueless, watching her daughter wither away day by day, and seeing that it is going to be separated. Zhou Yuanshan's hair is white. A friend told him that in his daughter's case, she might not be sick, but possessed. For this reason, Zhou Yuanshan spent a lot of money to hire a master to exorcise the evil spirits, but it didn't work at all. That so-called high person is just sprinkling talismanic water, making a few random gestures, and done. Zhou Yuanshan was desperate. Daughter, Daddy, sorry for you. Ding 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 ding. The phone rang. Zhou Yuanshan was distracted and picked up his cell phone. It was an unfamiliar number. He was about to hang up, but on second thought, not many people knew his number. Ghostly, he picked it up. Which one? Cousin, I'm Chen De Gang, the one who drives the rental car. Oh, doggone is something wrong? Zhou Yuanshan frowned slightly. This distant relative of his, what was he doing calling in the middle of the night? Is Yuran getting better? The usual. Cousin, I know a high-ranking person who may be able to cure Yuran's illness. Dagon. Zhou Yuanshan aggravated his tone and said, don't worry about this matter. Hang up. Cousin, listen to me. That guy might have real skills. His phone. Decision is up to you. And I'm doing it for Yuran's sake. Hang on. Zhou Yuanshan silently recited the phone number and fell into deep thought. If there was a choice, he really didn't want to believe in the so-called high people. Try it. What if? Yu Chung, Bureau 749. Captain, the mission for the rotten building in the western suburbs is complete. The author's name is Su Mo. The staff spoke up. Lin Xianxian stepped forward and asked, is it a new registration? Just registered this morning. Really him? He also made a note that the one haunting the rotten building in the western suburbs is a level 2 ghost. It would be rude to give 30 points. Xianxian Lin, send someone over immediately to survey the scene and measure the concentration of residual ghost chi. Half an hour later, word came back. Ghost gas residual concentration calibration level 2 ghosts. Chapter 6. When the ghost fire goes off, parents are raised in vain. Captain, not only that, we found that the traces of the battle here are very shallow, and that ghostly creature looks like it was killed by seconds in a flash. The yin chi here is almost all dispersed. Lin Xianxian's eyes flickered. Able to kill a level 2 ghost in seconds. That cultivator called Su Mo. How strong is it? Level 3 practitioner? Or 4 level cultivators? Lin Xianxian thought for a moment and said, according to the level 2 mission settlement, Su Mo's authority level is raised to level 2. Pay close attention. Roger that. Soon, the staff operation was completed. Lin Xianxian's slender fingers tapped on the desktop. She always felt that Su Mo was very uncomplicated. Ding dong. Su Mo received a push message within the app. Dear cultivator, congratulations on completing the Evil Sneak Kill mission. Evil Sneak Calibration Level 2. Mission Calibration Level 2. Mission Reward, 100 points. Your permission has been upgraded to Level 2, and you can view up to Level 2 Evil Spirit events. Please continue your efforts to slay the evil spirits. Let's work together to guard peace on Earth. Good night. Su Mo was speechless for a while. Why does it feel like I'm getting a 10,086 birthday wish text? But 100 points. That's pretty cool. That translates to a little over $1 million. In just a few hours, $1 million in hand. Su Mo felt that he had never been so rich. Sure, compared to the points, the most important thing was the merit value gained from killing ghosts. Merit value. That's the real wealth. Su Mo closed the app, and a pop-up window suddenly popped up on his phone. A news story. Ghostfire teenager killed in late-night car race. Innocent car owner has a lawsuit on his hands. Sumo clicked in. 2 months ago, 3 underage yellows, each with a female companion, took a late-night walk. 6 people chipped in $30 high and low, bought 2 bottles of bad liquor, plus a few packets of peanuts and rice, and got high. Coincidentally, they saw a few motorcycles on the road, and the 3 Ghostfire teens, who were skilled at stealing cars, each stole one. Racing. Start. It also comes with a motion picture. The trio drove their female companions, roaring, accelerating, cornering, bucking, and juggling like acrobats in the dead of night. Anyone watching that scene would have to say mom and dad raised you for nothing. Ghostfire teenagers in the city is not enough to play. Driving female companion to run the mountain. This is good. A run out of 6 lives. 3 motorcycles rushed out on a mountain road pressure curve. All 3 motorcycles were scrapped and destroyed. 6 people, 3 men and 3 women, didn't even have a chance to be resuscitated and ate their seats on the spot. The poor motorcycle owner is being sued by the family of the Ghostfire teenager for his life or his money. When the Ghostfire goes off, mom and dad raised it for nothing. When the front of the car is cocked, lie down and go to sleep. Suamo shook his head and turned off his cell phone. He couldn't sympathize with such a Ghostfire teenager. It was just that the car owner was going to be unlucky. More or less. There's going to be some blood. After waking up from a sleep, Suemo only felt refreshed and the chi and blood sun at the Dantian seemed to be even more full. So hungry. After practicing the pirated version of the 9 Yang Divine Power, Suemo felt that his meal requirements were much larger. Straight to the cafeteria. Boss, 100 buns. Raider, 100. Boy, you're bringing breakfast for the whole class. Ha, I'll eat it myself. Young man, are you cheating? Can you finish 100 of them? I don't believe you. What do you say after you eat? I won't charge you. I'll give you 100 more. Yoo-hoo, there's such a good thing. Then it's a deal. No backing out. Under the gaze of the boss and a group of students in awe, Suemo winded up with a bite of meat bun. The packets in front of you, rapidly diminishing. Asterisk. This guy is starving, right? So good at eating? This is clearly Porky Pig eating a bun. And I doubt he even got the flavor of the meat filling. This dude would be on fire if he went on to be a food podcast. He really eats. Is this what the legend says eating? He's quite handsome, but he eats too recklessly, doesn't he? 100 at a meal. I can't afford to support this kind of schoolboy with my living expenses. An hour later, the toilet bowl, this high endgame. Soon, after 100 buns were finished, Suemo burped very unimaginatively and patted his stomach. 3 points full. What's the word, boss? The boss was dumbfounded. He had never really seen such an ability to eat. Thumbs up. Awesome. The boss is also a fastidious person, and without any ambiguity at all, he directly serves up all the remaining buns. Come on, man, eat up, it's all on me. How is this good? Oh, flavor pin good. Boss good hand. After eliminating more than 200 buns, Suemo finally felt full and patted his stomach in satisfaction. He could feel that what he had eaten was turning into blood chi, constantly filling up the blood chi sun at his dantian. Strength, it seems to have gotten a little stronger. Cool. Life is all about eating and drinking. As strong as you are, you have to eat. Suemo didn't plan on whoring around for nothing, and was stopped by the owner when he gave the money. Brother, are you looking down on me? A man is a man with a mouthful of spit, and when he says he won't take the money, he won't take it. This meal is on me. Next time it's still on the house. You can afford to lose money once, but once more, it's going to be a real pain in the ass. From there, Sumo's reputation as the god of eating at school spread. Everyone knows that there is a godly man at Yuching University who can eat more than 200 buns in one meal. There are also people who took Sumo's video and posted it online, and the traffic killed a bunch of food broadcasts. The bun stall, too, is on fire. Everyone wanted to taste just how good the buns from this stall were, so that this godly man could eat more than 200 of them in one meal. In the gaze of admiration, Suemo left the cafeteria, intending to go around the city and find a house. His own priority right now was to kill ghosts, and living in a dormitory was just a bit inconvenient. With millions of huge money in hand, Su's bottom line was still very strong. Slutty year, the poor road to see your seal black. Big breasts, came the familiar voice. Suemo sneered and turned around fiercely. You're the one with a big bra. Your whole family has a big bra. Who else could this guy in front of me be? If not the old Taoist priest who sold his pirated version of the Nine Suns divine power? Asterisk. When the old Taoist saw Suemo, he was first startled, followed by a face full of embarrassment tinged with emptiness. Su, ape, hello again. Your sister. Suemo rolled his eyes, but then again, it was thanks to this guy's pirated version of the Nine Suns that he was able to be so fierce. Slutty year. The poor Taoist observes that your hall of seals is bright, so I'm sure that the plague of blood and light has been dissolved. That supreme secret book, can it be practiced? Is it effective? Effective. Lao dang. I thank your whole family. Suemo smiled skinlessly and thanked from the bottom of his heart. The old Taoist priest smiled awkwardly and stroked his beard. It's good to have an effect. It's good to have an effect. It's not in vain that the poor Taoist made the spell and cast the incantation, and made a lot of painstaking efforts. Suemo held his forehead. This old den is really thick-skinned. Boss lady, make a bowl of pig's foot rice for this old den. Scan and go. The old Taoist went up in a flaming rage and said to the buxom boss's wife, more pig's feet, more rice, more soup, more vegetables. The boss's wife's white eyes rolled up to the sky, her heavy breasts shook, and her tone was unkind. I know, you're the only one who has a lot to do, so wait over there and don't get in the way of my poker game. This old dang, every day in front of the school to sell those broken martial arts secret books, cheat food and drink. I still like to glance at their own body, Dog said, also not afraid of growing needle eyes. Gotta have it, boss lady, give me another plate of kimchi ha. The old Taoist didn't get angry and sat down at a random table. His eyes turned away and looked at Sumo's back. The old Taoist stroked his beard and muttered to himself. Weird. Chapter 7, that ghost, out to talk about $2? Hello, who is it? Hello, I'm Zhou Yuanshan. Introduced by Chen Dagung. My daughter's situation. Does Sir really have a solution? On the way to the city, Suemo received a call from Zhou Yuanshan. It's hard to say. You'll have to meet them to find out. If it is an evil spirit, Suemo can exterminate it. If it is really a difficult disease, Suemo can only watch. What is your name, sir? Sumo. Mr. Su, when are you free? It was about his daughter. Zhou Yuanshan had to keep his posture low. 8 o'clock tonight. Okay. I'll have someone pick you up tonight. What's the address? In front of Yuching University. You're a student? Is there a problem? On the other side of the phone, Zhou Yuanshan's heart is half cold. College students can top what matter? May. What if? Zhou Yuanshan exhaled heavily. Even if there was only a slim chance, he still had to try. The daughter's situation can't be delayed. Mr. Su, I have no problem. Tonight at 8 o'clock. I'll have someone pick you up on time. Yes. Hanging up the phone, Suemo walked into an agency called Love Home. probably because they saw that Sumo was too young. A few staff members glanced at him and lowered their heads to do their own thing again. Looking for a room, sir? A young-looking girl then trotted over. Sumo glanced at her work tag, Zhang Xiaotao. It looked like he had just graduated not long ago, and his face wore a tired look with heavy dark circles under his eyes. Zhang Xiaotao moved closer and Sumo frowned slightly. Her body exudes a gloomy and cold air if anything, and Sumo is familiar with this kind of breath. Chi, sir? Zhang Xiaotao was a bit nervous. She didn't want to miss the performance and her mom was still in the hospital. Need money. Oh, Sumo nodded and said, is there a quieter neighborhood with a rent of 4 or 5,000? Yes. Zhang Xiaotao was very happy. If this order could be successful, he could get half of the rent as a commission. Show me. Zhang Xiaotao took Sumo to several neighborhoods, none of which were very satisfactory. Sumo thought about it. It was better to wait a little longer, get a few more ghosts killed, and just buy a set. Mr. Su, excuse me. Zhang Xiaotao felt a little guilty and said, I didn't find a suitable listing for you. Small problem. Sumo smiled. He had quite a good feeling about Zhang Xiaotao. After leading the way for so long, he didn't show impatience. Have you often had nightmares recently? On the way back to the store, Sumo suddenly asked. Ha? Zhang Xiaotao froze for a moment. Her face turned a little pale, and her eyes could not hide her horror. How do you know? Tell me, maybe I can help you. Sumo said. Really? Zhang Xiaotao bit her lip and said, Mr. Su, I'll buy you a cup of coffee. Mr. Su, do you believe that there are ghosts in this world? Zhang Xiaotao held the coffee in her hand, trembling slightly. The eyes grew more and more fearful. Faith, Sumo said. Don't worry, I'm a professional when it comes to dealing with this kind of stuff. What the hell happened? A glimmer of hope flashed in Zhang Xiaotao's eyes as he raised his head to slowly recount the events of these days. A month ago, Zhang Xiaotao's stepfather died in his own home, drank a whole can of pesticide. Zhang Xiaotao is only a little bit sad because her stepfather doesn't treat her well and often beats her mom. When she graduated from high school, her stepfather wanted her to go out to work and marry someone, but her mom didn't agree, put her through college. On the day of the first 7 days, Zhang Xiaotao, however, saw her stepfather at home. She's freaking out. The stepfather was clearly buried. The figure of her stepfather was blurred. His body was green and black. His face was hideous, and he was saying something loudly to her, but Zhang Xiaotao couldn't hear it at all. In another blink, the stepfather was gone. She thought she was mistaken, but the next night, it continued to reappear. It was the same old thing, a silent crack at her. Zhang Xiaotao knew that it was not a hallucination and hurriedly told her mother about it, who swished her face white and told her not to think too much. The stepfather is dead. That night, Mom packed her bags and left the village with Zhang Xiaotao. Days that become calm. The stepfather didn't show up again. The mom got a job, and things seemed to be looking up for mother and daughter. But one night, Zhang Xiaotao had a dream. Dream on. She saw her stepfather. Saw him clearly. The fierce gaze, the hideous mouth, the skin flushed with green and black terror. Momo, why did she hurt me? The stepfather asked, over and over again. Zhang Xiaotao woke up in fear. No longer dared to close his eyes. Always feel the coldness of the house. Seems to have a pair of eyes constantly looking at themselves at all times. For the rest of the day, whenever she closed her eyes, her stepfather would appear, questioning her over and over again. She is her daughter is also her daughter. Sure enough, she's a white-eyed wolf that can't be raised. She deserves to die, and so do you. She deserves to die, and so do you. I'm going to make you pay for this and make you both come down here with me. Ho ho ho. Zhang Xiaotao's eyes grew more and more fearful. Her hands couldn't stop trembling. I don't know what happened. Why did he say that? Sumo gently held her wrist and comforted. Don't be afraid. Speak slowly. What happened then? What happened? Zhang Xiaotao's tears seized her eyes and said, a few days ago, Mom was in a car accident and was seriously injured. Has he not been in your dreams for the past few days? Aha! Sumo thought. Zhang Xiaotao's stepfather's death. I'm afraid that there is another hidden meaning. Which hospital is your mom in? Is it convenient to take me there? Sumo said. Aha! The two quickly arrived at the city's second hospital, where Zhang Xiaotao's mom was staying in ward 307. It was a triple room, but she was the only one in the ward, and the bed next to her was empty. Sumo had a strong ear and heard some arguments. What's wrong with 307? The doctor just told me not to sneak around if I'm not okay. Haven't you heard? 307 it's haunted, and it's chilly to go in there in broad daylight. I heard The ward turned out to have a patient who was scared out of his mind in the middle of the night in the back, yelling that there were ghosts. TSK, that woman in the house, I hear them say, is haunted by an evil spirit. Poor yo, keep your voice down. Here, that's her daughter. She comes too. Every day huh? You brought a friend today? Quite handsome. Suemo walked to the door of Ward 307, and what came to his face was a chilly atmosphere, and the temperature seemed to have lowered a lot. Mr. Su, Zhang Xiaotao was a little scared. She really didn't want to step into the hospital room if her mom didn't need to be taken care of. Don't be afraid. Suemo strides to the window and pulls the curtains closed with one hand. Close the door and unlock it. Zhang Xiaotao did as he was told. The ward, at once, dimmed. Suemo looked at a shadowy spot in the corner and said faintly, that ghost that came out to talk about $2? Chapter 8 Pose in an S-shape one moment and a B-shape the next. Zhang Xiaotao's eyes were fearful as she looked to the corner, where there was no one at all. Mr. So, who are you talking to? Sumo stared at the corner. There had been no movement, only the sound of breathing. Not coming out? Sumo's mind moved, the qi and blood in his body surged, and the entire ward seemed to become fiery. Ah! Zhang Xiaotao heard a tragic cry in her ears, and then she saw a horrifying scene. Corner. A figure, slowly walked out. Greenish-black face, hideous eyes, crooked mouth, and a strange stench emanating from his body. It's her stepfather. Zhang Xiaotao covered her mouth in fear and staggered back 2 steps, almost knocking over. Ghosts! There really are ghosts! What are you? Black smoke erupted from the evil ghost's body as it stared at Suemo dead in the face. Enthusiastic citizen. Suemo smiled faintly and pointed at the unconscious woman on the hospital bed. Tell me, what grudge is there to haunt your wife and daughter? And just a reminder, no tricks or. Sumo's breath erupted, and in the eyes of that evil spirit, it was like a rising sun. It seemed to melt itself in the twinkling of an eye. The evil spirit took 2 steps back, pointed at the woman on the hospital bed, and droned, this woman caused my life. What's wrong with me just taking revenge? And her. It pointed at Zhang Xiaotao and said viciously, she is the seed of this person, not the seed of my old son. She's overjoyed to have her old man dead, isn't she? If the 2 don't die, this grievance in my heart can't be dispersed, and the King of Heaven can't stop it. Zhang Xiaotao was horrified and said, what did you say? Didn't mom say that you committed suicide? Suicide? The evil spirit pooh-poohed. I haven't lived long enough. Why should I kill myself? That night I drank too much. She was the one who poured pesticide on me. No way. Zhang Xiaotao couldn't accept the result. How come in the blink of an eye, her mom became a murderer? Sumo walked over to the woman, who was badly hurt. With the addition of qi and blood, Suemo could vaguely see a large amount of black qi draped around the woman's body. Scatter! Suemo slapped his palm down, and the woman's aura dissipated, awakening ghostly. When she saw the evil ghost, the whole person agitated. You do not want to harm my daughter. Kill to pay for life. I will pay for your life. Asterisk. Seeing that the woman woke up, the evil ghost had a great ghostly aura on its body and wanted to pounce on it, but was slapped out by Suemo. Mom! What the hell is going on? Zhang Xiaotao asked in tears. My good daughter. Suffering you. The woman wept and told the story. After all these years, she was used to men's beatings. As long as my daughter is doing well, she will graduate from college, find a good job, and marry a good family, so she will never have to suffer again. But I didn't realize that the man had lost money because of gambling and had hit on his daughter. One night, she overheard men on the phone, surprisingly, discussing the price of selling their daughter. He sold the daughter who was going to sell her to a little cutie in a ravine, to make her a tool for procreation. The woman couldn't stand it. She had to stop it. The only way his daughter could get out of this was if he died. And that night the opportunity came. The men seemed to have negotiated a price, and were in such a good mood that they drank a full pound of white wine. Drunk, the woman picked up the pesticide that had been prepared long ago and poured it all into his mouth and a brain. Mom! Zhang Xiaotao never expected the truth to be so cruel. Suemo was silent and looked at the evil spirit. Oh, it's just a money loser. So what if I sell it? I've raised her for so many years. Can't I get some of my money back? Do you know how much she's worth? 30,000. Full 30,000. Ah, it's enough for me to have a good time for a long time. Asterisk. I was going to torture you slowly before I tortured her. Now I've changed my mind. I'm going to kill you now. Having said that, the evil spirit roared. A rolling black aura rose from its body, and it turned into a hideous black shadow and lunged towards the hospital bed. When I don't exist? Suemo made a whip leg and swept on the evil ghost. The evil ghost flew backward with an owl. Bang! Suemo stepped on the evil ghost's head. The evil ghost struggled for half a day, but could not break away. Why are you helping her? I get it. You're that woman state. You're all in cahoots. You're all. Suemo spoke seriously. You don't deserve to be a human, much less a ghost. Understand? Boom! Flames flared up on the evil spirits, and in the blink of an eye, they were burned cleanly by Sumo's chi and blood. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 1 ghost, horizontal death ghost. Reward 100 points of merit. A beep sounded in his head. Suemo casually waved his hand. The in-chi in the ward dissipated as much as possible. Suemo pulled open the curtains. The sunlight spilled down and shone on the woman's face. He won't be around. After Suemo finished speaking, he turned around and opened the door of the room, leaving in large strides. Mom! Zhang Xiaodao flung herself in front of the hospital bed and buried her head in tears. Momo! Mom's fine. With great difficulty, the woman raised her hand and stroked her daughter's hair. Mommy deserves to be punished for what she did wrong. Just poor my Peachy. She'll be alone from now on. Promise Mom. Be alive. The woman stopped breathing but had a smile on her face. A sunlit face. Pale and happy. Phew. Suemo walked out of the hospital and exhaled fiercely. His mood was not too beautiful and he was not in the mood to hang around. He just couldn't imagine what kind of mentality it took to do the deed of betraying his daughter. 430,000 bucks? He deserves to die. Death is not enough. 8 o'clock in the evening. Suemo appeared at the entrance of the school and a black Maybach S680 slowly stopped. Sumo. Mr. Sumo? The driver's side window rolled down and it was a competent young man. It's me. Sumo nodded. Hello Mr. Su, Boss Zhou asked me to pick you up. The driver hurriedly got out of the car with a respectful tone. He also personally opened the car door for Suemo. When I came here, the boss had instructed me to be polite. Thanks a lot. Sumo nodded and got into the car. Suemo? Not far away. Ai Rui was carrying a bowl of cold skin, thinking she had misread it. Rubbing his eyes, that figure was too familiar to him. It was Suemo. Ai Rui looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, trying to keep the tears from flowing. Good you Suemo, brother, and you have a heart-to-heart. You play with brother's brain. S680. It's worth millions. And a ing driver. Ai Rui had wanted to call and question him. You landed gentry. Just how long are you going to lie to your brother? And often rubbing my old man's barbecue rice and coke. Thinking better of it, it would be cool to wait for him to come back and question him face to face. Worthy of a Maybach. This big sofa. This ride texture. It's great. Suemo was still the first time to sit in such a high-class car, and cannot say why. Only feel very comfortable. These rich people, they really know how to enjoy themselves. It's too rotten. I want to be rich too. In the future, I'll kill more ghosts to earn points and buy 10 directly. 1 minute it's set up in an S shape. The next minute it's set up in a B shape. Chapter 9. No. You really know how to catch ghosts? Why hasn't it arrived yet? Zhou Yuanshan looked anxious, pacing back and forth on the side of the road, and checking his watch from time to time. Honestly speaking, Zhou Yuanshan didn't hold much hope for this upcoming hireman. Still, what if? Therefore, he waited by the roadside early, just wanting to see that high person quickly. Old Zhou, little Yuran will definitely be fine. Don't get anxious. A middle-aged man softly comforted. He was about the same age as Zhou Yuanshan, only his body was slightly blonder and he looked a little heavy with dark circles under his eyes. This person's name is Wang Dajuan, is Zhou Yuanshan's good friend and partner. They have known each other for decades. Dejun, you've worked hard these days. Zhou Yuanshan patted his shoulder. What are you talking about? We're brothers. Wang Dajuan laughed, touched his belly, and said, Yuran is also my daughter. Alas, I understand your current mood, after all, said he, shaking his head, looking a little sad. A few years ago, Wang Dajuan's daughter died in a car accident. Zhou Yuanshan patted his shoulder hard, not knowing how to comfort. At this moment, the two of them were in the same situation. Fierce, big fierce, an abrupt voice, suddenly coming from behind, startled the two. Looking back, it turned out to be an old Taoist priest, dry and thin, dressed in rags. Where did the barker come from? Get out of the way. Wang Dajuan frowned and chided out. The old Taoist priest was still smiling, not even looking at him, only staring up and down at Zhou Yuanshan. Armies. Zhou Yuanshan waved his hand and asked, Taoist, what do you mean by great evil? Hey, the old Taoist monk smiled lewdly and spoke. If the poor Taoist's expectations are correct, someone in your family is seriously ill. Is that correct? Zhou Yuanshan's eyes lit up, snatched a step forward and asked urgently, how did you see it? Taoist. The poor Taoist was born with discerning eyes, so he can see it. The old Taoist priest pointed at Zhou Yuanshan and added, you are covered with a foul aura, and your yin tang faintly carries a greenish-black aura, so there will be calamities in your home. If we don't solve it in time, I'm afraid, we'll have to send the black hair to the black hair. Zhou Yuanshan's heart jumped. This is to meet a real master? Can Taoist have a solution? Unspeakable. The old Taoist heatedly smiled. First you watch me go and see who is sick and what disease. This. Zhou Yuanshan looked at his watch. An hour had already passed. That young high person should be arriving soon. Farzan, this guy is clearly a liar. Wang Dajuan couldn't look away. Fished out a money clip from his pocket and drew 2 red tickets and handed them over. Is it money? Hurry up, hurry up. The old Taoist priest snorted and said, what the poor Taoist seeks is not money. Unless you give me 2,000, I'll leave immediately. You, Wang Dajuan's eyes are red. What an insatiable old thing. Opening his mouth is 2,000. The army, line up. Zhou Yuanshan pressed Wang Dajuan's hand and said seriously, Taoist master, if you can really cure my daughter's illness, I will be grateful. Boss atmosphere. The old Taoist priest gave a thumbs up. It's not too late. Take me to meet the patient. Can the Taoist master wait for a moment? I have to wait for someone else. Suemo looked through the car window at the night scene that sped by, his heart in a bit of a trance. Overnight, the world changed. He himself had gone from being a college student with no hands to an open cultivator. How much longer to get there? Mr. Su, it's about half an hour away. The driver spoke. Rumble, a sharp roar, ringing in the ears of the 2 men, followed by the appearance of 3 motorcycles, which almost sped past the body of the Maybach. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from the sight of the 2 men. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The driver was startled and couldn't help but curse. These guys, driving too fast. They're really not afraid of death. I'm afraid the speed of those 3 motorcycles just now was no less than 200 yards. Half an hour later. Mr. Su, it's here. The driver stopped the car and Suemo just got out. A middle-aged man greeted him. It's Mr. Su, isn't it? I'm Zhou Yuanshan. Suemo nodded and was about to speak when he suddenly saw an acquaintance standing not far away. The old man who sold himself the 9 sons. The old man's eyes also widened when he saw Suemo, presumably because he didn't expect to run into him here. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why are you here? The 2 men spoke in unison. Zhou Yuanshan was also confused and carefully said, Taoist, you and Mr. Su, know each other? This well. Ha 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 ha. The old Taoist priest smiled awkwardly and said, this gentleman and I, we have had a few encounters. I didn't expect to run into it here again. What a great big ape turd. Suemo didn't bother to pay attention to him and spoke to Zhou Yuanshan. Boss Zhou, take me to see your daughter. This way. Zhou Yuanshan took a few people and headed for home. Old Zhou, these 2 people look like crooks to me. Wang Dajuan sounded worried. A Taoist priest who was more than a barker. A milquetoast youngster. Can it really cure you? Zhou Yuanshan shook his head and didn't chime in. Things had come to this anyway. Try it. What if? Ugh. Wang Dajuan shook his head and said in pain. God is so unfair, letting Yuran suffer this kind of crime. But, I believe that Yuran will definitely get better. When Yuran gets better, I will definitely treat Yuran like my own daughter. It's too much of a sin. Zhou Yuanshan was touched in his heart. Since Fei Ran's accident, this old brother of his has been accompanying him around, running up and down, worrying about Fei Ran's illness. The old Taoist priest quietly came to Sumo's side and whispered, Classmate, why are you here? This place is not to be visited. Suemo slanted him a glance and asked, Why? Here. The old Taoist priest pointed at Zhou Yuanshan. He is haunted by a demonic aura. There must be ghosts haunting his home. 9 times out of 10, his daughter is sick, and she's being haunted by a ghost. In other words, there's a ghost in his house. Aren't you afraid? Suemo looked solemn. Is there really a ghost? Then there's still a fake. The old Taoist priest had a righteous look on his face. But well, the other day I said that your seal hull is black is false. The old wrote I am really too hungry. 2 days did not eat. You don't say. The pig's feet rice is really delicious, said the man, and rubbed his stomach. A look of gluttony. Get to the point. The old Taoist priest collected his greedy color, looked at the villa not far away, and whispered, You hurry to find a reason to leave. This place is thick with grievances, and the ghosts inside are afraid to be uncomplicated. In a fight later on, the old path may not be able to take care of you. Suemo was shocked and asked, No, you really know how to catch ghosts? What's so fake about this? Poor Taoist is a proper Taoist priest with a license. It's all fair game. The old Taoist priest touched out a small book, the Taoist practitioner's certificate. Suemo was speechless. This stuff, how it looks like the place where Dongdi Mungio Quoto gets fake IDs printed, right? Awesome. Suemo gave a thumbs up and said, This place is haunted and I'm not leaving. For what? I catch ghosts too. Are you kidding me? What do you use to catch ghosts? I know the 9 Sons Divine Kung Fu. Wasn't it you who sold me the secret martial arts manual? Chapter 10, fake? But I really practiced it. What? On the old Taoist priest's brain, a few heavenly question marks popped up directly. What 9 sons? What he's talking about? It couldn't be the one he gave him, could it? Infinite Heavenly Father. That secret book. Is there own in the spell father on the spelling? $8 also package. Fake a compensation for 10. The owner sent 11 copies of the secret book straight away. and $3 back for a favorable review. The old Taoist priest's face was a bit twitchy. This kid can't be serious, right? A fake secret book. What can be practiced? Classmates. That what? The old Taoist priest was a bit embarrassed and said, actually, the secret book I gave you is a fake. It's not useful at all. Ha? Suemo was shocked. Fake? It shouldn't be, but I really practiced it. It's not just practiced, it's enhanced. Killing ghosts is gosh darned efficient. The old Taoist priest was speechless and said seriously, classmate, you're not joking with me, are you? Listen to me, the world is not as simple as you think. There are real ghosts. If you collide with that evil spirit in a while, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you, so don't lose your life. Suemo laughed and didn't reply, only following Zhou Yuanshan straight ahead. Hey, you. The old Taoist priest looked helpless and secretly said, if you have done your own sins, you have to bear them even on your knees. In a while, no matter what. I can't let that evil spirit hurt him. AI. Bitter. For a bowl of pig's feet rice, old Taoist me lose a lot of money. With a group of several people, they soon arrived outside Zhou Yuanshan's villa. The villa covered a large area and was situated in a quiet place, with many flowers and plants that could not be named planted in the garden. At this time has been nearly late at night. The large villa is quiet, but it seems to have a few eerie. Here it is. Zhou Yuanshan walked to the big iron door, used his fingerprints to open the door lock, and said, my daughter's illness is a bit special, so in order not to cause unnecessary trouble, I didn't let anyone else get close. TSK. That's a lot of resentment. The old Taoist priest glanced at the villa, his face grave. A few people entered the iron gate and reached the depths of the villa, when they heard a few screams of woeful agony. Such a sound, in the night, was particularly creepy. It's Firen. She's having another attack. Zhou Yuanshan's face changed as he hurriedly entered the house and headed for a room on the second floor. His good brother, Wang Dajuan, also had a nervous face and followed him. As soon as the old Taoist priest stopped in front of Suemo, he said cautiously, this place is heavy with grievances. That ghost that haunts Boss Zhou's daughter. I'm afraid it's not simple. You stay behind me. Don't run around and don't talk. Got it? Sumo. Alright, then I'll let you go ahead. Here on. Zhou Yuanshan's shriek came from the house, and Suemo and the old Taoist priest rushed into the house with a single arrow step. Bright lights. Big white bed. A withered man with almost nothing but skin left on his body leaned against the bed, his mouth wide open as he struggled to breathe. Her hair had almost fallen out, her eyes bulged like toads, and they were cloudy, lying there like a big goldfish that no longer knows how to struggle. It's Zhou Yuanshan's daughter, Zhou Yuran. Sumo's gaze lingered for a moment on the bedside desk, which had a picture frame on it. In the picture frame, it was a delicate-looking girl, wearing a loose school uniform and a ponytail, energetic and youthful. Suemo really couldn't connect the girl in the photo with the person in front of him who was as withered as a dry corpse. Yuran, don't scare Dad. Zhou Yuanshan's hands were trembling as he stroked Zhou Yuran's face. Wang Dajuan stood there, looking a bit overwhelmed and heartbroken. Dad, let me die. Zhou Yuran turned his head woodenly, and after seeing Zhou Yuanshan, a glimmer of light exploded from his cloudy eyes. She pulled Zhou Yuanshan's hand to death and said weakly, Dad, please, kill me. I want to die. I don't want to be tortured anymore. Zhou Yuran wanted to say something more, but suddenly screamed, holding his head and struggling in agony. Even his screams changed tone. Mr. Su, the Taoist priest. Zhou Yuanshan had a pained look on his face as he slowly asked, is there any salvation? If it really can't be saved, he looked to his daughter, a flicker of determination in his eyes. His daughter had been tortured, and he didn't know when she would head. Zhou Yuanshan looked in his eyes and heard in his heart, what do you want? Wang Dajuan seemed to know what Zhou Yuanshan was thinking and was startled, pulling his hand to death. There must be a way. There must be another way. Calm down, Lao Zhou. Suemo was a bit surprised. This person's behavior. Why was he more nervous than Zhou Yuanshan? No, that kind of hoity-toity dog and pony show? Zhou Yuanshan's head is green, available at. It shouldn't. Suemo had read from the news that Zhou Yuanshan's hairdresser had left the world a long time ago, and he had never married over the years. Of course, not marrying doesn't mean not sleeping. At his stature, there were few women, or even men, who wanted to climb into his bed. If he beckons, it's inexhaustible. Suemo always felt that there was something not quite right about Wang Dajuan's reaction. Or is it? Thinking too darkly of yourself? This female doll's fury is too deep into her body, just a hair's breadth away from taking her life. The old Taoist priest was also startled, and his hands fumbled to feel a large handful of talismans from his arms, in various colors. Suemo even saw that there were a few purple talismans traced with gold edges that looked powerful. Ooh, purple talisman. Ha! Suemo was shocked in his heart and said that this old man really has two brushes. Big brother pretending to be an ostrich? The old Taoist threw a gold-green-purple talisman to the side. Suemo's sharp eyes saw that purple talisman back corner, wrote XIN printing house a few small words. Sumo, okay, sure enough, it's a batch. Finally found it. It's still not thrown. The old Taoist priest searched through a pile of talismans and found a crumpled one. The runes on it looked crooked and even a little faded. Wisdom and clarity. Peace of mind. After reciting a few incantations, the old Taoist priest flung the talisman in front of him, and the talisman even flew up out of thin air and floated down to Zhou Yuran's chest. Buzz! A yellow light from the talisman lit up and enveloped Zhou Yuran's body, and Zhou Yuran's screams screeched to a halt before his eyes closed and he fell askew into sleep. Suemo looked amazed. This old man, is he for real? Phew! The old Taoist wiped his sweat, and secretly screamed in his heart that it was dangerous. But fortunately, this genuine meditation charm was not sold. Otherwise you're in big trouble. Zhou Yuanshan and Wang Dajuan, both shocked by the old Taoist priest's methods, froze in place for a moment. Or Zhou Yuanshan reacted quickly, excitedly stepped forward. Taoist priest, my daughter this. The old Taoist monk hemmed and hawed and said, don't worry, boss Zhou. Your daughter's spirit is damaged and her demonic energy is haunting her. I have already cast my clan's spells to temporarily suspend her life. As for whether she lives or dies, it still depends on the will of heaven. Suemo swept a glance at Wang Dajuan. This guy, at the moment, his eyes flickered, and if he was not mistaken, there was a hint of it in his eyes. Anger? Chapter 11. No kidding. I really know the 9 sons. Interesting. Wang Dajuan's behavior is too abnormal. The old man's talisman had clearly saved Zhou Yuran's life for the time being, so why would he look angry? I'm afraid there's an unimaginable hidden agenda here. Sumo's gaze flickered as he looked toward Zhou Yuran, who had fallen into a deep sleep. There was a clear black aura on her body. Even an ordinary person could see that she was not going to live long. Michinoku, help her. Zhou Yuanshan originally didn't have any hope, but now that he took a look, the old Taoist priest was so capable, it was like grabbing a lifesaver, and I couldn't wait to kneel down for the old Taoist priest. As for Sumo, he ignored it for the moment. Yes, Taoist, if there really is a way, you must save Yuran, no matter how much money it takes. Wang Dajuan, will give it. Taoist master, what the hell is going on with Fei Ran? Wang Dajuan opened his mouth in worry. Tough one. The old Taoist priest sighed and said, this doll is being haunted by a malicious ghost. If you want to save someone, you still have to subdue the malicious ghost first. And, the old Taoist priest wanted to say something. Taoist master, please still speak clearly, Zhou Yuanshan said. The old Taoist priest took 2 steps forward and reached out to nod on Zhou Yuran's forehead. At once, a mass of green and black marks appeared on Zhou Yuran's forehead, and if one looked closely, one could realize that the green and black marks resembled a human face, or one woman's face. Hiss. The old Taoist priest sucked in a mouthful of cool air, his expression a bit ugly, and said, the severe ghosts that are haunting her are not trying to kill her. Instead, replace her. What? When Zhou Yuanshan and Wang Dajuan heard these words, both of their faces changed drastically, especially Wang Dajuan, who was trembling at the corners of his mouth. Taoist, what does replacing mean? Zhou Yuanshan asked. Boss Zhou, look. The old Taoist priest pointed at Zhou Yuran and said, your daughter's baneful qi has entered her body, and her essence has almost been drained. If it were normal, at this moment, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to live. Where would I still be alive? Right now she's still alive because the stern spirit won't let her die, sucking her soul while hanging on for dear life. This is clearly an attempt to turtle dove. In a few more days, I'm afraid that stern ghost will be able to completely integrate into you and her body, and your daughter came to life. Only, at that point, she wasn't your daughter anymore. After hearing the old Taoist priest's words, Zhou Yuanshan's eyes turned red. Taoist priest, please also make a move and kill that severe ghost. Save my daughter. The old Taoist priest shook his head and sighed. It's a bit late. What I can do is to force out that stern ghost, but I can't kill it directly. If that stern ghost is unwilling to spit out your daughter's essence, I will kill the stern ghost and your daughter will die immediately. Somewhat difficult. Zhou Yuanshan's fists were clenched, and with red eyes, he said, Taoist, please make a move. No matter what, I will not allow a ghostly thing to live inside my daughter's body. If you really can't be saved, kill that ghost and avenge my daughter's death. Whether it works or not, I'll be grateful. The old Taoist monk waved his hand and said, Boss Zhou has misunderstood. The method that the poor Taoist cultivates is to subdue demons and get rid of devils. It is never for reward. Old Zhou, I think this guy is just talking nonsense. Where in the world are there any severe ghosts, and turn into other people? I don't believe there's such a thing. Lao Zhou, listen to me. I've already arranged for a top expert from abroad to arrive in Yuching tomorrow. Yuran's illness will definitely turn around. Wang Dajuan suddenly stood over, grabbed the old Taoist priest by the collar, and drank. Old man, any more ing nonsense? Believe it or not, I'll throw you out to feed the dogs. Armies. Not. Zhou Yuanshan rushed over to stop it, but Wang Dajuan didn't even let it happen at the moment. This guy is a liar. Hey, you let go. The old Taoist priest was dry and thin, and his body almost hung in the air when he was grabbed by Wang Dajuan like this. A few struggles and still no breaks. Let go. Suemo walked over and grabbed Wang Dajuan's wrist. Uing. Wang Dajuan still wanted to say something. His face changed color, and a sharp pain came from his wrist. His own hand, as if caught in a vice, felt like the bones were breaking. He only had to let go, and the old Taoist priest took the opportunity to break free and ran to the side huffing and puffing. With no image of a high-ranking person left, Suemo gently flung it. Wang Dajuan's body was not controlled, fell back several steps, and his butt hit the cabinet, face green with pain. You what you? I'm curious as to what you're so nervous about when the Taoist master sees the end of it. Or is this, in fact, something to do with you? Wang Dajuan's face changed. What are you babbling about? I treat Yuran like my own daughter. Armies, stop it. Zhou Yuanshan took a deep breath and said, I know you care about Yuran, but you've seen her illness. Ordinary medical treatments are simply ineffective. I believe in the Taoist master. If you add to the confusion, go back first. Wang Dajuan's eyes dimmed and he only sighed heavily, no longer saying anything, his gaze turning to Zhou Yuran on the bed, eyes worried. Taoist master, please, humph. I'd like to see what kind of thing is harming my daughter. The old Taoist priest straightened his Taoist robe and said, the scene in a while is expected to be terrifying. Are you guys sure you want to see it? Zhou Yuanshan was silent, and Wang Dajuan didn't move either. The old Taoist priest turned his gaze toward Suemo, meaning as if to say, you want to see it too? Aren't you afraid? What are you looking at me for? Suemo said, didn't I say so? I really know the 9 young divine power. I didn't lie to you, old dog. He's speechless. Not. You guys, do you really think you're a master? It would be a hell of a thing if the 9 sons divine power bought by Spellbinder could be practiced. Nope. In this world, there really are ghosts. Hiss. This guy, he's not really practicing, is he? In the old Taoist's heart, a frightening thought suddenly popped up. No way no how. That's the Spell Daddy version. The old Taoist shrugged it off, tossing such ridiculous thoughts aside, and rummaged through his bag again, fumbling for a crumpled talisman. A few of you, back off a bit. I'll try to see if I can force that stern ghost out with the ghost-repelling talisman. There might be some movement in a while. Don't be nervous. The 3 of them stepped back, and the old Taoist priest stepped forward, holding the talisman in the index finger of the middle finger of his left hand and reciting the words. Only then did Suemo realize that the old Taoist priest's left hand only had 3 fingers, the ring finger and the little finger, which seemed to have been shaved off by some sharp weapon. The sky is clear, and the demons are revealed. Blast! The old Taoist priest finished his incantation and let out a soft gulp, flinging his hand violently, the crumpled talisman at his fingertips thrown out. Buzz! The talisman, as if guided by something, floated in midair and lit up, drifting over and landing steadily on Zhou Yuran's forehead. Boo! The instant the talisman fell, a cloud of eerie black gas surged out of Zhou Yuran's nose and ears. Chapter 12, just now, I saw the ancestor. Ah! A scream rang out, but it wasn't from Zhou Yuran, but the black chi that surged out. Buzz off! The ghost-repelling talisman lit up with golden light, illuminating the surrounding area, trembling slightly, and enveloping the mass of black gas firmly. The black gas struggled and changed in the golden light, and eventually turned into a mass of human faces. Couldn't see the features, but could tell it was a woman. The black aura that turned into a human face had a constant scream coming out of her mouth, and the golden light emanating from the talisman seemed to make her very uncomfortable. Ooh, this old man, he's really something, not a pure liar. Suemo was also a bit shocked when he saw this scene. This kind of special effect, he had only seen it in Lin Zhengying movies in his previous life. It's still pretty immersive to see live. This is, Zhou Yuanshan's face was ashen. Although he had prepared for this in his heart, when he actually saw this thing, he still despaired. Daughter, it's really haunted by the night ghost. Wang Dajuan's face was hard to see, and Suemo noticed that the guy's fists were clenched tightly. After he saw the mass of black human faces, his breathing became noticeably shortened by a few moments. Demon, why are you pestering her? If you stop now, the poor Taoist can let you go and help you reincarnate and not become a wandering ghost. If you persist in your insistence, the poor Taoist will have to act on behalf of heaven. The old Taoist priest chided loudly, but his heart was cold and the fingers controlling the talisman were trembling lightly. This mass of human faces, at least a level 2 ghost, was difficult to deal with. If it was just a simple hit, he also had something to suppress, so it wasn't that difficult. Trying to snatch Zhou Yuran's essence from the ghostly creature would not be so simple. The mass of human faces, not listening to the old Taoist priest at all, struggled desperately, and even Zhou Yuran's body trembled. The human face opened its mouth, and Zhou Yuran, who had been sleeping, also snapped his eyes open and opened his mouth. The body looked like a boiled red shrimp, arching upwards in an odd position, and the eyes, mouth, nose, and ears were all gushing out black gas crazily. Sins! The old Taoist's face changed drastically. This ghost did not even listen to advice, and desperately drew the last of Zhou Yuran's life force. Boss Zhou, I'm afraid I can't save your daughter's life. You make the decision whether to kill or not to kill this severe ghost, the old Taoist priest quickly said. Zhou Yuanshan looked like he had been drained of all his strength and leaned against the wall, old tears streaming down his face. Kill it, Yuran, she must not want to turn into a monster. Kill it. Zhou Yuanshan's voice was almost a roar by the end. No. Wang Dajuan's face turned pale and said, Taoist master, must we kill? Is there no other way? The old Taoist priest shook his head and said, if we delay any longer, this ghost will merge with her and borrow her body. At that point, will you kill, or not? Wang Dajuan's face was pale, as if he had been drained of all his strength, and he leaned against the wall in silence. Sins, come to death. The old Taoist priest was about to make a move, but Wang Dajuan suddenly raised his head, his eyes red. Snap! A folded dagger, propped up in his hand. Wang Dajuan directly pounced. Then you go ahead and die. What the hell? The old Taoist priest's attention was focused on the ghostly creature, and at the moment, he only felt a chill down his back, a turn of the head. He saw Wang Dajuan lunging towards him in a ferocious manner, and was so scared that he was shocked. The talisman paper in his hand trembled, and his hand techniques were in disarray. The black chi that enveloped Zhou Yuran's face also took the opportunity to retract and return to her body by following her nasal ears. Zhou Yuran's body fell helplessly onto the bed, letting out a moan of pain and closing his eyes again. Infinite that heavenly father! The old Taoist's face changed slightly. He had 2 skills in catching ghosts, but only 2, no more. I don't know how to fight. He even glanced at the brightly shining tip of the knife. This piped down, his own estimate immediately lying bored. Bang! The old Taoist's eyes blinked as Wang Dajuan's body suddenly flew out. Suemo stepped on Wang Dajuan's chest, and the guy was still struggling on the ground. What kind of nerves are you stepping on? The poor Taoist is saving people. The old Taoist monk cursed. Just now, the old Taoist even saw the ancestor. Get off me! Wang Dajuan hissed with red eyes and struggled. Can't put a point on it. Snap! Suemo didn't treat him politely at all and directly stepped on his hand bone. The sound the bones made as they broke was a little toothy. Wang Dajuan screamed miserably, in cold sweat from the pain. Hiss! When the old Taoist priest saw this scene, he said that this youngster was really ruthless. Good for you. 2 more kicks. Get out of here. Suemo kicked over, and Wang Dajuan's body moved out horizontally, hitting the corner of the wall before stopping, and when he climbed up again, he was already vomiting blood. Wang Dajuan, what the hell are you doing? Zhou Yuanshan had just been frozen, and only then did he react, pointing at him and questioning. Why? He couldn't figure out that the Taoist master was trying to kill the Taoist master when he was clearly trying to save Fei Ran, his good brother. It was obvious that he didn't want the Taoist priest to save the day. Ha ha. A credit to the cause. Wang Dajuan stood there and cried and laughed, looking extremely sad, looking at Zhou Yuanshan with a pained face. Lao Zhou, do you love Yuran? What nonsense are you talking about? Yuran is my daughter. Of course I love her. She's more important than my life. Wang Dajuan smiled miserably and said, Old Zhou, we are the same. I'll do anything for her. This old man wants to kill my daughter. You say, what should I do? Zhou Yuanshan subconsciously said, Isn't your daughter already dead? In the middle of his words, his eyes became alarmed, as if he had thought of something. Turning his gaze to Zhou Yuran, Zhou Yuanshan looked at Wang Dajuan again and said word by word, You, Wang Dajuan, I want you to tell me personally that this is not true. Wang Dajuan closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face, and laughed in pain. So close. Zhou Yuanshan, why are you so persistent? Why? It was so close. My daughter would have come back. Didn't I tell you? Yuran will get better, and when she does, I'll treat her like my own daughter. At that point, Firan will still be Firan, and my daughter will be able to come back. What a perfect result. Why don't you believe me? Do you want to find these people to do bad things? It's my daughter he's trying to kill. Can I still stand by and watch? I really hate it. I hate myself for being useless. Hate you people for badgering my daughter. Chapter 13, Borrowing a Body and Raising a Ghost Card. Wang Dajuan. You, Zhou Yuanshan pointed at him, his fingers shaking with anger, and directly went up and punched Wang Dajuan in the face. Wang Dajuan stumbled and his cheek immediately swelled, but he just smiled ruefully. Bah! Spitting out a tooth, Wang Dajuan added, Old Zhou, I'm sorry for doing this to you, and I'm sorry for Yuran, but there's really nothing I can do about it. I'm going crazy thinking about my daughter coming back to life. She's still so young. Why is God so unfair? I'm not happy about it. He looked at Zhou Yuran, almost with a sobbing voice. It's only a little bit closer. Just a little bit closer. My daughter will be able to live through Yuran's body. By that time, Fei Ran was alive. My daughter is alive too. Isn't that good? Old Chow, I beg you. I beg you. He rolled and crawled, grabbing Zhou Yuanshan's pants leg, pleading, let my daughter come back to life. I'm willing to take out all of my shares. If you still don't get over it, when Yuran wakes up, I'll die, okay? Zhou Yuanshan's face changed, and he finally couldn't help himself and kicked Wang Dajuan. I'm good for your mom's head. I ask you, on what grounds? Why should your daughter live and Fei Ran have to die? Do I care about your little share? Wang Dajuan, I have always treated you as my best friend. Brother, even if one day, you stick a knife in my back, I won't complain about you half the time, but you should never, ever hit Firan's head. From now on, you and I are brothers, as much as possible. Wang Dajuan's eyes were desperate, as if he had been drained of all his strength, and he collapsed on the ground. Daughter, it's daddy who's useless. The old Taoist priest, who had been beside him, suddenly let out a cold laugh and said, borrowing a corpse to return a soul, a fool's dream. Boss Wang, do you really think that thing just now is still your daughter? Foolish. Wang Dajuan turned his head woodenly. What do you mean? What do you mean? Humph, tell me, how many years has it been since your daughter died? 4 years and 3 months. And how did you keep her around? Wang Dajuan thought for a moment and said, at that time, my daughter was in a car accident, and the person died on the spot. I was disheartened and went to the elephant country. I was told that my daughter's wandering spirit had been following me around. You know what? I was shocked and scared, and I was thinking, in this world, are there really ghosts? That person told me that she had a way to keep my daughter. In the future, if there is a chance, she can even borrow the body and bring my daughter back to life. The old Taoist sneered and said, ha, the elephant kingdom? Did that person also give you a card for raising ghosts? Yes, the old Taoist priest added. Do you know what the ghost raising sign is? That's an evil thing that raises a stern ghost. You think you've kept your daughter with you, but in reality, she's long since ceased to be your daughter, and is a complete and utter demon. Wang Dajuan's face turned even whiter and trembled. No, it's impossible, that person clearly said. Ming Ming my ass. There's not a single good thing about those ghost breeders in the Elephant Kingdom. The old Taoist priest seemed to be ashamed of the gang from the Elephant Kingdom and cursed them. All day long, they do all the crooked things to harm people. Stupid. Did she also tell you? You must find a woman of similar age, and ask for a birth date? Yes. Wang Dajuan nodded his head in pain, covering his face and said, after I came back, I realized that the best person for the job was, surprisingly, Fei Ran. I've been struggling with this for a long time, blaming myself, but I can't stand it anymore. I dream about my daughter every day. She tells me she doesn't want to die. She wants to live. Wang Dajuan cried out in pain. Zhou Yuanshan gritted his teeth. Wang Dajuan, you're so inhuman. Yuran treats you like a real uncle. Let's not talk about it. The old Taoist monk waved his hand, stopping the conversation between the two, and said, the trouble now is that the stern ghost has burrowed into her body, and I'm afraid it won't come out for a while. He reached out and pinched the hour and said, before dawn, if it can't be resolved, the malicious ghost is going to completely invade her body, and even if it's killed, your daughter won't be able to live. Michinoku, and please help. Zhou Yuanshan anxiously stepped forward. The old Taoist priest spread his hands and said helplessly, honestly, I don't have any more in stock. That ghost-repelling talisman just now is the last one. With the strength of the old Taoist, he can't do it by directly forcing the night out of your daughter's body. Zhou Yuanshan was lost in thought and muttered, then, there is no other way? He looked over at his daughter, who was as dry and thin as a skeleton, tears welling up in his eyes. Firan, Daddy won't let you become an inhuman monster. Don't blame Daddy. Lao Zhou, don't. Wang Dajuan was terrified and hugged Zhou Yuanshan. The atmosphere in the house, it's depressing as hell. Roll out yourself and die a better death. Suemo stared tightly at Zhou Yuran, a powerful aura emanating from his body. Several people's gazes simultaneously shifted and landed on Suemo. Mr. Su, Zhou Yuanshan froze, But he had forgotten that apart from this old Taoist priest, there was also Mr. Su whom he had invited to the scene. He has a way to save his daughter? Suemo took big steps to Zhou Yuran's body and leaned down to look at her, only to see a trace of black ghostly chi lingering around, shadowy and dark, eroding her flesh and blood. He himself had practiced the pirated version of the Nine Suns' divine power, condensing chi and blood suns in his body, and under his urging, his yang chi was vigorous, solely roast the ghosts in her body, straight out. Suemo shook his wrist and his bones rubbed together with a clicking sound, frightening the old Taoist priest's face. This guy, he's not trying to beat out the night ghost, is he? Infinite Heavenly Father, with Zhou Yuran's current body and bones, can he take 2 punches? A few people stood back a few steps in silent agreement. Zhou Yuran's eyes were tightly closed, his breathing was weak, and he didn't react at all. Obviously, the stern ghost was determined not to come out. Toast to the world. Then I'm welcome. Sumo's mind turned, the 9 yang divine skill was activated, and the blood chi sun at the dantian violently erupted with power. At once, the blood chi in his body boiled. A sizzling breath gushed out along the pores of Sumo's body, and the entire room suddenly became red, sizzling hot. Bully! This breath, like a rising sun, instantly washed away the gloomy aura in the room, and Zhou Yuran's body trembled slightly. Infinite Heavenly Father! The old Taoist stared at Suemo with wide eyes, incredulously, muttering under his breath, what a ferocious yang chi! Good lord! It's not true that he's practiced the Nine Suns' divine power, is it? Chapter 14. Your daughter really smells good. The old Taoist priest is knowledgeable. He could naturally sense that the aura emanating from Suemo was masculine to the core. It is most restraining against evil spirits and ghosts. Vaguely, he seemed to see a young fire burning in Sumo's body, getting more and more intense. For the aura emitted by Suemo, ordinary people might not feel anything, but for ghosts, this kind of aura was tantamount to an inferno furnace. Every moment is like baking in a furnace. Big brother, the old Taoist priest got excited. Of course he wouldn't think that Sumo's current strength was cultivated by his own book, the 9 yang divine power. After all, that's piracy. Besides, even if it was true, it had only been 2 or 3 days since Suemo had gotten the secret book. Even Zhang Linghu, who was regarded as a once-in-a-century genius on Longhu Mountain, didn't have this kind of talent, did he? Unless the guys turned on. The old Taoist monk thought of his pirated copy of the secret book, and felt a small sense of shame in his heart. Shame on you. Sold the fake secret to the real gurus. Taoist, this is. Zhou Yuanshan was taken aback. He only felt that the current Suemo could not be looked at directly. There's a burning sensation, like a sunrise. Silence. The old Taoist priest shook his head and said softly, with Mr. Su's hand, your daughter won't have much of a problem. Sumo's eyes burned as he stared at Zhou Yuran and chided, still not coming out? Boom! The sizzling breath became even more prevalent, enveloping Zhou Yuran, who had been unresponsive, and his body began to tremble, and the magnitude is growing. Ah! A scream rang out, and Zhou Yuran sat up violently, his eyes wide and his mouth wide open, a mass of black gas, desperately surging out, enough to vomit for half a minute before the black gas stops. Zhou Yuran's body softens and collapses on the bed again. Hereon, Zhou Yuanshan wanted to go forward being held down by the old Taoist priest. Boss Zhou, you'll only add to the chaos if you go over there. If you want to save your daughter, stay put. Zhou Yuanshan didn't dare to move forward and could only look anxiously. Hoo. A large mass of black chi surged through the room, then slowly merged together, finally turning into a translucent figure. The figure, shrouded in black mist, could vaguely see the face. A large part of that face was Zhou Yuran's, and the other small part, a strange girl. Ren. Seeing the silhouette, Wang Dajuan was so excited that he rolled up to the front and burst into tears. Ran. Daddy finally. See you. Wang Dajuan has been carrying the Raising Ghosts sign with him all these years, but from beginning to end, he has never seen his daughter once. Tonight, father and daughter met for the first time. With cold eyes that didn't carry the slightest human emotion, the stern ghost swept a glance at Wang Dajuan. Wang Dajuan was like falling into an ice cellar. That's not the look in my daughter's eyes. You're not Ran. Who are you? Who the hell are you? Wang Dajuan pointed at the stern ghost and questioned loudly. Ha! The ghost laughed and said in a shrill voice, your daughter? She was eaten by me a long time ago. Ha ha ha! What an ignorant wretch! If you hadn't personally put her in the Raising Ghosts license, how would I have had such wonderful food these past few years? Your daughter. That smells good. Wang Dajuan sat paralyzed on the ground, desperate and heartbroken. Impossible. This is impossible. The old Taoist sighed and shook his head. That bunch of people from the Elephant Kingdom, there's not a single good thing about them. She is using your daughter as tribute to raise her own ghost. If you don't take her soul into the ghost raising plaque, in time, her soul will naturally dissipate. it's not as if, suffer such a sin. Being in the ghost raising card, Wang Dajuan's daughter, her consciousness will not dissipate, and she can only watch her body, little by little, be eaten up and devoured. How desperate is that feeling? Wang Dajuan lost his mind and sat on the ground, crying and laughing, like he was crazy. Ugh! The old Taoist priest shook his head. When Zhou Yuanshan saw this scene, a trace of pity flashed in his eyes, but when he thought that his daughter was almost killed by this guy, that little mercy that remained was destroyed again. Wang Dajuan doesn't deserve pity. Talk? Sumo nuzzled. The knight stared and suddenly smiled. Talk about what? She suddenly remembered that she had absorbed most of Zhou Yuran's essence, and this guy didn't dare to kill himself. Once he died himself, Zhou Yuran wouldn't be able to live either. Simple. Sumo snapped his fingers and pointed at Zhou Yuran. Take her things and give them back to her. As for you, I'll give you a quickie. A guaranteed slap on the wrist and no pain. How's that? The stern ghost laughed in anger and said, do you dare to kill me? If you kill me, this daughter will surely die. Sumo shrugged. You seem to be mistaken. Whether she dies or not doesn't have much to do with me. Rather you. Sumo crossed his arms and moved them back and forth. Might as well tell you a secret. I've got a bit of a pet peeve. You can't help but get itchy hands when you see a ghost. When Zhou Yuanshan heard Sumo say this, he became anxious and wanted to say something, but was pulled back by the old Taoist priest. Temperance, Big Brother has a Big Brother way of negotiating. The ghost was silent for a moment, raised his head and said, let's each take a step back. I'll return her things to her, and you give me the ghost raising license plate on him and let me go. I promise you I won't mess with her again. It could sense that the person in front of it was very strong. Can literally get yourself killed in minutes and would love to. Sumo thought very carefully and nodded, showing a bright smile, and also put his hand out. Deal. I promise. When the old Taoist priest heard this, he became anxious. It's not. How come you let her go? That's a stern ghost. He was just about to speak when Zhou Yuanshan held him down. Temperance, Big Brother has a Big Brother way of negotiating. That's a promise? Night Ghost was a bit incredulous. This guy wouldn't be cheating, would he? Or what? Sumo smiled brightly. I'm the most honest person. Words spoken are water thrown out. Ever since I was a kid, I don't lie. Feeling that Sumo's words were sincere, the stern ghost somewhat loosened up and said, there is a saying in your dragon kingdom called a gentleman's word is a promise. So it seems that you are a gentleman. I believe in you as a person. Sumo smiled even wider. Thanks. Trust is mutual. We should all have good character and ghost character. He turned his head and gestured to the old Taoist priest. The latter surprisingly understood. Squatting beside Wang Dajuan and rummaging through half a day to find a medal that was only half the size of a palm. The sign was off-white in color, with ghostly drawings of peach symbols and many blood-colored lines, and emitted a faintly fishy smell. The old Taoist priest looked disgusted with the ghost tag, which was actually a baby's skull. The production of ghost cards in the Elephant Kingdom is extremely harsh and vicious, requiring that babies be refined in mercury for 3 years and then their skulls taken. It is the art of great evil. He handed over the ghost tag and said, this is its ghost tag. Chapter 15. To deal with this matter on the principle of trust between man and ghost, Sumo reached out and took it, only to feel an uncomfortable chi drilling into his hand. This stuff, it's so evil. Here. Sumo raised the ghost sign and shook it, saying, the stuff is right here. You first. Knight reached out, his eyes wary. Now that it had failed to return its body to its soul, if it didn't have a ghost tag, it would be a lonely ghost that would sooner or later be harvested by the heavens. With the ghost card, then there's still a chance. Big deal. Just find the next resentful species that wants to raise a ghost. No. Sumo shook his head and said, we have to deal with this matter based on the principle of human and ghost trust. You. He pointed at the withered Zhou Yuran. Return her things to her first, and I will naturally give you yours. Of course, you can also not choose. The big deal is that I will get you killed. As for whether she dies or not, honestly, it doesn't seem to have much to do with me. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. 3. Well, it seems you choose to die. Then there will be no more talks. Sumo's face changed and his breath began to surge. The entire room, once again, was filled with hot-going breath. Wait, the night ghost panicked. You didn't even give me a ing chance. Directly 3. I'll give it back, but you must promise to let me go and give me back my ghost tag. Also, he can't get me. The night ghost pointed at the old Taoist priest. The old Taoist couldn't help but twitch his face. I damn well wanna get you, but I don't have that strength. The genuine article is used pretty much all the time. The rest of it is just spelling out the printed version of the daddies, and it doesn't help at all. Yes, I promise. Sumo nodded. Swear with your character, not with your cultivation. If you break your oath, you will not be allowed to advance in your cultivation in the future. Knight added. What a lot of ass. Sumo lazily said. To emphasize once more, I never lie. If I lie, my cultivation will not advance an inch, okay? Anyway, I'm hanging on. I don't need to cultivate, just strengthen it. The old Taoist priest was on the side of the road to say, some oaths cannot be said casually, in case the future should be fulfilled. Wouldn't that be a pain in the ass? Now that Zhou has said this, then I'm afraid that this stern ghost will have to be released even if he doesn't. LOL. Still too young. The old Taoist priest shook his head. Okay. Hearing Zhou say this, the stern ghost finally put his heart down and said, I'll spit out her residual soul and essence. Strike that. A mouthful. A cloud of 7-colored mist surged out, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a silhouette that looked exactly like Zhou Yuran in the photo. Just a vacant, lifeless look. After spitting out the remnants of Zhou Yuran's soul, the stern ghost's face also began to change, completely transforming into the appearance of another woman. This is probably, it's the look of Wang Dajuan's daughter, right? It's pretty damn amazing, even better than Sichuan opera face changing. Zhou watched with interest from the side. Go on. Sumo nuzzled. The stern ghost opened its mouth again and began to exhale white gas, which belonged to Zhou Yuran's essence. Those white qi, pouring in along Zhou Yuran's eyes, nose and mouth. Zhou Yuran's body, at a speed visible to the naked eye, filled up. In just a few seconds, the originally withered and thin Zhou Yuran turned into the appearance of a normal person. Featherland. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yuanshan was in tears. He knew that his daughter had been saved. There. The breath on the knight's body was a bit unstable, and his expression was agonized. Obviously vomiting out what he had eaten into his stomach again was not that pleasant. Anyone who's ever been drunk understands. I've returned all her things. Where's mine? The knight reached out. Here. Zhou passed the ghost-raising plaque in midair. The eyes of the stern ghost were happy, hesitated for a moment, but still gritted his teeth and reached for it, and Zhou immediately let go of his hand. Get it? The night ghost's heart was relieved. It seemed that oath just now still had an effect. This dragon country cultivator didn't dare to disobey. It was happy, when suddenly there was a weight on its wrist. Looking down, a white palm had taken hold of his wrist. What are you doing? The knight knew it was bad and screamed. What for? Of course it's to you. Zhou smiled evilly and yanked so hard that the stern ghost's body couldn't help but lunge forward. Go you! Zhou took an arrow step, then lifted his knee and slammed it hard on the night ghost's stomach. The stern ghost let out an ow and his body arched up, his eyes bulging out. You liar! The knight screamed and rolls of black gas surged out of his body, trying to melt his body into it. In this way, there is no entity. Nice try! Zhou had prepared for this and urged the blood chi sun. The room was instantly scorching hot and was filled with boiling yang qi. There was nothing to hide from the night ghost. Asterisk. Play like that? The old Taoist priest was startled and fumbled for another talisman, quickly stepping forward to walk in front of Zhou Yuran's residual soul. Pinching his fingers and reciting incantations, he collected the remnants of Zhou Yuran's soul. Yang qi in the room is too strong. Zhou Yuran's residual soul simply cannot withstand, and then later really have to soul fly away. The room was filled with gurgling screams from the severe ghosts, and Zhou realized that the feeling of punching to the bone was really great. This ghost is real leather. Stop fighting. I told you to stop fighting. The ghost was so miserable. It had the intention to hide, but in such a place with such a strong yang energy, it was simply unavoidable by itself. A total sandbag, so resistant to a beating. Zhou shrugged off his hand and said that merit is really hard to earn, so he was going to lay his hands on it. Sensing the killing aura, the night ghost panicked and shouted, You can't kill me. You swore an oath. Oh, Zhou smiled coyly and said, I said I don't lie. You're not a human being. It doesn't count. A punch went down, carrying a terrifying yang qi. You, despicable dragon nation. Master Anri will not spare you. Boo! As the fist fell, the night ghost screamed miserably and was directly blasted into a cloud of ashes. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing a level 2 possessed ghost, gaining 500 points of merit. Current merit value, 3,000 points. Scatter! Sumo's mind moved. Yang qi blossomed, and the yin qi in the room completely dissipated, and there was no more semblance of gloom. Done! Zhou clapped his hands. It's that this ghost is weak. The merit value is too little. Mr. Zhou, awesome! The old Taoist priest reacted, directly gave a thumbs up and started shooting. This is a proper big brother. Mr. Zhou, my daughter. Zhou Yuanshan also came over and spoke excitedly. The only one who was crazy was Wang Dajuan, who was crying and laughing. No one paid any attention to him though. Don't worry. The old Taoist priest laughed and said, the severe ghosts have already been destroyed by Mr. Zhou, and your daughter's residual soul and essence have returned. The poor Taoist will be able to make her better and wake up with a little trick. Chapter 16, Did you put a monitor in my stomach? The Taoist priest is quick to take action. Zhou Yuanshan couldn't wait any longer. He looked at his daughter on the bed and couldn't control his tears. How many days it's been? How many days since I've seen my daughter as she is now? Look at me. The old Taoist priest walked to the bed and took out the talisman from earlier. And with a slight shake, Zhou Yuran's soul appeared. Go back. The old Taoist priest flexed his fingers and Zhou Yuran's soul returned to his body, slowly fusing together. The old Taoist priest silently recited a few more incantations before saying, It's done. I've pacified her soul for her. At most half an hour. She'll wake up. Really? Great. Zhou Yuanshan hurriedly walked to the window and squatted at the head of the bed, gently pulling his daughter's hand and waiting for her to wake up. Mr. Su, you are really powerful. What kind of gong fu are you practicing? The old Taoist priest came over and got close. Su Mo laughed. Didn't I say so? Nine yang divine power ah. Or you sold it to me. Did you forget? The old Taoist's face twitched. Big brother is holding a grudge. Still thinking about this? Big brother, don't make fun of me. That crap secret book spells a lot. If I could practice it, the world would be full of cultivators. Su Mo was speechless for a while. How come no one believes me when I tell the truth? The old Taoist didn't want to talk about this topic either and added, When you just killed the stern ghost, did it say master only? Seems like it. Who is it? The old Taoist priest blushed a bit and said, Enli is the most famous ghost breeder in the elephant country. Very strong and notorious for being a vindictive person. You killed the ghost she raised. In the future, maybe she will come to you for revenge. You have to be careful. Su Mo laughed. Overthinking it. Cultivators from the elephant country dare to come to the dragon country? Really take 749 as a pose? The old Taoist monk thought about it and laughed. That's also true. In recent years, but all the foreign cultivators who have infiltrated our dragon kingdom have ended up in a miserable state. Rumor has it that a few months ago, a few ninjas from the Japanese country infiltrated and tried to steal our secret treasures, and were beaten by 749's men. My worries, on the contrary, are superfluous. Su Mo thought for a moment and then said, Then again, do those who raise ghosts in the elephant kingdom have a lot of ghosts around them? That's natural. The old Taoist priest nodded. This group of cultivators raise ghosts for a living. The stronger they are, the more ghosts they raise around them. And of course, the heavier the backlash will be. I've heard that this Master Enli, at a young age, is already the top ghost breeder in the elephant country. Rumor has it that she has raised a flayed ghost that has reached level 7 in strength. Very tough to deal with. Sumo's eyes lit up. Level 7. Skinning ghosts? That must be worth tens of thousands of merit? Water. However, Sumo was just thinking about it. He still had a forced number in his heart. With his current strength, the probability of not being able to a level 7 ghost? Aha! The Anlai person. Let's just set it up for now, and then we'll brush her up when we're stronger. Mr. Su, you're not thinking of going to the elephant country to get her, are you? The old Taoist priest asked. Asterisk 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 how did you know? Placed surveillance in my stomach? Su Mo was shocked. Never, the old Taoist priest added. Enli is not an ordinary ghost breeder. Besides that level 7 skinning ghost, I heard she has dozens of ghosts. Cultivators are most reluctant to go up against the elephant kingdom's ghost breeders. Once they do, they are outnumbered and difficult to deal with. The old Taoist priest still has one thing left to say. I know that you are strong in strength and young chi, but to run to the elephant country to make things happen, that would be challenging the entire elephant country cultivation community. It's going to be rough. Many ghosts? Dozens? Sumo's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. It sounded like it was really worth it. It seems, in the future, this elephant country is a must-visit. Seeing Sumo's look of fascination, the old Taoist priest stopped talking. He was afraid that he would say more. This guy just booked a flight and rushed over there. Ha! Looks like he wasn't lying. This guy really likes killing ghosts. Quirky quirk. Woo! Movement came from behind him, and Zhou Yuanshan shouted excitedly, Wake up! Wake up! Mr. Su, my daughter has woken up. The two turned around and saw Zhou Yuran opening his eyes with confusion and exhaustion. Being entangled by the ghosts for so many days, she had long been mentally and physically exhausted, and even if her essence was back now, she wouldn't be able to recover that quickly. Dad, Zhou Yuran spoke softly, Am I dead? Blah blah blah. What are you talking about? My daughter is alive and well, not dead or dying. Zhou Yuanshan laughed and wept. Ah, right. Zhou Yuanshan remembered something and hurriedly got up and took a mirror, handing it over. Furin, look at that. Zhou Yuran's eyes were horrified, shaking her head desperately. I'm not looking. Girls are beautiful. She was afraid to see the sickening horror of her appearance. Yuran, don't be afraid. You're all better now. Don't believe me. Zhou Yuanshan soothed. Only then did Zhou Yuran gather the courage to look into the mirror. It was the pretty face, no longer the horrible one, though the skin was pale and looked haggard. I good? Unbelievable. Zhou Yuran struggled to sit up, grasping the mirror with both hands, surprised and delighted. She had thought that she would die in ugliness and pain, but she didn't expect to wake up and recover. Was it a dream? She couldn't help but pinch her arm. It hurts. Not a dream. All of this. It's true. Good girl. You're totally fine. Zhou Yuanshan stroked his daughter's forehead and softly said, "It was Mr. Su and the Taoist priest who saved you." Only then did Zhou Yuran see that there were two other people standing behind his dad. A Taoist grandfather with a straggly beard. A handsome young man with a smile at the corner of his mouth. So good looking. Thanks. Zhou Yuran spoke softly. Ha, Uncle Wang. What happened to him? Zhou Yuran's gaze turned and saw Wang Dajuan not far away. The guy sitting there with dull eyes. All unfocused. Oh, him. Zhou Yuanshan sighed and said, "Your Uncle Wang is sick. I've already called a doctor. Is Uncle Wang alright?" Zhou Yuran had a worried look on his face. Nothing. Zhou Yuanshan didn't want his daughter to know about those messy things, and softly said, "Your task is to recuperate your mind and go back to school early, okay? Got it, Dad." Zhou Yuran nodded. Zhou Yuanshan said, "Then Dad and Mr. Su and the others went out to talk about something. Is it okay for you to be alone?" "I can." Zhou Yuran smiled. He was lucky to be well. "Old Wang, let's go." Zhou Yuanshan stepped forward, picked up his former old friend and left the room. Su Mo and the old Taoist priest followed closely behind. Half an hour later, the ambulance came and pulled Wang Dajuan away. Looking at the ambulance far away, Zhou Yuanshan only heavily exhaled. He turned his head and solemnly said, "Mr. Su, old Taoist master, thank you for saving my daughter. I, Zhou Yuanshan, am not a stingy person. Pay whatever you want." Chapter 17, Words Follow the Law. Taoist master, you're a lightning rod, aren't you? Ha ha, that's a good sentiment. Then I'll be polite. The old Taoist rubbed his hands together and raised two fingers. "I want that number." Zhou Yuanshan took a look and laughed. $2 million? Yes, Taoist master, give me an account number. I'll transfer it to you immediately. No. The old Taoist priest shook his head gravely. $20 million? No. 200 million? Zhou Yuanshan shocked. This Nima really big opening even if it is their own. A moment and a half cannot get 200 million funds Even Su Mo was shocked. "Old man, you really dare to take it? Taoist, with so much money, I really can't get it out in a moment." Zhou Yuanshan was in a bit of pain. After all, gave the old Taoist 200 million, is not also have to give Mr. Su 200 million. One is not to be generous. That's no small amount. What 200 million? The old Taoist priest stroked his beard and glared. "So much money, what do I need it for? I'll take 200. Block, Anan." Zhou Yuanshan and Su Mo, together, were speechless. Taoist priest, you're not kidding, are you? Just $200? Not $2 million, not $20 million? Zhou Yuanshan asked incredulously. "Crap." The old Taoist monk grunted and said, "I do things with an ape's feces. You can't see me until the ape dung arrives. Collecting $200 from you is just ending this karma." Once these two words came out, the image of the old Taoist priest was infinitely elevated in Su Mo's heart. Awesome. This old man, although his strength was not considered very strong, was really high-minded. When he thought of this guy cheating and selling his pirated martial arts secrets at the school gates, Su Mo felt cutthroat. Where does he know? The old Taoist heart is actually dripping blood. Whereas he does not want to collect money but down the mountain when the master said, "Each time you do something to collect money cannot exceed $200. Otherwise, break a leg." Master, how do you old man know the prices nowadays? A bowl of rice with pig's feet costs 20. The old Taoist priest silently wept in his heart. Tall man. Zhou Yuanshan let out a long sigh. His heart was incomparable admiration. Took out $200 from his money clip, and respectfully handed it over. "Taoist master, keep it." The old Taoist nodded arrogantly, took the money as soon as he could, and even held it up in front of his eyes to see if it was real or fake, before carefully putting it away. "That's good. The next 3 days do not have to sell pirated secret books. Every day there are pig's feet rice." "You do not say." Pig's feet rice, boss lady really energetic. "Mr. Su." Zhou Yuanshan looked at Su Mo. Su Mo pointed at the old Taoist priest and laughed. "Boss Zhou, I'm not as noble as him." Zhou Yuanshan laughed and said, "Mr. Su is joking. In my opinion, both of you are worldly men. I'll prepare $5 million for you. What do you think?" Of course, this is only part of the payment. The rest will be offered after a while. He thought very clearly, and with such a worldly man, he must remain coupled. Yes, Su Mo was calm on the surface, but was actually happy in his heart. $5 million. Cool. Zhou Yuanshan's efficiency is very high. The 500W transfer arrived very quickly, and Su Mo directly became rich. The feeling of being rich and stable. Boss Zhou, since the matter has been resolved, we won't bother anymore, the old Taoist priest said. Your daughter's body is still weak, so you should pay attention to nourishing her well, and getting more sunlight will be good for her. I'll take notes. Zhou Yuanshan immediately arranged for a driver to send the two back to the city. Back in the room, Zhou Yuanshan saw that his daughter was still looking in the mirror and was in a much better mood. Dad, have Mr. Su and the others left? Zhou Yuran put down the mirror and opened his mouth to inquire. Aha! Zhou Yuanshan nodded. Dad, that Mr. Su, what's his name? Zhou Yuran asked again. Sumo. Zhou Yuanshan thought for a moment and added. He's still studying at Yucheng University. Yucheng University. Sumo. Zhou Yuran memorized the two names firmly, as if he had made some sort of determination. Silly daughter. Zhou Yuanshan shook his head helplessly. Knowing his daughter was like a father, he could naturally tell that this daughter of his was curious about her savior. Mr. So is a man of the world. It's hard to get. Asterisk. This big automobile. It's so comfortable to sit in. In the Maybach, the old Taoist priest sat paralyzed in the back row with a face of enjoyment. Taoist master. I haven't asked you yet. What's your last name? Can't keep calling Taoist master. Sumo opened his mouth. The old Wei's name is Ray. Well, name is Lei. Ray? Sumo was shocked. There were people who named their children like this? Taoist master Lei had a helpless look on his face, spreading his hands and saying, what can I do? The name was given by master. My master said that when he picked me up back then, it was raining heavily and thunder danced wildly in the sky. He asserted at that time that I was the reincarnation of the heavenly thunder magus, and that I was destined to be related to thunder, and that I should bear the surname of thunder. But he couldn't think of a good name, so he just named me Ray. Sumo wanted to laugh. This was too casual, right? Taoist Lei. Then how did you introduce yourself when you went out? Sumo held back a smile and asked. Ugh. Taoist master Lei shook his head and said, I usually don't say my real name. Honestly, I don't think there are more than 10 people in the world who know my real name. He glanced at the driver, who was listening with his ears perked up, and said helplessly, well, it should be no more than 11. Sumo finally couldn't help himself and laughed out loud, then asked, Taoist Lei, your master said that you are the reincarnation of the thunder divine magus. Is that true or not? Where would I know to go? Taoist master Lei rolled his eyes and said, but, I do get struck by lightning often. Really? Of course it's true. I've been struck by lightning more times than I can count since I was a kid, but I've been fine every time. Master said that I'm going through a lightning tribulation. After I've been struck by lightning 999 times, I'll be ranked in the immortal class and rejoin the immortal court. I've done the math, and so far I've been cleaved for 997 times. Sumo gave a thumbs up. Awesome. The driver, who had been silent all this time, finally couldn't help himself and asked, Taoist master, have you really been struck by lightning thousands of times? Crickets in his heart. He can't even be killed by this? You lightning rod. This is still false? Taoist master Lei pointed at the starry night sky and said, that means the weather is good tonight. If there is a thunderstorm, Taoist master, I'll show you a hand catching thunder and lightning in minutes. His words had just fallen, when a burst of muffled thunder suddenly rang out from the originally quiet night sky. Black clouds rolled and surged. The stars in the sky were covered in the blink of an eye, and channels of silver snakes rolled in the dark clouds. Whoa! Large raindrops, from the sky, slammed down on the car windows with a crackling sound. The rainy night is coming. Sumo, Thunder Roadmaster, Driver, Chapter 18, Momsi Fight by Ghostfire Teen. Taoist Master Lei, you really, follow your words. Sumo cried and laughed. This old man's mouth, it's been opened by his master, right? It was a fine day, and as soon as he spoke, straight away the wind blew furiously. The muffled thunder continued, and it rained. Fantastic. Taoist Master Lei looked at the sky with a look of despair. It's over. We're going to get chopped again. The guy driving the car was shocked and muttered, that's not right. I've seen the weather and it's not going to rain tonight. So what? Taoist Master, you can really catch lightning with your hands? Boom! His words had just fallen, when suddenly a white light flashed before his eyes, followed by a muffled thunderbolt that struck down directly. It just happened to hit not far from the vehicle. Squeak! The driver slammed on the brakes and pissed himself. Really? Boom! Another muffled thunderclap fell, only a few meters away from the vehicle. Boom! Another thunderbolt. Taoist Lei looked helpless and said breathlessly, don't rush me, I'll get off right away. Having said that, just pull the doorknob. Taoist Master, are you crazy? The driver was scared miserable, and he was only joking. In case the Taoist master gets off and is really struck by lightning, won't he blame himself? If I don't get out of the car, this thunder will fall on your car, believe it or not, Taoist master Lei said. Boom! As if in response to his words, this one thundered, only a meter away from the car. See, I knew it. Taoist thunder spread his hands, pulled open the car door and walked into the pouring rain. Rumble! The thunder and lightning in the sky seemed to get excited and the thunder became louder, louder and wilder. After Taoist master Lei walked out a long way, he stopped and stood in the rain. Come on, hurry up! Boom! A thunderbolt fell with incomparable brilliance, brightening the dog's eyes. Lei Daojia's figure was all but drowned out. It's really splintered. The driver's eyes were horrified, shivering and pointing out the window. Mr. Su, the Taoist priest won't be chopped to death, will he? Sumo shrugged. How would I know? I haven't been struck by lightning. Ouch! A scream came. The thunder light gradually dispersed, and Sumo could not help but smile when he saw the shape of Taoist Lei. The hair and beard are all standing up. The Taoist robes on his body are intact, but his face is a bit dark. Ouch! Lighten up! 3 thunderbolts fell in a row, all of which landed accurately on Tao Master Lei, looking very cool. After the 3 thunders, the sound of thunder was hidden, and the black clouds above the dome of the sky gradually dispersed, revealing the stars in the sky again. And the rain stopped, and the wind stopped. Only Sumo and the driver were left staring at each other. Awesome! The driver couldn't help but let out an exclamation. That Taoist priest surnamed Lei, who had been struck by lightning 3 times, was actually still alive and kicking, just a bit of a maniacal look. Cough cough. Taoist master Lei pulled open the car door, sat in. A mouth is a burst of black smoke. He messed around with his hair and beard and wiped a handful of thunder dust from his face. How about that? Didn't lie to you guys, did I? Sumo gave a thumbs up. Taoist Lei is awesome. Your master was right. You are definitely the reincarnation of the Thunder Magus. You won't die even with such a chop. In the future, when you rank in the immortal class, remember to bring my little brother, Lei Taoist Pu, this immortal official reincarnation who love to be whoever, every day to be struck by lightning. I do not want to be anyway. Wait a minute. He took out a small notebook, turned to a new page, wrote the date, and wrote a paragraph at the bottom. Today's number of chops, 3. Accumulated number of chops, 5,000. Remaining number of chops, 4,999. Only when he closed the book did Sumo see a few large words on the front page. Diary of a lightning strike. The corner of Sumo's mouth twitched. Who is a good person to write a diary? Or this kind of diary? Split in half. Taoist Master Lei carefully put away the diary and lamented. I hope I can finish it in my lifetime. Sumo said. Taoist Master Lei, are you sure this thunder will only strike you 9,999 times? What if it still chops you after it's finished? How should I know? Taoist Master Lei casually said. That's what my master said anyway. If I'm still chopping after chopping, I'll go to his old man for a statement. Who is the reincarnation of an immortal official who gets struck by lightning every day? Sumo silently said in his heart. Do you think there is a possibility that your master didn't get the name right? After such a small episode, the driver did not dare to speak, and only drove with his head stuffy on the way. Soon, the car then reached the city center. A big wide road ahead. It was now late at night and there were very few cars. Rumble, a sound of an engine, ringing in the ears of the 3 men, was accompanied by a strange shriek of excitement. Immediately after that, 3 motorcycles came into view. 3 cars, 6 of them, 3 men and 3 women. The 3 motorcycles were very fast, speeding recklessly on the wide main road, with occasional high-flying maneuvers. The scene was somewhat chaotic as the 3 girls sitting in the backseat let out occasional bursts of screams. These ghost-fire teenagers, they're out blowing up the streets again. The driver had to slow down as 3 motorcycles blocked the way and had no tendency to move out of the way. Ha! Taoist Lei looked at the ghostly fireboy for a moment in disbelief, then rolled the window down again and looked that way. This action caught the attention of the ghostly fireboy. Brother Yuran, there's an old man over there looking at us. A girl in pink clothes on the back seat of a red motorcycle spoke. She pointed to the Maybach not far away, where a leering old man was cocking his head and looking this way. The girl was wearing a nose stud, and her hair was dyed pink, and she was wearing heavy makeup to make her stand out. In front of her, the boy on the motorcycle was much more conspicuous, with beanies and tight pants, and an eye in the sky tattooed on his forehead. It's of the Mom Sees a Fight variety, tattooed with the eye of heaven on the top and a tiger on the bottom. It is not painful to be cut down in the street. Hey, old man, what are you looking at? Fargo twisted the throttle, came to a straight line acceleration, and dashingly parked the motorcycle in front of the Maybach. With a provocative face, he looked at Tao Master Lei. Taoist Master Lei shrunk his neck and laughed. Little brother, your motorcycle is quite handsome. That's right. Fargo was very proud and said, "This motorcycle of mine is expensive." On second thought, the other guy was driving a Maybach, so it seemed like a bit of a slap in the face to talk about it. Crunch! 2 other motorcycles came over, lining up and blocking the Maybach's path. "Fargo, what's wrong?" 2 other motorcycles asked. "This old man peeped at my horse." Fargo pointed at Taoist Lei. "What?" The boys riding the other 2 motorcycles were instantly enraged, arrogantly pointing at Taoist Lei and cursing. "Old thing, is Brother Yuan's horse also something you can look at? Believe it or not, I'll gouge out your eyes." "Brother Yuan, gouge out his eyes and give us a taste." Lei Daojie were speechless and said, "Big brother, misunderstanding. I didn't look at your horse." What's the point? Get out of the car. If you don't pay for it today you can't leave." Brother Yuan scolded and twisted the gas pedal even louder. Boom boom boom. The 3 motorcycles twisted the throttles frantically, which was deafening in the silence of the night. Chapter 19. It is your destiny to meet me. Mr. Su, what should we do? The driver's expression was a little hard to see. It was not easy to be blocked by a few ghost fire teenagers. "We can't just charge right through it, can we? I can't afford to take the blame if something goes wrong." "No panic." Suemo waved his hand and looked at the 3 motorcycles with interest. "Interesting. If I'm not mistaken, these guys look a bit familiar. The report I saw myself the other day. 3 cars and 6 people in a car crash. The photos on the report were coded but still recognizable. It's the 6 men in front of us. In other words, they're ghosts." The corners of Sumo's mouth were about to burst into smiles. "What luck, running into a ghost again." "No, why are you guys blackmailing people?" Taoist Master Lei was a bit angry. "How come he had to charge for a look? You're a museum artifact, aren't you? Not coming down, right? You won't pay for it, right? Brothers, smash it for me." Brother Yuan waved his hand. The 3 men immediately stopped the car, and they didn't know where to feel out 3 steel pipes, carrying them on their shoulders and shaking them. Yeah, smash it. I haven't smashed a limo yet. Ugh, ing dirtbag. Smash it, Brother Yuan. It's not fun just smashing the car. If the old man doesn't pay up, I'll really gouge his eyes out. Taoist Master Lei had a helpless face and turned his head to look at Suemo. Nima, looking at a glance, is still being blackmailed. "Get off and meet them." Sumo nuzzled and winked. Tao Master Lei understood for a second and asked, "See, isn't it obvious?" "Obviously. So, get off?" "Get off." Yes. The 2 of them spoke to each other, causing the driver to freeze and wonder what they were playing at. "Mr. Su, you can't get out of the car." The driver hurriedly stopped it and said, "These youngsters don't know how to do it lightly. They are really daring to cause a death. Let's call the police." Suemo patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, it won't cause any deaths. Just stay in the car and don't move. We'll go out and sort it out." "That's right, they're not even human beings, so how did they make a scene?" The 2 pulled open the door and got out of the car. Sumo's looks immediately caught the attention of the 3 girls. "So handsome." The 3 girls' eyes lit up. "Say, how do you want to solve it?" Suemo asked with a smile as he wrapped his hands around his chest. Fargo never expected that this guy would really dare to get out of the car, and froze for a moment. It was the man behind him who reminded, "Fargo, pay up." "Yes, pay up." Brother Yuan viciously raised the steel pipe in his hand and said, "This old man looked at my horse 3 times. He must pay for it. Otherwise, I'll smash your stupid car." "Yeah, how much is the payout?" Suemo shrugged. 300. "No, pay 3,000. Brother Far held up 3 fingers and wiggled them. 3,000 it is. Come on, I'll turn you. Sumo grinned. "No." Instead, Fargo shook his head and said, "We only want cash." "Cash? Wait." Suemo went back to the car, took a paper and pen, and wrote 30,000 yuan on it with a dragon and snake. "Here, $30,000. Keep the change." Suemo calmly handed the paper over. This kind of operation directly stuns the driver. "Still? Are you kidding us?" The expression on Brother Yuan's face, incomparably angry. Even his face seemed to have become gloomy. "Brother Yuan, this guy is simply intentional. It would be more painful to just gouge his eyes out. That's it. Asterisk. Just take a piece of paper and write a number on it and consider it money? You think you're a money printer?" On the 3 men, a burst of black gas surged up, and a gloomy wind blew around them out of nowhere. "Don't." Suemo took the paper back and calmly said, "It wasn't me who tricked you. It was you guys who fooled me first. Even if I pay, can you guys spend it? How many? Ghosts, which can spend people's money." Sumo's words made all 6 people have been shocked. Their faces became eerie and horrible, as if they were going to eat someone the next moment. "You see?" Brother Yuan's voice became low and gloomy, and the black aura on his body became even more vigorous. "Ooh, the strength isn't weak yet. It's probably a level 2 ghostly creature that could be worth 500 merit. Sorry, I'm a person who pays more attention to the news. Sumo spread his hands. News? The driver sitting in the car was confused, thinking, what the hell is Mr. Su talking about? Why can't you understand? Suddenly, something occurred to him. Hurriedly took out his cell phone and started searching for the keywords motorcycle. 3 men and 3 women. Sure enough, a news item popped up. Car wrecks, 3 men and 3 women right off cliff. There were also coded photos on the news, and although the code was thick, it wasn't hard to recognize the real person when they were right in front of me. WOJ, hit a ghost. The driver shivered, his eyes terrified as he comforted himself. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Taoist Master Lei is capable of catching lightning with his hands, and that Mr. Su is most likely capable as well. A few brats in the district, not much of a problem. Although he was comforting himself like this, he couldn't help his feet from shaking, but in front of him was a living ghost. Who isn't scared? Sumo raised his hand, pointed at Fargo, and said, as I recall, you had the worst fall with this car, right? Sheesh, seems like you're all split up. The police only found your body at the bottom of the hill. The head was only found on the 3rd day, right? Fargo, and you? Sumo pointed at the pink-haired girl. You sat in the back seat and were thrown out dozens of meters, and I heard that a big hole was made in your stomach, and your intestines flowed all over the place. The pink-haired girl paled and subconsciously covered her stomach. And you? Sumo pointed at a few people, colorfully talking about the tragic circumstances of their deaths, and occasionally gesturing. You shut up. Brother Yuan finally couldn't help himself and lifted the steel pipe to point at Sumo. Who the hell are you and what do you want? Weird. Too weird. This guy knows he's a ghost, but he's not scared at all. Instead he's a little excited? It scared Fargo. This guy's not a pervert, is he? It was clearly you who stopped me, and now you're asking me what I want? Sumo rolled his eyes. All I can say is that it was your destiny to meet me. What margin? Sending you down to be reunited together. Boom! On Fargo's body, a bizarre aura erupted, and his body began to rot and decay, and heads drooped, a foul odor that churned around. Ein yet, ghost. The driver, who was sitting in the car, was so shocked by the scene that he almost turned his back. Too immersive. This kind of image, which was originally seen only in ghost movies, now really appears in front of our eyes. Who can stand it? It's a good thing you didn't pass out. You seek death. Brother Yuan stared at Sumo and opened his mouth word by word. Originally, I only wanted to blackmail you for some money, but now, only to drag you with me as a ghost. Guys, him. Chapter 20, Superman? Lai Long's domestic pants were torn for him. Boom! The 2 men who followed him were suddenly covered in ghostly aura and also changed into their real bodies. The mold is a bit miserable to look at anyway. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The 3 of them waved their steel pipes and turned into black shadows, pouncing on Sumo with great speed. Taoist Lei, back off. Sumo took a step forward and activated the 9 Yang divine power. His body's chi and blood erupted and boiled with fervor. A steel pipe came towards the head. Sumo reached out to block, only to hear a dang sound. The steel pipe smashed into his arm. Hiss. It hurts a little. The 9 Yang divine skill had greatly improved Sumo's physique, and his defense had likewise increased greatly. If it was an ordinary person, being smashed by a ghost like this, at the very least, their yang fire would be dimmed and their tendons broken. Sumo grabbed the steel pipe with his backhand and flung it fiercely. The ghostly creature that was hidden in the black gas was directly thrown out and rolled several times before coming to a stop. Go to hell. Brother Yuan's figure appeared. He struck viciously, grabbing the steel pipe with both hands and poking it directly into Sumo's eyes. It's a poke that's going to make a hole in the head. Sumo reached out and directly held the steel pipe, and no matter how hard Brother Yuan tried, he couldn't move. Go you! Sumo let fly with a jab. Fargo let out an ow. His stomach arched back and his body flew backwards like an open-backed shrimp, slamming hard on the ground. His head, still split, rolled gulp out of the way. The 3rd ghostly creature, likewise, didn't get the benefit of the doubt, and was clunked by Sumo with 2 slaps in the face, hitting his eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A martial arts movie. The driver sitting in the car was stunned by Sumo's dazzling maneuvers, and in his perspective, Sumo was a supreme expert, much more dominant than those stars on TV who fight. Bull. Taoist Master Lei also gave a thumbs up, saying that this guy's yang energy is just strong, and he was able to directly hit the entity of the ghost. Awesome indeed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why is this guy so fierce? The headless Fargo climbed to his feet, the mouth on the far side of his head opening and closing, a mass of black gas that enveloped the surroundings. The 3 girls on the sidelines couldn't maintain their current image and changed back to their pre-death misery. You guys have to stop fighting hot. The pink-haired girl cried. It was just a little creepy to match her current image. Cry your head off. Pick your head up. Fargo cursed. Oh who? The pink-haired girl hurriedly picked up Fargo's head and trotted to him, patting to his neck. Click. Like putting together Legos. Fargo's head was put back together and he wiggled it around, moving it around. Guys, this guy is awesome. Get in the car. Yeah, get in the car and get him. The three climbed up, each reaching out, and doing a cool pose, yelling together. Motorcycle, start. The motorcycle parked in the distance actually started by itself and ran automatically. The three ghostly creatures transformed into black shadows and each got on a motorcycle, holding the handlebars in one hand and the steel pipe in the other. The front ends of the three cars were firmly aimed at Sumo. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. The sound of the engine exploded, and the aura on the three-headed ghostly creatures, which was climbing up, was unexpectedly a notch stronger than just now. So middle of the road? Sumo cried and laughed. You three ghosts, get so hot-blooded for what? Hiss. Seeing this scene, Taoist Master Lei was startled and said, these three guys, they really like motorcycles. These three vehicles have been refined into their innate ghost artifacts. With this item's boost, their strength is already close to that of a level 3 ghost. Mr. Su, get it done? Sumo thought about it and said, it should be manageable, right? Anyway, level 2 ghosts, I can kill them in seconds. Should. Taoist Master Lei opened his mouth and said, you don't even know if you can handle it. Why are you messing with them? On second thought, this guy's yang energy is so terrifyingly strong that it's almost filling up his kidneys. So a few little ghosts in the area shouldn't be much of a problem. Taoist Master Lei, can you help? If you can't help, then back up a bit more and let the car move back as well. The battle in a while could be fierce. Sumo said, I can't. Taoist Master Lei shook his head decisively and pulled the passenger side to get in. Reverse. Ha, what back up the car. If you get into a fight later and the ghost energy reaches you, you'll go back and lie down for 3 months at the very least. The driver reacted by putting it in reverse gear, hitting the gas, and frantically backing up. Hey, you don't fall too far. I can't even see. Taoist Lei asked the driver to pull up to a not too far distance and stuck his head through the front glass. Tart, take a good look. The next image will be your capital to brag about your greatness for the rest of your life. When the driver heard this, he couldn't miss it and hurriedly concentrated on looking over. Boom boom boom, the roar of the engine, exploding in his ears. Sumo assumed a tongue stance, stretched out a finger, and smiled faintly. Come over here, asterisk. Brothers, he taunted us. Him up. Fargo couldn't hold back any longer and twisted the throttle, the motorcycle rushing over in a black line. The other two followed suit. 3 motorcycles crashed into Sumo, and vaguely, the pink-haired girl's cries of pain could be heard. You guys stop fighting hot. Swish. A motorcycle arrived in front of him, followed by steel pipes falling. Sumo quickly dodged to the side. Boom! The steel pipe smashed into the ground, and a crack appeared in the ground. The speed is indeed much faster. Is this the strength of a level 3 ghost creature? But, doesn't seem very strong either. Go to hell. Another motorcycle rushed over, steel pipe swinging and smashing into Sumo's head. Sumo made a reversal, quickly grabbed the ghostly creature's wrist, and fiercely brought it towards his body. And the ghostly creature on the motorcycle could not help but be pulled over. Go you! Sumo received a hook punch, which fiercely blasted on the ghost's chin, and the ghost let out a ow scream. The power of Sumo's punch was too great, and the ghostly creature's wrist was being held by Sumo. Only hearing a bared sound, the ghost's arm was directly torn off, and its body flew out backwards. One hand, along with the steel pipe, was still in Sumo's hand, and his fingertips were still trembling. Ha! So vicious. From afar, Taoist Master Lei didn't forget to comment, Mr. Su's uppercut move is great. TSK. If I were to name this move, it should be called Punching Cannon Fist? Good name. Not bad. The driver was stunned and stammered. Asterisk, that's even possible? Mr. Su is Superman, right? Taoist Master Lei was right. What he saw today was indeed the bragging capital of this life. Just, whether people believe me when I tell them or not, that's not so sure. After all, he wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Taoist Master Lei looked disdainful. Superman from the beautiful country? If he comes to Dragon Kingdom, the panties would be torn for him. Chapter 21. It's you, Moto Man. Ha! Sumo threw his arm away in disgust, thought about it and picked up the steel pipe again, holding it in his hand and turning it upside down. You don't know. It's pretty handy. Swish. There's a ghastly wind coming from behind, so needless to say, there's a ghost doing a sneak attack. Sumo didn't even look at it. His backhand was a steel pipe smashing over, only to hear a clang sound, followed by a wail. Sumo looked back. Well, it was Fargo. The guy tried to smash the back of his head, but he didn't have the strength. The steel pipe bounced back and smashed into his own face, and the poor guy's head flew out again, landing in front of the pink-haired girl once again. Fargo, you guys should stop fighting hot. I said your head. Hurry up and pick your head up. Pick it up. Far was furious. The pink-haired girl hurriedly picked up Fargo's head and trotted over to him, once again settling his head in place for Fargo. Boo! Another muffled sound. All three brothers were knocked down, and the three motorcycles roared helplessly as they fell to the east. Brother Yuran, we can't beat it at all. The ghostly creature with a broken arm cried. Why don't we run? Run for your ass. Brother Yuan slapped him across the face and droned. That guy is so strong. Can we run away? Come on, Hopper, let's turn it up. Gotta finish this guy off. Fargo said. No, not good. The position is a bit shameful. The other two ghostly creatures resisted a little bit. I'll be damned. Fargo was furious and cursed. You're all dying and you guys still care about this? I'm telling you guys, we die one more time. We're really Ed. Asterisk. The three of them reached a consensus and called the other three girls over as well, not knowing what kind of trick they had gotten up to. 3 motorcycles, rejoining them. Get in the car. The 3 got on the motorcycle and the girl got on the back seat. What the? Suemo carried the steel pipe and was a bit confused. These ghostly creatures were going to run away? Doesn't look like it. Hoo. A mass of black gas began to rotate between the 3 motorcycles, turning into a black hurricane, as the chi around them became more and more dense. In the black hurricane, the breath grew more and more exuberant. This is, Taoist Master Lei's face shook in surprise. I can't imagine. These ghostly creatures have such deep feelings. Taoist Lei, what are they up to? The driver asked cautiously. If I'm not mistaken, these 6-headed ghosts, they're going to fuse. Fusion? It's probably, 1 + 1 is greater than 2 kind of effect. 6 ghosts fused together. That's really a solid level 3 ghost. Roadmaster Ray said. The driver listened to the clouds. What a mess of ghosts level. He also did not have a concept. Want to ask but do not dare to ask. Look, it's coming out. As Taoist Lei reached out and pointed, the driver hurriedly turned his gaze over and was shocked. Jesus, what kind of look is that? He saw that a behemoth stepped out of the black mist. 2 motorcycles were lined up on the ground, each with a ghostly creature standing on it. On the shoulders of the 2 ghostly creatures stood 3 female ghosts. The 3-headed female ghost raised her hands to hold up Fargo. Fargo's image at this moment was extremely cool, like he had fused with the motorcycle. Arms became handlebars, chest became a gas tank, and both feet became wheels. Anyway, everywhere but the head is motorcycle parts. Asterisk. Motorcycle man? Suemo was startled. He never thought that these ghostly creatures had so many tricks up their sleeves. But, that said, the combination of these guys, from the feeling, to be a lot tougher. Damn human. Suffer. Tank roll. Fargo, standing at the top, roared and jerked his stomach, and several fuel tanks shot out, and with flames. Holy, that works? Sumo's eyes went wide. Was this kind of move something a human could come up with? Boom! A fuel tank exploded and flames swept all around. Fortunately Suemo was prepared and dodged in a hurry. Boom. The fuel tanks kept exploding. The scene was very chaotic, and in this situation, Suemo was also a bit speechless. Blow you up. Fargo threw it non-stop. The gas tank in his hand never broke, but those ghostly creatures underneath his feet had already fallen a bit to the east. Brother Yuan, if you keep throwing it down, we're going to karma. A ghostly creature trembled and spoke. Those tanks, they didn't come out of thin air. Every time they were thrown, they consumed the ghostly energy in everyone. The overdrafts are ghost lives. Oh, forget it. Sorry. Fargo stopped in a huff, his eyes going to the mess made by the tank blowing up. Dead, right? As a result, he then saw that the man had reappeared, seemingly unharmed at all, just a little gray. Ahem. Suemo sneezed twice and patted the dust on his body. The ground was blown out in several large craters. Nima, all right? Fargo's eyes went wide, and just as he wanted to throw the gas tank again, Suemo already didn't give it a chance. Smash your motorcycle. Suemo grabbed a piece of concrete, at the very least 100 pounds, and ruthlessly smashed it against the motorcycle on the left. Clunk! The concrete hit the motorcycle so fast and hard that the bike fell apart. The motorcycle man formed by the 6-headed ghostly creatures was suddenly askew, and then there was a succession of wailing sounds. Motoman bulked up and became a 6-headed ghost with 2 cars again. Sumo, it's not. It disintegrated so easily? Whatever. Let's get a few dead first. Sumo's feet fired and stomped hard. The whole person rushed out like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he reached the pink-haired female ghost and stomped down. Ah! The pink-haired female ghost shrieked in shock, and before she had time to react, Her head was directly stepped on by Sumo. Pust. The exploded head, like a large cuttlefish being crushed, splattered with dark brown slime. The female ghost's body shook a few times and turned into a pile of black ash. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 2 ghost car accident ghost. Gain 500 points of merit value. Current merit value, 3,500 points. A level 2 ghost? Sumo was a bit surprised. Darling, when Fargo saw his horse being trampled to death, he panicked and his ghostly aura erupted. Shut up you! Sumo kicked over, and Fargo's head whirled again and separated from his body. Holy, run! Finally, a few other ghosts reacted. They simply couldn't be beaten. Trying to run, that's not going to work. Sumo caught up with the 2 female ghosts and clunked them with 2 punches, but unfortunately, they were 2 level 1 ghosts with only 200 merit value. Buzz off! The sound of a motorcycle starting up rang out, and a ghostly creature took the opportunity to mount the motorcycle and step on the gas. But as soon as he twisted the throttle, he was horrified to find the tires rubbing frantically on the ground. But the car, it didn't move at all. Chapter 22, Knights as Blackguards 2? The Axe Gang. This ghostly creature looked back and instantly pissed itself. The mean guy, who was grabbing his own back seat. No wonder the motorcycle wouldn't start. Holy! The ghostly creature cried out and twisted the throttle as hard as it could, but to no avail. Come down here and take you. Sumo grabbed his yellow hair and viciously brought it under the car, and thumped it with 2 punches, smashing his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 2 ghost car crash ghost and gaining 500 merit value. Current merit value, 4,200 points. Cool. Another level 2 ghost. Sumo's figure did not stop. A few beeps came from his ears. The ghosts around him had already been killed. The merit value also came to 4,900 points. Asterisk is fierce. Taoist Lei, who was watching the show from afar, was completely shocked. The way this guy killed the ghosts was too ferocious. Go straight up and clunk a few punches. Not dead? Just add a few more kicks. Unlike myself, I have to kill a ghost and use charms and black dog blood in magic weapons. How to watch? It's not even as cool as this. As for the driver, he was already completely numb. What he had seen and heard this evening had completely turned his understanding upside down. In this world, there really are ghosts. And people who are even afraid of ghosts. Don't kill me. Fargo had been pissed off, his body twisting and turning on one side, his head alas begging for mercy. Sumo walked up to his head, lifted his foot, and muttered to himself, too bad, there are fewer ghosts. These ghosts are all a bit weak and provide little merit value. However, with the speed at which he was killing ghosts, he would soon be able to reach 10,000 merit values and redeem the enhancement. I know where the ghosts are. When Yuran heard Sumo's words, it was as if he had grabbed a life preserver and shouted desperately. Oh, the bottom of Sumo's foot, which had stepped on his face, moved away again. He knelt down and asked, you really know? I know. Fargo's head nodded desperately as he said, after I died and became a ghost, other ghosts came to me and asked me to join them. It's rumored that their ghost boss is fierce, a real level 3 ghost. Level 3? Sumo's eyes lit up, able to engage. Where? It's at. Fargo was about to say something when he suddenly shut up and pleaded, Big brother, can you let me go? I'll never come out and hang out again. I'll take you there if you promise. I know, there are a lot of ghosts there, dozens at the very least. They also have a name. The Axe Gang. The ghosts in there, they all use axes. Awesome. You'll be satisfied when you go and see it. Big brother, the Axe Gang. Sumo was speechless, saying that the name was really bad. Even ghosts used it. But he said there were dozens of ghostly creatures. Sounds so heartwarming. 1 for 1, 2 for 80. Dozens of ghosts, that mustn't be tens of thousands of merit points? Lean, got to go. Okay, I promise you. Sumo grabbed Yuan's head and headed for the car. Oi. My body. Oh, almost forgot. Sumo turned back again and clunked 2 punches, smashing Fargo's body into flying dust. Fargo, is that what I mean? You smashed my body. What the am I going to use it for later? Well now, the body is gone. Let's go. Sumo smiled brightly. Yuan looked at the smile and couldn't help but shiver. This guy was horrible. He wanted to cry. What kind of sin is this that he has to come out in the middle of the night to provoke him? Long, why is he carrying that ghost's head over here? The driver looked horrified. How do I know? Master Lei was also confused. Sumo pulled open the car door and threw Fargo's head in first before sitting on his own ass in the car. Taoist leader Lei caught Fargo's head in his hands and set it on the small tabletop in the back seat with a disgusted look on his face. Yuan was as well behaved as a white rabbit, and even curtly flashed a smile towards Taoist Lei. The driver saw this in the inside rearview mirror and was ashen. Boss, I'm afraid I can't have this car. What's going on? Taoist Lei pointed to his head. Oh yes, Sumo spoke up. He said he knows of a gang called the Axe Gang. It's full of ghosts, and their boss is still a level 3 ghost. I'll spare his ghostly life for now and let him take me. Brother Yuan hastily added. Big brother, you even promised me, as long as I take you there, you'll let me go. Sumo's complexion remained unchanged and nodded. Well, don't worry, I'm a man of my word and never lie. Dao Master Lei's face was odd. You're still too young, kid. He said he wouldn't lie to people. He didn't say he wouldn't lie to ghosts? The last one who said so has turned into dust. Taoist Master Lei looked at him with a look of pity. You, what's that look in your eyes? Fargo asked, shivering. Oh, Taoist Master Lei reacted extremely quickly and hurriedly stretched out his sleeve and wiped the stains on Brother Yuan's face. What a poor child. Look at, your face is all dirty. The poor Taoist will help you wipe it. It's good to be clean in the future. Fargo was touched. Taoist Master, you're a good man. That's what they all say. Clunk. Sumo got impatient and slapped Fargo on the center of his head. Where is the stronghold of the Axe Gang? Speak quickly. It's in an abandoned steel mill north of the city. Sumo turned his gaze to the driver. Bro, give us another ride? The driver was actually scared, but the thought of the scene he had just witnessed made his blood boil a little. You can't miss such a great show. Mr. Su, you are the boss's honored guest. The boss said, I will go west if you tell me to go west. I will go east if you tell me to go east. You are asking me to hit a tree. That's not necessary. Drive. Okay. Yu Chung, 749th Bureau. Captain, there's news. The door to the office was pushed open and a shapely staff member walked in, holding a pad. Oh, Lin Xianxian looked up. The staff pushed the rimless glasses on the bridge of his nose and said, through our insiders, we have learned that the stronghold of that gang of ghosts is in the abandoned steel mill in the north of the city. The leader of the Axe Gang, Brother Scar, will show up tonight. Lin Xianxian's eyes lit up as she got up and said, very well. Have you found out clearly? How many ghosts are there? There are about 50 heads. Scarab is the strongest and has reached the standard of a level 3 ghost. Lin Xianxian snorted coldly and said, not too bold to form a ghost gang under our Bureau 749's nose. You go report to the chief. I'll lead the team tonight. We must wipe out the ghosts of the Axe Gang and eliminate Scar. Otherwise, there are so many ghosts feeding on it. Scarab Blade will most likely be promoted to a level 4 ghost, and it will be even more difficult then. Yes, the staff was about to leave when Lin Xianxian called out again. Wait, how do you recognize an inside line? That ghostly creature. It would wear a red hat. Good, tell the others not to injure it by mistake. After we eliminate Scarab, we'll send it away again. Chapter 23 Compared to Ghosts. I'm more afraid of being poor. City North, a huge building, standing in the darkness of the night, covering a large area. Here, originally, was a steel mill. For some reason, it was closed years ago and never torn down, becoming a place of clutter. The abandoned steel mill looked a little eerie at night. Suddenly, two silhouettes that appeared here, a man and a woman. Both were wearing rushing suits, backpacks, and special helmets on their heads with a cell phone hanging from them. Obviously, these two are live streamers, commonly known as camera in the head people. Honey, it's here, right? It's a little creepy. Why don't we just forget about it and go somewhere else for the live feed? The woman was good looking and wore delicate makeup. She scrunched her neck and looked at the steel mill in the distance, always feeling a little panicky inside. The pitch-black building was like a beast with its mouth wide open, waiting to get itself inside. Scared of what? Are there really ghosts? The man looked disdainful. What if? I always thought this place was creepy. Didn't the internet say that this place is really haunted? The woman couldn't help but remember the rumors on the internet that the place was really haunted and that people had seen it with their own eyes. There's something to be said for that, and it makes my heart flutter to think about it. Scared less. The man laughed, organizing his gear as he said, we've been on the air for so long, have we ever hit a ghost? Besides, if this place wasn't haunted, I wouldn't come. What good traffic. Look at that. He handed his cell phone over and said, as soon as I said I was coming to the steel mill to broadcast live, 3,000 people already made reservations. Maybe, today, the number of people in our live room can break 10,000. Think about how much money we can make. Are you still afraid? 10,000? The woman's eyes lit up, and the fear in her heart dispersed a lot. This wave is bound to earn Hampa. It's like it's not so scary anymore. The woman laughed and said, I'm more afraid of being poor than I am of ghosts. The man hugged her hard and laughed. That's right. If you want to talk about ghosts, we used to be too. What? Poor man. Put. The woman burst out laughing. Yeah, before they did the live broadcast, the two were still working as cows and horses in the factory. working hard overtime every month for a few $1,000s of cow and horse fees. Since starting a live stream specializing in exploring the kind of places that are haunted, the two have gradually risen in popularity and made money faster. Think about it. Ghosts aren't scary. It's being poor that's scary. It's about time. The man looked at the time. It was almost 10 p.m. In his experience, this was the time when popularity was at its peak. The man lifted his phone and opened the Tremors app. Their account was called Ghostbusters Couple. Begin. The man opened the live stream, and in an instant there was an influx of over 1,000 people, who had obviously been waiting. Asterisk. It's really on. Ha! It's a real death wish. Awesome. It's on. Place your bets. Let's see if they'll hit a ghost tonight. Crashing chicken ghosts. They've been live for so long. I've never seen one. Livestream broadcast, user tier onion not eat onion put 10 airplanes on the anchor. Asterisk. It's the big dirtbag brother Rip Onion. First time I've seen one alive. The man looked at his cell phone screen and was so happy that Torn Onion was here. There were now 2,000 people in the live room, and it still hadn't started. So it seemed that one's projections had been conservative. Maybe we can break 20,000 tonight. Steady, tonight's the night. The man avoided the camera and gave the woman a wink. In a minute, let's do some work. The woman understood in seconds and nodded. Good evening, families. We are Mr. and Mrs. Crash. Both appear on camera at the same time. I'm Brother Nyo, and I'm Sister Nyo. The two greeted the people in the broadcast room. Thank you all for your support. Thank you Rip Onion for the airplane. And please give me Rip Onion some love from your families. After a round of bragging, the man continued. I'm sure you already know where we're going tonight. There it is. He flipped the camera around and pointed it at the pitch-black abandoned factory in the distance and said, the steel mill in the north of the city. Everyone says it's haunted, but your brother Nyo just doesn't believe it. Tonight, we'll take everyone inside to see if there are ghosts or not. The live feeds are buzzing. Asterisk. Is it really the abandoned steel mill in the north of the city? Anchor, do you want to die? This place is really haunted. No kidding. Cut. I don't believe it. I've been there in the daytime. I took a wild. I didn't see any ghosts. You said it was daytime. You try it at night? RIP on RIP. Then you go. Scared of you. So you're going? Scared of you. Upstairs. Don't compare. If you have the ability to open a live broadcast right now, I'll send an airplane when you go. Brothers, this place is really kind of evil. I got drunk the other day and made a bet with my friends to hang out over there. And I saw. Asterisk. What did you see? Tell us now. Half talking. Your mom's grocery prices will go up. I saw that there were people in the steel mill and it was the kind. Oops. I don't know how to say it anyway, but I knew as soon as I saw them that they weren't people. Anchor, why don't we just forget about it? This place is really dangerous. In case we do run into something dirty, it'll be karma's balls. Day. Saying this so true. I'm scared. You're not ing the anchor's trustee, are you? The man watched the live broadcast. His heart was happy. The more discussion, the more popular the live broadcast. It doesn't. There are already 5,000 of them. Families, I'm actually not afraid. I'm a person with heavy yang energy, and I'm not afraid of ghosts by nature. But, he turned his cell phone camera around and aimed it at the woman. Sister Cow is already about to pee herself. The woman was already familiar with this kind of cooperation, and her delicate face frowned slightly with an expression of fear. Yo, why don't we just not go in? I'm a bit scared. This place is too eerie. After saying that, he also stole a glance at the live broadcast popularity. Ooh, 6,000 people now. Ha ha ha. Sister Cow's expression is so cute. I just love that scared look on her face. It's just so protective and cute. Think, upstairs, you are really hungry. Sister Cow, are you wearing hay silk today? You wear it every time you go exploring. You won't be shortchanging the brothers today, will you? Hay silk, hay silk. The man squeezed his eyes at her and moved the camera down to a pair of long legs, wearing monogrammed heaths. Sister Cow is wearing a little skirt today that comes down to her hips, coupled with black high heels. It set her legs even more slender and sexy. Chapter 24. I don't want you to feel. I want me to feel. Heiza showed up and the popularity of the live stream rose again. Cow struggled to show off her long legs, rubbing the edges a little, but not quite. Obviously, she's become quite adept at this set of traffic laws. Livestream broadcast, user tier onion not eat onion put 10 airplanes on the anchor. Torn onions not torn onions. Hurry up, go in or not. If not I'm leaving. You have 1 minute. The man took one look and quickly laughed. Brother Torn Onion, of course we're going in. Family, without further ado, let's go. The two men fearing that the live broadcast of the dirt ran away, raised their cell phones and walked deeper and deeper in the direction of the steel mill. The popularity of the live streaming room is still on the rise. Biggie, the place I was talking about is right there. In the Maybach, Fargo's head was laid squarely on the small tabletop and nuzzled. Suemo looked through the car window at the distant steel mill. Boss piece. If it was in the sight of an ordinary person, it wouldn't look like anything special. But Suemo cultivated the pirated version of the nine-yang divine skill. The blood chi in his body flourished, and his eyes changed slightly. Can see things that normal people can't. For example, right now, Suemo could vaguely see a huge black cloud looming over this abandoned steel mill, like a ghost face. Great! Sumo was overjoyed. It seemed that the ghostly flaming teenager on the tabletop hadn't lied. There really was a ghost here, and a lot more. Just based on the thickness of this black cloud, there are not a few ghosts. Tonight's merits are going to explode. The Axe Gang? Suemo bristled. Those ghosts who mixed with the Black Shiba Club didn't come up with a better name either. Hiss? The ghostly aura is very thick. Taoist Master Lei rolled down the window and looked in that direction, his brows furrowing slightly. Mr. Su, we're just going in? He asked. Or what? Suemo asked rhetorically. Taoist Master Lei thought for a moment, but still said, judging from my experience, there are quite a few ghosts inside. At least dozens of them. The damn thing isn't bull ************************************** ting. The three of us go in. The driver's face changed and he shook his head frantically. So what? Taoist Master. Mr. Su, I won't go in, right? I'm just a driver for transportation. Just wait for you outside. Nima, that's a ghost. Who wants to hit it? And from what they were saying, there were quite a few ghosts in there, so he didn't want to be immersed in a haunted house experience. Although Mr. Su is very fierce and Taoist Master Lei is not afraid of lightning strikes. For the sake of his own little life, it is better not to go in. Hi, look at my memory. I forgot about you. You really aren't fit to go in. Better wait for us outside. Taoist Master Lei tapped his head. The yang fire in an ordinary person is limited, and tonight he hit a ghost, and his yang fire had already dimmed quite a bit. Plus it also piggybacks on the ghost fire teenager for a while, so the yang energy is even weaker. If he went in to meet with those ghosts for a while longer, maybe the yang fire on his body would have to be extinguished. It's quite a pain in the ass when the time comes. When the driver heard this, he smiled and nodded his head. Yes, you're right, Taoist Master. Taoist Master Lei turned his head to Suemo and said, then now, only the two of us are left. Mr. Su, sure you want to go in and face dozens of ghosts? Suemo nodded his head. His expression even tinged with a bit of excitement as he rubbed his palms together and said, if necessary, you can actually wait in the car. I'll go in myself. Suemo was confident. With his current strength, getting those brats killed was as simple as eating and drinking water. The only thing that's a bit of a threat might be their gang leader, Scarab, who is said to be a level 3 ghost. The strength should be strong, right? Aha! Very meritorious at the very least. Suemo silently encouraged himself in his mind that he must be more careful and go all out when facing Scarab. It cannot be taken lightly. Sure, there is another most important principle. We can't let Scar get away. Thunder Roadmaster. Is that what I mean? What do you mean? I don't have to go in either? What do you mean? I don't have to go in either? Do you want to face those ghosts alone? Wouldn't that make me look like I'm not righteous? What if you don't take me out next time? He had already decided that Suemo was the kind of powerful and low-profile big brother whose thigh had to be hugged tightly. What are you saying, Mr. Su? Since you've decided to go in, then I'm bound to give up my life for you, old Taoist. He patted his chest and said it with that righteousness. So what? Can I say a word? Fargo, who had only his head left, mustered up the courage to speak. It's really scared. He'd transformed himself into Motorcycle Man, and it was all broken up and his motorcycle smashed to pieces by this man. It's heartbreaking. I never thought that when I was alive. I would play with a motorcycle and flip it over, and then I would die and become a ghost. Playing with a motorcycle is even more of a turnover. Heavenly Bodhisattva. I'm sick to mess with this guy. Fargo hated to slap himself, but unfortunately he couldn't do it now that his body was gone. Nor did they dare to use ghostly illusions, but could only keep the image of a head. If you upset the big man, you'll have to be as airborne as your brothers. You say? Suemo looked at it with a smile, his gaze clear as if he was looking at a pile of merit. I don't know what's going on, but Brother Yuan always felt creeped out when he looked at Sumo's expression. It's a pervert. Fargo mentally reconfirmed that thought. So what? Big brother, Scarab's stronghold. Their stronghold is in one of the innermost factory buildings in the steel refinery. I've been there. If there's a need, my little brother can lead the way. Hey. He opened his mouth carefully. No. Suemo patted his head and laughed. The place is already here. The stronghold I can find by myself. How can I labor you? No hard work, no hard work. How can I say it's hard work when I can lead the way for Big Brother? Big Brother, we had an agreement that we would bring you here and you let me off the hook. Fargo tried to shake his head, but he didn't have the neck for it, so he had to roll his eyes to the sides to express his emotions. Heavenly Bodhisattva, this guy can't kill. Kill what? Fish? Yes, kill the fish. Fargo was so scared in his heart that his face was trembling and smoke was coming out of his nostrils. Dao Master Lei's eyes were compassionate. Poor ghost kids, they're all scared to death. LOL. Poor thing, look at you scared. Suemo sweetly smoothed the yellow hair on Yuan's head and laughed. You don't trust me, am I the kind of guy who doesn't keep his word? Fargo gave his head a shake and said, when? Of course not, I think you are the... Fargo really racked his brain, using all the idioms he could think of. Sumo smiled even wider. He patted Fargo on the head and grinned. I don't want you to feel, I want me to feel. Chapter 25. Remember, I want the living ghost. Ha! Fargo froze for a moment, feeling the growing force on his head and rising in fear. This guy, to get himself killed. It's a tonic. The expression on its face twisted, and the black gas coming out of its nostrils grew thicker as it desperately tried to break free. Big brother, don't get me killed. I've done everything you asked. You said you wouldn't lie. You said you'd let me go. Fargo yelled. Poor boy. Taoist Master Lei sighed and said, you heard wrong, Mr. Su is saying, not to lie. Do you understand? The driver chimed in. Too bad. You're not human. You're a ghost. Right, Mr. Su. The corners of Sumo's mouth were raised. Correct answer. So, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with getting you killed, right? Yuan wanted to say something else, but Suemo was no longer going to beep with it, and clenched his palm fiercely. Majestic yang qi surged into his palm, and Fargo's head directly burned up, turning into a fireball in the blink of an eye. Tonic ah! Fargo screamed, his voice fading, and finally the flames faded to ash. The driver cocked his head and watched the amazing scene as the ghostly creature's head burned. Nothing happened to the car at all. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 2 ghost car crash ghost. Gain 500 points of merit. Suemo was in a good mood as the beep sounded in his head. Merit to hand. Next, it's the black shibboleth ghosts in the steel mill. Don't let me down. Sumo's expression was excited. His fists clenched and snapped. Taoist Lei, walk up? Suemo said. Wait. Taoist Master Lei rummaged through a large stack of talismans from his bag, carefully selected a few, and said, these are the real deal. We should be able to use them later. I'll help you with part of it later. When he said that, Suemo was instantly unhappy. What do you mean? Help me out partially? Is that helping me? That's hurting me. Put it away. Ha, put it away. Oh, Taoist Master Lei put away the talisman and said bitterly, I can't get those ghosts with my bare hands. Old Taoist, then don't get it. Suemo said smilingly, in a while, all the ghosts, all of them will be handed over to me. Taoist Master, no problem, right? Ha? Taoist Master Lei was dumbfounded, listening to Sumo's meaning. Was he going to single-handedly challenge all the ghosts? Nima, it's too much, isn't it? It's a bunch of ghosts in there, and the one called Scarab is still a level 3 ghost. Strength bar. Mr. Su, do you really not want my help? Tao Master Lei asked. Never help. Suemo said seriously. Leave it all to me. All the ghosts inside. I'll get them killed myself. And what if a ghost sneaks up on you? Just kick it out of the way. I want it alive. The two men reached an understanding, got out of the car, and headed deeper into the steel mill. The car was instantly quiet, and the driver looked at the steel mill in the distance. But on second thought, I've seen ghosts before, and the ghostly young man just now doesn't seem to have anything to be afraid of. No fear, I'm not going in anyway. I'll just wait here. The driver reassured himself. The pale end of the earth is my love. The cell phone rang, startling the driver so much that he almost screamed. Hands and feet took it out to see that it was Zhou Yuanshan who called. He picked up the phone in a hurry. Boss, little one, did you send Mr. Su and the others? Zhou Yuanshan's voice carried the majesty of a boss. No. Zhou Yuanshan's voice, obviously unhappy. What's wrong with you? Can't even do this well? Boss, listen to me. The driver lowered his voice and said, we're on our way. Well, crashing. Hit the ghost. Zhou Yuanshan was silent. If it was before, he would never have believed this, but it happened to his daughter. The history is clear. In this world, there really are ghosts. And then what? He asked. Boss, you don't know. Mr. Su is so fierce. And Taoist Master Lei, he's really powerful. He can't even be killed by lightning. Boss, now Mr. Su and Taoist Master Lei have gone to the steel mill. The steel mill? That abandoned steel mill outside the city? Zhou Yuanshan froze, He knew something about this place from the inside. A lot of people can die when something goes wrong. Then there were some esoteric rumors, which now seemed to be no catch-22. After all, Mr. Zhou went for both. Boss, this is it, the driver added. Listening to Mr. Zhou, the refinery seems to be coiled with many ghosts. He's gone to do the people a favor. Zhou Yuanshan let out a long sigh of admiration. Mr. Zhou, great justice. Xiao Wang, just wait there for Mr. Zhou to come out. Well, when you come back, I'll give you a bonus increase. Thanks, boss. The driver was ecstatic, and when it came to the prize money, the car seemed to be a little less gloomy. Right, boss, there's one more thing. Say, that's, Mr. Zhou just caught a ghost and put it in his car, and then he got it dead again. Zhou Yuanshan knew what he meant and laughed. What ghosts can't be squashed by the car, Mr. Zhou sat in? Families, it looks like, nothing special in here, except a little dirty and quiet. In the abandoned steel mill, the anchors, Mr. and Mrs. Bull, wander around with flashlights. Everywhere was pitch black, and other than that, nothing special. Before coming in, Nyo was still a little scared in his heart, but after walking for such a while still nothing happened, and he settled down in his mind. What the hell? It's all about sending a few scares. This steel mill, one of the same places you explored on your own a few times before, is sparsely populated and blackmailed. The pop-ups on the live feed began to flutter about. No energy. Forget it. I told you, there's no such thing as a ghost. It's all a lie. Break it up, break it up. Anchor, I heard that there's a place called Sealed Gate Village. Why don't you go there and take a look? If you go, I'll reward you with a rocket directly. Yes, yes, yes. Foam Men Village. I heard it's a ghost village. Call me when the anchor goes. I'll sneak out first, watch some beautiful women dance to feed their eyes. The popularity of the live streaming room dropped drastically. Obviously, those viewers were disappointed not to see the ghost. Even the big shot of the live broadcast, Brother Torn Onion, shrugged it off. Not watching, it's no fun. Kao was in a bad mood. Just now, the popularity of the live broadcast room was almost 10,000 people, and now there were only 3,000 left. If Brother Torn Onion is gone, there will be no screwing tonight. He was in a hurry, avoiding the camera and winking toward Sister Nyo. Quick, a whole lot of work. Chapter 26. When a paperman opens his eyes, a calamity will be revealed. Sister Kao got bold at this point and quietly pulled out a weirdly painted doll from her backpack. The doll was made of bamboo gabions, with a red papier-mâché body, a round face, painted with 2 large blushes, and was a little more than half a man's height. Only the eyes there were blank, no eyeballs. This thing was specially bought by Nyo at a tie-dye store, but the owner of the tie-dye store was dead set against drawing eyes. He said, if the paperman opens his eyes, there will be calamities manifested, and instructed Nyo not to trace the eyes of the paperman by any means. Otherwise, it's easy to hit a ghost. Throw it. Bull made a wink. Nyo willed it, and threw the paperman in a pitch-black corner, before turning to the camera. Family, don't be in a hurry. The steel mill is huge. We're not even halfway there. We might run into that or something later. As he said this, he purposely pointed the camera at the corner, the light from his flashlight flickering by. The viewers in the live broadcast room vaguely saw a red figure flash by. Asterisk. Is it just my eyes? I think I see someone. Anchor, watch the corner. There seems to be someone there. Asterisk. It's not really a collision, is it? The popularity of the live broadcast room quickly rebounded. The 2 people were happy in their hearts, but the expression on their faces was tense. Brothers, don't scare me. Where are the figures you speak of? I'm scared. Cow, why don't we go out? The pop-ups rolled again. Don't. Anchor, go check it out. Go check it out. Ha ha ha. Cow's sister's scared expression is so cute. Want to say, Nyo was happy in his heart. He is simply a genius. A little bit of the whole job to fool the stupid birds on the air. He wanted to refuse and pretended to be afraid. Brothers, why don't we just forget about it? To be honest, I'm a bit panicked in my heart. In case I do run into that thing, I won't be karma? Sister Cow, let's go. We're not broadcasting today, but it's not easy for us to come here. We'd be sorry for our families if we left. Sister Cow is acting up again. How about this? Brothers, give us some free likes. The gifts float up, and Sister Cow and I will lay down our lives. Nyo clenched his teeth and stomped his feet, making an expression that was as real as death. Much better acting than the fresh meat on TV. The live stream was buzzing. Live broadcast, user Su Qingshan rewarded the anchor with 10 hot air balloons. Live broadcast, user All Heavens rewarded the anchor with 100 popularity votes. Livestream broadcast, user Casual Look and anchor has rewarded. The popularity of the live broadcast room rose rapidly, finally breaking the 10,000 mark. and the gifts were even brushed. It's almost too much to look at. Just then, another broadcast floated up, and the broadcast room boiled right over. Live broadcast, user tear onion not eat onion has rewarded the anchor with 50 airplanes. Tearing onions and not eating them, go check it out. And this young man will reward you with another 100 airplanes. Nyo's eyes lit up and she yelled at the screen, "Thanks for the gift of my ripping onions." Since the brothers want to see it, then Brother Ox, I definitely can't let the brothers down. Go! He turned the flashlight around and aimed it at the corner, and a weird red doll appeared in the viewer's line of sight. Guys, it looks like a doll? The two held up their flashlights and walked over to the doll. It doesn't seem to have eyes. That's kind of weird. Sister Cow, pick it up. I'm scared. What are you afraid of? What's there to be afraid of with the brothers backing us up? A broken doll? Isn't that right, brothers? Another flurry of gifts floated up from the live feed, and the two were in good spirits. Bunch of stupid birds. Sister Cow picks up the doll and says to the camera, "It seems to be just a doll. Nothing special." After that, it was about to be thrown away. "Don't throw it." As soon as Bull grabbed her hand, his eyes rolled back in his head and he wanted the whole job again. "Brothers, this doll has no eyes. I heard someone say that this kind of doll can't depict eyes. Depicting eyes, the doll is alive. Do you believe it?" Live streaming pop-ups floated up. "Holy, Anchor, you're not going to trace the eyes of a doll, are you? Something will happen. I don't believe it anyway. I have a bunch of dolls at home. The silicone kind. If I can live. Hey. Upstairs, give an address of your house. I want to go to your house for dinner. Anchor, don't be a wimp. Trace the eyes." A pop-up pops up. "Anchor, don't ever trace your eyes. My family is a paper tying business, and this steel mill is already heavy with chi. So if you trace your eyes now, it's likely to attract ghosts. Never trace. Bull just ignored the pop-up because there were just too many gifts. "Brothers, the bull is about to start. Are you ready?" He took out his prepared brush and brought red paint with him. Nyo's hand trembled slightly as the tip of the pen nudged a little toward the doll's eyes, and only the breathing of the two men remained around them. It's not pretend. After all, this environment is still creepy. Soon, the doll's first eye was traced in red by Ox. "Guys, second eye up. Come get some free likes and give your cow brother and sister a boost." Bull gritted his teeth and clicked his second eye on as well. Then, nothing happened. Phew, Nyo heart ruthlessly relieved. Not traceable skimming. What barren thin paper? People opened his eyes. There will be a disaster show. It's not a big deal, is it? Guys, nothing's wrong. Cow laughs and chuckles, tosses the doll out casually and says to the camera, "We have to believe in science. Right, guys?" The live broadcast room floated up another large pop-ups, as well as gifts, all of which complimented Nyo's boldness. "Will be a whole job. Guys, we're moving on." Gift swipe up. The two of them held up their cell phones and continued to walk in deeper and deeper, but after walking for a while, Nyo felt that something was wrong, because he seemed hear the footsteps of a third man, and breathe. "Cow, did you hear it?" The expression on Nyo's face doesn't look like an act anymore. She was genuinely scared. "Who's there?" Bull snapped, turning his flashlight behind him, but it was empty, nothing there. The live stream was buzzing again, and they thought Bull was working on the whole thing again. But Ox, at this point, couldn't even be bothered to look at the pop-ups. He had just really heard footsteps, something that follows itself. It won't be ghosts, right? Brother and sister Neo looked at each other, their feet shaking, shivering and holding their flashlights in front of their eyes. The flashlight's beam pierced the blackness, but there was nothing. The two didn't see that the live stream pop-up had changed. Scrolling frantically with only one line, "Anchor, never look back." Chapter 27. It really lives. Never look back. Never look back. Never look back. In the live room, all the viewers were scared less. In their view, on Bull's back, lay a man. A doll in a red dress with big blush and a weird smile. It's the doll that Ox just traced his eyes on. Alive. It came to life. Everyone was creeped out, and the doll even gave a creepy smile to the camera, like a greeting to the audience. The popularity of the live broadcast room rose dramatically, but unfortunately, Nyo brother Nyo sister couldn't care less now. "Who's there? Get out." Nyo shivered and held up his flashlight. He was sure he had heard correctly. There had just been footsteps. A scream came from his ears, and Nyo jumped up in place in fear, turning his head to see sister Nyo drop to the ground, covering her mouth with horrified eyes. "What the are you doing?" Bull cursed. You're back." Sister Cow covered her mouth with one hand and pointed forward with the other trembling. Behind? Nyo was shocked, and only with hindsight did he feel that the back of his neck socket was a little cold. Don't scare me." Nyo shivered and reached out, feeling into the back of his neck, and into his hand was a cold and familiar touch. Like, touched it somewhere? Holy, Bull pissed himself. subconsciously reaching out to grab the thing and lifting it to his eyes. Taking another look, I almost took a breath. It's the doll that lit its own eyes. It really came to life. Ghost! Bull screamed and threw the doll. The flashlight's beam pointed dead center at it. He. The doll rolled on the ground a few times, then twisted and crawled like a puppet. Its hollow and wooden eyes stared at Ox, its mouth opening and closing. He. Mommy and Daddy, don't you want me? Several black, low-profile sedans sped through the night. When you arrive at the steel mill, be sure to be on your toes. There are numerous ghosts inside, so don't take it lightly. Lin Xianxian took the walkie-talkie and instructed the team members under her hand. With a mission tonight, she changed into a dry black combat outfit and tied a high ponytail to emphasize her shapely figure even more. She cradled a long sword on her chest, made of mahogany and with intricate runes inscribed on the scabbard. Soon, a reply from the team came over the intercom. Lin Xianxian gripped the sword in her hand tightly, thinking that she must wipe out the ghostly creatures of the Axe Gang. Not one of them can be left behind. When these ghosts gathered together, their ghostly chi intertwined with each other, and it was likely that they would breed strong and severe ghosts. At that point, it's going to be a pain in the ass. Team Lin, there's no need to be so nervous, right? Isn't it just a level 3 ghost? The one driving the car was a young man with white hair, exuding an eerie aura. The young man's name was Wang Lang and he was a ghost sentinel, with a hanged ghost with a strength of level 3 birthed in his body. Ghostbusters and ghosts complement each other. Ghosts can provide the Ghostbusters with abilities, but in the same way, the Ghostbusters need to pay a price. Each time the ghost's ability was used, the fusion between the Ghostbuster and the ghost would become closer, and the ghost would gradually devour the Ghostbuster's flesh and blood. It's a relatively smooth state. When a certain threshold is breached, if the Ghost Watcher is unable to suppress the ghosts, they will be invaded by the ghosts and completely demonize their bodies, losing their own consciousness. This is what the Ghostbusters fear the most. Fortunately, after years of research, Bureau 749 already had a means of suppressing the ghosts within the Imperial Ghosts. This was the reason why many Ghostbusters were willing to join the 749th Bureau. After all, no one wanted to turn into one of those ghostly things. It can't be taken lightly. That ghost creature named Scarab is likely to break through level 4. Lin Xianxian's expression was serious. She never took things lightly when facing ghosts. This is what her father taught her. Hi! Wang Lang waved his hand and laughed. Breaking through level 4? How can it be that easy? Look at Qinger. It's been 3 years and she's still the same. So what? Team Lin, can we talk about something? Lin Xianxian turned her head to look at him. Wang Lang said, in a while, if there's a chance, that ghostly creature called Scarab Brother, let Qinger swallow a chant? Maybe if we eat a few more ghosts, Qinger will break through. Lin Xianxian frowned slightly and said, she's already eaten a lot of ghosts. Keep eating. Aren't you afraid of demonization? Wang Lang hemmed and hawed and said, don't worry, Team Lin, I know what's in my heart. Again, he patted his waist. Isn't there a soul-stabilizing needle? If one day I do become ghostly, I'll just kill myself. If I can get a few more ghosts killed, that would be perfect. Lin Xianxian opened her mouth and fell silent. The ghost creature called Qinger inside Wang Lang's body was very special and was his fiancée. A few years ago, Qinger was killed by a hanging ghost, and for some unknown reason, she also turned into a ghost. When Wang Lang arrived, he unexpectedly awakened to become a ghost sentinel, took his fiancée into his body, and killed the hanged ghost to avenge his death. In later years, Wang Lang had been taking his fiancée to kill and eat ghosts, and his strength grew all the way up, almost being revolted. The backlash was later contained when he joined the 749th Bureau. Team Lin, there's a new situation. The intercom went off. Say, 2 adventure anchors went live to the steel mill and had a suspected ghostly encounter. Going live to a place like that? Death. Lin Xianxian asked. Close the live broadcast so as not to cause a panic. How long until we arrive? 10 minutes. Pick up the pace. Yes. The speed of the convoy, once again, increased. Lin Xianxian gripped the mahogany sword in her hand tightly. In that kind of environment, the probability of an ordinary person encountering a ghostly creature and dying was almost 100%. Hope. It's not too late. Ah, help. Ghosts. Shouts with fear rang in Sumo's ears. Someone? Mr. Su, in that direction. Dao Master Lei's face changed. Go over there. Hearing that there was a ghost, Sumo instantly became excited and lifted his feet and rushed that way. Asterisk. So positive. Taoist Master Lei hurriedly followed. The two quickly reached the place and saw the column of light from the flashlight and 2 other people lying in the corner. A man and a woman. The woman had fainted from fear, with a big bag of stuff and a camera on his head. Live? Sumo was shocked, but also this group of people who are engaged in the network. The guts are just great. In front of the 2 men stood a doll half a man tall, by this time with its mouth wide open and drooling. It seemed to swallow the man in one bite. No, don't eat me, help! The man was terrified beyond belief and struggled desperately, but an invisible force controlled him. The doll gave a few shrill laughs and spoke slowly. Dad, you don't want me anymore. I'll only eat you. Oh. Chapter 28. What? You want to join the mighty axe gang? Dead. Bull watched his body, slowly floating up, the mouth of the doll in front of him, widening. He was even able to see that the inside of the doll's mouth was covered with bamboo gimlets. Suddenly, a roar of fury, ringing in his ears. Shut up, cow and doll. At the same time, froze. Zhou struggled to raise his head, his vision crossing over the doll's mouth, and with the light from the flashlight, he could barely see a young man striding this way. Behind you, there's an old man? Click click click. The doll turned its head as well, only its body didn't move and its head was turned 180 degrees on its neck. Are my mommy and daddy too? The doll spoke eerily, her eyes glowing red. Shut up, I don't have a damn son like you. Suemo skimmed his mouth, his body jerked up to speed, and in the twinkling of an eye, he arrived in front of the doll, and lifted his hand to slap him across the face. Boo! The touch that came from his palm was strange, soft and sticky and cold, like he was hitting cotton. The slap was so powerful that the doll was caught off guard and her head began to spin directly on her neck. It spun for several seconds before stopping. The head has gone askew. You. The doll sounded horrified. It didn't understand why the guy in front of it had so much strength and why he could hurt himself. Boo! Suemo slapped over again. The doll's head began to spin again, and finally it couldn't handle the force and its head flew off. The doll's body lolled to the side, but the head screamed and turned into a black mist and tried to run. Sumo's movements were faster than it. With an arrow step forward, he grabbed the head and then pinched it, his body's young chi exploding. Ah! The doll's head, burning with flames, finally extinguished and turned to ashes. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing a level 1 possessed ghost. Gain 100 points of merit. Current merit value, 5,500 points. So weak? Sumo was a little disappointed. Turning his head, he realized that the anchor had sat up against the wall. Cell phone raised in his hand and pointed at himself. What are you doing? Suemo frowned, startled. The man quickly put down his cell phone and laughed awkwardly. So what? I record the good life. Taoist Master Lei stepped forward and cursed. Is this kind of place where you should come? What happened to that paper man? The man gulped and told the story, exasperating Taoist Lei's beard. In a place like this, dotting the eyes of a paperman, you guys are really not afraid of death. If you hadn't met us, at this point it would have been time for you to become the feces of ghosts. At this time, Sister Cow also woke up. When he looked up, a fierce old man, staring at him, almost fainted again. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. We're saved. Nyo rushed to comfort. Don't leave yet. This place is not for you. Taoist Master Lei waved his hand. Thank you. Thank you. The two of them got up in a hurry. They really didn't dare to stay in this place. What a ghost. Wait. Taoist Master Lei called out to them, fished out 2 talismans from his pocket, and waved them in front of the two. You have encountered a ghost and your young fire is unstable. Wearing this talisman can restore it. 100 apiece. No counteroffer. The two looked at each other and cried. But, we didn't bring any cash. You can scan the code. Tao Master Lei quickly fumbled for a QR code and handed it over. Ha! The two were confused. If they weren't in this situation, they would definitely think that the old man in front of them was a liar. But now, this talisman, not to mention 100, even if it is 10,000, then you have to buy it. So this charm into your collar and wear it for 3 days. Do not get wet. Go now. Lei Daojie was ecstatic. Another $200 arrived. Only after the two left did Suemo say, Taoist Lei, do the talismans really work? He could see clearly that in the corners of the 2 charms were printed the very small word Shinshin printers. Let them seek peace of mind and let me earn some extra money. Taoist Master Lei hemmed and hawed. Who are you people? What's the point of coming here? Angry shouts came from the darkness. Suemo and Taoist Lei turned their heads at the same time and looked over. Several ghostly guys appeared in front of the eyes. These people. No, these ghosts all had one thing in common. In his hand he carried an axe that glowed blood red. It's really the Axe Gang, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 7. Sumo's eyes lit up. It seemed like the commotion was a little too loud just now. Startled the ghostly creatures deep within the steel mill. Are you guys from the Axe Gang? Suemo asked. Yes. What do you do? The head ghost creature at the head took a step forward, its eyes glowing with ferocity, and deliberately shook the axe in its hand. It was as if in the next moment, he was going to use an axe to chop on Sumo's head. Doesn't look too smart. Suemo took 2 steps forward and smiled. Big brother, don't be nervous. I've heard that everyone in the Axe Gang is a hero and a good ghost. Now that I look at it, I'm not fooled, especially this big brother. At first glance is the kind of righteousness, must be the backbone of the Axe Gang, right? That ghostly creature was stunned by Sumo's words, but was a bit embarrassed. Cough. What you said. Well, that's how it is. So, Sumo took another step forward and had hooked his hand on the ghost's shoulder. Little brother, I came here because I want to meet the gang leader Brother Scar and join the Axe Gang in the meantime. At this scene, the corner of Master Lei's mouth twitched as he watched. Join the Axe Gang? This guy, he's got a lot of nerve. Flip-flop. Then flip-flop. What? You want to join the Axe Gang? The ghost thing was confused and subconsciously said, aren't you a living person? We, the Axe Gang, are a ghost gang. We don't accept living people. You can only join if you die and become a ghost. Sumo wrapped his hand a little tighter around him and laughed. Big brother, you didn't even ask the gang leader's opinion. How do you know not to accept it? We need to expand our business. If we only collect ghosts, how can we be able to take in both the dead and the living in the future? How do we get bigger and better and make it great again? The ghostly creature thought very seriously and said, what you said seems somewhat reasonable. As long as you're not afraid, I'll take you to see Brother Scar. But, it pointed at Taoist Master Lei and said, the old lump doesn't want it. Look at his body. He can't even swing an axe. Lei Taoist is very hurt. I think that back in the old days, I was also a fierce man. Okay, brother. Sumo lowered his voice and said mysteriously to the ghost, you really think I'm going to bring him in? This is dinner brought for the brothers. When I first came here, I had to bring the gang leader a little meet and greet gift. Older is older, but the meat is chewy. You got it. Sumo blinked. Oh, the ghostly creature's eyes lit up as it looked up and down at Taoist Lei and laughed. Old man, you come in with us too. Having said that, turning his head, he led Sumo towards the depths of the steel mill. Taoist Lei always felt that something was wrong. He followed in 3 or 2 steps and whispered, Mr. Su, what did you say to it? Why did it suddenly agree to let me in? Sumo smiled slightly and said, I said, Taoist Lei's meat is very chewy, and it agreed. Chapter 29, I want to fight 10. Thunder Roadmaster. You've been very kind. I thank you very much. I said that the kid just looked at himself strangely, so it was the old road as a night snack. Taoist Master Lei panicked a little and whispered, Mr. Su, in a moment. You won't stand by and watch me get eaten by them, right? Lao Dao, my meat is old. It doesn't taste good. What did the Taoist priest say? Am I, Sumo, that kind of person? Sumo said, I won't stand by and watch them eat you. That's good. That's good. Taoist Lei wiped his cold sweat. So many ghosts, really eating themselves. I'm afraid it's not enough points. So, I'll close my eyes. Dao Master Lei was speechless. Old man, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and follow. The bean ghost carrying an axe shouted angrily. Oi vey vey. Taoist Master Lei stopped talking and followed behind Sumo, and in the twinkling of an eye, he was hidden in a cloudy atmosphere. After a long time, light appeared before Sumo's eyes. The dilapidated factory disappeared, and in its place, a gilded clubhouse. There was also a plaque, the Axe Gang. Don't tell me, those 3 words are written. It's pretty hard to read. Yo, Brother Scar's strength can be able to maintain such a large clubhouse illusion. Taoist Thunder underestimated the sentence. Brothers, this is our lair. The nest. No, it should be a stronghold. Bean Ghost grinned in triumph. He pointed at the plaque and said, see those 3 words? That was written by the gang leader Scar personally. How about it? Is it domineering? Bossy. Sumo gave a thumbs up. Seeing words is like seeing a person. Scarab brother must be very domineering as well. That's right. Bean Ghost looked arrogant and said, the gang leader is powerful and founded the Axe Gang to give us lonely ghosts a home. Brother Scar said that when we all come up in strength in the future, we won't have to live in this crappy factory. Must go to the city and live in a big house. The corner of Sumo's mouth twitched. Scarab's ambition. It's kinda far-reaching, haha. Open the door. Bean Ghost waved his hand, and the other ghostly creature stepped forward and pressed a finger. Drops. Validation passed. The door is open. This scene, see Sumo straight stroke the brain. How to have the feeling of going to work in the company. And a ing fingerprint lock. The doors opened and the sound of deafening music came from inside. Movie. Sumo tilted her head to look inside. Simply, groups of ghosts are messing around. Dozens of axe-wielding ghostly creatures were dancing and getting high amidst the chaos of lights and music. Holy, so much? Taoist Lei sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The ghosts inside. I'm afraid there are no less than 50 of them. Scar is pretty cohesive. Well. Sumo's eyes lit up. It looked like tonight was a bumper crop. Mr. Su, do you really don't want my help later? Dao Master Lei opened his mouth. Never help. Let me have it all. Sumo earnestly instructed. Okay. Taoist Master Lei spread his hands. You are the big brother. Listen to you. Hey. Hey! A ghostly creature walked onto the stage with a microphone and tapped it twice, silencing all the high spirits. Brothers, ask the gang leader to say a few words. A round of applause. Whoa! 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 Applause erupts as a tall, topless ghostly creature strides onto the stage. The guy didn't mess around with his name, and he had a scar on his face that made him look menacing. Sure enough, it's a level 3 ghost. Taoist Master Lei looked at it and was a little nervous. Mr. Su, can you handle it? Sumo shrugged. It should be fine, right? Brothers, today is the day when our axe gang is 1 month old. We've invited you all here for a reunion. Happy or not? Happy. Scarred brother laughed and added, I've wronged the brothers. The wind has been tight for the past 2 days, and those guys from Bureau 749 are like a dogskin. They can't even get rid of them. So, had to bring everyone here. In a couple days, when my strength goes up, I'll take my brothers to the city to get high, drink the strongest wine, and eat the liveliest people. Okay? Yes. Warm applause erupted. Ha! Scarab suddenly sniffed his nose and gazed towards Sumo's side. The flavor of the living. It smells. Sure enough, 2 strangers were seen, one old and one young. The younger one looking white and young, the older one not so much. Who are you people? Scarab's body exploded with ghostly aura, and the lights of the entire venue began to flicker and dim with ghostly aura. All the ghostly creatures' bodies did not move, and all of them twisted their heads 180 degrees to look this way. The meeting place quieted down. Egu, your brother Scar, right? I've heard a lot about you. Suemo wasn't afraid at all. Instead he smiled and opened his mouth. Scarab's eyes narrowed as he looked Suemo up and down. If it was an ordinary person who saw this kind of scene, they were afraid that they would have already pissed their pants in fear. And look at this guy. Where's the fear? Instead, a little excited? It won't be from Bureau 749, right? Scarab was shocked in his heart. You're from Bureau 749? Scar's eyes were already starting to glow green with murderous rage. No, Suemo shook his head. Gangmaster, it's like this. Bean Ghost hurriedly stepped forward and pointed at Suemo. I met this guy when I was patrolling outside. He's here to defect to you and wants to join our axe gang. The Bean Ghost shifted and transformed into a ghostly creature to the stage, whispering crickets to Scarab. Oh, after hearing this, Scarred brother raised his head and smiled cruelly. You, a living person, want to join our ghost gang? Interesting. Its face changed violently as it drank. Do you really think that I, Scarab, am a gangster for nothing? Want to join? Fine. Then you'll turn into ghosts first today, and I'll take you in. Close the door. Bam! The doors were slammed shut and the venue fell into silence, not knowing when the ghosts had surrounded them. Each one carried an axe in his hand, teeth bared and fierce. At Scar's command, they would rush up and eat the two to the bone. Oh infinite heavenly Father! Taoist Lei was so scared that his face turned pale. The feeling of being surrounded by so many ghosts was just too sour. Okay, Suemo sighed, looked around at the ghostly creatures and said, actually, I'm here to destroy you all. Hands up. You are surrounded by me. Sumo's voice was not loud, but in the ears of every ghost creature, it was like explosive thunder. What the hell? You surrounded us? It's a mistake, isn't it? Put. Scarab couldn't tense up, like he was looking at a little cutie. He said, brother, what's with the big mouth? Are you a sky-swallowing toad? What's the point of wasting words? Hurry up and go together. Suemo struck an Ip Man pose and smiled faintly. I'm going to fight 10. Chapter 30, it's over. I've become an evil cultivator. Asterisk 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 him. Scarred brother bellowed, and a dozen or so ghostly creatures owed and rushed forward with axes in hand. At once, the entire venue was axe-shadowed and ghostly, with a dozen or so ghostly creatures attacking from several directions. Turning his eyes, he was about to slice Suemo into white meat with garlic paste. Good timing. Suemo revolved the 9 yang heaven swallowing technique. His body instantly transformed into a furnace, and his blood chi blazed. Bang! With a single punch, the 3 ghostly creatures were directly destroyed without even a single scream. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Killing a level 1 ghost creature. Gain 100 points of merit. Congratulations to the host. Killing a level 1 ghost creature. Gain 100 points of merit. Congratulations to the host. Sumo's feet did not stop, and pounced on the nearest few ghosts. 3 or 2 punches down, directly hammering a piece to death. Chop you to death. A level 2 ghost creature, seeing an opportunity, quietly touched behind Suemo and lifted his axe to chop down. Suemo felt the ghostly aura behind him and slightly withdrew a step to the side. The roundhouse kick swept through and kicked the ghostly creature right in the face. Ah! The ghostly creature screamed miserably, and its body flew out backwards, spinning in the air in several large circles before landing at Scarab's feet. Gang leader. The ghostly creature struggled to its feet, flames blazing violently from its body as it went completely kaboom. Ding! Congratulations to the host. for killing the level 2 ghost yokai ghost. Gain 500 points of merit. Suemo patted his pants leg and quipped, "It's good to be young." Falling asleep right away. Asterisk 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 so fierce? Dao Master Lei had been nervous, but after seeing this scene, he felt that his worries were redundant. This guy's strength, it's so fierce. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Scarab's face was gloomy. He knew that he had kicked the bucket today. A level 2 ghost creature could be killed in seconds. This guy was a level 3 cultivator at the very least. Go on. What are you waiting for? Scarab roared. All the ghostly creatures wailed and swung their axes forward. Sumo's mouth was about to burst into laughter. Merits, all of them. Amidst the wailing, one ghost creature after another was hammered to death by Suemo, turning into ashes and merit. Suemo took the time to sweep a glance. His merit value was already several thousand. This mowing of the lawn is just too good to be true. Gang leader, the bean ghost was trembling. It knew it was in big trouble. That guy was too cunning. I'm a nigga. Scarab slapped it in the face and roared. Go on. The bean ghost swung its axe and rushed behind Suemo. Just as Suemo turned around and stared at it with a pair of smiling eyes, Bean Ghost was directly fixed in place, not daring to step forward. Suemo took a big step forward, patted its shoulder and said, "Brother, thank you for leading the way." "I'll thank you." No, no way. I have to thank you. You show me the way. I'll send you on your way. We're even. Before the Bean Ghost had a chance to speak, he had his neck snapped by Suemo, who took his head in his hand and turned it upside down, then threw it in midair. Go you! A flying leg kick explodes. Target. Scar. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Scarab was furious. Waving the axe in his hand, he made a vicious chop, and Bean Ghost's head directly exploded and turned into blood mist. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for killing the level 2 ghost yokai ghost. Gain 500 points of merit. Cool. Suemo glanced at it. It was good. The merit value had skyrocketed again. It was going to break 10,000. Looking around again, there weren't many ghosts left. The bold ghosts all died first, and the small ones cowered in the corner shivering with fear in their eyes. Gangmaster, it seems like we can't handle it. Behind Brother Scar, there were 2 ghostly creatures following, both of which seemed to have good strength. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Scar has some regrets. What's the point of having a reunion? Gangmaster, why don't we admit our mistake and beg the big brother to be magnanimous? A ghostly creature said. Are you stupid or am I? Scarred brother angrily said. This guy is obviously coming for us. What's the point of having an axe if it's useful to apologize? The point is, I don't know where the hell I messed with this guy. I don't even know him. Hiss. Gangmaster, this guy wouldn't be one of those evil cultivators who specializes in ghost cultivation, right? A ghostly creature's eyes were fearful. I've heard that this kind of person is extremely ferocious, even more terrifying than us. In his hands, life is worse than death. Scarab was shocked. What a way to go. Suemo was a bit speechless when he heard the ghostly creature's words, but then again, what they say is not unreasonable. They are relying on killing ghosts cultivation. In a sense, in line with the definition of their mouth evil cultivator. Well, he took a step towards Scarab and smiled. Have you discussed it yet? Hurry up with the drops. I'm in a hurry. Team Lin, it's here. The 749th Bureau's convoy came to the vicinity of the steel mill, just as Zhou Yuanshan got a Maybach in the other direction, but did not meet. Get off! Lin Xianxian stepped out of the car with her peachwood sword, her eyes looking deeper into the steel refinery, and suddenly her face changed. She pinched her left hand and recited a silent mantra, and a shimmering light instantly lit up her fingertips before she wiped at her eyes. What a strong fluctuation of ghost aura. What the hell is going on? The ghosts inside are rioting. Lin Xianxian was shocked. Charge in. If you encounter a ghost, kill it. Lin Xianxian, holding a peachwood sword and a horse in front of him, led the men and horses of Bureau 749, quickly heading towards the depths of the steel refinery. Everyone stood on guard, and the ghost sentinel, Wang Lang, also mobilized his ghostly power, and a pitch-black hanging neck rope appeared in his hand. Steel mills, a man and a woman, running deep into the air. Honey, what are you so happy about? We've hit a ghost. Sister Cao's eyes were fearful. The thought of that doll made her legs weak. Never do that again. What do you know? With fear and excitement in his heart, Bull took out his cell phone and said, know what I just recorded? That big guy. So fierce. I recorded the whole process of him killing the ghost. Think about it. If this video was posted online, how sensational would it be? It's either that or forget it. Sister Cao said, in case you upset that big guy. Nyo smiled smugly. I've been thinking about this for a long time. Won't show my face to the big guy. He. What man? A stern voice rang in their ears and the two men pissed themselves in fear. When he looked up, he saw a large group of men in black uniforms standing in the distance. killing each other. We're here to broadcast live, Cao cried out. Verify it, Lin Xianxian spoke. Yes. A member of the team took out 2 talismans and threw them towards brother and sister Niu, and the talismans lit up with golden light on both of them. Captain. Confirmed. Not a ghost. Lin Xianxian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately it was just in time. These 2 were lucky that they didn't die. What happened in there? Niu didn't dare to hide it, and said it quickly and concisely. That's the way it is. When we were leaving, we seemed to vaguely hear that they were going to join some kind of axe gang. Humph. Wang Lang's face revealed a murderous aura as he said, with the body of a living person. How dare they join the ghost gang? Those 2 must be evil cultivators without a doubt. Be careful in a moment. If it's really an evil cultivator, kill him. Su Mo, who was killing ghosts in the steel refinery, didn't know that at this moment he had become an evil cultivator. Lin Xianxian turned around and called a team member, saying, you send them away. Next time don't come to a place like this. People will die. The 2 men thanked them repeatedly. After walking not more than a few steps, Niu suddenly had a flash of light and turned his head to ask, are you the legendary Bureau 749? You can read it that way. Lin Xianxian took the team and disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 31 I. 4-1. Am a bit stressed about ghosts. This is it. Lin Xianxian led the team and soon arrived outside the clubhouse gates, only to see that the gates were draped in ghostly aura and pitch black. Back off. Lin Xianxian gulped softly and quickly fished out a few talismans from her body and threw them towards the closed door in the distance. Buzz! Several talismans lit up in midair with a golden glow, and in the blink of an eye, they slammed into the gate and exploded instantly. Only a boom was heard, and golden light flashed at the gate, collapsing a large hole in the twinkling of an eye. Enter. When you encounter a ghostly creature, kill it immediately. Also, beware of that evil cultivator. Lin Xianxian flipped her palm, and the peachwood sword was instantly sheathed. The peachwood sword was reddish in color. Upon closer inspection, there were also 7 star-like runes on it, flickering with a dark blue light. One look told me that this sword was not mortal. The members of the team didn't dare to be careless, and they all offered up their respective weapons as their auras erupted. Haruna, work! Wang Lang followed behind Lin Xianxian and spoke gently. A weird aura surfaced on his body, followed by a long-haired female ghost whose appearance could not be seen, appeared behind him. A large amount of ghost chi surged, and Wang Lang's body was hidden in it, appearing as if it was a human or a ghost. The crowd had just walked through the gate when they heard a mournful scream, and in the distance several clusters of ghosts shifted and tangled with a man. A fight? Lin Xianxian swept a glance and recognized one of the ghostly creatures as today's target, Scarab. Only, Scar's current appearance was a bit miserable. His body's ghostly aura was unstable, and his body was even more tattered and full of wounds. This person, why does he look a bit familiar? Lin Xianxian looked at his back and a trace of doubt flashed through her heart, always feeling that she had seen him somewhere. Caught by me. Oh, a soft laugh rang out, and the Bureau 749 crowd saw that the man quickly reached out and grabbed the head of a ghostly creature. Then, with a click twist, the head of the ghostly creature twisted right around, followed by the man lifting it upwards. The head of the ghostly creature was directly uprooted, and large clouds of ghostly chi gushed out from its neck. Aha! The ghostly creature screamed miserably, and before it could react, its body was smashed to pieces by a punch. Double thunderclap. Suemo grabbed the head and slapped it hard with both palms. The ghost head directly deflated. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for killing the level 2 ghost yokai ghost. Gain 500 points of merit. Suemo was in a good mood and turned his head toward the other ghostly creature, and Lin Xianxian finally got a good look at his face. Is he? Sumo? Lin Xianxian was startled. The aura of that ghostly creature just now was not weak. Its strength had already reached level 2. However, he was easily killed by Suemo in seconds. This guy is strong. Very strong. I'll ing chop you to death. Scarab and the other ghostly creature were incomparably furious, and started chopping with their axes, with axe shadows everywhere. Suemo was directly overwhelmed. Help! With a wave of her mahogany sword, Lin Xianxian rushed towards the Scarab ghost, and before she could take a few steps forward, she saw Scarab fly out from the ghostly shadows, and ruthlessly smashed into the far wall. Slowly the words fell. The ghostly shadows dispersed and Sumo's figure was revealed. He also had a ghostly creature under his feet, which was wailing and screaming, unable to break free. Ugh! Only then did Suemo notice that there was an extra group of people at the entrance. The one in the lead, who he met with just 2 days ago, seems to be from Bureau 749? Surround Scarab, Lin Xianxian bellowed, and all the members of the team sacrificed their weapons and were about to charge forward. Don't move! Suemo shouted in a hurry. The crowd stagnated on their lower legs and looked at Suemo. What are you doing? Sumo asked. Ha! The crowd froze. Can't you see? We're here to help kill ghosts. Mr. Su, we are here to help. Lin Xianxian hurriedly spoke. Stand there and don't move. Suemo is not happy. You guys help? If I kill the ghost, what about my merit? Ouch. It's the leader of Bureau 749, right? Taoist Lei scurried out from nowhere. That's right. Taoist Master Lei rubbed his hands together and said, when Mr. Su kills ghosts, he doesn't like help. Want it? Let's back up. Lin Xianxian was a bit speechless. When other people encountered ghosts, they couldn't wait to swarm around and get them killed, counting the begging. You're good. You like to fight one-on-one? Are you sure? Lin Xianxian asked. It has to be. Suemo smiled faintly and exerted force under his feet. The ghostly creature directly turned into ashes and died miserably on the spot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 2 ghost yokai ghost. Gain 500 points of merit. Scene. There's only one ghostly creature left. Scarab. Back off. Lin Xianxian waved her hand and the crowd immediately backed up, giving space to Suemo and Scarab. Keep an eye out at all times. If Mr. Su is in danger, we'll strike immediately, Lin Xianxian whispered. On the sidelines, Dao Master Lei heatedly laughed when he heard this. Patericos pontifications. You guys still don't understand Mr. Su's strength. Just now, he had seen it most clearly. The three ghostly creatures had joined hands to surround him and were all beaten by Suemo. Stand up. Suemo hooked his finger towards Scarab. Grass. Scar climbed up and said furiously, what the hell did I do to provoke you? Well, at least let me die. Well, Suemo thought carefully and said, maybe because you are a ghost. You know, I'm a person. Is a bit stressed about ghosts. I can't sleep if I don't kill a ghost when I see one. Boom. Suemo urged his chi and blood. His body was like a cannonball as he rushed towards Scarab. Ah! Scarred brother was dissatisfied with this answer and desperately swung his axe, nearly chopping on Suemo several times. Die! Suemo did a roundhouse kick and smashed into Scar's face. The latter flew out backwards before he could land. Another combo was picked up by Sumo. Scarab's body, in mid-air, changed into various poses, one moment bulging upwards, the next moment sinking downwards. Hiss! Too bad. The 749th inning crew, not to be trifled with. It's too wild. Captain, the evil cultivator we just talked about. It can't be him, right? Wang Lang spoke in a small voice. Does he look like an evil practitioner to you? Lin Xianxian was speechless for a while. This guy's motivation to kill ghosts was simply not too strong. Okay? It doesn't look like it to me either. Wang Lang nodded. Die! A loud shout came from the distance and the crowd traced their gazes over to see Suemo kick Scarab on the ground. Then a fist slammed down. On Sumo's fist, a flame shone and blazed. Ah! Scarab screamed and came to a screeching halt again, his head bursting straight into flames. Subsequently, the body also gradually turned into ashes, leaving only a mark of humanity on the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 3 ghost yokai ghost. Gain 1000 points of merit. Current merit value, 10, 500 points. Chapter 32, Mr. Su, you can't kill this ghost. Broke 10,000. Merit value broke 10,000. Suemo was in a good mood. He could finally redeem a reinforcement count. Done. Turning his head, he saw the crowd staring at him dumbfounded, as if they were looking at a monster. And a bit scared? What's in your eyes? Sumo asked. Lin Xianxian silently took the peachwood sword back and smiled bitterly. It seems that Mr. Su really doesn't need our help. That's right. When I went to find him myself 2 days ago, I thought he was a freshly initiated cultivator. Now look, level 3 ghosts can be hammered to death with their fists. At the very least, he was a level 4 cultivator, or stronger. Lin Xianxian had already decided that when she went back, she would report the situation and at the same time raise Sumo's forum privileges to level 4. Ha! Sumo's gaze turned and suddenly saw a person with a ghostly chi floating behind him. Ghosts? And ghosts? Sumo's eyes lit up. Merit. What does he want? Wang Lang's face changed drastically as he took a few steps back, and he clearly felt that Qinger was trembling, in fear. Is this guy a pervert? Seeing a ghost and wanting to get killed. Bro, you hit a ghost. I'll help you out. Suemo clenched his fists together and snapped. Mr. Su must not. Lin Xianxian was also anxious and quickly stopped him, saying, he's a member of our team, a ghost sentinel. The ghost inside him can't be killed. Ghostbusters? Suemo did recall that this type of cultivator was relying on the power of ghosts to enhance their strength. So, Suemo was a bit disappointed and averted his gaze fondly. Qinger, go back. Wang Lang was terrified and hurriedly made his ghostly creature shrink back into his body, and Qinger disappeared behind Wang Lang with a whoosh as she turned into smoke. Mr. Su, what are you doing here? Lin Xianxian also breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Suemo would not speak of martial virtues and kill ghosts indiscriminately when he caught them. Oh, I heard there were ghosts here, so I stopped by for a stroll, and I didn't realize there really were ghosts. Just get dead. If there's nothing else, I'll be off. Sumo couldn't wait and wanted to go back to redeem the number of reinforcements. Taoist lay. Let's go. The two of them, one after the other, left the steel refinery, leaving Lin Xianxian and her group looking at each other in disbelief. Asterisk. Scared the out of me. Wang Lang wiped the sweat from his face. He had just really felt it. That guy really wanted to kill Chinger. Big brother. All a bit eccentric. Don't mess with him. Lin Xianxian looked around. After Scarab's death, the ghostly aura building here could no longer be maintained. In a flash, the gilded grounds were transformed into dilapidated factories that smelled of dust everywhere. Check again to see if there are any missing ghosts, Lin Xianxian said. Wang Lang was speechless, saying that it would be strange if he could have missed anything just because of his horny appearance. However, the crowd also seriously checked the area, and they really didn't find the scent of any of the ghostly creatures. Aha! The ghosts in this place. They're dead. Go back. The Axe Gang is overthrown. Lin Xianxian had a strange feeling that she had come out on this trip to be on strict alert, and she hadn't even made a move yet. The Axe Gang was wiped out by one man. Mr. Su, you guys are back? The driver almost jumped up from his seat when he saw Sumo and his duo. Calm down. Sumo got into the car. What's going on in there? The driver's curiosity is still very much alive. Sumo laughed. There's no situation. It's just a small kid gang that doesn't have a climate. It's already been regrouped and destroyed. Take me back to Yuching University. Soon the car arrived at the school's entrance. Sumo got out of the car, just walked 2 steps and was called by Lay Taoist. Mr. Su, leave a contact. I'll contact you for future business. Okay. Sumo quickly left the phone number. Heart happy, toward the school entrance. We're practitioners now. It's awesome. Student ID card out. Just as he reached the door, he was stopped by the security uncle. So what, uncle? Sumo rubbed his hands together. Been out surfing the net again, have you? Or did you talk to your friends? The security uncle didn't give face at all. Register. Sumo quickly fished out a cigarette from her bag and handed it over. Uncle, calm down. Smoke a Huazi. Aha! The older man looked at Sumo's student ID card and took over Huazi again. This will not happen again. Got it. Thank you, uncle. Sumo relied on a cigarette to paralyze the security system at the entrance of the school, and then returned to the dormitory smoothly with the same trick. Still need to find a place to live as soon as possible. It's too inconvenient in the dormitory. Sumo thought. Just arrived at the dormitory. Snoring. Sumo, you're back? AI Rui wasn't asleep yet, drilling out of the quilt with red eyes. Asterisk. You practice immortality. Ha? Sumo subconsciously looked at the time. It was 3 o'clock in the ing morning. Hey, AI Rui smiled coyly and said, I'm chatting with my girlfriend. Girlfriend? Sumo was shocked. You have a girlfriend? Anan, how did you meet? Met online. Asterisk. Internet dating. Ha? No? The corner of Sumo's mouth twitched and said, did you put down the anti-fraud app? There are a lot of online scammers now. Beware of scamming you out of your money. That can't be. AI Rui was gorgeous and said, I've played videos with her. My girlfriend can be beautiful. Don't believe you see. Said. He held his cell phone up and on the screen was a picture of a girl looking warm and soft. It's rather a bit of a stretch. Nice. Sumo complimented and said, congratulations. When will you ask her out and have dinner together? Let a brother have his fill as well. AI Rui blushed a little and said, we haven't gotten that far yet. Wait. Sumo waved his hand and suddenly remembered something. Right. Where's the secret martial arts book you brought back that day? What martial arts secrets? AI Rui was confused. It was an old Taoist priest who sold it to you. You mean this? AI Rui pulled out a book from under the pillow and handed it over. Golden Bell Mask. You want to practice? Right answer. Put. Sumo. Are you kidding me? This looks like a spelling specialty. You'll be damned if you can practice it. It's still true. And there's a lot of it. Sumo received the Golden Bell Mask. This was what he wanted to strengthen. When he just fought with Scarab, he almost got hit several times. The defense must be pulled up. You go to bed first. I'm going out. Sumo got up and left the dormitory. The reinforcement is a bit loud, and if you do it in the dormitory, you're afraid you'll scare the piss out of a couple of your roommates. You're out this late? AI Rui was about to get up when a vibration came from her cell phone, and a girl named Xiaoya sent a message. Honey, I'm really in love with you and I want to marry you. Will you marry me? Chapter 33, Reinforcement again. 9 Revolutions Xuanwu Golden Bell Shield. Merit value, 10. 500 points. Number of enhancements, 0. Sumo left the dormitory and found a secluded place, looking at the pirated version of the golden bell in his hand a little excited. System, redeem 1 enhancement. Consumed 10. 000 points of merit. Remaining merit, 500. Current number of enhancements, 1. Please select the reinforcement target. Golden bell. Ding. Reinforcement target, golden bell. Start strengthening. A golden light surged into the golden bell, and the originally ordinary book began to radiate a brilliant light. Whoa! The golden bell shield that emitted golden light slowly floated in front of Sumo's eyes and began to rapidly turn the pages. One by one, small golden figures, flashing in the light, surged into Sumo's brow in the twinkling of an eye. Hiss! Lots of information, up to a little headache. After a few breaths, the light dissipated and the book in Sumo's hand automatically burned to ashes. Ding! The strengthening of the golden bell is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new technique. 9 turns Xuanwu Golden Bell Shield. 9 revolutions Xuanwu Golden Bell Shield. Tier 1 The host can gather a golden bell shadow to defend himself. Up to 9 layers of golden bell void can be condensed, and the defense ability is unbeatable. Awesome! Sumo's heart was happy. It was worthy of being a product of the system. Where to try? Sumo searched around and went to a lake in the school, the vague reflection in the water, and directly urged the golden bell power. Buzz! Almost instantly, a golden bell silhouette appeared on Sumo's body. The silhouette shimmered with a faint golden light and a large number of runes surrounding it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The special effects. Awesome! Sumo was satisfied, and with a thought, he collected the golden bell shadow and left silently. Across the campus lake, a couple on a date rubbed their eyes. Did you see that? What the hell was that just now? What? I didn't see that. It seems like a bell? A clock can still become a spirit? Put. You might as well have said your cat could backflip. Sumo returned to the dormitory, directly lying on the bed to sleep. I Rui, the guy in the quilt, shrugged. And I don't know what I'm doing. Early the next morning, Sumo went to take a long vacation. The process was smooth, or the principal personally received. After all, that day when the 749th Bureau came to Sumo, the school leaders knew about it, and they are all clear. This student named Sumo is not an ordinary person. Sumo, if you have something to do, go do it. Don't worry about the school. I'll give them a heads up. The principal smiled and even personally made a cup of tea for Sumo. Thank you, principal. Sumo was very polite. Well, student Su, I actually have another question. The principal deliberated for a while and opened his mouth slightly. You say, this world, is there really such a thing? Bureau 749 has come out. What else is impossible? Sumo asked rhetorically. I see. The principal sighed and said, it seems that in our world, the water is very deep. Su, you must take care of yourself. Thank you, principal, for your concern. Sumo politely said a few words and left the principal's office. On the way back, I ran into Ai Rui, who was wearing 2 black circles under his eyes and was more of a national treasure than a national treasure. You didn't stay up all night, did you? Sumo asked. Is online dating so glamorous? Hey, Ai Rui revealed a mouthful of big white teeth and said, so what? I had a great chat with my girlfriend last night. She also said, Ai Rui got coy. She even said she's coming to school to find me in a few days and that she's going to marry me. Sumo, listen, is this the good guy? Who's the girl who's going to get on the pole and marry you after chatting online? It's either your money or your waist. You be careful, don't get karma on your waist. Sumo laughed. Ai Rui hemmed and hawed. This waist of mine, it's not worth much. Hey, aren't you going to class? I'm taking a vacation, Sumo said. All he had to do now was to find more ghosts to get killed, and he had just locked a location in the forums. Ding dong, the forum sent a message. Mr. Sumo, congratulations on gaining 200 points. Sumo was a bit puzzled. He didn't seem to have taken the quest himself. 200 points, that's worth 2 million. While wondering, a stranger called. Mr. Su, have the 200 points arrived? Aha, the Axe Gang was wiped out by you, and the reward marked on it is 200 points. Just haven't gotten around to putting it up yet. Also, your permissions on the forums have been mentioned as level 4. Sumo glanced at it, and sure enough, he could now browse level 4 shenanigans. There are relatively few level 4 spooky events, and there are none in Yuching at the moment, and the closest also level 4 spooky event is also in Rongqing, a few hundred kilometers away. It's a bit of a shame. Got it. Sumo hung up the phone. The 749th is still a good one. Soon, Sumo then arrived at an old mansion, which was a quest from the forums, showing it as a level 2 spooky event. There was a fire here that killed a family of 5, and the place has been haunted ever since. It's causing a lot of anxiety. After Sumo went in, he felt a chill, and even though it was now broad daylight, the mansion was actually a bit dim. Someone's coming. Bah, must be here to kick us out again. On what grounds? This is my home. Keep your voice down so he doesn't hear you. What are you afraid of? I'm a level 2 ghost now. If this guy dares to come in, I'll kill him. A cricket came from Sumo's ears, practically plotting out loud. Come out. Sumo didn't bother to talk nonsense with them. He directly activated the power of the 9 divine skill, and the entire mansion was directly on fire. Like a melting pot. The forums showed that several of the ghosts here were already showing signs of Liechtensteinization, and there was a death. Ah, it's so hard. Several figures, appearing in the shadowy corners, were charred and blackened, their appearance horrifying. Under the strong yang qi of the 9 divine power, these few ghosts had nothing to hide. Who are you? A ghostly creature stepped forward and spoke viciously. What do you say? Sumo took one step forward, and the few stern ghosts stepped back, their eyes a bit fearful. This guy's eyes, they're so sick. Ah, I can't take it anymore. I'll get you at once. A ghostly creature roared angrily and violently opened its mouth to spew out a mouthful of flames. Golden bell. Sumo's mind moved and the golden bell shadow appeared. The flame landed on the shadow and didn't react at all. Aha! That's much more reassuring. Sumo stomped his feet and rushed directly to the stern ghost, raised his fist and slammed it down. Bang! The ghostly creature screamed miserably and died outright. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing a level 1 ghost fire ghost. Gain 100 points of merit. Chapter 30 for the blood-soaked coffin. Your turn. Sumo hooked his finger. A few ghostly creatures were startled, and ghostly chi surged out of their bodies, and the scene in front of Sumo's eyes began to change. It's turned into a sea of fire. The air seemed to be distorted, and the scorching waves of air came to the surface and were annihilated by the golden bell shadow in front of him. After all, it was the system-enhanced golden bell shield, and the sea of fire conjured up by a few ghostly creatures couldn't injure himself at all. Bang! 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 Sumo's hand rose and fist fell, directly killing a few ghosts cleanly, and another few hundred points of merit arrived. Wrap it up! Sumo clapped his hands and left the old mansion, and submitted the quest in passing. Soon, 100 points to the account. Next, where to go? Sumo looked through the forum when Zhou Yuanshan's call came. Mr. Su, is it convenient? Zhou Yuanshan's tone was respectful. After all, he was his daughter's savior. Boss Zhou, is something wrong? Sumo asked. That's right, Zhou Yuanshan said. I have a friend who is in a bit of trouble. I'd like to ask you to come over and take a look. You see, what exactly is going on? That's right, Zhou Yuanshan organized his language and said. My friend is also in real estate, and her construction site dug up something strange the other day. And then, is when people start dying. So far, 4 or 5 people have died. Oh, Sumo became interested and said, tell me the address. I'll go take a look. Okay, I'll let her know. The address is. Zhou Yuanshan reported an address and asked again. Do you need me to send someone to pick you up? I'll just go by myself. Sumo hung up the phone, picked up his cell phone and started searching for that place. Jinqiu Green Mountain? Oh, isn't this the Tianka Group's construction site? Tianka Group is not a small name in U City, and the properties it has developed are all selling well. Fairview Green Mountain is also a key project of Tianka Group, and with this strange incident, it is expected to be anxious enough. Sumo beckoned a car and went directly in the direction of Fairview Green Mountain. This guy, finished the mission again? Bureau 749. Lin Xianxian looked at the reported information with a strange glint in her eyes. Sumo was still really, positive awe. She had never seen Sumo like this before, seeing ghosts and literally having light in her eyes. After returning last night, Lin Xianxian reported Sumo's matter. According to the news coming back from above, Sumo was an ordinary student before this. It's like, came out of nowhere. For this kind of thing, Lin Xianxian wasn't surprised, and in her heart, she estimated that that guy must be the son of a certain cultivation blessing, or a cultivation family. It's out of the mountains for training. Those places, they tend to have some strange rules. For example, you can't cast abilities or anything like that until you're 18. She's used to it. After all, the art of catching ghosts that you have learned is a family heirloom. By the way, how are things over at the Tianka Group? Lin Xianxian opened her mouth to inquire. A few days ago, there was a problem at one of the Tinker Group's construction sites, and people died continuously. 3 team members have been sent over to investigate, and there are no results yet. Wang Lang was playing with the hanging neck rope in his hand. Aha! Keep a close eye on it and let me know immediately if you have any news. I always feel something's not right about that place, Lin Xianxian said. As the leader of the Yuchang ghost hunting team, she had too many spooky incidents to deal with, and was even a bit distracted. Don't worry, Wang Lang laughed. I reckon it's just the unseasonable little ghosts that are causing trouble. The 3 team members that went there, they are all level 2 cultivators. Nothing will go wrong. That's good. Brother, are you going to see the house? In the cab, the driver spoke aloud. Anan. Sumo nodded. Hi, let me advise you. You can't buy that place, the driver said mysteriously as he slapped his thigh. Master, don't take your hands off the wheel. I'm scared. Suemo was speechless. Cab drivers, are they all so chatty? Sorry, got excited, the driver said mysteriously, but I've heard about it. That place dug up a coffin a few days ago. Coffin? It's so big, and it's still red jersey, the driver said and gestured with both hands. Suemo silently fastened his seatbelt. Dang open player, it would be funny if he got into a car accident in a while. Master, hands, the cab driver added. I heard 34 people died. Emma, the deaths are old and tragic. I heard it was sucked dry. Everyone is saying that the coffin contains, in fact, is a vampire, specializing in sucking human blood. Suemo was speechless. How come the rumor has changed to 30 or 40? And vampires, you say zombies, it's a little more believable. Really? Then how should I know? Everyone says so anyway. Brother, I advise you not to go. That place is evil. I'm just going to go look around casually. Sumo closed his eyes and the driver had the sense to keep his mouth shut. An hour later, the driver spoke. Dude, we're at the place. Isn't that Tianka Group's Lu Qingmei? What a good-looking guy. Suemo opened his eyes and looked out toward the car window. A woman, dressed in elaborate professional attire, stood there and occasionally raised her hand to look at her watch. The woman was about 5 feet 7 inches or so, wearing flesh-colored stockings and a wraparound skirt a centimeter or two above the knee. Rather a good pair of legs. It's good-looking. Suemo nodded. I had to admit that the woman was good-looking, with fair skin, soulful features and almond eyes. A great beauty indeed. I heard that Lu Qingmei is the big miss of the Tianka Group, and she's studying abroad for some MBA degree. I just saw it on the news 2 days ago. Emma, I have to take 2 pictures. Finally, I've seen a living person. The cab driver hurriedly took out his cell phone and took 2 shots from a distance, and sent it to the group. Irwa. Look at the beauty, look at the beauty. Suemo paid the money, got out of the car and walked towards the entrance of the construction site. Hello? Suemo opened his mouth. You are? Lu Qingmei raised her head, her red lips slightly moving, but she had a few sexy flavors. Boss Chow called me, Suemo said. You are Mr. Su? Lu Qingmei froze. She never thought that the Mr. Su that Zhou Yuanshan spoke of was so young. Show me in. After you. Lu Qingmei hurriedly turned around and led Suemo into the construction site. Asterisk. Not far away, the driver was planning to leave, just in time to see Lu Qingmei's respectful appearance to Suemo. He's all stupid. Could it be that this young man, the one behind the helm of Tianka Group? The more the driver thought about it, the more he lost, and he couldn't wait to give himself 2 slaps. What kind of coffin was he mentioning in front of him? What a great opportunity to hold a thigh, and it's just wasted. The driver tapped the steering wheel, turned the car around, and took the order. Big brother is the story. Taking orders is life. Mr. Su, here's the thing. Lu Qingmei, with almond eyes, followed behind Suemo and said, 3 days ago, workers dug out a body in the construction site. Coffins oozing blood. Chapter 35, the sewn-up body. A coffin oozing blood? Suemo stopped his footsteps and looked deeper into the construction site. This place didn't look anything special. Unlike the steel mill before, it was cloudy. Mr. Su, look. Lu Qingmei took 2 steps forward, tapped her cell phone, and handed it over. Suemo took a look at the cell phone, and on it was a photo of a construction site. It was surrounded by a jumble of building materials, and there was a large pit in the ground with the corner of a coffin inside. It looks like the photo was taken by someone on the scene. The coffin was a bleeding red color, as if it had been painted with a large red lacquer, and it had an eerie feel to it. You keep scrolling down. Suemo flipped back and the body of the coffin was revealed. All of its body was blood red in color. Even through the screen, Suemo could feel weird. These pictures were taken to me by the workers at the scene. Lu Qingmei continued to speak. In fact, it's common for coffins to be dug up on construction sites, and most of the time we choose to turn a blind eye. Sumo nodded. That's true. More is better than less. If we really dig up some treasure, the schedule will still be affected, so it's better to pretend we didn't see it. And then what? What's with the blood seepage? Sumo asked. Lu Qingmei said, this coffin is too bizarre. I cannot decide. Let the workers do not move for the time being. First ask someone to take a look. But, Lu Qingmei sighed and continued. Those few workers who dug out the coffin also heard from somewhere that there was gold in the coffin. They opened the coffin? The corner of Sumo's mouth twitched. Those people's guts are really big. The blood red coffin is not right at a glance. And dare to covet the treasure inside. It's on and it's not on. What do you mean? Lu Qingmei signaled Suemo to continue turning over the photos and said, one night, those workers quietly went to the construction site and took tools intending to open the coffin. but just lifted the coffin a crack. Suemo had already seen the video on his cell phone, and the blood-red coffin was lifted by a slit. From that crevice, a surprising amount of blood emerged. The dirt, all around them, was colored red, and then the picture shook as someone closed the coffin with their hands. The few people who died, were they the ones who opened their coffins? Suemo asked. Lu Qingmei nodded her head and said, there were a total of 4 people who opened the coffins. All dead. The weirdest thing is, the corners of Lu Qingmei's eyes were throbbing and she looked a little scared. Their bodies are gone. Gone? Suemo frowned. Yes, it's gone. It's a bad influence when something like this happens. Let's put the body in the funeral parlor and negotiate compensation. But I didn't realize that several corpses, one after the other, had gone missing. We questioned the people at the funeral parlor and also pulled the surveillance. Surveillance shows several of the bodies were getting up and leaving the funeral home on their own. So weird? Suemo looked at Lu Qingmei, and then, later, we found that the bodies went back to the site and disappeared. Suemo glanced at Lu Qingmei. This woman can out of such a weird thing. She had the nerve to stay at the site. Not a lot of guts. Lu Qingmei read Sumo's eyes and smiled bitterly. The construction site has been closed and stopped. If it was at night, I wouldn't dare to come here. Further, someone else besides Mr. Su came by this morning, so I stopped by to wait for you. The others? Suemo was shocked in his heart. Wouldn't be grabbing a merit badge. Bureau 749? Lu Qingmei nodded and said, that's what they said. 3 people that have been in there for quite a while. As the 2 men talked, they had reached the interior of the construction site. Lu Qingmei pointed to the distance and said, right there, the coffin was dug out from the bottom of that big pit. Okay, I got it. Suemo returned the phone to her and said, I'll go in and take a look. Mr. Lu, go wait outside and try not to get close to here. Yes, Lu Qingmei nodded. She knew that she couldn't help. Staying here would only be trouble. So she simply took her cell phone and turned to leave. Coffins that ooze blood. Bodies that disappear and come back. Interesting. Suemo raised his feet and walked towards the distant foundation pit, reaching the edge and being able to get a glimpse of the interior of the foundation pit. Available at. He didn't see any coffins, nor did he see the people from the 749 bureau that Lu Qingmei had mentioned, because the large pit in the foundation had been shrouded by a layer of black mist, like an abyss. No wonder you can't see the yin chi from the outside, so it's all deposited here. Suemo searched for a path and descended into the pit, and in the blink of an eye, he was hidden in the mist. Mr. Lu, is that guy really okay? As Lu Qingmei left the construction site, a middle-aged man wearing a white hat came over and couldn't help but open his mouth. He is the person in charge of the construction site, and he is worried to death when something like this happens. I don't know. Lu Qingmei shook her head. Mr. Su looks young, looks like a college student. Can he handle this kind of weirdness? But Zhou Yuanshan personally called, talking about Mr. Su tone is very respectful, but also told himself to be 100 times respect. Lu Qingmei naturally didn't dare to slack off. If you ask me, it's better to rely on the guys at Bureau 749. The white-hatted middle-aged man rubbed his hands together and said to himself, I checked on the internet, and the netizens all said that there is a specialized department to deal with this kind of thing. So it seems to be true. Mr. Lu, our construction site is haunted. Lu Qingmei can't wait to roll his eyes. The corpse has run back by itself. What else do you need to say? It's not haunted. Is it still approaching science? Wait. Lu Qingmei stood outside the gate with worried eyes. Ahem. Sumo's figure, appearing in the mist, had a somewhat obstructed view, probably only a dozen meters of sight. At first glance, it's gray. He reached up and waved his nose. The air here was a bit choking and vaguely smelly. It's really hard to smell. The mind turned, the chi and blood burned, and the surrounding mist looked like it had met heaven and earth to avoid it. With Suemo as the center, the gray-black mist appeared in a vacuum zone 1 square foot in circumference. Suemo didn't take a few steps, but his eyes suddenly froze and looked at the cluttered ground not far away. There, pendulum, a full arm. The arm took on a grayish color, and the break was smooth, as if it had been cut off with a very fast knife. Further on, the other arm. Then, its 2 thighs, the body, and the head. Sumo didn't see it. Squeak dash, a strange sound that appeared in his ears. Suemo finally saw a person in the mist. He kept his head down, needle and thread in hand, sewing carefully. The thing he stitched up was a torso that had long since lost its blood color. Last piece, he spoke to himself, his head spinning mechanically, before picking up a pile of bodies on the ground and piecing them together on his torso. Started sewing again. Chapter 36, sewing tastes a little heavy. I just want to sew corpses. Sew it up. He ripped the thread in his hand and lifted his head, looking at Suemo, the corner of his mouth pulling out a smile. Only then did Suemo see that this person's face was densely packed with threads, and his features were twisted and squeezed together. It's like it's been cut up and then sewn back together piece by piece. And hands and feet. He stood up shakily, walked a short distance, picked up his arms and thighs, and returned to his original position. Stitches, first both arms, then both thighs. The man in his hand was, at last, complete, and the one who had been sewn up actually stood up trembling, and moved his body a little. Nope, he's also missing a head. Where's the head? The person with the needle and thread in her hand began to look around, eventually settling her gaze on Suemo. Oh, so here it is. Suemo didn't move either, quietly watching him perform. Suemo also noticed that beside him, there were several piles of corpses, which looked like parts that hadn't had time to be stitched up. The man stared at Suemo and grinned, picking up the needle in his hand that was thick enough to be a straw and carefully gesturing. It's your head that fits. Go on. Fetch your head and I'll sew it up for you. The man tugged at his thread-covered mouth, opening and closing it to make a hollow sound. The corpse that was stitched up and had no torso, walked towards Suemo step by step. The hands were raised upwards in a serving something gesture, playing God's fool. Suemo took a big step forward and raised his hand. The corpse fell apart with a bang. The bodies turned into chunks of rotting flesh and scattered on the floor like a field of Legos. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing a level 1 ghost, grieving death ghost, rewarding 100 points of merit. A prompt sounded in his head. Suemo bristled. A mere level 1 ghost. Also want to end my head? You've ruined my artwork. I'll cut you up and sew you back together piece by piece. You'll be my best work. The man with the needle and thread screamed, and a great deal of black air came out of his body. And those black airs were like poisonous snakes, scurrying to the piles of broken flesh around him. Click click click. The pile of minced meat was like Legos, which began to assemble themselves automatically, turning into 2 people in the blink of an eye. 2 people stitched together by a needle and thread. Cut him up. The man with the needle and thread shouted. In the hands of the 2 men, a bright long knife appeared in each of their hands, screaming as they lunged towards Suemo. That's it? Suemo didn't feel threatened at all. Going up was clanging 2 punches, directly making them turn back into a ground of broken meat. Another 200 merits arrived. Your turn. Suemo took a step forward, and the person with the needle and thread was clearly starting to get scared. 1 step backward. He suddenly screamed and turned around to run, but unfortunately he was a step too slow and was kicked over by Suemo. Ah! His body, which rolled twice on the ground, had many of the threads on it disintegrating. Like to put together Legos, huh? Suemo walked up, pulled one of his legs, and with a vicious tear, the leg was watery and torn off. Come on, fight! An ing sewing corpses in my face to scare me? Come on, you keep spelling. Suemo directly tore off all of his arms and legs, leaving only his torso and head, struggling and writhing on the ground, like a round maggot. Mercy, he was beginning to panic. This man is horrible, more perverted than himself. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Suemo kicked him 2 more times before asking, tell me, what's going on? How did you die? And how did you become ghosts? The man didn't dare to hesitate and said, the 4 of us are greedy and want to pry the coffin to get the gold. But just as soon as I opened the coffin, there was cool blood coming out of it. I then dared not open the coffin, and hastened to close that coffin, and then I did not know. By the time I was conscious, I was back next to that coffin, and out of it crawled a man. It took a knife and cut us up a little bit and then sewed us back on with thread. I'll live. I realized that I'd become a ghoul sewer and couldn't help but want to sew things, so I took 3 more workers apart and resewed them. Sumo, tastes really heavy. What's in the coffin? Sumo asked. I don't know. He shook his head. All I know is that he's very strong, and like me, his head and limbs, they've been sewn together with thread. Next question. Did anyone come in before me? Sumo asked. Yes. Where are the people? They went to the coffin. Why didn't you stop it? Those 3 and I didn't bump into each other. I was too busy sewing up bodies to care. Suemo was all speechless and asked. It means that, if I didn't run into you, you wouldn't care about me? I just want to sew bodies. Okay. Suemo felt that he wouldn't be able to get anything useful out of this guy's mouth, and directly stomped on his head. Bang! His head shattered open, followed by his body's stitches disappearing into thin air, and his entire body turned into a pile of broken flesh. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for killing the level 2 ghost sewing ghoul. Reward 500 points of merit. With the merit in hand, Suemo took big steps in the direction of the coffin with his memory. What man? Before he could go far, a soft drink suddenly came from his ears, followed by a young woman coming out of the mist in the distance. She was wearing a black combat suit. Suemo had seen this outfit in the steel mill. A member of Bureau 749. Who are you and what are you doing here? It's dangerous here. Come with me. Seeing Suemo, the woman's face changed and her tone was anxious. You're from Bureau 749? Sumo asked. How do you know? The woman froze for a moment and reacted. You're a ghost exterminator too? Quickly leave with me. In the coffin is a level 3 ghost. Very strong. We are no match. Sumo asked rhetorically. Where are the others? They were all killed by that ghostly creature. I also came to escape by a fluke. Go to hell. The woman opened her mouth while quickly approaching towards Sumo. When she was still 2 steps away from Sumo, she suddenly raised her hand. A long, brightly shining knife appeared in her hand and slashed towards Sumo's neck, extremely fast. At the corner of her mouth, a wry smile curled up, like a hunter who saw his prey walk into a trap. But the next second, and she froze. A golden light flashed before his eyes, and immediately afterward, a golden bell shadow appeared on the body of the person in front of him. The golden bell shadow was draped with a large number of runes, dazzling and incomparable, shielding the man's figure in 360 degrees without any dead angles. The long sword smashed against the golden bell with a muffled bang sound, and then the long sword shattered inch by inch. In her hand, there was only one hilt left. Chapter 37, go on. Get out of here. How? She froze. The guy had been on guard. He had obviously hidden himself very well. There was no breakage at all. How did he know? And this guy's defense, how come it's so strong? The reinforced golden bell shield. The defense is really extraordinary. That broken sword is directly taught. Sumo's heart was beautiful. Is it wondering how I found you? Sumo smiled and opened his mouth. Because, he pointed to the other man's eyes and said, you are indeed well hidden, and there is no ghostly aura on you. But, I don't think you're in the habit of carrying a mirror with you. Your eyes, only the whites of your eyes. Who's a normal person with only white eyes? In a place like this, what else could it be if not a ghost? Ah! The woman in the combat uniform screamed as a ghostly aura began to emerge from her body and her image began to change. Eventually, it becomes a stitched-up corpse. It was the same as the sewing ghoul that he had killed earlier. Kill, kill, kill. The woman screamed and lunged towards Sumo. Sumo didn't drive at all, allowing her fist to fall on his golden bell shadow. The golden bell shadow only rippled, and it was simply delusional for the opponent to break through with this amount of force. My turn. Sumo seized the opportunity and threw a violent punch. Bang! The punch landed directly on the woman's chest. The woman's body arched straight up, her chest sunken in and a large chunk protruding from her back. Go you! Sumo snatched a step forward and blasted his elbow hard on the woman's chin. The woman let out an ow as her body spun in midair and flew backwards before hitting the ground. Whoa! The woman's body, like blocks, collapsed and crumbled into fist-sized chunks of flesh. Only the head, still intact. The woman's eyes that only had the whites of her eyes stared at Sumo, gradually regaining some blackness and becoming much more normal. With a color of relief, her mouth opened and closed, and then the light in her eyes dissipated, turning completely dead gray. She's dead. Sumo also read her lips. Be careful. They're all. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a level 2 ghost, grieving death ghost. Reward 500 points of merit. A beep sounded in his head. Sumo secretly sighed. The 2 people left in Bureau 749 were also in a bad way. Sumo continued to advance and soon passed through the mist, finally seeing the large blood-red coffin. The coffin, just sitting there quietly not far away, its panels covered to death. It's quiet all around, not a sound. What about those 2 guys from the 749th? Sumo's eyes turned, searching for their figures. Perhaps they were hiding in the mist in the distance, playing games again? If you don't come out again, I'll smash your bedroom. The chi and blood in Sumo's body rolled over, and his yang chi was burning. The surrounding fog, once again, retreated. Thud, knock knock, knock, knock. An eerie sound, resounding in the blood-colored coffin, sounded like a knock on the door. Ka-ching! The coffin moved, a corner lifted from the inside, and red mist rolled out. It was also accompanied by a large amount of blood and water, gurgling straight out, making it look like a fountain. A white arm, stretched out. The arms were long and slender, so smooth and delicate that you couldn't even see the pores, and the blood was sliding quickly off the skin. Sumo noticed that the fingernails of this arm were long, and the nails were grayish-brown. Like having gray fingernails, somewhat ruins the beauty of the arm. Ha! Another one! It was a woman's voice, flirty in a creepy way, and excited. The coffin panels were lifted more, the blood mist thickened, and another hand reached out. 2 hands with long, grayish-brown nails grasped the edges of the coffin, bending and straining a little. Wow! A head, emerging from the coffin, sat up straight, its head turned stiffly, deadly staring at Sumo. It's a woman, a good-looking woman. The top half of her body was naked, blood sliding quickly over her skin, and her nice collarbone was sunken in, with some blood still stored in it. The woman's hair was long and fell downward, slightly hiding the beauty of her chest, which was a bit hazy. It's just a shame. A thick, dark circle of stitches around the neck marred the beauty of the body. This woman's neck. It was chopped off and sewn back on. What a body! Fantastic! The woman's gaze was greedy and glowing red as she looked Suemo up and down, as if she was surveying a steak that had just woken up. Suemo also saw that at each of the woman's 2 shoulders, there was also a circle of stitching on each of her arms. Suemo could imagine that both of this guy's legs must have been sewn up as well. That is to say, her body, first chopped off limbs and head, then sewn back together and placed in a coffin. Suemo frowned slightly. This flavor was a bit too heavy. Come here. The woman lifted her finger and hooked it towards Suemo. A strange power instantly surged into Sumo's body, and for a moment, Sumo's head went into a trance. It seemed that even the body was out of control, but in an instant, the blazing chi and blood sun at his dantian violently erupted with light as if it had been provoked. The strong blood chi boiled within his body, and that weird power was directly burned out, and Suemo instantly came to his senses. Hiss! What a weird power! Sumo's heart shook. This female corpse in front of him was much more powerful than the ghosts he encountered a few days ago. The 749th Bureau, presumably, had only met her face to face before the force took control. If he hadn't cultivated the 9 suns swallowing heaven divine skill, his chi and blood would have flourished and swept that power away. I'm afraid I'm in a bit of danger myself. Come here. The woman had a smile on her lips as she continued to hook her finger. But unfortunately, this power was already immune to Suemo. Yes, Suemo took one step towards the female corpse. Come on, I'll make you fast. The female corpse stood up from the coffin a little bit. Her body was well proportioned. Her thighs were long and straight. It's a very seductive torso. Poof! There was a body, brought out of the coffin by her movements. A man. His face wore fear. His body had dried up and dried out, and his hands showed grotesque contortions. The lower half of his body, however, was strangely bulging. Suemo recognized that the clothes he was wearing were the same as the woman from earlier, and he was from Bureau 749. He sucked dry. Lu Qingmei had told herself that 2 men and a woman had come in, and the woman had been cut into pieces. What about the one male team member left? Come on. Very happy. The female corpse was already a bit impatient and kept hooking her fingers towards Suemo. Suddenly, a dry, thin man in a black combat suit lunged out of the coffin and twisted his hands viciously around the female corpse's neck. The female corpse's neck was brought down hard by the force, and she grotesquely tilted backward, her body staggering along with it. The man raised his head. The flesh on his face had sunken in, shaped like a skeleton, and shouted hysterically towards Suemo. Come on, get out of here. Come on. Chapter 38 9 Infant Corpses. The strong defense of the Golden Bell Mask. It's the 749. He's not dead. Sumo's eyes stared, directly activating the power of the Golden Bell Shield. The Golden Bell shadow enveloped his entire body. A punch is thrown. Asterisk. The woman was caught off guard, and blood chi surged out of her body, directly shocking the dry and thin man into flying out. Only then did he turn his head and look at Suemo. A fist, which grew larger and larger in her eyes, then blasted hard into her skull. Ah! The female corpse screamed miserably and her body flew out of the coffin, rolling on the ground several times before she twisted and crawled up. This guy's defense is extraordinary. He can even withstand one of his punches without breaking, Suemo said darkly. He walked quickly towards the man, the defenses on his body not removed. Ghosts were insidious and needed to be extremely careful. How are you doing? Sumo asked. The man raised his head, his eyes cloudy and dark. He stared wide-eyed as if trying to see Suemo. Are you, Mr. Suemo froze. He recognized himself? Steelworks, I've seen you. The man gasped and said quickly, be careful, she's not just any ghost, she's a blood corpse that's been bred here. The 3 of us are incapable of decapitating the corpse and have failed in our mission. Please Mr. Su, make every effort to behead the corpse and don't let her go out to harm people. If I become a ghost, please Mr. Su. Halfway through the sentence, the man's throat rolled a few times, his arm slipped, and he gagged completely, to death, his eyes, all wide open. Don't worry, I will kill her, Suemo gently stroked. The man's eyes were still unwilling to close. Cocking his head, he stared dead in the direction of the female corpse. Suemo got up, the blood chi on his body was burning, and the golden bell shadow glowed greatly. Go to hell! The female corpse stood up and swung her white palm violently, a white light shadow that could not be seen by the naked eye swept over. Click click click, a ripple rippled out from the golden bell's shadow. Some of the light and shadows fell around, and a crack appeared in the ground, and the concrete piles not far away were all directly cut off. It seems, the female corpse uses this tactic to cut people into pieces. How? The female corpse froze. She never thought that this guy's strength was so strong that her own corpse-crushing knife was useless. Any more means? Suemo lunged forward and directly pulled the female corpse's arm, then threw it fiercely. the body of the female corpse swung in an arc in mid-air, smashed on the ground, and bounced a few times. Sumo continuously threw punches, and the woman was like a dead fish, being smashed and bouncing continuously on the ground. If it wasn't for his strong body, he would have become a pile of mud at this moment. Still hard. Sumo stepped on the woman's left ribcage with one foot and pulled the woman's left arm with both hands. Barely. The stitching at the arm snapped tautly, and the woman's arm was torn right off, a mass of maggots spilling out of the break. The bulbous body twisted and turned on the ground. It's disgusting. Sumo threw the arm out, and the arm's arm propped up and quickly crawled over in the direction of the female corpse again. Nice try. Sumo kicked the female corpse out. Looking around, he found a concrete block the size of his head with rebar mixed in. This thing, it's supposed to work? A foot on the arm and an open smash. Bang, bang, bang. It took dozens of smashes, and the concrete blocks shattered. The female corpse's arm also became a bloody mess, mixed with maggots, and shuddered, finally not moving. The scene is just a bit unforgiving. Bah! Sumo kicked the rotting arm away and charged towards the female corpse again. What do you want? The female corpse screamed and tried to dodge, but unfortunately her speed was not as fast as Sumo's and she was caught again. Bear! The other arm of the female corpse is torn off and Sumo does his old trick of kicking the female corpse out, touching out the concrete blocks prepared long ago. A flurry of smashing. The female corpse's two arms are wasted. Sumo turned his head and looked at the female corpse that had turned into a Venus. The corner of his mouth hooked into a warm smile, but in the eyes of the female corpse, this smile was worse than the devil. Ah! The female corpse screamed, a large spray of blood gushing out of her mouth, and her two blurred arms turned into a ghostly light that returned to her body. Hey! It's connected again. It's just that the styling is a bit unforgiving, and the two shredded arms really detract a bit from her overall beauty. Damn you! Damn you! How dare you hurt my perfect body! I won't let you go. I'll kill you! I'll kill you! She screamed as a massive spray of blood rose up. Bang! 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 With the coffin as the center, there were 9 places where the dirt exploded, revealing several half-man-high potter's clay altars. The 9 altars quickly floated up, hung in midair, and then exploded. Blood splattered everywhere. Inside the altar, 9 infants crawled out. Mom! The babies slurred their words, their voices sharp and harsh. Go on. This is the food Mom prepared for you. Eat him. The woman pointed at Sumo. Swish swish swish. The 9 infants opened their bloody mouths and turned into 9 ghostly lights, pouncing on Sumo. Sumo showed no mercy, punching a little friend, broken meat flying around in the sky like rain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 1 ghost infant corpse, rewarding 100 points of merit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 2 ghost infant corpse, rewarding 500 points of merit. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Sumo was like swatting a fly and quickly killed 9 infant corpses, taking the time to look at the merit value. Ooh, a full one. 700 merit points were added. Ha ha ha, my children, quickly returned to their mother's arms. Instead of being heartbroken, the female corpse was excited to see the infant corpse decapitated. She snapped her mouth open and inhaled hard. The broken flesh of those infants floated up as much as they could, and then they were all sucked into her belly. Her belly, bulging rapidly. The female corpse's aura, too, was climbing rapidly, becoming even more powerful than before. Go to hell. The female corpse's power was boosted and she became arrogant. Her body transformed into a shadow and pounced towards Sumo. Speed, much faster than before. Swish, 2 dark and tattered arms appeared in front of Sumo's eyes, with long gray-brown nails glowing with sharp light. The golden bell void on Sumo's body glowed greatly. The runes flashed, and the light effect was drawn full. Kaz. The female corpse's fingernails scratched on the golden bell's shadow, like the tip of a knife rubbing on a steel plate, making a piercingly unpleasant sound. Kill 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 kill. The female corpse desperately waved her arms, spinning in a circle towards Sumo. Her nails were smoking, and from time to time you could see sparks splashing. It's a whole lot of stubble. Pity. The female corpse didn't even manage to leave a single scratch on the golden bell's shadow. Awesome. Sumo, who was calm and relaxed, gave a thumbs up in the golden bell's shadow. He had a new perception of the defensive power of the golden bell shield. Gaga strong. Chapter 39, Female corpse don't run. I'll tell you a joke. The golden bell that had only been strengthened once made the bizarre corpse almost die of exhaustion. If one strengthened the golden bell shield to the 9th weight, wouldn't one be able to stack 9 golden bell shadows? It's cool to think about it. Sumo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Damn it, are you laughing at me? The female corpse was tired of scratching and stood not far away trembling. It's an abomination. The defense shield on this guy's body was nothing short of a turtle shell, and he had already made a rubbing of his own strength. Still can't break. She couldn't help but look at her nails, which were miserable. 10 nails? all turned over. The fingernail caps, along with the flesh and blood, rolled together, and a sticky liquid filled his hands. To know one's own nails, but they can even scratch through steel with one hand. Ha! Suemo reacted, looked at her miserable appearance and said, "Sorry, I just got distracted." "What did you say?" "Female corpse." "Damn it, it's an abomination. This guy, he's totally teasing himself. What to do? Run?" She looked down at her stomach, bulging with the resentful souls of her 9 children rolling around in it. The skin on the stomach sometimes appears as handprints, sometimes as soles of the feet, and sometimes as a face. Run, there is no other way. This guy in front of him, he was no match at all. The female corpse finally figured it out, and she turned into a ray of light and rushed into the ghostly mist behind her, still dropping a sentence from afar. "My old lady won't let you go. Just wait, I'll be back." Suemo immediately put away his smile. "This can let you run away? Stop." Suemo stomped his feet hard. The huge force directly left a pair of footprints on the ground, and his figure rushed into the ghost fog like a cannonball. "Damn you guys!" The female corpse heard the commotion and turned her head to see Suemo, so scared that her heart and liver trembled. She opened her mouth and spat out a large mass of ghostly chi, enveloping herself. Her speed, it was picking up. Although Suemo didn't know light body techniques, but after all, he was a fierce person who had practiced the 9 yang swallowing heavenly skills. The blood chi in his body surged and boiled. His power was not to be underestimated, and a step forward was an old distance. The distance between him and the female corpse was closing. "Don't run away, I'll tell you a joke." Suemo spoke loudly. Once upon a time there was a eunuch who loved dragon fruits, and one day he realized that his pee was red. The eunuch was scared to death and rushed to get a doctor. The doctor told him. The female corpse didn't want to hear it, but the story fell on her ears, and suddenly half of it was gone. Unbearable. She couldn't help but speak. "What about down there?" "Down there? There's nothing left down there," Suemo said. "Ha!" The female corpse ran and fought again, suddenly reacted, out of laughter. "It's still true, below that is no more." "Ah, that's not true, I'm running for my life." The female corpse looked back, and sure enough, the guy had caught up some distance while she had time to react. "Insidious little man." The female corpse cursed and accelerated once again, but suddenly a bloody light was in front of her eyes, and a flesh-colored barrier, visible to the naked eye, appeared in front of her. On top of that barrier, various bizarre blood-colored runes flashed. The female corpse was caught off guard. It was too late to apply the brakes, and her entire body crashed straight into it. Duong, her body, slamming into the blood-colored barrier. The entire barrier trembled a few times, and the runes on it shook even more chaotically. The female corpse was hit by the powerful force and bounced back, rolling on the ground a few times in a sorry state. The blood-colored barrier, too, disappeared at this moment. "Ha!" Suemo stopped and watched from a distance. The blood-colored barrier appeared out of nowhere. "I didn't see it myself when I came in. What the hell?" The female corpse stood up, her body deflated from the impact, and hurriedly ran her ghost chi to let her body recover. Once again, she lunged forward. Duong, the blood-colored barrier, again, stopping her in her tracks. The female corpse tried a few more times, and as soon as she got within that range, the blood-colored barrier appeared. Obviously, this thing, it was meant to stop her. Interesting, Sumo laughed, although he didn't know what kind of thing that was that could stop a female corpse. Instead, he saved himself the effort of chasing. "What is this thing and why won't it let me leave?" The female corpse shouted in despair. She desperately, time and time again, used her body to hit it, but the blood-colored barrier didn't budge. "I know." The female corpse suddenly dropped to the ground, and tears actually flowed from her eyes. "Thousand killer, you lied to me." She stood up, her body surging with resentment and murderous aura, and turned to look at Suemo taking a step forward. Her nails, under the ghostly aura, grew longer and longer. In a flash, 10 fingernails that had become a foot long, like 10 sharp daggers. "I can't get out. I'll fight you." She rushed towards Suemo, her nails waving, making ching 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 blasting sounds, all with residual shadows. Suemo was his usual self, releasing his golden bell shadow and letting the female corpse surround him to clean the glass. "Are you tired?" Sumo's eyes locked onto the trail of the female corpse, his fists clenched, and terrifying and hot yang chi flowed over the fist's blades. If it wasn't for the fact that he had cultivated the 9 suns swallowing heaven technique, which had allowed his eyesight to grow as well. "I'm afraid I'm going to get turned around by this female corpse." "I'm not tired." The female corpse persevered. "But I'm tired." Suemo fiercely reached out. His palm passed through the golden bell shadow and quickly grabbed the female corpse's wrist. The female corpse was startled, and it was too late to react as a huge force invaded her entire body along her wrist. "Come down." Suemo swung hard, and the female corpse directly drew a beautiful arc in midair. then smashed hard on the ground. Make you spin, make you spin, make you spin. I'm gonna make you spin. Suemo swung her around, centered on himself, and kept smashing into the ground all around. And every time he smashed, a human-shaped crater would appear on the ground. Looking down from a high place, those human-shaped pits all had different postures, and those who didn't know thought they were some kind of cultivated martial arts secrets. Don't smash it, I concede. The female corpse screamed at first, but then she went straight to breathlessness, her voice weak. Sumo's hand stopped. Only then did he realize that the female corpse had gone limp, and it seemed that all the bones in her body were broken. Sorry, got a little excited. Suemo grinned, pulled the female corpse to himself, raised his foot and stepped down towards the female corpse's belly. Ah! The female corpse screamed miserably, her belly burst open, and a large amount of broken flesh splattered like a cockroach laying eggs. Those pieces of flesh were the baby corpses that she had swallowed. Still not dead? Suemo muttered in his heart. This female corpse's vitality is really tenacious. Directly stepped forward, grabbed her head, and ruthlessly pulled. Barely, with her head uprooted by him, the female corpse's body stood still and trembled madly, her arms and legs shaking wildly. Suemo found a solid piece of concrete and placed the female corpse's head squarely on it before raising his fist. He moved his wrists, took a deep breath, and looked at the female corpse's head. The female corpse's face was filled with panic. Her mouth opened and closed, but she couldn't make a sound or know what she was saying. Suemo didn't bother to interpret it. Shoo, quiet. Let's make a bet. Is your head hard, or is my fist hard? If you can resist 1,000 of my punches, I'll let you go. How's that? What's in your eyes? Don't trust me, Sue? Chapter 40, wow. You're so perverted. I love it. The female corpse was on the verge of tears. 1,000 punches? You're not going to let me go, are you? Her mouth opened and closed, constantly cursing Suemo, such as the vicious curse of having 8 sons in the future. First punch. Suemo swung his fist and ruthlessly pounded on the top of the female corpse's head. Click. The concrete on the floor cracked right through, and the female corpse's head was shorter and bulging. The female corpse's eyes bulged out and her mouth opened faster. Obviously, she cursed hard. Second punch. Suemo swung down with another punch, and the female corpse's head was directly squeezed together, and the 2 eyeballs directly popped out of their sockets a long way away. Third punch. Fourth punch. Fifth punch. Enough to smash down 9 punches. Sumo's hands are a little sour. The female corpse's head is even worse, turned into a pancake. Finally, a system beep sounded in his ear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 3 ghost blood corpse. Reward 2,000 points of merit. Current merit, 6,700 points. This female corpse, also a level 3 ghost, had actually provided herself with 2,000 points of merit. It was twice as much as Scarab, who was also a level 3 ghost. Also, this guy, he's a lot tougher than Scar. Suemo looked at the 6,700 points of merit he had accumulated and smiled happily. That's good. One step closer to the next enhancement. Poof. Not far away, the headless body fell to the ground and rapidly decayed, leaving only a withered bone. The stench came from the stench. It stinks. Suemo covered his nose and carefully walked forward until he reached the place where the blood-colored barrier appeared earlier. 1 foot out the door. Nothing happened. It seems that one's guess was correct. The blood-colored barrier only targets female corpses. Done. Suemo urged his chi and blood, dispersing most of the surrounding yin chi, and the surrounding fog was gradually dissipating. Returning to the location of the blood-colored coffin, Suemo looked at the 749 team members who were still staring at each other with dead eyes and had long since died. After a moment of silence, he said, "You rest in peace. I've killed the female corpse. She won't go out to harm anyone." As if he understood Sumo's words, the eyes of that corpse slowly closed and no longer made any sound. Ugh! Suemo let out a sigh of admiration for the people of 749. It is because of them that the vast majority of ordinary people can live in this ghostly world in style. Suemo thought about it and took out his cell phone and dialed Taoist Lei's number. Mr. Su, you have something? Taoist Master Lei's voice carried a small note of excitement. Was there business again? Taoist Lei, do you know how to contact the people from Bureau 749? Suemo asked. 749 Bureau he was not familiar with. He only knew the one called Lin Xian, and the others did not have much contact. Bureau 749? Taoist Lei froze for a moment and didn't ask what the matter was, quickly reporting his special number. Okay, I know. Talk back. Suemo hung up on Taoist Master Lei and dialed that particular number. Weird. 100 kilometers away from Suemo, Taoist Lei was currently standing in front of an art school. He thought about it and stretched out his only 3 remaining fingers, making a gesture to pinch. Only pinched 2 times, and then hurriedly stopped. Sad face, almost forgot. These 2 fingers were bitten off by that. Cannot count. Forget it. No internal friction. None of my business. He lowered his hand, his brow opening into a smile. The eyes flowed, fell on a tall girl, hastily came forward. Classmate, I see your eyebrows and eyes show black. Forehead glazed. Body omen fear is not small ah. The tall female body glanced back and saw a leering old man with furtive eyes glancing over his body. She puffed out her chest and grunted. Bah, what do you need to say? I'm AD. Can the omen on my body be small? Having said that, she stomped on her heels towards a sports car, pulled open the door and got in. Raven, what's going on? Sitting in the driver's seat of the sports car, a young man with dark bags under his eyes. He turned his head and asked, eyes still glancing at the old man outside the car. Cut. When flipped her hair in style. Then there's a dead old man who says there's an evil omen on me. Obscure. The youth grinned and said, what if he's telling the truth? Geez, you're annoying. One reached out and gently stroked her chest, and chirped, you don't know if there are any bad omens on me today, do you? Finished with a wink. The youth laughed silently and wouldn't answer. The roar sounded and the sports car rushed out like an arrow. Captain, Gao Feng and the others have lost contact. Wang Lang walked into the office, his face a bit not so good. The Tianke Group construction site incident was the responsibility of the three-member team of Gao Feng. Now, it's not good news to have three people completely out of touch. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong. What? Lin Xianxian stood up and asked, how long has it been? 1 hour and 27 minutes. Wang Lang took a deep breath and said, they reported the information once when they entered the construction site. Later, and never heard from again. Generally speaking, ordinary means of communication could not be used in places with ghosts because of the presence of Yin Qi. It's normal to lose messages for a short period of time. It's been over an hour and they still haven't heard anything, which means bad things. Something's wrong. Lin Xianxian's face changed slightly as she quickly said, go to Tianke Group. I'm afraid that the level of the ghosts there exceeds our prediction. Call up Captain Wang Tian Lei Wang. Team Lin, Team Wang went over to Rongcheng. The Blue Moon Lake over there is haunted by water ghosts, and they haven't returned yet. Wang Lang reminded. I know. Lin Xianxian thought for a moment and said, bring the people and set off immediately. As she walked, she dialed the phone. Hello, Anna, are you in Yucheng? The call was quickly answered. It was a loud noise, as if someone was paddling, followed by a playful female voice. Hey, Sister Xianxian, how did you know that I was eating hot pot in Yucheng? Did you plant a surveillance camera on my brain? Whoa, you're so perverted. I love it. Lin Xianxian held her forehead. She didn't have time to talk to her about anything else, and quickly said, do you have time? Accompany me to the scene. There's an accident at a construction site. On the other end of the phone, the laughter immediately converged. There are dirty things? Give me the address. I'll be right there. First of all, the cost is settled. Lin Xianxian hung up the phone and quickly sent the address to the other party before leaving the 749th Bureau headquarters in the direction of the Tianke Group. Anna was her good friend, and also an inheritor of the Exorcist Ma family, with a notable cultivation level. It's just a bit expensive to charge, not even discounting herself as a friend. At this point Marana could be called cold and heartless. On the other end of the line, a bomb shelter fondue restaurant, a young girl in a short pink skirt, tight top, and a pink double ponytail stood up. Where are you going, beautiful? Something's come up. Go ahead. Hey, don't go. This is not yet finished eating. You're just leaving like this? Is it not giving my brother face? A somewhat inebriated man stood up and grabbed her arm, his tone a bit offended. This girl looks wild. If she gets drunk, something might happen at night. The girl took one look at the man's hand and violently grabbed the bottle beside her, clanging it on the man's head, and blood flowed all over the place. The man was confused, rubbing his head in disbelief. How did I get hit? You hit me? The man's voice, with a shaky cry. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you. The other customers in the hot pot restaurant were confused and stood up to watch the show. The girl fished a bunch of money out of her bag and threw it on the table with a flourish, pointing to the man and then to the unfinished fondue on the table. He turned and walked away. Here's $10,000, my hot pot money, and his medical bills. Chapter 41. Someone is keeping a corpse here. Big chapter. Lin Xianxian and her group rushed towards the Tianke Group's construction site in a flurry of wind. The crowd was silent. As members of the 749, they all understood what it meant to be out of touch in a place like this. Take it easy. Wang Lang couldn't stand the silence and spoke up. What if they just have a broken communicator? We can make it to. Halfway through his sentence, he stopped again. That kind of talk, even he didn't believe it. Hey, Wang Lang sighed softly in his heart. I hope it's not too late. Jingle bells. A piercing ringtone broke the silence in the car as Lin Xianxian picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. Hey, it's me, Team Lin. We're getting strange phone calls, and that side says. On the other end of the phone, The voice was tinged with sadness. Highwind and the others, sacrificed. Lin Xianxian's hand, without a trace, trembled, and her eyes flickered past a hint of sadness. Soon, she adjusted. As squad leader, she had to be firm at all times. Who called? Was he at the scene? What happened at the scene? I don't know. They didn't say over there. Just told me. He saw 3 bodies, wearing 749 combat uniforms. 2 men and 1 woman. Let me get over there and take care of it as soon as I can. I checked the phone. It's a regular number in Yuchang. The owner is called Su Mo. Lin Xianxian put down the phone. Her palms clenched tightly, with veins rising slightly on the backs of her white hands. 3 more team members, sacrificed. The strength of the 3 Gaofongs, all level 2 cultivators, could kill them in such a short period of time and make it impossible for them to send back a message. This meant that the ghostly creature was at least level 3 or higher. Sumo, why is he there? Could it be that the ghosts have been killed by him? In Lin Xianxian's mind, the figure of Sumo flashed through, inexplicably recalling that night in the steel mill. This guy was overbearing and incomparable, hard-hammering brother Scar to death. Team Lin, what's wrong? Wang Lang asked. Lin Xianxian took a deep breath and said, I got the news that Gao Feng and the others may have sacrificed themselves. The crowd raised their heads and lowered their eyes again. Although such an outcome had been expected, I couldn't help but mourn after confirming the exact news. Tramp, those damn ghosts. A member of the team pounded the seat hard, his eyes red. Gao Feng was on good terms with him and the 2 of them went out for drinks from time to time. Gao Feng, don't worry, I'm just going to lay down my life, but I'll definitely kill that demonic creature and take revenge for you. The team member spoke with red eyes. Lin Xianxian touched the mahogany sword that lay across her knees and only spoke softly. Accelerate, Mr. Lu, what's that noise inside? Outside the Tianka group, the white hat scrunched his neck. The 2 of them stood outside for a little more than half an hour, and no one had come out yet. There was also a noise coming from inside from time to time, and if he didn't know the situation, he would have thought there was construction going on inside. I don't know. Lu Qingmei shook her head. Shall we go in and take a look? White hat tried. You go? Lu Qingmei crossed his eyes. I wouldn't dare. The white hat shook his head in a hurry, thinking that in this place, who would dare to go inside now except you? Then shut up. Lu Qingmei cursed, keeping Sumo's words in mind. Whatever happens in there, don't go in. Just wait. Buzz off. A motorcycle roar sounded, and when Lu Qingmei looked up, she saw a large displacement motorcycle painted pink speeding by. Crunch! The pink motorcycle took a nice dump and came to a steady stop in front of the construction site. Hello, is this the Ritenko Group Fairview Green Mountain site? The girl in the car, with 1 foot on the ground, removed her helmet in a dashing manner. The pink double ponytail instantly broke free and fluttered in the wind, matching the color of her motorcycle. Ha! The white hat froze for a moment and waved his hand distractedly. Where did the girl child come from? Go go go. The project is not open today. Come back to see the house in a few days. The girl ignored him, muttering to herself as she got out of the car. Looks like this is it. Sister. Lu Qingmei stepped forward and whispered. This place is not very safe. You'd better leave. I know. There's dirt. The 2 ponytailed girl nodded, her gaze looking deeper into the construction site, her eyes actually tinted with a bit of golden light. Ha! The yin qi seems to be dissipating, the girl muttered in her mind. Dirty. Dirt? Lu Qingmei was stunned for a moment, looking the girl up and down, and couldn't help but ask, are you from Bureau 749? No, it's someone from Bureau 749, who invited me. The girl smiled brightly and asked, aren't they here yet? Lu Qingmei didn't know which wave of people he was asking about, so she had to say, 3 people went in earlier, claiming to be from Bureau 749, half an hour ago. She pointed deeper into the construction site and added, Mr. Su went in and none of them came out. Mr. Su, the girl was about to ask when several black sedans stopped and Lin Xianxian got out with her men. Sister Xianxian. The girl jumped up and turned around to pounce towards Lin Xianxian. Don't come. Lin Xianxian had a stern face, but she couldn't resist the girl's enthusiasm and had no choice but to open her arms. The girl bounced on both feet and her hand hung around Lin Xianxian's neck, tilting her head and smiling. Sister Xianxian, haven't seen you for so long, have you missed me? Anna, get down here. Lin Xianxian was helpless. Ma Anna was like this. You're still wearing a short skirt. You're not afraid of getting naked. Safety pants. Do you understand? Anna stood up with a smile and asked, what's going on here? Sister Xianxian? I just took a few glances and the yin inside seems to be dissipating, Lin Xianxian said as she walked forward. 3 of our team members were lost after we went in. She walked up to Lu Qingmei and took out an ID and said solemnly, Bureau 749, we're taking over here temporarily now. Mr. Lu, excuse me, how could Lu Qingmei dare to say anything else? Waving her hand repeatedly, No matter how high her position in Tianka group was, she was still just an ordinary person. The fact that the group in front of her was murderous and specialized in this sort of thing made her a little wary. Don't bother. It's just that. When Mr. Su went in, he said that no one else should come near until he comes out. Lin Xianxian nodded her head and said, "It was Mr. Su who called and asked us to come over to take care of it. You stay away." Having said that, Lin Xianxian led the crowd and walked into the gates of the construction site. Sniff. As she walked, Mariana puckered her nose and sniffed around like a samoyed with powdered fur. "Captain, what is she smelling?" Wang Lang couldn't help but open his mouth. It was the first time he had seen Ma Anna. The girl looked god-awful, and dressed so coolly that she arched her nose and sniffed as soon as she came in. It's really a bit strange. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Xianxian was very familiar with her, Wang Lang would have thought that this girl was a little too young girl who had gotten mixed up somewhere. "Shoo," Lin Xianxian shook her head and said, "She's a Ma family heirloom." "The horse family?" Wang Lang froze, then his eyes were slightly shocked. "Exorcism Ma family?" Hiss. They say that the Ma family's means of exorcism is passed down to women and not to men. So it's true. He couldn't help but look at Mariana a few more times. Perhaps it was because he knew the identity of the other party. The movements of Ma Anna sniffing around, he felt brought with him a sense of mystery. The reputation of the exorcist Ma family is not small in this world, and it is said that the family's exorcism methods are endless and quite fancy. And there was a rule that whoever came to them to clean up their messes was paid to do it. Never take credit. Wang Lang looked at Lin Xianxian again. Team Lin didn't come from a small place. They were from the Taoist Lin family. The Taoist art of exorcising ghosts and suppressing evil spirits is quite powerful. I heard that Team Lin's brother also serves in 749, guarding the Great Wall of the country against foreign evil. It's the smell of blood corpses. With a serious expression, Mariana reached out and fished out a pink telescopic stick, snapping and flinging it away. "Be careful. Blood corpses have extremely strong defenses. It's not easy to deal with. Sister Xianxian, I'll have to charge more for this order." There was one more thing she didn't say. The blood corpses were very destructive, and the few who went in were afraid that they would have been torn to bones. Soon, a few people then arrived in front of the big pit, and although the fog was much lighter, they still couldn't see what was going on inside. With a flick of her hand, Mariana fished out a few small pink paper braided stars and flung them towards the mist. The dragon god decrees, the wind god lends his law. Scatter the evil. Swish, the little star flew into midair and instantly burst open, forming a gale that rushed into the mist. The surrounding fog was instantly swept by the gale, quickly dissipating in all directions, and the scene in front of everyone's eyes gradually became clearer. Someone's coming. Suemo stood next to the blood coffin and heard the commotion behind him. When he looked up, he saw the fog rolling over in the gale force winds. The fog was gradually dissipating. Sumo's eyesight was extremely strong and he soon saw the pink double ponytail girl. Behind her was none other than 749's Lin Xianxian. 749's tactics are pretty cool, Suemo thought darkly. Then he heard the pink double ponytail girl cry out, raising her hand and flinging a piece of something at herself. "Watch out! The blood corpses are still there." "Anna, stop, he's not." Lin Xianxian was just about to stop it when the pink stars in Lin Xianxian's hand had already scattered. "Sumo, no, I'm a bloody corpse? Are you blind? Without even asking me, you're just going to do it?" Sumo's eyes stared. He could really see that the pink double ponytail girl was scattering a handful of pink stars towards herself. Those stars whistled through the air, turning into small pink swords that were incredibly sharp in the blink of an eye. Hidden with the sound of breaking air, it arrived in an instant. Golden bell. Sumo's mind moved, and a golden bell silhouette that emitted light appeared on his body. "Come back." Ma Anna reacted quickly, and after seeing it, she hastily waved her hand, and those little pink swords spun around in midair, and then reappeared back to their side as a little star. "Mr. Su," Lin Xianxian performed her stance and scurried to 3 feet away in front of Suemo. "Eyes still wary." Suemo cried and laughed. "What kind of eyes are you looking at?" "Don't worry, I'm not a ghost." Suemo dispersed the golden bell shadow. Lin Xianxian sighed in relief and apologized. "Mr. Su, I'm sorry, it was the person I hired who was too reckless." "Anna, come here." Ma Anna also knew that she had intruded and blushed a little. Taking a step in front of Suemo, she was also secretly shocked. "This handsome little brother in front of me. The defense means looks so powerful. This guy is definitely better than me." Ma Anna made a conclusion in her mind. "Mr. Su, I'm sorry, I was reckless." Ma Anna said sincerely. "I was just far away and you were standing next to this bloody coffin, so I thought it was a blood corpse. So I just." Suemo said, "Next time be careful and look before you shoot. If I were an ordinary person, wouldn't I be shot right through you? How could I? You're so hard." Suemo seemed to smile. "How do you know?" "You just." Ma Anna said twice, always feeling that something is wrong. Her face is a little red. She responded, holding out her slender fingers. You take advantage of me? Sister Xian. Suemo shrugged. It's what people with hearts listen to that makes them dirty. I'm talking about my defense. What are you thinking? You. Ma Anna was screaming with anger, her chest rising and falling, her tight top barely able to wrap around her, ripples rising and falling in waves. This guy looks like a gentleman. Why does he talk with a gun in his hand? Hey, that's not right. Why did I get it in seconds? Suemo ignored her anymore. That comment just now was considered a return to her for striking out without looking. Captain Lin, your men are here. Suemo stepped aside, and the two male corpses lay quietly on the ground, their lower bodies covered with coats. High Wind, a member of the 749, rushed over, clutching a male corpse with grief-stricken eyes and red tiger eyes. Ugh, Lin Xianxian a little lost. They really? It's only two. Wang Lang's eyes flashed as he said excitedly. Mr. Su, there are 3 of our team members. Is she still alive? Suemo was a bit intolerant, pointing to a pile of broken meat not far away. There. When I came, she was cut into pieces and was eroded by the ghost chi to turn into a severe ghost, attempting to attack me, decapitated by me. Sorry. Lin Xianxian shook her head and said, I don't blame you. I'm sure she didn't want to turn into a severe ghost. At least, there's no need for us to personally take action. It's her good fortune to die at the hands of Mr. Su. Lin Xianxian had seen many such things. Those members of the 749 who had been eroded by the ghostly energy and eventually turned into severe ghosts needed their help to clean them up. Facing his former partner, 749 had no choice. Whoa, this blood coffin is of good quality. Mariana looked around the bloody coffin and said, it's made of silver, and it keeps a female corpse inside, doesn't it? Killed by you? Suemo nodded and asked, how do you know it's a female corpse? Ma Anna picked her finger and said, there are ancient records. Silver is yin gold. Gold, copper and iron are yang gold. Look, she pointed to the blood coffin and said, this coffin is made of silver, and it is engraved with talismans. So if I'm not mistaken, it must be a blood refining yin technique. Suemo followed her finger to look carefully, and he really saw that hidden in the blood red color of the coffin, there were vague traces of bizarre runes. Normally, refining a blood corpse requires a yin and yang counterpart. If a male corpse is placed in this coffin, it will rot and fester in less than 10 days. If a female corpse is placed, it can be immortalized for 100 years, sucking in yin and saving chi, and borrowing a corpse to return to the soul. In other words, with a serious expression, Ma Anna said softly, this coffin is man-made. Someone is keeping a corpse here. Chapter 42 In Corpse Taoist. 9 Suns Corpse Raising Formation. Raise a corpse? Sumo's eyes twitched and suddenly thought of the words that the female corpse said before she was hammered to death by herself. And that mysterious blood-colored barrier. Looks like it's not that simple. Suemo couldn't help but think, that guy raised a few blood corpses. Where did he keep them? There's a lot of merit in it. Anna, did you read it right? Lin Xianxian couldn't care less about the dead team members at the moment. Someone raising a corpse meant that this wasn't a simple bizarre incident. Rather, there are evil practitioners at work. To be able to raise such a blood corpse, the strength of that evil cultivator must not be weak. Shouldn't be wrong. Mariana circled around the bloody coffin a few times, took a closer look at the talismanic traces, and said, this is the yin corpse spell used to raise corpses. Mr. Su, can you show me the bloody corpse? Suemo kicked out a pancake from under his feet and said, the head is here, and the corpse seems to have turned into bones. I'll go. Mariana gave an exaggerated yelp and pointed to the pancake on the ground and shuddered. Is this the head of that bloody corpse? How did it come to this? Oh, I whacked it flat. You don't say. This guy's head is pretty hard, and it's tiring me out. Ma Anna and Lin Xianxian looked at each other, both seeing the speechlessness and shock in the other's eyes. Hammer. Whacked? Jesus. The flesh of a blood corpse was the strongest, almost invulnerable to knives and guns, with the hood of the body being on the head. It is said that as long as the blood corpse's head is not destroyed, it cannot die and be reborn through the corpse, so the blood corpse's head is the strongest. Ma Anna's talismanic sword was confident that it could pierce through a blood corpse's body, but it could never pierce through a blood corpse's head. That thing is really hard. Now, a thin big cake was in front of him, and Suemo told himself that this was the head of the blood corpse, still hammered flat. What's wrong? Suemo saw the two of them looking at him strangely. Nothing. Mariana fumbled for a pair of gloves and put them on, then reached out with 2 fingers and gently pinched the corner of the big cake, lifting it up for a closer look. A moment later, she screamed, goodness, this is really the head of a blood corpse. The smell can't be wrong. Hiss. This blood corpse is close to breaking through to level 4. It's much more powerful than a normal level 3 blood corpse, and its defense is much stronger too. How did you You do that? The way she looked at Suemo changed. What a slugger. To be able to hammer to death a blood corpse that was about to break through level 4. Just how strong was this guy? Suemo shook his fist and said, what else can we do? It's just to pull out her head and put it on the watery clay and drive a hammer, he said, and pointed to the watery dirt not far away, the ground showing cracks and mixed with slime, and 2 glowing black eyes. That's the blood corpse. 6. Marana threw the bloody corpse's head on the ground and gave a thumbs up, slowly snapping out a 6. Convinced. Team Lin, the remains of the 3 Gao phones, collected. Wang Lang's expression was a little less natural. The feeling of gathering up the broken pieces of one's fellow man with one's own hands is not something that can be borne by the average person. He looked back at the bodies that had been covered with white cloth and couldn't help but say, Captain, they. Lin Xianxian waved her hand and said, I know what you're going to say. Their families, Bureau 749. We'll take care of them. The crowd turned and saluted toward the bodies of the 3 men. Hey, Wang Lang sighed softly and said, from the day we joined Bureau 749, we were prepared for this. Brother Gao Feng, have a good journey. After a few moments of silence, Suemo led Lin Xianxian and Ma Anna several people to the location of the female corpse. On the ground, all that was left was a puddle of pus and white bones. Look, wearing gloves, Mariana removed a small object from the thick water, only the size of a palm, and folded it into a triangle. Mariana carefully unwrapped the triangle, a silver paper with eerie bright red symbols drawn on it. At the moment it was already a bit dull, and the silver paper was glowing with a greenish-black color, as if it was about to break in the twinkling of an eye. It's a corpse-quelling talisman. Ma Anna's face changed slightly. This talisman is not of a low grade. The person who raised the corpse must be very powerful. The reason for placing the body-suppressing talisman in the corpse is to prevent accidents from occurring and causing the corpse to awaken prematurely. If it wasn't for the Tianka group digging up this coffin and those few workers ghosting the coffin open, letting the blood corpse get the scent of a living person, this blood corpse, there was no telling how long it would be asleep. This, of course, led to an interruption of the corpse raising process. Otherwise, when the blood corpse was fully raised, there was no telling how powerful a thing it would be. Judging from the traces of this talisman, this corpse has been kept here for at least 20 years. She turned her head to look at Suemo and said, Mr. Su, do you have any other findings? Suemo thought for a moment and said, the female corpse's head, as well as her limbs, were all resewn on after being chopped off. Does that count? Lin Xianxian's expression was not too good as she said, what a cruel means of raising a corpse. This person must have had his limbs chopped off alive before he was born, allowing him to develop a great deal of resentment before chopping off his head. The reason for resewing the body together is to seal this resentment and speed up the process of raising the corpse. Sumo's head was big from listening. Those evil cultivators, their methods and tricks are too much. Is this a method that a human being can come up with? Nima, one is sicker than the other. No wonder it's called evil cultivation. And, Suemo continued to speak. And, the 2 men's bodies trembled as they looked at Suemo, their expressions carrying panic now. Aha! Suemo pointed to the broken altars not far away and said, near the female corpse, there are 9 altars. 9. Well, babies crawled out of it. All of them were finally swallowed by the female corpse. Ma Anna and Lin Xianxian had horrified expressions, and the 2 of them were considered to have seen a lot of foreigners. But when I hear it, I still get a little belly flop. Marana took a crushed rock and dotted a few white spots on the ground, and took another rock and placed it in the center. Mr. Su, are the 9 altars placed like this? Suemo looked twice and nodded. It seems so. 9 Suns corpse raising formation. Ma Anna threw the stone in her hand and took 2 steps back. It's the 9 Suns corpse raising formation. It's him. It must be him. What does this guy want? Trying to raise a corpse? Seeing that her expression was not right, Lin Xianxian asked in a loud voice. Anna, what's wrong with you? Who is he? Suemo was also curious. Ma Anna seemed to be fearless, but at this moment she was really a bit afraid. The 9 Suns corpse raising formation. What is it again? Ma Anna took a deep breath and said word for word. Een corpse Taoist, Li Wu Xie, Knightless? Lin Xianxian's expression changed as she said, the Een corpse sect's headmaster? Wasn't the Een corpse sect destroyed 50 years ago? Wasn't Knight Wuxi killed as well? Ma Anna said, it can't be wrong. It must be him. The 9 Suns corpse raising formation is an untold secret of the Een corpse sect. Only Li Wu Xie knows this technique. When this blood corpse was raised down, it was only 20 years. If Li Wu Xie died, who raised her? She pointed at the bones and continued, it must be him. He's not dead. He's still alive. Sumo was a bit puzzled. Ma Anna looked a bit excited. Could it be that Knight Wuxi had something to do with her? Lin Xianxian whispered from the side. Anna's grandfather was involved in that roundup 50 years ago. In the end. And one of Li Wu Xie's blood corpses died together. And his body died. Suemo realized. It was clear that the enemy had died and seemed to have reappeared in front of his eyes, so it was no wonder he was so agitated. Ma Anna gathered her emotions and said, as early as 50 years ago, Li Wuxia was already a level 9 cultivator, or what everyone calls a grandmaster. He is most adept at raising corpses, with several powerful blood corpses following him around all year round. Extremely difficult to deal with. Mr. Su, do you know what the Nine Suns corpse raising formation is? Suemo shook his head. I don't understand the doorway here. Where can I go to understand? The so-called 9 Suns. It refers to the 9 infants. Both male and female are allowed. Among these 9 children, one must be born to a female corpse. The remaining 8 must have eaten the milk of the female corpse. When raising the corpses, 9 living infants need to be put into clay pots and then sealed with clay so that they suffocate and die. This process must also be witnessed by the female corpse. Suemo winced. Nima, this is too perverted. Then, Ma Anna exhaled heavily and continued. The next thing is what I just said. Chopping off the female corpse's limbs and head, then sewing them on and burying them in the place where the corpse was raised. Feed your anger with anger, and your grudge with grudge. This technique can greatly accelerate the process of raising a corpse. This poisonous technique, only Li Wuxia will use it, the key of which he never spreads out. Mr. Su, did the female corpse try to run away at that time, and then was stopped by a blood-red barrier that prevented it from going in and out? Suemo nodded. A blood-red barrier did appear at that time, then disappeared again. Sure enough, with a flash, Mariana disappeared into thin air and soon returned, holding several sections of dark, black, nail-like objects. Chapter 43. What? I'm being targeted by evil cultivators? Corpse suppressor nail. There are a total of 9 of them in this neighborhood. They form the corpse suppressor formation, which can suppress the grievances of this place on the one hand, and prevent the female corpse from accidentally awakening and escaping on the other. Mr. Su, be careful. She looked to Sumo. Ha? Suemo froze. What do you mean? You spoiled Knight Wuxi's good deed and beheaded his blood corpse. He won't let you go. Sumo, it's not. For good reason. How did I get targeted by a patriarchal evil cultivator? Nope, that guy was a grandmaster 50 years ago. Wouldn't he be even stronger after all these years? I'm afraid I can't defend myself with this layer of golden bell. If that guy comes to your door and slaps you through, won't you have to delete your number? Suemo tensed up in his heart. He had to get more ghosts killed and accumulate merits to exchange for reinforcement times. It was necessary to rise up in strength as soon as possible, or else the other side would come to the door, and that would not be good. Listening to Ma Anna, not only was Li Wuxia strong, he was also accompanied by several blood corpses, whom, it must be worth a lot of merit, right? Sumo couldn't help but think. Please rest assured, Mr. Su, we will keep this matter a secret. Declare to the public that it was Bureau 749 that decapitated the blood corpses. I will also report this matter immediately and try not to implicate you. Lin Xianxian hurriedly opened her mouth. Li Wuxia's strength is a long-established evil cultivator. Although Sumo's strength is not bad, but facing such a character, the probability is that he will not be defeated. It also required the Lord Magus of Bureau 749 to make a move in order to decapitate Li Wuxia. The Magi are the top combatants of the 749th Bureau, with an unknown number of unknown strengths, and they spend their years guarding the security of the country by holding down some unspecified places. Lin Xianxian had met one of the Magi codenamed Black Impermanence, a ghost sentinel who had contracted a bizarre and incomparable ghost. One man and one ghost once killed 3 Japanese upper ninjas at the edge of the national border who had reached the 9th level of strength. Strength is strong. His own brother, Lin Wufei, was also a Magus, codenamed Thunder God. It doesn't work. Ma Anna shook her head and said, Li Wuxia's methods are bizarre, and it seems that the corpses he keeps die in the hands of whoever has the means to lock them down. In other words, Mr. Su has been targeted by Li Wuxia, unless Mr. Su himself has the strength to fight against a level 9 cultivator. Then, it's a dead end. Or you 749 clerics, guard him at all times. Lin Xianxian frowned slightly. This was obviously impossible, and Mr. Su didn't seem to have the ability to fight against a level 9 cultivator. At least, now look. No. Suemo looked at the 2 men's sad faces and laughed. Li Wuxia has been hiding like a turtle for 50 years. There must be a big plan. He definitely won't jump out because of a level 3 blood corpse. Even if he wants to come and kill me, it's not now. When he really comes, it's not certain who will get who killed. With a hang on himself, as long as he killed more ghosts, it would be a matter of minutes to raise his strength. Sovereign? Aha! Let's set a small goal first, to raise our strength to the Zhongshi level, and the golden bell class should be stacked at least 4 or 5 layers before it's enough. It was just that Suemo had a little bit of a headache, and the system didn't show which layer his strength had actually reached. One can only guess. Ding! Host's current strength realm conversion in progress. Conversion successful. Host's current strength, level 5 cultivator. Regardless of ghosts or cultivators, the host's attack and defense ability is invincible in the same realm. Ooh, that's sweet? Sumo was happy in his heart, seeing that the 9-yang swallowing heaven technique was a little more powerful than he thought. It was only after condensing a chi and blood sun that he was able to rush himself from an ordinary person to a level 5 cultivator's strength in a single stroke. If 9 suns were condensed, wouldn't it be invincible? Sumo had a bottom in his heart. Lin Xianxian and the two of them looked at each other. They didn't know where Sumo got his confidence. That was an evil cultivator whose strength reached level 950 years ago, with powerful blood corpses at his side. Lin Xianxian took a deep breath and said, no matter what, it's always good to be careful. Mr. Su, before this matter is resolved, please try not to leave Yucheng. Lin Xianxian told Wang Lang to come over and collect the bones of the bloody corpse and take them back for disposal. This thing is extremely heavy in yin qi. If we leave it alone, I'm afraid that it will raise something weird again, and I'm afraid that this place won't be at peace. Mr. Lu, they're coming out. The white hat kept looking towards the construction site and saw just a line of people heading out. The one who walked in the front was none other than that Mr. Su. Solved? Lu Qingmei was delighted in her heart and hurriedly greeted her. How is it going? Lin Xianxian pointed at Sumo and said, Mr. Lu, the matter has been resolved. It's all thanks to Mr. Su. Bye. After saying that, he had people carry the bodies of the 3 Gaofongs into the car and prepared to leave. That, Mr. Lu followed up with 2 steps and whispered, then this construction site of ours, can we still continue to open? Wait some days. Lin Xianxian looked at the construction site and said, the yin qi of this place has not been dispersed yet, and it's easy for the living to frighten their souls when they enter. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, we will claim to the public that what happened here was just an accident. Having said that, Lin Xianxian then got in her car and left. Lu Qingmei sighed in relief. It's all over the place now, saying that this place is haunted, and I'm afraid I won't be able to sell my house in the future. It's so much better when there's an official tone. Mr. Su, get reacquainted. Ma Anna walked up to Sumo and stretched out her white palm. My name is Ma Anna. I'm sorry for what just happened. Sumo reached out to shake her hand and said, apologize just with your mouth? Mariana was speechless for a moment and said, what then? Simple. Stay with me one night. Don't you dare. Pervert. Is one night of my girl's life so worthless? What are you talking about? How am I a pervert? Sumo was speechless. Full of brain is full of black and yellow things. I said, pay me 10,000 $10,000. Understand? Oh, Ma Anna gritted her teeth and pulled out a bunch of money from her bag and handed it over. Here, $10,000. Cash. Thanks a lot. Sumo took the money and counted it beautifully, looking at Ma Anna for a while. I just withdrew that money. What's missing for you? The most outrageous thing was that the guy actually took one and held it above his head, looking like he was checking for authenticity. More rich than I am. Ma Anna muttered in a low voice and said, Mr. Su, leave a contact? We'll clean up the filth together later. Sumo grinned, took the money and shook it. Sorry, I like to brush solo. No teaming up for now. Bye. Mariana froze, looking myself up and down. Am I not fit enough? Or is my face not young enough? I can't believe it was rejected. Pervert. She huffed and puffed as she walked over to the pink motorcycle, threw her long legs upwards and blasted the throttle. It was only when Ma Anna left that the 2 Lu Qingmeis came forward with great eyesight. Su, Mr. Su what exactly happened inside Isn't there really that thing? White Hat asked. Sumo gave him a look and said, are you sure you want to listen? I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep at night. Chapter 44, your grandpa is still your grandpa. I'm just asking, or I'm not listening. Mr. Lu, you guys chat. I'm going to have a smoke. The guy wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and slipped away. Mr. Su, thank you so much. Lu Qingmei opened her mouth sincerely, but she had seen 749 people being carried out. It was also vaguely guessable that something sinister was going on in there. No. Sumo looked at her. Aha! I was busy killing ghosts when I came, but I didn't look closely. Lu is it's quite magnificent. Lu Qingmei was made uncomfortable by his look, and suddenly remembered his conversation with the girl, and hurriedly opened her mouth. Mr. Su, please don't worry. I will immediately arrange for the payment. Sumo suddenly thought of something and said, Mr. Lu, I don't want the money. Can you? Lu Qingmei's heart was shocked, subconsciously covered his chest, and hastily put down expression a little embarrassed. Sumo was speechless for a while. Am I being treated like a ing sex maniac? It's not that obvious, is it? Thinking about what? Sumo frowned and said, I'm trying to get Mr. Lu to help me arrange a house. It's inconvenient to keep living in the school. School? Lu Qingmei was in a trance. You're really a college student? What? Difficult? Ah. No. Lu Qingmei quickly waved her hand and said, I'll arrange it for Mr. Su, please don't worry. Su Mo nodded and said, it doesn't have to be too big. Living alone and empty scares me. Lu Qingmei. A few moments later, Lu Qingmei came back from the phone call and said, Guanhu no. One courtyard. It has been renovated and hasn't been lived in. You can move in with a handbag. I've already arranged for it to be transferred to Mr. Su's name soon. Shall I show you? Go. Su Mo got into Lu Qingmei's Maserati and soon arrived at a place with beautiful mountains. That's the building. Lu Qingmei pointed. Su Mo looked with his eyes and an ancient Chinese-style house was situated there. Right in front of the villa in the distance is a lake, and from time to time there is a breeze blowing, the surface of the lake sparkling. Very beautiful. Great place. Su Mo got out of the car and took a deep breath. The air was really fresh, and the lake in the distance might even be able to throw 2 shots. The Chinese courtyard in particular is very much to your liking. Mr. Su, are you still satisfied? Lu Qingmei smiled and said, I come to this place from time to time. The night view is beautiful. There was another sentence she didn't say. In fact, this courtyard was bought by Lu Qingmei herself, and the decoration was also designed by her personally. I was planning to move here in a couple of years when I was free. Now it's given to Sumo. She was not heartbroken. A man of the world like Mr. Su, it was worth more than any amount of money to have a friendship. Nice. Su Mo pushed open the gate of the special courtyard, which was planted with a lot of beautiful flowers and plants that looked exquisite. Sumo had a bit of a headache. Being a roughneck himself, I'm afraid it won't be long before this place becomes a weed patch. Don't worry Mr. Su, I'll arrange for someone to come at a fixed time to fix it for you. I'm also interested in the flowers and plants, so I can come and take care of them for you myself if needed. Lu Qingmei said. Su Mo smiled and said, how dare you bother Mr. Lu, it's not necessary. The two of them chatted a few more times, and Lu Qingmei left with an eye for the future. Su Mo walked out of the yard and stretched heavily in the face of the distant lake, refreshed and relaxed. Now that I have the 9 yang swallowing heavenly strength that strengthens my yang qi and the golden bell shield for defense, I still need to cultivate a killing technique before I can do so. Sumo thought. He was going to check out a nearby bookstore. Ding 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 ding. The phone rang. Su Mo picked it up and looked at it. It was AI Rui who called. This guy has been addicted to online dating lately. How come he remembered to call me? Hello? Hey, Sumo. I'm really getting off the hook. On the other end of the phone, AI Rui's voice carried a small excitement. Congratulations. Sumo haha laughed. Look at the excitement of this guy. Have you seen anyone? But don't be online Lin Chiliang. Offline Luo sister ah. Hi, AI Rui said. It's not like I'm a yen party. No matter what Xiaoya looks like, I like it. By the way, she asked me to meet her this evening. Sumo, what do you think I should wear? I'm a bit nervous. Why don't you go with me? I'll feel more at ease with you there. Sumo laughed. You're a big man. Why are you nervous? Can she still eat you? Let me this electric light bulb accompany you. How do human girls look at you? Be brave. By the way, where are you meeting? It's right downtown, and we've arranged to meet at a mall grill. The mall? That shouldn't be too much of a problem. Sumo was afraid that the girl would ask AI Rui to meet her in some nook or cranny. It's either GA waste or hollow out your heart. Not, brother, the first time we meet, you're asking a human girl out for a barbecue. Ha? Sumo laughed. Ha? What's the problem? AI Rui was puzzled. Sumo patiently explained. Look, when a human girl comes out to meet for the first time, doesn't she have to wear a beautiful makeup? Ah, do you have to eat barbecue with your teeth bared and your mouth full of oil? Does the makeup have to come off? Ah, so, but, I asked ya. She said it's fine, as long as she's with me, eating spicy hot food is fine. Sumo, okay, diagnosed. Mutual love brain. Alright then, you watch it. Good luck. Yay. Sumo said with a smile. He. Sumo, when I meet Xiaoya, ask her for you if she has any girlfriends to introduce to you. Great. Sumo hung up the phone, left the yard and walked towards the city center. This yard in the quiet, not too far from the city. Living travel is quite convenient. An hour later, Sumo came to a remote street in the center of the city. This street is a thrift market. There are a lot of stalls and a lot of people shopping. Grandpa, this is a great thing I have. Wang Shiji's genuine handwriting, $80,000 is already a bargain. A peddler was haggling with a grandpa. Sumo swept a glance. The guy was holding a copy of Cold Food Post, which was signed by Wang Shiji. Sumo huffed. The hole in your sieve is too big, right? 800. Moncler outlet store returned what he thought was a pretty good price. Deal. The vendor put the hands of the Wang Shiji real handwriting into the arms of the Moncler outlet store. Moncler outlet store confused and settled the bill, holding the real handwriting smiling. Such scenes happened all the time in the thrift market. Suemo shook his head. It was really harder than hitting a ghost to get the real thing in such a place. Hey, nope. In this world nowadays, bumping into ghosts seems pretty easy. Suemo walked inside for a while longer and finally saw a rather cold storefront with a plaque. Watching the Heart bookstore. Suemo swept a glance. The place looked antique with a lot of old books. This is it. Suemo walked in with his hands behind his back, and a grandpa wearing presbyopia glasses was reading a book. Moncler outlet store with a cup of strong tea in his hand. He takes a sip every now and then extends his right index finger to lick it and turn the page. It was a great thing to watch. Suemo took a look at the title of the book. Ooh, Junior XX. Your grandpa is still your grandpa. Chapter 45. Little brother doesn't need to say much. Grandpa understands everything. Suemo only remembers that the protagonist of this book had less than ideal grades, and with the help of his landlady and teachers and schoolmates, his academic performance soared. It's a very inspirational book. Ahem. Suemo coughed lightly, interrupting Moncler outlet store the happy hour. Asterisk. How come you don't carry a voice? Moncler outlet store startled. He closed the book with his hands and stuffed it into the cupboard. Suemo said in his heart, obviously you are looking too mesmerized. It's none of my business. I'm criticizing the book. What a piece of it is written. It's degrading. Moncler outlet store forced salvation. Suemo revealed an I know it all smile and said, Grandpa, I came to buy some books. Which one? It's one of those. Suemo hadn't even finished speaking when the Moncler's eyes lit up and he stood up. Little brother, the Moncler understands. There's no need to say more. Sumo, I haven't even finished my sentence and you get it? Soon, the Moncler outlet store moved out a pile of books and placed them in front of Suemo. Suemo swept a glance and his head was big. What is all this? Can I, Mr. So, read this kind of stuff? It is simply degrading. The Golden Plum and the Vase. The 4 great masterpieces. I've got the original unabridged version here. You can't get it anywhere else. Hey, and this book. This one. All from my own collection. Suemo pressed down on the pile of books and cried, Grandpa, you've got it wrong. I really don't want these. Ha, so what do you want? Well, it's just some secret martial arts books, you know, like the Nine Sutra, the Dragon Falling 18 Palms, or something like that. The Moncler outlet store looked at Suemo with pity in his eyes. What a handsome young man. How did he lose his mind? In this world, there is no such thing as martial arts. Wait for the ow. Moncler outlet store turning around. He soon held out a stack of books, all covered with a thick layer of dust. It looks like it hasn't been moved in a long time. Here, the secret books in my store. They're all here. Pick which one you want yourself. Moncler outlet store said. Pack it up. I'll take it all. Master, how much? Suemo rubbed his hands together excitedly and took it home to pick it out slowly. Moncler outlet store waving his hand. He said, want fart money? It's all just stuff I can't sell, and it takes up space here. I see that you're a good-looking kid, so I'll give it to you. Take it home and practice it well. Remember to come and let me know if you've really accomplished it. How's that for fun? Suemo pulled out $200, and while the grandpa was not paying attention, he pressed it under a book on his counter and left the bookstore with the secret book in his arms. When Suemo left, the grandpa found the money and grinned. This young man, preachy. He lay back down and pulled out the copy of Junior and flipped through a few pages without getting bored. Then pulled out another martial arts novel and started reading it. Mouth still humming, once dreamed of walking the sky with a sword, to see the prosperity of the world. Thousands of miles away from Yu City, a remote mountain village, an old man, hunched over with a dry cigarette in his hand, walked along the road carrying a hoe. He walked slowly and looked dying. Uncle Wu, have you eaten your noon yet? A little girl came over with a thump, tilting her head and asking, cough cough cough. Not yet. Has Ni eaten yet? The old man replied with a smile. I'll eat. My family cooks bacon. It smells so good. The old man fished out a few great white rabbit milk candies from his pocket and handed them over. Xiao and I. Uncle Wu treats you to some candies. Thank you Uncle Wu. The little girl smiled brightly, reached for the candy, and bounced away again. What a good child. The old man squinted his eyes and looked at the little girl's back, then turned toward his house again. Nay didn't I tell you not to talk to that old man? In the distance, the little girl's mom chided for a while. Why duck? The little girl gently touched the candy in her pocket. I think Uncle Wu is quite good also gave me candy. Anyway, listen to mommy. The woman didn't know how to explain to her daughter. She wouldn't understand even if she said it. This old man Wu was a few decades ago in the village. Hard-working and strong. Not long after the family to the end of the village to the family, but also had a son. But in less than 10 years, that family all fell ill and died, leaving the old man to live alone. People around said that this old man is the fate of the heavenly fury Lone Star, specializing in the people around them. The big guys naturally avoided. Old man Wu carried a hoe to the door of the house, opened the lock and entered the house. There are several posthumous portraits hanging on the wall. Men and women came together. Without looking, he went straight to the back room, lifted the bedpan, and dug in. Soon, old man Wu then appeared in the cellar, which was lit up with a lamp, and on the floor there was a round bizarre charm painted in blood red. Around the talisman, there were 9 palm-sized blood red coffins with words written on them. Yu City, Hibiscus City, Suzhou City. 50 years. Old man Wu sat down and reached out to caress the coffin. His eyes flashed with a shadowy color and his expression was horrifying. My 9 fiends of infatuation has already taken shape and will be completed in 20 years at most. Once it's refined, I'll surely achieve the realm of a grandmaster. I won't spare any of those people back then, especially the Ma family. Poof, he muttered to himself. Suddenly, the small coffin with Yu Chang written on it trembled violently, and a blood mist surged. What's going on? Old man Wu was shocked in his heart. He quickly reached out and pinched his hand, and just as he was about to press down, the small coffin exploded with a bang. Quarterbacking. How? Old man Wu first froze, then burst into a rage. A powerful aura surged out of his body, and a fierce wind rose up in the cellar. Who the hell is it? Destroy my 9 deadly. Damn. He took a few deep breaths, forced down the anger in his heart, and muttered to himself, Yuching blood corpse has been exposed. 749's gang must have smelled it. I still need to be more cautious, lest I fall over in the gutter. His palms flipped over in a quick pinch, and he violently grabbed at the coffin fragment. The blood mist soared, and a blurry image appeared in the mist. In the image, a young man is swinging his fist and pounding on the head of a female corpse. Old man Wu's chest rose and fell, his fists clenched in anger. Humph, I remember you. When my 9 deadly, 8 furies are refined, I will come to take your life. Let you taste the pain of refining a corpse. Chapter 46. When you meet Mr. Su, make it run faster. Team Lin, a message has come from the inner circle, saying that it has sought out to a few ghostly creatures, just before whether or not to send people to clear them. Bureau 749. Wang Lang walked in. Go, you bring more men, don't be careless. Lin Xianxian raised her head and spoke with a smile. That ghostly creature was resourceful. At that time in the steel mill, I was supposed to let it wear a sign so that it wouldn't be mistakenly injured, but I didn't expect the guy to run away after reporting. It's lucky. Otherwise, with Sumo's murderous nature, he was afraid that it would be destroyed before he could wait for it to declare itself. And, Lin Xianxian continued, have you shown it Mr. Su's picture yet? Look, aha, you tell him if you see Mr. Su, you must identify yourself immediately, or else, gods can't save us. When Wang Lang remembered how Sumo was excited when he saw a ghost, the corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched. Indeed, it could be said that Sumo was the cultivator he had ever seen who liked to kill ghosts the most. Got it. Wang Lang led the men and went to exterminate the ghosts. Only after Wang Lang left did Lin Xianxian pick up her communicator and dialed a number out. There was a long wait before the other side picked up. Yo, Xian, why did you remember to call me? On the other end of the communicator was a bright voice. Brother. Lin Xianxian held the communicator with a few moments of daughterly squirming. It's obviously you whose phone hasn't been able to get through. Ouch. My bad. I've been busy in the deep forest lately. I might not have a signal. Brother, what are you guys up to? Hi, what else can I be busy with? Those vampires from Potato Country, trying to sneak in again, like there's still some kind of count. Don't mention it, these guys are tough as nails. When I catch that dog girl, I'll be sure to pull out his teeth and bring them back to you as a bracelet. Forget that for a second. Call me. What's up? Lin Xianxian grunted and said, can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? Don't I know you? So, what's up? Lin Xianxian was silent for a moment and said, brother, we dug up blood corpses in Yu City, and Anna said that the blood corpses were raised by Li Wuxia, Knight Without Evil, Taoist In corpse. Isn't he dead? Have you reported this matter? It's been reported. The higher-ups said they'll pursue the matter. Lin Xianxian said, that's fine, don't get involved in this. Let those guys have a headache. By the way, have the blood corpses been exterminated yet? Extinguished. I personally led the team to the scene. The corpse is almost to the point of breaking through level 4 blood corpses. Yoo-hoo! Awesome! You're able to decapitate a level 4 blood corpse. Are you hurt? Lin Xianxian said helplessly. When I went there, the blood corpse had already been hammered flat. Brother, you didn't see it. The blood corpse's head was hammered into a scallion pancake. So fierce? Your chief took it personally. Ha? No. It's a cultivator named Sumo. Sumo? A male? From Yucheng? A newcomer to your department? Handsome? Young? Not as handsome as your brother? Lin Xianxian had gotten used to his questioning and said, "Brother, why are you asking so much?" Anna said that Suemo might have been targeted by Li Wuxie. That guy has been a Zhongsher level cultivator for a long time. If he comes to the door, I'm afraid Suemo is a bit dangerous. What? You want me to come back and be his bodyguard myself? Yo, sis, you're quite concerned about that guy, aren't you? If you don't talk properly, I'm hanging up. Hey. I know. Don't worry about it. I'll call and let you know as soon as something happens. Enough for now. There's a situation. Humph. That doggone Earl finally showed up. Talk back. Toodaloo. Lin Xianxian hung up the phone and let out a long breath. She hoped that Li Wuxie would be annihilated sooner. Otherwise, Li Wuxie really came to the door. Suemo is not good. Yu Cheng 749 is not good either. By the way, it's better to inform Mr. Su about this matter. Suemo returned to Guanhubei Yuan holding a large stack of secret martial arts books. Exhausted. Suemo put down the secret books and had a small sense of satisfaction. There were at least dozens of secret books here. If it's all reinforced, it's enough to practice on your own for a while. He glanced at the merits. There's still 3,300 points of merits left to redeem for the next enhancement. Aha! Gotta find some ghosts to amuse me tonight. Jia. TCH. Hungry. Suemo touched his stomach. Since practicing the 9-yang swallowing heaven technique, he could probably manage 2 or 3 days by himself by eating a heavy meal. When you're hungry, it's a real head-scratcher. Let's eat. Suemo went out the door and quickly found a newly opened buffet restaurant. The price is not cheap. $3.98 a person. There is also a sign on the door. Eating challenge. Come if you're brave enough. Challenge rules. Within 30 minutes, eat 30 steaks. Free of charge. You will also receive an additional 888 yuan cash reward. Oh, Suemo stopped his steps. Eating free and getting money? Would you like to dine, sir? The chubby manager was sharp-eyed and saw that Suemo was very interested, so he hurriedly welcomed him. All the ingredients are fresh here, especially the steak. It's delicious. Want to try it? That challenge. Suemo pointed to the sign. Hiya. The manager gave a thumbs up and smiled. Very courageous. Sir, do you want to challenge it? After eating, not only is the bill free, but there are also cash rewards. Oh, but you need to pay for one person's meal if you don't finish it. Okay. Suemo nodded and followed the manager inside. The manager laughed in his heart. On this small body, 30 minutes to eat can eat? It's a good thing we thought of this trick. Over the past few days, several waves of Big Stomach King had come one after another, all of them failing in their challenges. Not only does it bring in customers, but there's also a huge wave of traffic. We're going to have a fire in this store. Just kidding. Our steaks are thick cut. A piece is 300 grams. 30 pieces is 18 pounds. He can finish it? One customer. When the manager entered the room, he clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Get the back kitchen ready. This gentleman is challenged for a steak." The guests who were dining in the store stood up and looked towards this side, and once they saw Sumo's body, they were immediately disappointed. Can't eat with that body, can you? I was online the other day, and I saw a 200-pound strong man take on the challenge, and almost made it. He's definitely out of it. Suemo found a place to sit down. The manager came over with his phone in his hands. Sir, do you mind live streaming? Whatever. Suemo shrugged his shoulders, as long as he could eat. Families, the eating challenge, it's about to begin. Come on, let my challenger say hello. Sumo waved at the camera with a fake smile on his face. That skinny? It's over. I think he can eat 5 steaks at the most, plus one more at the most. You can't tell the difference between a person and a person. What if the person's little brother is a king of appetizers? Big fart. People's stomachs are finite. If they eat it, they'll burst. Hey. This guy looks familiar. I remember. It's from our school. This guy can eat over 100 buns. I saw it with my own eyes. Asterisk, really? I testify that I was in the cafeteria that day too. You guys don't know. It's all for the bakery owner to eat depression. Yo, you mean, someone's going to teach the boss a lesson? Look forward to staying hard. Soon. With a "here's your steak." The manager himself brought the steak to the table. 30 steaks were piled up in front of Suemo, almost covering the camera. So little, it doesn't look like enough to eat. Suemo muttered. What did you say? The manager thought he was hallucinating. Oh, Sumo pointed to the steak and said, what if I finish it in 10 minutes? The manager slammed the table. Here's the deal. 10 minutes to eat and double your bonus. What? Chapter 47. Brother, can you lend me your head? Thanks. Suemo smiled slightly, directly put on a glove, grabbed the steak and started to dazzle. Knives and forks are not used to. He was really hungry, and a piece of steak in his mouth was simply refreshing and soothing. 2 bites. 1 steak gone. Tastes good. Sumo grabbed another piece of steak. Open build. Look at the manager's heart trembling. This guy will not really be able to eat it alright? Soon. 10 steaks saw the bottom and the manager glanced at the clock. Only 2 minutes had passed. Nima. A foodie reincarnated. Ah. The manager's smile was starting to freeze. 5 minutes later. 30 steaks. Gone. The number of people in the live stream skyrocketed. There were already 1,000 people watching, and everyone let out a gasp. Asterisk. Awesome. I am truly convinced. 2 bites of a steak. This guy couldn't have come here hungry for 3 days and nights. Could he? You couldn't eat if I let you starve for 8 days. I would call him the god of eating. Slightly full. 40%. Sumo patted his stomach. I count this. A successful challenge? Success. The manager gulped and laughed dryly. Congratulations. The challenge was successful. Free of charge. Here's the bonus. When Sumo was halfway through eating, he felt like he was going to be taught a lesson, and hurriedly had the bonus prepared. Thanks a lot. Sumo joyfully accepted the money and asked, so what? I can still keep eating, right? Of course. The manager waved his hand. Quick, have the back kitchen fry the steaks and bring over 30 more. He glanced at the number of people in the live room and was slightly comforted by the fact that he had at least earned traffic. Ha? Not again? Do it. Manager, the stock is running out. Holy, this guy can eat too much. It's too much of a loss to go to work today. It's 3 days worth of work for me. After a dozen trips back and forth on the steak, the manager was tired and gasping for breath when he finally heard Sumo pat his stomach. Ah, yes, full. The manager wiped the sweat off his face. For God's sake, this guy is finally full. Is that stomach of his bottomless pit? So edible. Rough math shows that this guy ate at least 200 steaks and some mess. It's simply gourmet. Thanks for the hospitality. Your store tastes good. I'll be coming back often. You guys won't not welcome me, right? Sumo said before leaving. The manager stumbled on his feet and squeezed out a smile. When? Of course not. Open for business. Encountering customers who can eat a little bit is just normal. In his heart, he said, Master, if you come here several times a day, my store will be closed down by you. He gritted his teeth and decided in his heart. The eating challenge continued, but Sumo definitely couldn't participate. Eat, drink, and be in a good mood. Sumo patted his stomach and only felt his body warm. How can you kill a ghost when you're hungry? The chi and blood sun at the Dantian became more and more brilliantly red and fiery, blooming with a scorching aura. Hello? Who is it? Sumo didn't go far when the phone rang. Mr. Su, it's me, Lin Xian. Team Lin? Something wrong? Sumo asked. Lin Xian said, Mr. Su, I've already reported the matter of the blood corpse. They will do their best to track it down, and I will let you know once there are clues. Thanks a lot. Also, there is a point reward for your beheading of the blood corpses this time. It should be distributed soon. If there's anything else you need, let me know. Sumo thought about it and said, the rest is nothing. If you guys come across ghosts, especially the kind that are more powerful or more in number, you must definitely tell me. You know, I have a thing for ghosts. It doesn't matter what the points are. What matters is that I can get them killed. Sumo's special fetish was hard for Lin Xian to understand. Was killing ghosts really that much fun? The people of Bureau 749 are very cautious when it comes to ghosts. After all, one mistake can kill you. Mr. Su is good. Like he can't feel good if he doesn't kill a ghost for a day. Mr. Su, don't worry. If there are powerful ghosts, or ghost groups gathering, I will notify you. Sumo hung up the phone and soon received a message. Dear Cultivator, congratulations on helping Bureau 749 kill the blood corpse. We thank you on behalf of our 3 fallen team members. Your reward for this time, 500 points, has been issued. Please pay attention to receiving it. Please continue your efforts to slay the evil spirits. Let's work together to guard peace on Earth. Yucheng 749th Bureau. Ooh, so generous? 500 points, converted to money, that's 5 million. Sumo opened the app. He already had 920 points, and after shopping in the points mall, Sumo was defeated again. It seems like, still poor, there's still work to be done. Sumo casually opened the bounty interface and the post of the evil cultivator named Blood Slaughterer was still there. Sumo thought to himself, in case we run into each other, casually picking up a few missions that were close by. Sumo directly killed them and got several weak ghosts killed. Hey, what do you want to do? I just turned into a ghost. I haven't had time to harm anyone yet. Oh, so what were you doing on my back? Taking in oxygen? I was trying to give you a shoulder massage. Boo! Ah! With one punch, Sumo directly blew up this ghostly creature, causing it to turn into merit and blow. Hey! Still 2,000 merits short. It's hard. These brats are so boring to kill that it takes 100 merits ahead. Suemo walked out of a haunted hotel, only to realize that it was already dark, and he didn't know how that guy AI Rui's been present was doing. I hope she's a good girl. Sung is a basketball enthusiast whose favorite thing to do is to go out at night and play field hockey. When he went to college, he was in the basketball club. A bit of skill in his body, to the wild court basically can abuse the whole court. It's a great feeling. After a day of being a social animal, Song Wenbo finally had a bit of time to himself, humming a little song as he made his way to one of the courts. This place is his secret base. The place is remote and less people. Song Wenbo will come here to practice when he has nothing to do. As the saying goes, a minute on the stage, 10 years of work under the stage. If you want to abuse the whole scene, you naturally have to work hard secretly. Ha! Someone today? Before Song Wenbo got close, he heard the sound of a racket and saw a man playing ball from afar. It's a little boy? Song Wenbo walked over and said, "Little friend, aren't you going home this late?" The little boy ignored him, keeping his head down and shooting the basketball. "Hey," says you. Song Wenbo was a bit upset. This place was already small with only one basket. What's the point of being occupied by a kid? The little boy still ignored him. "Kid, get the hell out of here. Brother has to practice, or I'll beat you up." Song Wenbo opened his mouth viciously. The little boy finally looked up with an innocent face. "Brother, do you want to play soccer? Can you teach me?" Asterisk 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 off. Song Wenbo waved his hand. "You little brat, go home and do your homework. What are you playing for?" "Oh." The little boy lowered his head again and slapped the basketball to himself. Asterisk 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 Q. Song Wenbo put his things down and stepped forward. "Can't understand a word. Can you? I'll let you." Bang! The little boy took a hard shot and the basketball bounced twice on the floor before deflating. "The ball is broken," the little boy muttered to himself, turning his back to Song Wenbo. "Brother, can you lend me your ball? To me? No loan." "Oh, brother is so petty." The little boy's body didn't move, but his head spun around strangely, and his eyes stared dead at him. Holy! Song Wenbo scared the piss out of him. He then saw that the little boy was full of blue and black. His eyes, nose and mouth were all bubbling with blood. He turned to run, but felt a weight on his shoulders and turned his head slightly to see a green and black face. An innocent and lively voice whispered in his ear, "Brother, so can you lend me your head as a ball?" Chapter 48 PPO, I seem to have met a pervert. Ghost. Song Wenbo let out a piercing scream. His voice distorted, and drew his legs and ran forward. He suddenly remembered that someone had told him that this place was haunted, which was why so few people came over to play. Still don't believe it myself. Now it's good. It's really crashing. Sung Manbo reached for the little boy and tried to throw him off his body. This grab is not good. Song Wenbo only feel a light hand, subconsciously get in front of the eyes to see. He peed at once. The 2 ears, still bleeding, were so watery that he held them in his hands. Holy! Song Wenbo was still trying to run when he felt a strange force that bound him in place. He couldn't run. His body was immobilized. He. The little boy gave a rotten smile and giggled. "Brother, your head. Borrow it or not?" "No borrowing. No borrowing." Song Wenbo shouted in horror. The little boy sighed and said, "Big brother, you're so cheap. You won't lend the basketball and you won't lend your head. Then I'll have to fetch it myself, yo. It's gonna hurt." Side by side, the little boy's hands gently blindfolded Song Wenbo's eyes. He could not see anything. No. I'll borrow. Song Wenbo was terrified and shouted in panic with his eyes closed. The world, for a moment, was quiet. The hand in front of his eyes, too, loosened and he was able to move himself. Shivering, Song Wenbo opened his eyes and looked over his shoulder. The little boy was gone. Phew! Song Wenbo viciously exhaled a breath. Fortunately he was smart. It seems that the brat was just naughty and not too bad. Himself said borrow his head and it went away. "Big brother, you're so nice." The little boy's voice rang out in front of him. Song Wenbo exploded all over and looked towards his feet. The little boy without ears was looking at him with his head tilted up. "Ah!" With a startled cry, Song Wenbo turned and ran, and by the time he reacted he was running back to the basketball court. "It's over." Desperate beyond belief, Song Wenbo realized to his horror that he couldn't move again, standing straight under the basket. "Big brother, you said you'd lend me your head. Can't back out, oh." The little boy smiled brightly and climbed into Song Wenbo's arms a little. It stretched out its hands, ended up on Song Wenbo's head, and twisted it fiercely. Click! The sound of bones rubbing together rang out, and Song Wenbo's eyes widened as he instantly lost his breath. Click! 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 The little boy twisted his head round and round as if he was wringing out a faucet, and I don't know how many rounds he twisted, but Song Wenbo's head separated from his neck with a pop. Warm blood spurted out and bloomed in the night sky. Got it! The little boy laughed happily, holding the bloody head and jumping off Song Wenbo's body. Poof! Song Wenbo's body fell straight to the ground. "Big brother, you sleep so well, the little boy said as he tipped his head in front of his eyes toward the dead eyes. Play ball. Little boy pats Song on the head. Knock knock, knock knock. In the silence of the late night, only the sound of gusts of shooting balls remained, and not far from Song Wenba's corpse, there was a deflated basketball. Two rotting eyeballs hung on the basketball and stared at Song Wenba dead in the face, as if mocking and pitying. Don't run, don't you ing chase. I won't chase you if you don't ing run. I won't run if you don't ing chase me. On the secluded path, a legless man floated in mid-air, quickly escaping. Behind it followed a young man with an excited and surprised smile on his face. Bad luck. Ah Piao's heart is bitter. He died in a car accident and was transformed into a ghost. Tonight he had planned to find a scapegoat. Never expected to run into such a bogeyman. That guy saw himself. That look in his eyes. That expression. Meet the pervert. Pipio thought to himself. Although they hadn't fought yet, Pipio was sure in his heart that this guy was not to be messed with, so it didn't hesitate to pull its legs, and drew itself up and ran. Ha! Ah Piao's eyes turned and looked into the distance. There's the scent of a kindred spirit there. He. Dead Taoist friends are not dead. My friend is sorry. Pipio came to a sharp stop in midair, turned around and ran in that direction. Sumo was depressed. After sneaking out for so long, it was hard to bump into a ghostly creature. But I didn't expect this little thing to be quite capable of running. You can be so fast without legs. What's the point of having legs? When I have enough merit, I must practice a light skill. It's too damn tiring. Sumo thought darkly. Can you ing drift? If I let you get away tonight, I'm your father. Sumo was furious. The chi and blood in his body once again tumbled, and he hardened his speed and pulled it up a few more points. I'm dropping my mom. It's still chasing. Pipio turned his head behind him after the draw, and when he saw the man getting closer, he was so scared that his face turned ghostly, and his 7 orifices smoldered. Don't chase big brother. Where did I provoke you? Ah Piao was on the verge of crying. Over there. Over there. He pointed to the distance and shouted, there's a ghost over there. Go find him. Big brother, let me go. I really don't intend to harm you. There's more over there? Sumo's eyes lit up. There was still a windfall. Didn't intend to harm me. So you're planning to harm others? Any evil will be brought to justice. You come down. Sumo shouted. His feet stomped hard, and the ground directly cracked. Under the outbreak of chi and blood, Sumo directly rose up and pounced towards Ah Piao. It's over. Pipio's head that was turned behind his back lifted slightly, looking at the person who was pouncing towards him like a hungry tiger. The heart despairs. Bad luck. Pipio resigned himself to closing his eyes, and then his eyes went black and he didn't know anything else. Bang! Sumo stomped down, and Ah Piao's body directly exploded in the air and dissipated into yin chi. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for killing a level 1 ghost, car crash ghost, rewarded with 100 points of merit. The beep sounded. Done. Sumo clapped his hands and smiled with satisfaction. That's good. Not having to be this guy's dad. He lifted his feet and walked in the direction Pipio had just pointed. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The sound of a basketball slapping gradually became clearer, and Sumo saw a court from afar. A small figure, alone, was slapping a basketball, and the light stretched the shadow of the basket. He walked over and finally got a better look. It's a little boy playing basketball, and this little boy is missing both ears. Bloody. The little boy was serious, keeping his head down and slapping the basketball, leaving a pool of blood on the floor with each shot. Sumo walked in and said with a smile, Kid brother, it's so late, playing alone? Bang! The little boy slapped the basketball, then held it in his arms and turned to look at Sumo and smiled back. Big brother, you're finally here. It's so boring to play alone. Can you accompany me? Chapter 49, he's not here to play. He's here to beat us. Yeah. Sumo smiled and walked over to the little boy, looking down at him. TSK. You're not pretending anymore, are you? Your eyes are bleeding, your ears are gone, and you really don't want to hide it? Are you afraid I won't know that you're a ghost? Big brother, here's your ball. The little boy lifted the basketball high in the air, and in the blink of an eye, the basketball turned into a human head. A pair of large eyes stared at Sumo with a deadly glare. This ball is not fun. Sumo shook his head. Change it. Change? The little boy turned his head to look at the dried-up human head. Not far away, but that ball, it's broken. Use yours. Sumo reached out and pressed the little boy's head. I see this ball. It's great. Big brother. Big your mom. Sumo's face changed. His palm fiercely grabbed the little boy's head and pulled it upwards. The little boy screamed miserably and his body hung in the air. Sumo freed his other hand and pinched the little boy's neck, both hands exerting force at the same time. All that was heard was a bared sound, and the little boy's head and neck were separated. Ah! Miserable screams rang out. The little boy's headless body was still bubbling with black gas, and he grabbed at Sumo with his teeth and claws open. Sumo raised his foot and kicked over. The little boy's body flew up, plopping into the distant ball net and bouncing back to the ground. Big brother, what are you doing? Not playing ball with you? Sumo grabbed the little boy's head and just started dribbling the ball and had a three-pointer. Pity, he's not very good with the ball. The little boy's head, hitting the rim, smashed with a clunk that was crunchy and loud. Nice shot, Sumo applauded, took 3 or 2 steps forward and stepped on the little boy's head. Big brother, spare me, it's really scared. It was going to be the same old trick to scare the guy half to death before taking the head and playing with it as a ball. I didn't realize that my head was being used as a ball. Release you? Okay. Unless you find me 4 more ghosts, I'll let you go, Sumo said casually. What I didn't realize was that the little boy heard the words and it was like he had grabbed a life preserver. It struggled to slant its eyes and said with a sob, "Will 3 do? Really?" Sumo hastily moved his feet away and tipped his head up, then walked over to the little boy's body and thoughtfully placed the head back around his neck. Look at you. You didn't say so earlier. It doesn't hurt, does it? The little boy reached up, squared his head, scowled and shook his head. No, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt at all. It's good that it doesn't hurt. Quick, take me to those 3 ghosts. Sumo rubbed his hands together. Are you really going to let me go? You wouldn't lie to a child, would you? The little boy raised his head and asked with great concern. I don't lie. Oh, the little boy held the basketball, and then he intended to take Sumo away. Wait, why don't you put your head down for someone? Why are you holding it? It's creepy. Sumo looked at the shadowy corner where a body was hidden, and he didn't know which unlucky person it was. Came out here in the middle of the night to play ball. Soon, under the young boy's lead, Sumo then arrived at a stadium that had been abandoned. Big brother, they are right in there. The little boy pointed to the gym. Take me in. The little boy struggled for a bit, not daring to say anything more, and led Sumo inside. Knock knock, knock knock. The sound of basketball came, and Sumo saw from afar that there were lights on a court in the gymnasium. 3 figures, playing basketball. One of them was dressed in a way that reminded Sumo of a deceased person. Ooh, it can be. All 3 heads are level 2 ghosts. Sumo's eyes lit up. The merits had fallen. Chicken, that brat is here again. Ha, why is there someone else following? A ghostly creature spoke. Chicken turned around, his center-parted head bobbing in the light. Ouch, it's really alive, isn't it? Chicken. Chicken. The little boy walked over with Sumo, squeezing out an ugly smile at the corner of his mouth and pointing at Sumo. Big brother want to play basketball with you guys. You, playing basketball with us? Chicken reached out and tugged on his backpacking pants, looked Sumo up and down, and suddenly his face changed drastically. Run, this guy's not here to play basketball, he's here to beat us. The words fell. Chicken shifted and, transforming into a dark shadow, burrowed toward a pile of debris in the distance. The other 2 ghostly creatures followed suit and all hid. Snap! The lights went out and darkness fell around them. Sumo, is it that obvious? I haven't even said anything yet. Chicken, how do you know this guy is here to get us? I don't see anything special about him. Right, why don't I storm out and have a nice dinner tonight? Shoo, Chicken said softly, I'm the best judge of people. The way this guy looks at us, it's so sick. With excitement and thrill and a little surprise. Do you guys look like this when you're human and you see a ghost? The 2 ghosts shook their heads. When people see ghosts, of course they will hide as far away as possible. And the boy, Chicken pointed to the little boy in the darkness and said, he's gotten several of them killed. He's a lot tougher than us. Loves to screw people's heads for basketballs. Look at him now. Isn't that better than a white rabbit? The 2 ghostly creatures nodded their heads in succession. Or Chicken was observant. Chicken, what then? What? Cool it. Hide and don't move. Find a chance to sneak out later. Oh, the 3-headed ghostly creature lapsed into silence. Big brother, it's none of my business. I didn't say anything. The little boy's voice was tinged with tears. Good boy. I know it's none of your business. Sumo patted his head with a warm smile. Your mission is complete. I'll send you away. I can walk on my own. No way. I have to send you. Sumo fiercely threw out his fist and smashed it on the little boy's head. Chi and blood burning in the fist blade. Ah! The little boy screamed miserably, and his head flew straight out, then burst into flames in midair. In the twinkling of an eye, it burned to ashes. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for killing the level 2 ghost, grieving child ghost. Reward 500 points of merit. Sumo was satisfied. Holy, the 3 ghostly creatures hiding in the shadows were stunned. Who could withstand this punch? You 3, why don't you come out? Sumo looked around the weak and urged the 9 young divine skill. The chi and blood sun at the dantian bloomed with light blazing. A blazing aura surged out from Sumo's body, instantly sweeping every corner of the entire surrounding area. In the eyes of the 3-headed ghost creature, Sumo was At this moment, like a rising sun, those breaths fell on them and instantly scalded their bodies with green smoke, as if they had been thrown into a frying pan. Ah, it's hot. Chicken. I can't take it anymore. Chapter 50, Any more gains? Ghost Internet Cafe. The three ghostly creatures screamed miserably and could no longer hide their forms, each jumping out of the gloom. Chicken. Let's fight. One of the ghostly creatures said viciously, still steaming from his own body. That's what it's like. It's so bad. It looked over and the guy was already blocking the doorway, obviously just not going to let himself go. As a ghost, it has its own grievances. At this time, resentment was rampant and ferocious thoughts erupted. There was less fear in his heart and he only thought of killing the other party. That's it. Fight this guy. The other ghostly creature followed suit and spoke, with rolling black chi rising from its body. Yes, the three of us together. Get him. Chicken nodded. The three ghostly creatures shouted and turned into black shadows to pounce towards Suemo from three directions. Good timing. Suemo stepped out, raised both fists, and ruthlessly slammed them in front of him. Boom! These two punches, which happened to collide with the fists of the two ghostly creatures, immediately screamed miserably and their arms snapped. Suemo moved quickly and in a flash, he grabbed the wrists of the two ghostly creatures and viciously pulled them to his side. Ah, don't! The two ghostly creatures screamed in terror. Die! Suemo pressed down on the heads of the two ghostly creatures and slammed them hard into the ground. With two clunks, the heads of the two ghostly creatures shattered. Suemo urged his chi and blood, and the bodies of the two ghostly creatures instantly began to burn. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 2 ghost horizontal death ghost. Reward 500 points of merit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 2 ghost yokai ghost. Reward 500 points of merit. Another one. 000 credits in hand. Suemo raised his head and looked at the third ghostly creature rushing towards him. It was that chicken brother. When Level rushed to the point where he was still more than 3 meters away from Suemo, he suddenly revealed his form and directly did a sliding knee. Biggie, spare my life. I didn't mess with you. Chicken opened its mouth pitifully. It also wanted to fight for its life, but its own companion was instantly seconded. If you're on your own, you're also giving away food. This. Chicken slipped his knees so much, but Suemo will not be able to make a hole. At least you are ahead of evil spirits. How can you be so spineless? Big brother, why don't I become your little brother? I'll work for you as an ox and saddle up. Sumo said. Sorry, I'm allergic to strappy pants. Having said that, the breath of his body was sizzling hot breath surging, and at such a close distance, Chicken only felt like he was being set up on a furnace. It thought a lot and finally came up with a way to save its ghostly life for the time being, shouting with its eyes closed. Biggie, Biggie, I also know where there are ghosts. I can take you there. Oh, Sumo's fist, only 0.01 centimeters away from Chicken's head. The heat wave scorched Chicken's eyebrows. Tell me, how many ghosts? Chicken breathed a sigh of relief and opened his eyes, nearly peeing in fear. I'm glad I reacted quickly. Just not too far from here. It's a dark internet cafe. It collapsed a few years ago, and all the people who surfed the internet in there died and turned into ghosts. There are at least a dozen ghosts. Suemo put away his fists and was in a good mood, his face expressionless. Lead the way. Today, there are a lot of surprises. A dozen kilometers away from the abandoned stadium, Xinxiang High School, 3 heads suddenly emerged from the quiet courtyard wall, looking around nervously. Han Ming, are we really going over the wall? I'm a bit scared in the middle of the night. If the teacher catches us. A boy with glasses scrunched his neck, looking a little timid. I'm a little scared too. Another boy followed suit. Why don't we go back? What are you afraid of? The boy named Han Ming was tall, and with a gentle brace, he climbed the fence. At this hour, the teachers are all asleep. Who's going to check the bedrooms? Do you guys still want to surf the internet? I'm telling you, I've got a new website. No membership. Free to watch. What a wave, Mr. Peach. It's very complete. Zhou, how? Don't you like Europe and America? There's also free. The boy with the glasses eyes lit up. Really? So there's a fake? I've seen it all. Han Ming patted his chest. You still don't believe me? Have you forgotten my nickname? The Little Prince of Fans. Han Ming, do you have any Mikami teachers? I love watching her. The other boy rushed to speak, his eyes tinged with excitement. There is, and the latest, sweater series, Chen Dapeng. It's your loss if you don't go. Whoa! Chen Dapeng's eyes shone brightly as he said, for the sake of my Mikami-sensei, it's worth it to get disciplined. Asterisk. The trio quietly climbed up and over the courtyard wall, creeping a long way out before getting up and heading in one direction. This way. Han Ming led the way, and the 3 of them walked for a little more than half an hour, getting more and more remote. Han Ming, there's really an internet cafe in a place like this? You're not going to lie to us, Are you? Zhou hugged his chest, shivering to open his mouth. How to look in the middle of nowhere is not like a place with an internet cafe. He was inexplicably reminded of all the ghost stories he'd read, and his feet were shaking. What a lot of nonsense. You're not a woman, so what's in it for me to trick you into coming? Han Ming was a bit upset and said, if it weren't for our good relationship, I wouldn't have brought you here. Han Ming, but, we don't have ID cards. Chen Dapeng raised his doubts. You know, if it's opened in a place like this, it must be a black internet cafe, so what kind of ID do you need? I've been on it twice. The internet is so fast, especially that webmaster I'm telling you. Look, isn't that an internet cafe? The two looked up and saw a neon sign faintly erected in the distance. Glamorous internet cafe. It's still true. The two men got excited and felt strong on their feet. Didn't lie to you guys, did I? Han Ming hemmed and hawed. The three soon arrived at the door of the internet cafe, vaguely heard the sound of keyboards playing in the room. Looked quite lively. And so many people online? What do you know? Package nights are cheap. Go go go. The three of them smiled with raised eyebrows and rubbed their hands together as they walked in, but they didn't see the sign outside the door flicker a few times and spark up some. Of the words charming unlimited internet cafe, half of the word charming went out, and all three of the words power unlimited went out. Quietly, the sign of the internet cafe became ghost internet cafe. Chapter 51. Three people. Enough to eat. Webmaster. Package night. Han Ming strutted with his head held high, walked up to the front desk, and laid out $10 with a pop. Yo, you're here again. The receptionist, who was playing with her cell phone at the internet cafe, stood up and opened her mouth daintily. The receptionist wasn't exactly pretty, but she was young and wore very heavy makeup and even bolder clothes. Chen Dapeng and Zhou couldn't take their eyes off the ball, thinking that Han Ming really didn't lie to us. Ha! The receptionist didn't care about the gaze at all, instead giving the trio a teasing look. Hiss! Where had Zhou experienced this? His heart thumped and he only felt his blood churning. What about you guys? Same? Yeah, us too. The two men took out $10 each and handed them over, and the receptionist quickly opened 3 machines for them. Go go go. Han Ming pulled the two of them to find a triple seat and squeezed his eyes. How's it? Cheap, right? Is it worth it? Worth it. It's so worth it. You're my own brother. Han Ming, come on. Where's the URL? Look at you all. Han Ming said a string of URLs. You guys watch first. I'm going to the front desk to get a bottle of water. Han Ming got up, came back to the front desk, and whispered, Webmaster, you said, if I bring one person here, you'll give me $50 back. It has to be. The receptionist smiled sweetly and pulled out $100 from the drawer and handed it over. Sister looks at you guys favorably and treats you to some noodles, and the iced tea over there. 1 bottle for each of you. Help yourselves. Really? Then I'll take the big bottle. Whatever. Han Ming joyfully walked to his seat holding the instant noodles, as well as the iced tea, startling both Chen Dapeng and Zhou. Han Ming, you invited us? Good thinking. It's the boss's treat. I told you. I know this place well. He purposely turned back towards the receptionist to express his gratitude, his expression smug. Awesome. It's my Ming who's in harm's way. The two gave a thumbs up. Ming, she doesn't have her eye on you, does she? Wow. Asterisk off. I don't like my sister. Bubbly, open watch. We don't have much time. We have to leave at 5. The trio made noodles, put on headphones, and immersed themselves, not noticing in the slightest that the people who had been playing with their computers had silently gathered their eyes on them. Enough to eat? Almost. Before, when he came alone, there certainly wasn't enough to share. Now it's enough. When's dinner? Listen to the webmaster. Everyone turned their heads woodenly and turned their eyes to the front stage in anticipation. The receptionist girl looked up, her eyes glowing red, and greedily stuck out her tongue and licked it. She stood up. The others followed suit and got up with excited eyes. It's finally time to eat. I'm starving. I've reserved the eyeballs. Don't take them from me. All 6 eyes are yours. Save one for me. I'm not asking for much. Have a brain. Everyone in the internet cafe, silently, surrounded the three, discussing in low voices with red eyes. Chen Dapeng was looking seriously, but suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a bit wrong, looked up and was scared straight away. Han Ming, Zhou. Chen Dapeng is also not a little cute. These people don't look too normal. He cried and pulled Han Ming. Screw the chicken. The two were in the middle of watching and were so upset at being interrupted that they took off their headphones and instantly pissed themselves. What are you doing? What for? Han Ming asked dryly. Hey. The receptionist smiled grimly and asked, are the noodles good? Good. Yummy. Han Ming subconsciously looked at the still unfinished instant noodles beside him and let out a scream as his face turned pale. What's this? Inside the bowl of noodles. What kind of noodles were there? It was clearly a mass of white maggots rolling around in worms. Round and chubby. The iced tea. It's not tea. It's a gooey liquid that you can't tell what it is. The corners of his mouth itched a little, and he reached up to swipe at a few maggots that were only halfway down his body, writhing in his palm. Vomit. Zhou cried out and shrank back in his chair. There are ghosts. They're ghosts, mommy. That's how it's done in the movies. The three men stood up on their hands and knees, only to be seated back down again with another death grip on their shoulders. Little brother, come here. Then you can't go away. Oh. The receptionist reddened her eyes. Her tone grew more and more sinister, and her body began to change, transforming in the blink of an eye. The head was dry, the neck was crooked, and there was a finger-thick steel bar sticking out of his stomach. It's covered in bloody goo and dripping blood. Her chest seemed to have been smashed by something. Blood and flesh rolled over. Maggots wriggled, and there was no beauty left in it at all. It's not just her. The lights in the internet cafe flickered, bright and dim, and everyone turned into this. Let's eat. A man reached out, pointing at Han Ming. Start with him, he's the strongest and has more meat. Don't eat me, don't eat me. I'm skinny, Han Ming shouted, but the people around him didn't pay any attention to him, smiling eerily and reaching out slowly towards him. Finished. Han Ming closed his eyes in despair, with only one thought in his mind. Who's going to save us? If I could do it all over again, I will study hard and never go over the wall to surf the internet again. In the dark, a ghostly figure in backpack pants appeared silently, with a young man behind him. Biggie, there it is. Chicken pointed to the neon sign in the distance and said, after I turned into a ghost, I came here unintentionally, and there are at least a dozen ghosts inside. That female ghost at the front desk, with the most ruthless strength, is already a level 3 ghost. Really? Trust me. Suemo looked up and in the distance in the darkness stood a gloomy bungalow building. A sign stands, Ghost Internet Cafe. The corner of Sumo's mouth smiled. Tonight, a great harvest. Chicken saw that he was in a good mood and raised his words, intending to get the other to spare his ghostly life. Before he could even open his mouth, he saw lights flashing inside the internet cafe, followed by several cries for help. Ah, help! Somebody help us! Suemo frowned. Someone? Listening to this voice? I'm afraid I'm not very old. Go! Suemo grabbed Chicken's neck and urged his chi to run wildly towards the internet cafe. Chapter 52, Merit Surges. Karma kills indiscriminately. Hey hey hey. Chicken only felt the wind in his ears, and the scenery around him quickly regressed, and in the blink of an eye, he was at the entrance of the internet cafe. The doors of the internet cafe were closed and so gloomy that it was impossible to see inside except for the flickering lights. All that could be heard from inside was an eerie laugh, and 7 screams for help. Suemo lifted Chicken and kicked his foot towards the internet cafe door. Call it. Even if you scream your throat out, no one will come to save you. Ha ha ha. The more fearful you are, the faster your blood will flow, and the more tender you'll be when you eat it later. Don't be afraid. It'll be quick. Where to start eating? Eat from the hand, or they'll be dead and not fresh in a while. Me first. Why should you eat first? In the internet cafe, a pair of cold hands stroked the trio as if they were picking out potatoes from a vegetable market. Help! I'll never go online again. Leave me alone. Mommy, I want to go home. Hanming. 3 people closed their eyes and cried. Tears and snot flowed all over the place. Who would have thought that out of the internet can also hit a ghost? And not just one head, but a bunch. They couldn't help but tremble in their legs at the thought of being gnawed alive by these things in a moment. Don't argue. The female ghost let out a stern cry, and rolling black aura emerged from her body, her breath enveloping the entire internet cafe. All the ghosts, choked, looked at her in fear. Eat together. Whoever snatches what part, it's theirs. The female ghost licked her lips and said eerily, I'll count to 1, 2, 3, and it's on. All the ghostly creatures rubbed their fists and waited in silence. 1, 2, all the ghostly creatures, their eyes reddened, and Han Ming's trio closed their eyes even tighter. The female ghost was about to shout 3 when there was a thud from behind her, startling the ghosts. The bodies of the ghosts didn't move, and their heads swished around in place, looking in the direction of the gate, just in time to see the door of the internet cafe directly burst into pieces, the surrounding in-chi chaos tumbling. A handsome-looking man, striding in, he's still dragging. A ghost? Who? A ghostly creature, spoke sternly. Go online. Suemo put Chicken down, and with a sweep of his gaze, he saw 3 school-uniformed teenagers huddled in chairs shivering. Unlucky bastard. At first glance, it looks like they came out over the wall to surf the internet, but I didn't expect to choose a ghost internet cafe. Go to internet? The ghosts froze. You kicked in the door as soon as you arrived. Is that what internet access looks like? You think we're stupid? When Han Ming's trio heard the commotion and quietly opened their eyes, they saw a man standing at the door, with a great momentum. He, Who is it? Run! These are ghosts! Han Ming gathered his courage and shouted. This guy is a cultivator. The female ghost looked sinister and shrilled. Whoa! On all the ghostly creatures, Chi began to churn out, and the entire internet cafe became foggy. Their gazes, which were all gathered on Sumo, were as cold as steel needles. At this point, it's too late to worry about having a late-night snack. Sumo counted. There were 12 ghostly creatures in this place. TSK. The door is broken. Sumo kind of regretted that he had just hit a little harder and kicked the door down. What if the ghost escapes? With a glance of his eyes, Chicken got his point and hurriedly whispered. Big brother, they are all earthbound ghosts. They can't get out of here. Sumo laughed. So that's how it is. Then, you're good. Sumo patted his shoulder, and Chicken shrunk his neck and laughed. It's my honor to do something for Big Brother. Honor. It's stunned, because Sumo's hand was already pressed on his own head, and hot breath surged above his head. To die. With a desperate expression, Chicken shouted, Brother, spare my life. Sumo was too lazy to talk nonsense with it, and slapped it down. As a ghost, of course, you have to have the consciousness of being slaughtered. Those people you killed, did you spare them? Bang! Chicken's head was directly slapped into Sumo's stomach, and his words couldn't come out. Go you! Sumo flew up and kicked Chicken's body directly towards the ghost group. Then his feet powered up and lunged towards the nearest ghost creature. Boom! Chicken's body exploded into ashes in the swarm of ghosts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 2 ghost horizontal death ghost. Reward 500 points of merit. All of this, it happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the female ghost reacted, Sumo had already rushed to a ghostly creature. Kill him! The female ghost screamed, and all the ghosts surrounded Sumo with open teeth and claws. First, Sumo raised his hand and slapped it. The ghostly creature didn't have time to dodge. Its cheeks hurt and its head started to spin around on its neck. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing a level 2 ghost earth-binding ghost. Reward 500 points of merit. Second, Sumo dodged the attacks of a few ghostly creatures and casually grabbed one of them in front of him, and bang bang was 2 punches. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing a level 1 ghost earth-binding ghost, rewarding 100 points of merit. So little? The third. Ding! Fourth, Sumo's blood chi surged all over his body, weaving back and forth among the ghosts like a vicious tiger entering a flock of sheep. Wherever he passed, fist shadows rolled. Chi and blood were like pillars. Each punch could take away a ghost life. It was simply a crunchy, messy kill. He's in charge of messy kills. The ghosts are responsible for karma. Occasionally, there were ghosts that dodged quickly, and before they could breathe a sigh of relief, they were kicked to death by Sumo. Ghastly screams and cries for help rang out from the gloomy, tumbling internet cafe. Only, this time, it was a ghostly creature that sent out the plea for help. Sumo's merit was soaring. This guy is a monster. Help! I'll fight you. Forget it. Big brother, spare your life. Don't you come over. I told you to stay back. I'm going to call someone. Han Ming. The three of them had looked dumbfounded. All they could see was that the man who had come to surf the net had a body that seemed to be on fire, and a look of excitement and agitation on his face. Every punch that went down could smash a ghostly creature into pieces. Martial arts. Bull asterisk martial arts master. This is clearly a supreme master, good heavens. Killing ghosts with his fists. Too powerful. I want to be his teacher. I think you're thinking of farts to eat. Bang, bang, bang. After a flurry of misplaced punches and screams, the internet cafe had gone silent, littered with broken limbs and arms. Sumo raised his head and looked at the female ghost in the corner, who had already turned white with fear and was shivering. He clenched his fists in a snap and stepped closer, grinning widely. Your turn. Chapter 53 Reinforcement. New feat, Voodoo Demon destroying Demon Seal. What a bumper crop. Sumo rubbed his hands together. Just the ghosts of the Ghost Internet Cafe had provided himself with several thousand points of merit. Enough for another reinforcement. In order to condense a second blood chi sun within your body, you still need 10 more reinforcements. I guess I'm not much use going down with this reinforcement, so I'd better learn something new. Sumo walked to the house and took out all the stacks of secret martial arts books that had accumulated dust and placed them in front of him. 1,000 spider poison hands? Sounds evil. Will it disfigure my face if I practice it? Forget it. Sunflower magic? This is never to be practiced. You'll just be playing with needles from now on. The Sword of Wisdom. Hiss. The power is great. Just pay the price as a man cannot afford to give up. Toadstool? When you kill a ghost in the future, first get down on the ground and roar a couple times? Indecent. Give up for now. 7 injuries fist? I've heard that it kills 1,000 enemies and damages 800. How can it be strengthened? After looking through it for a while, Suemo was speechless. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That old man in the bookstore is an evil practitioner, right? He's got some scary stuff. Finally, Suemo saw a favorite book with an old long name. Taishang Xianyan 5 Thunderbolt Observation of the Heart. Sumo's eyes lit up. The name looked awesome. It's it. System. Fortify me. Suemo pointed at the secret book with an expectant look in his eyes. After a long time, the secret book didn't move. Didn't react at all. What the hell? Suemo picked up the secret book again and shouted. Strengthen. Still no response. What? Suemo was confused. The system wouldn't be broken, right? He flipped through the secret book, which was blank, and flipped all the way to the end before he saw a sentence. Just thought of a name. The content hasn't been thought of yet. Dedication. Heartwatch Scholar. The corner of Sumo's mouth twitched as he browsed that bookstore by himself. It was called Guan Xin Bookstore. It's obvious that Scholar of the Heartwatcher is that old man. And you're still chucking in personal favor? It's not finished. Why did you put it in? And the name is so awesome. The whole thing is like the real thing. Suemo put down the blank secret book and looked through it for a while, finding several more similar ones. The name looks all kinds of awesome and coaxing, and there's not a single word in it. Finally, Suemo saw a familiar-looking secret book, Powerful Vajrapalm, and flipped through it just in case. It's very detailed and comes with vignettes. How about, better to practice a light skill first? Suemo thought about it and temporarily put the Powerful Vajrapalm aside and took out his cell phone to place an order for several lightweight secrets. The secret book arrived in the afternoon. Suemo rubbed his hands together, took out a copy of Lingbo Weibo and raised his hand to strengthen it. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed and the secret book didn't respond at all. What? Sumo's heart was cold. It's over. The system is really dead. He tried Qiankuan de Nuai, Wudong Ladder Cloud Vertical, Light Water Drifting and so on, but it was the same old story. No reaction at all. Could it be that Dao Master Lei's secret book is the real deal for the system to be strengthened? Suemo thought in his heart. After all, the 9 Yang Divine Kung Fu that he practiced, as well as the Golden Bell Shield, all came from Taoist Master Lei. He took out his cell phone and dialed. Hey, Taoist Master Lei, do you still have the martial arts secrets? Ha? On the other end of the phone, Dao Master Lei's voice was a bit weak. Mr. Su, why are you asking this? My stuff, it's all a lie to children. Not important. Do you have any more? Let's see. There are still 18 books of the 9 Suns and 3 books of the Golden Bell. It's gone. No? Yeah, it's not good to cheat on martial arts secrets now. Don't sell well anymore. I've switched to selling charms, and the sales are much better. Sumo, Taoist Master Lei, your secret book, did you really buy it at Spellbinders? Not the real thing? Yeah, where do I know those things? Then you pushed that store on me. Suemo flew to open the Spellfather, and found that store, specializing in selling all kinds of martial arts secrets. Fake 1 compensates 10. Boss? Little friend, what secret martial arts books do you need? The secret books I have here are absolutely genuine. Is there a lightweight? I'll look for it. Sorry little friend, it's sold out. Then you print some more. What did you say? The secret books I have here are the real deal. Authentic hand-copied books. Never printed. When will it be available? 10 days or so. What kind of likeness do you need? Anything. Start me off with a couple of books. The sooner the better. And I'll give you a favorable review. Really? Little friend is really a man of nature. Wait for me for a few days. I'll inform you when I have the goods. Suemo turned off his cell phone and picked up the book Powerful Vajrapalm again. Not hopeful at all. System. Reinforcement? Ding. Consuming 10,000 merits. The number of reinforcement times was successfully exchanged. Reinforcement target, Powerful Vajrapalm. Buzz. A soft light instantly wrapped the secret book in Sumo's hand. In an instant, the Powerful Vajrapalm erupted with a brilliant light and automatically floated in front of Sumo's eyes. Suemo froze for a moment. The system was rebooting? Buzz. The golden and radiant Powerful Vajrapalm began to tremble, and immediately afterward, it began to turn pages automatically. One of the little people inside, alive. Those little people were glittering with golden light, making various poses and hand seals. Light flickered above the handprints. Look carefully, there are flames. There is golden light. There is purple lightning. Small people one by one in line to drill into the heart of Sumo's eyebrow. Ding! Powerful Vajrapalm reinforcement successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new technique, the Seal of Voodoo Demon Destruction. This technique can catalyze the chi and blood in the body to condense 3 great seal spells, cultivated to the perfect level. It can perform the 3 great seals at the same time. It's extremely powerful, especially against evil things. Vajra Seal, the user can exert the power of Vajra, breaking gold and cracking rocks. The stronger the user's chi and blood, the stronger the killing power of the seal. Host's current killing power assessment, level 6 cultivator. Remaining merit, 4,000 points. Boom! A golden flame burned above the secret book, then turned into ashes and the golden light dissipated. That's strong? Suemo looked at the system introduction and was shocked. It was only after condensing the first seal that his strength was raised up one level. Those who had cultivated knew that the further one went, the more difficult it was to raise one's strength. The main thing was that the stronger the chi and blood of this dong method was, the more powerful the seals would be, and it was simply customized for himself. With the 9 suns swallowing heavenly skill on his side, his own chi and blood quacked and flourished. Chapter 54, The Case of the Mysterious Disappearance. Red Packet Ghost. Merit has bottomed out again. Suemo shook his head. Now that money was good. Merit was hard to earn. Stimulating the chi and blood in his body, a tiny seal coalesced in his palm, flickering with golden light and exuding a stern aura. A very strong feeling. Sumo's mind moved and the golden seal dissipated. We have to find a place and try the power of this thing. He turned his gaze to the secret books, and a trace of strangeness flooded through his eyes as to why the secret books he bought online could not be strengthened. But Taoist Master Lei's 9 suns can be strengthened? The old man's secret book from the bookstore can be enhanced too? Thinking about it, Suemo thought of a possibility that was breathless to the core, that store of spellfathers might be the old man of the bookstore. That's good. Forget it. Let's earn merits first, then get a weapon and a light skill. Strive to raise your strength to level 9 as soon as possible beforehand. Suemo thought prettily. Suemo stretched and left the small courtyard, refreshed by the wind blowing on the lake. What a view! Since practicing the 9 suns' divine power, one could not sleep for days and nights without feeling tired at all. The Great Eating Challenge. Eat if you dare. Cash rewards 888. Suemo walked on the road and heard the advertisement from afar, looked up and saw that the self-service store was still open and doing quite a good business. The fat manager was originally greeting the guests at the door. When he saw Suemo, the corners of his mouth trembled and his expression was a little ugly. This eats God. Not hungry again, are you? Hello? Sumo smiled and greeted. The manager bumbled over and said, Mr. Su, hello again, ha. Ha ha ha. So what? Our boss changed the challenge rules. Suemo looked at it. Warriors who succeeded in the challenge cannot participate in the challenge again. The corner of Sumo's mouth twitched. Damn you. You might as well post my ID number. Then I'll pay for it. I can eat it, right? Suemo said. Sure. The manager looked worried and said, It's just that we don't have much stock today, so I'm afraid you won't have enough to eat. But don't worry. Our boss also said that as long as you come to eat, we are always welcome and always ready. We'll transfer it right away if we don't have enough. Suemo laughed out loud. Look at your nervousness. Don't worry. I'm not hungry now. Next time for sure. After that, it's gone. The fat manager wiped his sweat from afar and let out a breath. If the god of food is hungry, the other customers in the store don't need to eat. Soon the night fell. 9 p.m. 749th Precinct. Team Lin, I'm back. Wang Lang hummed a small song, relaxed and cozy. That fast? Lin Xianxian frowned and asked. The Glamour Unlimited Internet Cafe is coiled with a dozen or so ghosts, one of which is still a level 3 ghost. In less than an hour, you guys cleaned it up? Ghosts have become more and more rampant during this time, and there are more and more bizarre incidents happening in various parts of U City, and it's almost too much to handle. The matter of the charming Infinity Internet Cafe had long been noticed by Bureau 749, only that those ghosts were earthbound ghosts and the place was remote, so the hazard level was relatively low. So work on other high-risk events first. Today, the Bureau finally freed up its manpower, and Lin Xianxian had 2 level 3 cultivators lead the team with the aim of wiping out the ghosts inside. Even if there was a level 3 cultivator leading the group, it wouldn't be so fast, right? Here. Wang Lang took out the photos and placed them in front of Lin Xianxian, saying, How could we have that ability? When we went there, the internet cafe collapsed, and there was not a single ghost creature left inside. Who did this? Lin Xianxian looked up. Who else could it be? Wang Lang said, Based on the traces of the fight at the scene, those ghostly creatures all died old deaths, and it's estimated that none of them are intact. Such a sick hit. Only. Sumo. Lin Xianxian opened her mouth. Team Lin, you simply anticipate everything. That's what I thought. Wang Lang hemmed and hawed and said, I went to investigate, and I heard that there were a few students from Xinxiang Middle School who went out over the wall to surf the internet last night, and then were sent back in the morning. My guess, those guys went to, it was the Glamour Unlimited Internet Cafe. The one who sent them back is Mr. Su. Lin Xianxian sighed in relief. If Suemo hadn't stepped in, those 3 students were afraid that they wouldn't have the life to go back. Team Lin, Mr. Su was really fond of ghosts. Then, Wang Lang continued, he took several bounties in a row yesterday, and the speed of completion was called a fast one. Our people went to see Clean and dry, those ghosts do not bring the possibility of living at all. Ghost internet cafe points. Does that count for him too? That's natural. Lin Xianxian resumed her seat and said, we didn't kill the ghosts, so who else can we give it to if not him? Alas, ghosts have been rampant lately, and with Mr. Su's help, it's a lot easier for us. I agree with that one. My job these days couldn't be easier. It's just a matter of cleaning up the battlefield and wrapping things up. Wang Lang laughed. Do not let up. Lin Xianxian turned her head, looked out the window at the 10,000 lights, and said softly, I have a premonition that our mission will become heavier and more dangerous. Scared less. The big deal is to die with those damn ghosts. Together. Wang Lang, on the contrary, seemed relaxed. Let's not talk about it. Lin Xianxian took out 2 pieces of information and handed them over. Recently there have been a dozen girls who have mysteriously disappeared. Their lives and deaths unknown. The girls had similar characteristics, over 5'7", busty Ds, weighing 110 pounds or less, and pretty faces. It is now suspected that their disappearance is related to an evil spirit, so start investigating. And this, Lin Xianxian turned over another piece of information. The life-threatening red packet has appeared again. One day, 3 people died. What? Wang Lang didn't look too good as he took the information and opened it. Inside were photos of 3 corpses, a 7 or 8-year-old child, an old man, and a 17 or 18-year-old girl. 3 men, in various states of death. The old man hanged from his own fan, the child drowned in the toilet, and the young girl was even more horrific. Surprisingly, according to surveillance, he used a knife himself and cut his head in half, without exception. All 3 died with a red bag clutched tightly in their hands and, no matter how bad they die, they are always smiling. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Lang hammered the table. This guy came out and messed up once half a year ago, killing 7 or 8 people. The red packet ghost is incredibly cunning and extremely good at hiding. The 749th Bureau has deployed a lot of people, but they have not been able to find any traces of the red packet ghost. It may have startled it, but the red bag ghost has been hiding ever since and hasn't appeared. I didn't expect it to show up again. The red packet ghost must be eliminated as soon as possible, or more people will die. Wang Lang pinched the information dead center. Chapter 55. Anglers catch everything but fish. Dear citizen, recently there have been many cases of fraud in our city. Criminals are using red envelopes to commit fraud, so please don't pick them up when you see them on the ground. If you find a red envelope on the ground, call. Help solve the case for a reward of 50 renminbi. 000. Suemo was walking on the road when a message popped up on his cell phone. If it was before, Suemo might have really thought that this was criminals up to no good. But now, Suemo was roughly certain. The probability is that this so-called red packet is similar to the love letter one received, and is haunted by ghosts. Suemo vaguely recalled that about half a year ago, the officials seemed to have issued such a reminder. There are also rumors on the internet that if you pick up a red envelope, you will be haunted by evil spirits and will surely die. Bonus? Suemo hurriedly lowered his head and looked around, but unfortunately the ground was empty and there was nothing. It seems that you are not too lucky in this regard. The phone rang. It was Bureau 749. Hello Mr. Su, we would like to confirm with you that the ghosts in the Glamour Unlimited Internet Cafe were eliminated by you. It's me. Yes. Your reward for this quest is 300 points, plus the other evil sneak quests, for a total of 400 points. It has been issued to your points account. Please check it. Open the app to check. 400 points have arrived. Sumo's heart is happy. Making money again. Returning to the bounty screen again. Suemo found a new post labeled in red. Red Packet Ghost. Half a year ago the Red Packet Ghost appeared in U City and killed several people using red packets, then hid his tracks and appeared again yesterday. According to the research and judgment, the strength level of the Red Packet Ghost is roughly between level 3 to 4, and its methods are bizarre and extremely harmful, so please pay attention to safety. Mission reward, 600 points, Suemo said in his heart. The reward given by Bureau 749 this time was quite high. After closing the app, Suemo looked up the news of weird red envelopes on the internet, and most of them were old posts or eye-catching fabrications. There's not much useful information. Forget it. Let it be. In case I pick up a red packet? Suemo came to the edge of a small pond, which was far from the city and off the beaten path. I don't think many people will come except fishing guys. Try the power of the Vajra seal. Suemo looked at the water and stretched out his hand to catalyze his chi and blood. A golden seal, which appeared in Sumo's palm, emitted an eye-catching light that was dazzling. Vajra seal. Suemo lightly drank, and the seal fiercely slapped the water. As soon as the golden seal touched the water, it immediately erupted with a violent light, and the small pond was instantly enveloped in golden light. The water began to slosh. Boom! A muffled sound came from the bottom of the pond. A ball of golden light exploded, and the surface of the water was instantly blown up 10 feet high. The splashes of water that exploded up, all with a golden glow, seemed to freeze in the air for half a second before they slammed back into the pond with a clatter. Fierce indeed. Suemo secretly nodded his head. This Vajra seal would probably be very sour if it smashed on a ghost. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Killing a level 1 ghost, drowned ghost. Reward 100 points of merit. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Killing a level 1 ghost, drowned ghost. Reward 100 points of merit. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Killing a level 1 ghost, drowned ghost. Reward 100 points of merit. A beep sounded in his ear. Sumo? I didn't see it. This small pond actually has crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and there are 3 level 1 ghosts lying around. Count yourselves unlucky. Suemo laughed, harvesting a few hundred points of merit. Beautiful. He went around other places and blew up wild ponds when he came across them. But unfortunately no more ghosts were blown up except for roaming fish and shrimp. There's always the river, right? Suemo came to the side of a small river and clunked a few prints down. But unfortunately there was no harvest. Snap! A large eel that was as thick as his arm was blown out of the water by him and landed at his feet. Struggling madly. Big shipment. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Which murderer is frying the fish? Believe it or not, I'll call the police to arrest you. Don't you know it's everyone's responsibility to take care of the environment? What are we going to fish for if you blow up all the ing fish? If you have the ability to come over, I can't ing kill you. I am also practiced. 1 to beat you 10, believe it or not. There was a crack from the other side of the river. Suemo looked to the opposite bank, and only then could he vaguely see that it was a fishing guy in a punching bag with a hat, who was jumping and cursing. The angler was a bit of a mess, dripping with water, apparently accidentally injured by his own fried ghost. Suemo thought about it and kicked the big eel beside him towards the opposite bank as a kind of compensation for the fishing man. Asterisk 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 asterisk, there's a concealed weapon. There was an exclamation of surprise from the other side of the river, followed by a shout. What a fat eel. At the very least 5 pounds. I didn't catch a single fish today, but I didn't expect a big eel to fall from the sky. Is this God's compensation for me? Sumo shook his head and slipped away. Anglers, they can catch anything but fish. Suemo had heard from time to time that those fishing guys often caught up corpses in the river and helped the police solve a lot of unsolved cases. The best ones have been caught up in bronze. Jingle bells. The phone rang. Suemo took out his cell phone and saw that it was AI Rui calling. Hello, Suemo, where are you? There's something I want to share with you. And AI Rui's voice, with a small sweetness and arrogance. It seems that this guy run now very successful. Well, what is it? Well, just my girlfriend. Yeah, confirmed relationship? Hey, you know, we met yesterday. Xiao ya, it looks exactly like the picture. Good looking. Congratulations, you're going to buy me dinner. Ow. Must. Suemo, let's meet and talk. You haven't come to school for a few days. The teachers haven't even called your name these days. It's amazing. Suemo laughed. Like this, you come to Guanhu no, 1 courtyard. I'll wait for you at home. Where? That Chinese-style house in the south of the city. 1 Lakeview? Your house? Yeah, didn't lie to me, did you? Got candy for lying to you? Hurry up and come, I'll wait for you at home. By the way, bring me a Coke. A cold one. Yuching University. AI Rui hung up the phone and gritted her teeth. Well, Suemo, you damn well finally stopped pretending. It's true that you're a tycoon. You're living in Lakeview 1. Ah, Lakeview 1. That's a nice place. The mansions are all Chinese and worth a lot of money. And ing let me bring an ice cola. I'm going to bring you room temperature. AI Rui smiled arrogantly. After leaving the school gates, AI Rui went to the kiosk and took out a few cans of ice coke from the refrigerator. Boss, got any ice? Fill me up with some. Chapter 56. You kid wouldn't really talk to a female ghost. Lakeview 1. The main entrance. Suemo saw a cab traveling over from afar, and AI Rui got out carrying a plastic bag. Here, Suemo beckoned. AI Rui trotted over and glanced at the lake in the distance, and then at the Aliyah nestled on the shore of the lake. Here, your Coke. It's out of ice. Only room temperature. Holy, you really live here? Suemo put her arm around his shoulder and laughed. I've only just moved here too. Come on, go in and take a look. When the two entered the house, AI Rui sat on a chair and said with a stern face, Suemo, still not telling the truth to your brother? What? Say, which group's cockney are you from? Come for a private visit? Do the math yourself. How many roasted sausages and roasted rice did you rub off on me? Don't pretend. I've been reading the hegemony novels and they're all written like this. A luxurious gentleman deliberately pretends to be an ordinary guardian in order to win a smile from a beautiful woman. You're not a ing beauty. AI Rui pointed at Suemo and burst into tears. Your behavior like this has deeply hurt my heart. You must compensate me. First transfer me a few million dollars to make it up to me. Suemo took out his cell phone. I'll transfer it to you right away. Asterisk 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 asterisk. AI Rui hurriedly pressed the cell phone and said breathlessly, I'm just kidding. You're really turning it? Suemo said seriously. I'm really not a rich man. These things, well, I earned them all myself, isn't it? Kill ghosts and gaga for money. AI Rui looked disbelieving and mocked. Why the hell didn't you say which rich woman gave this other house to you? With your looks, it sounds a bit more reliable. Suemo was shocked. You can even guess this? Hey, when did you get hooked on martial arts? Ooh, sunflower treasure tantra. This one suits you. Have you practiced yet? Come on, let me see it with your pants down. AI Rui smiled wickedly as he saw the secret martial arts books scattered around. Recently. Let's not talk about that. What's the hurry to find me? Sumo asked. AI Rui took out 2 bottles of cola from the plastic bag and handed one over. You say it's strange. I obviously bought room temperature, and it turned into ice cola on the way. Suemo smiled with an open brow. I knew it. You know me best. Thanks. AI Rui took out her cell phone, flipped through the photo albums, and said smugly, although you're rich, you don't have a girlfriend. I have. Ha ha ha. Sumo looked away. In the photo was a photo of AI Rui and a girl. The girl was compatible and soft, with a sweet smile, snuggled on his shoulder. It's quite a match. Yo, good looking. Suemo patted his shoulder and whispered, last night was just a dinner. Ha, did something else happen? Like a wave or something? How can we do such things when we meet for the first time? Suemo, Xiaoya I really like. But right. AI Rui wanted to say something. What? Say it. Xiaoya is also willing to be my girlfriend, saying that I'm honest and reliable, and that I'm a man you can commit to for life. Speaking of which, AI Rui was still blushing a little. She asked me if I would marry her. If so, she'll marry me. You know, I couldn't say no with you looking at me all watery. Suemo laughed. You promise? Anan, wouldn't it be a bit too fast? 2 people just met and they're talking about marriage? This whole thing reeks of abnormality, and the girl called ya is either a liar or a figure waifu. Hiss. Suemo thought again about the recent events. AI Rui wouldn't be talking to a female ghost, right? That's not true. He had a pretty normal breath on him, not like he'd hit a ghost. Suemo also did not see the face of Xiaoya. It is not good to subjectively judge the other party as a ghost. In case the human girl is sincere, wouldn't she be wronging the good guys? I think it's a bit soon too. Ya haven't even met my parents yet, and I've never met her family. AI Rui opened her mouth. Suemo thought for a moment and asked, when did Xiaoya ask you to marry her? AI Rui shook her head. She didn't say. It only said that if I promise, I must remember my promise and not lie to her. Ask her out to meet her? AI Rui said. She went back to her hometown today, not in U City. I sent her to the airport. Suemo always felt that this matter was truly odd, and said, then wait for her to come back, and make an appointment to meet her. If anything out of the ordinary happens, be sure to call me first. The two chatted for a while before AI Rui got up to leave. Suemo sent AI Rui away and muttered in his heart, brother, you mustn't talk to the female ghost. 12 o'clock at night. Sumo appears in the underground garage of a shopping mall, which, according to clues, is haunted. It has been temporarily closed. There was no one in the garage and not many cars, just not very bright lights that made it seem cold. Chill. Sumo scowled and pretended to look around. Strange, where did I park my car? Oops. Crash. A woman's shriek sounded. Suemo looked up and saw a T-labeled tram crashing into the wall not far away. Headlights flashing. A woman in white gets out of the car with a sad face. Her gaze turned just in time to meet Sumo's. Her eyes lit up and she beckoned. Sir, can you help me? Yeah. Sumo's eyes similarly lit up as he walked over with large strides. Sir, I'm not a very good driver. Can you move my car for me? The woman daintily opened her mouth, and also moved up, winking. We can eat together. Oh. Suemo did not move and asked, do you want to eat, or eat me? Your mom. You smell like and you're pretending to be a human being? I can tell right away you're not human. Suemo bellowed. You found out. The woman's voice became somber, transforming into a horrifyingly stern ghost, and a gust of wind gusted inside the garage in the twinkling of an eye. Then come and keep me company. The woman screamed. Her green-black face was eerie, and her nails became even longer and longer, turning her eyes to pounce on Suemo. Vajra seal. Suemo was unrelenting, urging his chi and blood. A golden light seal ruthlessly slapped on the woman's body. Screams rang out. The Vajra seal exploded inside it, and a blinding golden light emerged from the woman's body, which was torn apart in the blink of an eye. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for killing the level 2 ghost, car crash ghost. Reward 500 points of merit. Swish! A ghostly figure burrowed out of the corner and fled frantically towards the depths of the garage. Still want to run? Sumo chased after him with big strides. Chapter 57 Fishing is not regulated. 2 lines of tears for loved ones. Don't you chase after me? I'm not harming you. Deep in the garage, a man covered in black gas shouted frantically, but he could see clearly that the hot man clapped his hands. His own mother-in-law blew up. If you don't run I won't chase T. Sumo followed closely behind, the distance rapidly closing. If I don't run, won't I die? Right answer. Sumo took an arrow step and rushed behind the ghostly creature. His palm lit up with golden light and ruthlessly slapped down. Ah! Miserable screams rang out as the golden light exploded and the body of the ghostly creature was blown to pieces. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a level 2 ghost car accident ghost. Reward 500 points of merit. Sumo's mind moved and the golden light dissipated. The Vajra seal was too good. Sumo was kind of looking forward to the 2 seals in the back. Next place, Big Ditch Reservoir. Sumo left the haunted garage and waved at the curb, where a cab slowly stopped. Hey, it's you? The cab driver Chindagang glanced at the rearview mirror and was shocked. Isn't this Mr. Su, older brother? Hello again Al. Sumo smiled and greeted. Yu Chang is really small. I didn't expect that I was once again in his car. This old brother is quite good. Sumo also remembered. He also intends to take himself to see the saving power program low. Unfortunately, I don't have the time, and I don't know exactly how saved up it is. Mr. Su, where to? The driver asked. Big Ditch Reservoir. Chen Dagang. Mr. Su, you're going to clean up those contraptions again? Chen Dagang asked. Sumo did not say anything. Chen Dagang started the vehicle and laughed. I know, you are a man of the world. Boss Zhou called me and said that his daughter's matter has been resolved. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for this, Boss Zhou, in order to show appreciation. Help my daughter to get to the key high school to study. It's all thanks to you. Sumo laughed. I'm also receiving money to do my job. You don't need to thank me. Chen Dagang is a chatterbox, held back half a day and said, I have heard, but the Big Ditch Reservoir is very evil. Drowned several fishing. I heard a body was fished up. Ouchie ouchie. TSK. It's like a steamed bun. The skin breaks when you press it, and pus comes out of it, like dumplings in soup. There's still several people left to fish out. Sumo said, you're so detailed. How can I look at dumplings with a straight face from now on? Actually, I feel more like a dunking bag. Think about it. In the dunking soup bun tray, is it like a spread face? When the chopsticks are gently picked, poof out the juice. Sumo's face turned green. Big brother, you know quite a lot. Chen Dagang laughed and said, we run cars, all day long. How boring. Just like to talk about it. I didn't believe it before. I listened to it all as a story, but now I do. Sumo asked again, then do you know where else is evil? West Side Hospital. There was an old lady the other day who jumped off the roof of a building as if she was terminally ill. His family came to make a scene, and the body has been sitting in the morgue untouched. And guess what? Sumo doesn't answer. Suffocating you. After waiting for half a day, Chen Dagang finally couldn't help himself and continued. That old lady got herself up from the morgue again and slipped around the hospital in the middle of the night. At the end of the day, the old lady went back to sleep in the morgue. It scared the doctors and nurses there so badly that they didn't dare to do their rounds alone at night. West Side Hospital. Sumo made a note of this place, and when he cleared the ghosts from the Big Ditch Reservoir, he would go there and turn around. Mr. Su, we're here. The car can't get through there. You'll have to walk there yourself. Chen Dagang stopped the car. Thanks. Sumo was about to pull out money when he refused. Mr. Su, I really can't take your money. It's all about making a living. How can I let you come all the way here for nothing? Sumo took $100. Then he got out of the car and walked in the direction of Daegu Reservoir. Preach it. Chen Dagang thought about it and stuck out his head and shouted, Mr. Su, this place is not good for a taxi. I'll wait for you to come out. $100 is enough for a round trip. Sumo waved his hand behind his back, indicating that he knew. After walking for a while, Sumo saw the reservoir from afar. It was a big place, and the water was shimmering in the moonlight, which was quite a sight. Every now and then, you can see a fish churning in the water. A big one at first glance. A fisherman's paradise indeed. The water is dangerously deep and fishing is strictly prohibited. Sumo saw a sign standing on the side of the road. I guess it doesn't have much effect on the fishing guys. The fishing still has to be done. Another walk and a new sign. Water ghosts are haunting us. Stay away. Aha! The sign probably does a bit to scare off some of the anglers, except for the bold ones. A little further down the road, another sign appeared. Several have died. Fishing is not regulated. 2 lines of tears for the loved ones. Sumo. Huang Jihong is a fishing enthusiast. The equipment is well worth a lot of money. A fishing rod is a few $1,000s. Been in the pits for several years and he's caught fish every time he's been out. They say the fishing is good at Big Ditch Reservoir, and it seems to be true. Huang Jihong found a good fishing position. Far out, the lake is calm, and even see the big fish head out of the water to breathe. He was excited and fist-pumped. I'm going to make sure I catch the fish myself today and try to skip the food market tomorrow morning. As for haunted, Huang Jihong was a little scared, but not much. Even if there is a ghost, it's a water ghost. Can't they climb up the shore? He made a quick nest and took his newly purchased fishing rod out, stroking it gently as if he were touching his lover's hand. Dude, you've got to fight for it. You've got to get a fish. Huang Jihong felt that he had a burst of luck in the past 2 days, especially last night, while wild fishing on the river. I actually ran into a fryer and blew myself up. That guy was fast, or he'd have beaten him so bad he wouldn't recognize his mother. That's not the point. The point is, a big eel actually fell from the sky, and it was so fat, still wild. Huang Jihong was so happy that he took a picture and sent it to the group, and the group exploded. He purposely found a piece of watercress, hung the eel on his waist, and walked around the neighborhood early in the morning with his head held high. It's a modern-day version of 3 times over. When you see someone, you say, "Hey, how did you know I caught a big eel? It's wild, at least 4 or 5 pounds." When I think of the envious eyes of those people, Huang Jihong is full of fulfillment. This is the fun of fishing. Huang Jihong is not yet satisfied. Eels are after all heavenly. If today can personally catch a 10-pound fish, that's even better. He looked up tips on the internet, and they all said that the Big Ditch Reservoir fishes well, and some people have caught big bluegills weighing dozens of pounds. I've heard of other anglers being pulled into the reservoir by walleye and drowning. Still cautious, Huang Jihong found a safe-looking fishing spot that was simply excellent. After a while, he felt that the nest was almost ready, so he cast the rod, and then turned on the kettle of hot water to make a bucket of bubbling noodles, dutifully waiting for the fish to be caught. Chapter 58 Ghost Stories by the Reservoir. Half an hour passed. Drift emotionless, Huang Jihong ate 2 buckets of noodles, 3 packets of cookies, 4 bottles of wah. Come to feel it. Huang Jihong pulled 2 paper towels and looked left and right to find a perfect place to fertilize. It's not possible that the drift moved while I was going to the bathroom, is it? Whatever. People have 3 emergencies. 10 minutes later, Huang Jihong got up contentedly, carrying his pants towards his fishing spot. He had just approached and was taken aback. At his own fishing spot, I don't know when there were 3 more men, sitting straight up with their rods. What? Huang Jihong is a little upset. I found the fishing spot. I made the nest, and you 3 are so good. You caught it without saying a word? It's a little too unorthodox, brother, a bit uncouth. Huang Jihong's tone was unpleasant as he walked to his fishing spot. I'll be fishing for a while. The first man pressed his head down and said softly, "It's late at night. Wouldn't it be more lively if I fished with you?" The second smiled and spoke. "The world is a family of anglers. With me, you're guaranteed to catch fish." The third man fiddled with the fishing rod. The 3 of them grabbed the words, but Huang Jihong got out of temper, sulking and sitting down. "But you don't say." With 3 more people, it did feel livelier and less lonely. "It's just a little cold." Huang Jihong rubbed his hands together and kind of regretted not bringing a blanket out. "Look, you drifters are moving," the first man shouted. Huang Jihong raised his eyes and saw that luminous drift was indeed nodding and moving swiftly. Huang Jihong seized the opportunity and lifted the lever hard, and his hands suddenly sank. Fish in the water. Huang Jihong was so excited that he quickly reeled in the line and a big carp of at least 4 or 5 pounds surfaced. "Brother, help me set up a net," Huang Jihong said. All 3 ignored him and just stared at their drifts, not moving a muscle. Huang Jihong had no choice but to plunge the net himself, and finally got that big carp on the bank. "See, I told you, with me, you're sure to land a fish." The third man looked up and grinned. Hidden through the moonlight, Huang Jihong saw a somewhat pale face. It was a young man in his 20s, with wet hair and beads of water still on his face, like you just got out of the shower. Yeah, you're really my lucky star." Huang Jihong's attention was on the big carp and he didn't look at it much. "It's moving again." Huang Jihong pulls the rod. Another big fish, which is not much. 10 minutes. He has been on 3. "You're really good at fishing." The second man also raised his head and looked at Huang Jihong. Average. Huang Jihong sounded excited and turned his head. "Brother, I'm sorry. I've been lucky in the past 2 days. The fish ate my hook." He looked at the man. A middle-aged man in his mid-40s wearing sun protection clothing and tan skin. A look at the old fishing. The first man followed suit and looked up. An old man with pale hair. "That was good. Good fishing." After a moment of silence, the young man said, "It's pretty boring in the middle of the night, and I'm going to doze off if I don't get any fish. So why don't you tell me some ghost stories to refresh your mind?" "Agreed. It looks okay to me." Huang Jihong took a look around. Dark, dry smile. This kind of place, it's better not to. Strange and scary. The young man ignored him and spoke to himself. I'll speak first, and for the sake of substitution, I'll use the first person. Oh, my name is Li Hong. I'm 20 years old. My favorite sport is fishing, and my favorite fishing anchor is Deng. Sorry for saying too much. I heard about a place that had great wildlife fishing, so I went there. When I got to the place, I waited and waited and waited most of the night and not a single fish was caught. I'm a little deflated and I'm going to close the pole. But just then, the fish drifted, a big one at that, and whoosh dragged my rod away. Huang Jihong asked, why don't you bring a hand rope? The young man glanced at him, and only then did Huang Jihong react to the fact that the guy was telling a ghost story, in the vicarious first person. Looking at the rod in the water, I hesitated. The rod was expensive and cost me a month's living expenses, not to mention there were fish on there. I decided to pick it up. I stripped down and went into the water and finally grabbed the rod with a big bluegill hanging off of it, at least a dozen pounds. The young man gestured. At that, the young man was silent for a long time. Huang Jihong couldn't help but ask, what happened afterward? Did you fish the fish up? No. The young man shook his head. I was about to go ashore, but the big fish actually opened its mouth and spat out a ball of hair that wrapped around my neck and dragged me under the water. I struggled. I yelled, but it was no use at all. As soon as I opened my mouth, the water poured down my throat. Then I drowned, and my family came to retrieve the body and couldn't get it up for days. I'm done. The young man lowered his head again and quietly watched his fish float. C.H. Wong, your story, which is quite fitting, is so damn creepy to listen to. Then I'll tell one too. The middle-aged man looked up and said slowly, I'll use first person too, for excitement. My name is Lu Guodong. My hobby is fishing. Wife died early, no son, no daughter. Only an old lady at home. I also heard that there was a place with good wild fishing, so I went there that night. The harvest was good. There were a dozen or so big slabs of crucian carp, just so I could take them back to my old lady to replenish her body. I was going to leave, so I squatted down to the bank to wash my hands, but a handful of water plants actually came out of the water and dragged me under. I drowned and my body couldn't be found, and my old lady almost cried herself blind with guilt. Huang Jihong swallowed his saliva and got a little scared. You guys are not here to fish. You are here to scare me, right? Is there a conspiracy to scare me away and hog my fishing spot? The old man spoke up as well. Then I'll tell one too. It's just that I'm not a good enough storyteller to be considered evil. My name is Old Man Wu. I like to fish. Also, I heard that there is a wild fishing resource. As soon as it was dark, I went there. The fishing is real good there. I like to fish for minnows and it was a real pain in the ass that night. Halfway through fishing, I had a heart attack and fell into the water. I can't find my body either. It's all disfigured from being nibbled and gnawed on by the fish in the water. This must be my karma for fishing too much. I'm done talking. Isn't it boring? Huang Jihong gave a dry laugh and said, quite scary. It's your turn to talk. The three men turned their heads and turned their eyes to him. I don't usually read ghost stories. Huang Jihong fished out a pack of cigarettes and handed it to the three. Only the young man took it, but the cigarette was so wet in his hand that he couldn't light it. Dipped in water, hands not dry. The young man smiled shyly and reached up to wipe his hand on his shirt, but didn't bother to pick up another cigarette. For a while, silence fell over the fishing area. Huang Jihong was a bit unable to stand this kind of atmosphere. His head jerked and asked, in the ghost story you guys told, that fishing spot was quite good, huh? Where? As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he couldn't wait to slap himself. Wasn't this pulling towards a ghost story again? All three men turned their heads to look at him at his words. It's here. Chapter 59, 3 corpses, all positive mouths. Ha! Huang Jihong's face was horrified. Tang stood up. His feet were trembling. Nima, it's not a ghost, is it? Brothers, don't scare me. I'm timid. Huang Jihong wailed. Put. The young man laughed and said, I told you so. It's sure to scare him. And you guys still don't believe me. How dare you come out wild fishing when you're so timid? Young man, sit down. We're just trying to scare you. Do you think you've met a ghost? What in the world is that? I'm not as good as an old man. The three men laughed. Huang Jihong looked embarrassed and sat down again with a heavy sigh of relief. The main thing is that you guys spoke so evocatively that I thought. Halfway through his sentence, he got stuck. He was going to say, I thought. You were telling your own story. You can't say that. It's even creepier. Hey, I'm not getting anything tonight. The young man stood up and groggily moved his body. He suddenly turned his head and asked, how many rods did you bring? How many sets of tackle? 3 or 4 groups. Right. Huang Jihong opened his mouth. The old man interjected. You're fishing so well. Why don't you set up 2 more rods? Maybe you'll hit a big mackerel. Yeah, 2 more. The middle-aged man also smiled and spoke. No one is in charge of this place anyway. If you can't watch it, we'll watch it for you. Huang Jihong thought about it for a moment, and it seemed to make sense. He set up 2 more rods, threw the bait into the water, and laughed. Brothers help watch when we leave we share the fish. Aha, aha, aha. After waiting a while longer, the young man suddenly rose to his feet, and pointing to the rod nearest him, cried out excitedly, "It's moving! The drift is moving!" Huang Jihong, startled, looked up. The fish flowed really black. There must be a big cargo. Not caring about anything else, he took an arrow step forward and lifted the pole hard. It's so heavy. Huang Jihong inexplicably thought of a word in his heart. Dead and heavy. How big is this fish? Why is there no reaction on the hands? Normally, fish struggle in the water, and you'll feel it in your hands. Before he had time to think about it, the middle-aged man stood up as well, pointing at another fishing rod and yelling, "It's moving over here too! It's moving over here too! Help me pull!" Huang Jihong are depressed. Don't come! As soon as you come, 2 poles together. That's not good. The middle-aged man resumed his seat and said, "You have to catch your own fish to have fun." Wang Ji, really, unable to spare the fish, he freed one hand, grabbed the rod, and lifted it hard. Still so heavy? It's not another big shipment, is it? That drift is also black. Quick! The old man stared dead into the water and greeted loudly. Huang Jihong's hands are busy, are almost speechless, said the World Fishing Friends family. Damn, even rod do not help me pull a little. He clamped 2 rods under his armpits, reached for the third and pulled hard. If it's a small fish, just fly it up and forget about it. But I never thought that the third rod would feel equally dead in my hand, like hooking a boulder. Huang Jihong finally felt wrong. Where is the feel of the fish? Still 3 poles. He was about to throw away the pole when a burst of bubbles rose from the water and a dark figure surfaced. Through the irradiation lamp, Huang Jihong fixed his eyes and immediately died. Where's the fish on it? It was clearly a blistered and swollen corpse, with its own hook hanging openly from the corpse's mouth. It's still positively mouth-watering. Looking again at the corpse's features, it was still recognizable, even though it had swollen and rotted a bit. This guy, it was the young man beside himself. Holy! Huang Jihong was certain that he was hitting a ghost, or 3. He wanted to scatter the pole and run, but the shoulders sank and the wrists heaved. 3 men had, at some point, surrounded themselves, and one of them had a death grip on his wrist, not relaxing at all. Brothers, I didn't provoke you either. Huang Jihong finally determined at this time. Where are they talking about ghost stories? Clearly talking about their own stories. It's my fault for disturbing you guys. Tomorrow I'll burn more paper money for you. Can you let me go? I have an old man and a young man. The middle-aged man's eyes were red and his tone was urgent. Pull up quickly, the old man said. There's no time. Hurry, come on. With a jolt, Huang Jihong exerted force on his hands, and another burst of water bubbles rose from the surface of the water. 2 supine bodies, slowly surfacing. One body was disfigured and gnawed by fish and shrimp. The other was dark-skinned and clutching a handful of watercress. Who else could it be if not the middle-aged man and the old man beside him? Ghost! Huang Jihong let out a scream and said that he was finished, and his technique was too good. 3 bodies, all square jaws. Thanks! The old man let go and said to Huang Jihong. Huang Jihong is confused. Not getting me killed? Move! The young man pushed him. Don't come out wild fishing in the future. Beware of hitting a ghost. Go on. What are you waiting for? I'll leave right away. Never night fishing again. Huang Jihong reacted and pulled his legs out. How dare you guys? How dare you go behind my back? Come back here. A sharp, horrible sound came out from under the water. Immediately after, a bunch of water plants as thick as an arm drilled out from the bottom of the water, like a poisonous snake shooting sharply toward Huang Jihong. Run! The 3 shouted and lunged towards the water plants, only to be heavily slapped out of the water plants. Holy! Huang Jihong's body sank, and when he looked down, a large amount of water plants had wrapped around his body. Those water plants were like living creatures, emitting a fishy odor, tightening more and more, and his body couldn't help but turn towards the water. And you guys, since you don't even want to be a ghost, then go to hell. 3 more bunches of water plants shot out of the water, wrapping the 3 people firmly and hanging them in mid-air. Gobbledygook. Violent fluctuations came from the surface of the water, and a flower-spotted python, which was more than 10 feet long, surfaced. The python's body swam in the water, emanating a chilling aura, but topped with a rotting human head. Creepy as hell. If there is a Taoist master here, he will be able to recognize this object as a ferocious thing in the water python grudge. The formation of anaconda grudge is extremely coincidental and complex. Is extremely evil people drowned and was eaten by the anaconda. The body has a grudge to become a ghost, and then take the body of the anaconda transformed. trespassing on water and repelling water plants. He likes to rob the living to take the place of the dead in order to take the souls of the living. Help! Help! Huang Jihong was so scared that he felt a roll of water plants on his body, and his body was rapidly moving forward. The ghastly human-headed python in the water had opened its mouth so wide that the corners of its mouth were ripped to the back of its head. It's over. It's going to go into its 5 viscera. Huang Jihong was beyond desperate. Just then, he suddenly heard heavy footsteps behind him, followed by a young man rushing to his feet. The man quickly reached out and grabbed the water plants. Chapter 60 Level 4 Ghost Anaconda Grievance. Break! Suemo gulped lightly, his body's chi and blood surging. Boom! The cold, slippery water plants instantly burned up, became pitch black, and disconnected with a pop. The mass of water plants quickly shrunk back as if it had been electrocuted and disappeared into the water in the twinkling of an eye. Huang Jihong fell heavily to the ground, his mouth wide open, not knowing what had happened. But I didn't dare to ask. All that was left was to curl up dead and look in horror at the young man in front of him. The water plants on his body gradually became dry without the yin energy boost, and his body seemed to be able to move. There's a ghost. Huang Jihong reacted by getting up and falling to the ground again. Feet are weak, can't run, back away. Suemo looked at him and whispered, "Oh who?" Huang Jihong rolled and crawled, running out a long way before he stopped panting. So close, saved. This guy, who is he? I can't believe I'm not afraid of ghosts. In fact, Suemo had already arrived when those 3-headed ghostly creatures were telling ghost stories. The reason why he never showed up was because Suemo could see that those 3 ghosts were not the rightful owners. It could also be seen that the 3-headed ghostly creature had no intention of harming anyone. Otherwise, that fishing guy would have been dragged into the water and drowned long ago. The one in the water. That's the main one. Sumo's gaze went to the head in the water and a trace of disgust and dislike flashed in his eyes. It's ugly. Hybridization. Heads can still be grouped with pythons, but this guy's aura is quite strong. It should be worth a lot of merit. Cultivator? The water python complained of being stunned for a moment, raised his head and stared at Suemo dead in the face. His tone was chilly. Since we're here, let's die together. The blood and flesh of cultivators are definitely more nutritious than ordinary people. The water python complained with a cruel smile, and the other 3 water plants quickly swayed, directly wrapping the 3 ghostly creatures firmly. The 3-headed ghostly creatures screamed miserably as the water plants traveled down their ears, noses, and eyes into their bodies. In just an instant, the skin of the 3 ghostly creatures was covered in water plants, and their eyeballs had turned white. They had already lost their sanity by the erosion of ghostly chi. Kill you so I can leave. The 3-headed ghost creature screamed shrilly and lunged towards Suemo, its body covered with water plants flying wildly, dancing and swaying, like a sharp sword. Stand down. Suemo urged his chi and blood and rushed to the 3 ghostly creatures. The chi and blood exploded, and the 3 ghostly creatures flew out backwards, their black ghostly chi dispersing from their bodies in the twinkling of an eye, their eyes shocked and trembling. Hey, you 3, hide away. Huang Jihong somewhat nervously beckoned towards the 3 ghostly creatures, which rolled and ran over, and the 3 ghosts alone hid there to watch the battle. Swish! A whistling sound suddenly came from his ear. Sumo's head slightly tilted and a bunch of water plants shot sharply against his ear. Put! A large tree in the distance was directly pierced by water plants. Suemo quickly turned around, only to see a sky full of water plants shooting out of the water, covering the sky like a rain of arrows. Golden bell. Suemo activated his gong method, and the silhouette of a large ancient bell that shimmered with golden light appeared, firmly protecting him. A large amount of water plants shot sharply on top of the big clock's silhouette, emitting a muffled sound before going soft and writhing crazily on the ground. Immediately after, those water plants again erected, like poisonous snakes, climbed up Sumo's body as much as possible. In the twinkling of an eye, Suemo was wrapped into a watercress dumpling, and even the golden light of the big clock's shadow was drowned. The water plants are growing, layer after layer. Let's see you die. Anaconda Spite let out a sardonic laugh. Those water plants began to tangle with each other, gradually tightening with a toothsome sound. It's over. Can't seem to beat it. Call the police. Yes, call the police. Huang Jihong shivering out of the cell phone, but found that there is no signal at all. Trying to get up, the legs and drill tendons. This is dead. Looking at Suemo, who was wrapped in water plants, he thought to himself. Suddenly, the watercress dumpling cracked open, and a ray of golden light burst out of the mouth. Immediately after, more cracks appeared in the watercress dumplings, and channels of golden light scattered out in all directions like a blooming sunrise. Boom! The golden light exploded, and the water plants flew apart, turning into dead grass in the blink of an eye. Suemo, who was shrouded by the golden bell shadow, reappeared, his body surging with a scorching aura, and the yin qi around him was boiling. Bull! Huang Jihong was stunned as he looked at Sumo, who was covered in special effects. It's cooler than the TV show. He stared blankly at Sumo's figure. Even forgetting the numbness of his legs, hope suddenly surged in his heart. Big brother, this monster. My turn. Sumo took a look at a stone at his feet that was the size of a millstone and fiercely pumped his foot out. Phew! The stones flew, whistling towards the water python in the water. The water python complained that it was too late to dodge, so it could only open its mouth and a long, thin, forked tongue spat out. With just a bang sound, the stone exploded into pieces, and a silhouette pounced over in the sky of stone debris. Truly you are not afraid of death, and I am afraid of you in the water? Anaconda Grudge saw it clearly. That guy's guts were really big. Actually dared to take the initiative to kill over. It did a violent flip. The stubby tail drew out from under the water and exploded into a meter-high wave of water. The tail of the water python's complaint slammed straight at Sumo in midair, hitting on top of that golden bell's shadow. Dang! The golden light of the golden bell's shadow was loud, emitting a dull ringing sound as invisible air waves surged around. The surrounding water waves first stagnated, then tumbled and rolled down, re-falling into the reservoir and swirling the sound of water. This guy, how come it's so strong? The water python complained with a shock. His own strong strike actually couldn't even break the other party's defense. I'm afraid it's not going to be easy to deal with. It tucked its head into the water and wiggled its body to burrow deeper underneath, hiding itself as soon as it was in the water. Trying to run? Sumo backhandedly grabbed a section of the water python's resentful tail, and a slippery and chilly touch came. With another push, 5 fingers were firmly embedded in the flesh and blood, clasping directly onto the bone. Get up there for me. Sumo urged his chi and blood, shouted loudly, and his person powered up in midair. It actually pulled that water python Grudge out of the bottom of the water in a hard way, and the water python Grudge screamed in terror, realizing that his body was flying in midair. Poof! Sumo fell into the water and quickly surfaced again. The water python's resentful body quickly smashed down towards him. Sumo raised one hand and a golden seal that emitted eye-catching light appeared. Quick press out! Vajra seal! Boom! The Vajra seal ruthlessly smashed into that human head, only to hear a mournful scream ringing out as the golden light exploded. The head was in pieces like a watermelon. The headless anaconda spike flew out backwards and smashed hard against Huang Jihong's feet. Holy! Huang Jihong jumped up in fear, and his legs were not numb. The water python's resentful body rolled and struggled for a few moments, and then it no longer moved, and in just a few breaths, it was transformed into a snake's bones that emitted a foul odor. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing the level 4 ghost Anaconda Grudge, rewarding 4,000 points of merit. Sumo dispersed his breath before he looked at the 3 ghostly creatures and spoke. Considering that you are 3 who have not harmed anyone, now your grievances have dissipated. Still not leaving? Thank you, sir. The 3-headed ghostly creature looked at the corpse floating in the water, and a look of relief appeared in its eyes before it saluted towards Huang Jihong and dissipated into starlight. Huang Jihong was stunned and at a loss for words. Chapter 61 Big Brother, listen to my sophistry. No, listen to my explanation. It's actually a level 4 ghost? Anaconda Grudge? Sumo got on the shore in 3 tries and slightly urged his chi and blood, and the clothes on his body dried up. Works better than a dryer. 4,000 points of merit. It's worth it. Sumo was overjoyed in his heart. One way or another, he could immediately redeem another enhancement. He looked towards the python's withered bones and thought to himself that the power of the Vajra seal was really ferocious, drying up the water python's grudge in one go. Dead. Dead? Huang Jihong stared blankly at the dead bones on the ground, forgetting to run. Dead. Sumo walked over and patted his shoulder. Legs are numb, right? Hemp. Ouch. He dropped back into a sitting position, breathing heavily. Scared the hell out of me. What the hell is this? Huang Jihong was on the verge of tears. I'm just fishing. Why is it so thrilling? Big brother, thank you. If you hadn't appeared in time, I would have lost this little life of mine. Huang Jihong smacked his lips, suddenly thought of something, rolling and crawling rushed to the shore, fishing up the fish guard. Ha ha, the big carp is still there. Sumo, not bad for a fishing guy. Thinking about fish at this hour. Pretty fat. He pointed to the 3 corpses floating not far away and said, maybe you, the fish, have even nibbled on those 3 corpses. Biggie you, vomit. Huang Jihong face is twisted, hands and feet to open the fish protection. This fish where he dared to wada. The fish is gone, and so is the fishing rod. Huang Jihong disheveledly walked to Sumo's side, sat down on his butt, and said, I'll never ing fish again. Biggie, what now? Sumo said, go home. This place will be taken care of. He took out his phone and called Lin Xianxian. Mr. Su, Team Lin, off duty yet? Don't mention it. Just dealt with 3 ghosts. I'm going to have a midnight snack right now. Want to join me? My treat. You shouldn't be able to get a midnight snack then. Big Gulch Reservoir. I just got an anaconda spiteful killed, so come over here and take care of it. Having said that, just hang up. On the other end of the phone, sitting in the car, Lin Xianxian was a bit confused. Did she hear it right? Mr. Su killed a boa constrictor? Turn around and head for the Big Ditch Reservoir. Team Lin, what's up? Wang Lang leaned back in his chair and slept in a daze. Mr. Su has decapitated a water python grudge. Let's go over and clean up the mess. Lin Xianxian said. What? Anaconda grudge? Wang Lang woke up at once and said in a shocked voice. The conditions for the formation of an anaconda grievance are extremely harsh. At the very least it's a level 4 ghost. How could there be that thing in the Big Ditch Reservoir? They've been checking on the drowning over there, and there's not much in the way of useful clues. One can only try to dissuade the anglers from fishing over there. Lin Xianxian took a deep breath and said, I thought it was a water ghost haunting the area, but I didn't realize it was a water python grudge. Strange. Why do you think those 3 ghosts? Why don't they just get me killed? Huang Jihong asked as he followed Suemo with a deep foot. Maybe they were looking for someone to help them fish up their bodies? You just happened to be on your way. Suemo said. I'm there to fish, not to fish for corpses. Huang Jihong was depressed. 3 square-jawed corpses. That's something he can remember for the rest of his life. Suemo laughed. Isn't that what they all say? You fishing guys catch everything but fish. Oi, looks like my luck, last night, has run out. Huang Jihong sighed. It's heartbreaking. That's a big carp of over 10 pounds. And it's gone. The fish is gone. Almost even his life. Suemo killed the level 4 ghosts and was in a good mood, asking, what happened last night? As soon as he talked about this, Huang Jihong's eyes glistened and cursed. Hey, speaking of this makes me angry. Last night I went fishing by the river and encountered a lackluster thing blowing up fish. It's ing blowing me up. Sumo, so the fishing guy I met last night was you too. That's pretty ape. And then guess what? A big eel fell from the sky. 4 or 5, 7 or 8 pounds. So long and so thick. I've never seen such a big eel in my life. He gestured as he did so. Sumo's eyes are strange. Is that eel that big? How come I don't know? Really? Huang Jihong thought Suemo didn't believe it, and quickly took out his cell phone and flipped through the album. If you don't believe me, look, isn't it great? Sumo nodded. It's pretty big. There's a cab over there. Do you want to go back to the city together? Suemo pointed to the cab parked in the distance. No. Huang Jihong waved his hand and said, I drove here and parked over there. Big brother, leave a phone number? I'll buy you dinner. Suemo waved his hand, walked a few steps and turned back, seemingly smiling. Right, the one who fried fish across from you yesterday, was me. That eel is still my gift to you. How can it be 7 or 8 pounds? At most 3 to 5 pounds. No more false claims. Don't say anything about tonight. Go back to bed and get a good night's sleep. Someone will be looking for you tomorrow. With that, he left. Huang Jihong froze, looking at Sumo's back, and was about to break. He wailed, Big brother, I don't mean that. You listen to my sophistry. No, you listen to my explanation. I'm not saying you're lacking in virtue. I'm saying the people who fry fish are lacking in virtue. Not, I, Mr. Su, Don. Chen Gang saw Suemo coming over and hurriedly got out of the car to open the door for him. Done. Suemo sat in the car and laughed. You're really waiting? It won't delay your work? Hi. Chen Dagon waved his hand and said, there is no delay. You go and clean up those dirty things. I can help, and I'm still a little excited about it. I just hate that I don't have that kind of skill, or I'd be driving a cab to kill ghosts every day too. Suemo said in his heart, you think ghosts are so easy to kill? It's dangerous. Members of the 749th Bureau have their heads in their pants every day? You accidentally run into a powerful ghost, and you're dead. Thinking back to the 3 dead team members at the Tianka Group construction site, Suemo had a moment of silence. If possible, Suemo still hoped that there were no ghosts in this world, and that it was too peaceful and quiet. Mr. Su, where are we going now? Chen Degang asked sideways. Westside Hospital. Okay, Team Lin, over here. Lin Xianxian led the men and quickly rushed to the Dagu Reservoir and found the stinking snake corpse. Sure enough, it's a level 4 ghost anaconda grudge. Lin Xianxian lowered her head to inspect it and said, luckily, Mr. Su found it in time and fixed it. Otherwise, let him get a few more killed and swallow raw souls. I'm afraid he'll be promoted to a level 5 ghost. Team Lin, there's a body in the water. Get in the water and fish them out. Be safe. Look, you guys. One of the team members picked up a fishing pole on the ground and gave it a gentle tug, and the bodies on the water drifted down the line toward the shore. Soon, all 3 bodies came ashore. The crowd gathered around the body and fell silent as they looked at the fishhook hanging from the corpse's mouth. They were trolled? Chapter 62 Westside Hospital. Would you guys like to meet her? Sure enough, anglers catch everything but fish. It's awesome. A 749 member spoke up, his tone that was quite admiring. Team Lin, 3 different strands of ghost chi residue were also detected. Someone reported. Lin Xianxian nodded and said, it should be the 3 of them. Notify the family. A certain neighborhood. Huang Jihong opened the door to his room warily, with a mixture of panic and a little excitement in his eyes. To my horror, I fished and hit a ghost. Exciting. He met the big man today, and it's almost more overbearing than what they show on TV. Huang Jihong felt that the world had opened a different door for him. It's brilliant. Yo, back so early today? Air Force again. Ha, the woman in pajamas came out of her room. Wife. Huang Jihong smiled wearily. What's going on? What happened? The woman was startled to see his appearance. Nothing. Huang Jihong shook his head. This kind of thing he decided not to tell his wife, lest she worry. Fell while fishing. Ouch. This back of mine. The woman rushed forward. Worried. I told you not to go night fishing, but you had to not listen. It's not like I won't let you fish. Do you want to go to the hospital? Huang Jihong hugged the woman and whispered, Wife, I love you. I will never go fishing again. After returning from the dead, Huang Jihong realized that fishing is not so important, and the people in front of him are the most important. Is something wrong? The woman was horrified. Why did she suddenly say such needy things? It's really okay. Huang Jihong was about to open his mouth when a knock sounded on the door. Is Huang Jihong home? Huang Jihong opened the door and 2 people dressed in black stood in the doorway. You are? Hello Mr. Huang. The 2 glanced at the woman behind him and said, We are Mr. Su's friends, and have a bit of a situation we want to understand from you. Don't worry, Mr. Su's friend? Huang Jihong reacted. I'm afraid that this is the official people looking for the door. Honey, I'm going out. When the 3 reached the stairwell, the 2 took out their IDs and said, Hello Mr. Huang, we are from the 749 Bureau. Bureau 749? There's really this department? Huang Jihong was shocked. He had often brushed up on the legends about Bureau 749 on the internet. Wasn't there a movie about 749 on recently that was shot like? He even paid to see it in the theater and hung on for dear life. Immediately afterward, Huang Jihong reacted. With all the ghosts in this world, it doesn't seem so strange that there really is a Bureau 749 department. Mr. Huang, what was going on in the Dagu Reservoir at the time? Can you tell us about it? As soon as he said this, Huang Jihong was instantly energized and opened his mouth. I was going to go night fishing, but I didn't expect to run into 3 fishing guys. Ghosts. I thought I was going to die. Then a nice big python came out of the water with a human head on it. So scary. If Mr. Su hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid I'd be floating in the water by this time. Huang Jihong was still eloquent, and talked up the situation. What Mr. Su descended like a heavenly god, covered in golden light, raised his hand and slapped that big python to death. The 2 749 staff members listened in amazement. 2 big brothers? You guys don't know. At that time, Mr. Su was so fierce, the 2 of them had a headache from listening. This guy's words were a bit dense. Mr. Huang, we understand the specifics. A staff member interrupted him and said seriously, these things, please do not spread them freely on the internet, so as not to cause panic. Do you hear me? Huang Jihong nodded dumbfounded. This thing can also be an awesome blow after drinking. It should never be spread blindly. The 2 left before Huang Jihong returned home, but the woman was nervous. Hubby, you're not going to commit a crime, are you? Why don't we turn ourselves in and fight for leniency? The kids and I will be waiting for you. C.H. Wong, what's all this nonsense? I just went fishing where I shouldn't have and got educated. No more fishing. Mr. Su, Shicheng Hospital has arrived. Chen De Gang's voice rang out. Only then did Suemo slowly open his eyes. Through the car window, looking out at the hospital. Westside Hospital is pretty big, with a bright sign, and it seems a little chilly at night when there aren't many people left. Big brother, you run the car. Suemo got out of the car and laughed. Don't wait for me. I'll go home after this one. Got it. Slow down, Mr. Su. After seeing Suemo leave, Chen De Gang then took out his cell phone to send a voice. Irwa. No more busy. No more busy. For you to say. Suemo walked to the front door of the hospital, only to feel a wave of cool air coming out of his face, drilling straight into his pores. A hospital is a very special place, with a main focus on ushering in and the cycle of life and death. Mr. Su, a surprised and delighted voice rang out. Suemo turned around to look. It was 2 members of 749. You are. Suemo smiled and said, I heard that this side is haunted, so I came over to take a look. So, the two men laughed. When they were at the steel mill, they had seen Sumo's raw power and knew that they had an easy task tonight. What exactly? Sumo asked. The old woman who committed suicide, whose last name was Wang, was terminally ill and couldn't think straight for a while, so she jumped. No one has been killed yet, but it's already scared several patients and healthcare workers, and if we let her go on like this, sooner or later there's going to be an accident. Mr. Su, see those guys? The 749 team member pointed at the hall. Suemo looked over and saw several people hitting the floor and huffing and puffing, both male and female. These people are the children of the old lady Wang, saying that the hospital must be responsible, and have been making trouble for days, getting away and coming back as soon as they have a chance. The hospital had a talk with them and is willing to settle the matter humanely for $50,000, but they wouldn't agree, saying that a human life would be worth $1 million or $800,000 anyhow. Suemo was speechless. These people are really greedy. I heard that the old man spent all his own money on medical treatment, and no one came to take care of him during the time he was hospitalized. In the end the person died and the children all came out. Who was the last person to see her? Sumo asked. Dr. Zhou, who is also the old man's attending physician. He happens to be on duty tonight. We've already called him. Just as the three were talking, a slim doctor in a white coat turned out of the back door and looked around. Seeing Sumo's few people, he walked this way. Hello, Dr. Zhou, you're the one sent from above to handle this? Dr. Zhou pushed up his glasses, flushed with exhaustion and helplessness. Right. A 749 member nodded and introduced. This is Mr. Su. Dr. Zhou looked at Suemo, a little surprised at his youth, but didn't question him too much. After all, Dean has said that the people who are coming tonight are professionals. Let's talk in my office. Dr. Zhou looked down the hall at a few people and got a bit of a headache. If they run into us, they'll have to pester us again. A few people went upstairs and came to the office. Then Dr. Zhou said, a few people. You have to get rid of her quickly. I can't work if she comes to me every night. Every night? Sumo asked. Did she say anything? Didn't say anything the first 2 days. Yesterday it did, but I couldn't hear what she was saying. I just saw her mouth moving. Suemo nodded. It should be that the strength of that ghostly creature was too weak to really show its form and communicate with people. Technically, none of them can be considered ghosts. Only a ghost. If we let it go, in a place like a hospital where the Een and death are alternating, I'm afraid that it won't be long before we really turn into ghosts. When does she usually come to you? Suemo asked. Not really. Dr. Zhou shook his head and said, when she first came to me, I was in the operating room, preparing to operate on a patient. She just showed up out of nowhere and scared me so much that I didn't even dare to do the surgery. Yesterday, I was doing my nightly rounds and she came back and followed me all the way. Ugh, if I didn't have so many patients, I'd be tempted to take a vacation. Sumo was impressed. A good doctor. It takes no small amount of courage to keep working the night shift and keep seeing patients when things like this happen. Their children are also superb. When they are reminded to pay the bills, the phone does not work. To this day the old man still owes tens of thousands of dollars for his medical bills. In fact, her disease can be cured. At least 5 years of survival. The old person herself wanted to be cured, but several of her children wouldn't let her be cured and took away her folders. The old man jumped off a building when he couldn't think straight. Now that people are dead, they're positive. What do you think is the point of raising so many children? Dr. Zhou spat for a while, his tone flooded with helplessness. He had encountered this kind of thing in the hospital a lot. As he was talking, a sudden rush of chilly air came out of the office, and the overhead lights flickered on and off. Squeak! The door to the office, quietly pushed open and then closed again. Dr. Zhou was getting a little used to it, spreading his hands and saying, look, what's said is done. It's definitely her. Sumo's gaze looked at the gloomy breath and could only vaguely see a cloud of yin chi. Weak as hell. Mr. Su, the two 749 members looked at Suemo, meaning should they make a move? Getting killed should be simple. Suemo shook his head. He wanted to know what this old woman was trying to do by pestering Dr. Zhou and not harming his life. Old lady, why are you here again? Dr. Zhou was all but helpless. I can't sleep with this whole thing every day. The massive shadow slowly wriggled and turned into a hill and mountain-peaked old woman, probably only 1 meter 4 tall. The old woman was pale and wrinkled. Rough hands gesticulated and her mouth opened and closed, saying something. Do you want to see your children? Suemo said to her. The old lady froze, then turned her head towards Suemo, seemingly shocked that he could see her. The old lady nodded. Suemo said, you've been skulking around the hospital for so many days, and you didn't go downstairs to take a look? They are all downstairs. The old lady shook her head and was saying something else, her face a little anxious. Suemo added, you jumped to your death. but it is 100%. The children came to make trouble, but also want the hospital to pay compensation, saying that the hospital forced you to die. Dr. Zhou forced you to die. The aura of resentment on the old lady's body began to tremble and became a bit thicker. After a few minutes, the old woman's figure became a little clearer. As soon as the old lady opened her mouth, the wrinkles on her face trembled. I'm here to find Dr. Zhou to apologize. With these words, Sumo's few people were finally able to hear them. It's all my fault for being impulsive. I couldn't think straight for a moment that night. I'm sure I've caused trouble for the hospital, and trouble for Dr. Zhou. I'm sorry. The old lady looked a little formal, and a little ashamed. Ugh. Dr. Zhou's gaze was a little pitying, and he waved his hand not knowing how to answer. People are dead. Now you become a ghost and come to apologize to me? I can't thank you enough for this apology. Dr. Zhou, can I meet them? The old lady was talking about, obviously, her own sons and daughters. This, Dr. Zhou turned his gaze to the three Sumo. They were the professionals and had to listen to the professionals. The two men from Bureau 749 looked at Sumo. Mr. Su, what do you think? If you follow the rules of Bureau 749, the best thing to do is to just exterminate it now, to put an end to it. You've been wandering around the hospital for the past few days. Why don't you go by yourself? Sumo asked. The old lady said, I would like to go, but just as I got near the first floor, I was too uncomfortable and fearful to go. I didn't dare to come out during the day, and at night they bunked downstairs. I couldn't see it if I wanted to. Sumo thought, probably she is too weak. The first floor is full of people coming and going. Yang Qi cannot withstand. Dr. Zhou, go get them to come up. Sumo said. Okay. Dr. Zhou got up and headed downstairs. Soon, there were footsteps from outside the office and a man yelling, you unscrupulous doctors, if you don't pay up, this isn't over. Let's just wait it out. That's it. The office door pushed open and the old woman's shadowy aura suddenly curled around her and disappeared. The 3 or 5 people who came in froze for a moment when they saw Sumo and the others. What do you do? Sumo said. Let's deal with your mother. Oh, a representative of the hospital. Do you guys talk good? The middle-aged man at the head turned his eyes, sat down with a big grin and said, I said, 800,000. This matter is over. Otherwise, we'll spend it. 4 of us siblings, 200,000 for one family, or split. As she spoke, the woman behind the man began to shed tears and cry bitterly. My poor mom, yo, how could you leave like this? I haven't had a chance to do my filial duty to you yet. Blame these doctors, these hospitals. You're not even sick, but you have to be cured and forced to die. I'm heartbroken. Dr. Zhou had a bit of a headache and turned to close the door, saying, keep it down. The patient is resting. What's the point of whispering? Wouldn't we have stopped coming if you had paid up earlier? Sumo suddenly asked. If there's a chance, would you guys like to meet her? A few people froze, then cried out. That's my mom. The mom who gave birth to me and raised me. I haven't even seen the last of her. Mom, I miss you so much. Mom, if you know what you're doing, come back and see us. Oh, Sumo smiled. That means you mother and son still share the same mind. She would actually like to meet you guys. Sumo's sentence directly silenced several people dry. What do you mean by, she wants to meet us too? Brother, why do I feel chilly? Our mom isn't really coming back, is she? A woman scrunched her neck. Don't be ridiculous. The man let out a low curse and said, our moms are dead, lying in the morgue. See what? What the hell? The woman was a bit scared and whispered, wasn't the hospital rumored in the past few days? Saying that the hospital is haunted. It's our mom. Are you stupid you? The man rolled his eyes and grunted. This is a total hospital ploy to scare us away, and I'm not falling for it. Think about it, if we take $800,000, our family can share $200,000. Are we still afraid now? It's like, not so scared anymore. The woman raised her eyebrows. Chapter 63, don't take us away, please. That's right, the man hemmed and hawed and said. This guy in the hospital must be in cahoots to scare us on purpose. Where in the world is a ghost? There are ghosts, only poor ghosts. Big brother, you're right, we'll listen to you. A few people gathered around and muttered for half a day, finally coming to the conclusion that money was still important. Kid, you're with the hospital, aren't you? The man stared at Sumo and grunted. I'm not afraid. If you have the ability, you can invite my mom back. It's not that I invited her back, it's that she didn't leave at all. Sumo pointed to the corner, and a few people's eyes trembled, somewhat not quite daring to look over there. Scared less. The man turned his head, looking into that corner, and there was nothing. I told you, this guy scares us. The man laughed. A few people followed and looked over, and sure enough, the corner was empty. Where was Mom? Just as they were breathing a sigh of relief, A quivering, ghostly voice rang in their ears. Son, Mom missed you. Hearing this voice, several people's faces changed, a voice they couldn't forget. It's just Mom's voice. Ah! A woman suddenly screamed and pointed to the corner trembling. Brother, brother, hoo. The inchi of the office suddenly became thicker, and a light mist enveloped the surroundings. Mom! The man turned his head, saw a familiar hunched figure, and was so frightened that his face paled and his heart fluttered. Dropped to the floor, his pants wet. He had done something wrong, and now he was naturally the most frightened when he saw his mom who had come back from the dead. Mom, listen to me. It's not that I won't let you treat it. It's that there's no cure for your illness. I've asked the doctor. If we continue to cure, we will also lose both our money and people's money. Your little money might as well be spent on us, and we can still remember you as a good person. Don't worry, we will make your afterlife beautiful and honorable. The man's eyes were horrified as he turned toward the old woman. Ghost! The woman who had spoken earlier turned pale and suddenly shrieked, turned and ran toward the door. A tug on the door revealed that it wouldn't open at all. She turned around and poofed onto her knees. Mom, it's not my fault. It was all Big Brother's idea. Yeah, it was Big Brother's idea. Mom, it's none of our business. The old lady's other two children followed suit. What a joke. If we don't clear the air at this point, with the old lady's resentment, won't she take herself away? If you have to take it away, then take Big Brother. You guys. The man was on the verge of crying with anxiety, and cried out, this matter was agreed upon by all of you. How come it is now my idea alone? A few people were arguing. Mom, listen to me. The rickety old woman took a step forward and walked towards the man, who cowered on the ground and backed up a little, and was finally cornered, unable to retreat. Let's step back and watch the show. Suamo held his bladder and made space, then watched the show. Dr. Zhou and the two 749 members also backed away a bit. Isn't it not quite in order to do that? A 749 member spoke quietly. Afraid of what? The other said. The head has said it all. If you meet Mr. Su in the course of your mission, then listen to him. Again, he pointed to the old woman and said, look at her. Does she look like she's going to take her children? The man shrugged and stopped talking. Son. The old woman looked kindly and tried to look up at her oldest and most beloved son. She raised her hand slightly and touched it toward the man's face. Mom, don't. In the man's perspective, the old lady was just trying to strangle him. You guys hurry up and help. The man turned his head and nearly spat blood. A couple of his siblings had been hiding in the corner long ago. Mom, I was wrong. The man decisively admitted his mistake, kneeled on the ground and began to kowtow. I shouldn't have taken your folders. I shouldn't have coveted that money. I don't blame you for this. The old lady's eyes were sad as she spoke. We're all going to die anyway. There's no difference between earlier and later. Really? The man was a bit surprised and kowtowed a few times. Thank you, Mom. I'll go back and take care of your affairs. Go in peace. After that, he wanted to leave. Come back. The old lady suddenly spoke. The man froze in his tracks and spoke with a dry smile. Mom, what else do you need? The house is still busy. Snap. The old woman suddenly raised her hand and slapped the man in the face. The man's cheeks hurt and his neck lolled. By the time he turned around, there was a blackened slap mark on his face, visible. What a slap in the face the old lady gave. You hit me? The man, somewhat aggrieved, cried out. You haven't hit me since I was a little girl, when I was alive. Now that you're dead and a ghost, what gives you the right to hit me? The old lady was very angry. Her eyes flushed way red, and there was a inchi lingering on her body. She pointed at the doctor and said, you clearly know that I committed suicide. Why did you come to trouble Dr. Zhou? Why did you come to the hospital to make trouble? It was Dr. Zhou who arranged for people to take care of me while you were away, and I can't die in peace when you do that. You know what I regret the most? It's jumping out of the hospital, implicating the doctors, implicating the hospital. I should just find a river with no one in it and throw myself in. The man whispered, it's obviously their fault. If you hadn't come to this hospital to see the doctor, you wouldn't have jumped. He's the attending physician, so how is it okay with him? You. The old woman straightened up slightly and pointed shakily at the men. I guess I really spoiled you guys. Having said that, another slap was thrown across the face and the man immediately cried out, and you guys, come here. The old lady had changed into a ghost, and her temper was much harder. Mom, a few people cried, shaking their heads frantically. How could they dare? If you don't come over, I'll take all of you, together, for a reunion today, the old lady said grimly. No. Several people rushed over and slid right down to their knees. Mom, if there's something you want to say, we'll all listen, and we'll definitely listen to you this time. Yes, I'll do anything you say as long as you don't take me away. The old lady pointed at Dr. Zhou and said, "You caused such a big trouble for others. Hurry up and apologize." Zhou, I'm sorry. Several people kowtowed repeatedly and said, "We will never come to make trouble again. You help persuade my mom. Don't take us away, please." Chapter 64 The Story of a Black Cat. Zhou opened his mouth and chose to shut it again. "It's your mom, not mine, or ghosts. How can I persuade? What if it takes me with it? I have to save my life to cure people. I can't get involved in this." "I heard Zhou say that you still owe me for my medical bills?" the old lady asked again. "Ha?" The man was coy and said, "Mom, we are really broke. The little money you have on your card was spent a long time ago. Didn't your grandson want to buy a car? I gave him 50,000. I thought you said mom only had 20,000 on her card? Are you still a human being? You even want to take mom's money for yourself." "Exactly. This money should be taken out and divided among all of us. Who are you to buy your son a car?" A few siblings were about to start arguing again, but when the old lady glared at them, they lowered their heads again and didn't dare to speak. "Go, pay up the medical bills." "No, Mom, I really spent that money," the man wailed. When the old lady got angry, the black gas started to rise from her body, and it looked strangely scary. "Then forget it, I'm lonely alone anyway, so you guys can come and keep me company," the old lady said. "Ha? No, I'll pay." The man got up in a single bound, walked to the door and said, "Mom, can you open the door?" The old lady smiled and said, "Son, Mom knows you best. Don't think that Mom doesn't know what you're thinking. Did you want to run? If you run away, Mom will come see you every night from now on." The man was on the verge of tears. "Never, Mom, just go in peace. I'm going to pay the medical bills. I'll be right back." Squeak! The door to the office gently opened a crack and the man burrowed out. "Come on, pay up." The man walked to the first floor payment window, sweating, and startled the doctor on duty. "Pay your dues." The man fished out a card and handed it over. "Wang Xiui's arrears?" the doctor on duty asked. His mind flooded with mutterings. Did the moon come out of the west today? Why is this guy volunteering to pay the bill? "Come on." With a wave of his hand, the man said, "Make it up, not a penny less." The doctor responded with a swipe of his card to enter the code. $55,000, paid up. The man's heart was bleeding. "Give me the list." He took the payment slip and hurried back to Zhou's office before he could knock on the door. The door opened automatically. "Mom, it's paid off." The man handed over the slip, crying, $55,000 in total, not a penny less. "Aha, son is so obedient." The old lady smiled and said, "Will you still come to the hospital to make trouble in the future?" Not coming. Several people shook their heads like rattlesnakes. "Mom, Zhou, we were wrong. We shouldn't have been greedy. Tomorrow, no, tonight, we'll bring your body back for a proper burial." "Yes, Mom, just let us go. We won't dare to do it again." "Mom." The old lady didn't say anything. Her eyes slipped around several people and said, "One more thing. None of my relics can be moved by you. They must all be placed in my coffin." A woman held her wrist, a little reluctant to part with it. It was a gold bracelet, 20 grams or so, that my mom snuck in when she was very sick. "Third sister, talking about you." The old lady glared. The woman removed the gold bracelet with a sobbing face. "Mom, I know, put it in your coffin. Also, you must kneel in front of my hearth for 3 full days. 1 day less, and I will come for you. Hear me?" The old woman's eyes glowed eerily. Got it. A few people nodded their heads in unison. "You guys go." With a wave of the old woman's hand, the door to the office opened and several people fled. "Phew, there really are ghosts. Ha, I always feel like our mom's acting weird today. She's not usually this mean to us." The man glared at him and said, "What do you know? Can an old mom become a ghost and be the same as a living person? This matter must be rotted in our stomachs. No one is allowed to say anything. Also, the money for the funeral must be shared among the 4 families." Inside the office, the gloom remained. The old lady looked at the closed door of the room for a long time, unwilling to look back, her eyes with sadness. "They've all left. It's time for me to see your true colors, right?" Sumo suddenly spoke. Zhou and the 2 members of 749 froze. "What do you mean?" The old lady also turned her head and stared at Sumo. "You see it?" Sumo said. "Old Mrs. Wang would rather die herself than drag her children down. Do you think she would do something like forcing her children? Still not showing up?" Sumo's tone was cold. His body's hot breath rolled, and the temperature in the office began to soar. "Ugh!" The old woman sighed softly as her ghostly aura began to change and her body became more and more hunched over. Eventually, the bodies went to the ground. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a large black cat emitting a shadowy aura with 2 bright eyes. "Ha! It is! I recognize it." Dr. Zhou saw the big black cat and exclaimed. When Mrs. Wang was hospitalized, this cat often slipped into the ward, and the other patients have complained several times. I saw him in the hospital room once, and this guy was staring at me with that look in his eyes. Right, that's the look in my eyes right now. Dr. Zhou suddenly remembered something and added. When the old lady jumped off the building, it seemed to have followed her, only to be quickly cleaned up. No one is paying attention. Seeing the black cat, Dr. Zhou finally reacted that this was revenge coming for his master. She raised me for 10 years. The black cat raised its bright eyes and spoke slowly, still in the old woman's voice. It was so snowy that day, and she picked me up in the snow, carried me right into the house, and put me under the covers. It's so warm, she said. I'll be my master from now on, and gave me the awful name Cinderball. But I like it. I grow older every day and she gets older every day. She loved me and would make me fish soup to drink, but actually I didn't like fish at all. I liked ham hocks, but she doesn't know. Every time I go to the food market I will buy me a carp, put it in the pot and simmer. The soup is all creamy and milky. I would sit on the stove and watch her make fish soup for me, and would rub my head with a smile and say to me, Cole ball do you see that the fish soup is white today? Be careful when you drink it later. Don't get stuck with a fish splinter. I thought at that time that if I was to die in the future, I would die with my master. If there's reincarnation, I'll be a cat again in my next life, but meet her when she's young. She was very old when she picked me up, and I would love to see what she looked like when she was young. Chapter 65 Teacher. We seem to have dug up something unimaginable. One day she got sick, so sick that she couldn't get up from her bed, but she just touched my head and said to me, Cinder, there's no fish soup for you today, and who's going to take care of you when I die? I'm worried about her. I caught mice, snakes, and birds that fly in the sky for her. I don't know if those will cure her. I just hope she gets better soon. Later, she was hospitalized. I couldn't worry about her, so I secretly followed her, and almost got caught several times, but luckily I was quick to hide. One day, some of her sons and daughters came and forced her to hand over her bank book in the hospital room and said some very nasty things. Said she was a drag, a liability, and that living would only drag them down. Might as well die early, preferably by jumping off the hospital floor and get it over with. I could tell she was really dead at that moment. She dragged her sick body up to the high windowsill and squeezed her body through the gap. It was so high. I bit her sleeve and tried to pull her back, but she didn't want to live. She stroked my head and said softly, What's the point of raising children all your life? It's not as good as a cat. Coalball, I'm leaving. What are you going to do? Where will you go to drink fish soup? But I don't like fish soup. I just hope she doesn't jump, that she doesn't die, that she doesn't leave me. The black cat raised its head, its tone gradually becoming sad as tears wrapped around its bright eyes. It muttered to itself and continued, but she jumped anyway, and the pool of blood was so red it stung my eyes. I tried to save her and I jumped in with her. When I woke up again, I realized that I had changed my appearance. I seemed to have become her. I was so excited I found her body and drilled into it. I thought that would bring her back to life. But she didn't come back to life, and scared the hell out of people and was treated like a monster. I got scared and I left her body and hid. I saw them at the hospital. The ones who killed her children. I was like, I'm going to throw them all down the stairs. All of them. But I know if I do, she'll be upset. She'll not want me. Maybe she'll loathe me and avoid me, and I'll never meet her again in my next life. I'm just a cat, a pet. How can I compare to her heart? I can't figure it out. She's obviously so nice. Why are they doing this to her? The big black cat's voice sobbed and said, I don't want to let them go like that. I want to punish them for her. I know what they want most. Their favorite thing is those red papers for lots and lots of fish and lots of flowery medicine. I wouldn't let them get away with it. I became her, but I realized I couldn't speak. I searched and searched at the hospital until I met Dr. Zhou, and I realized that following him around was changing me in some way. Dr. Zhou, actually, I've been lying next to you when you're resting from your night shift at night, and your scent makes me very comfortable. Dr. Zhou, no wonder he slept without turning on the air conditioner these days and was still cool. So it was because there was an ice maker lying around. Until today. Here you are. The black cat looked at Sumo and said, The first time I saw you, I was terrified. It seemed like fire was burning on you, more than the fire in the stove, and it was unbearable when I got a little closer. But I can't leave. I want to punish them for her. And then later, I was pleasantly surprised to find that I could speak for myself, and it was like I was really becoming her. I can, finally, do something for her. The black cat seemed a bit tired and slowly lay down on the ground, muttering, It seems like she come to pick me up. A bright light began to glow from the large black cat, disintegrating from the tail and turning into bits of starlight that began to dissipate. Its eyes, gazing out the window, murmured softly, meow dash. Mom. The voice, no longer that of Mrs. One's, was a young one, with pettiness, anticipation, and as expected. Wow. The big black cat's figure shattered into a long-lasting speck of light that slowly drifted toward the window. Sumo's few people looked up. Under the bright white moonlight, the spot of light slowly dispersed, transforming into a sky of fireflies, and like a sky of snowflakes, a shadow loomed in the snow, a stooped old woman. The old woman bent down and picked up a dirty, skinny little black cat from the ground. She held the little black cat, looked it over in front of her eyes, and smiled kindly. Little one, follow the old woman from now on. Do you want to eat fish? So small, the fish spines will get stuck on you. Better drink fish soup. It's so dark looking. You'll be called Cinder from now on. It sounds warm. The old woman lifted the little black cat high in the air. Little Cinder, from now on you'll be following the old woman. Yo, meow. The image of a man and a cat was framed in the roiling starlight, and then slowly dissipated. Inside the office, the piercing yin-chi gradually dispersed, and it was empty, and the black cat was as if it had never existed. Ugh, Dr. Zhou pushed up his glasses, his eyes a little red. Those guys, when it comes down to it, they're not even as good as a cat, and I don't know how to be a child. Suemo looked at the stars in the night sky and said, children are unfilial and have no blessings. When they get old, they're kids, they'll do the same to them. There's no escape. After leaving the hospital, Suemo walked in the direction of his home and was lucky enough to meet two road-blocking ghosts. The road in front of us, strangely, disappeared. Jia. We are the ghosts of the roadblock. You can't go out. Are you afraid? If you're afraid, then scream. Ha ha ha. Seek death. Suemo urged the blood chi in his body, and the Vajra seal coalesced in his palm, rushing toward the two ghostly creatures like a shining sun. Asterisk. Bang. Bang. With two punches, the ghosts turned into green smoke, and they had only one thought before they died. Just a roadblock? As for disliking us and zooming around? Ah, much more soothing. Suemo heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The black fog in front of him gradually dissipated, and the road reappeared in his sight. He looked up into the firmament as the stars grew clear and the morning sun rose. It's getting light. 300 kilometers away from the Yuqing city area. Which Cloud County? It was just after dawn when the roar of machinery was heard. A section of the tunnel is under intense construction, with heavy equipment roughing up the mountain. Boom! A violent collapsing sound rang out, and the entire mountain seemed to tremble a few times, startling everyone. Xiao Jian, where is everyone? Quick, evacuate. Zhang Guolong, the person in charge of the scene, hurried over. This kind of commotion was not a good sign. If the tunnel collapses, a lot of people will die. In this case, it was no longer suitable to continue excavation and had to be professionally surveyed for safety. He walked to the source of the sound and saw many workers gathered around. Pointing, he walked over. Teacher, a young man in a white hat, with eyes revealing clear stupidity, hurried over. Xiao Jian, what's going on? Zhang Guolong asked. Xiao Jian's eyes couldn't contain his excitement and curiosity. Teacher, it seems like we dug up something extraordinary. Chapter 66. The Face, the Price of Being Cheap. Zhang Guolong's heart tightened, digging into something inside the tunnel. This section of the project is afraid to be more difficult. What is it? Show me. Zhang Guolong held the helmet on his head and walked towards the collapsed place under the leadership of the student Xiao Jian. Before we even got close, we could hear the workers letting out bursts of discussion. Holy, this place looks like a tomb. It's not an emperor's tomb, is it? Bull ******* emperor's tomb. Look at this hill of ours. Is it worthy? It's a marquee at best. Marquee? That's a lot of burial goods, isn't it? What? You still want to go down? Real torture. I just said that. Xiao Jian shouted. Make way. The teacher is here. The workers hurriedly made way and shouted Mr. Zhang. Zhang Guolong nodded his head before he went forward and looked towards the collapsed place. The floor was a large collapsed circular hole, about a dozen square feet in size, and it looked deep. Zhang Guolong squinted hard and vaguely saw that something seemed to be swinging in the depths of the large hole, but it's not very easy to see. Teacher, it won't be a tomb, right? Xiao Jian rubbed his hands together with some excitement. Digging tunnels turned archaeology. Sounds quite exciting. It shouldn't. Zhang Guolong frowned slightly. The places where the tunnels were dug were carefully selected, and some possibilities would also be ruled out in the early stages. This mountain looked ordinary, not like a place that could produce a large tomb. The situation at hand is indeed like digging out an ancient tomb. Teacher, should we throw 2 cold fireworks to see? Xiao Jian inquired. No. Zhang Guolong shook his head and said, the situation down there is unknown. Perhaps there are still wild beasts hiding. In case of alarm, it would be dangerous. Leave first and report the situation. Zhang Guolong was decisive and waved his hand, about to greet the crowd and leave. How can a teacher be so timid? Xiao Jian muttered and looked down at the dark cave again, a little disheartened in his heart. It's always okay to look, right? He took advantage of Zhang Guolong's inattention and quietly broke off a cold flame and threw it down. Phew! Cold flames cut a glow through the deep cavern, slightly illuminating the surroundings. Ah! Xiao Jian let out a shriek. The flame cut through, and he thought he saw a human face, and a pair of bloodshot red eyes. Xiao Jian, what the hell? Zhang Guolong walked over and snapped a slap on his face, saying angrily, you are my most valued student. How can you be so impulsive? Are you trying to get everyone killed? Zhang Guolong's worry was not without reason. Who knew what beasts were hiding in such caves? If a python or something crawls out of it, the big guys are going to die with it. Xiao Jian's head deviated, then turned his head, the corner of his mouth bringing up a wry smile. Teacher, are you sure you don't want to take a look? Asshole. Zhang Guolong was furious. This guy is usually not so stupid. Why is his brain missing today? Go! He pulled Xiao Jian, but the latter didn't move as if he had roots under his feet. Check it out. Just one look. Check it out. Xiao Jian repeated the words. Zhang. Worker Zhang. Something doesn't seem right. A worker, his face terrified, said, he won't hit evil, will he? Yeah, if you ask me. Surname Xiao is the one who disturbed what's down there, and we're afraid that we won't be able to live in peace. According to the rules, he was to go down so that what was down there would quell the anger. Zhang Guolong became angry and shouted, what nonsense! All shut up! Xiao Jian, you come with me at once. What are you doing? Come back quickly. He had just turned around when he saw that Xiao Jian had already walked to the edge of the cave alone and then turned around, facing the crowd, with his back to the cave. Check it out. Just one look. Check it out. Someone said, look at his eyes. This guy is really hitting the wall. When the crowd looked, they realized that Xiao Jian's eyes had already lost their spirit and were faintly glowing with blood. It's like having a red eye. Wow! The crowd stepped back in a big circle, and someone shouted, splash the child's urine. There may be salvation. Are you kidding me? Where are the children in this place? What the hell? Splash it first. A few people immediately unzipped their pants, took a water bottle and caught it, and splashed a brain towards Xiao Jian. Whoa! Xiao Jian took a hot shower straight away, dripping wet and steaming from top to bottom. He froze and looked up again, showing a wry smile towards the crowd. He leaned back and his entire body fell towards the cave. Pust! A dull penetrating sound rang out, as if pork had been stabbed through something hard. Something's wrong. The crowd shouted and their hands scrambled. The college student has jumped, and I'm afraid he's dead through and through. Xiao Jian. Zhang Guolong was shocked. He never thought that guy suddenly jumped down. How can this be? Xiao Jian is his own student. Brought out well. Go back to the person is gone. What will I tell his parents? Zhang Guolong yanked a flashlight and swooped down to the edge of the cave, shining it inward. The cave was dark and seemed to be filled with fog, and the flashlight's beam was quickly drowned out. Only the cold fireworks in the depths, bright and dark. Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian. Can you hear me? Zhang Guolong shouted anxiously. Teacher. I'm here. A faint cry for help rang out. Zhang Guolong lifted his flashlight and shot it in that direction, finally barely seeing it. His own student, pierced hard through the chest by a full arm's length, vertical spear, hanging in mid-air. At the moment, he was spitting blood on his back, obviously not alive. A large amount of blood, gushing down the spear, which was like a straw, with someone greedily sucking on it from below. Ahem. Xiao Jian spelled out his last ounce of strength and weakly shouted, don't, look at its eyes. When he finished, his head tilted. He never breathed again. Xiao Jian, are you okay? What did you just say? What eyes? Zhang Guolong slumped down and shouted. Xiao Jian did not respond again. Mr. Zhang, the college student is dead. What should we do? Should we leave or stay? Inquiries were made among the workers gathered around. Live and let live. I can't let my students just hang there. Zhang Guolong gripped his flashlight tightly and said, who's going to go down and bring up Xiao Jian's body? I'll personally pay a $20,000 bonus. I go to. One man was going to raise his hand and was held down by his best friend. Silly you. Is this about money? It's obviously not normal down there. Be careful, you have a life to take, but not a life to spend. What's that saying? The most painful thing that can happen to a person is that he lives and his money is gone. The thing that hurts more than that is when people die and the money is still there. Don't do anything stupid. Isn't your daughter going to college? If something happens to you, what will happen to her? Chapter 67, The Human-Faced Mandrel. I've finally fallen for it. The man thought for a moment, then dropped his hand again and smiled apologetically. It seems to make sense. That's $20,000. You have a life to take but no life to spend. Look at the college students and how badly they died. None of them? Zhang Guolong threw off his helmet and said, I'll go down. Get me the safety rope. The people were shocked and hurriedly said, Mr. Zhang, you cannot go down in this place. In case, it's not worth it. Cut the crap. Zhang Guolong quickly put on the safety belt and had the rivets fixed in a hard place before he slid down a little bit and approached Xiao Jian. He comes from a technical background, and when he was young, digging tunnels was not as good as it is now, and from time to time he had to go over the mountains. He's good at solitaire. After slightly acclimatizing in mid-air, Zhang Guolong held up the cold flame and descended faster. The crowd of workers positioned themselves on the edge of the cave and looked down curiously. Wow, I can't see that Mr. Zhang is so powerful, not just drinking Mao Tai? You know, when Mr. Zhang was young, he was the team's standard bearer, strong in all abilities. Look, he's getting to the college student position. As the crowd concentrated, they saw Zhang Guolong approach Xiao Jian a little bit, and he reached out his hand. It was less than a meter away from grabbing Xiao Jian's hand. Xiao Jian, hold on, Zhang Guolong shouted. Although he knew that there was little hope, he still wanted his student to live. The light of the cold flame cut across Xiao Jian's face, ghastly white and bloodless. His eyes were wide, like they were resigned and full of regret. He probably wouldn't be so hands-off if he had another chance to choose. Xiao Jian, teacher take you home. Zhang Guolong felt a little guilty that he had killed him by not bringing up the student properly. He reached out and probed, and was still some distance away. Zhang Guolong endeavored to swing his body back a bit, and with this strength, he was finally going to touch Xiao Jian's body, but at that moment, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Teacher? Zhang Guolong was shocked. His hand retracted as if electrocuted, and he looked at the already bloodless face in horror. It was Xiao Jian's voice. Sensei, over here. The voice sounded again, seemingly in a corner not far below himself, and he couldn't help but look over. Teacher, Xiao Jian literally came out of the darkness, alive. Teacher, come down here. Things are so interesting here. He's not Xiao Jian. Zhang Guolong's head was drowsy, as if he was sleepy, and he bit the tip of his tongue fiercely as severe pain invaded his entire body. The feeling of drowsiness in his head also instantly dissipated. He looked at that corner again, where there was still the figure of Xiao Jian. There was only a strange human face, shaped like an old man, with a flowery and bizarre face. A human-faced mandrel? When Zhang Guolong saw the face, his face turned white and he shivered. The name human-faced mandrel was something he had heard from the older generation of tunnels. About 30 years ago, when Zhang Guolong was a big boy digging tunnels along the Nujiang River, he heard an old worker talk about it. This thing is shaped like a man, with red lines on its face, and prefers gloom and darkness, and lives in the tombs all year round. When digging tunnels, the thing that everyone fears the most is encountering this kind of thing. Xiao Zhang, if you really encounter this thing in the future, remember, never look into his eyes. This thing is the most mesmerizing. Once you look into his eyes, you'll be mesmerized by him and you'll be dead. In Zhang Guolong's head, he remembered the advice from 30 years ago, and finally realized why Xiao Jian suddenly jumped down. He was mesmerized too. Without hesitation, Zhang Guolong immediately closed his eyes and shouted, Quick, pull me up. But he shouted a few times, and there was no response at all from above. Zhang Guolong looked up and was horrified. The workers who had surrounded the cave entrance disappeared. There was only a lone rope dangling from itself, swaying. Where are the people? Panicked beyond belief, he tried to climb up on his own when another familiar voice came from behind him. It's Dad's voice. Son, what's wrong with you, Dad? Zhang Guolong subconsciously wanted to bow his head, but suddenly it occurred to him that his father had been dead for many years. How did it get here? He's trying to trick me. I can't fall for it. Zhang Guolong closed his eyes in death and grasped the rope with all his might, climbing all the way up. But the rope, as if it had no end, could not be climbed to the top, the edge of the cave. A dozen or so workers gathered there, lying on their heads and looking down. Why isn't Mr. Zhang moving? It can't be dead, right? A worker couldn't help but say. In their line of sight, Zhang Guolong looked like he was about to grab the college student when he suddenly stopped moving. It's been hanging there. No way? Everyone's face went white. What are you waiting for? Pull it up. Someone shouted, and everyone immediately began to push. Hurry up, Mr. Zhang, reach out. We see you. Come on up. Mr. Zhang, over here. Mr. Zhang, what just happened to you? Messy voices sounded overhead, and Zhang Guolong was relieved to come up. He opened his eyes and looked upwards, and then his eyes became horrified. Where are the workers? It was clearly a group of sphinxes with grotesque flowery faces, flashing blood-red eyes, looking at themselves with an evil face. Finally, fooled, the human-faced elf smiled grimly and blew a breath toward him. Come on, come down and stay with us. We're so lonely. Pull up. Above the cave, a group of workers had their hands full. finally pulling the rope up, and they had seen Zhang Guolong. Mr. Zhang, give me your hand. One of the workers got down and reached toward him. Zhang Guolong didn't move a muscle, froze and lowered his head, looking down into the pitch-black depths below. Mr. Zhang, the workers shouted again. Coming up, Zhang Guolong woke up as if from a dream and revealed a relaxed smile, suddenly reaching out to untie the safety rope on his body. Mr. Zhang, don't! With a startled cry, Zhang Guolong's body fell down with a muffled plop sound. His body, just in time to hit the vertical spear, skewered with the college student. Ghost! There's a ghost! Run! Someone let out a cry of alarm and ran away, and everyone immediately scattered, frantically running towards the outside. They didn't notice the pairs of scarlet eyes that lit up in various parts of the tunnel. Yu Chung, Bureau 749. Wang Lang hurriedly barged into the office and said in a rush, Team Lin, those missing girls, there's news. Chapter 68, The Stench of Corpses and Straw. Lin Xianxian put down the information about the red packet ghost in her hands and looked up to ask, Found it? Find one. Wang Lang handed over the photo in his hand. Lin Xianxian caught a glimpse of this missing girl she had an impression of. Named Wen, a junior at the University of Communication. She was very pretty, and her family cried their eyes out when they found out she was missing. I heard that this girl's family is not considered too good, and her family spent a lot of money for her to study art, saying that in the future, she can also make movies and become a big star. Last night, the police raided a hotel for pornography, and this girl was one of them. Wang Lang opened his mouth. A pornography den? Lin Xianxian frowned. So, she wasn't taken captive by a ghostly creature, but met a human trafficker? Team Lin, just go and take a look. Wang Lang opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Soon, Lin Xianxian then arrived at the police station and someone was already waiting for her. Ouch! You're finally here. The officer who received her trotted forward with a look of nervousness and relief. Where are the people? Lin Xianxian asked. This way. The officer led the way inside, saying as he walked, This is too evil. We are not able to handle it. Here it is. The officer spaced out and pointed to a room in the distance. The people are in there. You guys go in and see. I'll stay out. Vomit. The officer covered his mouth and ran away. Lin Xianxian looked through the glass and saw a girl reclining inside, her face peaceful as if she were asleep. Scattered on the ground were clumps of yellowed straw that looked out of place in such a setting. Hidden. A foul odor burrowed into his nostrils. Body odor. Lin Xianxian took a big step forward and pushed open the door and walked in, her eyes looking at the girl, and she was shocked. The dress on the girl's abdomen had lifted, and her hand was on her abdomen. The entire palm of her hand had embedded itself in her stomach. By all rights, there should be a lot of blood on the ground in this situation, but the floor was clean and dry and there was nothing there. Lin Xianxian squatted down and gently lifted the girl's clothes, then took her hand out of her abdomen a little bit. In her hand, she held a ball of withered straw. Straw? Wang Lang said from the sidelines. In the middle of the night yesterday, she suddenly screamed miserably, and when the police officers on duty rushed over, they saw her put her hand into her stomach. Handfuls of straws clawed out and freaked everyone out. By the time they had evacuated the people, she had gutted herself and collapsed on the floor without breathing. Lin Xianxian examined her, stood up and said, her organs and bowels were hollowed out, and these straws contained ghostly qi, sustaining her movements. She's been a ghoul for a long time. With a flip of her palm, a talisman appeared in Lin Xianxian's palm and then slapped down on the girl. Buzz! The talisman glowed brightly and the girl's body began to change, turning black and blue in the blink of an eye as her body dried up. The yellow straw on the ground also turned black. Hiss! Wang Lang couldn't help but sniffle. A girl with a good end suddenly turned into this kind of appearance. It is a bit intolerable. The ghost that manipulated her is not strong. Lin Xianxian made a judgment. This is trying to break our trail. Any more findings? There is. Among the people she came in contact with before she disappeared was a rich kid named Li Tian, who also disappeared last night. I've sent someone to check it out. Go to Li Tian's house. Soon, Lin Xianxian arrived at Li Tian's home, where Li Tian's mother was crying her heart out. My son is a good boy. He's a victim too. This matter must have nothing to do with him. Please, you must find him, no matter how much money is offered. We're willing. Lin Xianxian's face was expressionless as Wang Lang walked over and whispered in her ear. Team Lin, news has come in. This is definitely related to Li Tian. Those missing girls, indirectly or directly, had contact with Li Tian. Lin Xianxian asked, where did Li Tian go? Li Tian's mother said, I don't know either. Last night in the middle of the night, he suddenly went out and didn't say where he was going. Although this son of mine is out of tune and likes beautiful women, he still has a good heart. Lin Xianxian interrupted her. That's not what I want to hear. Think carefully. Has he mentioned anyone or anything special lately? Or any place? Think before you answer. It's a matter of his life and death. Li Tian's mother thought carefully before she hesitantly said, about a few days ago, my son was in a good mood after he came back, and I asked him what he was so happy about. He said to me, Mom, I'll soon be immortal, and said he'd take me with him to enjoy the blessings in the future. I thought at the time that he had read his head off reading novels. Become immortal? In any era, it can't be good for a person to suddenly say those two words. And, nope, go. Lin Xianxian got up, walked out of the large villa, and said, go and investigate immediately. The people Li Tian has recently come into contact with, and the places he has been to, not a single trace can be spared. 100 miles away from the center of Yuqing City, Yunmu Mountain, this place is always shrouded in clouds and mist, and from a distance the whole mountain is shrouded in clouds and mist, seemingly unreal, hence the name. Deep in the mountains lies a small temple, cold and quiet, with only a small shaman sweeping the floor with a broom. A pale-faced young man appeared and ran hurriedly to the small temple. I want to see Master. The young man's voice trembled. The little Sonya looked at him and said, be careful, you didn't send enough goods. Master is very unhappy. No. The young man nodded. Li Tian is here? A low voice came from the depths of the small temple, and the temple door opened, and a coolly dressed woman stepped out and waved at him. Li Tian hurriedly followed him in, and only after turning around several times did he see a one-by-one tiger-backed old monk sitting in the courtyard. He had a bare head, a fierce face, and a gilt surplice, which looked a little out of place. Behind him stood a waterfall of women, all wearing a layer of tulle and with large breasts and asses. Master, Li Tian went over and knelt down with a plop and said, things have been exposed. They're looking for me. The monk's eyes glazed over, knocking over a fruit plate in a woman's hand, and said, what the hell is going on? Li Tian cried and said, Master, Wenwen was captured. I detonated the ghost spell and let her die. The girl called Wenwen was too pretty. Li Tian really couldn't let go of her. Idiot. The monk resumed his seat and said, the ghost spell I taught you is not visible even to the gang from Bureau 749. If you had pressed on, Wen would have been released in a few days, and now it's becoming a problem instead. Does anyone know you're here with me? Li Tian shook his head and said, even my mom hasn't said anything about this. Every time I come alone. Aha! The monk thought for a moment and said, then don't leave for a while and take shelter here. And, call those, two, back, and don't around for a while. Yes. Li Tian fished out a few talismans from his pocket and gestured towards them. The talismans did not react at all. Master, is too far apart? I can't seem to maneuver them. The monk laughed in exasperation. Idiot. Night. A quiet alley. Suemo stopped and looked toward a half-covered roll-up door not far away. A beautiful woman, bent over, walked out, her eyes watery as she looked at him. Handsome. Massage no? 20% off. Suemo thought about it and walked over. Good. It just so happens that I'm a bit tired. Wow. The roll-up door closed and the woman winks. Stand there and don't move. Suemo suddenly pointed to the corner. Ha! The woman froze. What does that mean? Not a massage? Suemo looked her up and down for a few moments and suddenly spoke. Your name is Li Mengmeng? It's been a few days since you died, right? Boom! The room was suddenly cloudy. The lights flickered, and a shadowy aura welled up from the girl. How do you see it? Li Mengmeng asked. Suemo said, it just so happened that I read the missing person notice, and you were on the list. I was passing by and didn't expect to bump into you. Sumo pulled up a chair and sat down. Tell me, how did you die? Chapter 69 Blood Slaughterer? Corpse Ghost. Li Mengmeng's eyes flickered, her body rolling within chi, as if she was hesitating to get this person in front of her killed. Suemo didn't panic and said, before you make a move, I advise you to think more clearly. It's going to hurt. He urged the chi and blood in his body, and the yin chi in the entire room burst into flames, like a furnace. Ah! Li Mengmeng screamed miserably as all the skin on her body began to fester, shrinking back into the corner and shivering. I say! Li Mengmeng widened her horrified eyes and said, I came out to work after I graduated from high school and worked as a waitress in a KTV. 10 days ago, I met a rich second generation called Li Tian. He took a liking to me and gave me a lot of money to follow him. I've never seen so much money in my life. After resigning from the KTV, Li Tian rented me an apartment and bought me so many things, and he was sweet to me every day. I thought I had met true love, and I naively wondered if I would be able to marry into a rich family and become a rich wife later. But it's all a lie. Halfway through her words, tears of blood flowed from Li Mengmeng's eyes. He lied to me. He doesn't love me at all, and she wants me dead. As soon as Li Mengmeng lifted her own clothes, Suemo looked over and there was a long slash on her stomach. It ran from the center of both breasts, all the way down to just below the navel. One night he took me to a remote compound and knocked me out. By the time I woke up, I was lying in bed and my hands and feet were tied in a death grip. That guy. He took a knife and cut me open a little bit. I'm in so much pain. I thought I was going to die. Li Tian said. Don't be afraid. You'll soon live forever. And he's a pervert. He took out my guts, then took another clump of withered straw from his bag and shoved it into my stomach. When I woke up again, my stomach didn't hurt anymore. I got up and saw my insides piled up around me. I can feel that I'm not human anymore. Li Tian came up to me and told me, "Congratulations, you've accomplished immortality." And then, he took me to see someone. Sumo asked, "See who?" "A monk," Li Mengmeng continued. "There, I also saw a dozen girls who are all just like me. That monk said that I am now a ghost. It's his pet, and I'll be born when he tells me to be born, and I'll die immediately when he tells me to die. I'm scared to death. I don't want to die either. Even as a ghost I don't want to die." The monk said that if I didn't want to die, I had to contribute a living heart to him every day. I just got here today too. You're my first guest." Li Mengmeng shook her head and said quickly, "I didn't want to, but I want to live. I want to live." As she spoke, her eyes began to redden and a stream of yin aura began to erupt from her body. "I want to live." She violently got up from the ground and pounced towards Sumo like a madman. Sumo's mind moved and the chi and blood in the house became even more vigorous. "Ah!" Li Mengmeng screamed miserably as her body was scorched by the sizzling breath, revealing large patches of ulcers. "Tell me, where is the monk?" Sumo got up and walked over to her. "I will free you." "I don't know." Bang! The golden light exploded, and Li Mengmeng's body, directly unraveled, died beyond death. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a level 2 ghost ghoul. Reward 500 points of merit. Walking out of the house, Sumo redrew down the roll-up door and dialed a call out. "Mr. Su." On the other end of the phone, Lin Xianxian said, "I happen to be looking for you." "The missing girl thing?" Sumo asked. "Ha, Mr. Su has a clue too?" Lin Xianxian said. "That alley behind Huayan Road in Midtown. I came across the missing girl that had turned into a ghoul and was killed by me." Sumo said. "Understood. I'll be right there. Let's talk about it when we meet." Lin Xianxian hung up the phone, called up a few people, and quickly rushed towards the middle city. Sumo stood still and didn't wait long before he saw a few hidden youths coming this way. "Isn't this the place? Why not? I've seen it all. That girl is gorgeous and guaranteed to be worth it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's my first time, and I didn't realize it was in a place like this. There it is." A few people walked over and froze when they saw Sumo standing in the doorway. "What's going on? How come it's a guy? Who are you looking for?" Sumo seemed to smile. Of course he knew what they were here for. "Ah, nope, it's okay. We're going the wrong way." Having said that, turn around and walk away, Sumo said behind him. "A barren land grows delicate flowers. You guys aren't afraid of poison?" A couple of young men seemed to catch on and picked up their pace. Soon after, Lin Xianxian brought someone over, went into the house first to check it out, and came out and said, "The stomachs are all filled with straw. The scent is similar. It's a ghoul refined by the same person." She said that a man named Li Tian had harmed him, and had taken her to see an old monk. Sumo said, "Then it's right on." Lin Xianxian said, "We've also checked on Li Tian. That guy has disappeared. We questioned those fox and dog friends of his, and they said that Li Tian has been secretive lately, and he won't say anything even if we ask him. One of the guys, 2 days ago, asked a girl to go to Cloudy Mountain. Well, met Li Tian there, the mastermind behind this incident. That monk should be hiding in Cloudmist Mountain." There was a small temple deep in the Cloudy Mountains that had long been deserted due to the lack of transportation and incense. The person who refined the ghouls must be hiding there. I suspect this person is the evil cultivator we've wanted for a long time. Blood Slayer Johan, Bloodsucker? This one seems to have been hanging over the scoreboard for a long time. It's a level 3 mission, Sumo said. "Then what are you waiting for? Go and meet him." He pointed to the house. "The ghoul I killed said that the other girls were right there. Ghosts like her." Lin Xianxian arranged for people to temporarily blockade the place and clean up the traces of the mess in the house, before she joined Sumo and headed towards Cloudy Mountain. 11 o'clock at night, the black sedan pulled up at the foot of the hill, where a dry, thin old man was waiting early. "Leader, tease, is you guys going to the mountain, Mai? It's a big night. It's not a good idea." The old man spoke in a thick accent. His teeth were yellowed, and he was obviously an old smoker. "Old man, have a wazoo." Sumo stepped forward, fished out a huazi from his bag and handed it over, and even lit it for him. "Who dash?" The old man inhaled deeply and smiled. "Good smoking, leader, le smoke to get." Sumo smoothly shoved the rest of the cigarettes into his hand and said, "Old man, take it and smoke it. Le jang good meaning also." The old man excused himself while smiling and putting the cigarettes in his pocket. Chapter 70, 4th Grade Evil Cultivator. "So you're a ghost too? Are you really going to the Bitter Water Temple?" the old man asked again. Protecting the artifacts. Sumo said. I tell you, that place is very evil. You want to go to the best also in the daytime. Big night. Much Negro. The old man took 2 puffs of his cigarette beautifully, and exhaled a few nice smoke rings. How evil. Wang Lang spoke from the sidelines. How evil is it? The old man glanced at him and barfed 2 more mouthfuls before saying, the bitter water temple has existed for decades, and I even went to incense when I was a child, and there was only one old monk inside. It's long dead. The place is too remote. There's no one left. It collapsed a long time ago. A few days ago I chased a few hares with my dog. Leader, you shall not fine me for this, shall you? Wang Lang cried and laughed, saying, we don't care about this. Only then did the old man breathe a sigh of relief and continue. Those rabbits were fat and ran fast. I chased them for a long while, but I couldn't catch them. When I came back to my senses, I realized that I had reached the Temple of Bitter Waters, and there was a burst of female laughter coming from inside. I ran away when I hacked into it. Why do you think there's a girl in that place? Definitely. He lowered his voice. Female ghosts. Yo. Sumo laughed. Old man, we have to believe in science. Maybe it's just tourists going to camp there. Please lead the way. We want to take a look over there. By the way, there is a reward for leading the way. $2,000. Sumo made a wink towards Lin Xianxian. Lin Xianxian immediately nodded. Old uncle, there is a bonus. The village chief didn't tell you about it? I'll send you home tomorrow. The old man rubbed his hands together and asked, so is there a banner? The kind you can hang on your door? There can be, Lin Xianxian said. The old man looked at the car and said, you can't get on that side of the car, so I'll take you on the path. 2 hours later, the old man stopped, pointed ahead and said, it's just up ahead on that hill. Old man, thanks. We're going to start working. You go back first. Lin Xianxian arranged for a person to send the old man down the mountain. Before leaving, the old man also reminded, leader, don't forget the banner and the bonus. Sumo. Several people walked for a while more, finally saw a temple, but did not imagine the dilapidated, only some ancient. The temple doors were closed, and there were no lights to be seen inside, much less the laughter of the girls the old man had spoken of. Mr. Su, what should we do? Lin Xianxian turned her gaze towards Sumo. He was the strongest here and naturally had the final say. Straight in. Sumo raised his feet and walked towards the temple. Before he could take a few steps, the dark temple suddenly lit up and the closed door opened. A majestic voice came out. Your guest is here. I'm sorry to have missed you. Look. Sumo shrugged and said, people have been waiting for us for a long time. A few people walked into the temple. The temple door closed with a bang, and a sweeper boy appeared in front of a few people's eyes. Master is waiting for you in the backyard. When several people arrived at the backyard, they heard a burst of singing and laughter, and a dozen or so women, dressed in tulle, were dancing. A burly monk was half reclining on a chair, and several women were feeding him grapes. Damn, rather enjoying it. Lin Xianxian's eyes chilled when she saw this scene. These women, all of whom were emitting a deathly aura, had obviously all been refined into ghouls. For his enjoyment. Welcome to the Bitter Water Temple. The monk rested his gaze on Lin Xianxian with some greed. What a perfect picture of ghoulish material. With a disgusted look in her eyes, Lin Xianxian put up her mahogany sword and pointed it at him. Blood slaughterer Johan. I'm not mistaken, am I? The monk blushed like he was a little embarrassed and pushed the woman beside him away as he reached for his glass. How do you know? I've changed my body. Lin Xianxian said. You've probably forgotten that you're left-handed. From the time you came in until now, you've been drinking left-handed. The monk looked down and saw that he was holding a glass of wine in his left hand. You have indeed changed your appearance. I was only swindling you for a bit, but I didn't expect you to admit it so readily. Lin Xianxian's face turned cold as she drank. You made a bloody case, refining dozens of women into ghouls and ghosts. Why don't you bind your hands? The monk's gaze swept over them, then focused on Sumo and moved away. Captain Lin, with you guys? I'm afraid I'm not qualified? The monk's face turned cold. His body erupted with a strong aura, and the entire temple was filled with gloomy winds and grievances. The aura of a 4th-level cultivator? Lin Xianxian's face changed slightly. In less than half a year's time, this guy had actually risen from the strength of a level 3 cultivator to level 4. And this aura, even stronger than his own, was afraid that he was only one step away from reaching 5th-level cultivator strength. Isn't that surprising? I didn't expect it. I didn't even leave Yucheng. It's called a lampshade. The monk smiled smugly and said, I also have to thank you guys. If it wasn't for you guys pushing me too hard, making me have to give up my physical body, I'm afraid I won't be able to reach the strength of a 4th-level cultivator so soon. Honestly, I knew I couldn't hide it when that idiot Li Tian came today. Know why I didn't leave? He stared at Lin Xianxian and pointed at his heart, saying word for word, I'm waiting for you to avenge the sword from half a year ago. Don't worry, I'll refine you into the best ghoul you can be and keep you by my side for day-to-day fun. A voice suddenly rang out. Shedding your physical body? In that case, aren't you also a ghoul? Wow, it's worth a lot of money. The monk turned his gaze to Sumo. This guy's tone. How so? Excited? Captain Lin, is this your 749's newcomer? He pointed at Sumo and said, doesn't seem like much. Lin Xianxian smiled mysteriously. Blood slaughterer. You're mistaken, Mr. Su isn't a 749, but he's particularly interested in ghosts. Having said that, he also waved his hand, and a few 749 members understood in seconds and silently took a few steps back, giving their position to Sumo. Mr. Su doesn't like people interfering when he's messing with ghosts. The monk froze. Then he became furious. Fine. Then let me see what kind of god this Mr. Su you speak of is. Kill him. With a wave of the monk's hand, the girl who had been warbling and roaming around instantly became ghostly with red eyes. These worldly ghosts whistled shrilly and rushed towards Sumo. Sumo didn't even bother to pay attention to them, directly catalyzing the 9-yang divine skill. His body's chi and blood surged, and his scorching hot breath seized his body. There seemed to be a round of sun rising from behind Sumo, and flames surged around. The temperature inside the temple immediately soared, and those ghouls that rushed over immediately lay on the ground and screamed miserably, with gouts of blue smoke rising from their bodies and their skin rapidly festering. Chapter 71 1 move second. Ruthlessly crushing. Die. Sumo urged his chi and blood, and his scorching breath gushed out, and wherever he passed, there was the wailing of ghouls and ghosts. In a moment, however, there was only a lifeless corpse left on the ground, and the ghouls were burned to death as much as possible. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing a level 2 ghost ghoul, rewarding 500 points of merit. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing a level 2 ghost ghoul, rewarding merit. The beeps were continuously ringing in his ears. Sumo's heart was happy. Just these small things alone had already provided himself with several thousand points of merit. Asterisk. So sick? Wang Lang, who was standing not far away, stared with wide eyes. Mr. Su seems to have become stronger. Don't be afraid, Xinger, we're on the same side as Mr. Su, he won't hurt you. Feeling the trembling of the ghostly creature inside his body, Wang Lang hurriedly spoke out to comfort it. What a strong chi and blood! Lin Xianxian was also startled, quietly reaching out and wiping at her eyes as a golden light flashed in her eyes. Look over again. All she saw was a raging dark red flame surging from Sumo's body, constantly spewing hot breath in all directions. It was like a sunrise, blinding. She hastily averted her gaze. To be able to refine one's chi and blood to such an extent, Mr. Su's strength, I'm afraid, has already reached the 5th level, right? She wanted to. Ah! Screams rang out as a figure stumbled out of the corner. None other than the missing Li Tian. He's freaking out. Oomph! The monk was furious when he saw him. Stupid! Still trying to run. A wave of the hand. Li Tian's running figure was fixed, only to feel pain in his abdomen. Looking down, his stomach broke open. A ball of straw drilled through the breach. Me too. He only had time to have such a thought before he was slapped by Sumo and fell to the ground as a corpse. To be able to instantly kill so many ghouls. You're strong. What a pleasant surprise for me. The monk stared at Sumo and slowly spoke. In his heart, however, he was a bit alarmed, having thought that he had secured this one with his peak level 4 strength. I didn't expect this guy to be so tough. I'm afraid I'm going to have to plant tonight. Yeah? Sumo rushed over with an arrow step and drank. There are even more surprises. Vajra seal. Golden light exploded, surging with a solemn aura. The monk was startled. This aura, it was simply too terrifying. If he was hit, he was afraid that it would be the end of the game. A large amount of black chi surged out from his body, transforming into one circular defensive shield after another, firmly shielding his body in the middle. Bang! When the Vajra seal came into contact with those black chi, it was simply like Yangchun turning snow into snow and destroying it. The defense on the monk's body was pierced through without a ripple, and the Vajra seal in Sumo's palm blasted him in the chest. Ah! Miserable screams rang out as the monk's body flew out backwards, directly exploding in midair, instantly in pieces. A cloud of ghostly shadows, whoosh, drilled out, turning into shadows and rushing out. Sumo was prepared. His feet stomped hard, the ground cracked, and the whole person rose up, catching up with the ghost shadow. Come down! Sumo once again condensed the Vajra seal and ruthlessly slapped down towards the ghostly shadow. No! The ghostly shadow turned his head, only to see a mysterious mass of large seals glittering with golden light smashing towards him, and screamed in terror. Bang! The Vajra seal slammed down hard. Unsurprisingly, this mass of ghostly shadows was roughly torn apart by the power of the direct Vajra seal and dissipated into smoke. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing a level 4 ghost ghoul. Reward 5,000 points of merit. Wow! Surprise flickered in Sumo's eyes. This guy is really worth something. There are actually 5,000 merits for killing him. Sumo had some regrets about getting him killed so early. He should have asked this guy if he still had any relatives or friends, fellow teachers and brothers or something like that. Done. Sumo clapped his hands. This night was another great harvest. Turning his head, the crowd of Bureau 749 were looking at themselves with a strange gaze. What for? I've got flowers on my face. Ha! Sumo was in a good mood and asked with a smile. No, it's cool. Wang Lang hurriedly gave a thumbs up and said, Mr. Su, you're too fierce. Awesome. Jesus. Blood butcher hand but refined itself into a ghoul. The strength of the crunching strong. Originally thought that even if Mr. Su out of the fight, also need to battle a few hundred rounds, in order to get him dead. Didn't realize, in just one round, Blood Slayer was knocked down. It's still a crush with no return. Lin Xianxian was even more shocked in her heart. The strength of the Blood Slaughterer had almost reached the peak of a 4th level cultivator. His methods were again very bizarre, and the odds were that he was able to take on a 5th level cultivator. I didn't realize that in front of Sumo, that was brittle. One move second. Lin Xianxian silently estimated in her heart that Mr. Su's strength was afraid that he was not a level 5 cultivator, but at the very least a level 6. Even a 7th level cultivator? Lin Xianxian didn't dare to think any further. If she kept on brainstorming like this, Sumo should have become a patriarch. Mr. Su, leave the aftermath here to us. Lin Xianxian stepped forward and spoke, her tone growing more and more respectful. The Blood Slaughterer's point rewards. After we return, we will immediately distribute them to you. Rest assured. Sumo waved his hand and said, whether you accumulate points or not is not the most important thing. If there are such ghosts in the future, be sure to call out to me. You know, I can't say no to these cuties. He meant it with all his heart. How cute. The 4th level ghoul that the Blood Slaughterer's hand had transformed into had provided himself with a full 5,000 points of merit. Together with those 2nd level ghouls that he had killed earlier, he had earned more than 10,000 merits in less than half an hour. Sumo took the time to glance at his merit value. Cool. It's officially over 20,000 points. Air. 749. The crowd looks at each other in understanding. You do love these cuties. Like to get them dead. The crowd didn't understand, but respected Sumo's fetish. Don't worry, Mr. Su, we'll definitely inform you if there's such a situation. Lin Xianxian smiled and spoke. Sumo waved his hand, and before he could go far, he was called to stop again. Mr. Su, Lin Xianxian held her cell phone with a helpless face. It seems that your luck is very good. Right now there is something. I don't know if you are interested. Tell me about it. Which Cloud County? Lin Xianxian said. There's a construction team over there digging a tunnel. Something happened and 33 people are trapped. The people who escaped said they dug up ancient tombs inside and ghosts. The rescuers went in and never came back out. Now that mountain has been shrouded in fog, and the ghostly aura is overwhelming. After our people assessed it, they suspected that the ghostly creature they encountered was not simple, and I'm afraid its strength is no less than level 5. 5th grade? Sumo's eyes lit up. Lin Xianxian looked at his expression and knew that Sumo was very interested, and quickly said, Mr. Su, this time you are not going alone. The Kyoto side will also send someone over. After we rendezvous in Woyun County, you and they will enter the tunnel together and exterminate the evil spirits inside. Chapter 72 Strengthening Chi and Blood Sun. What the hell are you running for? Ha? Or is it a group book? Sumo frowned, thinking that those people won't steal my experience, right? That's not good. How much merit do I have to waste if they get a ghost killed by them? Mr. Su, the situation inside is unclear. It's better to wait for the people above to go in together. Xianxian Lin said. She knew that Sumo was very strong, but it was always safer to have more than one expert. I know. Sumo nodded. Looking at Sumo's distant back, Wang Lang walked over. Team Lin, Mr. Su won't go for a single fight, right? It should. It won't, will it? It was light out when I got home. Sumo looked at more than 20,000 merits. His heart was beautiful, and he opened the Spellfather to ask, have you programmed the lightweights yet? There's no reply from there. Forget it. There's no rush. Let's condense the 2nd Chi Blood Sun first. After making up his mind, Sumo directly chose to strengthen the 9 Yang Heaven Swallowing technique. Ding! Reinforcement object, 9 Sun Swallowing Heavenly Skills. Boom! On Sumo's body, a strong aura surged out, and a Chi and Blood Sun slowly appeared behind him, blazing. Reinforcement successful. That Chi and Blood Sun grew by a circle. Sumo felt that the strength of his flesh and blood were enhanced and his Yang Chi was more vigorous. Again, reinforce. Ding! Reinforcement successful. Remaining merit, 3000 points. After the 2 enhancements, the chi and blood sun that Sumo had condensed was even more vigorous, blooming like a sunrise. With a thought, the sun slowly sank into the dantian and blazed. With 8 more reinforcements, the second chi blood sun will be able to coalesce, and my strength will surely skyrocket. Sumo's heart was beautiful. Night, a young couple, who are pressing the road, you and me sweetly. They couldn't see that they were followed by a child. The child was shadowless, his body floating in mid-air, and he was rubbing his hands together and staring at them. 1, 2, 3. The kid stared over the shoulders of the 2 men and floated up silently, tapping the boys on the left shoulder right behind him. Pust, an invisible flame. Extinguished. Hiss. The boy's shoulder ached and he just felt a chill. Why is it cool? Before he could react, his right shoulder sank as well. It got colder. Hey, cold. Tap out the yang fire on your shoulder and you won't be cold. The child followed him mischievously, looking over the boy's head. There was still a flame burning, only it was already weak. The child reached out and tapped his hand. The flames above the boys' heads, too, went out. Achoo! The boy immediately sneezed and shivered. I think, have a cold. Ha! The girl had a strange look in her eyes and said, you don't want me to send you to a hotel, do you? Scumbag, boys can't cry. I didn't mean it like that. The snot is pouring out of my nose, can't you see? The girl was about to say something else when she suddenly felt her shoulders sink and her body start to get cold. Hiss, how do I also? Achoo! The girl sneezed. The 2 of them looked at each other. There was always a feeling that something wasn't right, that the infection was spreading so quickly. It can't be. Have a ghost, right? The boy shivered and opened his mouth. Holy, shocked at themselves, the 2 men yelled and pulled away. Ha ha ha. Only after the 2 had run away did the child reveal himself, crossing his arms and laughing. Let's show you guys some love. Die fast. Humbug. He flickered and disappeared into the night again, just floating and floating, aimlessly. Ha! He saw a man, walking alone. The man was handsome. He. It'll be fun to slap out his young fire. He muttered to himself and quietly floated down, following the man. Hey, it's going to be fun when I slap out the young fire on you and blow a mouthful of in air before freezing your eyes and nose to the ground. Kids talked to themselves. He got a little closer, and the man didn't seem to notice. I shoot. He reached out, tapping the man on the shoulder. Palm, why does it hurt a little? Puzzled, he removed his palm, and a ball of flame sprang up violently from the man's shoulder. Old hi, mommy, he pissed himself. This man's young fire, how come it was so strong, even stronger than what he had seen in the crematorium that day? Fun? Sumo turned around. The scorching breath surged. The child could no longer hide his figure and screamed miserably and showed himself. Big brother, I'm just playing around. Didn't intend to harm you. The child was so scared that he took a few steps back, shivering as he opened his mouth. In his eyes, at this moment, Sumo's entire body was enveloped in a terrifying flame. A little closer. The pain is unbearable. That's not a human being, is it? It's just a walking sun, okay? This man's fire can't even be extinguished with a fire extinguisher. Oh, didn't your mom tell you that playing with fire is punishable? Sumo's breath moved and searing heat swept through. The ghostly creature was instantly enveloped by the scorching flames, and in the blink of an eye, it was burned to ashes. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing a level 1 ghost, naughty ghost. Reward 100 points of merit. It's better than nothing. Sumo came to a mansion where there had been a murder, and it seemed that there were still arguments and breaking things inside. He knocked politely on the door. Is anyone there? Inside, the bickering stopped instantly and became silent. Sumo could even feel that someone had quietly come to the door and put their eyes up to the cat's eye, was looking outward. Sumo waited for a few seconds and snapped his eyes up to the cat's eye when he heard a shriek from inside the house. Holy, scared the hell out of me. Sumo smiled slightly. So you guys are at home, then I'm coming in. Oh. With a punch, the security door in front of him directly exploded. Rolling in chi surged towards the outside of the room, and the entire hallway was invaded by black mist, becoming invisible. Sumo walked in with a big step. A couple stood in the living room with dead eyes. The man had a kitchen knife in his hand, the tip still dripping blood, and he had a gash in his stomach that was a bloody mess. The woman, on the other hand, held a pair of scissors in her hand, also bloody. Hello, too. Sumo snorted and said, you guys fight every night, it's already a serious nuisance. The couple looked at each other and cautiously said, so we'll keep our voices down? No, better be silent, Sumo said. Boom! Sizzling aura surged out from Sumo's body, enveloping the entire house in the blink of an eye, and all the in-chi blazed up. Sure, it also includes the couple who are in love with each other. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for killing a level 1 ghost yokai ghost. Reward 100 points of merit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 2 ghost yokai ghost. Reward 500 points of merit. Sumo turned around and left the neighborhood. Before he could get very far, he came face to face with a man in a red hat. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The man looked up at himself and suddenly turned pale, pulling away as if he had seen a ghost. The speed is so fast. It's a stump. Sumo? It's not. What the hell are you running for? Chapter 73, You're an undercover agent? 749 Bureau is playing a real game. Sumo pulled his leg and chased after him. The kid was fast, running with smoke coming out of his body. A proper ghostly creature. Holy! Little Red Riding Hood took the time to look back and saw that Sumo had already caught up with him, and gave a scared liver. Accelerate again. I'll be damned. Sumo was speechless. Am I that scary? Don't run. Run again and I'll kill you. Sumo drank loudly. His breath surged, and Little Red Riding Hood ran even faster with an owl. Go you! Sumo chased a little closer. The whole person pulled up and kicked Little Red Riding Hood in the back undershirt with a whirlwind leg. Ouch! Little Red Riding Hood lunged forward and rolled a few times on the ground in a gurgle before being stomped on the chest by Sumo again. What are you running for? Sumo asked. Little Red Riding Hood was on the verge of tears and said, the higher-ups said that when they see you, they have to run, or else they'll die. Can I not run? Up top? Sumo was puzzled. Bureau 749. Little Red Riding Hood's voice trembled. I'm undercover. What? Sumo was all shocked. Did Bureau 749 play so fancy? It actually developed ghosts as undercover agents. Not going to lie to me? Sumo's foot exerted force and Little Red Riding Hood hurriedly said, how dare you? I know your name. Sumo Su Big Brother. My handler's name is Wang Lang, the one who plays ghosts in Bureau 749. You must have seen him before. The Steel Mill Axe Gang. Do you remember? I'm the one who blended in as an undercover agent and gave them the lead. The Axe Gang? Sumo said in his heart. I didn't see you at that time either. After I gave the tip, my heart was racing, even though Bureau 749 said they wouldn't hurt me and that I wouldn't be in danger. But I felt that I wasn't really safe at all, so I made an excuse and bailed out early. Sumo realized, this guy knows himself and reported Wang Lang's name, so it seems to be his own ghost. It's not good enough to get killed. Get up! Sumo reluctantly removed his feet. His eyes were heartbroken. This guy should also be able to be worth a few hundred merits, right? Thanks for not killing the big guy. Little Red Riding Hood climbed up sharply. Looking at Sumo's shifting gaze, he was about to pee in fear. The higher-ups had instructed themselves that this Mr. Su's favorite thing was to kill ghosts. At that time, in the steel mill, but if you go slower, the 749th Bureau will only come to collect your body. Nope, they're all ghosts, and they can't even collect the corpses. At best, a mineral water bottle with a bit of residual ghostly gas is comforting. How come you're still undercover? Sumo asked. I didn't want to. Little Red Riding Hood spread his hands and said, shortly after I died, I became a ghost, and was caught and almost killed by Bureau 749. Luckily, I was smart enough to take the initiative to give them clues about other ghosts and fight for a ray of hope. Then they evaluated me and said I was worth training, so they just took me in. I'm pretty happy with this job, and they pay my mom every month, and they say that if I die in the line of duty one day, my mom's share won't be less. Sumo nodded. Bureau 749 was still quite good at buying ghost hearts. Biggie, so, can I go now? Little Red Riding Hood pointed to the distance and spoke cautiously. It was too depressing to stay around this kind of killing god. He was afraid that if Sumo was unhappy, he would slap himself to death. Go! Sumo waved his hand and said, you don't have to hide when you see me in the future. You're your own ghost. I won't get you killed. Thank you, Big Brother Su. Little Red Riding Hood was so happy that she turned her head and ran, and before she could take 2 steps, she was called by Sumo again. Anything else you want, big guy? Sumo stepped forward and put her arm around his shoulders, smiling. You should be familiar with the ghost circle in Yuchang, right? Also, not bad. Little Red Riding Hood nodded. So, Sumo wrapped his hand a little tighter. Tonight, you'll take me to find 20 ghosts. Not too much of a problem, right? 20 heads? Problems? No, no problem. Little Red Riding Hood forced a smile and said, I just took a mental inventory, but there are a few news of ghosts. I just don't know if it's to your taste. A large amount is fine. So go? Go! Sumo patted Little Red Riding Hood's shoulder, and the one person and one ghost walked to the street and casually hailed a cab. The yellow Ferrari slowed to a stop and a familiar voice rang out. Hey, Mr. Su. Sumo fixed his eyes. Isn't this Chen de Gang? Brother Chen, it's you again? Chen Dagon hemmed and hawed and spoke. Where to? I'll give you a ride. Okay. Sumo just wanted to pull the car door. Little Red Riding Hood swished forward and took the initiative to open the door for Sumo. Mr. Su, you get in the car. Hey, slow down, little heart head. Little Red Riding Hood held the doorframe very carefully with her hand. This kid is a talent. No wonder he can work undercover in the ghost circle. Mr. Zhou, then I. Little Red Riding Hood pointed to himself. He was a ghost. This driver looked familiar with Mr. Zhou. He didn't dare to get into the car. Get in the car. Chen Dagon waved enthusiastically. And only after seeing Suemo nodding did Little Red Riding Hood pull open the passenger door and sit in. Master, go to the Starlight Bar in Midtown. Little Red Riding Hood spoke up. Okay. Chen Dagon kicked the gas down and the car sped up. Hiss. Why is it a bit cold? The air conditioner is so powerful today? Chen Dagang mumbled. I always feel like it's chilly in the car today. The air conditioner isn't broken, is it? Little Red Riding Hood looked embarrassed. I am a ghost. Sit next to you. It is strange that you are not cold. I've even collected ghost energy. Brother Chen, why do I keep meeting you? Suemo hurriedly changed the topic, but he couldn't tell Chen Dagang that he pulled a ghost customer today. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't dare to come out to run the car in the future. Hey, Chen Dagang smiled proudly and said, I switched to the night shift, specializing in coming out at night to solicit customers, thinking in case I meet you again. This is not. He took his hands off the steering wheel and did a high five. Coincidence, no? Chen, keep both hands on the steering wheel. I'm scared, Suemo reminded, kind of excited. Sorry. Chen Dagang hurriedly grabbed the steering wheel and apologized, looked at the passenger side of Little Red Riding Hood, and whispered, Mr. Zhou, going to do that kind of thing again tonight? Ha, Sumo, pretty much, Chen Dagang added. Starlight Bar is the biggest bar in Midtown. There are so many people. There's that kind of stuff too? Sumo laughed. It's not like that stuff is picky about where it goes. Maybe you have it in your car. Little Red Riding Hood, a mask of pain, said nothing, not daring to speak. See what you say. Chen Dagon didn't panic at all, patted the steering wheel and said, with you here, do those things dare to get into my car? You have to slap them to death. Little Red Riding Hood. Soon, the car arrived at the front door of the Starlight Bar. Suemo swept $500 over. Mr. Zhou, which uses so much? Take it. Tip. If you don't take it, you won't be in your car next time. The price is naturally different for pulling a ghost. Mr. Zhou, be careful. Little Red Riding Hood had already gotten out of the car and took the initiative to open the car door. That was called up. Mr. Zhou, thanks ow. Chen Dagang stuck his head out of the window. His heart was happy. Mr. Zhou is too sophisticated. Ha, it's not cold anymore. Is the air conditioning working? Chen Dagang, do not rest assured. Decided to find a repair store tomorrow to see. The air conditioning is broken, more suffering. Mr. Zhou, I've also just confirmed that there should be 2 ghosts hiding here, preferring male sex and taking people's essence. With your looks, you should be able to attract them as soon as you go in. I won't go in. After all, the undercover work will have to continue in the future, and how hard it is to find a job nowadays. So you sympathize. Little Red Riding Hood pointed to a cafe not far away and said, I'll meet you there? Chapter 74, what? You still want to have it all? Okay. Suemo nodded in understanding. It was really hard to find a job now. College students were piling up. Don't think about running away, he warned, or else, you know. Sumo patted Little Red Riding Hood on the shoulder, then turned and walked into the bar. How dare I? Little Red Riding Hood cried out. He naturally understood what Suemo meant. If he dared to run, he'll absolutely get himself killed, and Bureau 749 won't be able to keep it. Little Red Riding Hood sighed and walked over to the cafe, sitting in a corner and napping. Ha, why is the air conditioner so cool? Cut. It's not the air conditioning that's cool. It's the ice in my cup of Deerhead coffee that's melting. I suspect you're on the inside, but I have no proof. Suemo walked into the bar, and a blast of head-banging music hit him as young boys and girls gathered around the dance floor in a frenzy. Suemo only felt the noise. If it wasn't for the ghosts, he probably wouldn't have come to a place like this. Sir, would you like a booth? The waiter came over and shouted at the top of his voice. Find me a place. Suemo waved his hand. Soon, Suemo then sat down at a card seat. Not long after, a few young girls came over to ask for a drink, which was rejected by Suemo. Cut. He's so handsome, but he's poor. That's it. Stingy. A couple of the girls cursed and walked away. Handsome guy, buy me a drink? A sweet voice rang in his ears. Suemo looked up. It was a young lady in a JK suit, looking 17 or 18 years old, overflowing with vivacity. Sumo laughed. Sit. He patted the chair and Miss JK sat down obediently, staring at Sumo's face with flickering eyes. That's right. Sumo's eyes were melancholic and said, I haven't drank any water for 3 days. I'm really thirsty. Can Miss Sister treat me to a drink? Put. Miss JK covered her mouth with a smile and said, lying you? 3 days without water. Wouldn't that dry up? On me. She beckoned the waiter and served 2 dozen beers. Suemo and she clinked glasses and drank several bottles without blushing. Do you have another sister? Suemo suddenly asked. Miss JK looked at him suspiciously. Suemo put down the bottle of wine and laughed. You look so pretty. Wouldn't it be a waste if you didn't have an older sister or younger sister? Yo, MS. JK brought her face closer and whispered. What? If I do have a sister, you still want to have it all? No? Suemo raised his head and got very close to her face. Ha! Miss JK smiled mysteriously and said. I'm just afraid you won't be able to eat. The appetite is too big. Oh. Sumo's face didn't change. How can I know if I don't try? Listening to you, you really have a sister? Ha! With a toss of her head, MS. JK left the card table. Soon, she came back with another girl who looked about her age but was much hotter dressed. Whoa! Sisterhood. Suemo smiled. I hear you want to commune? The sultry scent came from the hot sister as soon as she sat down. Sumo said. It's not want, it's wanting, not a small mouth. I just don't know if you can stand it? The hot sister laughed delicately. This place is crowded. Change the place? Suemo said. Yes. The 2 sisters looked at each other and got up at the same time. Suemo swaggered away with the 2 beauties, looking at the other men around him with envy. Asterisk. These 2 sisters I've been fishing for 2 days don't take care of me. I didn't expect to get laid by him. What do you know? They're a face party. Do you have a face? Why didn't I? Don't you want to go to Robin Hood? Put. You clearly look like COG-sung. The man was speechless when suddenly his cell phone rang and he picked it up to see a news tweet. Sisters die drunk in car late at night. Ha! The man looked at the blurry photos, always thinking that the clothes looked somewhat familiar, and suddenly blushed. Isn't this the sister who just left with that man? Wouldn't that be? Suemo led the 2 sisters to walk for a while and finally arrived at a park that was off the beaten path. There was no one around, and it was quiet. Right here. Suemo stopped in his tracks. Here? The 2 sisters exclaimed in shock and wondered. It's not good, is it? Why don't we still go to the hotel? This place is good. Suemo shook his head and said. The environment is beautiful and suitable for the 2 beauties to transcend to the afterlife. What do you think? The 2 sisters' faces changed, and they simultaneously took a few steps back as black mist began to churn up on their bodies. Who the hell are you? Miss JK snapped and her image began to change, which was a pretty young lady. It was clearly a horrible female ghost with crooked eyes and slanted mouth and a greenish-black face. Die! Suemo took an arrow step, stepped forward and pressed a slap on Miss JK's face as the Vajrasil erupted. Pust! Miss JK didn't even bring a scream as she was directly torn to pieces by the power of the Vajrasil. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing a level 1 ghost, drunken death ghost. Reward 100 points of merit. The hot female ghost screamed and pulled her legs out, but before he could run a few steps, he was pulled back by Suemo with a grip on his hair. Row! Suemo smiled faintly. It's all said through and through. How could I possibly spare you? I, Su, am true to my word. Bang! A slap down. The female ghost died tragically. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing the level 2 ghost, drunken death ghost. Reward 500 points of merit. The merit is not much, but it's better than nothing. Far away, Little Red Riding Hood, who was hiding behind a tree and peeking, shuddered. The OP was right. Mr. Su was brutal. Never be offended. Come out. Sumo clapped his hands as if he was flicking off the dust on his body, and Little Red Riding Hood hurriedly got out from behind the tree. Raising his hand was a horse's ass. Mr. Su is awesome. These 2 people. No, if these 2 ghosts are not removed, sooner or later they will become that contraption that kills people. Next place, lead the way. Little Red Riding Hood led Suemo to a graveyard. There's one here too. It's just that those guys are so cunning that they usually don't come out. This is easy. Suemo took a step out. His body's sizzling breath erupted, and several miserable screams immediately rang out from the graveyard. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing a level 1 ghost creature. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing a level 1 ghost creature. Little Red Riding Hood, who had long ago ducked far away, wiped her cold sweat and said, It's a good thing I ran fast. That's too much of a slam dunk. Mr. Su, over there. Little Red Riding Hood pointed to a public toilet in the distance and said, There's a disgusting guy there. As long as you go in to use the restroom, he'll ask you if you want paper, and he'll even take the initiative to wipe your ass for you. It's just sick. Sumo's eyes were surprised. How do you know so well? Little Red Riding Hood looked embarrassed and said, So what? I came here to use the restroom when I wasn't dead. It's not like I had any paper that day. Chapter 75, Being a Ghost. You have to be motivated, right? It's a very novel experience. Suemo patted his shoulder in consolation, then strutted towards the public restroom. Sure, he won't take his pants off. Suemo walked into the restroom and heard a movement inside. A gloomy voice was asking, "Do you want paper?" Then the cubicle was a drunken voice blaring, "I vomit." Silence. The voice was even more eerie. "You spit on my head. Do you want some paper? Instead you give vomit." Silence again. "I asked you if you wanted paper. Why do you spit on my head every time?" A ghastly aura enveloped the toilet, followed by a foul odor, and the door to that compartment opened automatically. A man, red in the face from drinking, came out backwards with his pants in his hand and fell aside before he could take more than a few steps, and muttered, "Burp. This toilet is quite user-friendly and has a paper delivery service." Having said that, snored and slept through it. "I'll kill you." A man came out of the cubicle, covered in filth, a packet of paper cupped in his hand. The moment he stepped out of the cubicle, he saw Suemo and directly froze. "Why is there a line? You want paper?" The man raised his hand and looked eerily at Suemo. Asterisk. To Nima, Suemo was nauseated and bad, directly urging his chi and blood. The entire public toilet instantly became red. The ghostly creature didn't even have time to react and was directly melted. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing the level 2 ghost toilet ghost. Reward 500 points of merit. Asterisk. Suemo directly turned around and left. These ghosts were too strange. That kid wouldn't be taking personal revenge and letting himself come to take revenge for him, right? In the toilet, the drunkard opened his eyes in a daze and muttered, "Was it just dawn?" He rolled over and went back to sleep. After coming out, Suemo inhaled a few mouthfuls of fresh air fiercely before he could suppress the nausea that he had just felt. "Mr. Don," Little Red Riding Hood quickly stepped forward, thinking that this was too fast. "It's less than a minute before and after." Done. Next, in one night's time, under Little Red Riding Hood's leadership, Suemo got a full 29 ghosts killed. 10 of them were second-grade ghosts, and the rest were first-grade ghosts. Not high grade, but a good number. One way or another, Sumo's merit value once again broke 10,000. Mr. Su, that's all the clues I know about ghosts. When it was almost dawn, Little Red Riding Hood shivered and opened his mouth. He always felt that Suemo hadn't killed enough. "You're not going to shoot yourself, are you? Well done." Suemo patted his shoulder for encouragement. "Don't worry, I'm not a pervert. Your own ghost won't get killed." Little Red Riding Hood was relieved. But, Sumo's tone turned and said, "You need to work harder. Look at what circles you're mixing in. All low-level ghosts. To be a ghost, you have to be motivated and have something to strive for. Don't you think so? You should hang out at a higher level, and get to know and befriend some high-level ghosts more often." Little Red Riding Hood, listen to what you're saying. I'm only a level 2 ghost. Where can I meet a high-level ghost? What? Difficult? Suemo slanted a glance at him. No. Little Red Riding Hood shook her head and cried out, "I'll try my best and try to poke around for clues about high-level ghosts." That's right. Suemo was relieved and said, "Go, work well and remember, if there are clues of ghosts, inform me at the first time. My address, you have it memorized, right? Mark it. Go on." Little Red Riding Hood took advantage of the night and ran off in a huff. "Am I that scary?" Sumo muttered to himself, thinking that Little Red Riding Hood still didn't understand herself. Holy furies! Little Red Riding Hood saw that Suemo didn't come after him, and was finally relieved. Following him around always felt like liver trembling. Crap, today is the day of the joint. Little Red Riding Hood turned into a cloudy wind and ran. "What took you so long? What happened?" Shades. Wang Lang walked out with a frown. This guy was usually very punctual. Today he was a few hours late. Gov. Little Red Riding Hood spoke up in a hurry. "What about the ghost news? Have you poked around?" Wang Lang asked. "Poking around? Well, I feel as if you guys don't have to go either." Little Red Riding Hood said. "What do you mean?" Little Red Riding Hood said. "Just now, I bumped into Mr. Su. Ooh." Wang Lang was shocked. "Then you're quite lucky, and you're still able to come back with all your whiskers." "Yeah, right? Scared the hell out of me." Little Red Riding Hood spat for a while before saying, "The ghosts I spied on were all wiped out by Mr. Su. Had Mr. Su told me to tell him the first time I have news of ghosts in the future. He also told me to try to be a bit more progressive and get to know more high-level ghosts. Tell me, is this human? Can you talk to Mr. Su and tell him not to look for me in the future? I'm really scared." Wang Lang thought for a moment and said, "Since Mr. Su has said so, you will serve Mr. Su exclusively from now on." This. Little Red Riding Hood is green in the face. "Tonic, don't worry about the paycheck. We'll pay it as it is. Double. There's also a bonus at the end of the year, and I've already given you an application. From now on you're a trainee ghost at Bureau 749. Work hard and strive to be converted within 3 years. In the future, if you come across a suitable ghost sentinel, We'll introduce you. Your task is to serve Mr. Su well and make him happy. Mr. Su likes high-class ghosts, so work hard, bring your ghost circle up a bit, and don't fall behind in your Dao. Of course, the most important one, you can't do any harm or Bureau 749 will clean house. Wang Lang made a flurry. Draw a big pie and give a sweet date and then hit it with a stick. And Little Red Riding Hood's eyes light up. Really? You're really doubling your paycheck? And the bonus goes to my mom? I'm really getting a transfer? Wang Lang nodded and said, this job is dangerous, but we have money to really pay. Unlike some companies that want their employees to be bulls and horses and don't pay. If you really don't want to, I'll switch. Change ghosts? Little Red Riding Hood nodded her head in a hurry and said, I'm willing. It's just that there are a billion little requests. You say, if you guys introduce me to a Ghostbuster in the future, can you give ladies first? Wang Lang, you're not even close to having a chance, and you're still picking? Suemo returned home and rested for a while before receiving a call from Zhou Yuanshan early in the morning. Mr. Su, do you have a moment? What is it? It's like this, the payment I promised you last time, I've already prepared it. If you're free, I'll pay you a visit. Chapter 76, Zhou Yuanshan's Gift. Ancient Horizontal Blade. Suemo told Zhou Yuanshan the address, and not long after, he received another call from Lin Xianxian. Mr. Su, there's been a change in the matter in Wuyun County, and the people from above are arriving tonight. Action tonight? Sumo asked. Yes, Lin Xianxian said. We will send someone to send you there. Good, Suemo said. There's no problem on my side. Okay, I'll be right over to pick you up. Wait for my call. Suemo hung up the phone and waited for about an hour before Zhou Yuanshan's car pulled up outside the Guanhu villa. Accompanying him was Lu Qingmei. Mr. Lu, big deal. Zhou Yuanshan looked at the Chinese-style courtyard in the distance and laughed. This courtyard can be worth a lot of money. $20 million is always necessary, right? Lu Qingmei smiled and said, to be able to climb into a relationship with a man of the world like Mr. Su, money is not so important. She glanced at the girl following Zhou Yuanshan, who was holding a long sandalwood box. Mr. Zhou, what kind of gift is this for Mr. Su? Zhou Yuanshan smiled mysteriously. You'll know in a moment. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Su has come out. The driver spoke excitedly. He was now Sumo's #1 fan. Sure, that Three Thunders Taoist master isn't bad either. Lightning can't even kill him. Mr. Su, excuse me. Zhou Yuanshan and Lu Qingmei quickly walked 2 steps forward and opened their mouths with smiles. Suemo nodded and glanced at Zhou Yuran, who was not far away. The girl's essence was much better and had regained her youthful vigor. Hello again. Suemo greeted. Zhou Yuran shouted Mr. Su in a glutinous manner and lowered her head again, rather a bit coy. This girl is just a little bit better, and when she heard I was coming to visit you, she insisted on coming. Zhou Yuanshan laughed. Get in the house and talk. Several people entered the house back and forth, and only after Zhou Yuanshan sat down did he let the driver take out a document and set it in front of Suemo. Mr. Su, this is 15% of Far Mountain Group's shares. Just sign on it. 15% of the shares? Lu Qingmei on the side was startled. Far Mountain Group is considered a big company. The weight is not small. She gritted her teeth. Good Zhou Yuanshan. On the one hand he said that I am generous. On the other hand he himself is even more generous. In such a comparison, the little Aliyah that he had given away was somewhat unimpressive. Seeing Sumo's doubt, Zhou Yuanshan said, you saved your daughter's life. This is nothing. Plus, these shares were originally his. Now that he's in a mental hospital, the shares are useless to hold. For you, it's a loaner. Suemo naturally knew that the he in Zhou Yuanshan's mouth referred to his good brother. Zhou Yuanshan was able to make his business so big, so naturally he had some tricks up his sleeve, and got his hands on the shares of good brothers back and forth. Thanks a lot then. Suemo is not pretentious. People are bashful to send the door, if he is to refuse to appear unsympathetic. Sure, he also understands Zhou Yuanshan's intention, which is to use 15% of the shares to bind with himself. After signing, Zhou Yuanshan's taut heart finally loosened and said, from now on, Mr. Su and I are family. Don't worry, I won't bother Mr. Su on weekdays, and the annual dividends will be paid to your account on time. It's just that, if there's something we can't solve, we'll still ask for Mr. Su's help. Suemo nodded. That's natural. Ugh. Zhou Yuanshan shook his head again and said, I had prepared a 5% share for Daoist Lei, but unfortunately he refused to take it. It says that after charging me $200, it's considered karma accomplished. You say this, Suemo said. Taoist Master Lei has a high moral character. By the way, I have a small gift for you, and I don't know if it will catch your eye. Zhou Yuanshan beckoned, and her daughter came over with a wooden box, placing it in front of Suemo with some effort. What's so mysterious? Suemo asked with a smile. Zhou Yuanshan laughed. Open it and take a look. Suemo gently opened the wooden box. Inside lay quietly an ancient horizontal sword. The whole body was black, even the sheath was black. Madaka! Suemo took the knife out and gently pulled it out. The white blade flashed and the room was suddenly cold and sharp. Great knife! Suemo sighed in admiration. He didn't know anything about knives, but this thing wasn't mortal at first glance. The blade is slightly longer than a normal horizontal sword, roughly 100 centimeters across, with a 20-centimeter handle, and has a graceful, flowing blade. It was easy to wield, making Suemo quite like it and satisfied. It's good that Mr. Su likes it. Zhou Yuanshan laughed. I saw Mr. Su's extraordinary hands that day, so I think he is the legendary martial arts master. It just so happens that I have an old friend who loves to collect these things, so I went and sold my face and begged him for this knife. That old friend of mine once said that this sword was worn by an ancient general, killing countless enemies and harboring hidden murderous intentions, and that an ordinary person would not be able to handle it. He has been collecting it for nearly 10 years, and has never sheathed it, and when he gets to see the real thing today, it still blossoms with cold light, and is truly extraordinary. Suemo naturally knew that the face Zhou Yuanshan was talking about naturally cost a lot of money. Otherwise, how can someone else part with such a good knife? Thanks. Suemo gently waved it a few times and backhanded the knife into its sheath, and the cold light in the room was stifled. In that case, then we won't bother Mr. Su anymore. Yuran, don't you want to say thank you to Mr. Su? Zhou Yuanshan looked at his daughter. Only then did Zhou Yuran come over and whispered, thank you, Mr. Su, for saving his life. Suemo laughed. Take someone's money and take away someone's disaster. Mr. Zhou has already thanked you. Zhou Yuran gritted his teeth and peeked at Zhou Yuanshan. Zhou Yuanshan hurriedly stepped forward and said, so what? We're a family now. We don't talk about these polite words. Right, Mr. Su? Out of the yard. Zhou Yuanshan said quietly at his daughter's side. The future is long, well, daughter. Zhou Yuran nodded gently and didn't say anything, only sneaking a look back at the figure that was holding the horizontal sword and admiring it. The heart felt indescribable. After walking for a while, Lu Qingmei grunted, Mr. Zhou, you're too unkind, and didn't greet me in advance, but made me look petty. See what you're saying? Zhou Yuanshan laughed. You need to say hello even for something like giving gifts? Mr. Lu, I'll give you a gift? Lu Qingmei twisted her waist and got into the car, sitting in the back row with Zhou Yuran, with a little regret in her heart. Just, now with Zhou Yuanshan's pearls and jades in front of him, it would be laughable for him to take 3 melons and 2 jujubes. At least this little courtyard of mine has been delivered to Mr. Su's heart, she reassured herself. Suemo looked at the horizontal sword in his hand and loved it. Zhou Yuanshan, this gift is really sent to his heart, very much in line with his own heart. Suemo directly consumed 10,000 merit and exchanged it for a reinforcement. Reinforce. Objective. Yokozuna. Chapter 77 Reinforcement. Weapon Soul Devouring Blade. Begin reinforcement. Reinforcement target weapon crossed blade. Buzz. A golden light surged out and landed on top of the black horizontal sword in Sumo's hand, and the horizontal sword was immediately wrapped in golden light and floated in midair. Inside the house, golden light bloomed. Buzz off. The horizontal sword gently trembled, and in a split second, it even automatically unsheathed itself and was erected in front of Suemo. Those golden lights were like hammers, hammering away at the top of the blade in 1,000 ways, pounding madly. The blade also trembled slightly. After several breaths, the golden light faded away. Suemo reached out and held the horizontal sword in his hand for a closer look. There was no particular change, except that there was an additional thin golden line in the center of the blade, extending from the hilt all the way to the blade. It seems to be a little more mysterious. Ding! Weapon horizontal blade strengthened successfully. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the weapon Soul Devouring Blade. Soul Devouring Knife. It has a great restraining effect on evil spirits, and after beheading an evil spirit, this knife can devour the evil spirit's yin chi. Remaining merit, 2,300 points. Hiss. Seeing the introduction, Suemo was shocked. This thing, why does it sound so evil? And devour evil spirits and yin chi? Doesn't it mean that you can eat 2 fish in one when you kill ghosts in the future? You can get merit and devour ghostly yin chi to feed your sword at the same time? Beautiful. Suemo said in his heart. This 10,000 merit spent is too worth it, and the gift from Zhou Yuanshan is too fitting. With a weapon, we need to get a sword technique as soon as possible. Suemo returned to the house and searched through a pile of secret books for half a day, finally finding a sword manual, the wood-burning sword technique. Just you. Suemo made up his mind that the next time he strengthened, he would learn this blade technique. The time had passed and it was noon. Suemo made a call to Lin Xianxian, who quickly drove a car over. Mr. Su, I'll send you there. Only when Sumo got into the car did Lin Xianxian open her mouth. You going too? Sumo asked. Lin Xianxian shook her head and said, this Witch Cloud Mountain incident is defined as a level 5 incident from above. And together with you there are a total of 5 people involved. Your strength, honestly, I'm not too sure, but it's definitely above level 5. Seeing that he didn't deny it, Lin Xianxian said that I did guess correctly, so she continued, of the remaining 4, 3 of them are level 4 cultivators, and 1 is also a level 5 cultivator. Together with you, that's a total of 2 level 5 cultivators and 3 level 4 cultivators. You and that level 5 cultivator from Kyoto are mainly responsible for the big guys in the tunnel, and the remaining few are to give you a hand with cleaning up the relatively weak ghosts. My mission this time is to escort you there, and I will not be involved in the action. Sumo asked. There should be a lot of bigwigs in your Bureau 749, right? Why don't you just send a patriarch over to exterminate what's in the tunnel? Lin Xianxian laughed bitterly. That's easy for you to say. Bureau 749 has also been under a lot of pressure these past few years. The ghosts that have been popping up everywhere are getting stronger and stronger, and they need to suppress the more terrifying existences. Okay. Sumo stopped talking and simply closed his eyes. A few hours later, the car came to a steady stop, and Lin Xianxian's voice rang in her ears. Mr. Su, it's here. Sumo opened his eyes and looked, but it was a 5-star hotel, quiet in all directions and no one. We've chartered this hotel as your landing place. All expenses are fully covered by Bureau 749, Lin Xianxian explained. So it is. Sumo nodded and pulled open the door to get out of the car, when he heard a cheerful laugh. Sister Xianxian. Immediately after, a pink figure, rushing over from a distance, jumped straight at Lin Xianxian, then hung onto her with open teeth and claws. The 4 round balls clashed together and rippled. Stop it! Lin Xianxian had a helpless look on her face, but still opened her hand to catch her and said, come down quickly, and you're not afraid of Mr. Su looking at you funny. Mr. Su, long time no see. Ma Anna, who was wearing a pink double ponytail, relied on Lin Xianxian not to get down and turned her head to greet Sumo. You going too? Sumo was shocked. I didn't expect this chick to be quite strong, actually able to participate in a level 5 event. Yeah. Ma Anna was forcefully hugged down by Lin Xianxian and huffed. I'm at least a peak level 4 cultivator, just a drop away from stepping into level 5. This incident might be a breakthrough opportunity for me, Sumo said. In case the tunnel is a ghost king, who looks at you and directly takes you to be the pressurized lady, your cultivation will surely soar. You. A pang of exasperation ran through Mariana. Who talks like that? What ghost king? Blah blah blah. Her eyes lit up when she turned her gaze and saw the horizontal sword in Sumo's hand. Wow, what a handsome sword. Can I take a look? Sumo shook his head and directly refused. Can't. Cheapskate. Anna muttered. It's just a knife. You're looking at it so closely. It's your wife, right? Lin Xianxian was a bit embarrassed on the sidelines. It was probably because the last time my Anna made a rash move and provoked Mr. Su she had never been too fond of. Amitba. A Buddha's cry came, and when several people turned their heads to look, they saw a short, fat and solid black-faced monk walking over. This monk had a fat head, big earlobes that hung down to his shoulders, and a smile like a Maitreya Buddha. Master One Ring. Lin Xianxian hurriedly stepped forward and introduced. Mr. Su, Anna, this is Master One Ring. This operation is led by Master One Ring. This is Ma Anna. And this is our Yuchang Sumo. Mr. Su, Amitba. Master One Ring smiled, folded his hands and said, Poverty Monk One Ring of Fayun Temple in your city. The 2 monks are courteous. He looked at Ma Anna and said, the Exorcist Ma family. There are truly many talented people. He looked at Sumo again and said, Mr. Su is really a talented person. He. Master One Ring looked at the horizontal sword in his hand, his eyes twitching. This sword is rather interesting. Master Su should hold it well. Sumo was speechless for a while, thinking that all of you who are monks are so godly? Don't bother, Sumo said. Soon, 2 more cultivators came, a man and a woman, both members of Bureau 749. The man's name was Zhao Fei and the woman's name was Huang Yinyin. Both of them were wearing dry combat uniforms with 4th level cultivator strength. We were introduced to each other, and then we got to know each other. For the ghosts inside the tunnel, I'm counting on you all. Lin Xianxian didn't say anything more and left with a salute. Master One Ring, what do we do next? Huang Yinyin opened her mouth to inquire. Well, Master One Ring looked at the sky and said, this matter cannot be rushed. Let's talk about it in the night. How about filling your stomach first? Chapter 78. Are you here to catch ghosts or to eat? The group went into the hotel restaurant and soon the manager came over. He glanced at Master One Ring and said, few of you, we have prepared the meal. do you need to serve some vegetarian food? These latter words were clearly addressed to Master One Ring. Don't be vegan. Master One Preceptor smiled and turned his head. I'm sorry to trouble the master. Serve more wine and meat. Right. Any lobsters? Hairy crabs are fine too. The manager was about to say something, but still had the good sense not to ask, and just nodded. Yes, I'll make the arrangements. Only after the manager left did Master One Ring say, What? You all thought the poor monk was going to be a vegetarian? The crowd laughed without saying a word. Master One Ring pointed to his nose and said, Do you know why poor monks are called One Ring? The crowd shook their heads. Master One Ring added, This Dharma name of the poor monk was gifted to him by his master. He said that he could not touch the pink skeleton in this life. To put it bluntly, he wanted to abstain from color. Other than that, no need to quit. What with the wine and the meat, I'm all for it. The crowd's faces were odd, saying that this great monk was interesting. A precept? Really a precept? Soon, when the wine and meat were served, Monk One Ring first silently chanted Amat Ba Buddha, I'm offended, then rolled up his sleeves, grabbed a large hoof and started the whole thing. He ate with his mouth full of oil. How could he look like a monk? Eat? How can you have the strength to kill ghosts if you don't get full? Master One Ring smiled and said a sentence, and began to build again. Several people were also hungry, so they simply took their chopsticks and ate. As they ate, a few people felt something was wrong. Master One Ring was firing left and right, hoofing left and lobster right, and his gills didn't stop. Sumo. It's not so bad. The plates were stacked high in front of them, and the table was quickly bottoming out. Are you here to catch ghosts or to eat? That who? Ma Anna greeted the manager, who was startled at how she ate so fast. Go prepare 2 more. 3 tables. Roger that. The manager hadn't taken more than a few steps when he heard the monk yell, 2 more bottles of Wulianye. This. The manager didn't dwell on the fact that someone else was paying the bill anyway, and had the waiter quickly bring 2 bottles of wine to the table, then walked to the back kitchen with a clap of his hands. Brothers, let's do it. The meal lasted for more than an hour, and most of the time, Suemo and Master One Ring ate while the rest of the people watched the battle. Both of them were windswept, like gourmets. Having filled the 5 organ temples, the poor monk is satisfied. Master One Ring was pleased with himself and drank the wine cup in his hand. 8 points full. Suemo also put down his chopsticks. Schizo, admiration. Master One Ring wiped the oil from his mouth and resumed the grinning look. The master isn't so bad. Suemo opened his mouth. The 2 men smiled at each other. The wine is full. It's time to work. Master One Ring was the first to rise. We'll go and meet the evil creature in that tunnel. Soon, the crowd then arrived at the foot of the mountain. Looking up, the entire mountain was covered by fog, and it was impossible to see what was going on inside. It was hard to beat a few people, though, and soon they were up the hill, following the open road all the way to the tunnel entrance. This is it. Master One Ring stared at the mouth of the dark tunnel and said, The ferocity and auspiciousness of the inside is hard to predict. All of you must be careful and not be careless. Strike that. The first ring master waved his big sleeve and led the crowd into the tunnel. As soon as they went in, the crowd sensed something was wrong. It was too dark inside, so dark that they couldn't see their fingers. It was like there was a black, dark cloud that pressed down in front of everyone's eyes. Even Suemo could only barely see things not far away, which was obviously not normal. Be careful, there's the smell of evil spirits all around. Marana sniffed the tip of her nose and spoke softly, snapping the thrown stick out of her hand. The 2 members of Bureau 749 also each gripped their weapons tightly and stared at their guards. This was the land of ghosts, and if they weren't careful, they would roll over. The hole is gone. Huang Yining looked back and spoke softly. The crowd turned back, only to realize that the hole behind them had inexplicably disappeared, leaving only an indelible blackness. Humph! Master One Preceptor entered the place as if he had changed his temper. A mere ghost, how dare you make a demon in front of a poor monk? He bellowed, and without knowing what technique he had performed, he hung a string of Buddha beads on his chest towards his hand, and then braced himself on his chest. Buzz! The string of Buddha beads actually lit up with a light golden glow. The effect was very cool. Go! With a single flick of his hand, Master One Ring's beads dripped and whirled in midair, shooting sharply towards the distant darkness. Wherever it passed, the golden light was as bright as day. Master One Ring is a good tactic. Zhao Fei gave a thumbs-up compliment, and with a smooth hand, he pulled out a high-powered flashlight from his bag and turned it on with a pop. The pillar of light shot away, illuminating a not-so-small area in front of the crowd. One Ring, if you had this kind of tech, why didn't you bring it out earlier? Zhao Fei spread his hands and said, Master, you moved too fast for me. No harm done. Master One Ring waved his hand and said, the demonic and evil aura of this place is thick, and my Buddha beads can recognize ghosts, so it's not a waste of effort. A few people followed the tunnel and kept going in, but it was as if the tunnel would never end. How could they not see the bottom? It's not right. Mariana stopped in her tracks and whispered, "We're being overshadowed by a ghost, Master." But when she looked up, she blushed. Right now, there was actually no one left. Hit. She blushed slightly and quickly fished out a few small stars from her bag before scattering them in front of her. Those little stars burst into luster and surrounded her firmly. Like the stars. "Master, Mr. Sue," she shouted twice, but there was still silence all around. No one responding, only oppressive blackness. She squeezed the shaking stick in her hand and took a step forward, and after turning a corner, a figure stumbled and rushed out. It's none other than Zhao Fei from Bureau 749. At this moment, Zhao Fei was covered in blood, and his two arms were hanging strangely in front of his body, obviously injured. "Anna!" Zhao Fei ran this way while shouting, "There's a lot of ghosts over there. Master and the others are surrounded. Come with me to save them." "What?" Mariana's eyes changed and she said, "Where is it? Take me there." "It's right over there." Zhao Fei had just approached, and before he could finish his sentence, he saw Ma Anna let out a clear cry and waved her palm. The little stars that surrounded those in front of her glowed brightly, and they came rushing in like bullets. Put! The power of these little stars was really not small, and they actually beat Zhao Fei's body into a sieve, with large streams of blood going straight out of the wound. Zhao Fei looked up in shock. "You!" Ma Anna stepped forward, copied the throwing stick in her hand, and threw it hard on his head. Zhao Fei's head directly deflated. "Bah!" Ma Anna shook off the slime on the stick and said, "The smell of your body. My girl, can smell it from 800 meters away, and you still want to lie to me?" Chapter 79 Sumo, what's going on? All my teammates have been killed by me. Zhao Fei, who had been knocked down by Ma Anna's stick, fell softly to the ground and his figure began to change. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a monster with a long hairy body and a humanoid face. A human-faced mandrel? Mariana recognized it. This thing was the best at confusing people, and she fell for it as soon as she came in. Description: there must be a powerful human-faced elf inside the tunnel. I wonder how Mr. Sue and the others are doing? Not daring to be careless, Ma Anna grabbed another handful of little stars and scattered them out, heading deeper into the tunnel. Umbra? Master One Ring? Zhao Fei gripped the knife in his hand tightly and held a flashlight in his other hand, shining it into the depths of the darkness. In the twinkling of an eye, the other four were gone. Barely. The flashlight looked like it had run out of power, flickering a few times before suddenly going out, plunging the surroundings into darkness. "Zhao Fei, this way." A voice came, the voice of Huang Yinin. "Umbra?" Zhao Fei took a few steps forward and saw a blurry figure that was waving towards him. "Master One Ring and the others are over here. Come over here." Huang Yinin waved towards him. Zhao Fei's eyes were wary. He was also a member of the team who had experienced quite a few bizarre incidents. Huang Yinin came out of nowhere at this time. There must be a deception. But she didn't dare to make a sudden move. "Get over here." Huang Yinin spoke again. "Coming." Zhao Fei thought about it and still walked over towards Huang Yinin's direction. Only the knife in his hand got tighter and tighter. "Come on," Huang Yinin urged. "It's not right." Zhao Fei walked a little closer, but Huang Yinin never turned around, so he immediately stopped in his tracks. "Umbra, turn your head." "Yes." Huang Yinin's tone was suddenly eerie as her head began to click, slowly turning around her neck. I turned around. Huang Yining had a grim smile on her face. "Come over here." Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhao Fei's expression changed, and the knife in his hand slashed directly towards Huang Yining, and as the knife light flashed, Huang Yin's figure dissipated. "Zhao Fei, I'm here, come on." Huang Yin's voice sounded in the distance again. "Humph." Zhao Fei carried his sword and fished out a talisman from his pocket, and with a gentle shake, the talisman lit up with flames and gradually burned. "It's a little brighter around." He followed Huang Yin's footsteps and chased after her. Put. I don't know how many slashes he had chopped, but it was as if Huang Yin was endless, as if he couldn't be killed. After walking for a while longer, he once again saw Huang Yin's figure. "Die!" Zhao Fei urged his breath and drew his sword, holding it with both hands and ruthlessly chopping towards Huang Yin, who was not far away. "Zhao Fei, you!" Huang Yin turned her head. She saw the light of the knife. Her face changed. She couldn't say more. She hastily drew her knife to block. "Madaka!" Ear-piercing impact sounds rang out, and Huang Yin stifled a grunt and retreated several steps before barely holding herself together. "Zhao Fei, you're crazy. It's me," Huang Yin bellowed. "Trying to trick me again." Zhao Fei sneered, drew his sword and quickly bullied his way in, fighting with Huang Yin in the twinkling of an eye. After a while, Zhao Fei realized something was wrong. He hastily jumped away from the fighting circle and shouted, "Huang Yin, is it really you?" "Phew." Huang Yin gasped a bit and said breathlessly, "Of course it's me. Are you crazy? Pull out your sword and cut me? So tell me, what's my favorite snack? Biscuits for bears." "Umbra, is it really you?" Zhao Fei immediately put away his sword and said in surprise, I thought it was that evil spirit confusing me again. He took a few steps forward and said, excuse me, I just... Before he finished speaking, he heard Huang Yining let out a cry of alarm. Be careful. Immediately after, a flash of light passed by his ear, and behind him came a scream, followed by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Zhao Fei turned back in a hurry, only to realize that there was a long-haired humanoid monster lying not far behind him. The creature had a knife stuck in its neck and was poofing blood. The humanoid was still struggling. It's a human-faced elf. Huang Yining quickly stepped forward and pulled the long knife from the monster's neck. Be careful. We seem to... surrounded. Only then did Zhao Fei notice that the surrounding darkness was lit up with uncountable scarlet rays. Prepare for battle. The two men turned their backs to each other, raised their weapons in their hands, and gazed at the ground, ready to deal with the pounce of a large number of human-faced mandrels. Monk, come and have a good time. When Master One Ring raised his head to look, he saw a woman with thin clothing and hidden skin lying across the ground. Charming eyes, autumn water gurgling. Come on. She stretched out her slender fingers and hooked them toward Master One Ring, teasingly. Ba. Monk One Ring's eyes didn't fluctuate in the slightest and only said, Scholar, there's no need to be like this. In my eyes, your appearance isn't much different from a skeleton. The poor monk will send you on your way. Strike that. Monk One Ring shouted angrily. His hand made a sealing finger and pressed it towards the demonic woman through the air. Then he heard a whistling sound coming from the darkness not far away, and a string of Buddha beads shot sharply from far away in the twinkling of an eye. Before the demonic woman could react, she was bound by the Buddha beads, and gusts of green smoke rose. Die! Master One Ring glared angrily, his palm clenched. That Buddha bead immediately tightened. The demonic woman immediately let out a miserable scream. Her body snapped in two to die. Ba. Monk One Ring's eyes were compassionate, and with a gentle retraction of the palm of his hand, the Buddha beads dripped back into his hand. This place is very strange. With the strength of a poor monk's 5th level cultivator, I don't even know when I landed on the path. I also don't know how the several people of the Su Sure. How are they? He strides forward, kicking the body in his path and disappearing into the darkness. Soon, his roar was heard again. Demon, don't die yet and come. Sumo raised his head, and in front of him was empty. The other 4 had inexplicably disappeared. So mean? Sumo's eyes were excited. To be able to perform such a fierce mesmerizing technique, that ghostly creature must be ferocious. Definitely worth it. Sumo. A voice came. Sumo looked up and saw Ma Anna stumbling over. Master One Ring, they are in danger. Before Ma Anna could finish her sentence, she felt the flash of a knife in front of her eyes, and her entire body stood in shock. She looked down at herself, a line of blood running from her left shoulder to her right waist. Poof! 2 corpses, planted on the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing the level 2 ghost creature, human-faced elf. Reward 500 points of merit. Sumo bristled. Think I'm stupid? In this situation, a familiar face suddenly appeared. If you are not a ghost, who is a ghost? Mr. Su. Zhao Fei rushed out of the darkness again, his figure stumbling and his face terrified. It's full of pus. He was cut off at the waist by Sumo. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing the level 2 ghost creature, human-faced elf. Reward 500 points of merit. Su Sure. Pust. Master One Ring had his head cut off by Sumo. Ding! Congratulations host. Kill. Su. Pust. Huang Yining was split into 2 by Sumo. Ding! Congratulations host. Kill. Sumo carried his sword and was speechless. In less than 5 minutes, his teammates were all killed by himself. Chapter 80, stand there and don't move. The meritocracy skyrockets. Help me, please. Save us. A cry of pain came from the front. Sumo looked up and saw 7 or 8 workers wearing helmets rushing over. There's a ghost. There's a ghost. Help! The worker screamed and lunged towards Sumo's side, with only the whites of his eyes remaining. Sumo stepped forward and kicked the 2 workers to the ground. The 2 jumped back up with a tang sound and continued to pounce. Offended, Sumo knew that these people were already dead, and at the moment they were nothing more than corpses controlled by ghosts. He catalyzed the 9 yang divine power, and his scorching breath surged towards his surroundings, and the originally dark surroundings instantly became red. The moment those workers came into contact with this hot flame, gouts of black smoke instantly rose from their bodies before they quickly fell to the ground. No longer moving. Dash. Miserable screams rang out from the dark corner to Sumo's left, and a shadow with a huge body size, more than 3 meters tall, rose up from the ground and ran away towards the distance. Trying to run? Sumo raised his sword and chased after it, and in a few breaths of time he caught up with it, and only then did he see it clearly. It turned out to be a monster with black hair all over its body. When the creature saw him coming after him, Another scream escaped its lips, and a rustling and crawling sound came from all around. Dense red dots appeared around Sumo and surrounded him. Sumo once again urged the chi and blood in his body, dispersing the surrounding darkness. Only then did he see clearly that what surrounded him was actually a head of strange things with human faces. At least, no less than 100 heads. The giant human-faced mandrel, hiding in the distance, once again let out a scream, and all the human-faced mandrels pounced towards him like a tidal wave. Good timing. Sumo carried his sword and did a sweeping attack. 7 or 8 human-faced elves died directly and miserably. The beeps in his ears kept ringing. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing a level 1 ghost human-faced elf. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing a level 2 ghost. Sumo stepped on the ground fiercely and the whole person rose up, like a hungry wolf rushing toward the human-faced elf group. With one slash, 3 or 5 human-faced mandrels would be killed. The soul-devouring blade that had been strengthened by the system was incomparably sharp. Cutting down these monsters was like cutting tofu. There is no lag. In just a minute's time, the surrounding 100 heads of human-faced mandrels were all cut down by Sumo. His merit, moreover, skyrocketed by more than 10,000 points. Yes, Sumo was in a good mood and flung the blade. The fishy blood then slid down the blade, not staining the blood at all. Your turn. Sumo charged across with his sword and directly slammed into the tall human-faced elf, who couldn't even dodge in time and was directly knocked away by Sumo. Madaka. Sumo even brought the knife with him and stabbed through the human-faced elf's head, then nailed the human-faced elf to the far wall of the tunnel. With a knife drawn, the human-faced elf slowly fell to the ground. A tiny wound on his forehead was oozing blood. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for killing the 5th level ghost human-faced elf. Reward 10,000 points of merit. The prompt sounded in his ears. Sumo was already happy. His merit had already exceeded 30,000. Didn't realize, this human-faced elf is a level 5 ghost? It's a bit of a no-hitter. The 5th level human-faced elf died, and the obscure aura around him was gradually dissipating, and Sumo heard the faint sounds of sparring behind him. He hurriedly ran towards the back, and after 7 turns, he saw Zhao Fei and Huang Yinin, both of whom were on each other's side, sparring with a large group of human-faced mandrels. Zhao Fei and the two of them were strong, and the ground was already covered in the corpses of human-faced mandrels, but they were also exhausted. What a waste! Sumo looked at the heartache. These on the ground, how much merit must be worth? Gentlemen, I'll help you. Sumo shouted and rushed towards the human-faced elf with his sword. Mr. Su, Zhao Fei and the two of them were shocked when they heard the commotion. Then they got nervous. Is this Mr. Su real or not? Before the two of them could react, the human-faced elf in front of them was so large in the end that there wasn't a single head that was intact. The ghost covering the eyes seems to have disappeared. It's really Mr. Su, Huang Yinin shouted in surprise. Mr. Su, we're here to help you. Zhao Fei shouted and was about to go up with his sword to help when he was stopped by Sumo. Stand there and don't move. Tune up. You guys are tired too. Leave this place to me. Sumo was in a hurry. These can be meritorious. Mr. Su. The two of them were a bit moved and only felt that at this moment, Sumo's figure was incomparably tall and simply too righteous. The two wiped a handful of blood on their faces and said, Mr. Su, we are fine. We can help you. Don't ever come over. Sumo once again accelerated his speed, crackling and slashing for a while, finally hacking the last human-faced elf to death. That was a relief. Settlement complete. He glanced at the merit value. It was very good. The dozens of human-faced elves here had provided himself with a full 3,000 more merit points. It's too fierce. Zhao Fei. Two people looked at the corpses all over the ground. A moment of some confusion. Kill so fast? Where are the others? Sumo shook off the blood on the soul-devouring blade and opened his mouth to ask. I don't know. The two shook their heads and said, as soon as we came in, we were blinded. Amatba. A Buddha's cry rang out, and Master One Ring stepped out of the darkness. Gentlemen, it seems that we have come out of the eyes of the ghost cover. His eyes flicked to the mutilated corpses all over the ground and he froze slightly. What's with all this? Zhao Fei pointed at Sumo and said, we just killed a small portion. Most of them were killed by Mr. Su. Looks like I'm counting my blessings. Master One Ring smiled and said, I've only encountered a few human-faced golems, and one of them has already reached the 3rd level of strength. Sumo's eyes lit up. Where is it? That thing transformed into a pink skeleton and tried to lure the poor monk, and the poor monk has already sent it to its death. Master One Ring smiled. So, Sumo smacked his lips. This was too bad. Where's the Ma Shur? Master One Ring looked around and didn't see Mariana. I'm here. Ma Anna's figure appeared, surrounded by starlight, with blood stains hidden on her body, obviously also after a bloody battle. It's okay. Master One Ring looked grave and said, the human-faced elf is the best at confusing. As soon as we entered here, we were blinded, and I'm afraid that the strength of that human-faced elf has reached the 5th level. Right now, though I don't know why, the confusion disappears, but the next road must be taken with great care. Do not be careless, in case you encounter that monster. I'll take the lead. The crowd nodded their heads gruffly, and Sumo said from the sidelines, Master One Ring, the level 5 human-faced elf you're talking about. It's dead. Chapter 81, an anemic monk. Occasionally, I also smoke a couple of Lichuan. What? Already dead? A few people's gazes shook as they looked at Sumo. Master Su, what do you mean? Master One Ring spoke. That way. Sumo pointed deeper into the tunnel and said, that guy brought a group of minions to attack me, and I got him killed. Go check it out. When several people arrived at the place, they saw large swathes of human-faced elf corpses stacked on top of each other, and the stench was strong. Jesus, how many heads does this have to be? Zhao Fei exclaimed, and his gaze toward Sumo changed. There! Sumo pointed to the corner, where a huge figure lay crookedly, covered in black hair and topped with a monster with a human face. Master One Ring took 3 or 2 steps forward, carefully examined it, and got up to say, it really is a level 5 human-faced elf. He glanced at the wound on the human-faced elf's forehead and said admiringly, Master Su, what a powerful sword technique. Master One Ring was slightly startled in his heart. Although a rank 5 human-faced golem was not known for its attacking power, it was after all a rank 5 evil spirit, and it was able to confuse people and manipulate other human-faced golems of lower ranks. It was only half an hour before and after this, Sumo was able to decimate a level 5 human-faced golem on his own, and he was also able to kill such a number of human-faced golems along with it. Terrible strength. Cut blind. Sumo haha laughed. Where would he be now with knife skills? All rely on a brute force and the fast knife in his hand. Besides them, I've cut you all up. You don't say. It's pretty cool to chop. Mistress Su is being modest. Master One Ring folded his hands and said, never would I have thought that such a number of human-faced elves would be hidden here. Gentlemen, have you seen any of the workers left here? Ma Anna nodded, her eyes a little bleak, and said, I saw a dozen or so, but they were already lifeless, controlled by ghosts. I have dispelled the ghostly aura from their bodies and set the remains aside. Master One Ring said, I've met a few of them as well, all in the same situation. Sumo also talked about his encounter with those workers. The crowd was silent. The probability of an ordinary person surviving an encounter like this was too low. Let's not talk about that for now. Master One Ring looked deeper into the tunnel and said, other than this human-faced mandrel, I'm afraid there's a more powerful evil spirit inside. The crowd made their way along the ground, all the way towards the depths. What a rich ghostly aura! Marana sniffled and immediately covered her nose again, her expression a little hard. The smell was too strong. Turned a corner. The crowd then saw a large pit in the distance, a cloud of ghost gas like a fountain constantly gushing upwards, all forming a small black mushroom cloud. Look! When Zhao Fei shone his flashlight, which had returned to normal, down, he saw a black spear with 2 people strung on it. It's Zhang Guolong, the person in charge here. Zhao Fei saw the face of a corpse and opened his mouth. He shone his flashlight deeper into the large pit, and there was only thick blackness, so he couldn't see what was at the bottom at all. All of you, the situation here is unknown, so the poor monk will go down first to explore the way, and you will guard here. Master One Ring thought for a moment and spoke. No. Sumo immediately shook his head and said, I'll go down too. It's all meritocracy down there. May. Master One Ring nodded his head. This person was able to single-handedly kill a rank 5 human-faced golem. I'm afraid that his strength is not below his own. Then, Scholar Su will go down with the poor monk. You 3 guard this place. Don't act rashly. Master One Ring paused and added, if Mr. Su and I are not out within 3 hours, you will leave quickly and report the situation here. The 3 of them, Ma Anna, nodded gruffly, naturally knowing what Master One Ring meant. If Sumo and him couldn't manage it, it could only mean that the strength of the ghosts below was beyond control. Must call for help. Master, Mr. Su, you guys be careful. The 3 of them clasped their fists and spoke, knowing that they would only be a liability if they went down at this point. Take care. Master One Ring unfolded his form, his robe flying, and like a large bird he crashed into the ghostly aura and disappeared. Show off your mastery. Sumo's movements were much rougher, directly taking 2 steps backwards and then doing a sprint jump. Poof smashed into the ghostly air. The 3 of them looked at each other in dismay, and Zhao Fei laughed dryly. Mr. Su's movements are quite wild, huh? That's called panache. Swish. Master One Ring was as light as a swallow and landed lightly on the ground, surrounded by darkness and somewhat hard to the touch of his feet. Looking down, he realized that he was stepping on the lapis lazuli. Why hasn't Cultivator Su come down yet? His thoughts had just begun when he saw a figure fall down rapidly before it smashed onto the stone floor with a thud. The lapis lazuli floor directly cracked out a piece. It's pretty high. Suemo slightly crouched down and unloaded his strength for a bit, before he stood up and saw Master One Ring looking at himself with odd eyes. Master One Ring, what kind of look is that? Master One Preceptor smiled and said, this body technique of Princess Su is really somewhat unique. Poor monk admires it. Sumo, I'm not learning yet, am I? You think I want to come down hard like this? There are so many ghost chi, it's really troublesome. Sumo's mind moved, his body's young chi surged, and his scorching hot breath tumbled towards the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding ghost chi burned up and crazily retreated towards the surroundings, forming a huge vacuum of ghost chi. What exuberant yang energy! Master One Ring's heart was shocked that just by exerting his breath, he was able to force back the burning yin chi in this surrounding area. Scary! This way! Master One Ring raised his hand and pointed to a short distance away, and Suemo saw that there stood a stone door that was 3 feet high. The stone door is carved with various portraits, including cranes and pines, as well as an immortal with a cloud view on his head. It was rather a picture of immortality. It's just a little out of place in this haunted place. On the lower left side of the stone door, a large hole over a person's height was broken open, and debris from the stone door could be seen everywhere. That human-faced elf must have come out of this door. Master One Ring stepped forward to inspect the situation and said, Master Su, you and I will enter to find out what's going on. The two of them walked in through the breach, only to realize that it was actually a long corridor inside, with stone slabs at the top and bottom. On the stone walls to the left and right, each hung an unseen row of oil lamps that stretched deep into the corridor. Suemo found the right strength and gently swung the knife, the blade rubbing and splashing sparks on the stone wall. In the row on the left, the first oil lamp lit up with a dim light, and the oil lamps behind it lit up and turned like dominoes. Snap! The sound of instruments clashing rang out. Suemo inclined his head and saw that Master One Ring had fished out an electronic lighter from somewhere. Cupping his hands, he lit the oil lamp in the row to his right. That what? Master One Ring smiled faintly and said, poor monks occasionally smoke a couple of lacoon. Don't be offended by this. Scholar Su, Chapter 82, What Hook Snake? I think you're the hooked 8. The corner of Sumo's mouth twitched. You monk, you're still a good guy. Why don't you take out your lighter earlier? Master, ever heard a saying? What? This cigarette. It's only good for the group if you spread it out, but only good for yourself if you smoke it yourself, Suemo said. Master One Preceptor was stunned, then laughed and said, Princess Su is truly a person with wisdom. If you join my Buddhist sect, you will definitely be able to realize the fruition. Suemo quickly waved his hand, but don't. I can't afford that fruit position of yours. The two walked along the dimly lit corridor for a long time, making crisp footsteps on the green stone floor. Schismaster Su, it should be at the place. Master One Ring stopped in his tracks and looked not far away. Suemo also looked up and saw that at the end of the corridor was a huge space and a black sarcophagus. On top of that sarcophagus, there was an exquisite pattern carved, exactly the same as the pattern on top of that stone door earlier. The only thing that was a little weird was that the sarcophagus was hanging in midair. An arm-thick black chain hung down from above, firmly binding the sarcophagus. There was no wind in this place, and the sarcophagus hung there silently. Nothing. There was only a cloud of obscure yin chi, enveloping the sarcophagus, which was out of place with those immortal carvings. This place was a little different from what Suemo had imagined, having expected it to be some sort of ancient tomb, piled high with gold and silver. But at this point, it was empty, except for the sarcophagus and the chains. There was nothing else. This should be the rightful owner. Master One Ring gently removed the Buddha beads around his neck, his eyes full of wariness. To be able to raise so many human-faced mandrels, I'm afraid what's in the coffin is not simple. Phew, I don't know where a cloudy wind gushed out. The sarcophagus seems to be stimulated by something, but also slightly swinging up. Crunch, crunch. Perhaps the chains were a bit rusty from hanging for so long, and as the sarcophagus swung, an ear-splitting friction sounded. In this silent and empty place, it seemed extremely clear. Who disturbs my immortal dreams? A somber voice, ringing through the coffin, seemed somewhat dull and unpleasant. That sarcophagus, too, trembled with a clack clack clack. Demon, still not out? Master One Ring let out a stern cry, and the Buddha beads in his hand struck out with a pop, and in an instant, golden light exploded. Boom! Buddha beads smashed on top of the sarcophagus. Bursting with light, the sarcophagus was smashed by the force of this high backward swaying up to the highest point and then thrown back heavily. Snap! Master One Ring's palm grabbed the rebounding beads in his hand, staring daggers at the shaking sarcophagus. Monk! Damn you! Sharp and mournful roars rang out. The sarcophagus trembled even more, and immediately afterward, a pitch-black flame burned up with a bang. In the blink of an eye, the chain that hung the sarcophagus was melted, and the sarcophagus smashed heavily on the ground with a loud bang. The coffin panel of the sarcophagus popped open with a whoosh sound, and a cloud of dark green-black gas erupted out, forming a ghostly face in the air. The dark green-black mist spread rapidly, swooping towards the two, like a gale. Wherever those poisonous mists passed, the floor was instantly corroded with pits and bubbles. Look out! This fog is poisonous. Monk One Ring took 2 steps back to block in front of Sumo and violently erected his hand seals in front of his body. An odd word that came out of his mouth. Sumo then saw a bright golden light gushing out from Monk One Ring's body, and Monk One Ring stretched out his left foot and shook it on the ground. In the twinkling of an eye, a golden arc lit up on the ground, encircling the two. Barely, when those dark green ghost fogs crashed over, they were blocked by the invisible wall, emitting a corrosive sound like sulfuric acid splashed on the ground. So cool? Sumo said in his heart. This monk has something. Monk, how long can you hold back? A gloomy voice rang out from the coffin, followed by a handsome-faced head that slowly stretched out. He stretched out his arms and slowly braced himself against the edge of the coffin, rising a little and revealing his firm yet defined pecs and abs. Only, when he went further down, his lower body was a snake's tail covered in scales, looking extremely bizarre. The snake's tail was not large, only about as thick as a man's waist, with a forked end, like 2 sharp hooks. Hooked snake? Continuing the museum journal, the first mention of the mountain hook snake, 7 or 8 feet long. The end of the tail has a manifold. Snake in the mountain streams in the water, with the tail hooks on the shore of the people and cattle to eat. When Monk One Ring saw his lower body, his face changed slightly. You actually refined yourself into a snake ghost? Hearing the word snake ghost, the handsome head blushed badly and said word for word, I am the snake immortal. If you hadn't disturbed my immortal dreams, causing me to be unable to completely shed my snake body, would I be in this state? Just as well, take the 2 of you and fill your stomachs, and I'll find a place to sleep properly. Some trouble, Monk One Ring quickly said towards Sumo. This guy is very evil, refining himself and the hooked snake soul together. Looking at the aura, though it is also a 5th level ghost creature, I'm afraid it's much harder to deal with than that human-faced mandrel. Before Sumo had the chance to say anything more, he saw the snake ghost's tail flick and 2 snake hooks attack like a rush of electricity. Click! The invisible defense laid down by Master One Ring was instantly shattered as a snake hook stabbed at his face. The other snake hook, on the other hand, stabbed directly at Sumo. Sure, Master Su, be careful. Monk One Ring roared, braced his hands against the Buddha beads and wrapped them forward, and the beads wrapped the hook around the path. Buzz off! The Buddha bead trembled continuously, erupting with ear-piercing sounds, and the sharp hook tip was no more than an inch away from the tip of Master One Ring's nose. Master One Ring's heart palpitated and he looked back. Because the hook that stabbed at Sumo was actually cupped in one of his hands and was struggling. What power! Master One Ring was shocked in his heart. The hooked snake was already good at strength, and the barb of its tail was even faster than lightning. With that strike just now, he had narrowly escaped being struck in his own haste. He hadn't expected Sumo to stop the attack so easily. Sumo backhanded a knife. The blade flashed, and a ball of blood burst out. The hooked snake's tail was directly chopped off. Ah! A scream rang out and the tail retracted quickly. The handsome youth stared at Sumo with a face full of resentment, and his severed tail was slowly growing out. What hooked snake? I think you're a hooker. Sumo threw away the piece of tail in his hand in disgust. When the poisonous fog surged in front of him, Sumo's mind moved, and a golden light lit up all over his body, followed by the shadow of a big ancient bell surrounding him. Barely, as soon as those poisonous mists came into contact with the golden bell's shadow, they were instantly melted and could not approach at all. Chapter 83, Level 5 Ghost Snake? A knife to the head, a great harvest of merit. The moment the golden bell shield lit up, Sumo had already rushed out and raised his hand to strike his sword. Fast as lightning. Snake ghost rage. Body surged up a lot of ghost chi. Body shape quickly soared. In the twinkling of an eye, originally only human waist thickness of the snake tail became thick and incomparable. The foot was several feet long. The huge snake tail stood up and stood tall. The end of the snake hook was flung fiercely, just like a pillar towards Sumo. The wind was howling, and wherever the snake's tail passed, rocks crumbled and flew, making a loud rumbling sound. Sure, Master Su, be careful. Monk One Ring hurriedly struck the Buddha beads out of his hand, but in the blink of an eye the poisonous mist invaded again. Master, protect yourself, leave this to me. Sumo's voice resounded in the poisonous mist. Master One Ring decisively stepped back, reached out and grabbed the beads to retrieve them, then propped them in front of his body. The golden light lit up and the poisonous mist was blocked. Monk One Ring squinted his eyes as his sight saw Sumo's figure through the heavy poisonous fog. The body is encircled by a golden bell and holds a long sword. With a vertical leap, he slashed towards the lunging snake tail. Pust! A slight sound rang out, and the monk of the first ring saw the knife in Sumo's hand slice through the snake's tail without any hindrance. Immediately after, the thick snake's tail snapped and fishy blood spattered. Ah! The snake ghost screamed miserably and desperately sprayed poisonous mist towards Sumo, but it was blocked by the golden bell shadow on Sumo's body. Die! Sumo landed heavily on top of the thick snake's tail, then crouched slightly and exploded his strength in a fierce jump. In the twinkling of an eye, he had jumped as high as a snake ghost. Swish! The light of the knife cut through, as fast as thunder. Sumo's figure, which appeared behind the snake ghost, landed heavily on the ground again, smashing over a piece of floor. The snake ghost's mouth opened wide, his hand raised high, his entire expression frozen. He slowly put his hand on his neck, and before he could speak, his head lolled downward, and his bones fell out. Hiss! The eyes of the One Ring Master who was watching the battle from afar trembled, and his gaze towards Sumo changed once again. This person, the strength is stronger than you think. Ah! In front of him, this snake ghost was strong, and it was fused with the hooked snake soul, so its defense was unmatched. He was actually beheaded by Sumo with a single slash. Bang! Sumo took a big step forward and slammed his fist on that head before it even hit the ground. That handsome head instantly burst into pieces and turned into blood mist. Boom! The huge snake body attached to the upper half of his body fell to the ground, a large amount of fishy blood still spewing. Scholar Su was really powerful, to have ended this demon with a single slash. Poor monk admires. Master One Ring stepped forward and spoke. Sumo shook his head and said, "It's pretending. It's not dead yet." That's right, the beep hasn't gone off yet. What? As if Master One Ring was on the verge of a great enemy, his gaze went to the snake's body, and he saw that it was burning with black flames. A ghostly figure slowly stood up from the black flames, filled with a terrifying ghostly aura. "I can't believe you found out." Swish! Sumo didn't bother to talk nonsense with it and directly drew his sword, stomping a few steps and rushed up. A slash! The ghostly figure didn't even finish a complete sentence before he was disassembled by Sumo. His arms and legs separated. Immediately after that, Sumo urged the 9-yang divine skill. Hot flames rolled, and the body of the ghost shadow began to burn. Ah! The ghost shadow screamed miserably, his breath weakening, and the knife in Sumo's hand began to tremble slightly. He could feel the soul-devouring blade's desire for this thing in front of him. It wants to eat it? Go! Sumo raised his palm and the red threads above the blade erupted with light and even swept out like a tongue, curling around the ghostly shadow's head. "No!" the ghostly shadow shouted. Then his voice screeched as his head was directly strangled and disappeared by the red thread. Swish! The red threads retracted again and returned to the blade, their glow dimming. This is standing not far away. Master One Ring's face changed drastically, looking towards Sumo's horizontal sword. This thing even wants to eat ghosts? It's very evil. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing the 5th level ghost, Snake Ghost. Reward 15,000 points of merit. The beep finally sounded. Sumo was in a good mood, when it was really worth it. He landed heavily on the ground, smashing another large crater in the ground as the huge snake body began to rot before him, turned into a puddle of pus in an instant. Done! Sumo patted the horizontal sword and backhanded it into the sheath with unrivaled panache. Great! Scholar Su! Great! Master One Ring exclaimed in admiration, casting a spell and checking around before speaking. The ghostly aura here is starting to dissipate, so it looks like the rightful owner is this snake ghost. Wrap it up! Sumo was overjoyed. The harvest from this trip was too great, not to mention those low-grade human face elves. That level 5 human-faced golem and the snake ghost in front of him alone had provided themselves with a full 25,000 points of merit. Cool. On the way back, Master One Ring finally couldn't help but speak. "Master Su, that blade of yours." Sumo looked at the ancient horizontal sword and said, "It's good at this, there's nothing I can do." Master One Ring said, "Master Su, beware of being revolted by this object." Sumo smiled. Don't bother master, I have my own measure." Are you kidding me? This was a divine weapon that he had strengthened with merit, and it backfired? It doesn't exist. On the big pit, a few of Mariana's people were waiting anxiously, having heard nothing since the two went down. Only silence remains. How come there's still no movement? Zhao Fei sounded a little anxious. "Take it easy," Ma Anna said. "Only half an hour has passed." Mr. Su and Master One Ring are strong and surely have no problem, was saying. The three of them then saw a stirring of ghostly mist in the pit, followed by a figure flying out and landing not far away. "Look out!" The three of them immediately went on guard and fixed their eyes on Master One Ring. "Master?" The three didn't dare to be careless. They had suffered the loss of the Sphinx and looked at Master One Ring warily. "Amat Ba," Master One Ring said aloud. "The three monks are not nervous. It is the poor monk, in that hotel under the mountain. The poor monk ate 8 big crabs. 22 big lobsters, and 3 bottles of Wolianye. Master, it's really you. The 3 of them immediately breathed a sigh of relief and went forward to ask, where is Mr. Zhou? Are there any ghosts down there? Master One Ring pointed at the ghostly creature and said, it should be coming up soon. The words fell. A roar could be heard from the ghost fog, followed by Sumo's figure rushing out. Knock. Sumo landed heavily and the ground was another large pit. Sumo stood up straight, thinking that he had to catch up on practicing a light skill. Jumping around like this, not elegant at all. Chapter 84 Mr. Zhou's strength is as high as a 3-story building. Did Mr. Zhou really slash that level 5 ghost snake to death with a single slash? Awesome. Nuts. If I had known that Mr. Zhou was so fierce, I should have followed him down to have a look, so that I could also brag about being awesome in the future. Master One Ring gave the 3 of them a general account of what was happening down there, and the 3 of them froze straight away, especially Zhao Fei, who directly exploded in foul language. The gazes that looked at Sumo were tinged with admiration. This was an expert. Master One Preceptor laughed. Then there is still a lie? Poor monk saw it with his own eyes. How does that saying go? The poor monk's trip down there is just to beat the bushes. It's a shame. As for the matter of Sumo's horizontal sword-eating ghosts, Master One Ring did not say half a word more. He looked at the 2 corpses still hanging from the spears, thought for a moment, and flung the Buddha beads downward in his hands. The 2 bodies were then bound. Then with a slight pull of the palm of his hand, the 2 corpses were pulled from the spears and slowly fell to the ground. Amatba. Master One Ring stepped forward and gently stroked the foreheads of the 2 men, closing their eyes. This place is done. Let's go. Without the interference of the human-faced mandrel, several people quickly found the bodies of all the workers in the tunnel. I'm sorry to hear that. Those people, none of them were spared. All dead. Amatba. Master One Ring clasped his hands together and recited a few silent incantations before slowly saying, they were instantly sucked out of their souls by the human-faced mandrel, and their deaths were not painful. A few people exited the tunnel, and the fog shrouding the mountain gradually began to dissipate, with the dense forest gradually appearing in the distance. Scholar Su, wait a moment. The poor monk will inform them. Master One Ring fished out a cell phone from somewhere and began to call. What? All settled? Lin Xianxian, who was waiting in Wuyun County, was also notified. The Kyoto side informed her that the tunnels were all cleared of ghosts, and that it was her recommendation that had struck. Sumo, Captain, what's the situation? Wang Lang was playing guessing with his ghostly creature, and when he saw that Lin Xianxian's expression was not right, he made the ghostly creature retract its body to open its mouth to ask. The tunnel incident is solved, Lin Xianxian said. That fast? Wang Lang froze and said, isn't it a level 5 event? Master One Ring is really powerful. Lin Xianxian shook her head. It wasn't Master One Ring who made the move. It was Mr. Zhou. The higher-ups say that Master One Ring has already reported back, and that he's basically just hitting the sauce. Mr. Zhou, 1 person and 1 sword, decapitated a rank 5 human-faced elf and a snake ghost transformed by a hooked snake. Hiss. Wang Lang's eyes were shocked as he said, heavens, Mr. Zhou is so fierce? Then, wouldn't he be stronger than Master One Ring? Master One Ring was the best of the level 5 cultivators, and his Buddhist techniques were fierce in suppressing ghosts and killing demons. Mr. Zhou is even better than him? That, wouldn't it be a level 6 cultivator? That's fierce. Wang Lang smacked his lips and asked, Team Lin, how high do you think Mr. Zhou's strength is? Exactly? Lin Xianxian stared back, looking into the darkness, making a rare playful remark. It's about 3 stories high. Wang Lang. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. The missing people in the tunnel have all been found. You immediately lead people to clean up the tunnel and do the aftermath. I'll go get Mr. Zhou and the others. Copy that. The 2 walked out of the house and looked out into the dreary darkness at the lights of the vanguard. Their hearts lightened. Lin Xianxian inexplicably remembered the blood corpse that had been decapitated by Sumo, and her heart became worried again. If Li Wuxia comes to retaliate, will Mr. Zhou be able to withstand it? The 2 drove to the foot of the mountain, and it didn't take long to see a few figures approaching, talking and laughing. Xianxian. When Ma Anna saw Lin Xianxian, her eyes lit up and she directly came over with a flying leap. Lin Xianxian had no choice but to reach out and hold her in place before saying, alright, come down quickly. Reluctantly, Mariana withdrew her legs and stepped aside. A few of you, hard at work, Lin Xianxian said. We're not working hard at all. Ma Anna shook her head and said, it's just that a few human-faced mandrels were hacked to death, but the rest, it's all Mr. Zhou's credit. Zhao Fei and the 2 of them also laughed. Yes, this trip is thanks to Mr. Zhou. We had little role to play. Amatba. Master First Ring stepped forward and said, On this trip, the poor monk has put in a lot of effort. So can Team Lin arrange another evening meal? The poor monk is hungry. That's natural. Master One Ring smiled and said, very well, then it's a deal. The reward for this operation is this midnight snack. The rest. He pointed at Sumo and said, the 2 5th level ghosts were both killed by him. It has nothing to do with the poor monk. Lin Xianxian understood what he meant. The reward points for this operation. Master One Ring didn't want them. The two of us do the same. Zhao Fei and Huang Yining followed suit. How could they be ashamed to take the rewards when they were just soy sauce? Sister Xianxian, Anima chimed in. I'm all paid to do my job, and I really didn't contribute on this trip, so, I don't want it either. Lin Xianxian gazed at Sumo and said, I can't be the master of this matter. It depends on what the upper level arranges. Let's go. Have a late night snack first. The group arrived at the county and returned to that hotel, where the manager had prepared a few tables of wine and a case of Wuliangye early. Start building. When Master One Ring arrived at the table, he instantly lost the air of a high-ranking person and rolled up his sleeves, eating wildly. Sumo was naturally not polite, and the two of them competed again at the dinner table, eating a hearty meal. Manager, serve the food. Fix 2 big elbows for the master. Well, I'll take one. Okay. The manager walked quickly to the back kitchen, rolled up his sleeves and yelled, brothers, get moving, the guests are ordering again. Having said that, he even walked over to the stove himself and started flipping pans and stir-frying vegetables, giving the crowd a good look. See what? The manager smiled proudly and said, I'm a serious new Oriental graduate with a degree. After drinking and eating, Master One Ring bid farewell to Sumo. With a slight nod, he folded his hands and said, Master Su, come to your city when you have time. The poor monk will treat you to a yam poop. You'll be satisfied. I'll be sure to come when I can. Sumo nodded with a smile and added, Master, in the future, if you run into a big guy, remember to look for me. Always remember. Master One Preceptor froze and laughed. Master Su really does have a heart for the world. Poor monk admires that. Mr. Su, we're going back to resume our duties as well. Zhao Fei and Huang Yining also came over and asked Sumo for his contact information before leaving. Mr. Su, Lin Xianxian asked, take me home. Sumo said. A few hours later, the black sedan steadily parked outside the Guanhu Baiyun. Sumo pulled open the door and waved his hand. Thanks a lot. When he finished, he turned and went inside. What the hell? Not even inviting us in for a cup of tea? Mariana leaned over the window to watch. Lin Xianxian shook her head and said, Mr. Su is very busy. How would he have time to invite you for tea? Also, Mariana pulled her head back, yawned and said, Sister Xianxian, I'm going to sleep at your place tonight. No, I'll sleep on the couch by myself, in my pajamas, not naked. Not crowding you. Really? More real than real gold. Sumo returned home, and only then did he start checking out tonight's harvest. Current merit, 48,000 points. So what are you waiting for? Open the whole thing. Sumo pulled out the copy of the wood-burning blade technique from under his buttocks and opened his mouth silently. System. Reinforce. Chapter 85 Reinforcement. Burning demon blade technique. Strength enhancement. Ding. Begin reinforcement. Reinforcement target wood-burning blade technique. Buzz. A bright golden light, lightning-like, surged into the secret book in Sumo's hand, which instantly lit up and slowly floated in front of his eyes. Wow! The wood-burning blade began to turn pages quickly without wind. A golden villain appeared in the golden light, and these villains held long swords in their hands, either chopping or slashing, practicing subtle sword techniques. A sizzling aura surged through the house. Those golden villains that practiced the sword technique couldn't wait to form a long line and drill into Sumo's brow and disappear. Boom! When the wood-burning blade technique turned to the last page, the secret book rose up in a cloud of golden flames and turned into ashes. Reinforced special effects. Sumo was already immune to them. Ding! The strengthening of the wood-burning blade technique is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new technique, the Burning Demon Blade Technique. Burning Demon Blade Technique, using one's own blood chi as a guide, catalyzing the flaming blade to cut down the demons and evils in the world. This blade technique can be practiced to the extreme, and it can continuously chop out 991 blades, each blade getting stronger and stronger, burning demons and refining devils, and being overbearing and unparalleled. A large amount of information about sword techniques filled Sumo's mind and was gradually digested. Madaka! Sumo drew out his horizontal sword and with just a slight movement of his mind, the top of the sharp blade was covered with blazing flames. Dazzlingly cool. With my current strength, I can chop out 10 slashes in a row, Sumo said silently in his heart. He opened Spellbinder and asked the store about its progress. Boss, what I want, is it in stock? After a long interval, the shopkeeper replied back. Wait a little longer. I'll let you know when it's in stock. Sumo, you're selling deer at this rate? As soon as possible. Sumo returned a message, and the phone returned an OK gesture. Sumo looked and saw that he still had more than 30,000 merits left, so he simply exchanged 3 times of reinforcement and directly smashed into the 9 yang swallowing heavenly skill. Let's refine the second breath sun first. Ding! 9 sun swallowing heaven technique strengthening successfully. 3 times the strengthening went down. The chi and blood sun at Sumo's dantian directly rose by a large circle. The blood chi in his body became even stronger. All of Sumo's pores opened up, and a hot breath surged through his body. Blessed to the core. Sumo felt that his strength had risen by a step. Sure enough, the next moment the beep sounded. Ding! Congratulations host, your strength has broken through. Currently Fallacy assessment, level 7 cultivator. Sumo was in a good mood. His mind turned, and that strong aura on his body instantly disappeared. Transform into formlessness and put it away. Sure enough, along with my breakthrough in strength, the burning demon blade technique is also able to slash 15 times in a row. Sumo put away his sword and sheathed it. This trip to Wuyun County was so rewarding. 5 more reinforcements and I'll be able to spawn a second chi blood sun in my body. And I'll be able to raise my strength by another step at the very least. Reaching the 8th level cultivator, or even say stepping into the 9th level cultivator, the realm of the patriarch might be possible. Sumo sighed in his heart. The system-enhanced 9 yang divine power was much more ferocious than he had imagined. Don't dare think about it. If one were to strengthen 9 chi and blood suns within one's body, how terrifying would that be? Sumo was looking forward to it. Take a rest, and find a lucky person to try out your sword skills at night. Sumo collapsed on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. Hibiscus, Blue Moon Lake, Greenwood County. Amidst the rumbling pumping sound, several members of the 749, dressed in black combat uniforms, stared at the lake with dead eyes. One of them was stout with a scar on his face, and it was none other than Yu City's Wang Tian Lei. Blue Moon Lake is an artificial lake. The water area is not large, originally a good place to relax, but in the last half-dozen months, a dozen people have drowned in this place. It's really not normal. Some eyewitnesses claimed that there were water ghosts in Blue Moon Lake, and that those who drowned were dragged down by water ghosts. He saw it with his own eyes. A few days ago, Wang Tianlei was notified that he was responsible for dealing with the Blue Moon Lake water ghost incident. The first thing that came to Qingmu County, Wang Tianlei found the witness. It turned out to be a senior fishing man. Favorite night fishing. One of the bodies. Or he found it. What did you see? Wang Tianlei asked. The fisherman said, I saw a man floating in the water the other night, with his hair down. It must be a ghost. What kind of person floats like that? Why didn't you call the police right away when you found the body? I had a hard time making a nest, so I had to finish fishing. So I called the police at first light. Wang Tianlei admired his courage, but also his luck that he hadn't been pulled down by the water ghost like this. Wang Tianlei took the team to the Blue Moon Lake, began squatting to guard the water ghosts, but squatted for 2 days in a row. The lake was no movement at all. Team Wang, could those people really be accidents? A Rongqing newcomer spoke cautiously. He held a special instrument in his hand, which showed that there was no ghostly aura at all in Blue Moon Lake. Accident? Wang Tianlei glanced at him and said, 3 or 2 cases are accidents, and a dozen or so. It can't be an accident. And, didn't you notice? That accidents as you call them stopped when we arrived, and I'm afraid that accidents will start again as soon as we leave. It can be instrumented on. The newcomer wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Wang Tianlei. The instruments are just supporting evidence. I trust my judgment more. Here, there must be evil spirits. He looked at the slowly descending water and said, there's at most 1 more day before the water is drained. I'd like to see what's hiding under the water. He turned his head and asked, do you have any clues about that green poisonous zombie you guys were tracking? The rookie team member pushed up his glasses and shook his head. That zombie is very cunning and has been hiding. We suspect that behind that zombie, someone is manipulating it. Wang Tianlei nodded inside. This world was getting more and more unsettled. There were zombies and ghosts again, and I heard that the Cloud City side was haunted by demons and many of my colleagues died. If it wasn't because of the green poisonous zombies haunting the area and they really couldn't spare any manpower, Rongqing wouldn't have invited Wang Tianlei over to deal with the water ghosts in Blue Moon Lake. Night. Some secluded alley. Sumo Zap received a message. Dear Cultivator, thank you for assisting Bureau 749 with the Witchcloud County Tunnel incident. Evil Sneak Calibration Level, 5. Mission Calibration Level, 5. Mission Reward, 2,000 points. Your privileges have been upgraded to level 6, and you can view up to level 6 Evil Sneak events. Please continue your efforts to slay the evil spirits. Let us work together to guard the peace on Earth. Good night, Yucheng 749 Bureau. Sumo said in his heart. Bureau 749 was generous this time, directly giving 2,000 points. He put away his cell phone. gazed into a shadowy corner, and spoke, "Don't hide, I've seen you." Swish! The two ghostly creatures instantly burrowed out of the corner and ran forward in a frenzy. Or two, just in time to test the knife on you. Sumo was happy. Quickly drawing his sword, Sumo urged the burning demon blade technique and ruthlessly slashed towards those two figures. Boom! A flaming sword astral deity surged out from above the blade, like a fire dragon descending into the world, drowning the two ghostly creatures in the blink of an eye. Chapter 86, My brother's getting married tonight. Drive faster. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for killing a level 1 ghost roadblock ghost. Reward 100 points of merit. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for killing the level 2 ghost roadblock ghost. Reward 500 points of merit. The beeps sounded in his ears. The two fleeing ghosts didn't even have time to scream, and were directly incinerated by the blade astral. Very strong. Sumo put away his sword and returned it to its sheath, opened the app and searched for a few more places, and when he saw the ghosts, he raised his sword and cut them. Don't run! Ding! Yo, it can still fly? Ding! Open the door. Sweeping pornography. Still really head female ghost? The body can be You do not change the real body Spicy eyes. Ding! Sumo made a big kill, hacking away for half the night, although they were all relatively low-strength ghosts, but there are a lot of them. Doing the math, that's 3,000 points coming in as well. Tired, Sumo walked out from a rotten building. These ghosts are too careless to cut. There is no passion at all to kill them. Just then, the phone rang. Picking it up, it was AI Rui calling. Sumo glanced at the time. 3 in the morning. Hello? Sumo. Xiaoya is here. AI Rui's voice, with a tremor. Where are you? It's the weekend. I'm at my grandma's. Address. AI Rui's voice was tinged with fear as she said, Sumo, what should we do? I always feel that Xiaoya she is not a human being. Look at this. AI Rui passed a photo. Sumo opened it and saw that it was a big red dragon and phoenix sticker. Marriage of 2 surnames, contracted in one church, good karma forever, matched with the same title, where the married person fell. It was written, Zhou Xiaoya, AI Rui. It's a marriage certificate. When did you get this thing? Sumo quickly asked. Just now. AI Rui gulped and said, I had a dream, and in the dream Xiaoya said that her parents were in a hurry, and since I promised to marry her, can we do it tonight? I thought it was a dream and said yes. You said, just say yes. I'll pick you up later. Then I woke up with this by my pillow. Sumo, Xiaoya she wouldn't be a ghost, would she? Goodness, I won't be so unlucky, will I? Sumo was speechless for a while. Coincidence, you're just so unlucky. I've already handed you the marriage certificate, and I'm picking you up tonight. If it's not a ghost, can it be a human being? Actually, that daughter called Xiaoya. Sumo has always been skeptical. Who is the girl who wants to marry you as soon as they meet? But Xiaoya never showed up, and Sumo didn't have a chance to meet with her, not realizing that in the middle of the night, he was directly about to pick up someone. Don't get any ideas? She's a ghost. Sumo hit the nail on the head. Ha! AI Rui panicked even more and shivered. Then won't I be screwed? No, I can't stay home. My grandmother is still here, in case she wants to harm my grandmother. Cut the crap and give me the address. Sumo, you're so nice. When AI Rui heard this, tears came to her eyes. Are you going to die with me? No way. You don't come. You have to live well. I'll fight with Xiaoya. The big deal is that I'll be a good man again in 18 years. Sumo, will you stop nagging? I can deal with that thing. Remember the love letter you brought me last time? It was really written to me by Wang Lingjing. She even came to me and was killed by me. Sumo spoke quickly. Really? Can't fake it. AI Rui reported an address, then added, I think I heard the sound of a swona. Holy, she's coming for real. Sumo, she's really here. AI Rui was on the verge of tears. Find a way to stabilize her. You've been in love after all. You still have a foundation of affection. I'll try. Hanging up the phone, Sumo was about to take a taxi when a cab steadily stopped in front of him. Mr. Su, what a coincidence. Chen Degang poked his head out. Sumo, you're not following me, are you? It can be encountered here as well. Go to the Lu family village in the northern city center. Sumo directly pulled open the car door and sat in. Got it. Chen Degang threw the steering wheel, made a beautiful U-turn, and drove towards the northern city center. Mr. Su, you're so busy? Going to clean up those dirty things again? Chen Degang asked. My brother's getting married tonight. I'm going to the wedding. Drive faster. Sumo said. Ha? Chen Degang was confused. What kind of wedding to attend in the middle of the night? We don't have the custom of getting married in the middle of the night. He reacted at once. The wedding in Mr. Su's mouth. I'm afraid. Mr. Su, sit tight. Chen Dagon directly welded the throttle. The front end of the car was cocked. Sumo felt a pushback feeling, and silently put the seatbelt on. Brother Chen, it doesn't have to be so fast. You're 180 yards. I'm scared. Chen Dagon slapped the steering wheel and said, don't worry, I'm very stable. Must let you catch your brother's wedding wine. Lu Jia Village, located on the edge of the northern city. It's a modest village that no longer has many families due to rapid urbanization. Once night falls, the village elders go to bed early and quietly. A two-story building. The lights upstairs were still on. Ai Rui hung up the phone, shivering and lying on the windowsill to look into the distance. The faint sound of the oboe came from the distance, and the big yellow who was watching the door downstairs was suddenly alert and put up his ears in an attack position. Immediately after, Ai Rui then saw a horrible scene. Gusts of green smoke began to fill the distance, and a greeting party, dressed in festive clothes, slowly walked out of the smoke. At the front of the line were two girls carrying baskets of flowers, smiles fixed on their faces, the corners of their mouths pulling in the same airy curves. Sprinkle flowers as you go. Behind them was a large red sedan chair, with 8 bearers in a joyous mood and the sedan chair trembling. Beside the sedan chair, there followed a man who was holding a tall steed with a large red flower hanging from its neck. The whole procession to welcome the bride looked joyful and gloomy. What's even weirder is that this welcoming party just seems to float along, arriving downstairs in the blink of an eye. Woof! The rhubarb's eyes were fierce, and only after he barked, the man holding the horse blew towards it. With a whimper, the rhubarb fell straight to the ground, unmoving. Rhubarb! Ai Rui was in a hurry when she saw that the entire welcoming party all raised their heads and looked straight at themselves. Holy! Ai Rui was so scared that his face turned pale. What is this if not a ghost? He took out his cell phone and saw that there was no longer a signal. A stiff smile tugged at the corner of the man leading the horse's mouth, and a voice reached Ai Rui's ears. Auntie, the auspicious time has come. Mount up. Chapter 87 Paperman, Paper Horse, Ghost Bride. Ai Rui clenched her teeth and came down from upstairs when she heard her grandmother's voice ringing in the bedroom. Kaba, why aren't you sleeping yet? Grandma can't seem to hear the oboe outside? Grandma, I'm hungry. Go outside and buy some food in the town. Ai Rui said casually. Where are you going to get it in the middle of the night? Grandma will cook it for you. Grandma, I can do it myself. You should go to sleep. It's late. Ai Rui hurriedly spoke. I can't let those things out there. Hurt Grandma. He pulled the gate open and closed it again, taking a few quick steps over to Rhubarb, who was huffing and puffing with his eyes closed. Not dead. Ai Rui sighed in relief. Auntie, mount up. The man with the horse laughed strangely. Little Xiao Ya, is that you? Ai Rui asked softly with courage. It's me. A woman in a wedding dress with a large red cloth over her head lifted the curtain of the sedan chair. The voice was gentle. Yeah, can we not get married this time? I'm not ready yet. Ai Rui cried out. No way. Xiaoya shook her head and said, you've already agreed and signed the marriage contract. My family has even feasted the guests. How can you back out? As she spoke, Ai Rui felt a coldness, as if the pores on her body had frozen. Finished. Ai Rui knew that she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to escape. Then you can't hurt my grandmother. And Rhubarb, Ai Rui said, since you and I are husband and wife, she is my family, how could I hurt her? As for the Rhubarb, her red cloth-wearing head tilted as if looking at Rhubarb and said, it's just passed out. It'll wake up in a bit. Husband, don't worry. I truly want to marry you and won't hurt them. Ai Rui bitterly and carefully asked. Then, after the wedding, can I still come back? Sayaka was silent. Ai Rui said, it's over. This is to be a ghost couple with me. Husband, change your clothes and get on your horse. The guests at home are waiting. Xiaoya's voice was warm and soft. Ai Rui knew that if she didn't agree, she was afraid that her grandmother would be in danger. So there's no choice? Aha! Come on. The man leading the horse immediately took out a set of wedding clothes and put them on Ai Rui, and they actually fit well. Ai Rui puckered her ass and climbed onto the horse with great difficulty, when she heard the man leading the horse shout, Auntie, get on the horse and depart. The receiving party wobbled as a mist emerged and enveloped the entire party, which faded quickly through the village. Ai Rui only felt that she was sitting on a cloud, and the horse under her but was bouncing around a bit. Hey hey hey. Ai Rui had never ridden a horse before, and when the horse went slightly faster, she felt her body sway left and right, and subconsciously went to grab the horse's back. This is a great catch. Just heard a stabla sound. The horse skin was actually torn down a piece of him. Take a look in the hand. Which is what horse skin? It was clearly a piece of paper with brown paint glued on it, and when you looked at where the horse had been injured, it was a piece of gabion. Paper horses. In that case, I'm afraid these sedan chair bearers, flower scatterers, and drummers are all paper people. No wonder they laugh so hard. Ai Rui was not so scared at this time, only felt a little unlucky. It was not easy to fall in love. How come she talked to a ghost? Ugh, he sighed. Husband, are you sighing? Xiaoya's voice came out from the sedan chair. Ai Rui said in her heart, this won't work. There is no signal on my own cell phone, so even if Sumo arrives at the place, he won't be able to find me. No way. Something had to be done. To stall her, he's decided to play the emotional card. Xiaoya, do you really love me? Ai Rui asked with a melancholic face as she opened her mouth. Husband, of course I love you. Otherwise, how could I marry you? Xiaoya said. This horse is sitting on my ass. Can I ride in the sedan chair? It's unlucky that you and I can't meet before we're married. It's not like I'm going to lift your lid. Come on and then. The line stopped. Ai Rui was brave enough to get into the sedan chair, and Xiaoya just sat there demurely. Husband, come. Xiaoya stretched out her white palms and patted her side to make way. Ai Rui sat over on her butt, only to feel a chill and goosebumps all over her body. The sedan chair shuddered again, rattling and making people drowsy. Husband, aren't you afraid of me? Xiaoya suddenly asked. Ai Rui took a deep breath and said, afraid? Of course I'm afraid. You're. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. But, I really like you. I won't lie. You're my first love. I'm in my first relationship. Husband, I'm sorry. Xiaoya's voice was a little guilty. Ai Rui racked her brain, recalling a book she had specially bought a few days ago, 100 Quotes That Move Girls. Don't say you're sorry. It wasn't until I met you that I realized how wonderful it is to have someone to love. You're like a glass of wine, and I'd rather be drunk in your arms for the rest of my life, even if the wine sees blood. In my heart, you are like. Ai Rui began to output, and as Xiaoya listened, she began to sob, clearly moved. Husband, you're so good. I didn't realize that you love me so much. Xiaoya huffed. My love. Waiting. Forever waiting. Ai Rui spoke melancholically. Now, I've waited. Even if I die tomorrow, I have no regrets. Husband. Yeah. I have a small wish. Can you grant me? Ai Rui stretched out her finger and made a one-throw gesture. You say. Ai Rui sighed and said. Today is our big day. All your relatives and friends are here, but I'm all alone. I would like to invite my best buddy to witness our love. Is that okay? Isn't he afraid? Don't tell him the truth. I only want to share it with him, my joy, and my bride. Then, okay, but I don't have internet on my cell phone. There now. Husband, we're here. Ai Rui took out his cell phone and saw that there was indeed an internet connection. He hurriedly sent a location to Sumo. I'm getting married tonight. Come as a brother. Here's the address. After only sending one, the phone went off the grid again, and Xiaoya whispered, don't worry, if he does have the guts to come, we won't hurt him. The sedan chair swung to a stop, and Ai Rui heard a burst of firecrackers and the clamor of guests. Auntie has arrived. Auntie has arrived. Ha, where is he? Ouch. So anxious to drill the bride's sedan chair? Oh, tonight, there's plenty of time. An old lady dressed as a matchmaker came over, lifted the curtain of the sedan chair, and saw Ai Rui. Samson smiled. Auntie, come down quickly. The matchmaker flung the handkerchief in her hand. The guests are waiting. The other side. Sumo received the text message. Said this guy can be well, in that kind of place can still send messages to himself. Still got a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Sumo showed the address to Chen De Gang. Brother Chen, go here. Be quick. Got it. The yellow Ferrari accelerated again and scurried into the blackness like an arrow. Chapter 88. Are parents also made of paper? Sent to the bridal chamber. Auntie, stop dawdling and come down. The matchmaker waved her handkerchief and squeezed her mouth, two blushes swirling around on her cheeks. Ai Rui clenched her teeth, thinking that there was no choice now, and shivered as she got down from the sedan chair. The foot was soft, and was held up by the matchmaker. Egu, Auntie, your body is a bit soft. You can't be soft when you enter the bridal chamber. He, ha ha ha. An eerie laughter came from everywhere. Even the bearers of the sedan chair were grinning. I just have numb legs. Ai Rui forced herself to save her honor. Only after getting out of the sedan chair did he turn his gaze to a place not far away. A very large mansion with lights and colors and a joyful atmosphere. There were two big red lanterns hanging in front of the door and a red couplet. 7 or 8 people crowded at the door, poking their heads to see him. This scene, if it were in normal times, would naturally be festive. But Ai Rui knew in her heart that this place was a haunted mansion. And at this time, even the most festive picture looked horrible. Get out of the sedan chair and get in the door, the matchmaker yelled. And the bride followed suit, getting out of the sedan chair and gently taking Ai Rui's hand, step by step towards the mansion. This is really haunted. Ai Rui wanted to cry and tried to calm herself down. Sumo, hurry up, or else my brother will be cut alive by these ghosts. Surrounded by a group of ghosts, Ai Rui and the bride entered the mansion, and firecrackers rang out. There were a few tables set up in the mansion. Men and women, young and old, each with a crooked head and a gaze that made AI Rui furious. Calm down, calm down. Suemo will come to save me. AI Rui psychologically built herself up and even took the initiative to wave to everyone. Yo, you've got guts. It's going to be a little chubby. What's wrong with that? It's good to be fat. It's good to be fat and have good stamina to give birth to big fat boys. Right. After a period of playfulness, the matchmaker yelled, "The auspicious time has come. The bride and groom will pay their respects." 2 chairs appeared in front of AI Rui's eyes, with 2 people sitting on them, smiling wryly. This, Daddy and Mommy are paper mache too. Ha! AI Rui's feet trembled as she said, "Wait." The crowd immediately gathered their gazes on him, and the smiles pulled from their faces disappeared. The surroundings instantly quieted down. Even the sound of firecrackers outside stopped. That what? There are guests still to come. Guests? What guests? Aren't they all here? You promised me that I could have my brother come to the wedding, AI Rui said. Immediately the crowd turned their attention to the bride. The bride, covered with a red head, nodded gently, and the crowd laughed again. And the halted firecrackers and shams sounded again. Worship first, guests wait slowly. The matchmaker flung her handkerchief and opened the door as AI Rui and the bride walked to the center, yelling, "One worship of heaven and earth." Just as AI Rui was paying her respects, a yellow Ferrari appeared at the foot of the mountain. "Mr. Su, there's no road up there." Chen Dagon stepped on the brakes, and there was a broken road ahead. "Thanks a lot." Suemo gave the fare and immediately got out of the car, running wildly towards the mountains. Hey, Mr. Su, I'm waiting for you right here." Chen Dagang stuck his head out of the window and Suemo was already gone. Worthy of being a tall man, running so fast. If you go to the Olympics, you'll scare those foreign devils to death. Suemo carried the horizontal sword and leaped between the mountains and forests. His movements were not too aesthetically pleasing, but his speed was not slow. After the Qi and Blood Suns had been strengthened many times, Suemo felt that his power had been greatly enhanced. Boo! Sumo's foot stepped on the trunk of a large tree and used his strength to jump forward, which was an old distance. The big trees shook and the leaves fell all over the ground. It's just up ahead. Suemo had already vaguely heard the sound of Swona, and after passing through a forest, he finally saw the mansion. The mansion was large and decorated with lights, but it seemed lonely. The door was closed, and only the firecrackers hanging at the door crackled and exploded, as if they couldn't finish ringing. Rite of passage, sent to the cave. Yells rang out from the mansion, and Suemo quickly stepped forward and kicked over the gate. Only a boom sound was heard as the mansion gate flew out, followed by an ouch sound. It was a table of unlucky people not far away, pressed to the ground by 2 door panels, half unable to climb up. Who? The people in the mansion who were paying their respects were startled, and each of them stayed put, twisting their heads to look at the door. Sumo, seeing the figure in the doorway, AI Rui was on the verge of crying. "You're finally ing here, ah. I almost went into a cave." As soon as he spread his legs, he tried to run, but was caught by his bride. "Husband, where are you going?" "My brother, here for the wedding," AI Rui said. The bride let go of her hand, and AI Rui ran to Sumo's side. "Suemo, you're finally here." Suemo protected AI Rui behind him and laughed. "You're getting married. Can I not come? It's just that I didn't bring any gift money, so next time you get married, I'll make it up to you." And the next ing time, he looked around the room, and the guests tensed up, each one of them bubbling with ghostly energy. Finally, Suemo fixed his gaze on the bride. This guy was covered with a red head, and he couldn't see what he looked like. But, judging from the aura on her body, the strength was going to be just right, and a slash would not be a big problem. "Since you are a friend of your husband, why don't you sit down and have a drink?" The bride spoke. Her voice was ethereal. "Yeah." Suemo opened his mouth. "Suemo, why don't we go? These things are all ghosts. Isn't it bad to eat with them?" AI Rui pulled Sumo's sleeve, looking a little fat and bird-like. "You're still worshipping with ghosts. What's wrong with having a meal?" Suemo walked over to a table of wine. The ghostly creatures at that table all rose with a clatter and hid far away, not daring to approach. Suemo was speechless. "Are you ghosts or am I a ghost? Why are you so scared? I'm a nice guy to have around." He also saw that the ghost bride had no intention of killing AI Rui, or else he would have come to collect his corpse. Suemo would like to see the bride to engage in so many curves. In the end, how the matter? "Sit." Suemo nuzzled, and AI Rui sat down obediently. "You guys sit down too." Suemo pointed at the ghosts standing aside, and those ghosts immediately shook their heads. Their heads were spinning around their necks, obviously resistant. "I say, sit." Suemo slapped the horizontal sword on the table. His breath exploded, and the entire mansion immediately caught fire. Swish! The 7 or 8 ghostly creatures immediately took their seats. straightened their chests, and placed their hands on their knees, eyes unclouded, shivering, a table full of sumptuous dishes, and they don't even look at it. Mr. Su, the bride walked in style, gently sat down next to Ai Rui, and poured a glass of wine for Su Mo. Today is my husband and I's big day, so I hope you won't mind if I prepare a little wine. Chapter 89. Yo, there's still a scene of bride snatching? Su Mo looked at it and didn't move. It's been played out in the movies. All the stuff at these ghost banquets is some kind of bat blood or horse urine or something. Can I drink it? The bride then spoke. Don't misunderstand, Mr. Su, I know that my husband has a friend coming, and I specially had them prepare the nectar wine. It's not what you think it is. You do have a heart. Su Mo glanced at her and said, I'll give you 10 minutes to explain. Otherwise, he patted the knife in his hand. The meaning was clear. If you can't say 1, 2, 3, I'll cut you all to death. The bride didn't answer, but instead turned her head slightly toward Ai Rui. Does husband still remember? A promise made 12 years ago? 12 years ago? Ai Rui was confused. What engagement? I was just a little kid 12 years ago. Then take a closer look at what this place is. The bride flicked her wrist. The surroundings began to change, and in the blink of an eye the mansion disappeared into a wasteland. Here is. Ai Rui felt some familiarity, the memories hidden in the depths of her mind, as if they had been hooked by something. Rainy night, barren hill. A little fat man cried out. He couldn't remember his way home and didn't know how he got here. Little doll, can't find your home? It's raining so hard. Come and stay at Granny's house for the night, and tomorrow Granny will send you home. An old woman with a walking stick suddenly appeared in front of little Fatty. Yes, little Fatty cried and nodded, taking his mother-in-law's hand and just feeling so cold. The grandmother pulled him along, making 7 turns, and in a matter of moments she reached a small house, short and with nice colored paper on the roof. Get in the house. The old woman smiled and pulled him toward the house. The little Fatty was confused, and before he could take 2 steps, his other hand was suddenly grabbed. When I looked up, it was a pretty sister wearing a veil, and the rain fell on her without even drenching her clothes. Sister, what are you pulling me for? Little Fatty was a bit puzzled. The pretty sister ignored him and just stared at the old woman and whispered, Get out! The old woman shivered and hurriedly let go of little Fatty's hand and ran away in a huff. In the twinkling of an eye, it was gone. Where's Granny? The little fat man was in a daze and didn't know what was going on. Granny went home. The pretty sister squatted down and said, Come, sister carries you on her back and takes you home. Oh, the little fat man climbed up and fell into a deep sleep thinking only that his pretty sister smelled so good. By the time he woke up, he was at an intersection not far from the village. The pretty sister put him down and whispered, Go back now, and don't ever go back to that place again. Thank you, sister. The little fat man was so happy that he turned around and ran towards the village, running a few steps and then turning back, snapping a mouthful of kisses on the pretty sister's face. Sister, you're so nice. My name is Ai Rui. I'll marry you as my daughter-in-law when I grow up. The pretty sister laughed and stretched out her white fingers. Then keep your word. Oh, I'll wait for you. Man up. Ai Rui stretched out her little finger and hooked it with that white finger and wiggled it, pulling the hook. Ai Rui's gaze gradually returned, looking at her in shock. You are, with a flick of the bride's hand, the barren mountain disappears into thin air and the festive mansion reappears. It's just that all those ghostly creatures are sitting upright, and the silence is a little eerie. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ai Rui's head is big, saying that children's words are reckless. I just said that. Why do you remember it in your heart? An ing come to the door. What the hell? Su Mo looked at Ai Rui. Ai Rui looked a little embarrassed as she told the story once and for all. Su Mo was speechless. Well, so you've been flirting with girls since you were a kid. With a ghost girl, or a ghost girl who saved your life. Now that's hard to do. It would seem a bit insensitive to slash her to death. The bride said quietly. You probably mustn't remember. I've lived on this little hill for years and have been alone. There was a little fat kid who herded cows, and every time he came here, he'd take out his candy and milk and put it on a little mound of dirt. Those things, though I couldn't eat them, were really so happy. The little fat man who herded the cows would also take out a little book and read it earnestly. And those stories were so nice. Ai Rui. He remembered. That little mound of dirt. He didn't even know it was a grave. He just thought it would be convenient to put something there. As for the little people, it's a ing language book, and the teacher assigns homework, so I can't really memorize it. Husband, since I have taken the hook and made a promise with you, I will not marry anyone else in this life. Then you moved away and I got a little stronger. So I kept looking and finally found you. I'm overjoyed, but I'm running out of time. On the way out, you asked me, will you ever go back? How could I leave you with me? I just want to finish our wedding and send you back. You'll just feel like you've dreamed a dream. You'll always remember me. Only then did Sumo notice that the ghost chi on the bride was very unstable, sometimes strong, sometimes weak, and obscure. What happened? Sumo asked. The bride sighed quietly and said, there was a powerful ghost that had its eye on me. I was unwilling, and was severely injured by it. It put out the word that it would come and marry me this night. I had no other choice but to bring my husband here to get married. If Sue hadn't appeared, I would have sent my husband home by now. I will wait here and die with that ghost. Look at them. The bride pointed to the seated ghosts around her and said softly, they are nothing more than disembodied mountain spirits and grudges, which I have forcibly invited here to attach themselves to the paper figures. I just don't want a wedding with my husband that's cold and quiet. The corner of Sumo's mouth twitched. That's too pure, a little topsy-turvy. But, from what she said, there's going to be a bride kidnapping tonight? Powerful ghosts? How strong? The bride sighed quietly and suddenly lifted the red cover, revealing a delicate and good-looking face. She gently kissed on Ai Rui's face, as she had done with Ai Rui back then. Ai Rui looked at that face, all frozen, and her heart surged up these days when the two images of one person and one ghost spending time together. Suddenly it was a little hard. The bride got up and said, Mr. Su, it's getting late. You should take your husband away quickly. I know you're not mortal. That ghost is powerful and hard to deal with. Husband, remember my name and don't forget it. Chapter 90, chop it up, so you can't chop me up. Oh, yeah. Ai Rui was a bit reluctant at this point, and the little bit of fear she had in her heart disappeared. After all, the two ate very deeply. Suemo suddenly picked up the wineglass in front of her and drank it all in one go, just as she said, with a hint of sweetness, it's so delicious. Mr. Su, the bride's eyes reddened. She knew what Sumo's drinking of this cup of wine represented, tears rustling down her face. Just before they hit the ground, those tears turned to smoke. Putting down the wineglass, Suemo looked at Ai Rui, your bride. You make the decision, brothers to back you up. Ai Rui slammed the table and stood up. We've already worshipped heaven and earth. Then Xiaoya is my mother-in-law. Even if she's a ghost, she's still my ghost mother-in-law. Suemo, I can't leave. The bride's eyes turned even redder. Okay. Suemo stretched his back and said, then we'll wait and see which demonic creature is so bold as to rob my brother's kiss. Can't cut him down. He glanced at his bride. If what you say is true, I won't hurt you. If you ghost talk, I don't mind sending you on your way. The bride was about to say something when she suddenly blushed. They're already here. When Suemo gazed and listened, he heard a joyful sound of Suona, from far and near, and in the twinkling of an eye, it arrived at the gate. Bride, get on the sedan chair. A yell rang out. A ghostly mist surged out of the mansion, and a large red sedan chair appeared. Around the sedan chair, followed by a few ghostly, burly men, the head of the ghostly creature that spoke, with its head held high, looked extremely godly. Ha! He looked around and then saw the bride and groomsmen and his face changed dramatically. How dare you? My master said he'd come to marry you tonight, and you're marrying someone else? Ha! Or with a living person? He stared at Ai Rui and said in a ghostly manner, you're dead. My master will definitely cut you alive. Boom! A huge flame blade darted and flashed, and in the blink of an eye, it chopped on the sedan chair, which instantly burst into pieces. Followed the sedan chair around the bride receiving team. Did not even send out a scream. Directly second death. Suemo slowly withdrew his sword. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Killing a level 1 ghost, Grievous Ghost. Reward 100 points of merit. Ding! Congratulations to the host. All of the ghostly creatures present froze. The ghostly creature that had spoken earlier looked up and saw that he was left alone to receive the bride. It couldn't help but touch its neck. A little more deflection from that blade and it would have split itself. Asterisk. Ai Rui's eyes changed when she looked at Suemo. Is this still a human being? It's even fiercer than the martial arts masters on TV. Coach, I want to learn. Husband, this friend of yours. The bride was also startled. She felt she couldn't hold her own against the knife. Ai Rui said mentally, I just found out too. Biggie, I'm just a messenger. The head ghostly creature was very from the heart and directly slid on a knee. I was wrong. I'll get out now. Stand there. Suemo walked over and said condescendingly, since you came to receive the bride, how can you go back empty-handed? Lead the way, and I'll have another cup of wedding wine. Ha! The head of the ghostly creature was confused. You look so fierce. Are you going to drink the wedding wine? It's to cut down ghosts, right? Big brother, my master is very powerful. It's dangerous for you to go. It's better not to. The ghostly creature said glumly. Madaka. Sumo's sword came out an inch. Go, big brother, both to drink the wedding wine. My master will be very happy. The ghostly creature hastily changed his words and climbed up in a single bound. Sumo, I'll go too. Ai Rui took a big step forward and said, At least I have to go and see what that guy who robbed my daughter-in-law looks like. Husband, I'll go with you. The bride followed in a hurry. You two are the rightful owners. Go! Sumo kicked the ghostly creature. What are you waiting for? Lead the way. How can I trouble you to walk? Big man, look at me. The ghostly creature had some skills, and somehow managed to turn into a carriage in the blink of an eye. Biggie, take a seat. Its gaze went back to AI Rui and the bride with a flattering face. Big brother and sister-in-law, get on the bus. AI Rui, whose nerves had been somewhat numbed by the excitement, looked at the carriage and said, you just turned out a carriage. Where are the horses? See what you're saying, I'll pull it myself. Ghost slipped forward actually carried the carriage frame. You do not say. Quite stable. 2 people and a ghost boarded the carriage. The ghost yelled sit tight and the carriage raced off. Sumo, what about those ghosts in the mansion? AI Rui asked. The bride said on the side, husband need not worry. Those are just wandering souls grudges where I forcefully attached to the paperman. Tomorrow sunshine, they will be dispersed. Oh, the carriage traveled rapidly, like a ghost in the mountains and forests, but the one pulling the horse was a ghostly man. Is it still steady, big guy? The ghostly creature cocked its head and opened its mouth to ask. Aha, you're good. Sumo smiled and complimented that, feeling that the time was ripe. The ghostly creature added, big brother, I'm actually a part-time worker, and my master, heir, the owner is not familiar. Can you not cut me after you cut the boss to death in a while? Good drop. Ha, the ghostly creature was a bit confused. So quick to agree? You're not going to lie to me, are you? Really? I never lie. Great. Thanks big guy. Sit tight, I'll speed up. It exerted all its strength, its ghostly aura spewing into a vortex. The carriage accelerated again. Foothills. Cab driver Chen Dagang is brushing a short video in which a long-legged young lady is twerking. He watched with great interest. Suddenly his eyes blurred. Chen Dagang raised his head violently. The horse. Carriage? I won't hit a ghost too, right? Be calm. Mr. Su hasn't come down yet. I have to wait for him. He swiped down to a video of a more saved young lady. And Chen Dagang was not so scared. Half an hour later, the carriage steadily stopped. Sumo raised his eyes and looked. There was a bigger mansion, hung with red lanterns. A ghostly aura filled the sky and enveloped the mansion. Biggie, it's here. Sumo got out of the car and patted its shoulder, scaring it. You're very good. Can't get dead now. Who's gonna pull the cart later? The ghostly creature breathed a sigh of relief. It was true that he was a big man and kept his word. Go, brother takes you back. Sumo drew out his horizontal sword with a clang and the burning demon blade technique was activated. A 10 feet long flame sword dipper shot out sharply, cutting through the long dark night, and fiercely blasted at the gate of the mansion. Rumble. With a loud bang, the mansion directly collapsed most of the way, and a group of unlucky people were directly engulfed by the sword daggers. A burst of beeps rang in Sumo's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing a level 2 ghost wild ghost, rewarded with 500 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Chapter 91, The Ghost Watcher? How to do it. Your choice. Extra for cousin Mirage June. Which ungrateful thing dares to sow its wild oats in my territory? A stern roar rang out. Immediately after, a dozen or so ghostly auras rose up into the sky, then landed steadily outside the mansion, making an extremely cool appearance. The ghostly creature that stood at the front was a hunched old man with a strange, pointy look. The funniest part was that there were a couple whiskers on either side of the mouth that looked like rats. It was wearing groomsman's clothes, and you could smell it from a distance. The ghostly creatures that stood behind it looked almost as ugly as it did. When it saw the bride, it was first stunned, and then when it looked at AI Rui's dress, it instantly understood. It's a bride stealing gone wrong, and you've been beaten at the door. Get them! This ghostly creature didn't talk nonsense. Its eyes glowed with green light, and with a wave of its palm, those individual ghostly creatures behind it rushed over. Husband, be careful. The bride immediately stepped forward and blocked AI Rui behind her, her body surging with ghostly aura. Quite courageous. Sumo crossed his sword in his hand, crouched down slightly, then stomped fiercely. The whole person rose up and rushed towards the ghost group. A sound of chopping meat rang out, and the 7 or 8 ghostly creatures were chopped into 7 or 8 pieces just after they fought with Sumo. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing the level 2 ghost rat ghost. Reward 500 points of merit. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Holy! The ghostly creature pulling the cart scowled. It was so vicious. It's a good thing I slid to my knees fast. Otherwise, it's also become a meat pie. Holy dash. Run. This guy has a fast blade. Master, help. The few ghostly creatures that dodged fast instantly pissed themselves in fear. And one by one, they actually drilled into the ground, and instantly several holes appeared in the ground. Suemo quickly stepped forward and backhanded a knife, then picked upwards and a ghostly creature flew out. Pust! The ghostly creature is split in two. Dodged pretty fast. Suemo aimed at a place, then ruthlessly stomped down there, only to hear a scream from the ground. The beeps kept ringing in his ears, and Suemo was like a gopher, slashing one and kicking the other. 13. One no less. Suemo stepped on the last rat ghost. His heart was happy. Another few thousand merits arrived. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The ghostly creature with the strongest strength's face changed drastically. Ghostly chi surged out from its body, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a rat that was bigger than a calf, pouting its fangs and rushed towards Suemo. Suemo directly kicked it, sending it flying out a long way. That big rat was still not dead, and burrowed into the ground again, and the ground immediately bulged with a burst of earth packs, surging towards Suemo. Sumo's backhand was a knife, and a piece of blood was raised in the dirt bag, and the big rat's figure flew out. The big rat screamed miserably, and before he could roll over, he only felt a coldness in his heart and looked down. It's a bright horizontal sword. Then its body fell sharply and slammed hard on the ground, being nailed to the ground by the horizontal sword in death. Mercy! The big rat screamed. You're the one who's going to steal the marriage? Airoi rushed up and raised her foot to kick. Don't dare, don't dare. Big rat was on the verge of tears, saying that if I had known that the female ghost had such a fierce background, how would I have dared send you on your way? Suemo gripped the hilt of the blade and activated the burning demon blade technique. A ball of flame surged out above the blade. The big rat's body instantly burst into flames. In the blink of an eye, it was burned to ashes, not even a body left behind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the 4th level ghost rat ghost, rewarded with 3,000 points of merit. The ghostly creature died, and the mansion in the distance began to dissipate into a bare graveyard. Done. Suemo put away his sword and sheathed it. When he heard Airoi let out a cry of alarm. Xiao ya, what's wrong with you? When Suemo looked back, he saw the bride collapsed in Airui's arms, with gusts of green smoke pouring out of her body. The figure was bright and dark, as if it was about to dissipate. Husband, I was too badly injured earlier. Can't accompany you anymore. The bride reached out and touched Airui's face. Yeah, don't die. Airoi choked a little. We haven't even caved in yet. I won't be a bachelor if you die. The bride's hand trembled and she let out a pfft laugh. It's this time of the day and you're still thinking about a cave-in? I don't know how to be ashamed. Suemo, think of something to save her. Airoi turned her head. Suemo spread his hands. I'm good at killing ghosts. I'm not good at saving them. I'm sorry for your loss. Big brother, I have an idea. The ghostly creature that pulled the cart earlier came up. The eyes of the two men and the ghost looked at him. The ghostly creature scrunched its neck and said, Imperial Ghostbuster, as long as you become a ghost sentinel, she won't have to die. Ghostbusters? Suemo frowned. He did come into contact with one. The guy named Wang Lang from Bureau 749, who was playing with ghosts. Just, how do I get it? Look, you two are married. A veritable ghost couple with a common mind. It won't be hard for him to become a Ghostbuster. It's just that, once you become a ghost sentinel, she will take up residence in your body and you will have to feed her with your flesh and blood. For the rest of your lives, you can't be separated. Suemo wondered, how do you know so well? After all these years of being a ghost, I still have dreams. I also want to be a proper ghost, more or less. The head ghostly creature said, Husband, no. The bride shook her head and said, I would hate for you to be like that. I do. Airoi chopped her head off and looked at the ghostly creature. What should I do? I don't know. The head ghostly creature shook its head and said, Anyway, that's probably what happened. I'm not sure about the specific operation. Suemo took out his cell phone and dialed Lin Xianxian's number. Team Lin, is Wang Lang here? Mr. Su, Wang Lang's voice came. Let me ask you something. How did you become a ghost sentinel? Suemo asked. Ha? Wang Lang froze for a moment and said, Mr. Su, you also want to become a ghost sentinel? Cut the crap. Okay. Becoming a ghost sentinel requires the host to have a talent for ghosts. One also has to make a contract with a ghost, have a mutual trust between their hearts and minds, and allow the ghost to live in the host's body. This matter doesn't sound difficult, but in reality it's not simple at all. If the host doesn't have the talent to control ghosts, once the ghost enters the body, it's very likely that it will directly cool off. Haru and I are too young and in love, and I happen to have a bit of talent, so it was a smooth process. Thanks a lot. Suemo hung up the phone, pulled Airoi aside, and said softly, This matter is difficult to say, and simple to say. Just let go of your mind and let her live in your body. But I have to warn you, in case it doesn't work, you'll die. It's your choice how to do it. Chapter 92, Your Ghost. You're happy. I choose her. AI Rui didn't hesitate for a second. It was a bad karma that he had made when he was a child, and he should be the one to end it. Furthermore, after worshipping heaven and earth, Zhou Xiaoya was the ghost, so how could one possibly stand by and watch her die? Sumo, I've decided. I'm going to give it a try. AI Rui looked at Sumo with firm eyes, but the heart is actually still a little afraid. After all, a careless, they are karma. Your ghost, just be happy. Sumo expressed his understanding. Although the two were good friends, Sumo could not make decisions for him. This was basic respect. Biggie, make a quick decision. She's in a bad way. The cart puller ghost reminded. Yeah. AI Rui ran over to the bride and gently took her in her arms. Come on, give it a try. Husband, it won't work. The bride shook her head with relief on her face. I'm content that you made that decision for me. Cut the crap. Hurry. AI Rui was just up at this time. Her eyes glared and she drank. I don't want to be a bachelor. If I'm unlucky and really karma, my brother will take my body for me. Right, Sumo? Sumo nodded and said seriously. It must be. Husband. The bride's eyes reddened again. Husband, if I really fail, I will scatter my soul and go with you. Husband, I'm coming. A ghostly aura surged out of the bride's body, and her entire body turned into a trail of smoke in the blink of an eye. The smoke, puffing into AI Rui's face, poured down his nose, mouth and eyes. The bride disappeared into thin air, burrowing completely into him. Air. AI Rui winced, her entire body fixed in place. Hey! Sumo was shocked. This guy won't be karma, right? After a few seconds, AI Rui suddenly bulged her eyes and exhaled heavily. Soothing. That feeling I just had was like I had just had a big full set of sloppy joes and my pores were open. Finished? He looked up, a little confused. Sumo also didn't understand the tout here and said, you didn't die. Should. Finished, right? The words fell. An aura suddenly surged out of AI Rui's body, followed by a ghostly figure wearing a wedding dress with a red cover, appearing behind him. Husband, it worked. The bride's voice was tinged with surprise, and she hadn't expected the process to go so smoothly. Success? AI Rui was relieved that there was no need for karma. He had a vague feeling that he and Zhou Xiaoya had some sort of fatalistic tie, like the marriage certificate. The contract between one man and one ghost was made long ago. Yeah, great. AI Rui hugged her and said excitedly, it's so good that none of us have to die. Whoa. The cart-pulling ghost hurriedly stepped forward and gave a thumbs up. Big brother and sister-in-law are indeed destined for each other. Big brother, your talent is unusual nah. Generally speaking, when a ghost sentinel contracts a ghost, it will more or less be backfired by the ghost energy. You are not at all worthy of being Big Brother Su's brother. The cart-pulling ghost farted twice, and in the meantime, he held Sumo up as well. Sumo glanced at the cart-pulling ghost. This guy also knew too much, and was a little reluctant to get killed. The cart-pulling ghost looked at the bride with envious eyes. From now on she was a proper ghost. Unlike myself, I'm a lonely soul with my head up my ass all day long. Sumo, so now that I'm that what's-his-name ghost sentinel, can you teach me that move? I'm going to kill ghosts too. AI Rui gestured a chopping motion. That slash was so cool. Sumo was also happy for him. At least he didn't have to collect his body. Can't teach. You're on a different path than me now. Most of your power comes from your mother-in-law. The stronger she is, the stronger you are. That's about it. He thought for a moment and said, I know a place that should help you guys. Still eating public food. Would you like to go? I'll ask for you. Sumo intends to introduce AI Rui to Bureau 749. The 749th Bureau had a comprehensive knowledge of the Ghostbusters, and AI Rui was now a rookie, and knew nothing about the control of the power. There are many benefits to letting him go to the 749th to experience and learn. AI Rui nodded her head in a hurry and said, Go, I trust you. Sumo took out his phone again and called Lin Xianxian. Mr. Su. Although Lin Xianxian had curiosity in her heart, she did not ask more questions. Team Lin, are you still hiring on your side? Sumo asked. Recruiting? On the other end of the phone, Lin Xianxian was all agitated. Mr. Su, do you want to join us? Sumo interrupted her and said, It's not me, it's my friend. He just finished his contract and is now a ghost sentinel. Ha? Lin Xianxian responded and said, Sure, tell me his name and we'll make a professional assessment of him. Sumo hung up the phone. Done. They'll contact you tomorrow, and you'll be on board straight away if the assessment passes. Sumo, what you just said, is Bureau 749, right? There really is this department. Ha? AI Rui was shocked. Sumo pointed to the ghost bride beside her. You're all married to a ghost. Is it strange to have such a department? And AI Rui thought it made sense. What happened tonight was too bizarre. He also realized that he lived in a world. The water is so deep. Big brother. The cart-pulling ghost rubbed his hands together and stepped forward with a stern look on his face. I have an immature idea. Would you help me with reference? Sumo swept a glance at it. Look, you must be high up to kill ghosts, and it's inconvenient to not have a car, isn't it? There are places where the living can't go with those cars. I, on the other hand, happen to have a talent for it. I'm the best at pulling carts. Why don't I pull carts for you from now on? I'll be your little brother. In the saddle, rain or shine, at your beck and call. It said these words after careful consideration. Just now Sumo struck decisively, chopping up the ghosts just like chopping up a watermelon. The cart-pulling ghost had a premonition that if he was still delusional enough to make Sumo let himself go, the downfall is surely to be chopped into 800 pieces. Might as well take the initiative and try to make yourself a useful ghost, or at the very least save your ghost life. Oh, Sumo stared at it, seemingly smiling. In case you run into a more powerful one someday, you won't turn against the water, right? How dare I? The rickshaw puller ghost said. This rat ghost is ferocious, and I follow it to make a living. You're different. I follow you with all my heart. He raised his finger and said solemnly, I would like to make an oath here. Never betray you. If I violate this oath, I will not enter the wheel of reincarnation. The heavens will strike me with thunder, and my soul will fly away. Chapter 93 Reinforcement. Ghost Driver Chuan Jangwo. Sumo was non-committal. He didn't know if the oaths of this world were binding on ghosts or not, but he had a point. He did lack a driver. He couldn't just take Chin Da-gun's cap to kill ghosts every day. You saved the ghost's life for now, Sumo said. Thanks a lot, big guy. No, thanks a lot, master. The cart-pulling ghosts were thrilled. The bet is right. This guy, at first, really wanted to get himself killed. That was close. You'd better call me boss. Sumo's face was expressionless. It always felt strange to be called master by a male ghost. Yes, boss, the cart-pulling ghost added. My surname is Chuan, and my name is Chuan Jangwo. You can just call me Xiao Chuan. That's a rare surname. Sumo nodded and said, follow me without pay. Just have a bite to eat. No vacation. What vacation? In my Chuan Jangwo's heart, there are no such two words. Be on call. That's natural. It's just that I'm not strong enough right now, and I have to hide when the sun is big. But I'll try. Okay. Then you'll intern for a few months, and if you don't perform well, I'll just fire you. Sumo said. I'll be good. Chuan Jangwo shrunk his neck. How could he not understand that the dismissal in Sumo's mouth was a knife to cut himself to death? You're good. Sumo patted his shoulder and was very pleased. I really am a man of my word. After a pleasant communication, Sumo accepted this employee. Chuan Jangwo manifested a carriage and sped towards the mountain. Newcomer on boarding. Chuan Jangwo was enthusiastic and worked extremely hard, pulling the carriage fast and steady. Stop. When he was almost at the foot of the mountain, Sumo opened his mouth. Squeak. Chuan Jangwo stomped his feet straight and came to a personal brake, and the carriage came to a steady stop. There's a cab waiting for me at the bottom of the hill, so hide for a while and don't scare anyone, Sumo said. Holler. Chuan Jangwo disappeared as a ghostly figure, but he didn't dare to go far away. He wouldn't dare run. If he moved, he felt that his boss would come and hack himself to death even if he chased him to the ends of the earth. Chuan Jangwo, you have to fight for your honor. Follow the boss and mix well. Chuan Jangwo was hidden in the darkness, secretly cheering himself up. At this time, he didn't know that in the near future years, he would grow into a powerful ghost king. Mighty, you two don't get tired of it either. Shrink back. Sumo glanced at the bride. The bride nodded, turned into a ghostly shadow, and disappeared. Sumo brought Ai Rui down the mountain and soon arrived in front of the cab. Chen Degang was crookedly huffing and puffing on the chair. You have a big heart. Sumo knocked on the window. Brother Chen, let's go. Mr. Su, you're back so soon? Chen Degang woke up and hurriedly got out of the car to open the door. Ha! He froze at the sight of Ai Rui, then reacted that he was probably Mr. Su's brother. It's obvious. He's still wearing his wedding clothes. Mr. Su, you finished your wedding wine. Ha! Chen Degang started the car and started talking again. Aha! How come we only see the groom and not the bride? As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Degang regretted it again. Nima, dead mouth. Look what I'm asking. It's the middle of nowhere. That bride probably isn't human. You want to see it? Never mind. Next time for sure. Soon. The cab then arrived at the village, and Sumo told Ai Rui to go home first so that her family wouldn't worry. He was also instructed to take off the clothes he was wearing before entering the house, which was scary. After arriving in the city, Sumo paid the fare and the two of them got out of the car. Mr. Su, see you next time. Chen Degang reached out his hand and waved it, feeling that he was too lucky to switch night shifts and bump into Sumo every time. Only after the cab left did Chuan Jangwo reveal himself and said quietly, Boss, this car is also too slow. Cut the crap and take me home. Got it. Chuan Jangwo reached out and shook his hand. This time he even changed a yellow card out. Boss, please get on. Suemo was speechless for a while and said, can't you change into a car or something? Well, Chuan Zhangwo looked sad. I don't have a driver's license. I can't change. Boss, don't worry. This yellow car of mine is also very comfortable. Sumo, well, you kind of follow the rules of the road. Boss, you're seated. After Suemo got on the car, Chuan Zhangwo pulled up the yellow bag and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Suemo returned home, and only then did he check out tonight's harvest. Ooh, merit actually broke 20,000. System, reinforce. Suemo directly smashed 20,000 merit into the 9-yang swallowing heavenly skill, and the Qi and Blood Sun at the Dantian had been strengthened 7 times. The Qi and Blood Sun surged with a furious aura. The Qi and blood in Sumo's body boiled, and he felt that his strength had once again grown. Ding! Reinforcement successful. Remaining merit, 800. 3 more times of strengthening and the second Qi Blood Sun will be condensed. Suemo stretched, looking forward to it. Night. Taoist Master Lei walked out of a broken inn and looked at the gloomy sky with a helpless smile. Again? He walked away quickly to an isolated spot and opened his arms. Boom! Thunder rumbled and rain pelted down. A thunderbolt fell and landed right on top of him, and Taoist thunder instantly smoked. After 3 thunderclaps, the thunder faded away. Cough cough dash. Taoist Lei exhaled a puff of black smoke, quickly fished a notebook out of his pocket, and licked the brush with the tip of his tongue. 5003. Putting down his notebook, Taoist Master Lei sighed. When will it end? Ha! Someone's coming? When he turned his head, he saw 2 figures hurrying over in the rain and fog not far away. Lei Daojia quietly hid into the grass not far away. Where are the people? Honey, you're not blind, are you? The visitors were a man and a woman, their clothes wet from the rain, and they looked a little anxious. How come? I clearly saw someone get struck by lightning, the man said. The 2 men, who are husband and wife and have been married for a few years, wanted to come here for some excitement and freshness while no one was around at night. To their surprise, the rain came down suddenly and they saw a man struck by lightning. When the thunder had passed, the 2 rushed over, wondering if they could help call an ambulance or something. I didn't expect to come over and have nothing in this place. The woman winced with some fear. Honey, we're not meeting something dirty, are we? I read that in the novels. Those yellow-skinned snake demons and whatnot. When they become essence they will be struck by lightning. The man was a little scared too. Honey, you're right. At this time, hiding in the grass, Lei Taoist is speechless. I am a Taoist priest with a certificate. What makes you a demon? Forget it, let's just go home. This place is evil. The man pulled the woman away at a quick pace. Before he could get far out, he heard the woman's surprised voice. Honey, look, there seems to be a bonus there. Chapter 94, Taoist Lei. You're quite black-hearted. What bonus? The man looked up and saw a large red bag lying quietly in a puddle in the distance. Drumming. Looks like a lot of money. The woman was about to go up and pick it up when the man pulled her back. Wait a minute, didn't the news say that recently? Someone is using red packet fraud. It can't be this kind, right? The woman looked around and said, there's not a soul in the place. Where's the scam? I looked at the red envelope so big. There must be a lot of money in it. The person who lost it must be very anxious. Let's pick it up and take it to the police station. Makes sense. The man took 2 steps forward and was about to bend down to pick it up when a figure bared itself. Quickly pick up the red bag from the floor. Hey you. The man fixed his eyes on a Taoist priest with fried hair. That modeling with the thunder struck seemingly, is joyfully holding the red envelope end to end. Hey, old man. The man was offended and said, where did you come from? Give me the red envelope. I'm sending it to the police station. The old Taoist priest rolled his eyes. If the old Taoist picked it up, then it's mine. You. The man was furious and rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. You give or you don't give. The old Taoist monk, a red bag hidden behind, calmly said, what do you want to do? Don't do it, ow. Beware that I lie down. Without 100,000 80,000 will not get up. Honey, forget it. The woman tugged on the man's sleeve and whispered, it's not our money anyway. Let's go. Bah. The man glared at the old Taoist priest and said, no conscience, not afraid of being struck by lightning are you? Having said that, the 2 men then left in a hurry. He touched the red envelope but did not open it. Ooh, it's a big stack, at least $10,000. It was hot, and Taoist Master Lei felt he couldn't grasp it. Pity, the old Taoist doesn't have this fortune, but you 2 do. With a twinkle in his eye, Taoist Master Lei called Suemo and went to a nearby temple. This temple is in the center of the downtown area, with good incense, and its name is Xiangyun Temple. This place charges for a trip inside, has merit boxes all over the place, and supports code payment. A proper e-merit. Go you. Taoist Master Lei sneaked in, found a random merit box, and stuffed the red envelope into it. More or less a fragrance. Tops. Anyway, the red envelope itself will not be opened. In case that red envelope ghost runs out. How scary. You're not a poor Taoist, are you? Shortly after he left, a fat monk quietly appeared and gently began to open the merit boxes one by one to inspect them. It's so damn clean, not a bit of it left. The monk searched several merit boxes, none of which were there. Ha! He opened the other merit box and saw a red envelope lying quietly inside. It's thick when you get your hands on it. The fat monk quietly opened it and looked at it, and immediately looked happy. So much? He quietly tucked the red envelope into his bag. Gorgeous. Buddha me ah. What luck. Cut. I don't know what kind of heartless person puts so much money at once. Stupid or not, the Taoist Master Lei, who was hiding on the sidelines, witnessed everything inside, shaking his head, and got greedy, but it would be dangerous. He left silently. Since you want to take the initiative to be the bait, then it is not the poor Taoist's fault. With the harvest, the fat monk quickly went back to the house. After a torturous day of waiting, it was finally dark and off duty. Dash away. The fat monk quickly went back inside, put on a wig and a suit, and transformed himself into an urban hipster. He went straight to a commercial K, ordered 3 young models in one go, and sang most of the night, and Hey Silk was rubbing up balls for them. The $10,000 in the red envelope. Spent, the fat monk left the merchant K in a drunken stupor, puking as he went, and didn't even have money left for a cab. Merchant K, the receptionist was counting the money, suddenly saw a stack of bills in the drawer a little strange color, picked up a look, face changed. Plutonium. Manager, someone's using counterfeit bills. The receptionist yelled, what the is a fake bill? It's a plutonium bill. The manager slammed the table. Damn bad luck. It must be that guy just now. Call the police. He looked down and the wad of plutonium had disappeared before his eyes. The manager winced. Had he hit a ghost? After. Manager, still calling the police? The receptionist was trembling with fear. Her face stuck powder. Report it. My ass. I'll go tell the boss. Tell him to ask the master from Xianyan Temple to come and take a look tomorrow. In the dark, Suemo and Taoist Lei followed the fat monk from afar and saw him staggering as he walked and vomited. Compared to Master One Ring, this guy is really lame. At least Master One Ring went down with 3 bottles of 5-grain liquid and his face did not change color. Mr. Su, just watch. The red bag ghost should come out in a while. Taoist Master Lei hemmed and hawed. Taoist Lei, the heart of the heart is quite dark. Suemo swept a glance at him. If the poor Taoist really has a black heart, he should just leave him alone. Lei pointed to the fat monk, said, how can a monk be so greedy? This is called self-inflicted. A moment later that ghost out, we first do not move. Let him eat, a lesson is also good. Coming. Just as Taoist Master Lei's words fell, a cloudy wind suddenly blew from an alley in the distance. The fat monk had a jolt, and the wine had mostly sobered up, and when he looked up, he saw a delicate woman walking out of the alley. So positive? The fat monk's eyes lit up and his gaze was somewhat obscene. Do you see what I have, sir? The coquettish woman stepped closer. What? The fat monk wondered. 1. The coquettish woman gestured. Such a big red envelope with $10,000 in it. Didn't see it. The monk shook his head in quick succession. Wary. But, I saw it all. It's in your bag. The coquettish woman pointed. No way. I'm all. The fat monk touched his pocket. The wine sobered up, and the red envelope was in his bag. Hell no. What's going on? Does it feel like hell? The woman smiled cheekily, and the fat monk felt out of control of his body. He watched as he fished the red envelope out of his bag, then opened it, and inside was a wad of plutonium. He watched again as he put the wad of money in his hand, and dabbed at it, and began to count it. While counting, the dainty woman dubbed him. 1 north, 2 north, 3 north, 10,000. The delicate woman giggled and her face became as dark as moss. A hand, choking on the fat monk's neck, lifted his body a little bit in midair. The fat monk couldn't catch his breath and rolled his eyes. $10,000. Buy your life. Enough. Oh. Chapter 95. A day without cutting them is hard on my heart. It's almost time. Don't really get it dead in a while. Tao Master Lei spoke softly. Mr. Su, be careful. Before he could finish his words, Suemo had already drawn his sword, and immediately after that, Taoist Lei saw a flash of fire in front of him. A flaming dagger flew out. In the darkness, the ghostly creature that was about to make a move on the fat monk suddenly felt a little hot, like an electric blanket had been laid on his body. Turning his head, his eyes were filled with flames. Pust! It didn't even have time to let out a miserable scream before its body was directly split into pieces and then burned out. With a thud, the fat monk fell to the ground, coughing and shouting mama again. Fainted. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing the level 2 ghost red bag ghost. Reward 500 points of merit. So weak? Suemo frowned. A little disappointing. Suemo turned around to see that Tao Master Lei was staring at himself dumbfounded. The mustache is sticking up. Taoist thunder? Ha, ah. Taoist Master Lei woke up as if from a dream and said, Mr. Su, your strength progressed a little too quickly, didn't it? Last time I saw him, he wasn't this fierce. Nima, how is it that after a few days of not seeing him, this guy is so terrifying? Just now that knife. I'm afraid that even the 5th level ghosts were directly destroyed. No way. Sumo put away his sword and sheathed it. I want to progress too much. You cow. Dao Master Lei gave a thumbs up and could only guess that the last time they met, Sumo was hiding his strength to tease himself. After all, no one can practice that fast, unless it's open. The fat monk is still dizzy. Lei Taoist walked to him and kicked him twice. The guy still does not wake up. What a waste. Taoist Master Lei poo-pooed it, examined it carefully, and said, sure enough. What the hell? Sumo asked. Taoist Master Lei pointed to the empty alley and said, this red bag ghost that you killed, not the main man, not the main one? Sumo looked at him. Taoist Master Lei continued, the red packet ghost is very cunning. The last time it appeared Bureau 749 tracked it for a long time. If it was just a level 2 ghost, Bureau 749 wouldn't have come up empty-handed, and now it looks like I was right. He looked at Sumo and said word for word, red packet ghost, it's contagious. Those who are killed by red bag ghosts will also become red bag ghosts and come out to harm others. It's certainly not a coincidence. Perhaps, that head hiding in the shadows, the real red packet ghost will get stronger and stronger. Sumo understood what he meant. The real red packet ghosts kill people by throwing red packets, and those who die become red packet ghosts and continue to claim their lives. The more people die, the more red bag ghosts there are, and the more powerful that head of red bag ghosts in hiding will become. Kind of a pyramid-like structure. No wonder it's so weak. Sumo nodded in agreement. It seemed like it wasn't that easy to find the real red packet ghost. Contact Bureau 749 and synchronize the granularity, Taoist Lei said. Sumo was confused. Taoist Master Lei smiled awkwardly and said, a new vocabulary word I swiped on the internet and accidentally used it. It's just a matter of finding Bureau 749 and asking to see if they have any more information about the red packet ghost. Sumo was speechless and said in a bad mood, Taoist Lei, next time speak human words. Go! Taoist Master Lei swept his eyes at the fat monk lying on the ground with a look of disgust. Let him sleep here for a while. The two men turned to leave. Night. Wang Lang walked into Lin Xianxian's office with several red envelopes in his hand. Team Lin, you were right. The red bag is not one head, but many heads. Wang Lang placed the red envelope in his hand on the table. So far, we've got 4 ghost redbuds, all of them here, and our guess was not wrong. As long as these ghost red envelopes are not opened and used, the ghosts cannot kill through them. Lin Xianxian turned her gaze to the red envelopes on the table, which varied in size and looked ordinary, seemingly no different from normal red envelopes. But Lin Xianxian could see that the red envelope was draped with a layer of hidden qi. Can we find the guys hiding in the shadows through these red envelopes? Lin Xianxian asked. You mean fishing? Wang Lang said. Lin Xianxian nodded her head and pointed at the red packets. The ghosts behind these red packets must have some sort of special connection with the one hiding in the shadows. Open a red packet, lure the red packet ghost out, and ask the ghostly creature about its whereabouts. Wang Lang said. I'll take my brothers to do it. Team Lin, should we contact Mr. Su? You don't know. The brothers have suddenly been idle lately. The ghosts that showed up in U City are almost extinct. Mr. Su, that's seeing one for a second. Seeing one for a second. We can't even see the ghosts if we go late. Lin Xianxian shook her head and said, Mr. Su is not a member of Bureau 749, and I'm afraid that I'll cause him to resent me if I seek him out for this small matter. Handle it yourself first, and if you can't handle it, then contact Mr. Su. I see. Right. Introduced by Mr. Su, the ghost sentinel called AI Rui. Go pick him up first thing in the morning. Wang Lang laughed and said, that's a must. AI Rui and Mr. Su must have a good relationship, otherwise they wouldn't have called to personally introduce them. I promise to finish the job and bring the people back in a polite manner. This fragrant love must be cherished. As the two were talking, Lin Xianxian's phone rang and she picked it up. Mr. Su, Lin Xianxian picked up the phone. Team Lin, it didn't disturb your rest, did it? Sumo's voice rang out, still as casual as ever. In our line of work, where can we rest at night? Lin Xianxian laughed. Ghosts mostly came out at night and didn't know where the cats went during the day. In the evening, it's work time. I would like to ask if you guys have any news about the red packet ghost? Sumo asked. Did you run into the red bag ghost? I bumped into one, got careless, and accidentally hacked it to death. Taoist Master Lei said that these red bag ghosts are just small dishes, and that the main man is hiding. So I've come to ask you guys if you have any more leads. Master Louis? Lin Xianxian thought hard and finally remembered the old Taoist priest from that day at the steel mill. Our thoughts are the same as Taoist Lei's. Red packet ghosts are spreading through red packet killings. The red bag ghost that appears now is not the real one. There must be some kind of connection between them. She looked at the red envelopes on the table and continued. We have collected 4 ghost red envelopes. Really? Sumo's voice was tinged with surprise. Lin Tima, can I have those ghost red envelopes? You know, I can't see those little cuties. It's hard for me to go a day without cutting them down. Chapter 96, Run. We're being fished. Lin Xianxian was used to it. Mr. Su is too righteous to see ghosts haunting and demons harming people. A model for my generation. I'll send it to you right away. Hanging up the phone, Lin Xianxian got up, picked up the red envelope and headed out. Team Lin, I'm going too. Wang Lang farted to follow. Soon, the two of them then arrived at the address Sumo had said. Mr. Su, Wang Lang started to greet from a long distance. He could worship Sumo a lot, only the ghost thing inside him was trembling, kind of scared of him. Mr. Su, Taoist Master Lei. Lin Xianxian handed over the red envelope. All 4 ghost red envelopes are here. Lin Xianxian suddenly turned her gaze to a distant mass of darkness with a murderous aura. Ghost yourself, Sumo said. Lin Xianxian understood for a second and pulled her gaze back. And Chuan Zhangwo in the darkness scowled. How do you lure the red bag ghost out? Take it apart and spend it. After these red packets are spent, they will turn into plutonium. Mr. Su, don't worry, we will follow up by sending someone to change the plutonium back, so that ordinary people won't suffer. Sumo nodded and decisively unwrapped all 4 red envelopes. These few ghosts, but not as generous as the one just now. The 4 red envelopes added up to just a few $100s. Sumo found a store and spent the money. Sure enough, it didn't take long for those red envelopes, which had obviously been spent, to reappear in their pockets. Help me hold it for a while, don't scare those cuties away later. Sumo shoved the horizontal sword in his hand to Taoist Lei. You guys hide for a while too. Ouch, so heavy? Taoist Lei's hands sank. This knife must be at least a few dozen pounds, right? Several people hid in the shadows. Sumo specifically picked a remote alley and walked slowly. It didn't take long for the overcast wind to rise. Finally, Sumo smiled happily. Big brother, have you seen my red envelope? The child's voice rang out in the darkness. A little girl, only 7 or 8 years old, came out of the darkness. She had 2 cute crochets, her face was chubby, and she twinkled with a pair of big eyes, staring up at Sumo. Little friend, Sumo touched her head and asked with a smile. In your red envelope, how much money is there? 50, the little girl said. Oh, I saw it and I spent it all. Big brother, you're lying. The red envelope is obviously in your bag. The corner of the little girl's mouth pulled into an odd curve, her voice deep and her eyes glowing green. Big brother, after spending my red packet, you'll... Before the little girl could finish her words, another voice rang out miserably. Young man, have you seen my red envelope? An old woman with a cane appeared, her face creased into a pile, smiling like the old bark of a tree at the entrance to her neighborhood. She saw the little girl and froze. What's the matter with you? The little girl froze too. Grandma, I was here first. The little girl stared at the old woman and spoke in one word. She turned her face sideways and her chubby face, hidden in the darkness, began to rot as well. The maggots that were hidden in the rotting flesh seemed to find a vent and wriggled out in a brainstorm. It's like a fan bun. Oddly scary. Daughter, you should know how to respect the old and love the young. The old lady's eyes narrowed with a pestle of her cane. Let Grandma get her red bag back first. Grandma, I can't. The little girl shook her head and snapped her fingers. I've gotten back 7 red envelopes. Just this one. Daughter, you don't listen. The old lady's eyes sprang up with a fierce light. Sumo was a bit speechless. You two even argued. Young man, have you seen my red envelope? The old lady turned her head towards Sumo. Before Sumo could answer, 2 more voices rang out, the voices of 2 men. Have you, seen my red bag? The 4 red bag ghosts, all of them appeared and surrounded Sumo in the center. At the same time, the 4 heads of red bag ghosts, too, were confused. This guy, so lucky? Pick up 4 red envelopes at the same time? Don't argue. Sumo pulled out 4 red envelopes from her bag and held them in her hand and shook them. Claim them. He swept a glance, and of these 4 ghostly creatures, that little girl was actually the strongest. I'm the one. The old woman raised her hand and pointed to a red envelope. Old woman, you're stupid. We're being fished. Run. One of the ghostly creatures was quick-witted and saw that the situation was not right and pulled its legs out to run. The other 3 ghostly creatures finally reacted, transforming into ghastly winds and heading into the darkness. Run? Sumo's mind moved, his chi and blood surged, and his surroundings were immediately plunged into a fiery heat. Ah! The screams rang out. The 4 ghostly creatures were illuminated by Sumo's chi and blood. They couldn't hide their forms at all and crouched on the ground shivering. They feel like they're going to melt. That's awesome. Wang Lang, who was hiding at the side, couldn't help but marvel at the fact that with just his breath, he had crushed these 4 ghostly creatures to death. Taoist Lei gave him a look. Kid, you haven't seen Sumo's blade technique, that's what it's called. The 3 walked out and stood behind Sumo. A few ghostly creatures took one look at the situation, and it was over. Barbecue. Come here. Sumo hooked his finger. The 4-headed ghostly creatures shivered and came over with a look of fear. Big brother, please, let me go. The little girl's face was innocent, her tears spinning, pretending to be a ninny. Sumo slapped over. The little girl directly spun around 8 times in the same place. You're the one who killed the most people. The other 3 ghostly creatures wisely chose to shut up. Come on, claim it. Sumo put the red envelope in front of him. This one is mine. I'm this. The 4-headed ghostly creatures held the red packets belonging to them in their hands, like schoolchildren accepting a teacher's check on their summer vacation homework. Now, you have a chance to live lives. Sumo spoke faintly. The 4-headed ghostly creature's eyes lit up. There was a reversal? Tell me who your upline is. Can you take me to find it? Snatch. Sumo said. Me. A male ghostly creature quickly raised his hand and said, we can find it. We can all contact our upline. Mine is at. His face suddenly hardened. It seems to be gone. I could feel it in the first half of the night and then it was gone in the second half. Sumo and Taoist Lei looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Your handler. It wouldn't be the red bag ghost that I hacked to death, would it? You're pretty lucky then. Sumo passed over with a Vajra seal, and the male ghostly creature was directly annihilated. Not even dregs were left. What about you guys? The other male ghostly creature rose in fear and cried. I'm on the same line as him. Then you're pretty lucky, too. I'll fight you at. Bang! The ghostly creature was in pieces, dead beyond repair. You two won't be on the same line as them, right? Sumo swept a glance at the old woman and the little girl. No. The old woman quickly shook her head. I'll take you to it. Can you really spare me? Sumo's expression turned serious and he said word for word, please respect me. I never lie. The corners of Dao Master Lei's mouth twitched. Chuan Jiangwo, who had been hiding in the distance, suddenly winced at how that sounded. So familiar then. Chapter 97. The name of this talisman is Underworld Heavenly Fire Soul Refining Talisman. I can reach it. The old woman snapped in quick succession, while the little girl, with tears in her eyes, thought she was dead. What about you? On the same line as her? Sumo smiled warmly, like a warm big brother, as if that slap just now was not from him. No. The little girl wiped her eyes. Good boy. Sumo wanted to reach out and touch her head, but then he thought of that disgusting appearance just now and shrunk back. Don't cry. You have a chance now too. Find it and I won't hurt you. Really? Big brother. The little girl raised her head, her face full of surprise. Of course, I said. I never lie. Sumo smiled and said. I grabbed the answer first. The old woman shivered and shivered, but decided to speak first, to survive and slip away sooner. First come, first served. That's the idea. You first. Sumo expressed his approval, and the old woman quickly said, I'll contact the upline and have it come over. Me too. An old man and a young man scrambled to be the first to open their mouths and spit out a cloud of ghostly chi onto the red envelopes, and a beam of yin chi shot up into the sky. Gone. 10 minutes later, a slightly powerful ghostly aura quickly surged towards the side. It's coming, the old woman said. Big brother, my upline is here too. The little girl pointed in another direction, and a ghostly figure could be seen faintly. Aha! Sumo smiled happily. I'm true to my word. I'll send you away this time. Having said that, quickly striking out, he slapped the old woman's head, directly killing her. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing a level 2 ghost. The little girl looked on in horror, terrified. Big brother, didn't you say you don't cheat? Sumo spread his hands. Neither are you. Bang! The little girl was also slapped to death. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing a level 2 ghost. The 2 ghosts died, and the surroundings suddenly quieted down as Lin Xianxian and Wang Lang looked at me and I looked at you. So that's what Mr. Su means by never lie. The only one who was old and godly was Chief Thunder Road. Get used to it. Hiding in the distance, Chuan Jiangwo's hands and feet were cold, and his eyes were horrified. He realized afterward that he was only a nano distance away from ashes and smoke. Darkness. 2 ghostly creatures were running wildly in one direction. One of them was a woman with a horrible ghostly aura emanating from her body. The other ghostly creature, a man, had an equally vigorous ghostly aura. The downline signaled. They come over to see what's going on. Squeak. The male ghostly creature suddenly came to a sharp stop in the middle of a rush, just moments ago, and was gone down the line. It popped into its head for no apparent reason. I'm disconnected from you. *******. The male ghostly creature had seen a few people from a distance. One of them, a young man, looked the most odious and was staring at himself. It had no reason to feel a pang of fear, even though it was already a level 3 ghost with great strength. But at this moment, it really panicked. Run! It made its decision, turned and ran, and disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. Team Lin, I'll leave that ghostly creature to you, Sumo said, grabbed the horizontal sword in Taoist Lei's hand, crouched slightly, and then pulled himself up. The whole person was like a cannonball, bouncing out a long way. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of path is this? Wang Lang's eyes went straight as he watched, and Taoist Master Lei smiled faintly. Don't get it, do you? As the old saying goes, power flies bricks. Watch out, that ghostly creature is coming over. Lin Xianxian looked in one direction and saw a female ghost dressed in white appear not far away. Fishing for law enforcement? You guys don't talk about martial arts. The female ghost wasn't stupid, seeing that a few people were waiting for her, and then thinking about going down the line and suddenly dropping the line. Understand what's going on. Again, turn around and run. Catch it. Lin Xianxian let out a clear gulp and quickly fished out a talisman, about to throw it in the direction of the female ghost. This is a task, mister. So gave himself. Ha! When Taoist Master Lei saw the talisman in her hand, a flash of surprise flashed through his eyes. But before Lin Xianxian's talisman could be thrown out, a sudden change occurred, and a ghostly carriage suddenly rushed out from the slant. The most amazing thing was that it wasn't a horse that pulled the cart, but a big, burly man. It had a ghostly aura rising from its body, obviously a ghostly creature. I bump, the strong man bellowed, and the carriage, like a cannonball, slammed hard into the female ghost, who was sent flying over with an ow. The point of landing is exactly at your own feet. Swish! Lin Xianxian struck decisively, stabbing the peachwood sword directly downwards, pinning the ghostly creature to the ground, unable to move. The female ghost's eyes are a little dull and a little unbelievable. I was hit by a carriage? It's not a carriage? So what? I'm Mr. Su's driver. You guys talk. Chuan Zhangwo's figure flickered and retreated into the darkness again. Deeply hidden merit and fame. Several people looked at each other in dismay, but finally it was Taoist Lei who gave a thumbs up. Worthy of being Mr. Su, unique and unique. A minute later, Sumo came back. The ghostly creature carried in his hand was like a dead dog, tattered and torn even with both legs gone. The female ghost suddenly felt quite lucky to be hit by a carriage, as if there was nothing wrong with it. Yes, seeing the female ghost nailed to the ground, Sumo laughed. I'll just pick up the slack. Lin Xianxian pointed to the darkness and said, it's your, driver, drove the wagon and ran it over. Sumo said, not bad. Chuan Zhangwo in the distance is excited. The boss praised me. Great. My chances of surviving are a little more. It also didn't expect that it was the only ghost creature that had survived in Sumo's life after uttering those words. The rest. Daga. If you want to kill or die, do it. The ghostly creature that had lost its legs had lost all its means and strength. Any more down the line? Call them over. Sumo asked. It kept its mouth shut. Sumo turned his head to look at Taoist Master Lei. Taoist Master Lei, do you have that kind of? Well, it's something that makes a ghost's life worse than death and very tortured. Yes, Taoist Lei understood for a second. Digging in his pocket, he finally fished out a gold-rimmed charm and quietly pinched a corner. The name of this talisman is, well, the Underworld Heavenly Fire Soul Refining Talisman, which can sear ghosts, like ants devouring the heart. Hot pots of boiling oil, sour and refreshing. Seeing this talisman, Lin Xianxian was startled and her eyes changed when she looked at Taoist Lei. Such a high-ranking talisman? What kind of identity does this Taoist priest have? Days. Why couldn't I feel the slightest breath on that talisman? Could it be that my strength is too low to detect it? Then what are you waiting for? Arrange it for him. Sumo nuzzled. Holler. Taoist Master Lei made a move to strike. No. I'll admit it. The head of the ghostly creature was scared. The name of the charm sounded scary. The taste must not be pleasant. It said dismally, can you put me down first? Sumo threw it on the ground. The ghostly creature breathlessly fumbled for a large red bag and opened its mouth to spit out a cloud of ghostly energy, spraying it on it. Only then did Sumo turn his gaze to the female ghost and saw the other party shivering, her eyes terrified. Missy, you don't want your body either. The female ghost shook her head frantically. Then behave yourself. Chapter 98, Offline? You'll be offline soon. 20 minutes later, Sumo sure withdrew his sword. Those red bag ghosts that were summoned over, all of them were killed by him with a single slash. Screams that didn't even come with it. It was a nice walk. Any more? Sumo looked back. The two-headed red packet ghost lying on the ground shook his head frantically. Nope. All my downlines are down. Me too. Sumo added. Very good. Well done. Next question. Who are you two upline? The two of us. The top line is the same ghostly creature. The female ghost gulped. Oh. Sumo's gaze was compassionate as he looked at the ghostly creature with broken legs. Then you're useless. Swish. With a slash, the ghostly creature screamed and screeched in disarray, splitting into 4 pieces. Ding. Congratulations to the host, killing the level 3 ghost red bag ghost. Reward 1000 points of merit. The female ghost froze in fear and shivered. Sumo is very sweet. Pulling the mahogany sword out of its body for it, the latter screamed miserably. Black smoke coming out of the wound. Oops. I'm sorry if I hurt you. Sumo stabbed the sword back again. The female ghost was sweating from the pain, and froze with her teeth clenched, not making a sound at all. It's not very convenient for you to stab the sword, so it's better to pull it out. Sumo pulled out the peachwood sword again. The female ghost froze, not daring to cry out in pain, and said repeatedly, I know where it is. I'll take you to it. Go! Sumo handed the peachwood sword back to Lin Xianxian. A group of several people, plus 2 ghostly creatures, disappeared into the darkness of the night. An hour later, the female ghost's figure appeared in a graveyard, and it pointed at the graveyard and said, This is it. Thanks a lot. Sumo was polite, said thanks and sent it on its way. Ding. Congratulations to the host, killing the level 3 ghost red bag ghost. Reward 1000 points of merit. The graveyard shook for a moment. Immediately after that, a ghostly shadow floated out, emitting a strong ghostly aura. It's a 4th level ghost. Lin Xianxian made a look, signaling Wang Lang and Daoist laid a step back, lest they splatter blood in a moment. The 2 men understood in seconds. Silence took a few steps back. Who are you? The ghostly creature stared at Sumo and said word for word, killing so many of my underlings, looking for death. Sumo shrugged. You're almost offline too. A foot stomp. Sumo's entire body catapulted out, raised his fist and slammed it into the ghostly creature. If he wasn't afraid that if he cut it to death directly, he wouldn't be able to find its top line, Sumo would have already drawn his sword. This 4th level ghost creature didn't even have time to speak, was smashed over on the ground, and in no time at all, its breath subsided. Taoist Master Lei, it doesn't want to talk, give it the upper hand. Sumo lifted the ghostly creature and threw it on the ground before stepping on its mouth with his foot. Woo woo woo. The ghostly creature struggled. You didn't even ask how can I say? Why don't you ask? Okay. Taoist Master Lei was prepared for this and fumbled for the talisman that made Lin Xianxian's eyelids flutter again. The name of this talisman is Spectral Fire Soul Refining Charm, which can cauterize ghosts. Woo woo woo. The ghostly creature struggled even more. Even its arms and legs were twisting like a big crab. Mr. Su, you stepped on his mouth. Wang Lang was kind enough to remind. Oh, excuse me. Sumo moved her foot away and said, Look at you. You didn't say anything even after stepping on your mouth. I thought you didn't want to say anything. Ghosts, you know you're stepping on my ass. What did I say? With your ass? What are you asking? The ghostly creature spoke. It knew it was planted today. This guy was too strong to get it. It's easy. You still have a downline? What about uplines? There are a few. Sumo opened his mouth. Down the line no more. The ghostly creature shook its head and said, I just developed 2 downlines, all of which were killed by you. Go online at. Its eyes flashed and it opened its mouth. I have. Its strength is about the same as mine. Both are 4th level ghosts, and I know where it is. I'll take you. Not much longer. Under the lead of the ghostly creature, Sumo's few people arrived at a small village that had been deserted. It's in there. The ghostly creature pointed to the pitch-black campus. Bye. Save me. The ghostly creature cried out miserably. Sumo raised his hand. The Vajra seal condensed in the center of his palm and directly slapped the ghostly creature. Bang! The body of the ghostly creature was directly split into pieces, torn apart by the power of the Vajra seal. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing the level 4 ghost red bag ghost, rewarded with 3000 points of merit. Taoist Master Lei and Wang Lang were startled when they saw this scene. That strong? Level 4 ghosts, a direct move in seconds. Lin Xianxian was psychologically prepared. After all, the 2 level 5 ghosts in Wuyun County were both killed by Sumo. Mr. Su, what's next? Wang Lang opened his mouth carefully. He could feel that the ghostly creature inside him was even more afraid. It'll come out on its own. Village small. Somewhere in an abandoned office, a tall, thin man sits quietly. On the desk in front of him, a thick red envelope lay quietly. Red packet. It was the last thing he ever touched. Before he was born, he remembers. The day he died, he happened to be at a friend's wedding as best man, and a big bonus. On the way home, he was happy with his red envelope, but before he could get very far, he was hit by a tricycle and knocked to the ground. He was lying on the ground, bleeding all over the place. He struggled to keep his eyes open, only to see his hand tower in a pool of blood, a thick red packet cupped in his hand. A man came forward, yanked the red envelope from his hand. It's my red bag. It's my red bag. He tried to open his mouth, but couldn't get a word out. Watching that tricycle get farther and farther away, the first thing he did after becoming a ghost was to find a tricycle owner, kill him, and then he found out, after that person died, he actually became his ghost slave, and he himself gained an additional ability to send red envelopes. Just wait a little longer. I'll be upgraded soon, and I'll become stronger and give out more bonuses. The man pushed up his glasses, his eyes a little fierce. He would have wanted to go out and hand out the red envelopes himself if the guys at Bureau 749 hadn't been watching so closely. Suddenly, there was a scream from outside, followed by the red bag on the tabletop burning with black flames, and then into nothingness. Looking for the door so soon? The man's eyes glowed menacingly as his form flickered and disappeared into the office. When he reappeared, he had already arrived outside the village small gate, and with a sweep of his gaze, he saw several people standing there. Standing at the front was a young man. When the young man saw himself, there was actually a flash of surprise in his eyes, and he said, "Look, just say it," and asked, "Do you still have an online?" The man shook his head and said, "I didn't." So, the young man seemed to be a bit disappointed, and then he suddenly drew his sword, a flame blade over 10 feet long. Shark shooting. Chapter 99. A second kill is also a kill. How is this not a kind of cultivation? Asterisk 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 asterisk. The man's face paled. Shouldn't there be a couple of spats before the fight starts? Why did you do it straight away? He raised his hand and flung out a large red packet, and those red packets exuded a ghastly ghostly aura and transformed into ghostly faces again. Pity. Everything was useless. The flame blade gang was as powerful as a bamboo, and in the blink of an eye, it burned out the red packets in the sky. ing. A sense of powerlessness welled up in the man's heart, and he watched as the flaming daggers grew brighter and brighter in his eyes, and then lost consciousness. Boom! After the flame blade gang strangled the red packet ghost, it crashed into the abandoned village small fence not far away. The fence came crashing down. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing the level 5 ghost red bag ghost. Reward 10,000 points of merit. Ooh, the strength is pretty strong. It's all the same as the reward for the human face elf. Sumo was satisfied. Those tens of thousands of merit hadn't been spent in vain, and after strengthening his own chi and blood suns, he had become even more powerful. Seconds of 5th level ghost. It's easy. Rather, it is this soul-devouring knife. There was no reaction at all. It actually didn't absorb the yin chi of this ghostly creature. Was it unappetizing? Forget it. It's good that it's happy. Wrap it up. When he turned his head, he saw Lin Xianxian and the others staring at him as if they had seen a ghost. What for? Suamo took a step backwards and said, "Don't look at me like that. I'm scared." Mr. Su, you just seconded a rank 5 ghost? Lin Xianxian was somewhat incredulous, although she had learned from Master One Ring that Sumo had killed 2 5th level ghosts alone. Chopping and spiking. Is it a concept? 4th level ghosts are just that. 5th level ghosts. They are also killed in seconds. Mr. Su's strength. What level is he at? Man, is he a grandmaster? Lin Xianxian was already brainstorming. Awesome. That's awesome. Wang Lang was very excited and said, "Mr. Su, you wouldn't be a grandmaster, would you?" Sumo was honest and shook his head. "I'm not, but it should be soon." Awesome. Taoist Master Lei followed suit and gave a thumbs up, smiling. "Mr. Su, you're convinced of this strength, old Taoist." His mind grew stranger and stranger. The first time I saw Sumo, he wasn't this fierce. In just a few days, you're able to kill a level 5 ghost in seconds? Then there's only one possibility. This guy was hiding something before. Sumo laughed. "This is all thanks to Taoist Lei." "Thank me?" Tao Master Lei froze and his heart became excited. Is it possible that he has some kind of connection with the old Taoist? Or with my master? That's a close relationship. Then, but Sumo's next sentence nearly caused Taoist Lei to choke the air in his throat. Sumo said, "Thanks to Taoist Master Lei's secret book." Cough cough. Taoist Master Lei coughed repeatedly and said awkwardly, "Mr. Su, please don't joke around." Sumo was speechless. "Watch, you don't like it when I tell the truth." Chuan Jiangwo, who was hiding in the distance, was even more excited. The boss was too powerful, and his ghostly path was bright. "Go!" Sumo snapped his fingers and Chuan Jiangwo appeared pulling a carriage. "Want to come along?" Sumo pointed at the carriage. "Can't sit down, can you?" Wang Lang said. "This gentleman, my carriage is very spacious." Chuan Jiangwo expressed his displeasure. The three of them boarded the carriage and realized that the interior of the carriage was actually very spacious. "Boss, sit tight." As soon as Chuan Jiangwo fired, the carriage, like a ghost, rushed into the dark night. What a novel experience. Wang Lang reached out and lifted the curtain of the carriage, only to see the black night scenery around him whirring and whirring backward and rapidly regressing. The car was incredibly smooth. It was actually more comfortable than the 749th Bureau's official car, which is simply amazing. Little friend Lin, if you have something to say, you might as well say it directly. Taoist Master Lei suddenly opened his mouth towards Lin Xianxian. Lin Xianxian said politely. I haven't yet asked about Taoist Lei's clan. Taoist Master Lei waved his hand. Small sect, not worth mentioning. On the contrary, little friend Lin, if poor Taoist is not mistaken, the 7-star demon-slaying sword in your hand is made of fine lightning strike wood. The poor Taoist remembers that many years ago, Taoist Master Lin Jiujing used this sword to cut down Western zombies and destroy Japanese evil spirits. To the past it's just a pity that God is jealous of the talent. Taoist Master Lei shook his head and didn't continue on. Both hold this sword and have the same last name. The heel of the 749th Bureau Captain Lin is called for. Lin Xianxian nodded and said, this is a family heirloom. Taoist, the talisman you took out earlier. Suemo couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that Lin Xianxian had held her breath all the way, almost suffocating herself, just to ask this. Taoist Master Lei was filled with embarrassment and said, you asked this give. He fished the charm out of his pocket and handed it over. Lin Xianxian's face changed drastically and she refused repeatedly. Taoist Lei, 10,000 times impossible. This talisman is valuable. What's so expensive and heavy? The wholesale price is less than 10 cents. I'll give it to you. Taoist Lei shoved the talisman at her and fished out another large handful from his pocket. Batch. Wholesale. Lin Xianxian was confused. What do you mean? When she took a closer look, there was a phrase written in the bottom left corner of the charm, Hin printing house. She was full of consternation. It's actually printed? No wonder when Taoist Master Lei took out the talisman earlier, the first thing he did was to clamp his hand on this corner. Thought it was something preachy. Turns out it's because he's afraid of revealing himself. Wang Lang covered his face. I thought that this Taoist Lei could hang out with Mr. Suan was some kind of big shot. Now look, it's clearly a half-assed one. Lin Xianxian was also a bit disappointed. She had thought she had met a Taoist senior, but she hadn't thought it was a Taoist master who lived off the printing press. She thought for a moment, but still carefully put away the printed talisman. Thank you, Taoist master. Then, a little something. Just buy me a bowl of pig's feet for dinner. Tao Master Lei's beard twitched and he took the opportunity to ask for favors. Wang Lang covered his face again. A bowl of rice with pig's feet costs 20 bucks. You're selling this stuff for 10 cents wholesale. That's dozens of times more. It's a good business. Lin Xianxian said helplessly. I'll definitely treat Taoist Lei to a pig's foot meal some other day. What day is the other day? How about today? At the mention of pig's feet rice, Tao Master Lei's eyes lit up. He pointed to the sky and said, it's almost dawn, too. And I know of a pig's foot dinner that's open at this hour. Let's go now, shall we? I'm not hiding it from you all. The poor Taoist hasn't eaten for a day, and it's really hard to get through the lack of incense in the 5 Viscera temple. As if to match him, Taoist Lei's stomach, indeed, rumbled. Wang Lang then covered his face once again. Still a poor half-wit. Suemo had no interest in the pig's feet rice, and after dropping them off in the city, he let Chuan Jiangmo send himself home. Boss. Taoist Master Lei swaggered into a pig's foot restaurant and said, is the pig's foot ready yet? Just right. The shopkeeper doesn't even look up at him. Just nails the knife he's stomping the pig's foot with hard on the chopping board. Taoist Master. It's not going to be more dishes. More soup. More pig's feet. More rice again. Is it? You might as well order 2. Taoist Master Lei shook his head with a great deal of backbone and said, just 1 serving. More rice. More vegetables. More soup. More pig's feet. Little friend Lin. Settle the bill. Wang Lang covered his face again and again and again. Or a half-wit who can eat and is cheeky and poor. Wang Lang was convinced. How is this not a practice? Chapter 100 Master Xian Yun Temple? I'll be damned. Give me a fight. Remaining merit, 17, 500. Suemo returned home, and only then did he check up on this harvest. Although it was not as good as A.I. Rui's wedding, it's not bad. System. Reinforce. Suemo chose to strengthen the 9 yang swallowing heavenly skill, and he decided to condense the second Chi blood sun first. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The reinforcement is successful. Remaining merit, 7, 500 points. Suemo felt again that his body's chi and blood filled up much more. 2 more reinforcements and it will be able to coalesce. A burst of hunger came from his abdomen, and Suemo decided to go for a buffet tomorrow. Early morning, the fat monk staggered back to the temple, only to feel his head sinking and his pockets empty. There's no red bag. What happened last night was like a dream. The fat monk changed his clothes, took off his wig, and ran in a huff to the statue of Buddha and knelt down, muttering, "Blessed be the Lord Buddha, blessed be the Lord Buddha, so you're here, quick, there's work to be done." Another monk came over. "Ha!" The fat monk reluctantly got up and said, So what? I've got a cold. Change the person. Change? The monk didn't have the good sense to say. We all agreed on this kind of thing. To take turns, and you've dodged it a few times. No one's filling in for you this time. The fat monk was helpless, yawned, and muttered. Who's motivated to do pujas when you don't get a commission? Where's the work? Royal KTV. Where? The fat monk's face changed. Isn't this where you dashed yourself off last night? So I've heard. The monk's mouth hooked up with a bad smile and scared. The Royal KTV was haunted last night. A receptionist took money from a guest, and that money shifted into plutonium. Do you think it's evil? The fat monk's face, getting whiter and whiter. Seeing his face is not good. The monk heart is happy. Told you to hide the law all day long. Brothers also want to go out and enjoy today, it's finally your turn. Can I not go? The fat monk wailed. Yes. The monk shrugged indifferently and said, the temple is recently reducing costs and increasing efficiency. The presiding officer said that those without performance should not stay here. If you don't go, I'll go. The fat monk was on the verge of tears. It's not a good place to get into. He paid a lot of money and made a lot of connections to become a monk. You get paid every month, and you pay 5 insurance premiums. There's a lot of money and a lot of things. Where can I find a job like this? If you really leave the Xiangyin temple, wouldn't you still have to go and be a cow or a horse? Rather than being a cow or a horse in the temple, you can even make a little extra money now and then. The fat monk couldn't help but glance at the merit box. He wouldn't dare to touch this thing in a short period of time. That's not all. The monk patted the fat monk on the shoulder and whispered, don't be nervous either. Where in the world is a ghost? Have I ever seen one? Have you ever seen one? Besides, we are blessed by Lord Buddha. Are we afraid of them? Do a good puja for them. Try to get more incense money. Maybe the abbot will be happy and let us go out for a gathering. You quickly change your clothes. Don't be a crybaby. The chancers don't trust you when they see you. The fat monk was about to pee. I did see it for real. Just last night, after packing up, the fat monk transformed into a master of Xiangyin temple, wearing a robe in his own style. Amit Ba, the fat monk dragon walking, went up to see. Come to invite people is exactly the KTV manager who personally received himself last night. Almost scared to show my face. Ha! The manager took a look at the fat monk and only felt something familiar. Like, it shouldn't be him. The manager shook his head. The one in front of him was a master of Xiangyin temple, with a thorough cultivation through the heavens. It is the best way to overcome evil spirits. If it was really him last night, how could that evil spirit get close to him? This incense burner, why are you looking at the poor monk like this? Could it be that there are flowers on the poor monk's face? The fat monk's face was serious. Dare not! Dare not! The manager waved his hands and stepped forward to say, Master, yesterday our KTV, something strange happened. The manager whispered the story and cursed when he spoke of the plutonium. Don't let me catch that son of a, or I'll break his legs. The fat monk's mouth twitched. In that case, I'm afraid there are evil spirits in your place. When the fat monk saw his colleague beside him gesturing towards him, he closed his eyes and said, I see that the monk's body is entangled with grievances. I'm afraid that he's being targeted by that evil spirit. The matter, it's hard, it's hard, it's hard. Say it, shaking his head in disbelief. The manager is freaking out and has me in his sights? What the do I care? He quickly said, Master, you have to help. Our boss said that as long as Master is willing to step in, we are willing to donate $50,000 in incense money. The fat monk shook his head. $80,000. The fat monk continued to shake his head. 90,000. The fat monk still shook his head. The manager gritted his teeth and raised a finger. $100,000. As long as the master makes a trip to help. The boss gave him a limit of $100,000. He would have liked to take a little bit of grease out of the middle, but at the moment it looked like it was not going to work. Amit Ba. The fat monk mouthed the Buddha's name and said, since the monks are so sincere, the poor monk will do it reluctantly. Master, please, not now. The fat monk looked at the sky and said, it needs to be noon, when the yang is at its strongest. The sun was high at that time. Ghosts shouldn't be afraid to come out, right? He wanted to. Noon. The fat monk apprehensively entered the royal KTV, turned around and found that nothing happened, and was relieved. It is true, even if there is a ghost in the middle of the day, it will not dare to face the hot sun. Just as the fat monk was chanting, doing magic to exorcise the ghosts, the manager was cricketing with a young lady. Tong Tong, is it really him? You can't be mistaken, right? He's the master of Xiangyin Temple, the manager said. Can't go wrong. Tong Tong rolled her eyes and said, that strawberry on his neck was still planted by my mother herself last night. Those monks didn't miss the old lady's clock when I was still in other venues. Play more than we spend. There are still 70-somethings out there, ordering 5 in one sitting. The manager's face was chilled. He was already a bit skeptical, and now that he heard Tong Tong say this, he became more and more convinced. It's the monk who spends money on the store. Otherwise, how can a good store be haunted? Get yourself criticized by your boss. Go on, get me a wig cover. The manager nudged. The fat monk was still blissfully unaware of this, and his heart became more and more settled. After doing the spell, he was still thinking of privately raking in some favors when he saw the manager walking towards him with a smile on his face. It's just him. The fat monk's eyes rolled. Previously in front of the temple has been laid, this time to sell him some more charms and spells. Wouldn't that be a good idea? He stepped forward and was about to speak when he saw the manager jerk out something and set it to his head. The fat monk reached out and touched it, and it was furry. Bad. He turned around and tried to run, but was pulled by the manager. Good. It's really you, master of Xianyun Temple? I shucks. You were smoother yesterday when you were rubbing the tender model hay silk than you are now. Pay it back, plus yesterday's business losses, for a total of $50,000. One less and I'll take your ing leg off. The fat monk really pissed himself and trembled. Scholar, you've recognized the wrong person. The poor monk is still ing pretending. Hit me. Chapter 101 Bottom of the Lake. Silver Coffin. Cousins, Happy New Year's Day. Mr. Zhou, take your time. The manager wiped the sweat off his face and smiled with it at the front of the store. Tastes good. Zhou contentedly patted his stomach. The 5 temples were full and his body was warm. Welcome to your next visit, Mr. Zhou. The manager smiled reluctantly. Too edible. Holy, if the boss hadn't given the word and said feel free to eat it, it would have been a living advertisement. I'm afraid to receive it myself. But then again, since that live broadcast, business at the store has skyrocketed and many people have come to the store. It's all about trying out how good the steaks in the store really are. The boss really does have foresight. The manager thought to himself. Aha! I'll come when I'm hungry. Zhou walked away with satisfaction, and only when he was far away did the manager wipe his sweat, just to accompany such a guest. It's more tiring than working a half-day shift. Hello, Mr. Zhou. On Zhou's way back, he received a call from Lin Xianxian. What's wrong? AI Rui we picked up. Lin Xianxian wanted to say something. Zhou's heart thumped. There's nothing wrong with this guy, is there? Don't whet my appetite. Speak quickly, Zhou said. That's right. Lin Xianxian organized her words and continued. The ghost bride he contracted is very special. Her strength has already reached level 3, and she has great potential. Only that he was wounded before the deed and is now in slumber. The top is very concerned and intends to receive him to Kyoto for a period of special training, and asked me to ask for your opinion. So it is. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he had married a ghost daughter-in-law and was about to be sucked dry. Ask him. Zhou laughed. This is his business. I won't interfere. Sumo. Airui picked up the phone and said, I've decided. I'm going to Kyoto. They said that after going over there, Xiaoya can recover faster and my strength will be improved. Congratulations. Zhou smiled and said hi. Airui's voice was a bit low. Team Lin said that it's a closed training over there, so I might not be able to contact you for a long time, and I won't be able to go back to Yucheng for a long time. I'm going to miss you. Off. Zhou was speechless. I'm not your daughter-in-law. Why are you thinking about me? Go over there and train well, and try to get your strength up sooner. As you can see, the water in this world is very deep. Now that you've become a ghost sentinel, the evil spirits you'll have to face in the future will be terrifying. Don't accidentally get killed by a ghost and die in one body. Airui, is that how one body works? Sumo, thank you. Airui spoke very sincerely. You wait for me to come back, and we'll kill ghosts together as brothers. I'll be waiting for you then. Cheers. After the two chatted for a few moments, Airui handed the phone to Lin Xianxian again. Mr. Zhou, the red envelope ghost's points reward has come down. A total of 500 points. It'll be here soon. I'll leave you to it. After hanging up the phone, Zhou received a message from the app that 1500 points had arrived. Beautiful. Zhou stretched out and opened the app bounty interface to refresh for a while, and there were not even a few tasks left. Forget it, a mosquito is still meat. Zhou swished, took all the remaining few quests, and headed towards a funeral parlor without looking back. Heard, the body there, alive. Hibiscus, Blue Moon Lake. With the help of a dozen high-powered pumps, the lake finally bottomed out, revealing a silt-filled bottom. Wang Tianlei didn't say a word and stared dead at the sludge. Any movement? He asked. No. The young team member shook his head and handed an instrument over. No response. Team Wang. Those people who drowned. It couldn't really have been an accident, could it? The water is drained. The instrument still doesn't respond. There's no ghostly aura in this place at all. No way. Wang Tianlei frowned, his hideous scars squeezing together, looking somewhat menacing. He was also muttering in his mind, Had he misjudged? Late in the evening, the instrument in the hands of the young member of the team suddenly went off in a frenzy. Tick-tock, Team Wang. The young team member's face changed as he handed over the instrument. The concentration of ghostly aura is still strengthening. It's a level 2. No, it's the scent of a level 3 ghost. A strong aura surged out of Wang Tianlei's body as he drank. Everyone prepare for battle and blockade the scene. Yes, a dozen or so members of Bureau 749, each with their weapons out, stared vigilantly at the bottom of the lake. Don't dare relax in the slightest. For them, every time they faced an evil spirit, it was a brush between life and death. Team Wang, look there. One team member pointed to the center of the lake, where the water level was slowly dropping, revealing a corner. Immediately after, a dark yellow mist that rose to the sky for a long time, accompanied by a sickening fishy odor. Corpse breath? Wang Tianlei's face sank. How could this place have corpse chi? Not a water ghost? You guys guard this place. I'm going to take a look. Wang Tianlei's figure gave a bang and quickly ran wildly towards the lake. A trail of footprints on the soft silt. Coffins? Wang Tianlei moved closer and finally saw what was there. It was actually a vertical coffin. It was covered in mud and water, and was bearing down the coffin, revealing a hint of silver light, and some tedious runes could be vaguely seen. This is... Wang Tianlei's complexion was shocked. This was not an ordinary coffin. This was a corpse-raising silver coffin. No wonder there's a necrotic aura. He took a closer look. The coffin was intact. There was no sign of it being opened, and the leaking corpse chi was gradually dissipating. Wang Tianlei slowly backed up, not daring to make any rash moves. Team Wang, watch your back. The voice of a member of the team came from the shore, and without thinking, Wang Tianlei directly drew his knife and swung it behind him. Pust! The blade was slightly hindered, as if it had cut on rubber, and then sliced through it like tofu. The screams came. Wang Tianlei quickly turned back, and only then did he see that a ghostly creature wrapped in silt, which he had chopped into 2 pieces, was burrowing into the silt. Trying to run? Wang Tianlei moved extremely fast, rushed over and grabbed the upper half of the ghostly creature in his hand, swish swish swish, and went to the shore. Say, what's going on down there? Wang Tianlei stomped on the water ghost with 1 foot, not minding the slime and silt on its body at all. I don't know. The ghostly creature shook its head. Another question. How did you become a ghost? And how many other ghostly creatures are there in the sludge? The ghostly creature said warily, I came to fish, got pulled down by a big fish, and then woke up again in a daze. There was a scent that drew me in, and I swam all the way over to it, only to realize it was a coffin. I hid there, absorbing the yin chi around the coffin, and realized that I was getting stronger and stronger, and the resentment in my heart was getting stronger and stronger. I started killing people. Underneath the silt, there are 2 more ghostly creatures. Chapter 102, This place is forbidden. Quickly return. Happy New Year's Day. Cousin, let's cross the new year together. 2 more heads? Wang Tianlei's eyes looked towards the silt. It was quiet. The only thing that was there was a trace of light pouring down from the sky, shining on a corner of the coffin in the center of the lake. Flashes of silver. Fierce ghosts and evil spirits. Not enough to die for. Wang Tianlei touched the scar on his face and directly killed the ghost. Team Wang, what do we do now? Several team members came over, looking at the silver coffin at the bottom of the lake with wary eyes. This place, a coffin suddenly appeared. It's really evil. Don't move yet. Wang Tianlei shook his head. It's clear that someone is raising a corpse, and they don't know what the hell is in the coffin yet. It's treacherous to open it hastily. He suddenly remembered that a few days ago in Yu City, he seemed to have dug up a corpse-raising coffin as well, or Mr. Su had helped with it. Guard this place and don't be careless. Wang Tianlei thought about it and made a call to Yucheng. Yucheng, halfway up the hill, the funeral home. This place is jokingly called the Office of the Underworld by the residents of Yuchang, and it is built in splendor, just like a palace, from a distance during the day. Those who didn't know would think it was a villa built by some rich person. Suemo came here. The funeral parlor was quiet, not a single figure. Since the haunting, the staff are afraid to go to work at night, and the yin and yang business is not open at night. Suemo strutted in and felt a cloudy wind and the temperature was much lower. Young man, so young to burn too? A voice rang out. Suemo looked up. Ooh, an automatic mahjong machine was actually set up in the corner, and 4 people in birthday suits were gathered around playing mahjong. There are old and young. One of the young men, who looked to be in his mid-20s, was green and gray. There are 2 more buying yards. Total 6 ghosts. Strength. Just leave it at that. Jag. I'm so young, I don't burn. The young man sitting at the mahjong table was not convinced and played a card out. Touch. An old woman shook her head and said, You're different. You were created dead well, by accident. Look at him. The old lady raised her head and spoke grimly. It's still popular. Maybe it's a new employee. In a minute, have him turn on the stove and burn him. multiple by yards. Ah yes. Sumo nodded, walked over, and smiled. Several people. I'm here to burn you. You. A few people's faces changed, and they felt a sizzling heat around them, and the automatic mahjong machine directly burned up. The bodies are burned clean, and they're still not honest. What's the point of staying here? It affects the cityscape. Sumo urged the breath in his body, and several ghosts screamed and followed the mahjong machine into ashes. Ding! Congratulations host. Kill. With a few beeps in his ears, Sumo took a few turns around the funeral parlor and left in stride. Next place. Sumo arrived at a restaurant. Just sat in the door. The boss came out with his daughter. What do you want to eat? Sumo sized him up for a few moments and asked, are you the owner here? Yes, Sumo said. This place had an explosion a few days ago, and the owner and his daughter died. You're the boss. Who's the dead guy? The boss choked and his face turned ugly as he shielded his daughter behind him and asked vigilantly, who are you? Not important. Sumo shook his head and said softly, I'll send you away. No. The boss was covered in ghostly air and said spitefully, I'm not leaving. I want to stay with my daughter. You, even if you kill me, can you spare my daughter? She's only 8 years old. Her life hasn't even started yet. Sumo glanced behind him, at the resentful little girl, and sighed. Reunion, please. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Sumo turned to leave, and just as he stepped out of the dining room door, the dimly lit restaurant behind him shook. It became a ruin, and there were traces of fire everywhere. Sumo went to a few more haunted places and resolved those ghosts in 3 or 2 strokes. Jingle bells. The phone rang. Team Lin, something wrong? Sumo asked. Mr. Su, another corpse-raising coffin was dug up in Rongcheng, and inside our arms is a blood corpse. Lin Xianxian's voice was tinged with unease. Corpse-raising coffins? Blood corpses? Sumo spoke. That thing that corpse Taoist got? Right. Lin Xianxian aggravated her tone and said, that place was originally haunted by water ghosts. After our people went over there, they dug out a silver coffin at the bottom of the lake that was highly similar to the one of the blood corpse. Lin Xianxian immediately called Sumo after receiving Wang Tianlei's message. After all, Sumo had instructed himself that if he dug up something similar again, he must tell him, give me the address and I'll go there. Sumo was a little surprised. Corpse Taoist was quite good at raising. Mr. Su, you've already been targeted by the Corpse Taoist. If you go again, I'm worried. After all, Taoist Corpse was a patriarchal-level evil cultivator with great strength. Although Lin Xianxian had confidence in Sumo, if the Corpse Taoist really searched for him, would Mr. Su be able to withstand it? Sumo interrupted her. Getting 1 blood corpse killed is also a feud. Getting 5 blood corpses killed is also a feud. Is there a difference? I see. Lin Xianxian quickly reported a string of addresses and said, over there, it's Wang Tianlei who's in charge. Just go over and contact him. Wang Tianlei? Sumo recalled the scarred face that came to look for himself with Lin Xianxian at that time. Also, Anna wants to go. Sumo expressed her understanding. The Ma family had a blood feud with the Corpse Taoist, and after knowing this news, there was no reason for her not to go. Let her come to me. Sumo waited in place for a while before he heard a motorcycle roar. Mariana got out of the car, her pink hair sticking out, and called out respectfully, Mr. Su. Since the last trip to the tunnel, Ma-Anna had a sense of awe towards Sumo, a little nervous. Aha! Sumo snapped his fingers and Chuan Jiangwo appeared pulling a yellow cart, startling Ma-Anna. It's scary enough to have a ghostly creature appear out of nowhere. Boss! Chuan Jiangwo swept a glance at Ma-Anna and instantly understood in seconds, blowing a breath towards the yellow car. After a puff of green smoke, the yellow car transformed into a luxury carriage. This is... Mariana was dumbfounded. My driver. Sumo nuzzled. Get in the car and go to Rongcheng. Ah, oh. Ma-Anna reacted and followed Sumo to board the carriage, and Chuan Jiangwo yelled sit firmly. The luxurious carriage turned into a ghostly shadow, rushed into the darkness, and sped towards the direction of Rong City. A few hours later, the carriage stopped steadily. Sumo got off and slightly stretched his waist. Not to mention, this carriage is quite comfortable. Boss, I'll withdraw first. Chuan Jiangwo laughed. Aha! When Sumo nodded, Chuan Jiangwo pulled the carriage and disappeared, and the two of them took big strides towards the lake shore. What man? A stern voice rang out as a uniformed 749 member stepped out and stopped the two. This place is off limits. Quickly return. Sumo pointed to Wang Tianlei in the distance and said, I'm looking for Wang Tianlei. Chapter 103. If the blood corpse doesn't come out, how can I kill it? Mr. Su. Wang Tianlei heard the commotion over here and hurriedly walked over with a respectful tone. Although he was not in Yu City these days, the name Sumo had filled his ears. Big brother. Any 5th level ghost creature can be killed in a single slash. Team Wang, Suemo smiled in response and asked, "What's the situation now?" "This way." Team Wang led Suemo and the two of them to the lake and pointed to the center of the lake and said, "The coffin is there. At nightfall, I caught a level 3 ghost up here. And according to it, there were 2 more ghosts in the sludge." Suemo had a pang of heartache. Needless to say, that level 3 ghostly creature had definitely been gotten killed. "Mr. Su, Team Wang, I'll check it out." Mariana reached out and grabbed a handful of tiny stars and scattered them toward her body. And those tiny stars bloomed with starlight and surrounded her, as light as a swallow. Mariana quickly reached the vicinity of the coffin, which was still covered with muddy water. "Go!" With a flick of Mariana's fingers, a dozen blooming little ones reached a puddle and then brought up a stream of water. Wow! The water washed over the coffin, revealing a complicated charm that emitted a ghastly aura. Sure enough, without stopping, Mariana quickly returned to the shore and said, "Mr. Su, it can't be wrong. This is Night Wu Xie's technique. Corpse-raising silver coffins. Inside that coffin, there is bound to be a blood corpse as well." Sumo nodded, looking at the silt in the lake but made a mistake. They do not have their kind of drifting stance now, only brute force. The lake was full of silt, which was a bit of a problem. "Can the coffin be pulled out?" Suemo asked. "Yes." Mariana nodded her head and said, "As long as the corpse-raising coffin isn't opened, the fury inside won't leak and the blood corpses won't awaken. A blood corpse will only awaken if it is damaged by an external force or if it has been raised for a specific number of years." Suemo pointed at the coffin. "Find a way to get it up. As for the 2 ghostly creatures, I'll do it." Mariana opened her mouth. Sumo nodded and stepped back to watch her perform. Dragon God Edicts. Wind God Borrow's Law. Mariana quickly pinched her fingers and made a seal, and the small stars that surrounded her body rushed up into the sky, and then the wind became violent. In the blink of an eye, it actually turned into a small golden tornado. "Go!" Accompanied by Mariana's cry, the golden tornado drifted to the coffin and wrapped around it in the twinkling of an eye. Up! With a gentle lift of Mariana's fingers, the silver coffin, which was standing upright, was pulled out of the silt a little bit and suspended in midair. With a gentle hook of her finger, the silver coffin slowly floated towards the shore, and then laid flat in front of several people's eyes. The feeling of coldness came to the surface. "Sure is awesome." Suemo gave a thumbs up. The Ma family did have 2 skills. This technique was cool enough. "Mr. Su, I'll blow up those 2 ghosts." Having gotten Sumo's praise, Mariana also had a little bit of arrogance on her face. She waved her hands forward, and the little stars in front of her were suddenly like a sharp rain, falling into the silt of the lake floor. Boom boom boom. A burst of sound rang out. The silt at the bottom of the lake was blown all over the place, and the 2 ghostly shadows finally couldn't hide anymore and drilled out from the corners. "Mr. Su, over there." Anima pointed a finger, but didn't make a move to execute it. She already knows Sumo's nature. She likes to kill ghosts. "Madaka." Without saying a word, Suemo directly drew his sword. 2 flaming daggers, roaring away. Those 2 water ghosts, before they could figure out the situation, they were engulfed by the daggers and turned into flying ash. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing a level 3 ghost, water ghost, rewarded with merit. Ding! 2 beeps sounded. Suemo didn't even look at them and sheathed his handsword. So strong. Wang Tianlei was startled. This was the first time he had seen Suemo strike. It was a bit spectacular. Not to mention the other 749 members, whose eyes changed when they looked at Suemo. "Mr. Su, what about the coffin?" Wang Tianlei asked. "Processing? Just smash it," Suemo said indifferently. "Ha?" Wang Tianlei was dumbfounded and said, "If we smash the coffin, won't the blood corpse come out? How am I going to get the blood corpse if it doesn't come out? You guys back off." Suemo stepped forward and slapped his palm on the silver coffin. The thick coffin boards were instantly sent flying. Terrible corpse chi, rising up from the coffin. Small mountain village. Cellar. Old man Wu was sitting there, naked, with 8 small, blood-red coffins in front of him. Although old man Wu's face looks old, his body is twice as good, and his muscles are bulging and very linear. The only eyesore, he had a half-finger wide penetrating wound in his chest, as if he had been stabbed with some sharp blade. Old man Wu sat down on the ground and closed his eyes to breathe. A gush of blood mist gushed out from the 8 small coffins in front of him, which he inhaled into his nostrils and swallowed into his stomach. The flesh and blood of the wound on his chest suddenly began to wriggle, growing a sprout of flesh that wanted to intertwine, but without waiting for those flesh buds to intertwine, a lightning bolt, barely visible to the naked eye, scurried out. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a net of thunder, enveloping the flesh buds. Barely, after a dozen or so slight sounds, those newly grown flesh buds quickly withered and became charred. Inside the cellar, there was a burning smell, like someone's stewed pig's feet had been burned. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old man Wu opened his eyes, filled with anger. The Ma family's methods are too vicious. After so many years, my injuries still can't heal. Oomph. If not for that, how could I have lost my strength and hunkered down in this tiny mountain village as an old man farming? And how could I stand by and watch my treasure destroyed? His eyes went to the 8 small coffins in front of him and came alive again. Oomph. Even if there are only 8 drakes left, once they are raised, I will be able to gather and absorb all of their corpse chi, grievance chi, and yin chi, and step into the 10th realm in one fell swoop. At that point, old man Wu recalled that figure and simply hated it. Once the 9 fiends of infatuation were fully formed, they would be immensely powerful and would definitely be able to help one's injuries heal and step into the peak of the 10th realm. But today, there is one break less. When the time comes, the efficacy will naturally be compromised. All thanks to that person. Old man Wu has already made up his mind that in the future, when he leaves this small village, the first person he will kill will be him. Old man Wu's eyes flashed with hatred. He looked toward the 8 small coffins, each with a blood-colored mist churning over them like a boiling hot pot. Recently, the yin chi is a lot more vigorous. According to this speed, the obsessive heart of the 9 fatalities, 8 fatalities completely refined, perhaps not used so much time. He muttered. All of these corpse-raising coffins were hidden by him, and the one that was destroyed earlier was purely an accident. There should be no surprises with the next 8 corpse-raising coffins. Old man Wu stood up, moved his body, and put on his plain clothes. It's that kindly old mountain village man again. It's time to cook breakfast. We still have to pick manure at dawn. Old man Wu sighed. If it wasn't for the fact that he was trying to avoid the pursuit of Bureau 749, why would he end up in such a situation? A tiger falls down and is bullied by a dog. He shook his head and was about to leave the cellar when his eyes snapped before he could take 2 steps. Horrified, he turned his head, deadly staring at a small coffin labeled with the word wrong. He was furious. How dare you? Chapter 104, a subblood corpse? I'm sending you to a reunion. Bang! The coffin boards of the corpse-raising coffin flew out, and the corpse gas rose to the sky with a fishy stench. In the coffin, 2 pairs of eyes snapped open, blood red. A big one and a small one, 2 figures, stood up in the corpse air. The female corpse, naked and delicate in appearance, had opened her eyes by now, glistening with a bloody sheen. The other bloody corpse was a child of 2 or 3 years old. It was tightly pulling on the female corpse's hand, and the corpse chi on its body was actually a few points more vigorous than the female corpse. Son and mother blood corpses? Ma Anna's face became ugly when she saw the scene. What was Knight Wu Xia up to? Wang Tianlei also gripped his sword and waved his hand for the others to retreat further away. The oppressive feeling of the corpse chi was too strong. These 2 bloody corpses, they're kind of scary. It's finally out. The female corpse tilted her head and looked at Sumo. The corner of her mouth hooked into a cruel smile before she could finish. A big hand, then, slapped her on the head. Sorry, you have to go back again. Bang! Sumo's palm pressed hard and directly pressed the female corpse hard back into the coffin again. The head of the female corpse hit the bottom of the coffin so hard that the bottom of the silver coffin smashed out a big pit. Sumo opened the coffin just to wake them up so he could get them dead. Mom dash! The child corpse screamed and opened its teeth and claws to pounce on Sumo. You lie back too. Sumo slapped him over and the child was also slapped into the coffin. He towered over the mother and son, who lay shivering in their coffins, and smiled, sending you to be reunited. Sumo threw up his fist and smashed it into the coffin. His movements were so large that it made a thud 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 sound. Due to the force, the coffin had sunk a few inches into the ground, and the few people in the distance, Wang Tianlei, felt the ground shaking. A mournful scream came from the coffin. Wang Tianlei looked dumbfounded. So brutal? Blood corpse, coffin, with your fists? Why are those 2 phrases together so weird? Well, Mr. Su, always. Ma Anna thought back to the image of Sumo getting those sphinxes killed in the tunnel. Awesome. Wang Tianlei was convinced. The impactful image in front of him reminded him of the Mid-Autumn Festival when he went back to his hometown to make patties. The sticky rice was placed in a stone trough and then smashed with a bull-thick wooden stick one at a time, until the sticky rice is smashed until it is sticky, delicate, and thoroughly blended together, turning it into mochi. Wang Tianlei shivered as he thought of what happened to the 2 blood corpses in the coffin. The 749 members standing further away were even more dumbfounded, and if it weren't for the rules, they would have wanted to pull out their cell phones to take pictures and send them to their friends. Does Mr. Su have a grudge against the bloody corpse in the coffin? Who knows? What do you know? This is called cynicism, a model for my generation. A real man uses his fists. Next time you run into a blood corpse, you try? I think you want me to pass away. The screams from the coffin were animated at first, then gradually fell silent. Eventually there was no sound at all. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing the level 4 ghost creature blood corpse, rewarded with 3,000 points of merit. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing the level 4 ghost creature blood corpse. Reward 5,000 points of merit. 5,000 points of merit, provided by that little blood corpse. Done. Suemo moved farther away from the coffin and waved his hand, dispersing the fishy corpse smell around him. The coffin was in a bit of a bad state, having just been smashed in the heat of the moment and not stopping for a moment. The blood corpse. Dead? Anon. Suemo pulled out a tissue and wiped his hands. It was still the blood corpse that was hard enough. Any other ghost creature wouldn't be able to withstand a punch of its own. Let's see. Wang Tianlei couldn't help his curiosity and took 3 or 2 steps to the coffin. And when he looked inside, his face changed. Understand what curiosity killed the cat means. There was no longer a bloody corpse to be seen in the coffin, only a gooey mess that looked extremely sticky and shiny. There were also some yellow oil stars floating on it. Mochi. The word suddenly popped into his head, and he'd had a piece of it the other day, dipped in soy noodles. Vomit. Wang Tianlei covered his mouth, almost couldn't resist the stomach juices churning, and decided that he would never eat patties again. Team Wang, what happened to you? When the several 749 members saw Wang Tianlei's reaction, they were all shocked. Team Wang is known for his nerves, and he can withstand even the most disgusting scenes. Why can't you take one look at it? What's going on in there? Who dash? Wang Tianlei took a deep breath, suppressing the churning reaction in his body, and said, "It's nothing, but the flavor is too big. It's a bit hard to bear for a while. You brats, why don't you come over and see the world? This is a blood corpse, a rare opportunity." His eyes glazed over. Team Wang, it's better not to look at it. A team member clearly felt that there was a pitfall and shook his head like a rattle. Wang Tianlei stared and didn't say anything. A few members of the team looked at me. I looked at you, and finally moved to the coffin. Stick your head out. Holy, vomit. Team Wan Yu. The corner of Wang Tianlei's mouth twitched. Being a bit overwhelmed by these guys, he grunted. You can't even withstand this scene? In the future, when we face those disgusting and ferocious evil spirits, what should we do? I'm exercising your willpower. Wang Tianlei slowly retreated 2 steps, keeping the coffin away from his line of sight. He glanced at Suemo. This guy was calm and relaxed, and there was even a smile on the corner of his mouth. Pervert. Wang Tianlei quietly tagged Suemo in his heart. Sorry, I was just too excited to hold back and broke it for the blood corpse. Do you want to take a look? Sumo spoke to Ma Anna. The Ma family and Li Wuxia had a great hatred, and Ma Anna must have wanted to look at the blood corpses and find clues on this trip over. Now it's just paste. No need. Ma Anna hastily took 2 steps back and said, since the blood corpse has been killed by Mr. Su, there is nothing to see. But, you killed another blood corpse. I'm afraid that Li Wuxia already hates you. He'll come to take revenge sooner or later. Suemo smiled without saying anything. Ma Anna looked at the corpse-raising coffins that were already halfway into the ground and added, digging up 2 corpse-raising coffins one after another can't be a coincidence. Li Wuxia must be plotting something. I have a hunch that there won't just be 2 corpse-raising coffins. There will be more. Sumo's eyes lit up. There's more? That's a good feeling. Team Wang, remember to call me when you guys dig this up in the future. Anyway, Li Wuxia already has his eyes on me. Definitely. Team Wang nodded. Suemo looked at the corpse-raising coffin and had a question. According to you guys, Li Wuxia is the best at raising corpses and is a Zhongsher level evil cultivator. This coffin has been buried in the lake for an estimated number of years, and it's raised a level 4 blood corpse? It doesn't make sense. After all, after the red packet ghost had developed dozens of downlines, they were all promoted to become 5th level ghosts. Ma Anna thought for a moment and said, raising corpses is different from raising ghosts. It requires the right time, place and people, and the resentment and banefulness of corpse chi are indispensable. The process of these blood corpses, though slow, is a thick and thin one. Once it takes shape, it's scary. In recent years, the yin chi between heaven and earth has been more than several times thicker. Powerful ghosts appear frequently, but I haven't heard of many powerful zombies. Ma Anna paused and said, furthermore, Li Wuxia has evil means, raising corpses to form their own chapters and methods, and cannot be compared with unusual means of raising corpses. Back then, when my grandpa was chasing him, Li Wuxia was followed by 3 level 9 blood corpses, all of which were invulnerable to swords and spears, and hard to be hurt by talismans. Chapter 105, Someone, Small Intolerance. Then the big plan will be messed up. A level 9 blood corpse? Sumo's eyes were glowing. With a rating that high, it must be worth a lot of money. He glanced at his current merits, which had reached 100 points. It was just a little bit short of condensing a second Chi blood sun. Having condensed a second Chi blood sun, it's about time for my strength to improve. Sumo thought to himself. A ringing finger. Chuan Zhangwo appeared pulling a carriage. The place is in your hands. Sumo now only wanted to find a few ghosts to hack to death and save up his merits to condense the chi and blood sun. After a puff of green smoke, Chuan Zhangwo pulled the carriage and disappeared. Hey, Ma Anna still wanted Sumo to give her a lift all the way, but when she looked up the carriage was gone. Chuan the yin chi on your body, it's much thicker. Sumo sat on the carriage and leisurely opened his mouth. He could feel that Chuan Zhangwo's strength had, in the past few days, grown, all thanks to the boss. Speaking of this, Chuan Zhangwo was a bit excited. By following you to kill ghosts, I'll also be able to suck in some yin chi along the way. I feel like it won't take long to break through into a level 4 ghost. Oh, Sumo's tone picked up. Chuan Zhangwo's heart panicked. The boss will not think that he is fattened up and should be slaughtered, right? He spoke in a rush. Of course, boss, please don't worry, let alone a level 4 ghost. Even if I become a ghost king, I'll still be your driver. Boss, pulling the cart for you, with no second thoughts. Sumo smiled. This guy has a strong desire to survive. Don't worry, do your job properly, I won't get you killed. I'm not a pervert, Sumo said. You're not perverted yet, are you? Chuan Zhangwo spat in his heart. Just now he also looked at the scene in that coffin. It was called a miserable yo. The boss is most reasonable. Chuan Zhangwo wrote. Good to know. Sumo opened the app, and the location had automatically localized to Rongcheng, and took a few quests in passing. Go to Folsom Mall. Fushan Mall has long been rumored to be haunted and is now closed. Sumo intends to go and clean up a bit. Gotta go. Chuan Zhangwo pulled the carriage to speed up and soon arrived at Fushan Shopping Center. Sumo raised his head and looked at the pitch black. Not a trace of popularity or lights of the Fushan Shopping Center. Took it in stride. Small mountain village. Elder Wu's eyes were glazed over. Right now, the small coffin with the word wrong written on it had shattered. Debris exploding everywhere. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old man Wu's body was surging with baleful aura. His eyes were incomparably gloomy, and the bones of his hands were clicking. Why another accident? This corpse-raising coffin was obviously hidden deep, so why did it break again? He stepped forward and reached out towards the crumbs of the coffin, and a hazy image appeared after a puff of blood mist. It's presented from the viewpoint of a female corpse. A large hand, pressed against the female corpse's face, and then a young man came into view. And then, young man swings for the fences. Bang, bang, bang. Old man Wu's eyebrows jumped with each fall of his fist. It's atrocious. You again. Old man Wu stormed out and cursed. Such cruelty. You are simply more like an evil cultivator than me. I'm going to kill you. He turned on a dime, straight out of the cellar, and was about to rush out the door. Walking to the door, his hand was only on the doorknob when he stopped again. Who dash? He took a few deep breaths and tried to make calm. Now that I have not recovered from my injuries, the 8 Furies, the 7 Deadlies are not yet finished. If we make a rash move, we will definitely attract the attention of Bureau 749, and in case we attract the Divine Magistrate to make a move, we will surely die. A little intolerance goes a long way. I want to calm down. His hands were shivering and he suddenly slapped the table, which shattered with a loud bang. Deceitful. I can't stand it. No. Be cool. After persuading himself for a full 2 hours, old man Wu finally talked himself out of it. Even if there are 2 frakes missing, it won't hurt. When I recover from my injuries and the 7 Furies are refined, I will capture this person and refine him into a bloody corpse, so that he can taste all the pain. Hope. The remaining 7 corpse-raising coffins don't have any problems. Old man Wu prayed silently in his heart. Ouch. My table. Old man Wu looked at the table beside him and was heartbroken. The only place in the house to eat. There was a knock on the door. Old man Wu was instantly alerted. Who? Uncle Wu. It's me. A child's voice rang out. And I? Old man Wu opened the door and saw a little girl with crocheted hair standing in the doorway, bulging in her clothes. Uncle Wu. The little girl tilted her head and offered a piece of bacon rib from under her shirt, holding it high in the air. Here you go. I snuck a piece of the weenie ribs mom cooked for breakfast. Old man Wu froze in place, his eyes flickering and his hands a little stiff. Uncle Wu, what's wrong with you? The little girl blinked and licked the greasy meat from her hand. It smelled so good. Nothing. Old man Wu smiled and reached out to touch the little girl's head. Uncle don't want it. Take it back or you'll be scolded. No. The little girl bobbed her head and said earnestly. Uncle Wu is very good to Nyonya. Nyonya will also be good to Uncle Wu. Oops. Uncle Wu, I'm going home. Mom won't see me later and will look for me. The little girl shoved the preserved pork ribs into old man Wu's hand, turned around and bounced away. Through the slight morning sun, the little girl's bouncing figure was reflected in old man Wu's eyes, extraordinarily striking, until the little girl's figure disappeared around the corner. Old man Wu sighed and closed the door to enter the house. What a good boy. He picked up the ribs and began to gnaw on them. The ribs were flavorful and fragrant to the bone. Pity. While old man Wu was gnawing, the tenderness in his eyes was dissipating a little bit, and in the end, only indifference and harshness remained. Wow. Someone's coming. Scare him? Ha? Why is there a kindred spirit following? Couldn't have been charmed in, could you? Inside the Fushan Mall, in the darkness of a corner, the sound of crickets came from two pairs of evil eyes, staring at Sumo. Boss, there. Chuan Jiangwo had a good eye and quietly pointed in the right direction. Aha! Sumo took big steps in that direction. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what's he doing over here? It won't be able to see us, will it? Something's wrong. Run. Two hidden ghosts, was about to spread out to escape, felt a dry heat around the body shape cannot hide. Mercy. The two ghostly creatures shivered. Who is the boss here? You guys? Sumo condescended and opened his mouth to inquire. The ghostly creature was terrified and shivered for half a day, and Chuan Jiangwo went up and kicked it twice, knocking the ghostly creature to the ground. What the are you mute ghosts? The boss asked you a question. Chapter 106 Reinforcement. Gathering the second Chi Blood Sun and stepping into the Zhongshu level. It's manager song. A ghostly creature freaked out and opened its mouth with its eyes closed. Where? In the penthouse office. What are you waiting for? Still not leading the way? Chuan Jiangwo's face was dark and ghostly. These pounce on that ghost. You don't have any sense of humor. If you don't die, who will? Ha? Oh. The two ghostly creatures reacted and hurriedly led Sumo and Chuan Jiangwo to the elevator and pressed the button. The elevator actually lit up. You can still use the elevator without power? Sumo was happy. Biggie, we're ghosts. A ghostly creature scrunched its neck. Soon, the elevator then reached the 5th floor and a ghostly creature pointed to the office at the end. Manager Song is inside. Aha! Thanks! Sumo smiled and nodded, then swung his fist and smashed the two ghostly creatures to death. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Two small caramels. Worthless. Boss bully. Chuan gave a thumbs up. Sumo walked to the office door and kicked it over. The door flew right out. Who? Inside the office, there was a terrifyingly gloomy wind. Immediately afterward, Sumo saw that a middle-aged man in a suit was hanging from the office ceiling. A wobble. Turns out it's a hanged man. When the hanging ghost saw Sumo, his eyes changed and his neck drilled out from the hanging neck rope. Who are you? You don't deserve to know. Sumo stomped his foot and his entire body rushed over, stomping the hanged ghost to the ground in 3 or 2 strokes. Ah, the hanged man is terrified. Mercy, mercy, spare you can. Sumo smiled amiably and said, are you the boss here? How many other ghosts are there in the mall? Probably, about a dozen heads. Call them all up. Ha! Sumo's foot exerted force, and the hangman said in a mournful voice, I'll call them up right away. Just please, only beg you to spare my life. Then, it's so happily decided. Sumo nodded. Happiness came so suddenly that the hanged man was dumbfounded, thinking, you agreed so quickly? Really? Really? Don't worry. My boss is the most reasonable and never cheats. Chuan Jiangwo spoke sorrowfully. Sumo swept a glance at him. Stealing my lines? The hanged ghost innocently looked at Sumo, obviously not believing Chuan Jiangwo's words. He's right. Sumo was serious. I never lie. Soon, the hanged man then called up the rest of the ghosts, and those ghosts just came into the office and pissed themselves in fear. The boss is being stomped on like a dead dog. Are we all here yet? Go to. It's all here. Very good. Sumo fiercely drew his sword, and a flaming sword deity swept out, enveloping dozens of ghostly creatures. Those ghostly creatures were, in an instant, decimated. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Killing a level 1 ghost, lost ghost. Rewarded with merit. Ding! Congratulations host. Kill. The beeps kept ringing in his ears. Hangman scared Yuran. This Nima is also too ferocious. A word to Kata. He told himself to call his little brother up, but it turned out that he was going to kill a pig. Before he finished speaking, Sumo had already raised his hand, and a Vajra seal coalesced in his palm. I'll give you a ride. Go well. Bang! Before the hanged ghost was smashed by the Vajra seal, his eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger, as if he was questioning Sumo. Why did you lie to me? Ding! Congratulations to the host. Killing the level 3 ghost, hanged ghost. Reward 1,000 points of merit. Merit broke 20,000. Sumo clapped his hands and led Chuan Jiangwo out of the mall. It would soon be time to condense the second Chi Blood Sun. 5 kilometers away from Fushan Plaza, several low-profile black cars sped along the highway. All cheer up. Within Fushan Square, there's a ghost with a strength of level 3, as well as other ghosts. Don't be careless. A member of the 749, dressed in a black combat suit, spoke in a deep voice. Yes. The remaining few members of the team nodded their heads in unison. Soon, they then arrived at Fushan Square and fishtailed their way in, but when they got inside, they didn't even see a single ghostly creature. What's going on? The crowd reached the roof of the building and finally saw signs of battle. Someone has come. Very strong. These ghosts were all killed in seconds. The one leading the team thought about it and called the station and got a quick reply. Captain, what's the situation? A team member asked. Well, the man said. The bureau said that it should be a cultivator from the U City side that did it. That person. Tough tactics. A love affair with ghosts. Let's just do a good job of sweeping up. Yu Cheng? That Mr. Su? Several team members exclaimed in shock. Everyone was in the same system and had heard of Sumo's great name. I heard that the ghosts he encountered were either hacked to death or smashed to death, and were ferocious. It should be. The man in the lead was secretly annoyed with himself. He was a step too late. How nice it would be to mix it up. Chuaner, find a quieter place. On the silent road, a cloud of cloudy wind rushed forward. Yes boss. Chuan Jiangwo pulled the carriage and soon left the city and arrived at a mountain forest. Wait for me here. Suemo walked a bit farther away before checking his merits. Remaining merit, 20. 400. Sumo was a little excited. System. Reinforcement. 9 suns swallowing heavenly skills. Ding. Start reinforcement. Ding. Reinforcement successful. Ding. The host's first Chi and Blood Sun has been strengthened to perfection, and can manifest 1 Chi and Blood Sun outside the body. Shine on all ghosts and destroy demons. Ding. Host's current lethality assessment, 8th level cultivator. As the 20,000 merits were smashed in, the Chi Blood Sun at Sumo's Dantian glowed greatly, and it was really as dazzling as a blazing sun. An incomparably hot breath gushed out from within Sumo's body, and Chuan Jiangwo felt burned all over his body from a distance. Hastily, he ran a little farther away again. So scary. What kind of stuff is the boss practicing? Chuan Jiangwo had a face of fear. Yes, Suemo only felt that all 36,000 pores in his body opened up, and the chi and blood in his body boiled, which was even more refreshing than a sauna. Ding! The host may coalesce a second Chi Blood Sun. Coalesce. Without hesitation, Suemo directly chose to coalesce. At the Dantian, that burning chakra sun bloomed with light. Immediately after, the second Chi and Blood Sun slowly took shape, like the morning sunrise, emitting a dark red color. Suemo felt that his flesh and blood power, once again, was strengthened, and his strength went to another level. Sure enough, the next moment, the beeps sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Cohesion is successful. Pneumatic Sun 2, 0/20. Current lethality assessment, 9th level cultivator, Patriarch level. Chapter 107, the boss is not an evil cultivator. Is he? Patriarch, 9th level cultivator. Sumo laughed heartily. It's worthy of the system-enhanced 9 suns divine power. He felt it carefully, and the chi and blood in his body boiled like a great river rolling over. The power of the Patriarch was as terrifying as it was. Sumo felt, if in the event of encountering a 5th level ghost creature, he was afraid that he wouldn't need to make a move, and he would directly destroy the other party with his chi and blood. Yes, Suemo was in a good mood and laughed out loud, filling the entire mountain forest with laughter. Birds and beasts fly in terror. Luckily, this place was sparsely populated, or else he would have definitely been startled by Sumo's laughter. Holy, the boss is smiling too sickly. Chuan Jiangwo hid far away, almost peeing from the aura emanating from Suemo. It was less than 5 minutes before and after. The aura on the boss's body just rattled upwards, and it was now a presence he couldn't look directly at. It was as if by looking at it, one was about to melt. He looked up quietly, only to see Suemo standing under the night color. Behind him the sky dome was a full moon. A cloud of tree branches shadows just enveloped him. The atmosphere is drawn full. Sumo's figure was infinitely elevated in Chuan Jiangwo's eyes, like a demon god. Chuan Jiangwo couldn't help but shiver. He suddenly thought, the boss is so keen on killing ghosts and his strength is progressing so fast. Could it be that? Hiss! Chuan Jiangwo panicked. The boss won't be the kind of evil practitioner who specializes in refining ghosts to enhance his strength, right? Killing ghosts is just his protective color? Holy, how can this be? I'm not going to be instantly refined by the boss one day, am I? Chuan didn't dare to think about it any further. His face was pale as he looked at Suemo in the shadows, coupled with the other party's laughter that now resounded through the mountains and forests. It's more than an evil cultivator. It's a sin. Chuan Jiangwo was so frightened by his own brainstorming that he wanted to cry, but he didn't dare to think otherwise. The 4 words pouring and refining lingered in his mind. Resign yourself to your fate. Chuan Jiangwo tried hard to convince himself. I'll just work hard and leave the rest to Providence. Pull the wagon and be the oxen and horses. The boss will see to that. Car. Chuan Jiangwo was still brainstorming when he heard Sumo's call and immediately changed his face. Boss. He rushed over in 3 or 2 steps and fawned. Congratulations to the boss on his great strength. Why is your face so white? Suemo said. Chuan Jiangwo's heart thumped. Air. It's probably a bit of indigestion from inhaling too much ghost chi recently. Chuan Jiangwo hurriedly spoke. Then turn around and fix yourself some stomach-enhancing tablets. Sumo stretched his back. Got it, boss. Where are we going now? Chuan Jiangwo opened his mouth carefully. Go back to Yucheng. Sumo said. Boss, please get in the car. Chuan Jiangwo summoned the yellow cart and waited for Sumo to sit down before he turned into a shadow and rushed into the darkness. The yellow bus raced through the shadows. Sumo closed his eyes and rested his mind. Chuan Jiangwo did have a hand in pulling the car. Stable and fast. Suddenly, Sumo opened her eyes and said softly, stop the car. Squeak. Chuan stomped his feet straight, the soles of his feet rubbing sparks on the ground. Boss, what's wrong? Kawakian asked. Sumo looked toward a mountain forest in the distance. He could now feel that there was a vague fluctuation of breath there. Go over there and be quick. Gotta go. Chuan Jiangwo turned the car around and pulled Sumo towards that mountain forest. Mountain Grove. An open field. 3 men and 1 woman, totaling 749 members back to back. Weapons clutched in their hands. Eyes stared around warily. They were all a little green in the face. Their combat uniforms covered in blood. The most seriously injured member of the team had his left arm severed at the root. The foul-smelling blood stained his combat uniform. The remaining 3 were also injured. Large and small wounds covering their entire body, obviously having suffered a vicious battle. Surrounding the 4, but a few head of green hairy zombies. One straightened his arms. Mouth and nose from time to time also spewed out green poisonous fog. Bureau 749? It's just like that. How does this corpse poison taste to this handsome guy? A sorrowful voice rang out. A short, pockmarked, small-eyed youth walked out from behind a zombie. He held an ancient bell in his hand. The pockmarked youth's eyes swept the 4, finally fixing their gaze on the good-looking female member. Chick, this handsome guy has given you a chance. As long as you spend the night with this handsome guy, I will let you live. Why are you so stubborn? Have to taste the corpse poison? I'm so handsome. Are you still at a disadvantage? A trace of contempt flashed in the eyes of that female team member and said, for a man like you who is inhuman and covered in corpse-smelling SEMA stuff, I feel sick just looking at you. Handsome guy? If your family can't afford a mirror, take a piss and look at yourself and look more abstract than these zombies. Spend the night together? At your height where you can't jump up and hit me in the knee. Has that thing grown? Is it as big as a fingernail? A side note. The female team member also reached out her own slender palm and gently pinched her thumb over her pinky, gesturing. Snort. The remaining 3 members of the team laughed as well. Bully. A 749 member gave a thumbs up. With a flip of her hair, the female team member said, mostly because this guy is so ugly and wants to be beautiful. Ha ha ha. Several people laughed, their eyes exchanging glances. Looking for a breakthrough. You. Looking for death. The pockmarked youth's face was unsightly. The other party's words, which did little damage, were extremely insulting. He was most concerned about his height and looks. Now that he was so snubbed by the other party, he became infuriated and a gust of corpse chi surged out of his body. Ha! He suddenly smiled, held the bell in his hand and said, curse. Go ahead and curse. You won't live long anyway. Especially you. He took the bell and pointed it at the female team member and said in a chilling voice, I will refine you into a zombie and will still retain your sanity. Zombies. It's not like it won't work. The old man can take it, too. Ha ha ha. The 4 men's faces turned blue, especially the female member. She wasn't afraid of death, just the thought of being turned into one of those contraptions, and fear welled up in his heart. She gripped the knife in her hand tightly. She couldn't stand the thought of becoming a zombie. Never. If it comes to that, she will kill herself. Did you want to kill yourself? The pockmarked youth seemed to have guessed her thoughts and laughed even more happily. Even if you die, I can still refine you into a zombie. Oh, TSK, tisk. After I refine you into a zombie, I'll let you be naked every day. With these zombies. Think. That's funny. Chapter 108, hands off? Stay with your mom. Don't mind me for a while. You guys find a way to break out. And if you can get away, one is one. Do you hear me? The youth with the broken arm took advantage of the other party's complacency and spoke quietly. Team Chow. Shut up. The broken-armed youth chortled and whispered. This is an order. We've all been poisoned by the corpse poison. Our fighting strength is greatly reduced. We can't leave. A few people nodded in silence. Kill them all except the woman. The pockmarked youth had obviously lost his patience as well, and with a shake of the bell in his hand, a clang sound could be heard. A few zombies got the order and violently scurried forward, killing towards a few people at an extremely fast speed. It is now. The broken-armed youth bellowed and rushed towards a zombie without any hesitation, directly pouncing it to the ground. Deadly pressure. The other 2 did the same, not caring about the zombie's bites, and deadlocked the 2 zombies. A gap in the encirclement immediately appeared. Move. The young man with the broken arm droned at the female member. The female team member had tears in her eyes. knowing that this was a silver lining that several people had fought for with their lives. With a scurry of her body, she ran outside. Trying to run? No way, the pockmarked youth sneered, stepping out like lightning before sweeping his foot across the room. Bang! The female team member spat out blood and flew backwards like a kite with broken strings, rolling on the ground a few times and unable to get up. Hey! The pockmarked youth laughed triumphantly. Lousy is at least a 5th level cultivator. Wouldn't it be disgraceful to let you run away? Kill! He shook the bell again and several zombies lunged towards the female member. Dying? The female team member was suddenly not so scared at this moment, and she turned her head to look at her colleague who was being entangled by the zombie. She never regretted joining the 749th Bureau. Mom, my daughter is unfilial, so I can't go home for New Year's this year. She sighed and gripped the knife in her hand. Even if she was going to die, she was going to rip a piece of flesh off the zombie. Trance. She seemed to see a cloud of shadows, rapidly rushing toward her side, as if it were a yellow car. Yellow cab? She thought she had misread it, and the next thing she heard was a shout. I'll run you over at. There was a flash of light. Several zombies that were flying at them were instantly knocked out, and trees were knocked over in the distance. That's when she got a good look. The one pulling the yellow cart is actually a gloomy ghostly creature. The yellow bus stopped. An eerie silence fell around them. Everyone was confused. The pockmarked youth stared blankly at the yellow cart, even forgetting to shake the bell in his hand. Several members of the team took the opportunity to get rid of the zombies and leaned back together, their eyes alertly looking at the yellow car. Chief, am I traveling to Shanghai Bund? A team member couldn't help but say. Look out, the broken-armed youth whispered. There's someone else in the yellow car. He was also a bit confused. When it's clear that life and death are on the line, a ghost pulling a yellow car suddenly appears. Hell no. What the is this? The pockmarked youth's face changed greatly, pointing at the yellow car and shouting, Sneaky, get out. Chuan Zhangwo's eyes were shocked as he stared at the pockmarked youth. Nice guy, how dare you talk to my boss like that? Who gave you the courage? What a fear of death. Chuan took a little pity on him. The pockmarked youth was stared at by Chuan Zhangwo, and after taking a closer look, he gloomily said, Shay, so it's a level 3 ghost. Steady. He could also tell that the ghostly creature pulling the cart had been bred. But well, raising a level 3 ghost is just that. How good can the master be? Chuaner, you're blocking me. Sumo's voice rang out. Chuan Zhangwo hurriedly stepped aside and smiled. I'm sorry boss, this kid is so arrogant that I want to beat him up. Sumo got out of the car, looked at the 4 people with wary gazes and said, Don't be nervous, one of our own. As for the pockmarked youth, Sumo didn't even want to look at him. Kid, you're dead. The pockmarked youth was very angry. Was he being ignored? He shook the bell in his hand, and several zombies flew towards Sumo, opening their mouths and spewing out green poisonous smoke. A few people quickly opened their mouths to remind. Be careful, this corpse poison is severe. Night, powerful. The words were stuttering by the end of the sentence. Several people were dumbfounded, because the few zombies that had flown over were already in pieces, and a few zombie heads were still bouncing on the ground. Not only them, the pockmarked youth also froze. He looked at Sumo and straightened his head down again. A zombie head with wide eyes and green breath coming out of its mouth slowly rolled to his feet. Dead? One moment. Raise 5 green poisonous zombies by yourself and get killed? What the is this? The pockmarked youth's face was terrified, and his feet were twinkling. This guy who came in a yellow bus is just sick. The 5 green poisonous zombies that he had painstakingly refined were shattered by him in 2 slaps. Jesus, what kind of steel plate did I kick in? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Several 749 members also reacted with strange cries, their gazes simply unbelievable. Big brother, saved. The 4 men's eyes flooded with hope. Boss, awesome. Chuan Zhangwo gave a thumbs up. A zombie in the district. How dare you make a move? You don't know how to die. Ding. Congratulations to the host, killing a level 4 evil spirit green poison zombie, rewarded with 3,000 points of merit. Ding. Congratulations to the host. A beep sounded in Sumo's ear. These few zombies that were killed in seconds directly provided himself with more than 10,000 merits. Mezzo. Holy. The pockmarked youth yelled and turned to run. Come back you. Sumo's figure rushed out like a cannonball. His speed was unknown how much faster than before, almost instantly rushing to the top of the pockmarked youth's head. Reach out and grab it. The pockmarked youth only felt his head tighten, and then his entire body flew up, and his eyes blinked. When I looked back again, I was back in the same place. Biggie, spare me. The pockmarked youth wasn't stupid. Knowing that Sumo couldn't afford to mess with him, he directly slipped and knelt. I'm interested in your zombies. A lot. Sumo faintly said. Stiff. Zombie? Interested? The pockmarked youth was a bit dazed. What did that mean? Only Chuan Zhangwo's heart tightened. Sure enough, my guess was right. The boss is an evil practitioner who cultivates by refining ghosts. Find me 10 more zombies and I can seriously consider sparing your life. Sumo added. Ha! The pockmarked youth cried and said, Big brother, zombies aren't cabbages. It's troublesome to refine them. Where am I going to find it? Forget it then. Sumo raised his hand and slapped it down towards the head of the pockmarked youth. Not even a zombie could be found. What's the point of keeping you? Buzz. The pockmarked youth's chest suddenly lit up. A talisman emitting black gas vibrated, turning into a ghostly skeleton floating in midair. Little friend, leave your men alone. The ghostly chi skeleton spat out human words in an urgent tone. Stay, keep your mom. Sumo didn't even give a damn about him, directly slapping the top of the pockmarked youth's head. The latter wailed, his head sinking directly into his chest. The pockmarked youth's body shook a few times, collapsed to the ground, out of breath. Chapter 109, Corpse Refining Sect? Don't come empty-handed. Bring more zombies. Asako didn't even cry out for help before he was exterminated by Sumo. The ghostly air skeleton looked straight at the body. It could never have imagined that this person would be so ruthless. Say it and do it. There's not a bit of wiggle room. Sorry for getting on top. What did you just say? Sumo kicked Asako's corpse away, before looking at the ghost chi skeleton with a smile. It was as if what had just struck was not himself. You. The ghost chi skeleton's eyes flickered, his tone revealing a sinister chill. I will definitely kill you and cut you into 1,000 pieces. You come, I'll wait. Sumo stared at the ghost chi skeleton and slowly said, How about making an appointment? Just tonight? The ghostly air skeleton was silent. Just wait, I'll come for you. Ghostly skull said. Then you say gross. Sumo took a step forward. The Vajra seal coalesced in his palm. Don't come empty-handed. Ah, bring a few more zombies when you look for me. Bang! A golden light drilled into it, and the ghostly chi skeleton instantly swelled before exploding and turning into nothingness. Boss bully. Chuan Zhangwo immediately slipped up and fiercely inhaled a few mouthfuls of the residual ghost chi, only to feel refreshed. At this rate, he would soon be able to advance himself. He still has a sense of urgency, now that the boss's strength has soared and become more and more unfathomable. He himself as a driver, if he doesn't make an effort, sooner or later it will be replaced. Team Chow. There were cries of alarm. Sumo looked back. The young man with a broken arm obviously couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground with a pale face. I'm fine. The youth with the broken arm viciously exhaled a few breaths and raised his head. Zhou Yuan thanked you for saving his life, sir. Sumo waved his hand, just passing by. After a few seconds of silence, Zhou Yuan asked again, Is Mr. from Yu City? Surname Su? How do you know? It is indeed you. Zhou Yuan's tone perked up. I've long heard that there's a young Mr. Su in Yu City with strong means who will kill any ghost he sees, called Ghost in the Shell. I had a guess when I saw you strike just now, and I didn't realize it was really you. The corner of Sumo's mouth twitched. This nickname obtained. It's so unleveled. It should be called Ghost See Death. Your tactics are quite similar to a divine magistrate surnamed Lu from our 749th Bureau. If he sees you, he will hate to see you. Zhou Yuan continued. Sumo was shocked. There are people who like killing ghosts as much as I do? In this world, there are still a lot of good people. Can't even see these ghosts jumping around. Let's not talk about this. How is your injury? Sumo asked. No harm done. Zhou Yuan glanced at his arm and bared his teeth and smiled. It's just a broken arm. It won't affect killing ghosts in the future. Sumo was solemn. Only admiration. What's with this guy? Sumo pointed at the body of the pockmarked youth. This person's name is Guasi. He is from the Corpse Refining Sect, and his status is not low. The Corpse Refining Sect specializes in refining zombies. The green poisonous zombies that appeared in Rongqing during this period of time were from their handiwork. The four of us were ordered to pursue the green poison zombie, but we didn't expect to fall into this person's trap, which is why we were injured by the zombie. If Mr. Su hadn't stepped in today, I'm afraid the four of us would have become Guasi's zombies before long. Speaking of which, Zhou Yuan was also a little fortunate. He would rather die than become a harmful zombie. Guasi? Sumo's eyes lit up. Wouldn't that mean that there was still Guasan Guaer, the corpse alchemy sect? Why do these evil cultivators like to play with corpses? Of course, Li Wuxie's taste is a bit higher. Those blood corpses he refined had an unpleasant taste, but their quality was top-notch. Each one is a show-stopping beauty. The corpse refining sect is far worse. These zombies are covered with green hair, similar to moldy tofu into essence. Smelly and ugly. I'll take you down the hill. Sumo glanced at Chuan Zhangwo, who understood in seconds and opened his mouth to spit towards the yellow car. The yellow cart was immediately transformed into a large luxurious carriage. Asterisk 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 still play like that? Several people looked at Sumo in shock. It was worthy of being Mr. Su. The ghosts were so well trained. Get in the car. Sumo waved his hand, and the few people didn't make any pretense at this point and boarded the ghost carriage. Kawakian walked up and set the wagon on himself, and felt it a little. Not much of a problem. Chuan, can it work? Sumo's voice came out. Boss, no problem. Chuan Jiangwo nodded his head and pulled his horse down the mountain in a flash. What a joke. No, it'll get you fired. The kind that goes up in smoke. Hibiscus, a hotel. Inside a luxurious suite, a short, naked middle-aged man was breaking into a fit of rage. Damnable guy. Simply deserves to be killed. It should be killed. Gua Air, will not let you go. He took a few deep breaths, striding over to the windowsill, and muttered to himself, if it weren't for the imminent opening of the tomb, I would have gone and gotten you killed right away. Humph. After opening the general's tomb and refining that ancient corpse into a poison corpse, I will make you pay. Second brother, what's the matter with all the fury? The door opened. A dainty voice came, but it was a short woman with good-looking eyes, somewhat seductive, but unfortunately underdeveloped. It looks very weird. Behind her, he was followed by a stout little white man, with dull eyes, as if he had been jerked out of his soul, like a puppet. Third sister, Gua Air looked at the little white boy, narrowed his eyes and said, played by you again? Snort. Gua Sanmei laughed. I thought he was a tough guy, but who knew he was a wax gun head? He only served my mother 8 or 9 times before he cried out that he couldn't do it anymore. Do you really think a rich woman is that easy? That my money is so easy to get? He can't pay back the money. I'll just have to refine him into a walker. More or less. A few times. When the time comes, I'll divide it up for my heart and soul, so they can eat their fill. And, second brother, you haven't told me yet why you're so angry. Gua Air took out a charred wooden plaque from his arms and sighed. Xiao Si was made dead. Gua Sanmei's expression remained unchanged as she said, expected. I've already warned him not to flaunt with the poisonous corpse. Do you really think Bureau 749 is a vegetarian? Sooner or later it will check on the head. It's good to be dead. Save yourself the trouble. Second brother, I know you want to avenge him. The general's tomb has been found in front of you, so let's put this matter aside first. Gua Sanmei said, I have saved myself. Gua Air nodded and said in a chilling voice, but, Xiao Si is my own brother after all. How can I, as a brother, not avenge him? When the ancient corpse in the general's tomb is dug up, I will find that person and refine him into a zombie to sacrifice Xiao Si. He lifted his hand and squeezed his fingers into a click. His face clouded. That's natural. Gua Sanmei laughed softly and chimed in. It seems like I, as an elder sister, should also contribute a little? Third sister. Speaking of which, Gua Air pulled an odd smile from the corner of his mouth and said, that man is quite decent looking, definitely to your liking. It's more handsome than this oppa behind you. I don't know where. You'll love it when you see it. Chapter 110 E Jing Jing Reinforcement. Dragon Elephant Treasure Body. Really? Gua Sanmei licked her lips. A bit greedy. Second brother. Hearing you say that, I want to go find him now. If he's handsome enough, I'll refine him into a half corpse. Half a corpse? It means that the top half of the body is a corpse, and the bottom half of the body is kept for use. Second brother. You don't understand this? Old-fashioned. Gua Sanmei giggled. Gua Air couldn't help but shiver. This sister of his own. Her tastes are really a bit unique. He suddenly felt a bit of pity for that guy, and bad taste welled up in his heart again. Don't worry, third sister, brother will definitely help you get him. Half a corpse? Funny, ahaha dash. As for Gua Si, it's all dead. There's no point in talking about it. Foothills. Bureau 749 in Roncheng got the news and quickly sent someone over to meet them. The necrotic poison on several people was quickly suppressed, only waiting to be extracted when they returned and then recuperated. Then they could recover as before. The only pity. Zhou Yuan's left arm was ripped off by the zombie with all its roots, and it was torn and swallowed, so it couldn't be picked up. Zhou Yuan was open-minded and laughed. Anyway, I use my right hand for everything, and the loss of my left hand doesn't seem to have much of an impact. One hand, equally capable of holding a sword. A hand that can kill ghosts just as well. Su Mo admired in his heart. Mr. Su, I can't thank you enough for saving my life. If you have any orders in the future, as long as you don't go against the principle of murder and arson, Zhou Yuan will die for it. Zhou Yuan said seriously. The remaining 2, spoke in unison. Su Mo waved his hand and laughed. Don't talk so heavy, I said, just passing through. Alright, you guys get well, I'll head back. Su Mo got on the yellow cart and didn't go far before turning around and coming back. That's right, once there is news of the corpse refining sect, notify me immediately. Definitely. Watching the yellow bus disappear into the night, Zhou Yuan and the few others made a deep salute. Boss, that dog said Ghostface still dares to threaten you. I think he's tired of living. As he sped away, Chuan Jiangwo spoke with hatred. Calm down, Su Mo said. Sooner or later, we'll run into them. Just get them dead when the time comes. Sumo now had strong confidence. After all, the current version of himself is a patriarch, a proper 9th level cultivator. Even if Li Wuxia came to take revenge, he should not be false himself. The corpse alchemy sect? Let's just see if their speed of refining corpses is as fast as killing them themselves. Sumo had a little regret in his heart. Had he known that he should have left that pockmarked man alive and let him be the navigator. When it was almost dawn, Sumo arrived at the entrance of the other courtyard. Boss, you go ahead. Kawakian knows what he's doing and disappears on his own accord. Sumo took a look, and after getting 5 green poisonous zombies killed, his merit came to 15,400 points. Reinforce. 9 suns swallowing heaven technique. Sumo murmured in his heart. Ding. Attention. The host's body has reached the limit of the chi and blood it can currently withstand. Please act with caution. Host. The beep sounded. The corner of Sumo's mouth twitched. Understanding. It's about refining your own body. He went into the house and found a copy of the I Ching Jing in the pile of secret martial arts books. Just you. Without hesitation, Sumo directly chose to strengthen it. Ding. Begin reinforcement. Reinforcement target I Ching Jing. Buzz. A golden light didn't enter, and the I Ching Jing in Sumo's hand lit up with a blinding golden light, dazzling beyond compare. Wow. The books are winless. Golden villains emerged and assumed various poses, and with every automatic page turn, the golden villains on that page lined up and drilled into Sumo's brow. Turning straight to the last page, the book rose up in a ball of golden flames and turned into ashes. Ding! The strengthening of the I Ching Jing is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new technique, Dragon Elephant Treasure Body. Dragon Elephant Treasure Body 10/50 after cultivation. It can substantially strengthen the flesh and blood, increasing the strength of the physical body. Cultivated to perfection, it can even transform into a body like a dragon and elephant, suppressing demons. Ooh, that sounds pretty awesome. It's too much of a meritocracy. Sumo guessed in his heart that he estimated that he would have to fill up the first layer of the Dragon Elephant Treasure Body before he could continue strengthening the second Chi Blood Sun. It takes hundreds of thousands of merit. It doesn't seem to be much of a problem to work on it. Seal of Voodoo and Demon Destruction, Vajra Seal, 0/50. Dragon Elephant Treasure Body 10/50. Breath and Blood Sun 20/20. 9 Revolutions of Xuanwu Golden Bell 10/5. Sumo glanced at the martial arts that had been strengthened by the system and only felt that he hadn't tried hard enough. That's a big merit gap. I also don't know if the boss's light writing is done yet. Sumo quickly opened Spell Daddy. Boss, where's what I want? After a long time, the boss replied, little friend, the old man has recently been delayed by some matters. Didn't move a word, did you? Refund. Tired. 10,000 times no. 10,000 times no. Little friend, allow me a few more days, okay? Something has really held me back these past few days. Well, I'll trust you for now. Sumo turned off his cell phone and decided to make a trip to Old Street to directly catch that boss in the act. Let him right on the spot. Soon, Sumo went to the Old Street again. Still familiar with the yelling, familiar with the sound of chopping prices. Wang Shiji real handwriting is placed everywhere. Boss. Sumo walked into the Heartwatch bookstore. *******. The boss was startled by the sudden entrance and fumbled to shove the book in his hand to the bottom of the cabinet. Picking up another copy of Spring and Autumn, what book to buy? Ha! The boss took a look at Sumo, laughing, directly threw the Spring and Autumn aside, reclaimed the original book, and looked at it dutifully. Boss, where are your martial arts secrets? Still not written? Sumo suddenly voiced out. What? The owner, a bit confused, put the book down and wondered. Me, right? I'm not a ING martial arts master. What kind of martial arts secrets should I write? Let me write something else. Though, I've created a few of my own lately. Would you like to enjoy them? The owner smiled lewdly. Forget it. Sumo took a step back to show his refusal and asked again. Then those secret books you sold me before? Ha, I'm in for the goods. 2. Where did it come in? Spell Daddy. Ah, you don't say. That store's books. The quality is really good, but also cheap. The whole thing is just like the real thing. It's just that the owner is too lazy. Sumo, the Taishang Xianyang 5 Thunders Guan Xin Zhengfa. What is it? I see the inscription is Mr. Guan Xin. It's you, isn't it? Sumo asked again. What? The owner tried to think for a moment and finally remembered, smiling a little embarrassed. I did make that one up, but as you can see, not a single word was written. The owner spread his hands. Okay. Sumo was speechless and turned around. Looks like he guessed wrong. The owner behind that store in Poundland is someone else. Hey. When the boss saw Sumo about to leave, he hurriedly opened his mouth. Don't you go away. What's so great about martial arts secrets? I've got the proofread version of Mr. White series here, unabridged. Sumo walked faster. In the meantime, Elephant Land, an international flight to Longwei, taxiing slowly on the runway. Chapter 111, Little Red Riding Hood Talent. The deserted little townhouse. Sumo left from the bookstore, suddenly felt a little hungry, and went directly in the direction of that cafeteria. Let's eat a full meal first. Via manager, he's here again. The waiter saw Sumo from afar and ran in to report the news. What? The fat manager's face changed dramatically as he asked, is there enough stock today? Enough. That'll do. The fat manager sighed in relief. The boss said, I'm not afraid he'll eat it, but I'm afraid he won't come to eat it. Sumo has now become a live sign in the store, with select clips from that broadcast rotating 24 hours a day at the door. Business is booming right now. The last time Sumo came over for dinner, the fat manager was worried that the other party was looking for a portrait fee. I didn't realize that the other person laughed it off and just said turn off your beauty face. It doesn't even look like me anymore. This is not to return the favor and let him eat openly? I'll go to reception. Manager Pang rubbed his face and stepped out. Mr. Su, again huh? He rubbed his hands together. Aha! Sumo nodded. This way. There's no room in the lobby. Arranging a private room for you. The fat manager smiled and opened his mouth. How is this good? Sumo said as he walked inside. Mr. Su, wait a moment. I'll arrange it for you right away. The fat manager was already light on his feet, rushed straight to the back kitchen and took charge himself. Others take a look. Gotta. The one who can eat is here again. Work overtime. Night. A ghostly shadow quietly appeared in the lake observation residence. Su, the ghostly figure in the hat, was about to open his mouth when he felt a flash of light in front of his eyes and wind in his side. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's this? Little Red Riding had turned her head and saw a carriage bursting out of the gloom. Pulling the cart is the head of a demonic creature with a fierce eye. That look, like they were going to eat themselves alive. Wagon target. Exactly yourself. Tiny ghosts. What guts? It actually dares to run into the boss's territory to spread its wildness. Chuan Jiangwo was enraged when he saw the ghostly creature. Is it that you don't take me seriously? Must be knocked over. I bump. Chuan Jiangwo accelerated sharply, and the ghost carriage slammed hard into Little Red Riding Hood, who let out an ow. The body then turned into a parabola and flew out, crashing into a willow tree a long way away. It slipped again. The body is deformed. I'm on a horse. Little Red Riding Hood, furious, struggled to her feet, her head a little dazed. Does this guy have a grudge against me? Driving a horse and carriage are going to hit the old man. Yoo-hoo! Pretty hard. I'll crash again. Chuan pulled the wagon forward again. Oy vey vey. Little Red Riding Hood was so startled that she dodged and said, What are you bumping into me for? I don't even know you. I'm here to see Mr. Su dash. Squeak. The sound of the soles of shoes rubbing together rang out, and Chuan Jiangwo heard this before he steadily stopped the carriage. You know the boss? Chuan Jiangwo's eyes were alert and his heart was shocked. What? Am I not the boss's #1 employee? It's a big no-no. But, listening to this guy's tone, calling the boss Mr. Su was obviously very raw. Aha! I'm in a position where I should be secure. Recognize. Little Red Riding Hood nodded, rubbing her chest and grimaced. And who are you? Me? Chuan Jiangwo became complacent and patted the carriage, saying, See, I'm the boss's royal driver, the exclusive only. Cut. Little Red Riding Hood bristled. Not with you. I'm looking for Mr. Su for something. Stand there. Chuan Jiangwo was wary. Who knows if what you're saying is true? I'll go and inform. Don't move. Soon. Chuan Jiangwo then went to the courtyard and shouted, Boss, there's a ghost in a red hat, looking for you. Little Red Riding Hood? Sumo pushed the door open and walked out. Mr. Su. Little Red Riding Hood saw Sumo and waved repeatedly. What's gotten into you? Sumo walked over and saw that Little Red Riding Hood's body was a bit deflated. It's not him yet. Little Red Riding Hood took the opportunity to tell off, saying, I just got here, and before I could say anything, he knocked me off my feet. Chuan Jiangwo scratched his head and said, In the middle of the night, a ghostly creature suddenly appeared. So who would I hit if not you? Boss, I really didn't know he knew you. Sumo nodded and asked, Looking for me for what? That's right. Little Red Riding Hood paused and said, Didn't you say last time that you would let me inform you if there was any news of ghosts? How many? Sumo's eyes lit up. So much. Little Red Riding Hood held out a palm. 5 heads? It's okay. It's 50 heads. Little Red Riding Hood opened her mouth in triumph. What? 50 heads? Sumo was shocked. Where did you find so many ghosts? Hey! Little Red Riding Hood was very proud and said, After I went back that day, I meditated that breaking into the ghost gang was the next best thing. Why don't I build my own ghost gang? So, Little Red Riding Hood waved his hand and said, During this period of time, I personally went out and pulled together a few ghost minions to form the Ghost Head Gang. I just didn't realize that there are so many ghosts in U City. Within a few days, the size of my gang has expanded. There are now 50 ghostly creatures. And, he paused and said, there's a powerful ghost who recently came to the gang to take my position. I can't beat him either, so I came over to ask you to destroy those ghosts altogether. Sumo was dumbfounded. This guy, talent. Nice. Take me to your gang and I'll back you up. Sumo glanced at Chuan Jiangwo, who understood in seconds. Get in the car. Little Red Riding Hood waved her hand back and forth. Mr. Su, I'd rather use a run. I'm not slow. Since being the mole, Little Red Riding Hood's escape skills have been on point. Sumo's tone changed. I think it's fine to take the car. Little Red Riding Hood got into the car with a flourish and sat upright without looking away. To the north side. Boss. Sit tight. Chuan Jiangwo pulled the carriage and rushed into the darkness in a puff of smoke. Turn left. Forward. Yes. Keep going. Turn right. Just ahead. Under Little Red Riding Hood's guidance, Chuan Jiangwo pulled the carriage to the edge of the northern city center and soon arrived at a place far out. Sumo saw that in a dense forest, there was a small Western and Chinese combination house that stood there. Only, the small townhouse had been abandoned for a long time, its gray-white walls covered with green vines, mottled and dilapidated. The small townhouse had only one floor and one base, showing most of the way through the dense forest and overgrowth, and the broken windows looked like two large staring eyes, even during the day. It's also a very eerie place. Unusual people don't dare to go this way. Mr. Su, the base of my gang is right here. Little Red Riding Hood pointed at the small foreign building. Chapter 112, Bold Demon. Who is your master? Little Red Riding Hood sounded a little upset and said, I blame that guy, or I could have gathered some more ghosts. Sumo glanced at the small foreign building from afar and asked, that ghost that grabbed a spot with you, what level? About level 4. It's pretty awesome. I can't do him. Where are those minions of yours? Don't mention it. When I'm a ghost, they all look at strength and not sentiment, so where do I have any say? There are still people who want to kidnap me and deliver a pitch to the new boss. Little Red Riding Hood sighed and felt hurt. Sumo laughed. Alright, don't sigh. I'm going to go in and it up, and the Ghost Head gang will still be your gang. Little Red Riding Hood, are you going in there to it up? Obviously am all. My gang is an empty shell. Sumo got off the carriage. One person and two ghosts, walking towards the small house. Swish, 3 ghostly shadows flashed by, stopping at the entrance of the small townhouse. Yo, who do I think it is? The boss's defeated henchman. Is this back for a fight? A ghostly creature saw Little Red Riding Hood and grimaced. He looked at Chuan Jiangwo and then at Sumo. This can't be the help you found, right? Laughing to death. Not laughing at all. And you brought a ing living person here. A cultivator? You kid wouldn't have lost your mind and defected to Bureau 749, would you? Little Red Riding Hood. Seeing ghosts is so accurate. These 3, they're the minions that ghostly creature brought here. Little Red Riding Hood whispered. Oh, Sumo nodded. Draw the knife. A flaming saber blade surged through, and the 3-headed ghostly creatures didn't even let out a scream as they directly shattered. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Boom! The Flame Blade gang went unheeded and ruthlessly smashed into the small foreign building in the distance, which collapsed in a small half. Which ungrateful one dares to come to my territory to spread wildness? A ghostly whistle rose to the sky. Immediately after, Sumo then saw that densely packed ghostly shadows flew out of the small foreign building. Swish swish swish. All the ghosts, all of them landed. The head of the ghostly creature standing at the front was a triangular-eyed man, his body exuding a chilling aura. The triangular-eyed man's eyes screwed up when he saw Little Red Riding Hood. What do you mean, gang leader? It pointed at Sumo and said in a single word, we are ghosts, and we are destined to have no good end when we are in the company of cultivators. Red Riding Hood rolled her eyes. Can I be the same as you? I get a state stipend. Gang master, you're confused. How can you be in the company of cultivators? Why don't you quickly come over and admit your mistake? That is, look at this person's fine skin and tender flesh. The flavor must not be bad. Stew it in a while. Cut. What gang leader? He's not the leader now. Boss, get him. Chuan Jiangwo laughed at the sound of it. These ghosts really don't know how much they weigh and they still want us to the boss? Laugh your ass off. Little Red Riding Hood, I'm giving you a chance now. The head ghost creature at the head pointed at Sumo. Kill him, and I'll make you vice master. Otherwise, boom, on this ghostly creature, a strong aura surged out, and the pitch-black ghostly aura rose to the sky. The ghostly energy transformed into a large human head, spitting out human words in a ghastly tone. I'll leave you in the dust. Ooh, is it that pushy? Sumo glanced at the human head transformed by the ghostly chi and said, such a big mouth? Boom! Sumo's mind moved. A sun, rising behind him, the huge fireball blazed, and the surrounding area was suddenly plunged into a scorching heat. The ghost energy was scorched to the point of being bared. Bare. The human head, which was transformed into ghost chi, was directly vaporized when it was roasted by the chi and blood sun. There's nothing left. The aura on Sumo's body didn't know how much stronger it was than that ghost creature. Retreat. Chuan Jiangmo pulled Little Red Riding Hood and withdrew farther back as if fleeing. What's this? Little Red Riding Hood was all confused. He froze and looked at the sun, only to feel that his ghostly body was unstable and about to melt at any moment. Mr. Su, that's strong? You don't understand. Chuan Jiangmo shook his head in a pretentious manner and said, this is the strength of the boss. The group of ghosts standing opposite Sumo were all confused. The sun? This guy. How do you get a son? You. The head ghost creature at the head had an ugly face, only to feel his body trembling. This was not even on the same level, okay? With a quiet shake of his hand behind his back, a black talisman burned out in the twinkling of an eye. You deliberately lured him here to kill us all? The ghostly creature stared dead at Little Red Riding Hood in the distance, his eyes on fire. You are also a ghost, and this gang was even created by you. How could you do such a thing? Little Red Riding Hood shrugged inside. Sorry, I am an undercover agent. Mr. Su, over to you. Don't let any of these damn ghosts go. Boom! Sumo urged his chi and blood, and the sun behind him grew brighter and bigger, and the scorching breath swept around him, covering the sky. Ah, I'm dying. Help! Some of the slightly weaker ghosts directly began to melt. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Ding! Congratulations to the host. A series of beeps, ringing in his ears. Run! The ghostly creature at the head of the group cried out, turned and ran. Before he could take a few steps, he felt his body was out of control. Looking down, his own body was melting fast. No! It cried out miserably and desperately pushed its ghost chi, trying to resist the power emanating from the chi and blood sun. Pity! It doesn't help. The ghostly aura emanating from it was like a candle meeting a fire, melting and evaporating in an instant. In a flash, the dozens of ghostly creatures that stood in place only left a puddle of pus on the ground. Sumo was happy in his heart. Merit is skyrocketing. Master, help me. The body of the ghostly creature with the strongest strength was rapidly melting away, and in the blink of an eye, only a head was left. It cried out in horror. Master? When Sumo heard this word, he immediately collected a bit of chi and blood, allowing that head to get a moment's respite. Who is so bold as to lay hands on the ghosts of my old ghosts? A clear voice came out. The head rejoiced and shouted at the distance of the little house. Master, I'm here. Help! Swish! A figure came from far and near, shooting sharply, reaching the head in the twinkling of an eye. Sumo fixed his eyes on it, and it turned out to be a fat man with a round body. This fat man's face is black and blue, with a dead look, and the weirdest thing is that there is a baby ghost squatting on each shoulder. It was currently baring its teeth towards Sumo. Fatty rushed here after getting a message from the ghost, and when he saw the burning sun behind Sumo, his face changed wildly. What the is this? It's bad. Fatty regretted in his heart that he ran too fast and didn't see the situation clearly. This person in front of me can't be messed with at all. Master! The head of the ghostly creature rolled on the ground and pounced in front of Fatty. For crying out loud. Master, you have to avenge me. This guy vaporized me into a steamed bun without saying a word. I'm miserable. The fat man's face changed and he flew up and kicked the head away and pointed and chided. Bold demon. Babbling nonsense. Who is your master? Chapter 113, Fellow Daoist, give a way out, please. Ha, ah. The ghostly creatures were confused and froze as they looked at Fatty. You're not my master? Then who are you? And who am I? Lord, it's me, your most valued ghost, or you let me. Shut up. Fatty was in a hurry. Foreheads are sweating. The aura on the person opposite him was too terrifying, especially the sun behind him. If you're not blind, you should understand. This person's strength was terrifying. At this point, you still want to recognize me as your master? There's no eye candy. Isn't that hurting me? The fat man stepped forward, stomped on the ghostly creature's face, and shouted, Bold ghostly creature, how dare you demonize the public? I am a righteous man. How can I be in the company of a ghost like you? Today, I will act on behalf of heaven and behead you, an evil spirit, lest you plague the earth. His face was solemn. It was just a little out of place with that green and black face and the two baby ghosts crouching on his shoulders. Ah! The ghostly creature couldn't say a word as its mouth was stomped on, so it could only stare, a face of disbelief. It never expected that its owner, who was usually pleasant to it, would treat it like this. Being in the company of cultivators is doomed to no good end. The words that he had just used to persuade Little Red Riding Hood suddenly popped into the ghostly creature's mind. Doyle! Fatty's face was serious as he looked at Sumo and said, I'll get it killed. Strike that. It's about to happen. Slow. Sumo opened his mouth, letting you get killed? Isn't that a waste? Fatty's heart tightened. It's not your ghost? Sumo asked. Of course not. Really? Seriously? Then you get up and go. Sumo took a big step forward, and the fat man hesitated for less than half a second, shifting his feet away and retreating to the side. Bodies are taut. He's really scared. Want to run? Forget it. This guy is too scary to look at. If I turn around, I'm afraid I'll be destroyed by him. It's better to wait and see what happens. Within a second, countless thoughts flashed through Fatty's mind before he finally pressed on with his escape plan. Bah! You cultivators, there really isn't a single good thing about you. What master? When you let me be a ghost slave, you drew me big cakes every day, talking about honor and disgrace. I shucks. Dead Fatty, I've been looking down on you for a long time. You gutless softy. You don't raise ghosts, raise turtles. The ghostly creature with only its head left broke into a torrent of curses, speaking so fast that it knew it wouldn't be able to say more than a few words, wouldn't have had a chance to talk about it. The fat man's face remained unchanged, as if this ghost was cursing not himself. He just spread his hands and said, "Look, fellow Daoist, this guy is quite eloquent." He had a deplorable look on his face. What the hell to be? If you were to become a success guru, you'd be a success. Hear the applause. The ghostly creature opened its mouth and looked at the fat man's innocent expression. Suddenly it didn't even have the desire to curse. It stared at Little Red Riding Hood and Chuan Jiangwo, and said eerily, "My today is your tomorrow." I'll say it again. Being in the company of cultivators is destined to have no good end. You guys wait. Red Riding Hood rolled her eyes again. Can I be the same as you? I get a state stipend. Chuan Jiangwo shrugged his shoulders indifferently. The old man, this ghost life, was earned by his own efforts. Can I be the same as you? Garbage ghost. At least, Chuan could be sure of one thing. If he himself had suffered the same thing as it did, being stepped on, the boss would have drawn his sword without saying a word. Enough said? Sumo stared at the ghostly creature with a smile and said, "Doesn't the mouth dry?" The ghostly creature struggled to stare at Sumo's warm expression and suddenly flashed a glimmer of hope. "My lord, I can also be your ghost slave." Bang! Sumo's foot went down and directly stomped on that head. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for killing the level 4 ghost yokai ghost, rewarded with 3,000 points of merit. Grass! The fat man stifled a grunt as his heart skipped a beat. This guy doesn't hesitate at all when he strikes. Fellow Daoist is awesome. He spoke with poems. This really isn't your ghost? Sumo suddenly asked. When? Of course not. The fat man's expression was a bit unnatural. What about these two? Sumo suddenly pointed and looked at the two baby ghosts on Fatty's shoulders, which were terrified. Desperately, he bared his teeth at Sumo. Bad. Just got so nervous I forgot to put these two away. Fatty looked around and was surprised. Why are there ghosts on me? You two have great guts. How dare you tail me? You simply deserve to die. His shoulders shook. The two baby ghosts were shaken to the ground. The two baby ghosts grabbed his pant legs and wouldn't let go, and would continue to climb up his body. Get off! The fat man was furious. Reaching out, he grabbed the two baby ghosts in his hands and handed them to Sumo. Fellow Daoist, this ghost is at your disposal. The two baby ghosts struggled in his hands, letting out mournful cries, and their eyes, which were only the whites of their eyes, flashed with even more terror. They are baby ghosts and don't have much of a mind, just an instinctive sense of danger. As soon as he got close to Sumo, the baby ghost felt like he had been thrown into a frying pan, and his body was in severe pain. Fatty took a step backwards, his heart dripping blood. These were the twin resentful souls that he had worked so hard to find and perished in his mother's womb. The body is extremely resentful. With time and careful cultivation, it will surely be promoted into a high-level ghost creature. But today, I have to take the initiative to give it to others. It is really suffocating. There's no way around it. The situation is stronger than the people. If not, what if the other guy gets himself killed? The ghost is gone. It can be raised again. Life is gone. There'd be nothing left. Fellow Daoist, you are so careless. Sumo directly crushed two baby ghosts to death and harvested another 1,000 merits. Fatty quietly sighed in relief and said, Fellow Daoist, what about? Nothing, I'll leave first, so I won't bother you. Having said that, turned around and was about to leave. Don't go. Sumo pressed down on Fatty's shoulders. The latter stumbled and turned back with a forced smile. Fellow Daoist, what else is there? Sumo said seriously. Fellow Daoist, I see that your seal hull is black and your body has a ghostly aura. You must have been haunted by an evil spirit. Why don't you let me exorcise you? Strike that. The sun behind Sumo blazed up. No need, right? Fatty cried and said, Fellow Daoist, I was wrong. The three ghostly creatures I raised were all killed by you. Give a way out, please. Chapter 114, A good undercover agent is a good ghost. Good point. Suemo smiled and said, hand over the ghostly items on your body. I can consider it. Dog. Fatty had only said 2 words when he felt a huge aura enveloping his body. Afraid to say one more word. It's going to be karma. Okay, count me out. Fatty resigned himself to his fate. Who let that ghost actually provoke such a big man? He reached out, fishing out a black talisman from his pocket. Fellow Daoist, this is the ghostly thing I'm crushing. Here, consider it an atonement. Boom boom boom. As if sensing Fatty's betrayal, the black talisman trembled madly, and a gust of black smoke rose. Don't move. Fatty slapped his hand on the talisman and sighed. Brother, I'll burn more paper money for you in the future. Go in peace. Boom. The black talisman quivered madly and burst into flames in the blink of an eye. Can't hold it down. Fatty's face changed slightly, and a black gas rushed out from Fatty's fingers. In the blink of an eye, that black gas then changed into a black aura. And then there was a wild wind in 4Chi, which turned into a tornado and shot away sharply towards the distance. Fat ass. You wait. A gloomy voice came from the tornado, thinking that the ghostly creature must have hated the fat man. Who dash? Seeing the black fleeing away, Fatty was slightly relieved. Brothers, I can only help you so far. Whether you can run away or not, that's up to you. Trying to run? Suemo sheathed the horizontal sword in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, he slashed in the direction the ghostly creature had fled. Boom! A flaming sword darted and flashed, transforming into a 10-foot-long flaming python in the night sky. The Big Dipper flashed entangled in the night sky, lunging towards the ghostly creature with teeth and claws. Instantaneous. In the blink of an eye the tornado shattered, revealing the ghostly figure, which was again enveloped by the flaming blade. Ah! Miserable screams rang out. The horizontal sword in Sumo's hand sank, and the bloodline on top of the blade whistled out, like a poisonous snake burrowing into the blade's astral body. No! Don't! Help me! It's going to eat! Screams of horror rang out and then screeched. Swish! The threads of blood retreated from the blade's astral body and returned to the top of the blade, no longer moving. Just, the line of blood on the horizontal blade seemed a little brighter. Is this to your liking? Suemo smiled helplessly. Buzz! The blade trembled slightly, as if responding to Suemo. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing the 5th level ghost beckoning ghost. Reward 10,000 points of merit. A beep sounded in his ear. Suemo withdrew his sword into the sheath. Put! The fat man's body staggered and covered his chest as he took 2 steps back. His face was like gold paper and blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth. This ghostly creature had the deepest ties to him. The ghosts died, and he naturally suffered some backlash. But he couldn't care less about his injuries now. He only felt appalled to know this ghost creature, whose strength had already reached the 5th level, was much tougher than the previous one. A knife, and it was extinguished. Jesus, this man, what kind of strength is he? And that weapon in his hand, how it looked so evil. You want to eat a ghost? Awe flashed in the fat man's eyes, more scorn and fear. Who would use this kind of blade in a normal cultivator? Dao, fellow Daoist, is this satisfactory? The fat man covered his chest, his tone sullen. Any more? Sumo asked. What? Fatty reacted with a very ugly face. Fellow Daoist, I really don't have any more. Ghost keepers are already much less powerful without their ghosts. God damn it. Do you really think the ghosts you raise are cabbages? Watered with? That's what I've worked so hard for, with my heart's blood, and bred little by little. Any more? That? How dare you ask? Really? Nope. Too bad. Suemo was a bit disappointed. Didn't Taoist Master Lei say that all these ghost breeders carry dozens of ghosts with them? This guy, why so little? The mind turned. The sun behind him slowly disappeared, and that sizzling feeling around him was swept away. Who dash? Hiding in the distance. Chuan Jiangwo and Little Red Riding Hood finally felt better and didn't have to worry about being roasted. The corner of Fatty's mouth twitched, thinking, are you a ing pervert? So fond of killing ghosts. Boss, bully. Chuan Jiangwo was the first to run up and gave a thumbs up. Boss, that slash you just made, it was simply too cool. Ooh, the fire dragon comes out of the water and kills with a single blow. It is simply a blessing of 8 lifetimes for that ghostly creature to die under your blade. You are rewarding it by being too nice to it. The corners of Fatty's mouth twitched again, silently looking at Chuan Jiangwo. You ghost, the horse's ass is too obvious. And, will you consider my feelings? That's my ghost. But, then again, it's a miracle this guy survived him. Hey, you speak properly. Little Red Riding Hood quit and grunted. Tonight also has my credit. If I hadn't formed the ghost head gang, could I have gathered so many ghosts? That ghostly creature can come? This dead fat. Ahem, this guy can come? A good undercover agent is less of a ghost. Fatty stared at Little Red Riding Hood, his heart hurting. You? Forming a ghost gang? Just to be a mole and bring him in for the kill? It's not. Is the world insane? Alright, be quiet. Both of you have merit. Very good. Keep up the good work in the future. Sumo gave his evaluation. The two ghostly creatures shut up with a very uncomfortable humph. Fatty was on the verge of tears. Big brother, you look more like a ghost breeder now, don't you? Ask you something. Do you recognize a man named? Enli Master? Sumo thought for a moment and opened his mouth. He's remembering it. The ghostly creature that had possessed Zhou Yuanshan's daughter at that time had said with his own words that Master Only was coming to seek revenge on himself. It's been so many days and nothing has happened. Master Anri? Fatty's face changed slightly as he said, she's a ghost breeder from the elephant country, and she has some prestige in the country. This person is exceptionally gifted. It is said that when his strength is not high, he is able to raise dozens of ghosts at the same time, and his fighting strength is terrifying, and I don't know how she did it. I couldn't do it anyway. Generally speaking, there is a limit to the number of ghosts that a ghost keeper can keep, and keeping too many ghosts can easily be reversed. Even more so, directly being eroded by the divine soul. It was countered by the ghostly creature borrowing the body and soul, turning it into a plaything of the ghostly creature. Like this fat guy. With his strength, raising up to 5 or 6 ghostly creatures was already the upper limit. More, just can't top it. Are there really dozens of them? Sumo's eyes all lit up, calculating in his heart that if Master Enli didn't come again, should he or she run off to Elephant Country? Get her? Would that be too arrogant? Fatty couldn't help but shiver when he saw the look in Sumo's eyes. This guy heard the news of the ghosts. Why so excited? It's almost like a hungry evil practitioner. He carefully said, fellow Taoist, since you are so interested in ghosts, I do know a place. There's a pair of mother and child grudges, and the grudges are so strong that they're on the verge of being promoted to 6th level ghosts. Chapter 115, this thing, I've dug up 2 of them. Mother and son resentment? Sumo's eyes lit up. Or a ghost that was about to be promoted to the 6th level? Hiss. This guy, he's got something. Really? Sumo looked at him. Naturally, I don't dare to deceive fellow Taoist. Fatty looked at his eyes and felt more and more in his heart. This guy is too much like an evil practitioner. As soon as I heard there was a ghost, that look, it's almost like winning the lottery. Why is he so interested in ghosts? Could it be that? Fatty carefully looked at the horizontal sword in Sumo's hand and secretly said, this person is afraid that he relies on eating ghosts to cultivate? Yokozuna. It's just his protective color, right? The fat man felt more and more that he was thinking the right thing. Otherwise how could he be? Scary. His eyes grew in awe. These evil cultivators have the most eccentric temperament. Maybe, at the drop of a hat, he'll pull out a knife and cut himself. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. I've personally gone to see that place and there's no mistake. You'll be satisfied. Fatty stepped forward and whispered, originally, I was thinking of keeping it for a while, and when some time passes, I'll think of a way to take those 2 ghostly creatures as ghostly slaves. Since fellow Taoist likes it, I'll lend you the flower. Sumo patted his shoulder and smiled. You're very good. Show me around. Snap. A ringing finger. Chuan Jiangwo understood in seconds and directly visualized the carriage. Mr. Su, I won't be going, haha. Little Red Riding Hood's figure appeared. He had just gone around the small foreign building and all the ghosts inside were dead. It's important. After all, one's undercover career is going to continue. If a ghost escapes accidentally, one's signboard will be smashed. How can one form a gang in the future? How to shine for Mr. Su? Aha! Sumo nodded and encouraged. Keep up the good work, Mr. Su. I will. Little Red Riding Hood spoke earnestly. I'll let you know when I've formed a gang in Yuchang. Don't stick to one city. Other places, you can also develop your career. Sumo said. I know. Little Red Riding Hood turned into a black light and disappeared. Hearing the conversation between the two, the corners of Fatty's mouth continued to twitch. This Nemo was too strange. Awesome. Get in the car. Sumo nuzzled. The fat man did not dare to say anything more, lowered his head and got into the carriage, and Chuan Jiangwo pulled the carriage away from the small house. Where is that place? Sumo asked. In 1,000 states. To Chishu. Yes. Chuan Jiangwo pulled the carriage and headed towards Qianzhou. A few hours later, a carriage appeared in a deep mountain in Qianzhou. Mr. Su, it's in that mountain pass. Fatty lifted the curtains and pointed at the pitch-black deep mountains in the distance. That place was originally a mass grave. It's very sinister. That mother and son resentment is hidden in the ancient tomb. Soon, the carriage stopped. Sumo got out of the car and looked toward a depression not far away. This depression is strange. Everywhere else was overgrown with weeds, except for a basketball court-sized area in the center, where not an inch of grass grew. Even the dirt is black. Suck dash. Chuan Jiangwo took a deep breath and said excitedly, Boss, this place smells too much. Right there. Fatty followed suit and got out of the car. pointing at the black muddy ground, saying, "Once I was tracking ghosts and found this place unintentionally. The yin chi in this place is stagnant and not dispersed. It's most suitable for nourishing ghosts. Where are the mother and child grudges?" Suemo only cared about this matter. "Mr. Su, this way please." Fatty hurriedly led Suemo towards the black color, and his feet stepped on the ground, flooded with a strange touch, the coldness of the air, down the soles of the feet straight to the body. Hiss! Chuan Zhangwo couldn't help but shiver. The concentration of ghostly aura in this place was as terrifying as it was. "You step aside." Suemo waved his hand and said, "Find your own place to suck." "Okay." Chuan Zhangwo looked left and right, found a good place, lay down on the ground and began to take a big gulp. "It's a rare opportunity. This is it." Fatty led Suemo to the center of the black ground, where an arm-thick metal rod was inserted. "This is the mark I made. That mother and child grudge. Right at the bottom. Dig. Mr. Su, step back. I'll do the hard work." The fat man had obviously been preparing for a long time, and had actually brought a shovel out from behind a large tree. Bah! Bah! Spitting on both hands, he began to dig. After a few shovels went down, Suemo noticed the difference. The dirt, after all, was glowing red. The further you dug down, the darker the color of the dirt became, and it smelled fishy. The fat man had good stamina, digging one sack at a time, and soon dug down more than 2 meters. Dang! The sound of shovels crashing reached his ears, and Fatty rejoiced. "Mr. Su, it's already been dug." Sumo probed. The fat man was seen using a shovel to plow away some blood-colored dirt, revealing a corner of the coffin. The coffin was silver-colored, and there were tons of runes, and wisps of black air were coming out. "Just, this coffin, how does it look familiar?" Sumo's eyes were odd. "Isn't this the corpse-raising coffin of Li Wuxie? Not, is that such a coincidence? Digging again? Look Mr. Su, that mother and son complaint is in there." Fatty knocked on the coffin with the shovel. "Don't worry Mr. Su, these two ghosts are still sleeping for some unknown reason. Knock it off." Having said that, and swung a shovel and hit it hard twice, Suemo was speechless. "It's ing raised by someone else. Of course it won't wake up without an open casket." "How do you know it's a mother-son grudge?" Sumo asked. "Hey!" Fatty pointed to himself and said, "I'm a ghost breeder, so I'm familiar with the scent of such things. I sensed something was wrong when I found this place, and after I dug up the coffin, I was even more sure. The grievances in the coffins are very different, one large and one small, bound and entangled with each other. This kind of aura must be a mother and child grudge without a doubt." Fatty was a bit hesitant and said, "Looking at the appearance of the coffin, I'm afraid that this mother and child grudge was deliberately done by someone. That's why I was hesitant to open the coffin." Suemo said, "It's a good thing you didn't open the coffin, otherwise, would have been bitten head-on by the blood corpse." "A blood corpse?" The fat man's face changed drastically, and he dabbed out of the mound with a quick movement. "Mr. Su, are you saying, this coffin is not a ghost, but a blood corpse?" "No wonder." The fat man's face was ugly as an afterthought. "This place is a place where yin chi grows and is not silted up for a long time. Besides being suitable for raising ghosts, it seems, it's better for raising corpses." Looking around at the blood-red dirt again, the fat man's hands and feet were cold and secretly grateful. "Luckily, I had a steady hand and didn't just open the coffin at that time. Otherwise, it's time to die in the mouth of a bloody corpse, as Mr. So said." "Or what?" Suemo pointed at the coffin and slowly said, "This thing, I dug up 2 of them. That's the 3rd one." Chapter 116, Too Much Bullying? Struck. Fatty was speechless. "You are quite good at digging, aren't you? Should I say you're lucky or unlucky?" "His grandmother," Fatty said glumly, "who is so evil as to raise such a thing. It almost killed me." Blood corpses are hard to deal with. Once the coffin is opened, the blood rushes to the sky. "You want to know?" "Ha!" Suemo said. "Li Wuxie. Night without evil?" Fatty's face changed wildly and he lost his voice. "Isn't he dead?" This. The fat man was even more grateful. "It's a good thing there's no open casket. Otherwise, even if he hadn't been bitten to death by a blood corpse, he should have been targeted." "Don't panic." Suemo pointed at the coffin and said, "Get it up and open it." "Ha? Me?" Fatty cried out and reached out to point at himself. That expression was really ugly. He even doubted it. Is Suemo purposely harming himself? "With the coffin open, can I still live?" "Fatty, you're scared of a chicken." Chuan Zhangwo, who was hiding in the distance, inhaled the pleasure, and the ghostly aura on his body was a few points thicker, and his tone was eerie. "You can't die with the boss around. Aren't they just blood corpses? Boss, all they're similar to a chicken asterisk. Numbly open the coffin. If you really don't dare, I'm coming out." The fat man gritted his teeth. Looking at this situation, if he doesn't open the coffin, This guy in front of him will definitely not let himself go. With an open casket. Well, at least there's a chance. Brother Ghost, how can I trouble you? I'll drive. Fatty opened his mouth in a very grumpy manner. Yo, I've become a ghost brother too, to follow the boss's status. Chuan Jiangwo was overjoyed in his heart and said, Boss, I'll keep sucking then haha, you're the one who talks too much. Su Mo blared at him. Chuan Jiangwo slumped to the ground again, swallowing the yin chi in big gulps. I suck dash. Mr. Su, I'm really open. Ha? Fatty asked. Sumo nodded. With a bitter face, Fatty jumped back down into the mound, waving his shovel to dig, and the complete coffin was finally revealed. This silver coffin, bigger than the corpse-raising coffin that Sumo had dug up earlier, looked very textured. Pitch-black ghostly aura, bubbling straight out. Up. Fatty grabbed the bottom of the coffin with both hands and exhaled, and the heavy coffin was actually picked up by him. Ooh, that's a lot of force. Sumo was shocked. If you're carrying cement, you'll make $1,000 or $800 a day. Mr. Su, move over. Fatty held back his red face and waited for Sumo to move a few steps away before he let out a low gulp and threw the corpse-raising coffin up. Knock! The coffin hit the ground with a dull thud. Blah blah blah. The fat man climbed out of the mound and patted the dirt on his body before he walked over to the coffin. I'm open? Don't beep. Drive fast. Small mountain village. Cellar. Old man was sat in front of the 7 small coffins, his chest rising and falling as he breathed in and out. Above the 7 small coffins, a mist of blood surged and wafted into his nostrils. Who dash? Old man Wu exhaled heavily and opened his eyes. Unfortunately, there are only 7 drakes left. I'm a little less efficient at absorbing the fury. His eyes blazed at the thought. I blame that guy. Old man Wu's fists crunched, itching to get out of the gate right now and catch that person. Then refine them into blood corpses and torture them slowly. 7 deadly. It's not bad. Old man Wu took a deep breath and suppressed the boiling hostility in his chest. Do not be careless. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. It won't be too late to take revenge when I've molded the 7 deadlies. He gazed at the 7 small coffins and finally landed on a small coffin with the word 1,000 written on it. Or you guys fight for it. Mother and son. In such a short period of time, they're already on the verge of advancing to become a level 6 blood corpse. It was not in vain that I sought such a fine place for you 2 mothers. He reached out, gently caressing the coffin. With gentle eyes, as if caressing a lover's face, he whispered, Don't worry, we'll meet soon. Buzz off. The coffin shuddered gently as the blood mist boiled. Stop it. Old man would gently press the small coffin and laughed. I know it's lonely for you mother and son to stay there. Not a single ghost shadow to be seen. Almost there. Wait a little longer. Old man Wu suddenly felt that something was wrong. How could the reaction of this small coffin today be so drastic? Buzz off. A large amount in the blood mist boiling. Old man Wu felt his hand, about to be unable to suppress it. You're a bully. Old man Wu let out a low gulp, his eyes bulging out. Bang! A cloud of blood mist exploded and the small coffin was split in pieces. Ah! Old man Wu was on the verge of vomiting blood. How long has it been? It's only been a while. How did you lose another corpse-raising coffin? Damn it. Asterisk. Do you really think I'm made of clay? Old man Wu's anger rose from his heart, and he violently erected his hands and made a strange hand sign, while biting the tip of his tongue. Pust, a mouthful of blood, glistening with cold air, was sprayed on top of the small coffin by him, and the blood mist instantly gathered in midair. The hazy picture came out. Click. Fatty found a crowbar from somewhere, pushed against a corner of the coffin, and pried hard. The corpse-raising coffin suddenly lifted a corner. Terrifying blood chi gushed out from the gap, and the surrounding area of 100 meters was instantly shrouded in blood mist. Well, it's so dark. Tantalizing moans rang out from the coffin. With just this sound, Fatty instantly stayed on the spot, his brain buzzing and his hands and feet even colder. He realized with horror, yourself seems to be, can't move. Kind of funny. The moment the coffin was opened, that voice had just resounded, and Sumo felt a weird power surging into his body. The power felt like it had grown tentacles and wanted to invade every corner of his body. Pity. In just an instant, it was burned out by the exuberant chi and blood in Sumo's body. He looked a short distance away. Chuan stays in a weird position, lying on the ground, not moving a muscle. Obviously. Also hit. Asterisk. Why can't I move? Chuan Jiangwo was inhaling when he suddenly felt a stiffness in his body, like a striped base that's been put in a cooler. Stiff and hard. But thinking clearly, he couldn't even turn his head to look if he wanted to. It's so dark. The white palm, gently reaching out from the slit, was an extremely good-looking hand, like white jade, like green onions. Swish! With a flick of the white palm, the coffin board instantly flew out, nearly clipping the fat man's head. The fat man stared in disbelief. He only saw a woman with a naked body and an extremely shapely figure slowly sat up from the coffin. It was an extremely good-looking face, with long hair like blood that fell over her shoulders, just in time to block the beauty of her breasts. But it looks even more hazy and tantalizing. In the face of such a beautiful scene, Fatty felt, however, like falling into an ice cellar. Is this the blood corpse? First time I've seen one alive. He hated to pull his legs out and run if possible, but it can't be done now. The female corpse turned her head, her reddish eyes staring at the fat man, and smiled. Mother! Another childish, slurred voice rang out. Immediately after, a child corpse, only a year or two old, climbed onto the female corpse's shoulder and crouched there. The child corpse was on his hands and knees, lying on the female corpse's shoulders, turning his head a little and staring at the fat man as well. Blood red, bloodshot eyes, glowing with menace. It was you. Dig us out? The female corpse cocked her head and asked with a light smile. No, no, no. The fat man couldn't move or speak now, so he could only desperately roll his eyes and look to his side. Not me. No, I dug it, but I didn't have to. It's him. He's the one who's gonna dig you guys up. Find him. Chapter 117, is that fear? You're excited. Ha! A light laugh came, and that laugh was as clear and pleasant as a silver bell. The female corpse slightly hooked the corners of her mouth, revealing an absolutely beautiful smile. She gently turned her head and finally rested her gaze on Sumo's body. Gee whiz, that's pretty handsome looking, the female corpse murmured softly, a strange gleam in her eyes. The child corpse was hanging on tightly to the neck of the female corpse, impatiently opening its mouth to reveal a mouthful of fine, sharp teeth. With a slurred cry, Mother! The female corpse tenderly touched the child corpse's head. Good boy, don't be so hasty, I'll bite his neck later, so that you can drink your fill of blood. She let out another giggle. The female corpse slowly walked towards Sumo with light steps. When she walked to Sumo's front, she even intentionally brought her face forward a little closer. It's so pretty. The female corpse marveled while reaching out her fingers to try to touch Sumo's cheek. Sumo, however, suddenly jerked his head up, looked straight at the female corpse, and slowly said, Look at Nima. The female corpse was momentarily stunned. Her eyes were wide with disbelief. What the hell? Isn't he controlled by my corpse chi? You. The female corpse had only just opened her mouth before the words came out. Sumo had quickly raised his right hand and slapped it. Ah! A mournful and incomparable scream rang out. Sumo's slap was not small in strength. The female corpse was like a gyroscope, spinning in place several times. By the time she stopped, her otherwise exquisitely beautiful left cheek was deeply sunken. That face had become ghastly and disfigured at the moment. Ah! The female corpse let out another shrill, piercing scream, her voice filled with pain and fear. Calling your mom. Sumo raised his arm again and slapped the female corpse's face hard with several more slaps in succession. The female corpse couldn't stop falling backwards. The corpse aura on his body trembled. Mother! The child corpse suddenly opened its mouth, and the dense and tiny teeth in its mouth were like jagged teeth, flashing with a cold light. It lunged towards Sumo. No! At the sight, the female corpse was horrified. Sumo didn't even raise his head. Casually, he reached out with one hand, and easily choked the fragile neck of the child corpse in a death grip. Chug 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 chug. The child's corpse struggled, its mouth constantly opening and closing, its fine teeth clashing together with a piercing sound. Don't hurt my baby. The female corpse shivered. She finally realized that this person in front of her, she simply couldn't afford to mess with him. Oh! Sumo's hand exerted force. The child corpse struggled even more, then gently twisted. The head was taken right off. Bang! With one punch, the corpse of the child corpse burst into pieces. Sumo was holding the child's head in his hand, pawing it like he was playing basketball. Mother! The child corpses cried out in fear. Blood corpses have a very strong vitality, even without a body. As long as the head is still there it will not die. Not to drink my blood? Sumo asked. No, no, no. The female corpse desperately shook her head and said, I don't dare to. Please, spare my child. I would die in my place. Sumo sighed and said, It's really touching. How can I bear to let you be separated from each other in life and death, and separated from each other in yin and yang? The female corpse was stunned, then rejoiced. Thank you, sir. I will take the child and leave without coming out. Chuan Jiangwo, whose pouting ass was fixed, wanted to laugh. This blood corpse was still too innocent. Does the boss mean to let you go? It's for you to die together. Fatty was about to piss himself when he saw the image of Sumo slapping the bloody corpse. This is a blood corpse. It was still a blood corpse that was about to be promoted to the 6th level. In front of him, there was surprisingly no room to fight back at all. This man, it wouldn't be a Grandmaster level cultivator, would it? Fatty's heart is in turmoil. Tonight is too unlucky. How to provoke such a bogeyman? Sumo. She seems to have misunderstood. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Let me ask you something. Where is Li Wuxie? Sumo opened his mouth. Nightless? The female corpse was bewildered, obviously unaware of the situation. Okay, change the question. You too. How did you turn into blood corpses? Sumo asked again. I don't know. The female corpse shook her head in agony and said, all I remember is that he accompanied us to dinner that night. Then I lost consciousness. When I became conscious again, I found myself in a coffin and my body had changed. I turned into a blood corpse, and so did my child. It's him. It must be him. The female corpse had gone a little crazy and didn't know what she remembered. Sumo was a bit disappointed. Li Wuxie was quite cunning. It looked like he couldn't ask anything. All right, take it. Sumo shoved the child corpse's head into the female corpse's arms. My child. The female corpse hugged the child corpse's head tightly, her eyes grateful. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You're welcome. Sumo smiled and said, mother and son reunion. Congratulations. Go on your way in peace. Boom. A strong aura surged out from Sumo's body, like the rising sun, hot and bright. The blood mist enveloping the surroundings quickly collapsed, and in the blink of an eye, it was dispersed by Sumo's breath. Can move. Fatty was the first to react, rolling and crawling out of the way, sitting on his butt next to Chuan Jiangwo. Damn, that's scary. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. This blood corpse was also too scary. Luckily, there was no open casket. But then again, Mr. Su, it seems scarier. Nima. Hell just cut. The blood corpses were all beaten into silly dogs by him. Proper ghosts. Look at your guts. Chuan Jiangwo was disdainful and said, you're the one who didn't see it. The last bloody corpse dug up by the boss was hammered into pulp. You seen Machi, right? It's just like that. Gooey and sticky. Ghost. Stop it. Fatty cried out. There's no need to describe it so carefully. Ah. The female corpse screamed and tried to escape. But the aura on Sumo's body was so terrifying that she was actually suppressed in place, not daring to move. Spare my child, she pleaded. Sumo didn't say anything, and the Vajra seal coalesced in his palm. Little friend, stop, let's have a talk. A stern voice suddenly rang out. When Sumo looked, he saw a black gas gushing out of the child corpse's head, and his eyes had become a black mist. Little friend, have a word. Let my wife and daughter. The child corpse's mouth opened and closed, but the voice was an old man. Bang! The Vajra seal smashed down. The child corpse head was directly burst by the golden light. Even the female corpse's body was blasted to pieces by the power of the Vajra seal and flew out backwards. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing the level 5 ghost creature blood corpse. Reward 10,000 points of merit. The beep sounded. Damn it! Deceitful! You are simply deceitful. The female corpse's body, shrouded by a black mist, slowly stood up and stared at Sumo in death, like he was going to cut him in 1,000 pieces. Nightless? Sumo looked at the female corpse. Humph, since you know my name, why did you kill my wife and son? Are you really not afraid that I will seek revenge on you? The female corpse was colorful in every word. Sumo innocently said, just now you spoke slowly. How do I know it's your son? Again, a kid with a voice that suddenly turns into an old man. It's weirdly scary. I'm scared too. Shake your hand and it dies. It's really not my fault. The female corpse was so angry that her eyes went round, reaching out and pointing at Sumo, her fingers trembling. It's just nonsense. You, scared? Why didn't I see that at all? You're excited. Chapter 118, this revenge will not be repaid. I, Li Wuxie, vow not to be a man. Is it really non-negotiable? The female corpse was word for word. Not for nothing. Sumo slowly spoke. You begged me. The female corpse was silent for a moment and gritted her teeth. Please, let her go. Sumo said. So spineless? You disappoint me too much. Better get dead. You tricked me? Rolls of black gas rose from the female corpse with a horrifying aura. This way. Tell me where you are. How many corpse-raising coffins do you have in total? Tell me everything. When I dig it up, I'll deliver it to you personally. Sumo spoke very seriously. Sumo sighed. This old thing still had some intelligence and would definitely not tell himself. Die. Sumo drew his sword. The flame sword dipper poured out, decapitating the head of the female corpse in the blink of an eye. You're dead. I'll be sure to come to you. The female corpse's head screamed and in a flash it was engulfed in flames, crackling as it burned. I'll wait. Sumo withdrew his sword. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing the level 5 ghost creature blood corpse. Reward 15,000 points of merit. The beep sounded. The woman's body burned out, leaving nothing but ash on the ground and the lone corpse-raising coffin. Done. Sumo was in a good mood. He had a good harvest this night. Boss, bully. Chuan Jiangwo slipped forward and gave a thumbs up. You're the only one who can talk. Suemo smiled and asked, how's the sucking going? Almost. Chuan Jiangwo nodded his head and said excitedly, greed can't be chewed. I'll be able to make a breakthrough soon. Keep up the good work. Suemo encouraged. Boss. Chuan Jiangwo took a small step forward, pointed at Fatty, and whispered, what about that guy? Getting killed? He said, and made a neck-scratching gesture. Fatty was not far away and saw it all for what it was worth, and his heart went cold. Done. It's about giving yourself away too. What to do? Run? Forget it. I'm afraid that if I don't run 5 meters, I should be cut down with a knife. Fighting? Better not. Do I qualify? When he thought of Sumo's means of decapitating the blood corpses, he felt that he couldn't last more than half a second. Fatty was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Chuaner, don't be so murderous. Suemo patted Chuan Jiangwo's shoulder and said, we're not evil cultivators. How rude to kill people without moving. Chuan Jiangwo immediately agreed. Boss's lesson is right. Boss is benevolent. Fatty glanced at Chuan Jiangwo. No wonder this guy was able to stay alive under the hands of Ghostseeker. Shame on you. That who? Suemo looked at Fatty. This guy was quite understanding and actually didn't take advantage of the chaos to run away. Otherwise, it's hard to avoid sending him a knife. Oi oi. The fat man trotted over and said with a haircut, Mr. Su, at your command. Do you know anything else about the other ghosts? Sumo asked. This. Fatty said. You haven't had your fill of killing tonight, have you? He smiled bitterly. I dare not deceive Mr. Su, I don't know. Oh. Sumo was a bit disappointed. The corner of the fat man's eye jumped. His mind turned sharply, and he hurriedly said, but, Mr. Su, don't worry, I will be able to find more ghosts for you. As you know, I'm a ghost breeder, so I'm best at finding ghosts. Just give me a little time. Package for your satisfaction. Chuan Jiangwo stared at him in surprise. Yo-ho, reaction quite fast. Suemo said seriously, don't be so nervous, the whole thing seems like I'm forcing you. You volunteered, didn't you? The fat man is sweating. Can I say no? He nodded his head repeatedly and said, it's all because my ghostly creature didn't have eyes and provoked you. I also have a responsibility. Finding some ghosts for you is a way of making amends. How can it be considered coercion? I'd be happy to. Suemo nodded with satisfaction. I'm relieved that you can think this way. That what? Suemo raised a finger and slowly said, find me 100 heads, above level 5 ghosts. That's behind us. 100 heads? Fatty was on the verge of tears. How long is this gonna take? What a monkey wrench. Deal. 100 heads is 100 heads. The fat man cried and nodded. Can you not say yes? If you don't say yes, you'll probably end up the same way as the blood corpses. Suemo patted his shoulder and said, take note of my address and phone number, and notify me when you have news of the ghosts. Go on. Come on. Finish your performance early. The fat man nodded, quietly relieved. Life saved. Mr. Su, then I'll leave first. After taking 2 steps, he turned back. Mr. Su, do you still want the coffin? That's a corpse-raising coffin. It can raise both corpses and ghosts. Being a ghost keeper, it would be great to sleep in it. Don't. Suemo shook his head. So, can I have it? I'll take it back as a sleeping bag. The fat man rubbed his hands together. Take it away. Suemo waved his hand. Thanks, Mr. Su. Fatty was overjoyed and trotted over, not forgetting to pick up the coffin board. A direct shoulder, just slinging the huge silver coffin over his shoulder. Mr. Su, I'll go first then. I'll let you know if I hear anything. Looking at Fatty's big stride and carrying the coffin, Suemo sighed again in his heart. Innate carrying cement's sacred body. What a ghost breeder. Boss, just let him go? What if this guy runs away? Chuan Jiangwo asked. People need to have a little trust in each other. Suemo looked at the fat man's back and slowly said, if he doesn't fulfill his promise, I'll chop him to death. The fat man who walked out a long way away was suddenly chilled, blessed to the core, turned around and shouted, please rest assured, Mr. Su, I, Fatty Wang, am the most committed to keeping my promise. Having promised to find 100 ghosts for you, I definitely won't just find 99. Having said that, turned and fled. Look, I told you, between people, there should still be some trust. Suemo laughed. Boss wise. Chuan gave a thumbs up. Small mountain village. Cellar. Old man was chest rose and fell sharply, his eyes glowing fiercely, his fists crunching. Abominable. It's an abomination. He looked at the pieces of the coffin scattered on the ground and wanted to cry. It's been less than a month. Then the man dug out 3 corpse-raising coffins, and the blood corpses that had been raised with great difficulty were all exterminated, especially that corpse-raising coffin in Chishu. He has high hopes. In a flash, all that's left is pieces of it. 2. I'll kill you. Old man Wu felt that he couldn't endure it, and he couldn't wait to go straight out of the mountain and kill the man in Yucheng, and cut that man into 1,000 pieces. 6 Furies. 6 Furies. Old Man Wu took a deep breath, ruthlessly suppressing the anger in his chest, gritting his teeth and popping out one word at a time. Since there are only 6 fracking left, it can only be so. What is this person's origin? So young and yet so powerful. How could he know that this blood corpse is mine? Old Man Wu had some regrets and shouldn't have exposed himself. He thought to himself, 0749 and the Ma family will definitely trace my whereabouts. If I go out at this time, I'm afraid I'll be in deep trouble. I still need to be more careful, lest I get caught in the gutter. Wait for me to form the 6 Furies. It's not too late to seek him out again. If I don't take this revenge, I, Li Wu Xie, swear not to be a human being. Chapter 119 Reinforcement. Golden Bell Mask. It's still Mr. Su who knows how to play. Lakeview Residence. Su Mo rubbed his hands together and began to check his harvest. Remaining merit, 55,000. Cool. Su Mo was in a good mood. The 2 blood corpses that Li Wu Xie had raised provided himself with 20,000 to 30,000 merits. It's practically a meritocracy ATM, plus Little Red Riding Hood's Ghost Head Gang, and the experience sent by Fatty Wang. It's a big night. TSK. I don't know how many blood corpses Li Wu Xie has raised. Judging by his tone at that time, there must be more. I don't know when I'll be able to dig it up again. Su Mo was already looking forward to it. Sure, the best way was still to kill directly in front of Knight Wu Xie, so that he could bring himself to find the corpse-raising coffin the quickest. Pity, the old thing won't talk. System, reinforce the golden bell. After Su Mo thought about it, he directly gave an order to convert all 50,000 merits into reinforcement counts. Now that one's strength had reached the Zhongshu level, one's chi and blood were strong, plus the burning demon blade technique and Vajra seal, there's plenty of fight left. Still have to get the defense on point. Ding! Reinforcement target 9 revolutions of Xuanwu Golden Bell 10/5. On Sumo's body, a golden bell shadow emerged. Ding! +1. Accompanied by the beeping sound, the golden bell shadow on Sumo's body became even more solid. The runic lines on it became more and more obvious. +1. +1. After 50,000 merits were slammed down, the golden bell had become solid, no longer a shadow, but a solid golden bell. The runes on top of the golden bell shimmered, and on closer inspection there was a basilisk in relief, faintly visible, dazzlingly cool. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the reinforcement is successful. 9 revolutions of Xuanwu Golden Bell 2/5. Immediately after, a new golden bell shadow appeared on Sumo's body, superimposed with that golden bell. Scatter! Sumo's mind moved and the golden bell dissipated. The meritocracy has bottomed out again. Sumo sighed. It's so hard to practice. Luckily, the golden bell shield wasn't a big eater of merit, and the second tier only required 50,000 merit. Night. Chuan Jiangwo Xing knocked on the door hurriedly. Boss. Sumo opened the door and saw Chuan Jiangwo standing outside with an excited expression. Sumo glanced at him. The aura on this guy's body was much thicker. A breakthrough? Sumo asked. Yes. Chuan Jiangwo hemmed and hawed and said, Boss, I've been promoted to a 4th level ghost. It will be faster to pull the cart in the future. He was so excited in his heart. It's really promising to follow the boss. The boss kills ghosts, and he himself follows his ass and sucks in the yin chi. It's just ing open. It's only been a few days? Just advance. Chuan Jiangwo made up his mind to follow Sumo well. He. Will come. Maybe I can even be the king of ghosts. It's so dignified. Chuan Jiangwo couldn't help but float the idea. Thinking about what? Your mouth is all crooked from smiling. Sumo was speechless. So happy to be promoted? Chuan Jiangwo hurriedly returned to his senses and laughed. I was thinking of continuing to work hard to improve my strength, so that I can also share my worries for my boss in the future. You're the only one who can talk. Sumo was still satisfied with Chuan Jiangwo's performance. The guy spoke well again and pulled the car professionally. Keep it. It's the boss who's well trained. Chuan Jiangwo heatedly laughed. Shut up you. The corner of Sumo's mouth twitched. Can the word tempering be used on you? Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. Boss, where are we going to kill ghosts tonight? Chuan Jiangwo leapt to his feet and asked. The boss kills ghosts. I suck the yin. Hey, who says I'm working for the boss? Obviously the boss is working for meow. Chuan Jiangwo was becoming more and more satisfied with this job he had now. Go to these places. Sumo checked out the app and pointed to a few random places, all of which were low-level events. It's better than nothing. After all, long night, no killing ghosts, can't sleep. Got it. Chuan Jiangwo manifested a luxurious yellow car, pulled Sumo and whistled away, disappearing into the night. 749th Bureau. Wang Lang strides into the office with a somewhat odd expression. Team Lin. Lin Xianxian looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Little Red Riding Hood has formed a gang and gathered dozens of ghosts. Wang Lang opened his mouth. What? Lin Xianxian frowned. What does this guy want? To cause trouble? No. Wang Lang said. It was Mr. Su who told him to do that. Last night, Mr. Su went to his gang and wiped out all those ghosts. Not a single one left. Lin Xianxian was speechless. Is that okay? Or Mr. Su will play. Tell him to follow Mr. Su's orders from now on, and not to worry about our side of things for now. Paycheck to paycheck. Wang Lang nodded and said, I have already instructed him. The ghost bus incident. Any clues yet? Lin Xianxian continued to ask. Manpower has been spread out. No leads yet. Wang Lang shook his head. A few days ago, Bureau 749 got word that the 14 bus had been seen. Bus 14, the line, which went out of service 10 years ago. 10 years ago, a bus crashed into the river. A total of 23 people were on board, all of whom are missing. Yes, missing, because that bus, it wasn't even salvaged. The bus that crashed into the river seems to have disappeared into thin air, and officials have been salvaging it for a long time with no results. Then later the line was discontinued. And now, the 14 bus, which has been missing for a decade, has actually reappeared. Obviously, this car, it's the ghost bus. Keep checking. Yes, downtown, a certain neighborhood. Fatty Wang was sitting by the window with a few overturned beer bottles by his side, his face a little red. Ugh, he sighed and took a few more gulps of beer. Depressed expression. The ghosts I worked so hard to raise. Not a single one left. What the hell kind of ghost breeder am I? Fatty Wang wanted to cry. Not only that, but a ing debt. 100 ghosts of level 5 or higher. How long do you have to pay it back? It's not a good idea to go on like this. Jingle bells. The phone rang. Fatty Wang picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Old Wang. It's me. Fatty Wang felt that the voice was a bit familiar, but couldn't think of much. Xia Su. Ha? A figure appeared in Fatty Wang's mind and said in surprise, Old brother Xia? Is it really you? Summer Fix. Also a ghost breeder. The two fought over a ghostly creature a few years ago. It's kind of a no-brainer. Later, Xiaxiu has left the country. I heard he's going to study under a master. Then the two had no contact. It's me. Xiaxiu's voice was tinged with sighs as he said, after being abroad for a few years, this side has changed so much. Old Wang, are you in Yu Cheng? Come out for a drink? Chapter 120, Help me kill someone. $1 million. Knife music. Fatty Wang was a little wary. Xiaxiu suddenly returned to China. Why did you remember to contact me? He thought for a moment and laughed. Good. I'll see you at the usual place then. That barbecue stand is still open. An hour later, when Fatty Wang arrived at a store called Suicheng Barbecue, he saw a burly man sitting there from afar. Xiaxiu's body is very stout, at least 1 meter 9, and also has a circle of beard. Sitting there, it's like a big mountain. Elder brother Xia. Fatty Wang walked over. Old king. Xiaxiu raised his head and enthusiastically said, Sit down. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. Boss, serve the wine. Soon, barbecue and wine were served and the two men clinked glasses. Elder brother Xia, why did you suddenly return to China? Fatty Wang asked casually. Hi, came back to take care of something. Xiaxiu waved his hand, his gaze fixed on Fatty Wang, and suddenly opened his mouth. Old Wang, what's your situation? So clean? Fatty Wang knew what he was asking and laughed. Those guys are about to break through. I've sealed the altar for now. Oh, congratulations. Xiaxiu drank another glass of wine. Old brother Xia, where have you been these past few years? Once you left, there was no news. How old brother misses you. Fatty Wang said. Where else? Xiaxiu sighed heavily and said, I went to the elephant country back then to seek a breakthrough dash. You know, over there they raise. Technology is better than ours here. The elephant kingdom? Fatty Wang's heart jumped. Last night, Mr. Su was still inquiring about Master and Li, and Xiaxiu suddenly appeared in Yucheng today. It's hard not to. Fatty Wang pressed down his thoughts and laughed. I see that the aura on old brother Xia is much stronger. I think that he has gained a lot over the years. He moved his stool and said in a low voice, Old brother Xia, show me the way. I'll also go for further study. Who have you studied under all these years? I've heard that there's a master only over in the elephant kingdom with great skills. Older brother wouldn't be under her tutelage, would he? Xiaxiu laughed but didn't say anything, just drank and said slowly, Old Wang, don't pry blindly. If you really want to go, my old brother has a door. You don't say. The technology over there is really, forget it. Good wine and good meat to talk about these how to kill the scenery. Come on, drink. Today we are brothers to catch up on old times. Chug, chug, chug. Fatty Wang was silent in his mind and already had an answer. Sure enough, it was a coincidence that after this guy went to the elephant country, he worshipped under Master Only Wine after 30 years. Xiaoxiu suddenly opened his mouth. Elder brother Wang, there is a business. I wonder if you are interested. Business? Fatty Wang raised his head. Help me kill someone. Xiaoxiu whispered. Kill who? Not yet. Xiaoxiu shook his head and said, but, soon I'll be able to find out. All you have to do is tell me, go or not. When it's done. Xiaoxiu raised a finger. 1 million. Knife music. Fatty Wang's hand lurched as he raised his head and smiled bitterly. Elder brother Xia, I'm not exactly short of money either. I wouldn't dare take this job if you don't even know who you're going to kill. Elder brother Wang. Xiaoxiu grabbed Fatty Wang's hand and slowly opened his mouth. When my brother has a good thing, but he thinks of you first. To tell you the truth, you guessed correctly. My teacher in the Elephant Kingdom is none other than Master Henry. Humph. There was a guy who angered the teacher and specifically asked me to come back to take his soul and refine it into a ghost. If you're willing to help, I'll recommend you to the teacher. We'll make progress together as brothers then. Of course, if you don't want to help, brother won't force you. Having said that, Xiaoxiu stared at Fatty Wang without letting go. Fatty Wang's eyes flickered and he suddenly said, Elder brother Xia, can you really introduce me to Master Only? So there's a fake? Natsuo's palm loosened. Okay. Fatty Wang sighed and added, but, older brother, you have to give me a handout. What is your strength now? What is the strength of the person you want to kill? I won't go if it gets any stronger. Hey. Xiaoxiu smiled faintly and whispered, to tell you the truth, I'm now raising 3 level 5 ghosts, and, teacher also gave me an additional ghost nurturing plaque, which seals a rank 6 evil ghost, together with you. Even if the other party is a rank 6 cultivator, I'm sure I can get the other party killed. So mean? Fatty Wang was startled and began to calculate. Own ghost debt. You can -4 it. Okay. Fatty Wang gritted his teeth as if he had made a difficult decision. Then I will lay down my life and help my brother. Good buddy. I'll tell you when I confirm who that person is. Xiaoxiu smiled in his heart, and the two of them clinked another glass, each drinking in their own way. Yuqing, a psychiatric hospital. Inside the single room, Wang Dajuan sat on the hospital bed, looking out of the window in a daze, with saliva flowing from the corner of his mouth. Daughter, good daughter, daddy will see you soon. Good boy, daddy will get you back. Yuran, I'm sorry, I didn't want this, don't blame me. He kept repeating a few words. Suddenly, a dark shadow, silently appeared. Wang Dajuan, a soft gulp sounded. Wang Dajuan looked up blankly, glanced at the black shadow, and turned his head again, looking out the window repeating his earlier words. Sure is crazy. Waste. The black shadow stepped forward and pressed Wang Dajuan's head. In that case, it's not my fault. A black gas gushed out from the black shadow's palm, transforming into thousands of tentacles that surged into Wang Dajuan's head. Air, heck yeah. Wang Dajuan began to roll his eyes, and an unpleasant hiss squeezed out of his throat as his soul was pulled out little by little. Boo! After a soft sound, Wang Dajuan's transparent soul was grasped in the black shadow's hands, and his body collapsed softly to the ground. No breath. Wang Dajuan, don't wake up yet. The black shadow snapped at Wang Dajuan's soul. Where am I? Wang Dajuan's soul slowly regained its clarity. His eyes were blank and then became pained and hateful. My daughter. She, dead. Woo-woo, the dark figure droned. Shut up, you are. Wang Dajuan looked up blankly. The dark shadow sneered. Master Henry sent me. Master Henry? Wang Dajuan suddenly became agitated. You guys lied to me. My daughter was eaten by that ghost. Stupid. The black shadow grunted. If it succeeds in borrowing a corpse, Master Henry will have her own method to bring your daughter back. There is no hope now. Your daughter has been killed. Completely dead and dusty. Wang Dajuan, I ask you, do you want to avenge your daughter? Chapter 121, this view. It's suitable for killing ghosts as well as people. Revenge. Right. I want revenge. I want revenge for my daughter. A resentful aura surged out of Wang Dajuan's body, and the light in his eyes was completely taken over by hatred. Great. The dark shadow smiled and said, now, tell me, who killed your daughter? It's him. It's him. The hatred in Wang Dajuan's eyes flashed madly. The black shadow reached out and touched Wang Dajuan's head, closing his eyes as a frame flashed before his eyes. An old Taoist priest. A young man. Ha! It doesn't look like you're very strong. The black shadow opened its eyes and laughed fiercely. It's bad luck for you guys to have messed with the teacher. Wang Dajuan, you have to take me to him. The dark shadow said. Find him. Find him. Wang Dajuan looked hideous and said. Kill him, kill them, and Zhou Yuanshan, kill them all of them. There's no rush. I'll let you have your revenge after I kill that man. With a wave of the black shadow's palm, Wang Dajuan's soul disappeared. Ha! he glanced at Wang Dajuan's corpse and silently left the ward, disappearing without a trace. What? Dead? Early the next morning, Zhou Yuanshan received news. Wang Dajuan is dead. It was sudden. When the nurse sought the room, she found him lying on the floor, not breathing. Ugh, Zhou Yuanshan hated him in his heart, but at the moment he was a bit sad. It's good to die. It's good to die and be done with it. Ha ha ha. Zhou Yuanshan corner of the eye is a little moist. Many years of friends, now finally the debt of grace is clear. Dad, what's wrong? Zhou Yuran walked over. She looked much better now. It exudes youthful vigor. Nothing. Zhou Yuanshan shook his head and did not tell her about Wang Dajuan's death. Something. Go with the wind. Old King. Fatty Wang received a call from Xia Xiu. Elder brother Xia. Any news? Fatty Wang asked. There. That guy's last name is Su. The strength is not good. It seems I was overly worried. Xia Xiu's tone was relaxed. Su. Fatty Wang's heart skipped a beat. Old brother Xia, you hit the big time. When will you do it? Fatty Wang asked. There's no rush. Xia Xiu said. It's at night that my ghosts can exert their strongest strength. And although that guy is not strong, he can't be careless. I'll let you know when he shows up. Okay, be sure to call me. Fatty Wang instructed, afraid that Xia Xiu would leave him behind. Good brother. That's enough. Fatty Wang hung up the phone and immediately called Su Mo. Hello? Mr. Su, it's me. Mr. Wang? What is it? Mr. Su, tonight, is it convenient for you to come out and move around? Fatty Wang said. Here's the deal. Fatty Wang gave a quick rundown of what happened and added. That guy is carrying several ghostly creatures with him. Okay, then I'll go out of town and move around tonight. Su Mo hung up the phone and almost laughed out loud. Did the Elephant Kingdom really come? Wonderful. Fatty Wang hung up the phone and laughed outright. He was able to pay off some debt tonight. Wonderful. Midnight. Sumo's figure appeared outside the city. This place is so deserted. Basically no one comes here. Sumo looked at the sky. The overcast clouds shrouded the moon for a few moments, and the surroundings looked a bit gloomy. This view. It's good for killing ghosts, and it's good for killing people. Just waiting for him to come. Old Wang, come quickly. I found the guy. Shasho called, sounding excited. I'll be right there. Fatty Wang hung up the phone, looked surprised, and sent a text message to Sumo. Mr. Su, we're here. Roger that. Soon. Fatty Wang rejoined Xia Xiu. This is. Fatty Wang saw that besides Xia Xiu, he was followed by a middle-aged man with a fierce expression. He has a grudge against the surname Su. I just borrowed his grudge. Xia Xiu looked at Fatty Wang and frowned. Old Wang, where's your ghost thing? Fatty Wang's expression remained unchanged, smiling without saying a word, only staring at Xia Xiu. Actually, he was in a panic. Where the hell are the ghosts themselves? They're all bachelors. Rather, I was abrupt. Xia Xiu returned to his senses and apologized. Older brother. Sorry, the ghosts of ghost breeders are not usually easy to show to people, and it's too rude to ask that yourself. Go! The two quickly arrived outside the city, and Wang Dajuan's expression became hideous. Kill him. It's just up ahead. Xia Xiu suddenly stopped in his tracks and whispered. Older brother, how about you make the first move in a while and I'll give you a swipe? While he's not paying attention, I'll strike again. Kill him in one fell swoop. Fatty Wang wanted to laugh. This guy is clearly treating himself like a tool person. All listened to elder brother Xia's arrangements. Fatty Wang nodded solemnly. Xia Xiu laughed and patted Fatty Wang's shoulder. Good buddy. The two walked for a while longer and finally caught up with Sumo. That's him. That's right. Xia Xiu nuzzled his mouth and said, Elder brother Wang, you go first. Be careful and don't be careless. Elder brother Xia, if we fight later, you can't leave me behind. How could we? We're good brothers. Fatty Wang took a deep breath, and his entire body transformed into a black aura and rushed up to the sky. Natsuo held his breath, ready to run. Stop! Fatty Wang bellowed. Sumo stopped and turned his head to look. He saw Fatty Wang's body bubbling with rolling black gas, shouting at himself, Thief, today you will surely die. A side note, while desperately winking at himself. Stupid. Xia Xiu was almost speechless when he saw this scene. Still no growth at all after all these years. It's a straight-up sneak attack. What are you yelling about? Who are you? Sumo understood in seconds and opened his mouth alertly. Fatty Wang stepped forward and said in a chilling voice, It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is, you're about to die. Boom! Fatty Wang grabbed his big hand. A black ghost gas surged out, and in the twinkling of an eye, it transformed into a giant hand in midair. Instantaneous. Just grab Sumo. Ah, awesome. I can't move. Don't you come over? Sumo exclaimed. The corner of Fatty Wang's mouth twitched. Mr. Su, can you be more serious? Acting is not at all like it. It's not going to make it possible for me to get a movie. Oomph, you know I'm good, right? Fatty Wang turned around and shouted, old brother Xia, it's done. This kind of goods. You also need the two of us to join forces? Xia Xiu, who was hiding on the sidelines, muttered in his heart, so weak? He looked at the frightened and struggling Sumo. Not like an act. The teacher gave himself the task. It is very simple. It's too much to worry about. He spread his body and appeared beside Fatty Wang, standing side by side with him. Elder brother Wang, good job. Xia Xiu patted his shoulder before looking at Sumo. Kid, when you killed my teacher, ghost slave, did you ever think that you would have today? Today, I'll personally refine your soul and bring it back to my teacher, who will definitely like it. Sumo looked at Wang Dajuan's soul and then at Xia Xiu, and suddenly opened his mouth. That who? Don't just talk. Where's your ghost slave? Release me Kong Kong. Chapter 122 tonight. Ghost Death 3. When Xia Xiu heard this, his expression was startled. A bad feeling welled up. He faked it? No good. Elder brother Wang, retreat. With a loud shout, Xia Xiu was about to pull himself up. The person had just reached midair when he suddenly felt a sinking in his wrist. Looking down, Fatty Wang's had a death grip on his wrist and was smiling at himself. What are you doing? Xia Xiu was shocked and angry. Old brother Xia, don't go. Fatty Wang pulled hard, and Xia Xiu stumbled and fell back to the ground. You betrayed me. Xia Xiu should know that even if he was stupid, this is being acted out myself. Fatty Wang, he's in league with that guy. Swish, a cold light lit up, and Fatty Wang felt his face slightly hot, and when he looked down, only a severed arm was left in his hand. Xia Xiu was really tough enough. In a split second, he actually broke his arm to survive, and his figure retreated violently. Surnamed Wang, you wait. Xia Xiu was in midair, but he still didn't forget to let out vicious words. Trying to run? Sumo crouched slightly, then leaped up and shot out sharply like a cannonball. In a flash, it caught up with Safu. Go back! Sumo kicked in the air and smashed on Xia Xiu's chest. The latter wailed and his figure flew backward. It smashed into Fatty Wang. Asterisk. Fatty Wang hurriedly got out of the way, and Xia Xiu slammed onto the ground with a thud, his face twisting in pain. Surname Wang. Why? Xia Xiu quickly climbed up, not caring about the soaring blood wound. Strong ghost chi surged out of his body, and three ghostly shadows appeared behind him with teeth and claws. Fatty Wang spread his hands and said helplessly, debt repayment, old brother Xia, I can't do anything about it. Again, didn't you use me as a gun too? Good buddy. You, well, then I will kill you first. Xia Xiu reddened his eyes and let out a stern cry, and the three ghostly creatures behind him whistled as they rushed towards Fatty Wang. Fatty Wang didn't move a muscle. Boom! Three flaming daggers whistled. Put! Xia Xiu's three ghostly creatures were instantly enveloped by the flames and didn't even have time to scream. Straight up violent death. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for killing a level 5 ghost living flayed ghost. Rewarded with 10,000 points of merit. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing a level 5 ghost. Ding! The beep sounded and 30,000 merits arrived. What? Natsuo froze. His own 5th level ghosts were directly killed in seconds. Days. What is this man's strength? Nima just acted so weak, he began to tremble all over. And today, I'm afraid to pounce on that. Biggie, spare me. Xia Xiu directly begged for forgiveness without any hesitation at all. It's none of my business. It's all because master only told me to come. Elder brother Wang, help me beg for mercy. You and I have known each other for a while. Help. Fatty Wang watched his eyes and nose. No reply. A plea for mercy? If I hadn't reacted quickly and owed 100 ghostly creatures for my performance, I'd be cold by now. Sumo walked to his side and pinched Wang Dajuan's soul as soon as he burst it, before asking, no more? What's gone? Ghost slave. Sumo didn't have the good sense to say, didn't you also bring some kind of ghost license plate with a head of even more powerful ghost slaves hidden inside? Xia Xiu cried and said, I lied to him. This time when I returned to China, I brought 3 level 5 ghosts with me. Asterisk. Fatty Wang's face changed drastically. Aren't you pitying people? Another head short in my performance. Oh. Sumo was a little disappointed and said, do you have any means to tell that whatsoever only master about what happened here? Mayday. Understand? This. Xia Xiu was a bit confused and carefully said, big brother, I would never dare. You're stepping on a horse. Sumo smacked him in the face with a knife sheath, and Xia Xiu's cheek swelled directly. I said, Mayday. Xia Xiu fumbled with his hands and fumbled for a domino from his pocket, reciting a few phrases silently, and the domino surged with a blood chi. Teacher, help me. Xia Xiu yelled. Snap. Dominoes shatter. The blood rushed up into the sky and disappeared. The begging is over. Xiaoxiu opened his mouth trembling. Aha! Bye! Suemo swung his sword horizontally, drawing a perfect arc. Pust! Xiaoxiu's head shot up into the sky, spun in mid-air, and landed on the ground again, his eyes losing their luster. Poof! His blood-spewing corpse fell to the ground. Sumo's hand raised his sword and the corpse was chopped into several sections. Then he stomped on his head again. Mending. It's important. Fatty Wang on the side looked chilled. Mr. Su is so mean. Old Wang, come. Suemo beckoned. Fatty Wang shivered and came over, forcing a smile. Mr. Su, have any orders? He was afraid that Suemo would cut himself at the drop of a hat. It's impossible to hide. This guy, will he turn into a ghost? Sumo's eyes glowed as he pointed at Xiaoxiu's corpse. Fatty Wang felt carefully and shook his head. His soul has been dispersed. It's impossible. So, Sumo was a bit disappointed. Thought I'd earn another ghost's merit. Old Wang, good performance. Suemo patted his shoulder and laughed. Keep the account. You still have 97 ghosts left. Keep up the good work. After Suemo left, Fatty Wang looked at the broken bodies on the ground and was suddenly a little sad. Tell me, why do you have to mess with him? Really? And I don't know to bring back more ghosts. 3 heads. Alas, not even close. Fatty Wang suddenly had plans. Aha! Introducing more fellow practitioners to Mr. Su would be a good method. That's a lot of people to offend. It's better than dying under Mr. Su's knife, right? Fatty Wang made a silent decision in his mind, calculating which people to start introducing. Tonight, Ghost Death 3, Elephant Land. Inside the stupa, a wonderful young girl sat with her eyes closed, and behind her, a terrifying ghostly chi surged like a river. In the midst of this river, dozens of ghostly creatures tumbled, roaring and hissing. The young girl's features were beautiful, so beautiful that they were a little less than normal. Her eyes, nose and mouth almost perfect in their presence, but together, it's a million times weirder. It's like, her features, not belonging to the same person, were each pieced together. Teacher, help me! A mournful cry rang in his ears. The young girl snapped her eyes open, raised her greenish wrist, and with a gentle grasp, a ball of ghostly chi was caught in her palm. Spread out gently, the ghostly energy in his palm boiled into a blurry image. Waist, the young girl squeezed gently, the image shattered, and the voice that squeezed out of her throat was a gruff male voice. If you look closely, you can also see that she has a larynx. If those guys hadn't been watching so closely, I would have gone there myself to take your life. She thought for a moment and flicked her wrist. 5 figures walked out from the ghostly aura, each ghostly creature, emitting a strong aura. You guys, take a trip. The young girl flipped her palm and 5 dominoes were suspended in her palm. Kill him, bring me his soul, and you will be free. Chapter 123 Shunan Middle School, 704 Dormitory Incident. Thank you, Master. The 5-headed ghostly creatures saw the dominoes and their eyes flashed with surprise. If one had the dominoes, one would no longer have to be a ghost slave, and the heavens would be at large and free. Aha! The young woman nodded and said, you have followed me in cultivation for so many years, and your strength has reached level 6. Don't let me down. Remember, keep a low profile. Don't mess with Bureau 749 or you'll be in trouble. Just do this one thing. That's enough. Yes. The 5-headed ghostly creature nodded repeatedly. And the young woman flexed her fingers and 5 tiny wisps of breath burrowed into their heads. In the 5-headed ghost creature's mind, several figures appeared at once. By the way, kill this stinking Taoist priest and that family. The young girl's tone was incomparably chilly. Yes. The 5-headed ghostly creature's figure flickered and disappeared. Achoo! Taoist Master Lei, who was eating pig's foot rice, suddenly sneezed. Cold? No way. Old Tao's body, it's comparable to the Great Wall. Taoist Master Lei rubbed his nose. Boss, bring me another rice. Okay, he's had 3 servings of rice. Let him eat. We have to be honest in business. If we say we'll eat whatever we want with the rice, then we'll eat whatever we want. Okay. Taoist Lei finished the rice carefully. It was clean and not wasted at all. That's when he patted his stomach and walked out of the Pig's Foot restaurant. A quick thing in life, Pig's Foot rice is enough. Taoist Master Lei sighed, satisfied. Aha! It would have been nice to have another copy. Pity, there's no money. I also wonder if Mr. Su has any business. Taoist Master Lei took out his phone and dialed. I'm sorry, your phone is in arrears due to an unpaid bill. Lei Dao grew up cursing. Didn't I just pay my phone bill last month? How come it's gone again? The carriers are too shady too. I haven't made many calls in a month. Literally, Taoist Lei was frustrated. The phone is in arrears. To make his already poor self even poorer, he touched the talisman in his arms and had to make money. Classmate, I see your seal. Taoist leader Lei randomly pulled a boy, and before he could finish his sentence, the other began to pick up the conversation. Blackening. There must be an evil omen. This is a great evil. I have a charm here to protect you. The boy said all of the words in one breath. Embarrassing Taoist thunder. What did I say? How come you know it better than I do? Oh Taoist. The boy fished 7 or 8 charms out of his bag and said breathlessly. You sold me 8 charms this week. $10 a charm. That's $80. That's not the way to wool gather, is it? I'm going ing bold. Air. Taoist Master Lei let out an awkward laugh and said. I told you. Classmate looks a bit familiar. Forget it. With a bitter look on his face, the boy pulled a handful of change out of his bag and counted $10 and handed it over. Here, buy another one. Taoist, save your money. Next time I really don't have the money to buy out. Taoist Master Lei smiled broadly, and as soon as he collected the change, he fished out a handful of talismans from his bosom, carefully picking out one that was in good condition. Here, the name of this talisman is Gathering Treasure. Keep it safe and don't stain it with filth. A treasure-gathering talisman. I can get rich with it. Ha, the boy laughed. Pretty much. Taoist Master Lei smiled. Cut. The boys don't believe it. If it's so good, why are you still poor? But, he still put the talisman away. After all, he paid for it, so it would be good to have it as a collection. Taoist, you'd better sell your charms somewhere else. You're all ripe for the picking in this area. The boys laughed. You have a point. Tao Master Lei nodded. The male voice added. Shunan Third Middle School. You know it, right? I heard that school is haunted. You go over there, there's sure to be business. Tao Master Lei's eyes lit up as he cupped his fists and said, many thanks. Poor Taoist will set off now. Zhang Lingyi, did that old man sell you charms again? A few boys with pimples came over with a playful smile. Why are you still falling for it? That guy is a liar. Zhang Lingyi smiled and said, it's not expensive anyway, $10 a piece, just consider it a good deed. With this money, you might as well treat your brothers to the internet, and we can still call you our righteous father. Really? Really? Then you call first. Righteous father. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So decisive? Go online. My treat. But say yes. Just 1 hour. Shunan Third Middle School. Principal's office. The somewhat obese principal sat in his chair with a long, sad look on his face. Principal, it's not a solution to go on like this. A teacher pushed up his glasses and spoke. It's almost too much to press. What can be done about it? With a show of hands, the principal said, do we have to admit that our school is haunted? So is school still open? We're a private high school. And when this gets really bad and parents are coming for refunds and withdrawals, who can afford to take the blame? But, another teacher opened her mouth and said, last night, another student saw her. I think, it really could be haunted. Principal, it can't be covered. If this continues, in case there are still students, we are all sinners. The teacher's lips trembled as she said this. And, 7 years ago, Zhou Lily died in the 3rd dormitory 704. You shut up. The principal's face changed drastically as he droned. I say again, that's because she's under too much pressure to study and her mental capacity is too weak. She's dead. How can she appear again? Those classmates, they must have been blind. The other male teacher, who looks like a gentleman, said, Principal, I also saw Zhou Lily last night. It's really her. The principal took a few deep breaths and glared at the other man. Headmaster, if you don't believe me, go to the 3rd dormitory tonight and you'll know if what I'm saying is true. The male teacher spoke up. The principal was silent. He's afraid to go. Bang! The door was pushed open. The principal was about to lose his temper when he saw several people dressed in black with serious expressions walk in. Which one is Devin Liu? It's me. The principal rose. Principal Liu. Wang Lang stepped forward and said, please inform down immediately that the school is on vacation today. Vacation? The principal is a little confused. It's Thursday. Wang Lang didn't bother to talk to him, dialed a phone number and handed it over. Chairman. Yes. Understood. The principal put down the phone and smiled with a smile. Sorry, I'll make the arrangements. Soon. A cheer went up from the school. Obviously, vacation is a happy event for students. Lei Daojie transferred a few buses and finally arrived at the entrance of the school, just to see the holiday notice posted at the main entrance. Also put in 3 days. Taoist Lei touched the $8 in his wallet, just now in order to hurry, but spent $2 to take the bus to come. It's heartbreaking. Chapter 124, Mr. Su, do you believe me when I say it's a coincidence? Hey, forget it. Change places. Tao Master Lei was about to leave when he saw an acquaintance walk out of the school entrance and his eyes lit up. Fellow Taoist Wang. He stepped forward and took Wang Lang's hand. The fact that the 749th Bureau is here means that what that student said is true and the school is really haunted. Gotta rub it in on this mission. I can get $200. Taoist thunder? Wang Lang was a bit surprised and smiled. Why are you here? With a serious look on his face, Taoist Lei pointed at the school and said, I see that this place has a sinister atmosphere that covers the sky, so it must be haunted by ferocious ghosts, here to exorcise the evil spirits. I didn't realize you guys were here. Fellow Daoist Wang, how about forming a team? I'm cost effective. He held up 2 fingers. $200. Wang Lang was speechless for a while, but he remembered that this guy took a printed version of the talisman to cheat food and drink. If it wasn't for Mr. Su's face, Wang Lang wouldn't even want to ignore him. Taoist Master Lei, why don't we just forget about it? Wang Lang said seriously, there's a ghostly incident at the school. We don't dare to be sloppy. You'd better go back first. We'll work together again next time there's a chance. Oi 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 oi. Taoist Lei was in a hurry. How could he let go of a business that was so hard to come by? Fellow Daoist Wang, how about this? I'll ask Mr. Su to come over and help take me with him? Points I don't want, just 200. Really? I'm cost effective. Having said that, pulled out the phone and started to call, but ended up embarrassed again. Air is out of service. Your phone, lend me a moment. Wang Lang was speechless. He was also going to call Su Mo, but since Taoist Master Lei had said so, he would sell his face. After all, Taoist Louis knows Mr. So very well. Hello, Taoist Thunder? Sumo received the call and was thinking about going to a buffet and working through the night. I'm a little hungry. Shunan 3rd Middle School? Okay. Sumo looked at the sky. It was still quite early. Chuan Zhengwo couldn't get out. Solely stand on the curb and hail a cab. Mr. Su, it's really you. A familiar voice rang out. Sumo, Brother Chen, you're not a stalker, are you? This can also be encountered? Sumo looked at Chen Dagang. Would you believe me if I said it was a coincidence? Mr. So, Chen Dagang patted the steering wheel and laughed. I wasn't even running a car over here. I happened to take a long order and was planning to go back. You just wave. Sumo pulled open the car door and sat his butt in. To Shunan 3rd Middle School. Shunan 3rd Middle School? Chen Dagang had an odd expression. What's your expression? Sumo asked. Mr. Su, is the school really haunted? Chen Dagang asked cautiously. Really? Why do you ask? Sumo opened his mouth. Do you think it's a coincidence? My daughter just transferred to the school. Sumo, and then what? Chen Dagang said. My daughter just finished calling me, saying that the school has notified a vacation. From top to bottom, all of them are on vacation for 3 days. Looks like the rumors are true. Mr. Su is going to get rid of the filth, right? I'm relieved that you're going. Oops, to tell you the truth, I'm thinking of having my daughter transfer to another school. Sumo interrupted him and asked, what rumors? That's what I heard from my daughter. Chen Dagang organized his language and said, after my daughter transferred over, she lived in the 3rd dormitory. That dormitory was supposed to have 7 floors, but the 7th floor, it's sealed off. A concrete wall has been built and sealed tight. There are some rumors at school that a girl died on the 7th floor a few years ago. Unlucky, the school closed that floor for safety reasons. As you know, it's normal for some paranormal events to be rumored in places like schools. The truth is unknown. My daughter didn't care. Available recently. Dormitory 3 is haunted. Chen Dagang swallowed his saliva and continued. My daughter said that in the middle of the night, someone knocked on the dormitory door. A few students opened their dormitory doors and almost died of fright. The one who knocked on the door was none other than the schoolmate who died a few years ago. That schoolgirl was covered in blood and knocked on the door and asked, help me, and yet they can't say what favor they want to do. The students were horrified and told the teacher about it. The teacher, however, said it was all a hallucination. My daughter called 2 days ago and said she wanted to take a vacation and the teacher wouldn't let her. I didn't realize. Chen Dagang took his hands off the steering wheel and made a gesture of spreading his hands. The whole school is on vacation today. Even you went there. Then this rumor. It can't be wrong. Sumo reached down and pulled out the seatbelt. Tie it on. Brother Chen, just tell stories. Don't take your hands off the steering wheel. Driving is not standardized. 2 lines of tears for your loved ones. Chen Dagang smiled awkwardly and said, excited. Soon, the cab then arrived at the front gate of the school. Sumo wanted to pay, but Chen Dagang was dead set against it. Mr. Su, I really can't accept the money. My daughter goes to this school too, and I'm much relieved that you're here to clean up the mess. Bye. Strike that. Chen Dagang slipped away with a kick of the gas. Mr. Su, Wang Lang walked over, and Taoist Lei waved at him. Team Wang, Taoist Master Lei. Sumo snorted and asked, how's the situation? We've looked into some information and it's not quite right. Go to the office and talk. Wang Lang spoke with a sullen face. Okay, soon. A few people then went to the principal's office, except for the 2 teachers who had met Lily Cho and the principal. The rest of the teachers are on vacation. The 3 men's faces were a bit terrified and fidgety. Introducing, this is Mr. Su. Wang Lang pointed at Sumo and said, in this regard, he is the most professional. That's right, the ghosts that Mr. Su has cleaned up with his hands are that clean. Captain Wang, it's really none of my business. Principal Lu wiped his sweat and spoke. Still not talking? Wang Lang placed a stack of information in front of him, tapped the photo on it, and said, among those who saw Zhou Lily's corpse back then, there was you, Lu Duan, Humph, and you too. Wang Lang reached out and pointed at the two teachers and said, do you really think it's a coincidence to see her? To tell you the truth, if this goes any further, she'll be knocking on your door. The two male teachers were shaking in fear, their expressions horrified. Sumo swept a glance at the photo and his eyes instantly stared, because the body in the photo is not intact. Rather, piece of east, piece of west, an arm is an arm and a leg is a leg. Sumo searches through the photos and there seems to be a head missing? Principal Lu became anxious and said sharply, Captain Wang, what I said is true. Zhou Lily really committed suicide. The police have come to investigate. It's not that I'm talking nonsense. Chapter 125, The Bazaar. Suicide. Suicide? Wang Lang sneered and said, cut yourself into pieces and commit suicide? Unless, a few years ago, Lily Zhou had the same encounter with a ghostly creature. Contact the police. Soon, the message came back. Back then, after the investigation, there was really no trace of anyone else at the scene, much less find any other clues. Scene. Didn't find her head. The police turned the school upside down, even drained the artificial lake, and the head just seemed to disappear into thin air. The police also did not give a conclusion of suicide. Instead, it's an unsolved case. For years, it remained unbroken. Principal Lu, the police didn't say that Zhou Lily committed suicide either. Why are you so sure? Sumo opened his mouth and asked. Principal Lu opened his mouth. His eyes flickered, and he glanced at the two male teachers without a trace. The two teachers also had a little twinkle in their eyes. Obviously, they know something. Not a word. Sumo directly got up and spoke. Captain Wang, it's hard to persuade a damned ghost with good words. Since they don't want to talk, why waste your breath? At worst, you can make a report to the top and have this school simply disbanded. You still have this right, right? Wang Lang nodded and said, if this is necessary, I will make a report. That's right. Sumo clapped his hands together and said, Zhou Lily has turned into a ghost anyway, so sooner or later she will go to them. As for, with a snap of his fingers, he said, whether or not you'll kill yourselves in 8 pieces, like her, depends on luck. After Sumo finished speaking, the three of them were already colorless and fearful. I said. Principal Lu watched Sumo's few people going out of the office before he opened his mouth with difficulty and sat his butt back on the chair. It's like all the strength has been drained out of you. I really didn't lie to you. Zhou Lily committed suicide. Principal Lu was terrified. He got up and went to a safe in the corner and pulled out a thick paper bag. The paper bag was wrapped in duct tape, wrapped in several layers. One layer lifted off to reveal a memory card. Principal Lu put the memory card on the table and said, see for yourselves. Wang Lang stepped forward and inserted the memory card into the computer. Wang Lang found a video and clicked on it. Video. Zhou Lily in her school uniform sat on a short stool, facing the cell phone camera, and reached up to adjust it. Immediately after, she pulled out a hacksaw. Start sawing your own legs, then the other leg, hands, waist. Finally, Lily Zhou puts a hacksaw to her neck, her face, still radiating a strange smile. Poof! The sound of something hitting the ground rang out, and a dark mass rolled toward the camera, obscuring the image. The video goes here, and it's gone. Hiss! Wang Lang sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Even though he had seen many paranormal events, this video still sent chills down his back. It's so weird. Lily Cho, it really is suicide. Why hasn't the video been given to the police? Wang Lang asked. Principal Lu wailed and said, the school had just opened not long ago at that time. If this video sees the light, how can the school still operate? I'll just take matters into my own hands and leave the memory card. This video, they've both seen it too. The two teachers kept their heads down and didn't speak. Over the years, they've gotten a lot of benefits because of this. Wang Lang clenched his fists, hating to give the surname Lu a punch. This kind of thing also dare to hide? It's obviously just not right. A little carelessness can kill a lot of students. And then you guys sealed off the 7th floor? Sumo looked up and asked. Yes. After Principal Lu spoke out about this matter, he looked like he had relieved himself a lot, and his tone gradually calmed down. I was scared at first, too, but I had to do it for the future of the school. After all these years, nothing has happened. I'd forgotten all about it. With more students enrolled this year, I thought about reopening the 7th floor and didn't realize. Principal Lu regretted. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have let them start construction. You opened the 7th floor? Sumo asked. No, Principal Lu shook his head and said, I just had them replace the window glass. Sumo asked again, and then he showed up? Have you seen her? Principal Lu shook his head and said, I haven't been to the third dormitory in many years. You stepped on a horse. You don't dare to go for fear of hitting a ghost, but to reopen the 7th floor for those students? Still human? You two have met? Suemo looked at the two male teachers. See, did she say anything? She, the svelte-looking male teacher, with a somewhat frightened expression on his face, said, she saw me and kept repeating, there, help me, Mr. Sheen, help me. I asked him how and what to help, but she wouldn't say. She just had blood running down her cheeks and kept screaming. As soon as the people came, she disappeared again. Speaking of this, the Sven male teacher suddenly broke down and covered his face and cried bitterly. I'm in pain. I interned at this school back in the day, and Lily Zhou was one of the first students I took. I remember that she had 2 big dimples on her face and a sweet smile. When he sees me, he shouts hello Mr. Sheen from a distance. NWWWWWWWWWWWW. Wang Lang waved his hand and said, take him out to calm down. Mr. Su, is Zhou Lily trying to let them help find the head? Wang Lang opened his mouth. It's possible. Suemo nodded his head, looked at the sky, and said, wait until nightfall. Go around the 3rd dormitory and you'll know. Ask her yourself. The night is cool as water. The school was empty, not a single student, and the lights were still on in the 3rd dormitory. It was quiet and a little eerie. When the 3 of them, Suemo, walked into the 3rd dormitory, they felt the gloomy and cold air surging and blowing coolly on their skin. Help me, a broken voice came, bewildered and helpless. Mr. Su, upstairs. Taoist Master Lei pricked up his ears to listen and pointed upstairs. The 3 reached the 4th floor. Then he saw a girl in a school uniform come out from the corner, her eyes streaming with blood and tears, her face in agony. Help me. She walked up to the trio and repeated the words. What do you want us to help you with? What happened? Wang Lang couldn't help but ask. Help me. Zhou Lily still repeated the words. The face was expressionless, the eyes empty. Class, what's going on? We can help you. Wang Lang continued to speak. Zhou Lily still didn't respond. Fellow Daoist Wang, don't ask. Taoist Master Lei sighed and said, her 3 souls and 7 spirits have been scattered for the most part. Not even a ghost nowadays. A poor wandering spirit at best. Chapter 126 Yellow Immortal Seeking Seal. Deep Feud. Daoist Lei, is there any other way? Wang Lang inquired. Hey, another money-losing business. Taoist Master Lei shook his head in pity and dug from his bosom, finally fumbling out a talisman. Again? Wang Lang's face has changed. Your charm from the printing press. Can it work? He was just about to speak when he was stopped by Sumo's eyes. The name of this talisman is Soul Awakening Talisman. Once used, it can strongly gather the 3 souls and 7 spirits, allowing you to be awake for a moment. There's only time for 3 incense sticks to burn, and when that time is up, you'll be so far gone that you can't even be a wandering soul. Will you? Taoist Master Lei had a serious expression and an upright figure, and at the moment, he was a bit of a high-ranking person. It's the hand that squeezes the talisman, with only 3 fingers left. That's a bit of a buzzkill. A light flashed in Zhou Lily's eyes, and she actually nodded, then resumed the dumbfounded look. In that case, wake up. Taoist Master Lei flexed his fingers and the talisman lightly landed on Zhou Lily's face, slightly blooming with light. Open the heavenly court. Make people live forever. 3 souls and 7 spirits. Back to God and against the baby. Taoist Master Lei broke his fingers and chanted. The talisman that landed on Zhou Lily's face was actually like mercury, slowly blending into her cheeks. Zhou Lily's eyes, then, regained their sparkle. Asterisk. So awesome? Wang Lang was shocked. He had thought that Taoist Master Lei was a food cheat, but he didn't expect to have the real thing. It looked quite powerful. Wang Lang put away his contempt and had more respect for Taoist Lei. Sumo's eyes were also a bit odd. Lei Daojie, this person. Right, quite odd. You say he's clueless, yet he always surprises you at crucial moments and isn't afraid of lightning. Most critical, and a lot of backbone. For a single business, only $200. No matter how big that business is, you say he's got skills. It's another way to get chased by a low-grade ghostly creature that feels like it could get you killed at any moment. It's so contradictory. Suemo even wondered if this guy was playing pretend to be a pig and eating a tiger. Or was it some old Taoist deity playing with the world? But what to think? It's not even like that. Many thanks to the Taoist master for making it possible. Zhou Lily fell to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Get up. You only have 3 incense sticks to burn. Taoist Master Lei stepped forward to give her a hand, pointed at Suemo and said, this is all I can help you with. For the rest, talk to him. Taoist Lei's heart was dripping blood. The raw materials for soul awakening talisman making were more than $200. Master, your old man might as well take a trip down the mountain and open his eyes to the world. Prices are so high these days, it's okay to charge $500 a pop. Please sir, help me. Find my head. Zhou Lily knelt down towards Suemo. Get up and talk. Suemo slightly raised his hand. After Zhou Lily got up, Suemo then asked, what's going on? Who killed you and where is your head? It's Wang Tai Sin. Zhou Lily opened her mouth. Wang Tai Sin? Who? Yellow, white, willow and gray. Known as the five immortals, also known as the five greats or five apparent gods of wealth. Fox fairy, fox. Yellow fairy, weasel. White fairy, hedgehog. Willow fairy, snake. Gray fairy, mouse. The yellow fairy, referring to the weasel. This kind of thing is the most vindictive and knows how to repay the favor. And once it is provoked, it is bound to have a horizontal disaster. Zhou Lily said miserably. One night, I came home from school and met an eccentric old woman. She stopped me in my tracks and asked me viciously, little girl, do I look like a human being to you, old lady? The two of them, Suemo and Dao Master Lei, looked at each other. It's a case of the yellow skins begging for a seal. How did you answer? Sumo asked. Zhou Lily opened her mouth and cried. I was so scared at that time that I desperately shook my head, turned around and ran away. You didn't answer? It doesn't seem to be. Zhou Lily was a bit bewildered. It shouldn't. Lei Taoist long twirled his beard, oddly said. Encountered yellow-skinned begging seal. You do not answer it most counted batted a few years of cultivation, but not to the death. Even if it wants to take revenge on you, it will at most make you sick and break your legs, and it definitely won't let you die so cruelly. On second thought, you really didn't answer? Zhou Lily still shook her head and cried. I really didn't answer. I was terrified. How could I dare to speak? Weird, Taoist leader Lei said mentally. What kind of grudge could make that yellow-skinned man go crazy? Your head, was it taken away by that yellow immortal? Suemo asked. Speaking of this, Zhou Lily cried again. It took my head, and after shading it, used it as a night pot. How big a grudge is this? Can you find it? I can feel where my head is. Zhou Lily nodded. Take me. Suemo snapped his fingers and Xuan Zhangwo appeared pulling a carriage. Get in the car. Kaworu, be quick. She doesn't have much time. Okay, boss, you sit tight. Xuan Zhangwo riveted. The carriage sped away and disappeared into the school in the twinkling of an eye. Not much longer. The carriage appeared in a barren mountain. Over there, Zhou Lily pointed in a direction. Soon, in front of Sumo's eyes, a dilapidated adobe house appeared, and the place had obviously not been inhabited for a long time. Overrun by weasels. This is it. It's the yellow immortal's place. Taoist Master Lei sniffed his nose and quickly covered it again. It stinks. Go! Suemo went forward and directly kicked open the dilapidated door. Who? A scream rang out from inside the rustic house. Sumo's gaze looked and saw a pair of green glowing eyes that flashed with ferocity. Snap! Wang Lang reacted quickly and directly pulled out a high-power flashlight, and the light column directly hit the past. Squeak dash! A delicate scream rang out. Only then did a few people see clearly that there was a weasel cowering in that corner, so big that it was half a man tall. Underneath it, several other little creatures, startled by the flashlight, were squirming rapidly, looking for the right place to feed. Who are you? Weasel asked in a shrill voice, holding out one paw in front of his eyes. After it got a good look at Zhou Lily, its expression suddenly became ferocious, as well as shocked. You, how come your soul hasn't dissipated yet? This can't be right. Taoist Master Lei pointed to an orb-shaped object by the weasel's feet inside. You took her head as a night pot. She's too obsessed. Otherwise, her soul wouldn't have lasted this long. I'd like to ask you what kind of grudge you have that you can take such cruel revenge on a little girl. Zhou Lily also cried. Huang Dician, why did you harm me? Weasel sneered and said. Why? You caused me to destroy my Taoist foundation, and I will never be able to enter the human world, and can only be a mountain spirit and wild monster. Is this revenge? Enough? Chapter 127 That weasel. I ate it long ago. Your bull asterisk ting me. Zhou Lily cried anxiously and said. Where did I harm you? It's clearly you who harmed me. Weasel sneered. Do you remember that night I came to you for a seal? Sure I remember. But, I didn't even answer you. Zhou Lily said. No answer? Weasel's voice suddenly shrilled. That day was my best chance. I've been following you. What did you tell them when you got home? After home. Zhou Lily's face changed. Humph, come to think of it? You said, that old woman has a sharp mouth and looks like a weasel. Like a demon. Ugh. Taoist Master Lei sighed. Since it's not possible to discuss the seal, why do you need to follow it? The big deal is to wait a few more years. Zhou Lily's words. Is completely broken this weasel-s human way? To be forever and ever. No wonder it's so hateful. I don't want to wait. Weasel shrilled. I don't want to be a demon. I want to be a human. I'm going to live in one of your human houses. Go shopping. Go to the mall. And buy the prettiest clothes. I'm sick of my stinking skin. Michinoku. You say, am I wrong? Weasel put up his claws and pointed at Taoist Master Lei. Taoist Master Lei just shook his head and said quietly, the human heart is as deep as the sea. When you really become a human being, I'm afraid you won't aspire to it again. As for her, Taoist Master Lei pointed at Zhou Lily. His tone suddenly cold. Those words were not done on purpose, nor were they spoken to you. It's your greed that's to blame. Can she be blamed? Taoist Master Lei raised his eyebrows and bellowed. Sinful animal, are you really not afraid of heavenly strikes of lightning? Boom! I don't know if it's a coincidence or not. As soon as Taoist Master Lei finished these words, a muffled thunderclap rang out above the sky, rolling from far and near. A bolt of lightning cut through the night sky, bright as day. Lightning shone through the broken window, illuminating the side of Taoist Thunder's face in a rather forced manner. Taoist Master Lei couldn't tense up. His face swept away the expression of a nobleman and he shrunk his neck. At this hour? He looked out the window. Okay, after that thunder, there was no more movement. He patted his chest, scared the out of the baby. When Suemo saw this scene, he kind of wanted to laugh. Tao Master Lei was responding to the sound of thunder. Taoist Lei, she doesn't have much time left. Leave the rest to me. Suemo spoke. Taoist Lei took a few steps back in silence. Stuff. Give it to me. Suemo pointed at Zhou Lily's head. Hey. Weasel let out a sharp laugh. Want it? Come get it yourself if you can. Oh. Sumo's face was expressionless as he arrow-stepped forward and grabbed the weasel's head like lightning. Lifted it straight up. Since you won't give back your head, I'll take it off. Fair and square. Squeak dash. Those little weasels were crawling around and screaming without their milk. Ah. Weasel was horrified. It never expected that this person would be so strong. Spare me. Head back. Weasel didn't dare to make another mistake and respectfully handed his head over. Suemo took it and handed it back to Taoist Lei. Taoist Master Lei solemnly handed the head to Zhou Lily and said softly, got it back. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Taoist. Zhou Lily held her head, with tears flashing in her eyes, and the obsession in her body was rapidly dissipating. The Heavenly Father of salvation and suffering, who pervades the 10 realms, always rescues all sentient beings from their lost paths with his mighty power. Taoist Master Lei softly recited the incantation. Zhou Lily's body lit up with light, then quickly dissipated, finally turning into a white light that rushed up into the sky. Dissipate and disappear. Snap. Her head rolled to the ground. After so many years of being ravaged by weasels, all that remained of that head was a pitch-black skull, tattered and old. Poor boy. Taoist Master Lei picked up the head and gently patted away the dust on it. I know I won't survive. The moment the weasel was grasped in Sumo's hand, it resigned itself to its fate. Please, spare my child, Weasel pleaded. Oh, Suemo raised his foot and trampled a cub to death. Ah, Weasel's eyes went red and he screamed. What are you doing? They haven't harmed anyone. Suemo facepalmed and kicked again. Stomp another one, please, Weasel wailed. Let them go, and I'll take all the blame myself. Yes, Suemo nodded his head and spoke. Call your man here and I'll release them. Don't use that look. I'm the most honest person. I never lie. The weasel was silent for a while and said, since I am not in the human race, how can I be a man? I gave birth to these pups, but it is just the nature of the beast. That weasel, I ate it long ago. Sumo was a little disappointed. Thought it would be a double kill. Sir, I know I'm wrong. The weasel gazed at the few remaining pups and pleaded. Spare my children. They are innocent. You're overthinking it. Suemo stomped all the weasel pups to death in front of it. Weasel looked at the corpse on the ground, suddenly saddened, tears streaming down his face. It's all my fault, you all die. Suemo condensed a Vajra seal in his palm and smashed it on the weasel's head. Bang! The weasel's head exploded. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing the level 4 demon weasel. Rewarded with 3,000 points of merit. The beeps sounded in his ears. Suemo casually threw away the weasel's corpse and left the Earth Embryo House in large strides. Blame it on yourself. Why bother? Taoist Master Lei sighed and fished out a talisman and threw it over. The flames swept and engulfed those corpses. Go! Taoist Lei held Zhou Lily's head and followed Suemo out of the house. A few moments later, the flames went out and the adobe house collapsed. Mr. Su, please wait. After the carriage had left the barren mountain for some distance, Taoist Lei opened his mouth. Suemo asked Chuan Jiangwo to stop the carriage. Taoist Master Lei found a place, dug out a large pit with his bare hands, and placed the head squarely inside. Cover the ground and recite the mantra. Rest in peace. Taoist Master Lei got up, took a long breath, and said, it's better not to give it to her family. it's just adding to the trouble. Have a good trip, girl. The matter of Shunan Third Middle School was resolved once and for all, and the ghosts eventually dissipated, dissolving their obsession. Not long after Sumo's few people left, a black shadow ran quickly, but it was a weasel with the size of a calf. Mother! The weasel rushed inside the adobe and quickly rummaged through it with claws outstretched, only to end up finding a charred corpse on the ground. The weasel raised its head to the sky and its eyes became bloodshot, glowing with hatred and resentment. It sniffed carefully and stared off into the distance viciously. I will kill you dash. Damned human. I, yellow fiend, am at loggerheads with you. I will take your head and sacrifice it to my wife and son. Chapter 128, update from Bureau 749. Sumo doesn't know yet. Having gotten himself killed by one weasel, he was targeted by another. If known, he'll be pleased. After all, it's all merit. Captain Wang, are there any big events happening in the city recently? Inside the carriage, Sumo opened his mouth to inquire. The 749th Bureau is, in this regard, still much better informed. There is one. Wang Lang spoke. The No. 14 bus incident. This bus crashed into the river and disappeared several years ago, and everyone on board died. Recently, the 14 bus has been showing up again. Sumo's eyes lit up. You mean, it's a ghost bus? Where is it? Any news? Wang Lang said in his heart. Mr. Su is too attached to the news of the ghosts. Look at the eyes. Too eager. Not yet. Wang Lang shook his head and said, ghost buses appear at irregular times and locations. We've already spread out our manpower to check. This way. Let me know when you have news. Sumo said. Yes. Wang Lang nodded. The carriage had just arrived in the city. Wang Lang got off. He had to go back to the school to do the aftermath. Fellow Taoist Wang. Wang Lang hadn't even taken a few steps before he was called by Taoist Lei. Taoist Lei. What is it? Wang Lang turned back. That what? Thunder Taoist rubbed his hands and said, my payment. You see, although he didn't contribute much at all to this operation, but there's no way. Can't afford to eat. Air. The corner of Wang Lang's eyes jumped as he said, don't worry, Taoist Lei. I've already reported it. The payment will be coming to you soon. No way. Taoist Master Lei grimaced bitterly and said, I haven't eaten in 24 hours. I'm very hungry. My old bones can't stand hunger. How about this? Fellow Taoist Wang put up the advance first? He held up 2 fingers. Just 200. I don't want more than that. Wang Lang. He looked at Taoist Thunder and was speechless. This old Taoist priest. If you say he's not capable, he's still got a couple of tricks up his sleeve. The charms are all out of the printing press. It's so contradictory. The key is the bar. The fees are also too low. More good don't. Simply bizarre. Wang Lang was all out of temper. Okay. Wang Lang touched his clothes and was a bit embarrassed. Taoist Lei. I left in a hurry for the mission. I didn't bring any cash. No fear. You can scan the code. Taoist Master Lei quickly fished out a QR code and handed it over. Wang Lang took out his cell phone. Ding. To the tune of $200. Taoist Master Lei smiled. His face wrinkled out of its folds. Taoist friend Wang. Thank you. Oh. Wang Lang waved his hand and rushed at Sumo. Mr. Su, then I'll go first. Aha! Only after Wang Lang left did Taoist Lei rub his hands together and get into the car. That was a happy one. Taoist Master Lei. So happy to receive $200. Sumo asked with a smile. He still had quite a bit of curiosity about Taoist Thunder. The guy obviously had some skills. I really want to make money. It was a matter of minutes. Zhou Yuanshan also wanted to send him shares that day, but they were all rejected. That's a lot of money. If he used it all to eat pig's feet rice, it would make him vomit. Is this money? This is life. Taoist Master Lei cheerfully. 10 bowls of pig's feet rice it. Enough for old Taoist me to live for 2 or 3 days. Why don't you charge more? Sumo wondered. Ugh. Lei Daolong sighed and said, you think I don't want to it's all me. Halfway through his words, Taoist Lei suddenly covered his mouth and changed his tone. Cultivators of my generation, how can they be blinded by money? It is my duty to subdue the demons and remove the devils. Do not be greedy. Sumo gave a thumbs up. Taoist Lei's high style. I admire it. Hey. Taoist Master Lei lifted the curtain and looked at it, saying, Mr. Su, just put me in front of the Pig's Foot restaurant. Isn't it open yet? I can wait. This way. Sumo laughed. I know a buffet restaurant that is large and filling, and the quality is not bad. Together? Taoist Master Lei was a bit moved and carefully said, is it expensive? 398. No go. Taoist Master Lei shook his head decisively. I don't have any money. My treat? How can I trouble Mr. Su to break the bank? When does the restaurant open? Noon. I'll see you at noon then. Taoist Master Lei got out of the car in a flash and waved his hand towards Sumo. Kaworu, come home. Sumo waved his hand. Soon. The carriage then arrived at the Guanhubei Yuan, and when Sumo got off the carriage, Chuan Jiangwo could not help but open his mouth. Boss, I see that Taoist Master Lei is also capable. How come he's mixed up so badly? Worse than me. Sumo glanced at him and said lightly, are you miserable? Not satisfied with your current job? Chuan Jiangwo winced and stammered, boss, that's not what I meant. I mean, how it's worse than when I was alive. Sumo looked at his nervous appearance and laughed. What are you panicking about? Am I so scary? I don't eat ghosts. Chuan Jiangwo muttered in his heart. You do not eat ghosts, but the knife in your hand is not necessarily. No. Chuan Jiangwo dryly laughed. Boss is mighty and domineering. My admiration for you is like a torrential river. Stop. Sumo picked up that topic of his again and said, Taoist Lei, well, is not an ordinary person. Treat money like dirt. That's right. Lightning can't even kill you. And ing love journaling. Odd name too. It's a wonder it can be average. You just broke through. Find yourself a place to stabilize your cultivation. Sumo swept a glance at Chuan Jiangwo. The ghost aura on this guy was much stronger. Level 4 ghosts. It's worth 3,000 merits. He's all a little heartbroken. Should we catch dozens or hundreds of ghostly creatures back, fatten them up, and then slaughter them? Forget it. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. Might as well catch a few more ghost breeders and put them in more debt to find ghosts for themselves. Aha! This is the best policy. Please don't worry, boss. I will definitely work hard. Chuan Jiangwo's figure flashed and disappeared. In front of the Pig's Foot restaurant, Taoist Master Lei bitterly bowed his hand in one direction. Master, I didn't mean it like that. You old man, take it easy. Waited a while. Nothing happened. Only then did Taoist Master Lei breathe a sigh of relief, looking at the Pig's Foot restaurant and then at the balance in his hand. Forget it. I won't eat breakfast. I'll dawdle later. Sumo returned home. Just opened the app and several red-labeled posts popped up on the front page. Latest news, Changbai Mountain's ghost energy is moving. A ghost king is suspected to have appeared in the world. We've dispatched a magician to deal with it. Update, a ghost wave broke out in the Kunlun Mountains. We've deployed more men to suppress it. Update, Tarzan. Update, Black River City. Update, the Golden Light Temple has been destroyed. The presiding Master Jingguan is suspected to be demonized, and his strength is assessed as level 9. Please pay close attention everywhere. Update, recently, domestic cultivators have been found outside the country. Please pay attention to cultivators everywhere. Once found, kill them. For each kill, 1,000 points will be awarded. Update, Chapter 129, General Corpse. Tomorrow I'll be 8 early. So many things? Sumo frowned slightly. The situation wasn't quite right. Jingguan Temple? Ghosting? A level 9 practitioner? Sumo checked the situation. The Golden Light Temple is far away in Cloud City. Almost overnight, everyone in the temple was sucked into dry corpses, except for the body of the presiding Golden Light Master. There is evidence that the killer is him. As for the news about the Kunlun Mountains and Changbai Mountains, the officials didn't make it very clear. Ghost tide, Ghost King. Urgency rose in Sumo's heart. Although one's current strength has reached that of a sovereign, it is far from enough. Kill the ghost. Reinforcement. Further strength. In case of a ghost wave in the future, it would have to be. How much merit would that be? Hibiscus. Deep in an old mountain, several silhouettes quietly appeared, and standing at the front, were 2 men and a woman. The woman was short, but her looks were exquisite, and she wore a pair of high heels that made her look a little odd. The other 2 men were stocky, but their height was not really complimentary. It looks like it was born from the same mother. Behind the 3, there were several zombies with green hair. If Sumo saw it, he would definitely be able to recognize that these 3 were definitely siblings with Guasi. The height is too uniform. Big brother, the general's tomb is down there, and the coffin can almost be opened tonight. Gua pointed to a place and spoke. LOL. Gua-sanmei covered her mouth with a smile and said, Second brother, you are really cautious. That general corpse is really this powerful. Why does it still need Big Brother to take action? Gua laughed. Be careful. I've checked the information. This general's corpse is the real deal. He killed a lot of people on the battlefield during his lifetime, and his fury is sufficient. This place is another python holding a corpse pattern. The general's corpse must not have decayed. If I can successfully subdue it, I'm certain I can refine a rank 6 poisonous corpse. He glanced at a poisonous corpse following Guade, which was covered in green hair and was 2 meters tall. Oppressive. Gua was envious. This was none other than a rank 6 poisonous corpse. It was Guade who got his best friend killed and spent a lot of time to refine it by hand. With one mouth, it can spray poisonous mist and spit out poisonous water with ferocity. That would be an early congratulations to second brother. Gua-sanmei also got serious when she heard him say that. Alright, the equally diminutive Guade waved his hand and said, I'm busy. Dig. I have to get back to work after helping you subdue the general's corpse. dig. With a wave of Guayer's hand, several poisonous corpses came forward. Their palms grew sharp nails and began to plow the soil. The efficiency of a few zombies is comparable to a backhoe. Soon, a large crater then appeared in the ground, and the dirt tumbled, digging deeper and deeper. An hour later, dig through. Guayer opened his eyes. Go down. The three of them took the poisonous corpse and drilled into the cave, soon reaching a tomb. The tomb looked simple, and didn't have much in the way of burial goods, just a few rotting swords and knives. Big brother and second brother. Look there, was Sanmei's finger extended, and the two of them looked at the same time. Not far away in the corner, slumped over were two bodies with modern clothes, obviously grave robbers, died here for some unknown reason. Bang! Two corpses suddenly stood up. Ha! Worthy of the python holding a corpse pattern. This is a corpse transformation. Gua Sanmei smiled sweetly, not the slightest panic. They are the ones who play with corpses, so naturally they are not afraid. Roar! The two corpses smelled the living and lunged with open fangs. Fast! Swish! The zombie that had been standing behind Guade suddenly jumped out and directly grabbed the two corpses. Fizzle! The two corpses were directly torn into 4 pieces. Fishy slime sprayed everywhere, and the cramped chamber was suddenly foul-smelling. Big brother, you're too disgusting. Gua Sanmei covered her nose and took 2 steps back, saying in disgust, I should have known to bring some flower water. Guade laughed and said, it can't be helped. This guy has a lot of grievances, so he likes to tear it up raw. Guayer looked at the sarcophagus not far away and hurriedly said, Big brother, in a moment you have to make it tucked away. Don't break the general's corpse. I know. Guade waved his hand, and the head of the poisonous corpse immediately stepped forward and directly lifted the sarcophagus, and a ferocious baleful aura immediately filled the chamber. Even the fishy odor was washed out quite a bit. Come back. After the poisonous corpse lifted the coffin, it reached out and was about to grab inside, but was urgently stopped by Guade. The poisonous corpse's hand stopped, unwilling to rise, trembling. Humph, dare to disobey? Guade's eyes chilled as he fished out a copper bell from his pocket and gently shook it. Clang clang clang. Crisp brass bells rang. The poisonous corpse immediately showed a pained expression, covering its head and letting out a silent hiss as it shivered. His mouth, empty, tongue cut out. Come back, Guade added. The poisonous corpse took a step behind Guade and didn't dare to move. Toast to the world. Just like when you were alive. Stubborn bastard. Guade put away the bell and grunted lightly. Big brother, this corpse control technique of yours? You've refined it again. Gua Sanmei smiled and spoke. Guade just laughed and said, speaking of which, Shao Si is the most talented in this area, but unfortunately Humph, when I get this month's full attendance, I'll go take revenge for Junior. Gua Sanmei was speechless and said, Big brother, what's so great about your Tai 3,800 a month class? It's not like we don't have money. What do you know? Guade hemmed and hawed and said, I've met true love. Gua Sanmei had a vicious chill in her heart as she looked at the fellow who had been refined into a poisonous corpse. It's also Big brother's true love. Alright, let's not talk about this. Lao Air, go take a look. Guade waved his hand. Guayer was so excited that he quickly went forward and looked at the sarcophagus. A tall male corpse in armor lay still in the coffin, his arms wrapped around his chest, holding a large sword. At the neck of the body, there was a penetrating wound that was grayish-white in color and somewhat flared. The corpse's eyes were closed tightly, and it exuded a cold aura, but there was no sign of decay, just a little paler. What a strong fury. Guayer rubbed his hands together and quickly fished out a talisman from his pocket and stuck it on the corpse's forehead. Big brother, third sister, protect me for 10 days, how about it? Within 10 days, I am certain that I can awaken and subdue this corpse. Guade shook his head. No way, I'll be 8 early tomorrow. Third sister, it's in your hands, I'll go first. Noon. Taoist Master Lei arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria on time. The fat manager looked at him in a shabby Taoist robe, but he did not dare to take him lightly. There's money to be made in this business. I heard the owner say that when the restaurant opened at that time, a master was invited to come over, and the red packet alone was $50,000. Taoist master. Dinner? The fat manager stepped forward and asked. Eat. Dao Master Lei opened his mouth. Please come inside. We have a full range of dishes here. You'll be satisfied. The fat manager laughed. There's no rush. I'll wait for someone. Taoist Master Lei grinned and pointed in the distance. Here, that's him. Chapter 130, Liver and Waste Stir Fry. How much cooked? The fat manager followed Taoist Lei's finger. Yo, acquaintances. Mr. Su, this Taoist master is your friend. The fat manager asked with a smile. Aha! Su Mo nodded and said, 2 people, dinner, inside, please. The fat manager waved his hand and sent the men off to prepare the ingredients. Sumo eats a lot. He knows. As for the old Taoist priest, the fat manager didn't panic. How much can you eat when you're so skinny and old? But, soon the fat manager had a bit of egg on his face. He never expected it. The old Taoist looked dry and thin, but when he ate, he was actually alive and devouring his food. The movement was so swift. Sumo sat across from him, and the two of them were like a race. Oh, yummy, flavorful. Give him the beef and serve me more of the others. After a meal, the old Taoist priest was still defeated. Mr. Su, it's still you. Taoist Lei patted his stomach and gave a thumbs up. I can't eat you, old Taoist. Admit it. Sumo laughed out loud. Take care of yourself, gentlemen. The fat manager sent the two out the door with a bitter face, thinking, are all of Mr. Su's friends so edible? Seemingly seeing the fat manager's thoughts, Taoist Lei laughed. Good faith. Don't be nervous. Old Tao can't afford to come every day. It's a luxury to eat once a year. A great deal of relaxation. The fat manager smiled awkwardly and said, what a thing for a Taoist priest to say. As long as you come, we receive you. The two left the restaurant. Mr. Su, I'll go ahead. I just picked up a job as a mage in South County. If we don't get going, we won't make it in time. Taoist Master Lei then said goodbye to Sumo. Take care, Taoist. Sumo waved his hand, before returning home and taking out his cell phone again to send a message to the Spellbinder's store. Pity. The store was half unread. In a rare leisure, Sumo bought a set of fishing rods and slowly walked to the lake to start fishing. Pity. He's really bad at fishing and not very lucky. Hours go by and the drift doesn't move. The Moncler outlet store next door is bursting at the seams. Asterisk. Sumo was a bit impatient. It's not fun at all. It's still fun to kill ghosts. Young man, the most important thing in fishing is patience. With patience, you will naturally catch fish. The fishing master glanced at him and spoke slowly. Yes, Grand Master. A few more hours passed, and darkness rubbed off. Sumo still has one missed. Sumo looked Moncler outlet store at the grandpa with an inquiring gaze. The fishing Moncler outlet online man looked at his almost full guard of fish, and then looked at Sumo's drift that had barely moved since he threw it down. This young man is pathetic. Lad, why don't you give up fishing? There can be many different hobbies, not necessarily fishing. Some people are destined to be empty army life. You don't care too much. Sumo, Grandpa, it doesn't sound like you're comforting me, but rather patching me up. It's dark. Sumo got up, stretched and shook his head, his bones clicking. Kill the ghost. That's the kind of entertainment that suits me. Shang County, at the end of the old, slightly out of the way street, a restaurant was still lit, with a dozen or so patrons seated inside. These customers are very eccentric. They each held chopsticks and sat at the table, which was empty, like they were waiting for something. Squeak. The sound of car tires scraping together resounded outside the hotel. All the patrons turned their heads slightly and looked out. Coming. Finally. So hungry. Hey, I hope there's enough to eat tonight. Tell the chef I want popped eyeballs. Outside the door, it's a little sports car. A charming young woman, getting down from the passenger side, took the sunglasses off her nose. Sis, I'll do it. The young man got out of the main driver's side and hastily reached for it. He looked up. The restaurant in front of him emanated a dim light and had lightly veiled windows. It was a little hard to see inside, but there seemed to be quite a lot of people anyway. This is the place. The young man's head was a little foggy, not quite sober from all the drinking that had accompanied him this evening. Forget it. Don't want to. The Nameless Hotel. The young man softly pronounced the name and said, Sis, is this where we're going to eat? No? The young woman's beautiful eyes glared at him and lightly opened her vermilion lips. If you don't want to eat, get lost. The old lady will go in by herself. Sis, I didn't mean that. The young man rushed forward and took the young woman's arm. I mean, it's a cozy place with just the right atmosphere. It's not easy being with a rich woman, or a rich woman willing to spend money on herself. Humph, count on you to know what you're talking about, and reward you tonight with the fact that you're going to see my true side. The young woman scratched his nose and smiled softly. The young man's eyes lit up. He'd known this sister for 2 or 3 days, all evening dates, and even more generous outings. The only regret, this sister is just too conservative. The young man is literate. This sister looks just over 30. The body is well maintained, concave where it should be, convex where it should be. Fine chaff. The young man was kind of looking forward to it. See how happy you are. You'll be happier in a moment. The young woman backhanded the young man's hand and pulled him inside. Hiss, why is it so cold? As soon as the young man entered, he felt the hairs on his body stand up and sweat, as if he had entered a cold room. When he looked up, he saw a dozen or so people in the store, their eyes looking straight at him, like enjoying a plate of cassoulet. The most outrageous was the chef. standing there in the back kitchen with only his fat head sticking out. Look at yourself. It also looks up and down and seems to be considering adding peppercorns as well as anise. It's a little creepy. Sis, why don't we stop eating? The young man had sobered up most of his wine, and after hesitating for a moment, he still spoke in a low voice. This place, it's not quite right. The young woman grinned and took off her jacket, revealing a nice upper body line. What's wrong? She gazed around and spoke. Don't stare. I'm a timid little heart. Swish. Everyone's eyes withdrew. The cook also put his head back, and soon, the sound of sharpening knives rang out from the back kitchen. Sister, you. The young man froze. Boss. The waiter trotted over, stole a glance at the young man, and whispered, the chef asks you, how many minutes of cooked liver and waste combined frying should be? 10 seconds must be out of the pan. Spicy. The waitress walked away again with her head down. You're the lady who owns this place. The young man finally responded. No? The young woman laughed. It's too good. The young man let out a breath and patted his chest. You didn't say so earlier. It just gave me a fright. It's just a little chilly with the air conditioning so low. The young woman looked at him and smiled. What air conditioning? We here don't have an air conditioner. Chapter 131, Spirit, is very addictive. No air conditioning? The man kind of froze. So why is it so cold? The young woman pushed her body towards him and asked with a smile. The temperature is low. Ha, that's because I would have been cold. The man looked down and pissed himself. Where is the pretty young woman in front of me? There was only a frozen, smashed face, the color of ebony, and the left eye was wide open. The right eye does not go to the direction. Ghost. The young man struggled to squeeze a few words out of his throat and pulled his legs out to run, but was horrified to realize, couldn't move on his own. More alarming. In the restaurant, everyone gathered around. These people, it's all that look. You guys. The young man was so scared that he almost fainted. He suddenly remembered the image from when he had just walked in the door, and his head snapped up. No wonder there's something familiar about this place. One winter a dozen years ago, there was an accident here when a self-built house collapsed and a restaurant on the ground floor was buried. Everyone inside, all killed. These people, it's all ghosts. Sis, please, let me go. I've done nothing but hard work these past few days. Let my little brother off the hook. Please, big deal. I'll pay you back. The young man pleaded. Don't be afraid, little brother. The young woman stretched out her somewhat decayed palm and gently caressed his face, smilingly saying, I've told you, I'll let you see my true face. Why aren't you happy to see it now? Sister is not happy. I'm happy. Then smile. Hey. The young man revealed a smile that was worse than tears. I'm just a rich woman. Who did I mess with? What's with the rich ghost woman? Nope, he's the one that got me. The young man suddenly remembered that the reason he knew the boss's wife was that he had been introduced by a peer named Wang Jia. Young, generous, rich, and a ladies' man. Who wouldn't be impressed to hear that? Wang Jia, I'll kill you. The young man's words were stuck in his throat and couldn't be said. Because Wang Jia stepped out from the crowd and looked at himself coldly. You. The young man was desperate. Take it easy. Wang Jia hemmed and hawed and smiled mysteriously. You'll soon be able to join us. Being a ghost, it's very addictive. The boss's wife waved her hand. Take his clothes off. Soon, the young man's clothes were then stripped off and everyone looked greedily at his body. I'll have this piece. Braised. It's not too much for me to eat a heart, is it? Liver and waste, don't think about it, Al. The boss's wife booked it. The knife is sharpened. The cook stepped out, carrying a bright, sharp knife that stung more than the light. It doesn't hurt, don't worry. The cook lifted his sharp knife and stabbed it directly into the young man's neck. Prepare the basin. Pust. Blood came out and everyone was agitated. The young man finally realized why the cook had asked the young woman when he came in. The liver and loin combination should be cooked for a few minutes. He watched as the cook pulled the loin out of his body, along with a leaf of bright red liver. Ponging rich women. What a dangerous job. 749th Bureau. Wang Lang took the information and found Lin Xianxian. Team Lin. There have been a few disappearances in Shang County recently, suspected to be haunted by ghosts. Sure. Lin Xianxian looked up. There's been a bit of a wind in the sails all over the place lately. In the past few days, a dozen cases have been reported, only to be investigated to the very end. It's all man-made, nothing to do with ghosts. Just remembering the details of those cases, Lin Xianxian was still a bit uncomfortable. Hearts are more poisonous than ghosts. Someone has been sent to verify. Aha! Lin Xianxian nodded and asked, Bus 14, any news yet? Not yet. Wang Lang said. We sprinkled half of our men out and the 14 bus just seemed to disappear. Team Lin, is there a possibility that the 14 bus, in fact, is no longer in the city? Lin Xianxian frowned slightly. If that's the case, it's a bit of a problem. The boundaries of Yuching are not small. This ghost bus, where will it go? Lin Xianxian thought for a moment and spoke. Immediately check the counties of Yu City, which places have bus route 14. If ghost buses do leave Yuching and go to these places with 14 bus routes to harm people, best camouflaged since. Yes, soon. Wang Lang then came back and said, South County, Feng County, Yang County, these dozen counties, all have 14 buses. Scatter some men over there and keep a close watch. And, those insiders, tell them to listen to the news as well. Yes. Wang Lang left in a hurry. Little Red Riding Hood was depressed. The number of ghosts in Yuchang has decreased a lot recently. It's all because Mr. Su is so fierce. Catch and kill. It's a little hard to form a gang on your own. After all, he was not strong enough for those slightly more powerful ghosts to dare to mess with him, lest you get a second once you meet. Not even a chance to report to Mr. So, he left Yuchang for the time being, and then picked a place. Shang County. Ha! Little Red Riding Hood was walking through the old streets when she suddenly detected many strands of her kind. So much luck? Little Red Riding Hood was all excited. There were at least a dozen ghostly creatures. As he hurried past, he saw an old diner with people milling about inside. Hey! Little Red Riding Hood rubbed his hands together and had another performance. He was just about to bolt when the door was suddenly pulled open. A chef with a knife in his hand, covered in blood, burrowed out and blocked the way. Get in there! The chef waved his knife and opened his mouth viciously. Big brother, take it easy. Little Red Riding Hood smiled with her and said, we're all ghosts. Not so much, not so much. Get in there. The chef, expressionless, took a step forward. I'm in. Little Red Riding Hood walked into the dining room to see a fresh skeleton with the meat picked clean off of it. The expressions of the dozen or so ghostly creatures were unfulfilled. Red Riding Hood's eyes searched quickly, finally locking onto the young woman standing in the corner. The ghost was the boss. Bang! The gate is closed. What's the matter, little brother? The young woman pursed her glass of wine, her lips bright red and fishy. Sis, I was just passing through. Little Red Riding Hood spoke with a compensatory smile. Oh, the young woman's face was expressionless. Sis, Little Red Riding Hood took 2 steps forward, her tone suddenly becoming sad. Actually, I've been a ghost for a long time, and I've been very lonely. When I see you today, I feel like I'm meeting my own sister, and I don't want to wander. I want to join you. Give it a shot. The young woman laughed and said, listen to all of them. This man's mouth, dead and turned into a ghost, is still so good at coaxing. What the hell are you again? I'm a cheating ghost. Little Red Riding Hood opened her mouth. Cheating ghosts? So you're good at cheating then? Won't you lie to me too? The young woman opened her mouth. Really want to join us? Little Red Riding Hood, blessed with the spirit, blurted out. Sister, I'm a trickster ghost, only tricking people, not ghosts. I truly want to join you. Become a family. VA. Chapter 132. Do you really want me to bring someone back? Pust. The young woman covered her mouth and laughed. Her slim figure trembled chaotically, but there were a few tantalizing flavors. If the body wasn't a bloody mess, it would be better. For some reason, she had a natural affinity for the little ghostly thing in the red hat in front of her. It's that kind of. As soon as I saw him, I was unconsciously favorably impressed. So, the young woman found it amusing when Little Red Riding Hood uttered the phrase lumbering. Such a funny, sweet ghost brother. Of course I'll take it. Boss. The chef approached quietly with his knife and whispered. This guy appeared out of nowhere. He's definitely not well-intentioned. I think it would be prudent. His eyes were alert as he stared at Little Red Riding Hood. Kid, tell me the truth. Who the are you? Or I'll cut you. Little Red Riding Hood looked innocent, pointed at his face, and said, Big brother, can't you see? I'm not human. I'm a ghost. You, the knife in the cook's hand. Squeeze tighter. Put the knife down. Don't scare him. The young woman glared at the chef, who put down the knife irritably. Thank you, sister. Little Red Riding Hood called out sweetly to her sister. But, the young woman turned her words around and said, Do you really want to join us? Really? The young woman was worried. Look at these people who follow me. These ghosts are either ghosts who have become ghosts with me, either that or handed in a pitch. Like him. The young woman pointed to a young ghostly creature and said, He introduced a young fresh meat to me to get the qualification to stay in the hotel. Little brother, although my sister likes you, she can't open the back door. If you really want to join us, then hand in your proposal and come up. Little Red Riding Hood asked earnestly. Sister, what do you say? My brother will do as he is told, and will never excuse himself. It's easy. The young woman pointed to the surrounding ghosts and spoke. You'll have to lure one over here to keep the big guy happy. It's the big guys that will accept you. As the words fell, the ghostly creatures around them stirred and spoke ghostly words. The boss's wife is right. You introduce us to a fresh ingredient that is truly lumbering. Be young. Too old meat. You're quite picky. Ha, if you ask me, it'd be better if it was a female, with tender and juicy flesh, decent, tender chicken burgers. The restaurant was a mess, eerie and ambient, coupled with shaky lights and loud noises. It's really like a ghost. Shut up, the young woman chortled, and there was silence all around. How about this suggestion from me, little brother? You can consider it, of course. She pointed to the front door and said, Sister sees that you have a ghostly aura that is pure as can be, and you are not that kind of evil ghost. If you really don't want to do this kind of thing, leave. Sister will never give you a hard time. The young woman stared at Little Red Riding Hood. The gazes of all the ghostly creatures were gathered on Little Red Riding Hood's face. The kind of gazes that were like a thorn that went straight to the eyeballs. But Little Red Riding Hood was at least a former gang leader and had a lot of experience in mole work. This is a small scene. Naturally, the face is not changed. No pressure. He pretended to be a bit embarrassed and said, Sister, I'm not very good at harming people. Actually, Little Red Riding Hood had been happy in her heart for a long time before the young woman said she would let him bring someone over. Wonderful. I'll bring Mr. So directly. It's perfect. You ghosts, you're staring viciously at me now, aren't you? TSK, TSK, TSK. Just the cook with the meanest eyes. Pity, all must die. Only I, Little Red Riding Hood, can live to be a ghost. Ha, silly brother, we ghosts are born to do this kind of thing. If you want to, there's nothing you can't do? The young woman glared at him, took 2 steps forward, and put her finger on Little Red Riding Hood's heart. There's only if you want to, not if you can. Little Red Riding Hood bowed her head shyly and said, Since my sister has said so, I will do as I am told. Sister, does the candidate have any requirements? The young woman laughed and said, Of course it's the handsome ones. Sister just likes handsome men. Understood. Little Red Riding Hood nodded very seriously and said, Sister, I will pick you a very handsome one. Don't worry, sister. I never lie to ghosts. Then going to work first? The young woman stared at him and suddenly waved her hand. Wow, the gate opens. Go on. Okay. Little Red Riding Hood walked slowly to the door, and made a bye-bye back to the young woman. Only then did he turn into a cloudy wind and disappear into the night. Boss lady, do you really trust him like that? The chef spoke up sharply. He always felt that Little Red Riding Hood was a bit dangerous. The heart surged. You. The young woman pressed a finger to his head and said, You say that every time a new ghost joins the group. Look at. She pointed to a few mouthfuls of newly arrived ghosts and said, Our hotel. Isn't it all fine? As long as we don't make a big noise, those people won't notice us. We're not the only ghost nest in Shang City. If it's really dangerous, we can just run away. And, the young woman looked at the night. The corners of her mouth curled into a smile. This little brother is interesting. I like it. I feel he's going to bring me back a great candidate that I'm kind of looking forward to. Chef, boss lady, you're being a bit obviously biased. Stop pouting. The boss's wife tugged on his sleeve and said flirtatiously, You just cooked for the big guy, and you didn't get a hot bite. Go upstairs with my sister and make it up to you. The chef's eyes lit up and he dryly said, Boss lady, I don't mean that. Going or not? Go. The 2 ghosts went upstairs, leaving behind a room full of envious eyes from the ghosts. Don't get it, do you? Some old ghosts have been explaining to the new ones. In our place, if you behave well enough and contribute, the boss's wife will entertain you personally. That tastes good. Yu Ching. Sumo came to an art showroom. The showroom is filled with mirrors that reflect all kinds of light when illuminated. As soon as a person walks in, they can see themselves reflected in the mirrors. Millions of them. The artist also gave a name to this work of art. 1,000 Faces of Life. Sumo doesn't understand art. He's here because it's haunted. The cause. It's simple. One night the artist was admiring his masterpiece alone, looking at himself in the mirror for an uncountable number of hours. He was suddenly a little bored. Reach out. And myself in the mirror, playing guessing games. Chapter 133 Golden Beans? You ghosts are too stingy. Brother, you tell me. Am I sick? I can't believe I'm playing a guessing game with a mirror. The artist was a thin, middle-aged man in a loose white shirt with long hair and a beard. It fit the image of an artist in Sumo's mind. The moment. He sat on the steps and took Sumo's hand, his eyes blinking with childishness and sincerity. Sumo nodded and said, Art, you can't play it without being sick. You're not sick. You're very sick. Of course, I'm sick too. It's just that the root of the disease is different. But that's not all. If you don't kill a ghost for a day, you have no energy. Is that a ghost? That's my medicine. The artist clapped his hands and said, Dude, you know me. I think you're better suited to creative endeavors than I am. With a great image. In the future, your artistic achievement will definitely be higher than mine. Why don't you come and develop in our business? Sumo quickly refused. This art thing is too elegant. I can't get into a bit of it. What about art students? Cough cough cough. Suemo nearly choked on his saliva. You old thing with thick eyebrows. I did not expect this kind of goods. Dude, what's that look in your eye? The artist was upset and explained. I meant for you to come over here to give to help me with the art students. As a teacher, wouldn't a real artist have the kind of nasty thoughts you have? The corner of Sumo's mouth twitched. That's a pretty far-fetched explanation you're giving. Might as well not explain. Stop. Say something about the mirror. Suemo pulled the topic back. This guy's brain circuit was too heavenly, and he couldn't find the north when he was chatting. Ah, yes, mirror dash. Bro, what do you think would happen if you played Guess Who with the mirror? The artist changes to a laying flat position. That goes without saying? Same thing. It's hard to win, isn't it? Suemo said. Brother, you're right. The other night, I played guessing with the mirror and won dash. Speaking of this, the artist's eyes were glowing, and he actually didn't have a bit of fear. Instead, he was a bit maniacal. He rubbed his hands together, sat up straight, and said excitedly, think about it, playing guessing with the mirror itself, throwing punches surprisingly and differently. What does that mean? Sumo said. Haunted. No. The artist stood up and exclaimed. This is artistic resonance. It means that this work of art of mine has a mind of its own. It's me. Gives it life. Sumo. Okay. This guy is really sick. You don't believe me? The artist suddenly turned back and looked at Suemo. Suemo didn't say anything. The artist sat back again and said, the other night, I played guessing games with the mirror all night. I won. I'm like I can feel my other self in the mirror, about to throw some kind of punch. Do you know what that feels like? Excited, thrilled, and a little scared dash. But, at dawn, everything is gone. I even wondered if I was dreaming. I came home and guessed against the mirror, and it didn't work at all. Man, I'm really going crazy. The artist covered his face in pain. Suemo sat farther away without a trace. Playing art, really have a sick brain. It's obviously a ghost. He's good, and miss it. How about, you take me out for a game of guessing? It's quite fun. From what you've said, Sumo said. What? The artist looked up, bewildered. You believe me, brother? No. Suemo shook his head in a very straightforward manner and said, I just want to go and see what an artifact with life, as you put it, really looks like. Brother, go. The artist pulled Sumo and walked right into the pavilion. Bright incandescent lamps hung in mid-air, and under the lights were large swaths of mirrors standing like a forest of mirrors. When Suemo walked in, he saw an uncountable number of himself reflected in the mirror, and there was a sense of strangeness. Any mirror will do? Sumo asked. No. The artist shook his head. The only mirror with life is this one. He pulled Suemo and quickly walked to a giant mirror that was a foot high. Only this mirror has life. Suemo felt it himself, and here, he didn't feel the yin-chi of the ghosts. Is this guy really crazy? Suemo was dry and stretched out the scissors towards the mirror. The mirror itself, too, held out the scissors. Fist, in the mirror, also the punch. Handkerchiefs, in the mirror, still the handkerchief. Suemo tried a dozen times in a row, but the mirror didn't respond. The artist stood by, his expression changing from one of excitement and anticipation to one of consternation and loss. Let me. The artist stepped forward and began to gesture. Pity. The mirror still didn't respond. It showed him with the exact same expression and movements. There's no such thing as you throw a punch and the you in the mirror throws scissors. Could it be that everything is an illusion on my part? The artist is devastated and a little disoriented. Man, I want to be quiet. He turned, his back a little lost as he left. Only Suemo was left alone. The exhibit hall was quiet and somewhat hair-raising. Suemo stood quietly in front of the mirror and looked at herself carefully. Honestly, Suemo had never looked in the mirror like this before. Suemo felt that the person in the mirror was somewhat unlike himself, though the self in the mirror, the demeanor, expression, and features were exactly the same as his own. But, Sumo just thought, in the mirror, another person is hidden. Suemo could feel that himself in the mirror was carefully observing himself. Here it comes. Until now, Suemo still couldn't feel the ghost scene chi, which was a bit weird. Interesting. Sumo's mind moved and once again played guessing with the mirror. Scissors, stone, boo. At first, it was normal, but gradually, Suemo realized something was wrong. The self in the mirror started to change gestures. It would love to win. Suemo reacted quickly, always able to see the mirror's movements the moment he threw a punch, and then threw the same punch as it. 10 minutes passed. The person in the mirror was no longer able to keep the same expression as Suemo, but was gritting his teeth and sweating profusely. It really wants to win. Suemo just didn't give it a chance. No more games. Suemo suddenly stopped and turned around. It's no fun. Waste of time. Don't go. The man in the mirror got visibly anxious and said, "Play a few more games. Play a few more games. If I lose." It fished out a golden pea and threw it outward. Ta-da! The golden peas bounced on the floor with a crisp ringing sound and rolled down to Sumo's feet. "Lose a handful and I'll give you one." Sumo looked at the golden beans at his feet, and the corners of his mouth twitched. "You are damn quite stingy and also quite poor. Other ghosts seduce people with gold bricks. Ah, silver mountains. No more. Give a red packet of $10,000. You're ing with the golden peas? Don't you think it's embarrassing?" Chapter 134. A ghost is a ghost. How can you be an adult? So it's a poor guy. Sumo spat. "What did you say?" The mirror ghost didn't hear. "Nothing." Sumo turned around and said seriously, "Are you serious? Lose once and give me one." "Of course. Come on." Sumo restood in front of the mirror. "Aren't you going to ask what it will cost you if you lose?" The mirror ghost was a bit confused. "So dry? No need to ask." Sumo shook his head and smiled. "I won't lose." The self in the mirror looked grim, and rolled up his sleeves. "Rock, paper, scissors." "Sorry, you lose." Snap. The self in the mirror reached into his pocket and touched a golden pea and threw it at Sumo's feet. "Rock, paper, scissors. You lost again." "Scissors. Are you any good?" "Lost again." After a period of time, Sumo already had dozens of golden peas around his feet. "How can?" In the mirror, my eyes had festered a bit. Dozens of times in a row. The mirror ghost hadn't won Sumo once. Lose every time. That's called a tragedy. "Still playing?" Sumo asked. "Play." The mirror ghost's hand went into his pocket, felt around, and cried, "I don't seem to have any golden peas. Please, lose a hand to me. Will you? Gives me some hope of getting my money back." Sumo thought about it and said, "It's quite troublesome to look through the mirror. How about this? You come out. We'll face each other. It'll be fun. Look at these golden peas. How about I give it all back?" The mirror ghost was a bit perturbed and carefully said, "Give it all back to me? Don't worry. I'm a man of my word. You're not going to set me up, are you?" "What's the setup?" "To emphasize to you, I never lie." Sumo looked sincere. "So, I come out?" Mirror ghost asked tentatively. Sumo took a step back and made a please gesture. One hand, slowly reaching for the mirror. Sumo saw that the mirror rippled with himself in the mirror. Surprisingly, he actually put his hand out. Sumo quickly stepped forward and held his hand. Because of too much force, his hand was a little deformed. "You." The mirror ghost was startled and tried to retract his hand back, but found that he couldn't move it. "I was afraid you'd get stuck, so I came to help." Sumo smiled a sunny smile. "No, use it. No need for." Sumo finally couldn't stand it anymore. If it wasn't for the fact that the ghostly creature was a bit spooky, I'm afraid I would have smashed the mirror with my fist and run away. "Will you talk to it like that?" It. "I'll use it when I say so. Get thee out of there." Sumo's chi and blood erupted, and the self in the mirror was pulled out hard. "I said, the mirror ghost is terrified." It also didn't think that it would one day be yanked out of the mirror the hard way. Sumo was feeling weird right now. The man standing there looked exactly like himself. Even his demeanor was the same. Still a little down. "What's going on?" Sumo said while slapping over. Bang! The mirror ghost's head. Straight up. Was askew. "Mercy." Mirror ghost pissed himself. "Yes." Sumo raised his finger. "One life for 3. I'll spare you if you find me 2 more of your kind." "Biggie, are you telling the truth?" Hope flooded the mirror ghost's eyes. But when he thought about it, that's how he had just been swindled out. It felt suspended again. "Of course it's true." Sumo nodded seriously. "So you just lied to me. Be careful what you say. I actually just came up with that on my own. It has nothing to do with you." The mirror ghost cried out. "Biggie, you break this mirror. I can find a kindred spirit." Clunk! Sumo punched down and the huge mirror shattered into countless pieces. "Look at me." The mirror ghost signaled Sumo to let go of himself, and as he walked away, he recited the words while bubbling with ghostly energy. As it walked, it suddenly transformed into a ghostly aura and burrowed into the mirror shard. "Ha ha 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 ha, I lied to you. Where's the kindred spirit? It's just me here. Ha ha ha." The laughter sank in and the ghostly aura disappeared. Sumo looked at the pieces of mirrors on the ground and was a bit speechless. "Is this a game? You think I can't find you with all the pieces of the mirror, don't you? Good. Sumo's mind moved, and a round of red sun behind him slowly rose. "Ah, what is this?" Miserable screams rang out, and the head of the ghostly creature that was hiding in the mirror could no longer hold its own. From a shard of a mirror only the size of a fingernail came a drill. "Biggie, spare me. I'll take you to a kindred spirit. I really know." "Ha!" Sumo's mind moved and that mirror ghost was directly roasted. Like a candle, it melts quickly and then dissipates. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Killing a level 3 ghost, mirror ghost. The beeps sounded in his ears. Suemo looked around. The mirrors in the pavilion, all reflecting light, like there are a million suns. And you guys, can you hide? The sun behind Suemo blazed, and the entire pavilion immediately fell into scorching heat. Every crevice, every nook and cranny, was filled with sunshine. Ah, help! How the sun came out. The screams continued to ring out. Those ghosts hiding in the mirrors were forced out of their forms by Sumo's chi and blood sun. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Killed level 3 ghost, mirror ghost. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Kill a level 2 ghostly creature. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Kill a level 3 ghostly creature. Exhibition hall. Somewhere in a dark room, the middle-aged artist changed into a white shirt and straightened his collar in an antique mirror. The antique mirror was long, as tall as a man, and was set in an old red cabinet. The middle-aged artist straightened his collar while staring at himself in the mirror. The weird thing is, the artist of the mirror did not move, but looked on indifferently. It doesn't work. The artist in the mirror spoke coldly. No matter how much you mimic, you're not me. You are a ghost and can never be human. A filthy ghostly creature that wants to take its place and incarnate as a human being. It's ridiculous. The artist outside the mirror grinned as if pleased with his shirt. He looked up, met his eyes with his self in the mirror, and grinned. I am you. Oh, right. Now. He pointed to the artist in the mirror and said in a single word. You're the ghost. How's that for living in a mirror? Ha? Want to come out? It's actually quite simple. As long as you become someone else, you can come out. But only. The artist pointed to his nose and said, you can't be me. Chapter 135, Master, do you believe in love? The artist in the mirror snorted and said slowly, just wait, someone will clean you up sooner or later. The artist outside the mirror laughed, talk so noble, don't you drag your students into it too? Recognize something, right now, you and I, we're both ghosts, the only difference. The artist outside the mirror pointed to himself and said slowly, I still have a chance to be human. Ha! The artist in the mirror laughed and said, whimsy, stop sniping. The artist outside the mirror sneered. Now, you're the ghost in the mirror. You say someone's coming to clean me up? Where's the man? Where is he? Is it coming? Before the words fully fell, the mirror in front of him suddenly trembled violently. Immediately after, the mirror image began to shake and turned into a situation inside the pavilion. Youth, big day, ghost shadow, whale. These images combined together as the blazing sun burns and the ghost smelt like candles. The artist outside the mirror's face chilled. This youth he recognized. The two had had a long talk only 10 minutes ago. Ha ha ha. The artist in the mirror laughed maniacally. Yes, this day has finally come to me. He pointed out the mirror and said freely, evil spirits, here comes the man who will clean you up. Asterisk. Get the back. The artist outside the mirror was no longer calm. Cursing and grimacing, he took a big step forward, slung the ancient mirror over his shoulder, and was about to run away. Bang! The popping sound came. The artist turned his head and the door to the dark room flew open. The youth, standing outside the door, looked at himself with a smile. Yo, what kind of performance art are you doing? Suemo looked at the artist carrying the mirror and opened his mouth in surprise. This is, for me. The artist's face changed several times before he laughed. This ancient mirror is something I collected from the countryside. It's rare. I'm going to move back home. Dude, help me out. It's heavy. While saying that, the artist carried the mirror while walking towards the door. Think I'm stupid? Suemo flew up and kicked the artist directly out. Ouch! The artist rolled on the ground a few times, but shielded the mirror from death. I'm surprised it didn't break. Dude, what are you up to? It's against the law to hit someone. The artist climbs up. Suemo shrugged his shoulders and said, you're right, it's against the law to hit people, but to hit ghosts is. The artist blushed. What are you talking about? What the hell not? Still pretending? Suemo laughed and said, those little brothers of yours, they were recruited a long time ago. Come to die. Suemo stomped his feet and his body exploded out, like a remnant rainbow. Holy! The artist was terrified and panicked, holding the ancient mirror in front of her. Clunk! The mirror shattered. An eerie ghostly aura that churned through the house before disappearing again. House. One more artist. The two artists look exactly alike, even down to their mannerisms, tones, and subtle facial expressions. Master, it's a ghost. Destroy it. The artist on the left pointed at the artist on the right. Bah, you're the ing ghost. I was tricked into the mirror. A little ghost thing, and it wants to be a human? Master, it's the ghost. You're a ghost. Your whole family is a ghost. The two artists were cursing and spitting. Shut up, Suemo chortled. The two men stopped talking at once and looked at him with horrified expressions. That expression, it's a dime a dozen. You want to play Monkey King with me? Suemo was speechless. You guys seem to. It's all ghosts, right? Wouldn't it be nice to get them all killed? As his mind turned, the sun behind Sumo began to become hot and bright. Ah! The two artists screamed miserably as their bodies began to slowly melt. Like a candle. Master, I'm not a ghost. One of the ghosts spoke in panic. What you're doing is indiscriminate. He reached up and touched his face, only to feel a handful of grease. The other artist froze for a moment, looking at his slowly melting body, and suddenly smiled. Stand still. Ha! It's good to be dead. What am I if not a ghost in my present form? Master, please increase your efforts. No need for him to say. Sumo had already increased his strength, and the two ghostly creatures were melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a flash, the two artists then dissolved into pus and spread out on the floor. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for killing the 4th level ghost, Mirror Ghost. Reward 3000 points of merit. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing a level 1 ghost, Mirror Ghost. Reward merit. The beep sounded. Sumo withdrew his divine ability, and the room suddenly returned to its original appearance. Sumo saw there was an extra dry body next to the ancient mirror, and judging by the way it was dressed, it should be the artist. It's kinda artsy. Sumo turned around and left the pavilion, snapped his fingers and the wagon didn't appear. Sumo then remembered that Chuan Jiangwo had just made a breakthrough and his breath was unstable. Let him consolidate and go. After all, Chuan Jiangwo's cultivation was all based on absorbing yin qi and advancing step by step. It's hard to avoid mistakes. And himself. It's all hard work killing ghosts for cultivation. Steady and fast. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. TSK. Still a bit uncomfortable. Sumo raised his feet and walked into the darkness. Let me, Khan, be the lucky one tonight. Anyone else? Night. A cab sped down the road. Chen Dagong yawned. He had just taken a long order and pulled a female passenger on his way back to the city. Chen Dagong was a little bored, so he turned on the radio with his hand, and after a burst of nuisance sounds, the host's magnetic and vicarious voice rang out. I'm a cab driver, and listen carefully to the next story I'm going to tell. Any similarities are purely accidental. That night, there was no moon, a slight breeze, and some cold. I pulled a female passenger. Chen Dagong's cold hairs stood up as he listened. Evening, moonless, breeze. It's a little cold. This ing. Isn't that your current environment? She took a quiet glance at the female passenger in the back row, seated in a white dress and regular, seemingly noticing that Chen Dagong was looking at herself. She smiled at the mirror and, not listening. Weirdly scary. Chen Dagong turned off the radio, and felt a little cold, so he put on the Dirt High DJ, finally feeling better. The Dirt High DJ stimulated the nerves, and Chen Dagong was less sleepy and concentrated on driving. Suddenly, the female passenger in the back row leaned her head forward and said softly, Master, do you believe in love? Chen Dagong was instantly alert, sat up straight, and said seriously, Meyer, spit on the car 200 ow. Chapter 136. Luckily Mr. Su was in the car, otherwise I thought I had hit a ghost. The female passenger in the back row was silent. Chen Dagong laughed and said, Maisie, I'm just kidding. What happened? Tell old brother. Did you meet a scumbag? Sister, it's most unworthy to be sad for a man. If you really can't get over it, I'll introduce you to 2 male models. That muscle, that look. Chen Dagong was gushing. In this line of work, we often come across such passengers, who have been hurt by love and are looking for death. Once, Chen Dagong pulled a female passenger, just to the bridge to get off, and then turned to the guardrail. Frightened, he immediately rushed out and hugged the female passenger, which saved a young life. Chen Dagong's greatest fear is to pull in this kind of passenger. So, when she asked the words, do you believe in love? Chen Dagong judged it. Another one that can't think straight. Looking at the female passengers in the back row, Chen Dagong thought of his own daughter, also at the age of a flower. He tried to be as witty as possible, hoping that the female passenger would think things through, or better yet, talk about what happened. 1 to come. You can listen to the gossip so you can blow awesome later. 2 to come. A lot of things, as long as you say it, that breath in your heart will be cleared. Chen Dagong quietly looked in the rearview mirror. The female passenger sat back again, expressionless. Phew. Chen Dagong was thinking about whether to quietly call the police when he saw the female passenger leaning up again. Master, do you believe in love? Only, this time the voice, with a hint of grimness. Older sister, you have to say that. Chen Dagong put up a hand and slowly said, 500 ow on the spit car. Fine washing is expensive. Master, do you believe in love? Chen Dagong opened his mouth and said, okay, I believe in love. My wife and I are the first love. Sis, brother tell you about. Chen Dagong began to gush again, not noticing in the slightest. The female passenger's face grew more and more somber after hearing his answer. She slowly sat down in the seat behind Chen Digang, brought her head closer, and slowly reached out. Choke on Chen Digang's neck. Sister, not with you to blow powerful. My wife was at school. That is the school flower. Ha! Asterisk 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 asterisk. Such a coincidence? Halfway through his words, Chen Dagang suddenly let out a strange cry and slammed on the gas. A strong pushback sensation hits, and the female passenger in the back is just about to pinch her hand down when the force yanks her hard back into the back seat. Squeak! The brakes squealed. The female passenger was ejected again, cloaked and confused. Mr. Su, Chen Digang rolled down the window, surprised and happy. It's really you? I thought I was mistaken. Brother Chen? How come it's you again? Su Mo was startled by the sudden appearance of the cab, and when she turned her head, she saw Chen Digang's face. It's not. How did we meet again? This guy's not really a stalker, is he? Chuan Jiangwo didn't come out tonight. That guy just got promoted and his breath is unstable. Su Mo let him consolidate first. After all, Chuan Jiangwo was promoted step by absorbing the yin qi by himself, so it was normal to have flaws, and himself, but it is by killing ghosts and playing it steady. Steady as she goes. Ha! Sumo looked at the back seat with a slightly odd look in his eyes. This guy, is it good luck, or bad luck? Call him lucky, pulling a female ghost. Call him unlucky, pulling the female ghost ran into herself. Chen Dagang hammed and hawed and said, Mr. Su, if I say this is all a coincidence, do you believe me? Believe you, damn it. Su Mo blared at him. Mr. Su, where to? Back downtown. Coincidentally no. I'm back downtown too. Why don't you share a seat with this girl? Sis, look at. That's what I thought. Su Mo also did not wait for the female passenger to agree. Directly pulled open the door and sat in, sitting still in the back seat. Hello? Sumo smiled at the female passenger, looking pleased. Sis, is that okay? Chen Dagang inquired with a bitter face. Today this order is expected to receive a complaint. The female passenger was silent. No words, just a slight nod. Got it. Chen Dagang kicked the gas down and the cab roared. Do you believe in love? The female passenger suddenly turned her head and stared at Su Mo with a gloomy aura. Faith. Su Mo nodded. Why? The female passenger's voice, growing colder and colder, moved her but a little in Su Mo's direction. Mr. Su, don't stimulate her. Chen Digang whispered. Su Mo moved a little closer to her and whispered in his ear. Because I have a brother who really talked to a female ghost. Whom? The female passenger was startled when she heard the words female ghost and raised her head to see Su Mo's gaze, like a wolf meeting its prey. Inexplicably, the female passenger's heart trembled, and she was actually a little afraid. Master, I want to get off. The female passenger opened her mouth. Maisie, I can't be responsible for anything that happens in the middle of nowhere. This way, I'll let you down when we get downtown. The female passenger stopped talking. Chen Dagang's heart is strange, always feel as if something is wrong, but can not say. Stop the car. Su Mo suddenly spoke. Ha! Chen Dagang subconsciously stepped on the brakes. Mr. Su, what's wrong? Wait for what? Su Mo stared in one direction, and Chen Dagang also looked that way, and saw a young man wearing a red hat, running out of the darkness, running pretty fast. Little Red Riding Hood. Sumo rolled down the window and shouted. Little Red Riding Hood was startled by the sudden noise and looked up to see a cab. Mr. Su, Little Red Riding Hood, surprised and delighted, trotted all the way over. Mr. Su, I was looking for you. He thought for a moment, swallowing back the words. I found a good-sized nest of ghosts. It's not good to scare the cab driver. Ha! He looked over and saw his kind in the back seat. What's going on? Why is Mr. So riding with a ghost? TSK. Mr. Su wouldn't be trying to be the undead knight, would he? The female passenger also raised her head and looked at him in shock, as if she didn't expect how a ghostly creature could be so familiar with a human. Get in the car first, Su Mo said. Oh, Little Red Riding Hood pulled open the car door and dutifully sat in. Chen Digang felt even weirder, looking at Little Red Riding Hood and then at the silent female passenger in the back row. Then look at the smiling Su Mo. If Mr. Su hadn't been in the car, he'd have thought he'd hit a ghost. Soon, the car went to the city. The female passenger again asked to get off. Chen Dagang had to step on the brakes. The female passenger got off the bus and ran away in a hurry. Even the fare was not given. Chen Dagang did not care. Su Mo followed and said, I'll go see her off, lest there be an accident. Chen Dagang looked at Sumo's figure as he chased after him and sighed. Mr. Su is really a good person. Chapter 137. Don't worry, I have delivered it safely. The corner of Little Red Riding Hood's mouth twitched. No talking. You're right about everything. Brother, you've known Mr. Su for a long time? Chen Dagang opened the box again. It wasn't that long ago, but we've been friends for a long time. Little Red Riding Hood said. That's right, ghost lives are in his hands. It's become Mr. Zhou's exclusive mole, but fortunately the establishment hasn't lost it. Have you seen that thing yet? Chen Dagong asked. What? It's that kind of thing. Chen Dagong gestured. It was kinda creepy to say that word in the middle of the night. Ghosts? Little Red Riding Hood looked at him with a smirk. Anon, Chen Dagong whispered. I know that Mr. Zhou is not an ordinary person who specializes in cleaning up that kind of filth. I'm kinda curious. I advise you not to be curious. Little Red Riding Hood very much told him that you had just seen one, and that the one you were talking to now was also a ghost. Also, Chen Dagong inexplicably shuddered and said, what's so good about that thing? If you really meet it, you'll probably die. Dude, you're right, Little Red Riding Hood asked. Old brother, how did you meet Mr. Zhou? I just pulled a passenger well. Chen Dagong briefly said what happened. The corner of Little Red Riding Hood's mouth twitched as she said slowly, go buy a lottery ticket tomorrow morning. Old man, what does that mean? There's no one else you can turn to for that kind of luck. Pulling a female ghost is a bad idea. Pulling the female ghost meets Mr. So, the female ghost is more than a little vicious. Luck against the odds. Chen Dagong was confused, but decided to buy a lottery ticket tomorrow, in case he won. Soon, Sumo then returned, pulled open the car door and sat in. Mr. Zhou, is she alright? Chen Dagong asked uneasily. Don't worry, it was delivered safely. Sumo smiled and spoke. Only Little Red Riding Hood understood what Sumo meant by delivering, and that female ghost was afraid that there would not even be ashes left. That's good. Chen Dagong sighed. Nowadays, young people are not afraid of encountering setbacks, but are afraid of eating the bitterness of love. Mr. Zhou, where are you going now? Chen Dagong asked. Sumo looked at Little Red Riding Hood, who instantly understood in seconds. Go to Shang County. Gotta go. Chen Dagong stepped on the gas, and the cab flew. Sumo pulled out the seatbelt and put it on with a grimace, and Little Red Riding Hood followed suit. An hour later, Shang County has arrived. Master Chen, stop right here. When she was still a distance away from that restaurant, Little Red Riding Hood spoke. That place is a haunted den. Chen Dagong is afraid he'll piss himself if he goes there. Holler. Chen Dagong stepped on the brakes and waited for Sumo to get out of the car, poking his head out. Mr. Zhou, are you going back later? Back. I'll wait for you then. Call me when you're done. Okay. When Sumo left, Chen Dagong found a place and leisurely swiped the short video. This is all out of town, so it's not a good idea to take a job. Mr. Zhou, that place is a restaurant and it's full of ghosts, especially the boss's wife. She looks like she's of a good grade. Little Red Riding Hood was dancing around, looking excited. Great. Sumo patted his shoulder in encouragement. But, Little Red Riding Hood pointed at the knife in Sumo's hand and said, this thing looks strange and scary. Why don't I hold it for you, so as not to frighten them? Here. Sumo handed him the knife. Little Red Riding Hood had just reached out, and only just touched the sheath, when she felt a sting and a burn. Forget it. Little Red Riding Hood retracted her hand and cried. It doesn't seem very willing. This way. Little Red Riding Hood came up with a brilliant idea. In a moment I'll say you're from the COS circle. It's perfect. In a few moments you act like you've been charmed by me so they think you've been charmed by me. Don't act too excited. Sumo nodded. I'll try my best. Soon. The two of them then arrived outside the restaurant. Sumo raised her eyes and only saw that the restaurant was gloomy. There were also many shadows lying on the window, looking in their direction. Coming. Wow, this guy is very efficient. He really brought it back? Yeah, it's a youngster. Good-looking pin. The boss's wife's type. I actually kind of like it. Get the hell out of here. Why does that guy have a knife in his hand? It's not coming to cut us, is it? Props. Get it? Cosplayers are like that. In the dining room. When the crowd of ghosts saw Sumo, they immediately cricked. What are you looking at? The owner's wife came down the stairs on her high heels, followed by the contented chef. That guy's so good. He hasn't stopped for an hour. I'm breaking my back. Boss lady. One of the ghostly creatures immediately stepped aside and pointed out the window. Little Red Riding Hood is back, and really brought someone with her. Oh, the boss's wife immediately moved up and looked out through the foggy glass. She saw. Little Red Riding Hood was followed by a youngster. Upright and handsome, with a pitch-black knife in his hand. Cool and charming. Fantastic. The boss's wife licked her lips. It's the old lady's type. Little Red Riding Hood's brother is really something. He'll have to be rewarded later. The crowd of ghosts were envious again. The chef stared at Little Red Riding Hood, jealous and feeling like his position in the haunted restaurant was no longer secure. Sis, I'm home. Little Red Riding Hood stood in the doorway and shouted. There was no reaction in the restaurant. Sis, it's me, Lumberjack. Little Red Riding Hood knocked on the door, and as Sumo was about to go up and kick it in, The door opened automatically with a squeak. Ouch. Back so soon, brother? A fragrant breeze wafted through the room, and the boss's wife stepped out, followed by a ticket of ghostly creatures. That much? Sumo's eyes lit up. Little Red Riding Hood hurriedly gestured. Mr. Su, pay attention to expression management. Sis, look. Little Red Riding Hood gave way, and gave a flowery hand to show his pitch. Satisfied? The boss's wife circled around Sumo several times and even sniffed, nodding her head repeatedly. Good, good, good. Fantastic. It smells so good. Brother, you didn't disappoint, and the people you brought back are just fantastic. Little Red Riding Hood snickered inwardly. Stick? There's even better ones later. Sis, it's weirdly cold out there. Why don't we talk inside? Little Red Riding Hood looked at the empty road. This place was too big. What if a ghostly creature ran away? The door must be closed to fight the ghost. Not one of them can run. Ho ho ho. The boss's wife waved her hand and said, bring it in. Brother, you brought this man back. As a rule, you pick first except for the liver loin. Eat whichever part you want. A few percent cooked is fine. Chapter 138, Sumo, you still can't trust me? 0 bad reviews. Little Red Riding Hood wouldn't dare pick. He waved his hand back and forth and said, sis, this is a surprise I brought for Lumberjack. How can I pick first? He pointed at the fat chef and spoke. Let Big Brother Chef pick first. He works the hardest. Let you stare at me. Then I'll let you taste it first. The fat cook stared at Little Red Riding Hood. It suddenly felt that Little Red Riding Hood was quite nice, and that it had been too narrow-minded earlier. Look, the boss's wife's eyes twinkled and she said with a smile, how understanding. The fat chef squeezed out an amiable smile and patted Little Red Riding Hood on the shoulder. Good buddy, Lumberjack. Soon, Sumo followed Little Red Riding Hood into the house. Little Red Riding Hood backhanded the door, and snapped the lock back, pulling hard. It won't open. Red Riding Hood, what's the point of unlocking the door? A ghostly creature asked in disbelief. Red Riding Hood wrapped her arms around her shoulders and said, first time doing this kind of thing. Kind of panicked. Close the door and make me feel safe. Ha 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 ha. The crowd of ghostly creatures laughed. You kid, you're so timid. You're not a coward, are you? Don't panic. It's the kind of thing you get used to after doing it a lot. The boss's wife waved her hand and pointed at Sumo. All be quiet. Such a good ingredient. You have to enjoy it. Fatty, you pick first. The fat chef walked up to Sumo, looked him up and down a few times, and said, I think this guy's eyeballs are pretty great. I'm going to make his eyeballs into popped fish balls. One bite, popping kind of thing. Ever had pissed cow balls? It's that feeling. Gulp. The ghost sculpted. It sounded quite delicious. Good idea. Then let your eyes pop first. Sumo suddenly raised his head and stared at the fat chef and opened his mouth. What did you say? The fat chef froze for a moment and suddenly responded. How do you? Sumo reached out like lightning. 2 fingers bent and directly gouged into the fat chef's eye sockets. Then a grab. Pust. The 2 bloody eyeballs were then picked out by Sumo and pinched. Popped. It's kinda like pissing cow balls. Ah. The fat chef covered his eyes and screamed. Cool. Little Red Riding Hood was on the sidelines, looking refreshed. Let you glare at me. Capable of glaring again. Ah. Still want popped eyeballs? Ugh. You deserve it. Holy. Run. This guy's not right. We've been tricked. The faces of the crowd of ghostly creatures changed drastically, turning into ghostly shadows and fleeing in all directions. The restaurant was suddenly swarming with ghostly shadows. Jia. Sumo laughed coldly. His body's chi and blood surged, and the restaurant was suddenly scorching hot. All ghosts, nothing to hide. Some hid under tables, some huddled in corners, some sprawled on chandeliers, shivering and looking horrified. This guy has a horrible smile. Those with slightly weaker strength were directly vaporized by Sumo's chi and blood and died beyond death. The boss's wife, who was the strongest, fell back a few steps out, her body surging with ghostly aura to ward off the heat around her. Red Riding Hood, you lied to me? She stared at Little Red Riding Hood and spoke in a chilling voice. This guy is a cultivator. And you're in the company of cultivators? Don't forget, you're a ghost too. Do you really think this guy is going to leave you alone? Red Riding Hood snorted. How can I be the same as you evil spirits? I get a state stipend. Boss lady, that's a mouthful. Little Red Riding Hood revealed a row of large white teeth and laughed. Just tell me, are you happy with the person I brought back? Great or not? Did I bring back anyone? How can it be lying to you? It's been said. I, Little Red Riding Hood, never lie to ghosts, and I do what I say. Va. The boss's wife was speechless. I told you to bring someone back. Didn't ask you to bring back cultivators. And such a powerful practitioner. Brothers, together. This guy is a cultivator. Eating his meat is a great tonic. The boss's wife bellowed, but the ghosts didn't move a muscle. Stupid? This guy's chakra is so horrible. Together? That's also serving food. I'll cut you. The fat chef, who had lost his eyes, brandished a kitchen knife and charged towards Sumo. Little Red Riding Hood looked shocked. Whose ministry is this that is so brave? Bang! Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing the 3rd level ghost, Chef Ghost. Reward 1000 points of merit. Sumo withdrew his fist. Rubbish! The boss's wife looked horrified, turned around and lunged towards the window. This man simply could not be messed with. Die! Sumo drew his sword. A flaming sword astral spewed out, directly drowning the body of the boss's wife, and incidentally burning a few unlucky ghosts to death. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for killing the 4th level ghost, Horizontal Death Ghost. Reward 5,000 points of merit. Ding! Congratulations host. Kill. Run. Kill the ghost. The ghosts that survived, not caring about anything else, fled towards the window. Sumo took a big step forward, one punch at a time. Ding! The beeps kept ringing in his ears. Sumo was in a good mood and his thoughts were clear. Don't kill me. Mercy. I was tricked into coming here, and I don't want to be a ghost. There was one ghostly creature left, hiding under the table, crying and pleading. That's called a tragedy. Brother. Moving quickly, Little Red Riding Hood scurried over and pulled it out from under the table, patting the dust off of it thoughtfully. Don't panic, mister. Sue is very reasonable. The ghostly creature was trembling and didn't even dare to look at Sumo. Be reasonable? Speak with your fists? One word and you've had all the ghosts here. A brother will show you the way. Do you want to hear it? Red Riding Hood patted him on the shoulder. Think. The ghostly creature cried out. Look. Little Red Riding Hood was all smiles and whispered. All those ghosts are dead. You're the only one who isn't. What does that mean? It means you don't deserve to die. Don't you fight for a chance to live? You need to prove that you're useful. Mister. Sue is not going to get you killed. To give you a hint. Mister. Sue. Interested in ghosts. Get it? As long as you can find more ghosts, Mr. Sue will naturally let you go. It's up to you to take advantage of the opportunity. Hope flared in the ghost's eyes as he asked. Really? Little Red Riding Hood shrugged, got out of the way and pointed at Mr. Sue. Don't believe me? Then ask Mr. Sue yourself. The ghostly creature summoned up the courage to look up and saw a smile spreading across Sumo's face. Amiable. I do know about the other ghosts. Sumo's eyes lit up. Tell me. I know where the most powerful ghost creature in Shang County is. That's a ghost creature with a strength of level 5. It's the first brother of our Shang County ghost world. Sumo laughed, took 3 or 2 steps forward and grabbed the ghost's shoulder. Good brother, quickly take me. It's a 5th level ghost. Value. The ghostly creature was startled by Sumo's enthusiasm, but still summoned up the courage to ask. Sue, Mr. Sue, if I take you there, can you really release me? That's natural. Sumo's expression was serious and he spoke earnestly. I'm the most credible person, saying one thing and never cheating. I've had ghosts lead the way for me before, and I've personally sent them away without a single bad review. Ask him if you don't believe me. Sumo pointed at Little Red Riding Hood, who hurriedly gave a thumbs up. 5 stars. Look. Sumo smiled brightly and patted the ghostly creature's shoulder. You can rest assured of my Sue's credibility. Chapter 139. Thunder strikes the old locust tree. Evil ghosts hidden in the tree. The ghostly creature cried out. You have to believe it even if you don't. If he really wanted to say the word no, he was afraid that he would be killed in the blink of an eye. Mr. Sue, I believe you. The ghostly creature gritted its teeth and said, I'll take you there. I hope you'll keep your word. Don't worry. Sumo gently patted its arm. If there's really a 5th level ghost you're talking about, I'll definitely send you away. Again, I never lie. Relax. Now tell me what kind of ghostly creature that was. The surviving ghostly creature gulped and said, It's an old acacia tree. Some years ago a man hung himself from that tree. Later, the old acacia tree was struck by lightning. Hanging that man somehow turned into a tree ghost. Awesome. Little Red Riding Hood spoke up from the sidelines. How do you know so much? The surviving ghosts cried. I hung myself in that forest and became a ghost. I was going to defect to the tree ghost, but it thought I was too weak and told me to get lost. That guy is awesome. I remember one time, it fought with another ghostly creature. In that scene, the whole forest was shaking, and there was chi everywhere. I was so scared, I ran for my life. That's what brought me to the evil ghost restaurant. Lean, turns out it's a hanged man. Sumo hurriedly let go of his hand, took 2 steps back and said, Take me there, and, don't show your real body, or I'll hammer you to death. Understood. The hanged man also knows that his true colors are a bit disgusting. The 2 men and the ghost exited the restaurant, and the lights of the building behind them quickly went out, turning into a small, dilapidated building in the blink of an eye. Sumo called Chen Dagang. Mr. Su, Chen Dagang swiped the short video and was falling asleep. Come pick me up. Sumo sent a locator. Soon, Chen Dagong's cab is in place. Ugh, what's with the extra guy? Chen Dagang poked his head and saw a man standing behind Sumo, crying and shrinking his head, like a ghost. Get in the car. Sumo nuzzled. Ha, Hangman's a little confused. Taking a cab? Or a real-life cab? Kind of hard to crash. What the hell? Get in the car. Red Riding Hood pulled open the car door and pressed the hanged man into the back seat. He sat down on his butt himself. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Chen Dagang felt that the air conditioning in the car was suddenly very powerful. Chill out. It seems. Went to the repair store yesterday to add fluoride and it still worked. Address. Sumo inclined his head and inquired. The hanged man said in a hurry. Black Mountain Woods. Chen Dagang entered the navigation and directly stepped on the gas and left. Mr. Su, going to clean up that filth again. Ha, road. Chen Dagang couldn't help but open his mouth again. Pretty much. Sumo nodded. Isn't that place a tourist area? I even took my daughter there, too. Chen Dagang was a bit shocked. The Black Hills forest is big. The hanged man muttered something low. Chen Dagang turned his head and asked, Mr. Su, what do you think that thing looks like? Wasn't one of them scary? Brother Chen, drive properly. Don't set up a dragon gate. Sumo had already fastened his seatbelt. It's the middle of the night and I'm bored. Just tell me. Chen Dagang was still unable to hold back his curiosity. Well, Sumo pointed to the back seat. It's about the same as them. Ha, Chen Dagang's face changed. He sneaked a look in the rearview mirror. The two people in the back seat looked no different from people. The little red hat in particular has quite a personality. Look at you scared. Sumo laughed. I said similar to them. I didn't say they were. What are you panicking about? Watch the road and stop looking in the rearview mirror. Chen Dagang said awkwardly. Listening to you. Isn't this quite creepy? Ugh, that's all I'm saying. I hope I never meet any of that filth in my life. Blessed be the Buddha. Little Red Riding Hood LOL. Buddha can't bless you. Tonight. You just pulled the I one half ghost. It's because Mr. Su blessed you. Otherwise you would have become a meal in the belly of an evil spirit. Soon. The Black Hills forest has arrived. The hanged ghost went to the front, and the two men and one ghost soon disappeared into the darkness of the night. Mr. Su, there's no rush out. I'll wait for you. Chen Dagang shouted, and brushed up the live broadcast. The dancing young lady is beautiful and sweet voice, and it is called a saving energy, and a whiny brother and a gift for his sister. Chen Dagang is all up in arms and will be swiping gifts soon. The last step and stopped, backhanded to give himself a slap. Silly you. The money saved for the wife and daughter to buy a dress is not good? Figured it out. Chen Dagang changed to a comfortable position and watched the live broadcast with a smile. It's better to whore for nothing. Brother, I'm miserable. The deepest part of the Black Mountain Forest. A weasel the size of a calf under a large acacia tree that was big enough for two people to hug, is sniffling and crying with his head tilted back. In front of it, from the branches of that old acacia tree dangled a twine, and from the twine dangled a man in a suit, floating with the wind. Huang Ermao. Don't just cry. What the hell happened? The man in the suit swung gently, letting his body sway a little more. Big brother, why am I so miserable? You say? Weasel wiped a tear from his eye and said, it's so hard to get married and have a litter. Before my wife and children could be warmed up, my daughter-in-law, she was killed. What's even worse is that none of my pups, none of them are left. They were all trampled to death. Who the hell can stand that? The man in the suit lets his body stop floating and his head slowly moves out of the necklace. The body shifted and reached the weasel. My brother, I'm sorry for your loss. Are you trying to get me to avenge you? The man in the suit and the weasel met in a peculiar way. A year ago, I think, the weasel arrived in the territory and found a place to pee, right on target for the old locust tree. But the man in the suit was so angry that he directly showed his real body, and the two of them fought, which is not a fight. He also burned incense and paid his respects. Brotherly love. Weasel nodded and said, Big brother, your aura is so strong now. It's already been promoted to a rank 6 ghost? Hey, the man in the suit laughed. Just a hair's breadth away. A hair's breadth away. And it's only a couple days. What about you? Don't mention it. Weasel waved his hand and said, failed to discuss the seal. It's still level 5. There's no hope in 10 years. Failed again? The man in the suit was a bit speechless and said, who did you get this time? It's not another geek, is it? Listen to Weasel. The last time it asked for a seal, it ran into a geek. The other side is excited. Saying that he looks like a blonde Heath cat-eared Lolita or really white glowing-legged shipgirl is acceptable. Frightened, the weasel turned around and ran. Chapter 140. Go for it. You're the best. Make sure you get promoted. It's not a geek this time, it's an old man. At the mention of this, Weasel was speechless, and a ing Taoist. Dog? The man in the suit was a bit stunned and gave a thumbs up. Brother, you're really bold. Not afraid of encountering the real thing? If you're really looking for it, you should be bald too. They have a lot of fakes. Weasel was speechless. It was dark and raining. Who the hell knew he was a Taoist priest? Sleeping in a graveyard in the middle of the night. I thought he was a criminal. I went up there just about to ask before I saw the Taoist robes on him and was shocked. A muffled thunderclap rang out and the guy woke up. After seeing me, he jumped higher than me in the graveyard. I didn't look like he had any real skills either, and gathered the courage to ask from a distance of a few dozen meters. Guess what? What? A thunderbolt just struck down, right on top of the Taoist priest. That's what it was called. Chopped? Die. My ass. Weasel continued. After one thunder, the old Taoist was alive and well and pointing at the thunder and cursing. Hiss. You've met someone high up. Who says it isn't? Weasel had palpitations in his heart and said, I have a feeling that that guy is either a Taoist master or a zombie that has become a spirit. How dare I ask for a seal? Turning my head, I ran away, and heard two more peals of thunder, and the old Taoist priest's curses carried far away. The man in the suit sympathized with him and said, Brother, your luck. It's a bit miserable indeed. Brother, can you help me? Weasel begged. I have just this mother-in-law and a dozen children. I can't die in vain. Brother, it's not that old brother doesn't help. It's really, I can't leave this forest without my strength reaching level 6. This way. How about when my brother I promote to a rank 6 ghost? I'll immediately come out and help you take revenge? The man in the suit patted Weasel on the shoulder. Weasel was touched and wiped his tears and said, It's better to be a brother. Then brother will wait for your good news. One step ahead. When the Weasel was gone, the man in the suit then hoisted himself back up into the old acacia tree and shifted up. Promotions are coming soon. It's fun to think about. The hanged ghost brought Sumo and Little Red Riding Hood, and soon reached the depths of the Black Mountain Forest, where the fog was so thick that it could not be melted. Can't even see the road. But it didn't have any effect on the ghost, and it didn't have any effect on Sumo either. Mr. Su, it's right up ahead. The hangman pointed to the distance and said, The old acacia tree is right in the middle of that forest. As soon as he approached that forest, Sumo felt it. It's very thick with een. If Chuan Jiangwo had followed along, he would probably have been on the ground and opened his inhaler by this time. Mr. Su, straight in? The hangman asked. Sumo asked rhetorically, What else? The hangman is tempted to say, Why don't I just not go in there, and you can treat me like a fart and let me go? But he didn't dare. Soon, the two ghosts entered the forest alone, and the een chi in the forest surged up and changed. The man in the suit, who was hanging from the old acacia tree and sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes and stared dead on in one direction. This forest, it was his home turf. As soon as Sumo came in, he had a perception. Two ghosts and a living person? What kind of pairing is this? The man in the suit's eyes were gloomy. In a flash, the man in the suit disappeared. All that was left was a halter rope, swinging from the branches of the old acacia tree. It's that old acacia tree. The hanged man pointed ahead. Sumo raised his eyes and saw a dried-up old acacia tree. It was indeed as the hangman said. Neither of them could hold it. Rumble. A terrifying een chi surged, and a ghostly face suddenly appeared on the trunk of the old acacia tree. It's horrible. Ooh, a little something. Sumo's eyes all lit up, gripping the knife in his hand. This guy's breath is good. Looks like it's almost 6th grade? It's you? Ghostface stared at the hanged ghost and spoke grimly. What do you mean? Bringing a person and a head ghost? The hanged man wailed. I'm just a usher. Mr. Su. Bang. Sumo directly slapped the hanged ghost, slapping his body in his stunned and ghostly eyes. You lied to me. Where are the promised 0 bad reviews? Ding. Congratulations host. Kill. Little Red Riding Hood hammed and hawed. But there are 0 bad reviews? He silently withdrew a long distance away, leaving space for Sumo, lest he kill his head later, slaughtered even himself. Run away. Be safe. You. This. The ghostly face on the old acacia tree was a bit confused and couldn't figure out the situation. Don't get me wrong. Sumo clapped his hands and looked at the old acacia tree and laughed. It promised to bring me here, and I promised to send it away. I'm just keeping my word. Ghostface said grimly. You're a cultivator? Come to kill me? Awesome. Sumo gave a thumbs up. One guess. Beat. Seek death. Ghostface shouted angrily. A large amount of ghost chi surged. The old acacia tree was wrapped in een chi and turned into a giant in the blink of an eye, wearing a suit and tie. A hangman's look. Go to hell. The man in the suit waved his palm, and a large amount of een chi gathered and turned into ghost claws, pouncing towards Sumo. Sumo stepped forward and slammed his fist out. Boom! The een chi burst into pieces and turned into nothingness. The man in the suit was a bit shocked. This person's strength. It's a bit strong. He launched several more attacks, all of which were easily neutralized by Sumo, and his heart became even more fearful. With his current strength, he couldn't get it. He had the intention to escape, but he hadn't yet been able to advance to a rank 6 ghost, so he couldn't leave this forest at all. My turn! Suemo quickly rushed to the old acacia tree, raised his hand and punched it. The old acacia tree immediately burst and collapsed, wood chips flying. A shadow floated out of the old acacia tree into the form of the man in the suit, his face terrified. Dude, there's something to be said for that. Say your mom. Suemo made a bounce and backhanded a slap, ruthlessly smacking the suit man's face. The man in the suit screamed in agony, his face contorted and spinning in midair. Your mom. Snap. Another slap, on the same half of the face. Snap. Sumo's hand didn't stop, one slap after another, only smacking one side of the suit's male counterpart's face. It was a full 5 minutes of smoking. The man in the suit was so miserable, his head was deformed, and he didn't know how many times he had twisted it around his neck. Just stop for a second. The man in the suit finally found a chance to escape Sumo's slap, and stared at Suemo dead in the face with a broken face on top. The aura of resentment on his body was surging rapidly. Deceive the devil. You deceive the devil. He pointed at Suemo and screamed. Kill me if you want to. Cut me if you want to. Why do you keep slapping me? And only half of my face. Can't you switch sides? Sumo satisfied him and backhanded him across the other half of his face for another 5 minutes. Little Red Riding Hood, who was hiding in the distance, Winston said silently, Mr. Su is really perverted and too insulting to ghosts. He retreated a little further. You're too much. The man in the suit growled. The man in the suit opened his mouth and sucked hard, and a large amount of yin chi in the forest was sucked into his mouth. A large amount of black gas surged from his body, and his grievances grew thicker and his aura grew stronger. He's going to be promoted to a 6th level ghost. Suemo withdrew some distance away and clenched his fists, a little nervous, sincerely cheering for him. Hurry, promote, come on, you've got to make it. Chapter 141, Opening Champagne Halfway. Brother Ghost, a big no-no. The man in the suit was surging with black aura. A large amount of yin chi was absorbed by him, and his aura climbed crazily. He had a lot of hate in his heart. This damned cultivator, relying on his cultivation level being higher than his own, had insulted himself so much. A punch in the face is even, and only hit one side. He just said it himself and smacked himself in the other face. He couldn't even look in the mirror. If you can tolerate a soldier, you can't tolerate a ghost. The resentment in the man in the suit was raging. The whole forest, it trembled. True resentment. Is this a direct promotion? Little Red Riding Hood was shocked as she hid in the distance. In his opinion, the man in the suit whose body was surging with black chi, floating in midair and crazily absorbing yin chi, scary as hell. And look at Mr. Su. At this point, it's holding a fist in one hand, gesticulating over and over, and shouting, come on, you're the best. Make an effort, don't ever let me down. 5th level ghosts are not your level. 6th level ghosts are the normal play. Keep 6 and punch 7. Complain some more. Complain some more. That look. It can only be described in 2 words: excitement. Awesome. Little Red Riding Hood was used to it. Mr. Su has always been like this. The higher the grade of the ghost, the more excited and perverted he gets. Brother Ghost, I mourn for you. Little Red Riding Hood looked at the man in the suit who was frantically absorbing the yin chi, and said silently in her heart, you're strong though, but who let you meet Mr. So? It's fate. There's no hiding. You're dead. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. The man in the suit desperately absorbed the yin chi, and at first he was afraid that Suemo would make a move and stop his promotion. But I never expected it. Suemo not only didn't make a move, but also cheered for herself, almost dancing cheerleading with a flower in her hand. Who the hell can stand that? So, the resentment in the man in the suit intensified. Good chance. The man in the suit thought spitefully, as long as I advance to become a rank 6 ghost, I may not be without the power to fight. Even if we are not defeated, we can leave this forest. The sky is as big as the sea. I must be promoted. The man in the suit was working very hard, and at this point the desire to be promoted was at its highest point. Perhaps it was his sincerity that moved the heavens, and the aura on the man in the suit surged up. Then, the ghostly aura on his body became more solid, and his entire body became much larger, like a truck suspended in midair. A berserk ghost chi rushed up from his body, transforming into a black column of chi that shot up dozens of feet high. From afar, the black gas pillar looked like a huge black dragon, roaring and circling in the night sky. Vaguely, there seemed to be hints of lightning flickering in the ghostly aura. Cool, ha ha ha. The man in the suit felt the changes in his body and became excited, laughing maniacally. Success! It finally worked. Now, I'm already a powerful level 6 ghost. Not only that, but he himself had also comprehended the power of ghost lightning in a great deal of resentment. Woe is me! It's the opportunity. Despite being slapped around a lot and insulted beyond belief. But, things are different now. He lowered his head down, condescending, his body flashing with lightning, of staring at Sumo. Word by word, the revenge for slapping me will be avenged today. He put up his hand and pointed at Sumo. You, dead. I'm going to double, no. I'm going to tenfold how many times you slapped me back. Human, ready to die? Little Red Riding Hood ducked a little farther away and looked at the arrogant, unbelievable man in a suit in mid-air. Opened the champagne halfway. Hey, brother Ghost, a big no-no. Can't you see that, mister? So is not panicking at all, but more excited? I'll bet 50 cents. In 3 moves, you shall die. Extremely far away. A weasel the size of a calf was holding a hair and gnawing furiously, covered in blood. Suddenly, he sensed a terrifying aura that came from far away, one that was very familiar. Weasel's expression was stunned. Then he was ecstatic. It's Big Brother. Big Brother has been promoted? He shifted and climbed an old tree, looking far in the direction of the forest. All you see is rushing resentment. The horror is unparalleled. Sure enough, it's Big Brother. Weasel laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Big Brother has finally been promoted to become a rank 6 ghost creature. He promised to avenge me. Weasel made a long leap and was about to charge in the direction of the forest when he suddenly stopped again. No. Big Brother has just been promoted. I think he still needs some time to adjust. It would be unattractive for me to disturb him at this time. After a few days, I'll bring some congratulatory gifts and go forward to congratulate you. That's it. Weasel stroked his chin and whirled around under the old tree. And gotta find that guy before Big Brother steps in. One strike to avenge my mother-in-law. Figuring this out, Weasel smiled in satisfaction and held up the hair he had just thrown away again. May ate it. With revenge close at hand, Weasel felt the rabbit meat in his mouth become delicious. Shang County. Wang Lang was leading his team to investigate the 14th ghost bus, and at the moment several team members were staring at a 14th bus. Pity, it's a regular bus, not the ghost bus they were looking for. Drip drip drip. The urgent alarm sounded, and Wang Lang was startled. He pulled out the instrument and blanched. The value on the instrument was spiking rapidly. Level 3, Level 4, Level V, Level 6. Hiss. Wang Lang sucked in a mouthful of cool air. According to the instrument, the level of ghost she sensed had reached level 6. That is to say, at this moment, in Shang County, a level 6 ghost was born. Team Wang, what's wrong? A team member asked. 6th grade ghosts. Wang Lang gritted his teeth and looked at the direction where the ghostly chi was surging. It's so arrogant. This ghostly creature, it was just too arrogant. No, it was simply a provocation to be so bold as to release one's ghostly aura with impunity. What? A level 6 ghost? All of the team members' faces changed drastically. The level 6 ghosts were very strong, and it was simply not something that their own line of work could handle. Team Wang, want to go check it out? A female member of the team spoke up. If we go, we're just going to die. Wang Lang took a deep breath and said, immediately call the bureau and ask Mr. Su to make a move. He'll be interested. This ghostly creature should have just been promoted. It must be eliminated so that Shang County doesn't suffer. Yes. Yu Chung, 749th Bureau. Lin Xianxian received a call from her team members and her face became grave. 6th level ghosts. It's scary. If we can't deal with it in time, I'm afraid Shang County will have a big problem. She immediately pulled out her phone and called Sumo. Chapter 142 Sumo, finally promoted. Ghost, don't I want face? Finally promoted. The man in the suit felt the changes in his body and was inwardly ecstatic. It's too strong. He felt that he was simply too strong now. He gently raised his hand and an arc of electricity jumped in his palm. Ghost Ray. Nowadays, oneself could be much tougher than an ordinary level 6 ghostly creature. It seems like I made the right choice to hang myself from this old tree. That thunder struck the old tree to death, and in turn, it made him whole. That damn cultivator, bullying me, insulting me, slapping me, it's more of a fulfillment. If he hadn't pushed the ghost so aggressively, I'm afraid the resentment in his own body wouldn't be so deep. Even if you advance step by step, you may not be able to access the power of the ghost ray. It's life. It is the chi that belongs to you. The man in the suit laughed in his heart. I will definitely take back all the face that I lost. This damn cultivator must die, and it's the kind that dies hard. With a completely deformed face on top of him, he looked at Sumo and smiled grimly. Jia dash. Just as the word was laughed out, a giggle of excited excitement was heard, ringing in the ears. This laugh, it's so big, ringing through the mountains. The man in the suit snatched his eyes and saw the corner of Sumo's mouth pull out a joyful arc. Jia. Finally promoted. Sumo couldn't help but squeeze his fists. It wasn't in vain that he had tried to help cheer him on. Aha! A level 6 ghost item. Worth much more. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This smile of Mr. Sue's, it's too scary, isn't it? Little Red Riding Hood, who was hiding in the distance, shivered in fear when she heard Sumo's smile. Another silent withdrawal some distance away. Aha! In a moment, even if Mr. Sue misses, should not be able to cut me, right? He retreated some distance further, then turned and climbed a large tree. You, what are you laughing at? The man in the suit looked at Sumo and was inexplicably a little flustered and scared. It's not. Why are you laughing more horribly than I am? Am I a ghost or are you a ghost? Nothing. I just thought of something happy. Sumo laughed even louder. You, die. The man in the suit roared. His palm opened and pressed hard towards Sumo. Boom. A weird thunderbolt rushed out, cutting a bright light in the night sky. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a thunder python that was as thick as a man's waist. Roar! The thunder python roared and shot towards Sumo sharply, opening its mouth to bite. The air around them stirred and made a crackling sound. Ooh, pretty fierce. It's worthy of being a rank 6 ghost creature that I personally cultivated. Sumo took a step forward and waited for the thunder python to arrive in front of him before he reached out and grabbed it in front of him. Just right. Grabbed the thunder python's head and then clasped it. And no matter how much the thunder python struggled, it couldn't break free. Roar! The thunder python hissed, and electric arcs exploded on Sumo's arm in a dazzling manner. Break! Sumo gently pinched, and the thunder python exploded with a boom, turning into countless arcs of electricity. The dots dissipated into the mountains, illuminating the shocked, frightened face of the man in the suit. I'll go. Awesome. Little Red Riding Hood hid in a tree with her sight just in time to see the scene and couldn't help but nod her head. Is this the strength of Mr. So? He looked up again, at the man in the suit floating in mid-air, his palms still held forward, and a smile still on his face. A moment of silence for you. Scared less. Ha! Told you not to open the champagne halfway. You, what exactly is your strength? The man in the suit was really scared less this time. That was ghost lightning. Even a cultivator of the same level would have to avoid it. But now what? People gently crushed it with just one hand. It wasn't just the python transformed by ghost lightning that Sumo crushed, and the guts of the man in the suit. That scene just now gave the man in the suit a great shock inside. Yes, Sumo smiled amiably and harmlessly. The man in the suit, however, was creeped out. Danger, danger, danger. Unbeatable. Run, run fast. Several thoughts welled up in the suitman's mind, and suddenly he screamed, turned into a thunderous shadow, and ran. He regretted it very much. One should have started running the moment one was promoted. What's the point of pretending, trying to run? Sumo crouched his legs slightly, then jumped fiercely. The whole person was like a cannonball, pulled up and charged straight at the man in the suit. I worked damn hard to cheer you on and you managed to get promoted. I can't believe you're running? Can you afford me? Sumo was angry. The man in the suit hadn't run far before he heard the sound of wind behind him, with a cracking sound, turned around and was scared out of my mind. That cultivator, at some point, had popped up behind himself. Don't! The man in the suit paled, his voice taking on a pleading tone. Go down! Sumo slapped him on the head. Ow! A pained cry rang out, and the man in the suit wailed as his body went straight down. Boom! His body slammed into the ground, embedded halfway. The man in the suit was about to climb to his feet when he felt a cold chill in the center of his head. Raise your eyes. All you could see was a pair of soul plates, growing larger and larger in your own eyes. Don't step on dash. The man in the suit wailed. Bang! Sumo kicked and stepped right on the suitman's face. The man in the suit finally uttered the last word, with desperation. What the are you doing? The man in the suit struggled, pulling his body out of the dirt in a complete frenzy. He was beaten and cried. It was real crying so hard that the tears snapped out. Before it hit the ground, it turned into green smoke. Ghosts is not worthy of tears. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's so bad. It's so bad. I kind of want to laugh. Little Red Riding Hood wrapped her arms around the trunk of the tree and rubbed her head at the man in the suit. This guy has a head like a pig's head and can't see his original shape anymore. Crying in aggravation. Good thing I ran fast that day. Little Red Riding Hood had a heart attack. Whoa! Is this the strength of a rank 6 ghost creature? The movement is so terrifying. Not bad for a big brother. In the extreme distance, Weasel turned his head to look back, only to see light flickering in the midst of the mountains. Resentment. Straight to the clouds. It felt that its chances of revenge were greater. Hey! Weasel grinned and muttered to himself. In a few days, I will bring some good melon and blood food to celebrate Big Brother. Kill me. I'm resigned. Don't get in your face. The man in the suit jumped to his feet and yelled, not running away anyway. You begged me. Sumo backhanded the man in the suit and slapped him in the face. Count on me begging you to get me killed. Stop fighting. Sumo slapped again. Begging? Have a begging attitude. The man in the suit went straight to his knees, crying, please, get me killed. Okay bah. Fulfillment. Sumo was about to slap the man in the suit to death with a Vajra seal when the phone in his pocket rang. Picking it up, it was Lin Xianxian calling. Hello? Sumo stops for a moment and picks up the phone, leaving the man in the suit hurt. I'm a ghost alas. Don't I want to lose face? Mr. Su. Lin Xianxian's urgent voice came. Update. Our team members have found a recently promoted level 6 ghost creature in Shang County. Is it convenient for you to go there? I've already reported it to the top. If it's convenient for you to make a move, there will be a reward of 4,000 points. Chapter 143. People who love to laugh don't have bad luck. Very nuclear reasoning. Shang County. 6th level ghosts. Just promoted. Sumo looked at his feet. The man in the suit who was crying worse than Ping. You said it. It can't be him, can it? Whoa. The man in the suit was all ready to die when he looked up and the guy was actually in such a holy moment. Answer the phone? He cried louder. It's so humiliating. At least I'm a level 6 ghost. Am I so unpopular with you? It's hard to crash. Mr. Su. Lin Xianxian heard Sumo not say anything for half a day, and there was also a burst of crying coming from over there, and knew that Sumo was very busy right now, must be ravaging the ghosts again. Her tone was pleading. The 6th level ghost creature is terrifyingly strong, and this one is very arrogant, not hiding its ghostly aura at all when it was promoted. It must be an extremely vicious ghost. The man in the suit more or less heard it and cried louder. Am I arrogant? That's what I'd be forced to do if this guy didn't keep smacking me in the face. Would I not cover up my ghostly aura, generate resentment like crazy, and get promoted straight away? If you can. I don't want to be promoted on the sly. Why should I mess with you? I'm in the wrong. Mr. Lin, if we can't deal with it in time, I'm afraid Shang County will be in big trouble. Please help. Sumo directly interrupted her and asked. Shang Xian, 6th level ghost. 4,000 points right? Yes. Lin Xianxian sounded a little surprised. Okay, Sumo said, directly raised his hand and pressed a Vajra seal on the suitman's head. Boom! The golden light exploded, and the body of the man in the suit was directly torn apart by the power of the Vajra seal. Amidst the golden light, a large amount of ghost chi surged and dispersed, and arcs of electricity flickered in the ghost chi. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for killing the level 6 ghost hanged ghost. Reward 20,000 points of merit. The beep sounded in his ears, and the man in the suit was a level 6 ghost for 5 minutes, then ended the ghost life. Sumo nodded with satisfaction. It was worthy of being a rank 6 ghost creature that he personally cultivated. It's actually worth more than that blood corpse. He was kind of regretting it. Had he known, he should have stimulated him more. What if the promotion continues? Buzz. The horizontal sword in his hand trembled. Hungry again? Sumo gently pushed his thumb and sheathed his horizontal sword, instantly transforming into a red line and rushing into the ghostly chi. Turn the moment. The lightning in the ghost energy was swallowed up by the red thread and returned to the Dao body. Jabberwocky. Sumo noticed that the red line on the blade flashed with a hint of lightning. Silence again. Ha! Sumo was a bit surprised. You even ate it? Is that too much? Awesome. Little Red Riding Hood's face was terrified. That was a level 6 ghost. Surprisingly, slapped to death by Mr. So, Nima. Mr. Su wouldn't be a grandmaster, would he? Little Red Riding Hood's mind poked and prodded thinking, this is purple and gold thighs. He couldn't help but want to change his career and quit the 749th, directly with Mr. So, on second thought, 749 Bureau at least is also eating state allowances, and every month and on time to the mom to play money. Aha! Now in his own situation, he is taking the salary of the 749th Bureau and working for Mr. Su. It's perfect. Okay, call the money. Sumo slapped the man in the suit to death and said into the phone. Lin Xianxian was a bit confused about what money to play. Points. Speed hit over here. Shang County, level 6 ghost, dead. Sumo said. Xianxian Lin, it's not. The one who just cried on the phone couldn't be the level 6 ghost creature that scared the piss out of Wang Lang, could it? Okay, Mr. Su. I know. The points will be issued soon. Lin Xianxian also knew Sumo's methods. It didn't seem like an outrageous thing for this coincidence to happen to him. Sumo hung up the phone, and in less than 5 minutes, the alert came. The Honorable Practitioner. Your 4,000 point reward has arrived. Please check. Thank you for your contribution. Sumo grinned. Sure enough, people who love to laugh don't have bad luck. Go away. Sumo catalyzed his blood chi, dispersing the yin chi around him, and led Little Red Riding Hood towards the bottom of the mountain. 749th Bureau. Xian Lin is answering the phone. Captain Lin, wouldn't it be a bit too hasty to issue points directly without checking? On the other end of the line, the voice was polite and questioning. Points are a useful resource for most cultivators. If it wasn't in the way of Thor's face, the top wouldn't have agreed to do this. Lin Xian said, there is no need to question Mr. Zhou in this matter. He doesn't care to do such things. The caller was silent for a moment and asked, why do you trust him so much? Lin Xian looked out the window and said softly, because Mr. Zhou is truly cynical about ghosts. If you have seen the way Mr. Zhou kills ghosts, forget it, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. If anything goes wrong with this, I take full responsibility. The person on the other end of the phone laughed and said, is it hard to believe that there is someone more aggressive than us? Bureau 749. In killing ghosts? Lin Xian said, to be honest, other than that Magus, I really haven't seen anyone who kills ghosts so aggressively. When I think back to Mr. Zhou's bravery and single-mindedness in killing ghosts, I feel ashamed. My generation of cultivators should be like Mr. Zhou, facing ghosts without fear of life and death. There was silence on the other end of the line. Lin Xian's evaluation was just a little too high for him to understand. Okay, your brother vouched for you, so I can't say anything more. I hope your judgment will not be wrong. Captain Lin, hard work. Hanging up the phone, Lin Xian exhaled heavily, asking for points to be issued directly from above for Mr. Zhou is also stressful for her. Good on. The entire Yucheng 749th Bureau team, including the director Song Xing, supported her decision. Because Mr. Zhou's contribution to Yucheng is evident to all. During this period of time, the ghosts in Yucheng were mostly less, and the big guys were much more relaxed. In the matter of killing ghosts, Lin Xian trusted Suemo 10,000 times over. Jingle bells. The phone rang. It was Wang Lang. Team Lin, that ghost creature's aura has disappeared. Wang Lang's voice was urgent. Is Mr. Zhou willing to go? I'm worried about that ghostly creature. Don't worry, Lin Xian said softly. That ghostly creature has already been annihilated by Mr. Zhou. Ha? Wang Lang was a bit confused. That fast? Is Mr. Zhou a god? Lin Xian pursed her lips and said, is it shocking? Honestly, I'm shocked too. After you called, I called Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou only asked, and then told me that the mission was complete. Then you called, and the ghostly creature's scent disappeared. It's a bit outrageous, but it seems to be nuclear reasoning when it happens to Mr. Zhou, right? Chapter 144, Don't be afraid. Xing Mr. Zhou is a good man. Awesome. Wang Lang held his tongue for half a day, and after uttering 2 words, he hung up the phone. Team Wang, what did they say over there? Would Mr. Zhou like to help? No matter what, we will resist with all our might until Mr. Zhou arrives. Several members of the team gathered around with anxious faces. That's a level 6 ghost. It's scary. Well, Wang Lang had a serious expression and said, brothers, that 6th level ghost creature. The crowd's faces changed. Squeezing the weapon in his hand, Wang Lang laughed and said, see how nervous you guys are. There's no need to worry. Mr. Zhou is willing to help. The faces of the people were surprised. Not willing to help. Rather, that ghostly creature, a few minutes ago, was already destroyed by Mr. Zhou. Wang Lang smiled slightly. Ha! The crowd was confused. Looking at their expressions, Wang Lang laughed out loud. Just now I heard this news. Pretty much the same expression you guys have. Team Wang, you're not kidding, right? So soon? Mr. Zhou is in Shang County? Yeah, it's only been a few minutes. Wang Lang shrugged his shoulders and said, ghosts are just like ghosts. Wherever there are ghosts, there is Mr. Zhou. What's so strange about it? Look. He pointed to the instrument and said, the aura of that ghostly creature has disappeared. Head, why don't we go check it out? A member of the team said. Good thing too. Wang Lang nodded and temporarily put down the matter of the ghost bus and led the crowd towards the direction of the Black Mountain Forest. Wipe the glass. Wipe the glass. Chen Dagon reclined on the seat, was swiping through short videos. White whoring is really cool. Suddenly, a shadow, which appeared in Chen Dagang's line of sight, turned his head. A face, pressed against the window, watching him. Holy ghost! Chen Dagang was so scared that he jumped up from the seat, and only then did he see clearly that the person outside the car was wearing a red hat. Who dash? Scared the hell out of me. Chen Dagang rolled down the window and looked at Little Red Riding Hood, then at the smiling Suemo behind him. Mr. Zhou, you're back? Bro, you just scared the out of me. I thought I hit a ghost. Little Red Riding Hood, you're a ghost, aren't you? Mr. Zhou, slow down. Little Red Riding Hood had the good sense to open the car door for Sumo before sitting in it herself. If this scene was seen by Chuan Jiangwo, he would definitely break into a rage. Doggone thing, robbing me of my job. Hey, how come there are only two of you? Where's the brother? Chen Digang didn't see the man who came with Sumo. Oh, him, I sent him back. Ha? Chen Dagon looked at the pitch-black mountain forest and said, that brother's old family mountain conditions are so tough? No wonder he's so thin. He doesn't look well nourished. What a creation. I've heard that the bacon smoked by Shanlin is quite authentic. Mr. Su, do you have his contact information? I'll buy some from him, as a token of my appreciation. The corner of Sumo's mouth twitched. You this. I'm afraid I won't be able to eat the bacon. Put. Little Red Riding Hood couldn't help but laugh out loud. Big brother, Mr. Su send back. Is it the same thing as what you're thinking? And bacon? Laugh your ass off. Bro, what are you laughing at? Chen Digang asked with squinted eyes. Nothing, I just thought of a joke. Master, you drive well. You don't drift. Sumo smiled without saying anything. As soon as he got in the car, he put on his seatbelt. Steady. Extremely far away. Weasel stopped and looked back at the mountains, where a ghostly aura washed over the sky. It's gone. Worthy of a big brother. So steady. Weasel smiled inside. It must be that Big Brother took the initiative to cover up his breath only because he was afraid of startling the gang. Awesome. With Big Brother's help. Why would I worry about avenging my blood feud? Ha ha ha. Weasel's reckless laughter echoed through the mountains and forests. General's tomb. Guasanmei climbed up from a zombie and said in annoyance. Useless thing. It's only been a few days and it's not working? Waste. With a lift of her foot, she kicked the zombie on the ground and sent it flying, smashing it heavily into the distance. Click click click. The zombie, struggling to get up, rejoined her, shivering, legs trembling, too wasted. Guasanmei was angry that it hadn't even been a few days yet, and the iron pestle had been sharpened into a needle. How do you keep people entertained? She looked up as her second brother, his body surging with green poisonous aura, was concentrating on refining the general's corpse. How boring. Guasanmei rested her hands on her cheeks, suddenly remembering the person urge said, very handsome, and I wonder if it's true. No, I have to go and take a look first. If it's really like what second brother said, I'll bring him back to refine him into a half corpse. There should always be enough for me for a while. It's also a way to avenge my untalented brother. Two birds with one stone. This plan of mine, it's just fantastic. When Ergo wakes up, he'll surely praise me. Guasanmei looked at Guai and spoke. Second brother, are you okay with being alone? I'll go out for a stroll? If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Ha! Guasanmei commanded a zombie and took a ghost talisman from Guai. Only then did he take a few zombies and hurriedly leave the general's tomb, disappearing into the night. Guai, Mountain Grove. Wang Lang arrived with the crowd and only saw large swaths of collapsed giant trees. There are still human figures on the ground. Not far away was another old tree that had been struck by lightning, which had now been uprooted and fallen aside. Branch, and a tattered neck-hanging rope tied to it. Hiss. When the crowd saw this scene, their faces were shocked. The scent of that ghostly creature appearing is here. Asterisk. Could it really be Mr. Su? Wang Lang was expressionless and said, no need to guess. It's Mr. Su. Team Wang, how can you be so sure? The crowd turned their heads. Wang Lang turned around and walked away, not answering the question. How do I know? As soon as I got here, Haruna started shaking and was on the verge of manifesting herself in fear. Chinger is only like this when she's facing Mr. Su. Chinger, don't be afraid. Mr. Su is a good person and is with us. Wang Lang softly comforted. The Chinger inside him shook even more. Mr. Su, take care. Chen Dagang sent Sumo to the door of his house and ran away with a kick of the gas. No, it hasn't been paid. Yet. Sumo only saw the taillights. This guy. Mr. Su, I'll go first then? Little Red Riding Hood pointed to the distance. Aha! Sumo patted his shoulder and encouraged. You're doing well. Keep up the good work and don't let me down. Little Red Riding Hood clenched her fists in excitement and said, don't worry, Mr. Su, I'll definitely keep up the good work and make it bigger and stronger. Sumo returned to the house and smiled happily as he looked at the harvested merits. System. Reinforce. Golden Bell. Chapter 145, You're a brother. I'll make a deal. Ding. Reinforcement target 9 Revolution Xuanwu Golden Bell Shield 2-0/5. On Sumo's body, light surged up violently, one virtual and one real. Very cool. Above the golden bell, there were runes flickering, and the Xuanwu veins inscribed on it became more and more obvious. Ding. +1. Along with the beeping sound, the golden bell shadow on Sumo's body became solid in the blink of an eye. Dang. There seemed to be bells echoing in the ears. Deafening. the two golden bells coalesced together and enveloped Sumo. Immediately after, a third golden bell shadow appeared. Ding! Reinforcement successful. Current Kung Fu, 9 revolutions Xuanwu Golden Bell Shield, 0/5. Remaining merit, 22,000 points. 2 real and 1 imaginary. The 3 golden bells turned into golden light and surged into Sumo's body. Dissipate and disappear. Yes, Sumo was in a good mood, and his golden bell shield was raised another layer. And, to his surprise, reaching the 3rd tier of the golden bell, it actually only needed to be strengthened 5 times as well. Then you can advance. If I go at this rate, I'll be able to stack the golden bell soon. Sumo stretched out. The sky was already slightly lightened. Those cuties won't be hanging out. Sleep. Sumo lay on the bed, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said silently, I also don't know how AI Rui and his ghost are doing. At this point, far away in Kyoto, in a closed training base, AI Rui was viciously gnawing on a steamed bun. At his side sat a bride wearing a red head. Can't see his face. The bride cocked her head, her eyes on him at all times. Are you eating? AI Rui wiped the sweat from her face and handed over the steamed buns with another "Oh, I forgot. You can't eat it." What the kind of training base is this? All day long it's just physical fitness training. I'm ing skinny. AI Rui was furious. When he first came to the 749th Bureau training base, he was still looking forward to it. The Ghostbusters. That's awesome to hear. He had all made up his mind that when he had practiced his skills, he would go out and kill ghosts with Sumo, but never expect it. From here, to now, no skills have been learned. Just one thing. Physical fitness. Physical fitness. And ing physical. In the words of the instructor, physical fitness is a very important indicator when facing ghosts. Live long enough to run. To be able to survive under the hands of those damn ghosts. That's practicing for fun. And not allowing the ghosts inside to help. Otherwise, double the amount of training. AI Rui was almost paralyzed with exhaustion. That's a bit of a departure from what I imagined. The cool Oni, to be, put. The ghost bride covered her mouth with a smile through the red cover and reached out again to wipe away the food residue from the corner of AI Rui's mouth. Husband, you were weighed last night, and you seem to have gained 3 pounds. You. AI Rui looked at the ghost bride and then at the half a bun left in her hand. Do I eat or not? That guy Sumo. He must be eating and drinking spicy food, which is like me gnawing on steamed buns. Missing the barbecue rice in front of the school. Buddy Zhou, come out for a drink? In a bar in West City, Fatty Wang was on the phone. He's working very hard to pay off his debt. Aha! Starting with the ones you have a grudge against. It's kind of a personal vendetta. Little privilege. Yo, Fatty Wang, has the vigor changed? So polite? You're not setting a ing ambush for me, are you? On the other end of the line, the voice was flirty and mocking. Dude Zhu, look at what was said. It's all in the past. We are all ghost breeders. We're also considered family. What's the matter with a mere ghost? After all this time, I've figured it out. How unworthy is it for a ghostly creature? Many friends make a good road. Many friends make a good road. Let's try to be friends. You really think so? And what else? Shoe man, quick order drop. Slow high bar. I ordered 5 for you. All your favorite type. Do not come, I let them go. Ah. Fatty Wang said. Okay. Look so sincere. I accept your kindness. Slow rock bar, huh? Wait for me for half an hour. Hang up the phone. Fatty Wang's face instantly became gloomy. Hey, Shu famous, don't you have many ghosts? Robbing the ghost slaves that I have my eye on. Just in time. Use you to punch results. Half an hour later, a pale-faced male appeared, and Fatty Wang greeted him with a smile on his face. Brother Zhu, coming. Ha! He cast his secret technique and looked. This guy was quite cautious. He had brought 5 ghost slaves with him. These ghosts had a ferocious aura and hid behind Zhu named, ready to pounce at any time. When Fatty Wang saw one of the female ghosts, the fist behind his back slightly squeezed and quickly loosened. It's the same female ghost that was clearly discovered and cultivated first in the first place. I didn't expect this guy to grab it hard on the basis of his cultivation and the number of ghosts. Ha! The moment you famously saw Fatty Wang, his body tightened up, fearing fraud. But when I look at it now, I feel that I am narrow-minded. That guy actually didn't have a single ghost slave with him, and his body was clean. Doesn't even look like a ghost breeder anymore. Brother Zhu. Fatty Wang was disappointed inside. Looks like you still don't trust me, bringing so many ghosts along. Afraid I'll ambush you? Look. He stretched out his hand and said seriously, as a show of good faith, I'm ahead of ghostly creatures without one. Zhu famously laughed and said, not afraid I'll get you killed? Fatty Wang said, I just want to make friends, and since you're wary, I'd better go. Strike that, turn around and walk away. Wait. Zhu famously believed most of it and stepped forward. Since you're so sincere, then I, Zhu, won't be ungrateful. Come on, He raised his glass on the table and drank it down. You're a friend I've made. May, come here. He made a move with his hand. A clean-looking ghostly creature, out of sight of ordinary people, came forward. As a sign of good faith, I'm giving her to you. We're done. Fatty Wang waved his hand repeatedly. It's not necessary. Never. Can't make it. Nima. Fatty Wang didn't even want to raise a ghost now. As long as there was a ghost on his body and Mr. Zhou looked at himself with that expression. It's like watching a steak. It felt like it was going to pounce and rip a bite out of me at any moment. It was horrible. Fatty Wang has decided. When you've paid off your own ghost debt, you won't be a ghost breeder. Raising ghosts. It's not fun at all. Really? Really don't. Fatty Wang shook his head firmly. That's enough. Zhou famously finally revealed a smile and stepped forward to take Fatty Wang's shoulders. Fatty Wang, you're a brother. I'll make sure of it. Fatty Wang grinned and gripped Zhou's famous hand tightly, as if he was afraid that he would run away. Me too. Chapter 146, No. 14 Ghost Bus. I really miss Li Wuxia's corpse-raising coffin. Time passed. Just a few days. Suemo had a few days of rare leisure, and Little Red Riding Hood didn't come to find herself. Fatty Wang is also dead somewhere. Kawakian sucked too much and is still digesting. The ghosts of Yuching also seem to have subsided a lot, hiding tightly. Suemo wasted a lot of effort to find a few ghostly creatures to fight. Sumo got a little lonely. Hey, I really miss Night Wuxi's corpse-raising coffin. It would be great if I dug out another one. If one bite won't do, 3 will do. Sumo couldn't help but think. Achoo! Far away in a small mountain village, Old Man Wu, who was watering manure, had an itchy nose, sneezed. Old Cluck. Old Man Wu sighed, stood up, and pounded his backbone. Uncle Wu, drink water. A little girl carefully carried her bowl and approached. Girl, why are you here again? Old Man Wu was a bit helpless and said, not afraid of being scolded? The little girl tilted her head and held her water bowl high, blinking her eyes at Old Man Wu. Ugh! Old Man Wu took the bowl of water and drank it all in one go, and the little girl smiled happily. Uncle Wu, is it good? Sweet. Old Man Wu smiled. Damn girl, get your ass back here! Came the bellowing curse. The little girl was startled and reached on her tiptoes for the bowl of water. Uncle Wu, I'm leaving first. Watching the little girl bouncing around, overflowing with happiness and youthful back, Old Man Wu's eyes flickered, and he lowered his head again, pouring manure. Sis, it's really not working, please. There really isn't a drop left. Inside a high-end hotel in U City, in the penthouse suite, a young man with a big body uttered a plea. He was pale, with trepidation, and kept shrinking into the corner. It's just a shame. His legs were weak, and he only moved a little distance after half a day of shrinking. In front of him, it was a short woman who was looking at him playfully. Not after only 3 days? Guo Mei hummed. Didn't you brag about being awesome and say something about being 7 rums a night? No way. Men are on the verge of tears. I'm a ing 7-timer a night, but nigga 3 days in a row. The sea bulls can't hold their own. Sis, I blow awesome. I admit I can't. Just let me go. The man pleaded. This woman in front of me is rich and generous, but the demand is too high. If this goes on, I'm afraid I'll just die a violent death without earning any money. Go. Guo licked her tongue and laughed. You really think the sports car is a freebie? Tell you what. Guo lowered her head, brought her head closer, and said, that's for your life yet. What do you mean? The man was terrified. You'll find out soon enough. Guo clapped her hands, and several zombies with green cheese surging through their bodies walked out. Ah, ghost. The young man pissed himself in fear, yellow soup spilling out, and just got up and fell back to sitting on the floor. It's weak in the knees. Don't be afraid. Guo looked at his body and said, it still works. When old mother refines you into a half-human, half-zombie, you should still be able to hold up for a few days. Pust. A green-haired zombie spewed out a poisonous mist, and the young man suddenly fell straight to the ground, not moving. It's been 3 days. Why hasn't Ergo heard anything? Did it work or not? Guo yawned and called Guaer, shutting down her phone. It doesn't look like it's working yet. Guo took out the ghost talisman and hesitated. Should we go to him? After Guo left the general's tomb, she came to U City on her way. 3 days of painful juggling and eating. Forget it. Flip a coin. Guo grabbed a coin out of her pocket and muttered to herself. If it's a flour noodle, I'll go. Having said that, coin flip. Snap. Guo opened it up and looked at the flower face up. Cluck cluck cluck. The tone is so good. God is telling me to go to him. She tucked the coin back in, through the light of the room. The other side of the coin. It seems, also the flowery side. You. She pointed at a green-haired zombie. Refine it slowly. You 4, follow me. Go avenge my deadbeat brother. South County. Night. 9 o'clock at night. Taoist Lei yawned and walked out of a house, eyes red. Anyone who does puja for several days in a row can't eat or stand it. Finally got it done today. Poor yo. Taoist Lei took out 2 red tickets from his bag and carefully put them back again. There were a couple of monks who grabbed the business when they arrived, as well as themselves who ended up taking the deal by virtue of their low price advantage. But the food in the host's house these days, that's really good. Knowing that you love pork knuckles, you manage to serve them at every meal. The days when you open your eyes and have pork knuckles are fantastic. Taoist Master Lei prayed in his heart for that family for a while before he left along the highway. How come there isn't even a bus? Taoist Lei walked for a while and couldn't walk anymore. Hold on. Taoist Master Lei gritted his teeth and suddenly felt some coldness on his face. Reach out and catch it. It's rain. So unlucky? Taoist Master Lei was in tears. It's just that there's no bus. And it's raining? Ha! There's a bus stop up ahead? Taoist Master Lei stood on tiptoe and saw a sign for a greeting station standing in the distance. There were a few 7 or 8 other people standing there with large bags, chatting away. These people looked like villagers from the neighborhood, and there was even someone carrying 2 chickens in his hand. Cluck, 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 cluck. He walked over, and several people's eyes fell on him at once. After all, Taoist Master Lei's Taoist dress was still very attractive. He couldn't help but puff out his chest slightly and put on an air of superiority. Good day, Taoist Lei. One of the passengers waved his hand, giving a greeting to Taoist Lei. Taoist Lei was surprised and delighted. Has the reputation of the poor Taoist spread so far? Hello, good faith. Taoist Master Lei put up his hand on his chest and returned the salute. Old Yu, how do you know him? Another passenger asked curiously. Old Yu laughed and said, the family member who did the deed is a relative of mine, and I saw this Taoist priest there. Oh. The inquiring man stretched his tone and stared at Taoist Lei with odd eyes. Taoist Master Lei was a bit hairy. What kind of look was this? You're that pig elbow Taoist master, aren't you? Someone suddenly spoke up. Ha! Tao Master Lei's face changed and changed wonderfully. Infinite ing Heavenly Father. Whoever gave the poor Taoist a nickname is really unpleasant and insulting. Good news. The reputation has spread far and wide. Bad news. The reputation is less than elegant. If Master finds out about this name, he'll be made into a pig's knuckle, won't he? Taoist Master Lei was about to say a few words in his defense when he heard someone pointing into the distance. The car is here. Whoa! Everyone stopped chatting and took what they had in their hands and made a charge. Straight away, Taoist Thunder squeezed into the very center. I'll go. When Taoist Lei stood on his tiptoes, he saw 2 beams of headlights appear. An old, slightly dilapidated bus came slowly this way. Taoist Lei squinted and saw the line of this bus. 14. Chapter 147. Anemia has its own way to send you away. Mr. Su, come quickly. There are many ghosts. Come on, come on, come on. It's 9 o'clock and there aren't many cars. Don't you squeeze. I didn't ing squeeze. A few people clustered on the side of the road, looking forward to it, making Taoist Thunder a bit confused. This line, is it so hot? When this bus got a little closer, Taoist Lei finally understood. This vehicle was loaded with a full load of passengers, as well as chickens, ducks, and geese, all kinds of backpacks and farm equipment. Barely, the bus door made an unpleasant scraping sound, and several people swarmed up to take the last seat, squeezing in and out. Good faith, wait for poverty. Taoist Master Lei took 3 or 2 steps forward and lifted up his Taoist robe and stood up. Gotta, the door won't close. Taoist Master, sit down for a class. The door is closed. The driver sounded a little helpless. Squeeze. Tao Master Lei flashed a smile. The driver tried a few more times and still couldn't close the door, so Taoist Lei had to get out of the car. Watching the bus's taillight slowly disappear, Taoist Lei was depressed. What's going on? He waited a while longer and was going to dump the ham, but the rain picked up a bit more. Just have to keep waiting. Finally, half an hour later, he waited. The number 14 bus slowly stopped at the greeting station and the door slowly opened. This car seemed larger than the earlier one, with an older body and not too many passengers inside. One settled back into his seat, seemingly a little tired. Going? It's the last bus. The driver inclined his head inquiringly. Go! Taoist Master Lei lifted up his Taoist robe. Boarding. Hiss. Chill. Taoist Master Lei found an unoccupied seat and sat down. The bus started slowly, down the highway, and crashed into the blackness. The vehicle rattled, and Taoist Thunder yawned and dozed off. I don't know how long it took, but the bus stopped at a large river. Arriving at the station, the driver opened his mouth, waking up Taoist Thunder. Ha! Where is this? Taoist Lei opened his eyes in a daze, surrounded by pitch black, and could only hear the sound of rain and the vague sound of running water. He looked up, startled. I don't know when, but all the passengers who had been sitting in their seats gathered around, eyes dead set on Taoist Lei. A wisp of yin qi flowed through the car, growing more and more exuberant. You guys. Dao Master Lei's gaze swiveled and realized that these people were all wet. The pants are still dripping. I'm on a ing ghost train. Daoist Lei's heart jumped. When he got on the car, he did not feel the yin xia. He grinned and said, "Gentlemen, can you allow the poor Taoist to get off?" The crowd was silent. Hey! A grim smile rang out, and the driver sitting in front of him had his head turned 180 degrees on his neck. Mr. Tao, if you get into this car, you won't be able to get out. Die with us. Keep us company. The water is so cold. The crowd's faces were grim as they surrounded Daoist Lei, becoming more and more eerie. Taoist Lei leaned toward the window and spoke in a dry voice. Gentlemen, the poor Taoist has no grudges against you, so it's not like this, is it? The ghosts didn't say anything, but just moved closer to Daoist Lei again, staring at him condescendingly. Kill him. The driver turned his head in the back and spoke coldly. The ghosts reached out. Rumble. A thunderclap, snapping across the firmament, and lightning cut through the darkness of the night, illuminating the bus. Taoist Lei could see clearly. This carload of ghosts, their bodies were swollen and oily, and their skin looked like they had applied 800 face masks, watery as hell. The next second, a thunderbolt landed not far from the bus. The ground is shaking. Ah! A few of the ghostly creatures were startled, screaming with their mouths open and squeezing their cheeks. The pus came out of the skin like a dunking bag. Phew! Taoist Master Lei breathed a fierce sigh of relief that he had finally arrived. He used to resist being struck by lightning, but at this moment, he was all a bit excited. It couldn't have come at a better time. Boom! There was another thunderbolt that fell, a foot away from the front of the bus. The driver's face was pale, his body was covered with ghostly chi surging madly, and the whole bus was wrapped in black chi. Ghosts are in and are already afraid of heavenly thunder. Even if the ghost driver is very strong, he can face the power of heaven and earth, still feeling fear. Infinite Heavenly Father. Taoist Master Lei erected his hand and said solemnly, "You and other evil spirits, the poor Taoist wanted to give you a chance, but who knows that you don't know how to repent? Be executed. Ray, come on." Boom! Another thunderclap sounded, followed by lightning falling. It's only a meter away from the bus. The corner of Taoist Lei's mouth twitched. Don't you ing rush. Mercy. The ghosts pissed themselves in fear and fell to their knees, shivering. The ghost driver's face changed drastically, realizing that he had messed with someone unimaginable. Taoist Master, please get off. The ghost driver opened the door and spoke slowly. Aha! Lei Daojia took a step and walked down the ghost bus. Before he could walk out a few meters, a series of 3 thunderbolts fell steadily, hitting Dao Master Lei squarely. The ghosts were confused and stared at the thunderlight with dead eyes. After the thunderous light dissipated, the figure of Dao Master Lei appeared, albeit in a somewhat ungainly shape, but it's still alive and kicking. Wow! All the ghosts shrunk to the back of the car, and the ghost driver's face was even more grave. This man, so scary. I can actually catch lightning with my bare hands. He started the bus and was about to head for the river. Stop! Taoist Master Lei raised his sword finger and stared at the ghost driver and droned. If you dare to make another move, poor Taoist will make your gods and deeds perish and you will never be able to transcend life. Squeak! The ghost driver slammed on the brakes hard, not daring to move. Taoist Master, please also raise your hand. The ghost driver was silent for a while and spoke. You are drowned and reduced to a water ghost, and you will live forever back and forth, and your life will be worse than death. Is it really going to be like this all the time? If you are willing, the poor Taoist can transcend you without having to be evil spirits. If ye will not, humph. Dao Master Lei pointed to the sky and said in a chilling voice, heavenly thunder as a guide, destroy it. Ghost driver knew that he was out of options. He sighed and said, if I could not be an evil spirit, I would. I do too. And me. The car was full of ghostly creatures, taking a stand and scrambling to raise their hands in fear. The atmosphere isn't so heavy. Who dash? Taoist Master Lei breathed a fierce sigh of relief, quietly pulled out his cell phone, and sent a message to Sumo. Ghost, much, quick, address. After sending it out, Taoist Master Lei said seriously, don't stay here, all of you get off. The poor Taoist has his own way of sending you away. There are so many of you. It's taking a bit longer. It's going to take 2-3 hours. Be patient. Sumo, who was far away in Yu City, had just crushed a ghostly creature to death when he received a message from Taoist Lei. He looked at it and it was in South County, not too close to here. The navigation indicates it will take 2 hours. He turned and walked away, and hadn't gotten far when a cab pulled up at the curb. A familiar voice rang out. Mr. Su, what a coincidence. Sumo, if it wasn't for the fact that he had long ago confirmed that Chen De Gang was a living person, Sumo couldn't help but want to slap him to death. How come I run into you everywhere? Go to South County. This address. As fast as you can. It's urgent. Sumo got into the car and quickly fastened his seatbelt. Look at me. Chen Dagang stepped on the gas, and the gas handbrake and clutch worked perfectly together, and came to an in-situ dump. Prickly. The cab's tires scuffed on the ground with an ear-splitting whine. Rush into the darkness. Chapter 148 Physical Transcendence. Also supernatural. The ghosts on the ghost bus all got off and stood in a row, eyeing Taoist Lei. Lei Taoist was nervous in his heart, but his face was cloudy and light, acting like a high-ranking person. Nima. It's still really stressful to face such a large group of ghosts. It must be stabilized. If they found out, they would not be able to overtake them at all, and they were afraid that they would be torn apart alive. He glanced at the sky, and the rain stopped. Steady. Tao Master Lei secretly cheered himself up, making his hand as a sword pointing and chanting. How long will it take, Taoist? The ghost driver waited for half an hour, always a little uncertain in his mind. I am an evil spirit that has harmed people. Can this Taoist priest in front of me really transcend me? Are you bluffing? Just. When he thought of the scene of divine thunder falling from the sky just now, the ghost driver had to believe it as well. What is this, if not a tall man? No hurry. Taoist Master Lei sighed, swept his gaze around the ghosts, and said, the grievances on your bodies are too heavy. If you want to completely clear them, how can it be that easy? Wait well, and it will come to pass. Having said that, Taoist Lei closed his eyes and stopped looking at the ghosts, but he was able to feel a little more at ease. Mr. Su, you have to hurry. Otherwise, I'll really be swallowed by these ghosts. 2 hours passed. The ghosts by the river were getting impatient and even a little bit stupid. What the hell is going on? Wasn't it a transcendence? Why don't I feel anything at all? This stinking Taoist wouldn't be fooling us, would he? Oh, but I really don't want to be an evil spirit anymore. The ghost driver's expression, too, began to become cloudy as he grew more and more uneasy and skeptical in his mind. Taoist Master Lei, like he's deliberately stalling for time. He stepped forward and said grimly, Taoist, may I ask just how much longer it will take? There's no rush. Taoist Master Lei opened his eyes and said, the time has not yet come. What time? Ghost driver's body began to surge with ghostly aura as he spoke in a chilling voice. You're not going to lie to us, are you? You don't have any way to overtake us, do you? When the rest of the ghosts heard these words, their expressions began to change. One time, the surrounding area was chilly and gloomy, with all the ghosts threatening to explode at any moment. Pounce on Taoist thunder. Okay, Taoist Master Lei sighed. You're right, the grievances are so deep that I can't transcend them. You. Ghost driver was tempted to step forward and slap Taoist Lei's head, still a little freaked out at the thought of lightning falling from the sky. Let's go. The ghost driver's eyes flickered, still deciding not to touch the bad luck. Turning around with the ghosts, he was about to leave. Taoist Lei was in a hurry. I've even sent a message to Mr. So, if he comes and doesn't find the ghost, how can I explain this to Mr. Louis? The ghost ran away? Stay back. Taoist Master Lei quickly took 2 steps forward and said, it's true that I don't have the means to overtake you, but someone else does. I was just waiting for him. Who is he? Wait another half hour. No, 10 minutes. You'll see him. The ghost driver turned around, stared at Taoist Lei and said word for word, Taoist, if the person you said hasn't come in half an hour, I'll take it easy. When Taoist Master Lei heard this, his face suddenly turned cold and he pointed his finger at him. Sins, how dare you clamor? He pointed one hand at the sky dome and said angrily, do you really think that this heavenly thunder of mine is a fake? Sure enough, when the ghost driver heard these words, his face changed drastically and he whispered, I wouldn't dare. Taoist Lei, so much fire? A leisurely voice came from the distance. The ghostly creatures searched their eyes and saw a young man, stepping out of the darkness. Yo, that much? Sumo's eyes lit up again when he saw the ghosts standing in rows. There's something about Taoist Master Lei. It was amazing that he could train so many ghostly creatures to wait for him to get killed. He swept a glance at the ghost bus in the distance, and a sudden realization dawned in his mind. Oh, it seems that the 14 ghost bus that Bureau 749 is looking for is this one, a few kilometers away from his destination. Sumo got out of the car and told Chen Gang to wait, lest that guy see this scene and be too scared to run a night car in the future. It's better to be Kagawa-chan. Sumo misses his staff a little bit, and is not afraid of hard work or tiredness, and does not burn oil. It's perfect. Mr. Su, you're finally here. Taoist Lei was relieved to see Sumo. He pointed at Sumo and said with a laugh, the one who will overtake you is here. That's him. Aha! Physical transcendence is also transcendence. Mr. So is the best at this. Taoist, are you joking? The ghost driver's body was surging with ghostly aura and his tone was unkind. Him? Does he look like he knows how to supersede? Carrying the boss a knife. How do you look like you're coming to cut yourself? Taoist Lei is right. I'm really here to overtake you. Sumo contained a smile and walked over. can you really overtake us? A ghostly creature spoke up warily. Naturally, Sumo smiled and nodded, saying, you can rest assured of this. I, for one, never lie. Sumo's expression was serious, and he could see the corners of Dao Master Lei's mouth twitch. Again? How do you sup? The ghost driver, obviously not convinced, asked a question. Naturally, chop you up. As soon as Sumo's words fell out of his mouth, he drew his sword and slashed. A fire dragon erupted and transformed into a sword astral. Prickly, large swathes of flames, surging into the ghost group. The slightly weaker ghosts didn't even have time to scream. Directly exterminated. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing a level 2 ghost. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The beeps kept ringing in his ears. Sumo's knife went down, and the ghost group had already exterminated most of them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The ghost driver finally came back to his senses at this point and cursed. When you say transcendence, you mean in a physical way? Brilliant! Sumo went down with another slash, chopping at the remaining ghostly creatures. Get back in the car, the ghost driver roared, his body churning with ghostly energy, transforming into a cloudy aura, and instantly returning to the no. 14 bus. Ghosts that move a little slower are out of luck. Directly extinguished. Rumble. The ghost bus launched and was about to plummet towards the river. Trying to run? Sumo slightly crouched his body and rushed out like a cannonball, landing in front of the ghost bus. Go back. Sumo threw a punch and ruthlessly smashed on top of the ghost bus, and the speeding ghost bus violently stopped. Then, the entire body lifted forward. The front wheels spun wildly, and the rear wheels came right off the ground. Boom! Under the strong force, the ghost bus was directly smashed by Sumo and fell back. Keeps tumbling and tattering. Hiss! Taoist Master Lei sucked in a breath of cool air when he saw this scene. This guy, so powerful. Chapter 149. I think you are just craving for the boss's wife's body. Ah! Amidst the tumbling ghost car, the ghost driver kept roaring wildly, his ghostly chi gushing and boiling. He tried desperately to stabilize the body, and his body even became one with the ghost bus. Under the yin chi wrapping, the ghost bus was suspended in midair with all 4 wheels off the ground. I'll kill you, the ghost driver roared, and the ghost bus transformed into a huge ghostly shadow and crashed towards Sumo. Buzz! On Sumo's body, golden light lit up. The golden bell shield erupted with light. The runes flickered, and it was vast and solemn. Boom! The ghost bus slammed hard on top of the golden bell shield, erupting with ear-piercing sounds. Immediately after, it was the sound of click, 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 and in the next moment, the ghost bus directly disintegrated. Broken. Only the ghost driver remained, holding the bare steering wheel in his hands, a look of despair. It's too strong. It's not even in the same ballpark. How do you fight? Your turn. Sumo quickly approached. The Vajra seal surged in his hand and ruthlessly slapped on the ghost driver. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for killing the level 5 ghost driver. Reward 15,000 points of merit. The beep sounded and the ghost driver dissipated into thin air, leaving only pieces of the bus all over the ground. It reeks of decay. Done. Sumo clapped his hands and drew his sword into his sheath. Another 20,000 merit points scored. Great, Mr. Su, awesome. Taoist Lei expressed his admiration. Taoist Lei got struck by lightning again. Ha! Sumo couldn't help but laugh at his look. Ah, I forgot about it if you didn't tell me. Taoist Master Lei suddenly remembered something and hurriedly fished out a diary from his arms. Taking off the cap of the pen, he licked the tip with his tongue, and evilly repaired a line. Only then was he satisfied to put the notebook away. Sumo knows, the guy's keeping a diary again. Well, I didn't lie to you, did I? Are there a lot of ghosts? Taoist Master Lei was smug. Nice. Sumo moved his muscles and was in a better mood. These days it's all about getting little caramels killed. Fade the out. How did you meet? Sumo asked. Don't mention it. Taoist Lei told the story of what happened. Sumo thought to himself, why can't I meet them? Mr. Su. Taoist Master Lei suddenly took a step up and said, look, I've helped you find so many ghosts. Does that count as a big favor to you? Sumo laughed and said, certain people are afraid that they've been surrounded by ghosts and call out to me to save their lives, right? Good point, Thunder Roadmaster. Okay, you saw through it, he said cheekily. Anyway, did I find so many ghosts for you to cut up? That's true. Can you treat me to a pig's foot dinner? Taoist Lei rubbed his hands together with an expectant face. Is the pig's foot rice really that good? Okay. Sumo was in a good mood and said, which one to eat? It would have to be the one in front of your school. Taoist Master Lei raised his eyebrows and said, the boss's wife is top-notch. Pig's feet rice top great. Sumo poo-pooed. I think you're just craving the body of someone else's boss's wife. Then again, the lady who owns that store does have a lot of charm. It's just a bit hot-tempered. and doesn't move laboring on Shudao Mountain. Can't be beat. Mr. Su is wrong. Taoist Master Lei said seriously, wouldn't poor Tao be that kind of person? Simply enjoying eating pig's foot rice is all. Do you believe it yourself? Hey, go away. Suemo took 2 steps and suddenly remembered something and fished out his cell phone to make a call. Hey, Captain Wang? On the other end of the phone, Wang Lang, who was anxiously searching for the ghost bus, was flattered. Mr. Su, it's me. Let me ask you something. What were your calibrated points for the ghost bus again? The tentative is 2,000 points. And that ghost driver, it seems to be a 5th level ghost. 2,000? That's fine. Sumo said. Tell your Lin team to call the money. Suemo said the address, hung up the phone, and left with Taoist Lei. On the other end of the phone, Wang Lang was dumbfounded, listening to the beep 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 busy sound on the phone. What do you mean? Playing for money? Bus 14, already exterminated by Mr. So, he suddenly had a feeling of unreality. Last time in Shang County, the level 6 ghosts were also a phone call from Mr. Su. Straight up, let's hit the money. This ghost bus incident was also a phone call that led directly to a call for money. If he didn't know Mr. Su's strength and persona, he almost thought he had encountered a scam. Chief, what's the situation? What's with the heavy face? A member of the team came up. Mr. Su told us to call the money directly. Wang Lang said. Playing for money? What kind of money? You mean, Ghost Transit has been. Hiss. Nima. Mr. Su's speed of earning points. It's too fast. You can be that fast if you have Mr. Su's strength. Wang Lang shook his head and said, if it were anyone else, I wouldn't believe it. But he's Mr. Su. Ghostbusters. Sumo. Close ranks. Wang Lang called Lin Xianxian and explained the situation. Lin Xianxian was also confused and felt reasonable. Mr. Su, it's that awesome. Soon, the news then came back that Wang Lang went to the scene and the debris on the ground did belong to the 14th ghost bus. Team Lin. Mr. Su is really raw. The ghost bus is directly dried and shattered. Dear practitioner, thank you. Your 2,000 points have arrived. Not long after Suemo left, he received a message from Bureau 749. The points arrived. Taoist Master Lei. It's still early in the day, and the owner's wife of Pig's Foot Rice probably hasn't gotten up yet. Tomorrow? Alright, just drop me off downtown. After Taoist Lei left, Chen De Gang drove Suemo and sped all the way towards Guanhu Beiyu. Mr. Su, we are truly destined for each other. Chen De Gang looked at Suemo through the inner rearview mirror and opened his mouth with a smile. That's right, he's on night shift himself, and he meets Sumo all the time when he turns around. Suemo laughed and said, I damn well think that you're following me on purpose. Chen Dagong commiserated. What are you talking about? I'm not a pervert. What's the point of stalking a man? It really is a matter of meeting fate and making it happen. Soon, the car then arrived at the Guanhu Baiyan. Suemo felt a ghostly aura from afar. It's Chuan Zhangwo's aura. This guy has improved a lot. Suemo said. Brother Chen, just park here. There's still a ways to go. I'll walk back by myself. Having said that, Suemo directly scanned the code and gave $1,000 along with the last fare. Chen Dagong rely on is to run a cab to support their families. Stay up all night is very hard. They cannot be time and again for nothing. Mr. Su, how can this be? Good. Chen Dagang genuinely didn't want to accept it. Run the car and go. Suemo laughed. Your daughter will have to spend a lot of money to transfer to a key school. Every time you run for nothing, you don't have to feed your family. Go away. Chapter 150, there are only 6 corpse-raising coffins left. Don't let anything go wrong. Boom. A ghostly aura that rose up in the darkness and then quickly dissipated. Ho ho ho. Chuan Zhangwo's reckless laughter rang out, followed by a luxurious carriage riding out. Boss. Chuan Zhangwo has an excited look on his face. Not bad. Suemo looked up and down a few times and laughed. The ghost chi has solidified quite a bit again. It's worth more. Hey, Chuan Zhangwo said. Thanks to your blessing, after sucking in a lot of pure yin chi last time, I'm on the verge of being promoted to a 5th level ghost here. When I'm a little stronger, I'll be able to come out during the day for a while, and I'll be able to serve my boss better. Look, he patted the luxurious carriage behind him and said, I upgraded the carriage a bit. He pulled open the curtain of the carriage, and inside was actually a luxurious soft package, which looked very high class. Boss, you go up and try it? If there's something you're not satisfied with, I'll change it. Suemo sat on the carriage and only felt very comfortable, with a feeling of sitting on the clouds. It was more comfortable than Zhou Yuanshan's Maybach. Nice, Suemo quipped. Having gotten a compliment from his boss, Chuan Zhangwo's face was all smiles. It's good that you like it. But well, Suemo cupped his chin and looked Chuan Zhangwo up and down. Chuan Zhangwo was a bit furious by his look and said dryly, Boss, what's wrong? I'm not too happy with you. Chuan Zhangwo's face was so terrified that he was about to piss himself. What's the meaning of this, boss? Is this to make me leave my job? Poof. Chuan Zhangwo directly slid on his knees and hugged Sumo's thighs, crying, Boss, what are you dissatisfied with, you say? Don't ever fire me. These days I follow the boss to do my best. Absolutely no second thoughts. No credit but also some hard work. Sumo was speechless for a while. It's not. Am I that scary? What's with the blind yelling? As soon as Sumo pulled him up, he said, I'm not too happy with the way you're dressed. Phew. Chuan Zhangwo sighed fiercely in relief. Boss, you don't speak only half of the words. Scared the hell out of me. Boss, what do you say to change? Sumo thought about it and said, a whole black suit, tie, and whole sunglasses? That's how bodyguards dress on TV. No problem. Chuan Zhangwo's mind moved, and ghost chi surged up his body, wrapping him firmly. In a flash, Chuan then had an additional black suit, white shirt, and dark tie, and a pair of black throwback pointy leather shoes. Oh, and sunglasses. Chuan reached out with his palm, manifested a pair of black sunglasses, and put them on, coupled with Chuan Zhangwo's tall and lanky body. It has that Matrix flavor. Dress like this and pull up the wagon. The contrast is straight up full. Sumo was very satisfied and wanted this effect. Boss, what? Kawakian asked. Not bad, just dress up like this. Sumo nodded. Okay, Chuan Zhangwo immediately said. Then that's how I'll wear it from now on. I think it's kinda cool. That what? Boss, I'm not getting fired, am I? Sumo waved his hand and told him to get lost. Only then did Chuan Zhangwo regain his smile and dissipate into a ghastly wind, adding one more sentence. Boss, call me if you need anything. Sumo returned home and checked the harvest of the ghost bus, adding another 30,000 merit. Ugh, what's going on with Night Wuxi? Where the hell did he hide the corpse-raising coffin? Sumo missed Li Wuxia. Achoo! Far away in the small mountain village, Li Wuxia in the cellar sneezed several times in a row. He looked at the 6 small coffins floating in front of him, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. Please, there are only 6 corpse-raising coffins left. Don't let anything go wrong. A few kilometers away from the Lakeview residence, a short woman with her hands behind her back was walking at a brisk pace. Her steps were small and her frequency was fast. From a distance, it looked like it was floating on the ground, and in the blink of an eye, it floated a long distance away. The woman wore hay silk underneath, a small skirt, and tights on the top half of her body. There was also a pair of red patent-soled high heels on her feet. It would have been a very sexy and chic outfit, but she was just too short and a little rare-looking. There was something indescribably weird and spicy about the way this outfit appeared on her. Ding 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 ding. The crisp bell rang. The short woman shook the bell in her hand, and 5 green-haired zombies, emitting a fishy odor, followed her. Kwasanmei pinched out a black talisman from the hessian and opened her mouth to spit out a mouthful of white gas, spraying it on top. Buzz! The black talisman glowed brightly, and then a black 1,000 paper crane appeared, fluttering its wings. The 1,000 paper cranes spun around in the black air, their heads aligned in one direction, and they accelerated the fluttering of their wings. It's just up ahead. Kwasanmei put away the 1,000 paper cranes and couldn't help but lick her lips. Ergo said, the cultivator who killed Xiao Si is very handsome. If he can be refined into a half-corpse, shouldn't be too bad. In the past few days in Yuchang, she hadn't eaten a day's worth of food. Kwasanmei had already planned it out. After finding that cultivator, she would first squeeze him for 3 days and 3 nights, then refine him into a half-corpse for a month of coolness, and then give him to the second brother to be refined into a poison corpse. Always accompany yourself. It's perfect. Her eyes twinkled with anticipation as she whispered to herself, don't ever let me down. If it's not to my taste, I'll give him ashes on the spot. Kwasanmei led the zombies and quickly arrived at the Guanhubayan, touching her feet and walking over. You guys, keep the noise down. A few of the zombies slowed down as well, tiptoeing around with a sense of stealing. Suddenly, the door to the small Chinese-style chambers opened and a young man stepped out, stretching his back. Whoa! Kwasanmei's eyes lit up when she saw the sight of the man's face. It's my type. She suddenly changed her mind and kicked a zombie, which flew off with a plop and climbed back up. The eyes were uncomprehending and aggravated. You guys, get out of my way and don't hold up the old lady. Several zombies nodded and turned to hide in the darkness. Let's see old lady exert her charm and take you down. Kwasanmei straightened her hay silk with letters and walked over with her charming eyes. She had always been confident in her beauty. Ouch! She waited until she was not far from the entrance to the Bujinkan before she took a fake fall and then exclaimed to draw the man's attention. When the other party turned her head to look at her, Kwasanmei then raised her head with tears in her eyes and stared at the person. It hurts so much when I fall. Little brother, can you help me? I'll thank you properly. Suemo stared at Kwasanmei, then watched her fall to the ground, then watched her raise her head, her eyes almost overflowing with water. A strange thought welled up in his mind. It seems to be, using beauty tricks? Chapter 151, Smashing My Carriage is Smashing My Rice Bowl. Chuan Zhangwo was promoted to a 5th level ghost. It's not. Where does she get the confidence? Suemo was puzzled. The woman in front of me has a nose like a garlic head, or beckoning ears, and her lips are turned out like she's smoking a firecracker. The only thing that counted as good looking were those peach eyes. This guy looks kind of familiar. Suemo stared at Guo-san-mei's face, looking up and down, always feeling that this face carried a familiar flavor. Like I've seen it somewhere. Where the hell is it? Sumo struggled to recall. Hey, old mother's charm is just so ample. Guo-san-mei couldn't take her eyes off Suemo when she saw him. The heart was so pleased. Little brother, why don't you come into my arms? She struggled to hold up her chest and act more seductive, winking and blinking. It hurts. Little brother, can you hold me up? Suemo stared at her for half a day and finally remembered. Guo-si, the one that plays with poisonous zombies, looks a little like her, especially height. You who? Is this revenge? Suemo was a bit speechless. What the hell are you doing punishing my eyes by taking revenge? Chuan Zhangwo. Suemo took a step back and bellowed. Boom! A ghostly aura surged as Chuan Zhangwo, dressed in a black suit with large sunglasses, appeared pulling a luxury carriage. Boss? Suemo pointed at Guo-san-mei. Run her over. Okay. Chuan Zhangwo didn't even bring a bit of hesitation, pulling the carriage and rushing directly towards Guo-san-mei. Extremely fast. No. You. Guo-san-mei was still immersed in her own beauty and was also a bit confused when she saw a ghostly creature pulling a carriage out. Next, the ghost wagon crashed right into her, and she didn't even have time to react. Knock! Guo-san-mei was viciously knocked to the ground by the carriage, and the wheels even pressed past her face, leaving a mark. Guo-san-mei screamed and was going crazy, quickly climbing up and fumbling a mirror out of nowhere. You messed up my makeup. I'll kill you. She quickly fumbled for a bell, shook it a few times, and shouted, Where have you guys died? Tear this ghost apart and smash his carriage. Roar! Several zombies jumped out and directly surrounded Chuan Zhangwo, spewing poisonous mist all over their bodies. Chuan Zhangwo was startled, his feet stomped, and the carriage came to a beautiful dump. The wagon slammed into the 2 zombies, sweeping them right out of the way, and the 2 zombies bounced back up. Boss, it's hard food, Chuan Zhangwo shouted. Several zombies surrounded and killed, jumping left and right to surround and kill Chuan Zhangwo. Chuan Zhangwo pulls the carriage east and west, circling a few zombies, and is somewhat overwhelmed. In these few days of seclusion, Chuan Zhangwo's strength was already directly approaching that of a 5th level ghost. Of the 5 zombies Guo-san-mei brought, 2 were level 5 zombies and there were 3 level 4 zombies. Coupled with the zombies' thick skin and defense, Chuan Zhangwo naturally had some difficulty. Fortunately, these zombies are clumsy and not as fast as he is, so they can maneuver and cope. Barely, a cracking sound rang out, and Chuan Zhangwo turned around to see that a zombie had taken advantage of his inattention and grabbed onto the carriage. The wagon broke into pieces at once. I said you immortal. Chuan Zhangwo's eyes were red, his body's grievances soared wildly, and with a loud shout, he directly swung the carriage and slapped it towards the zombie. Knock! The zombie was directly slapped out. This wagon, it's your own rice bowl. I'll kill you for breaking my job. Move as much as I can. Moving the boss's transportation. No, I'll you up. Chuan Zhangwo swung the carriage. The resentment in his body was raging, and he slapped that zombie hard with his red eyes. Roar! The remaining 4 zombies pounced on them. Off. Chuan Zhangwo was really desperate. The boss's carriage was broken. He must not be fired? I've had a hard time getting a ing hug, and I haven't lived long enough. You. Let you sabotage my job. Chuan Zhangwo, that is called a raw, full of grievances. Surprisingly, in 5 zombies killed back and forth. The carriage has changed several times. This guy. Suemo stood at a distance, crying and laughing a little. It's not. Your carriage broke down. Why are you so resentful? Chuan Zhangwo roared, the resentment in his body finally reaching a critical point. Boom! The aura on his body lurched and then expanded rapidly as strong air currents surged out from him, directly put the 5 zombies that surrounded him, all squeezed out. One also smashed in the lake, fluttering the water, desperately swimming to the shore. I'm promoted? I'm promoted. Chuan Zhangwo froze, then rejoiced in ecstasy that he had been promoted to become a 5th level ghost in such a condition. Ha ha ha. Chuan Zhangwo laughed maniacally, his palms stretched out, and several black chi entangled and tumbled, manifesting a larger carriage and swinging it towards several zombies. You don't say. The wagon whirls people and also, it's kinda cool. Roar. Several zombies whistled wildly and were smashed back and forth. I don't know if Chuan Zhangwo was too raw or if its ghostly aura was just too strong, The four-headed zombie, actually somewhat unbeatable. The rest of that end. Still swimming. That's okay? Sumo's eyes went wide. Shouldn't he just visualize a big luck in the future? The thought of Chuan Jangwo swinging a large delivery truck to smash ghosts gave Sumo a weird feeling. Are you kidding me? Oh, nope. It's me who's open. It seems like it's not their place to talk about other people. You broke my face. Deserve to be killed. Hwa-sanmei stared at Sumo in death. The breath on her body began to tumble, and the willows not far away were affected by her breath, their leaves tumbling. The lake, in the distance, followed the surge. Within a radius of dozens of feet, the temperature was decreasing rapidly, and there was also a vague fishy odor spreading. Die! Hwa-sanmei opened her mouth and several dark green poisonous mists gushed out, transforming into sharp blades in midair, sharply shooting towards Sumo. In the blink of an eye, buzz! Sumo's body lit up with golden light, and the solidified golden bell automatically appeared, firmly protecting him. The golden bell shield that had been strengthened 3 times could already defend itself automatically without the need for Sumo to urge it. Put! Several poisonous blades landed on top of the golden bell, and the golden bell's runes suddenly lit up, slightly trembling and enlarging as it erupted with blinding golden light, and a mellifluous bell. Those poison blades directly burst into pieces, turning into dark green liquid that splashed around and landed on the ground. The soil was corroded black and made a bared sound. A willow tree fell, was stained by the venom, and withered in the twinkling of an eye. It's conceivable. If these poisons also fell on ordinary people, they were afraid that even their bones would be melted. Knock! The bell rang. The distant zombies, as if they were cast a spell of fixation, actually froze for a moment. Good chance. Unaffected. Chuan Jangwo swung the carriage and took a look at one of the weakest zombies. Cool messy smash. Chapter 152. Looking for more ghosts? How about zombies? Bang! 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 The carriage was even sturdier for Chuan Jangwo, who had been promoted to a 5th level ghost. Every time he smashed it, the zombie wailed, and it was a miserable mess. Let you move my carriage. Let you smash my rice bowl. I'll ing you up. Chuan, in his suit and sunglasses, is whirling the carriage out of the phantom. Too violent. Sumo sighed. How could being a ghost be so inelegant? I'll ing kill you. Chuan Jangwo's eyes were red and he couldn't wait to smash the zombie in front of him into a pulp. Chuaner, don't dry waste. Sumo hurriedly opened his mouth. This was all merit. It was too much of a waste to let him get killed. Swish! The luxury carriage was hanging over the head of a zombie, and Chuan Jangwo quickly changed his smile. Boss, you come! Chuan Jangwo quickly backed away. Hwa-sanmei on the side is almost mad. You guys are still ing humble. Sumo drew his sword, directly split the zombie into 2, and with a stir of his wrist, he directly stirred the zombie's head into pieces. It snapped to the floor, like spilling a bowl of tofu brains. Still salty. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing a level 4 zombie. Roar! A few other zombies rushed up and were all decapitated by Sumo, all turned into tofu brains. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing a level 4 zombie. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing a level 5 zombie. But in the time it took to breathe, the 5 zombies brought by Hwa-sanmei were all exterminated. Sumo was pleased to mention 30,000 merits. Mezzo, boss, your sword technique, it's so dominating. Chuan Jangwo straightened his suit. Thumbs up. Average. Sumo put away his sword and was polite for a moment before he turned his head, looking at Hwa-sanmei. Hwa-sanmei was already a bit confused. This, so soon, the old lady's poisonous corpse, was killed? Jesus, what is this guy's strength? She suddenly felt that she had made a mistake in bringing the zombies to him. That's a kick in the nuts. Hwa-sanmei put away her spiteful eyes and laughed dryly. Biggie, this is actually all a misunderstanding. I'm just passing through. That what? I'm leaving? She pointed in the distance. Sumo smiled without saying anything. Go, only I can send you away. Old sister, it's not my brother talking about you. Chuan Jangwo walked over and intoned. Why are you so ignorant? Just leave? Not enough. With Sumo backing him up, Chuan Jangwo is not afraid of Hwa-sanmei. Hwa-sanmei swallowed her saliva and asked, Brother Ghost, please also point out a clear path. She was holding her heart. If it was a normal day, even if it was a 5th level ghost creature, one would not be false. May, this guy's got too much backstage. Chuan Jangwo heart happy, follow the boss to mix, is a promising this is becoming a ghost brother himself. Ahem. He cleared his throat and said, I'll put it this way, the boss loves to kill ghosts, so if you can find more ghosts for the boss, not to be alive. Sumo was shocked at the side. This kid has a future, he must be properly cultivated. Ha? Hwa-sanmei was a bit confused. Ghosts? Where am I going to find it? She said weakly. Zombies. Okay, sure. Chuan Jangwo snaps, but the number has to be higher. or the level higher. It's the boss who will be satisfied. Gwa-sanmei raised her hand sharply and said, I only have one general corpse. It's all about to break through level 6. And my second brother is refining it. It might have been refined into a level 6 zombie by my second brother by now. Sumo's eyes lit up. A level 6 zombie? Value. Big brother. Level 6 zombie. Is it okay? Gwa-sanmei asked blearily. Sumo nodded. Barely. Where? In Roncheng. Take me. Gwa-sanmei hesitated and said, Big brother, you won't lie to me, will you? In case I lead you to Ergo and you try to kill me. Chuan Jiangwo grabbed a step forward and said, You can rest assured of this. My boss is the most trustworthy and never cheats. Does what he says. Gwa-sanmei saw Sumo. Sumo smiled without saying anything. I didn't say that. Okay. Gwa-sanmei nodded her head fiercely. At this moment, there was no other way. Ergo, don't blame the sister. My sister can't help it. If I don't bring him to you, my sister will die. My sister wants to enjoy herself for a few more years. Second brother, you're getting old. It's okay to live a few years less. I'll burn more paper money for you on New Year's Eve. Gwa-sanmei quickly convinced herself. Okay, I'll take you. Chuan Jiangmo hemmed and hawed, manifested a luxurious carriage and bowed. Boss, please. Sumo boarded the car. Gwa-sanmei pointed to her got nose and weakly said, Ghost brother, then you still wanna ing ride? Chuan Jiangmo slanted a glance at her and said, Why don't you get your ass over here and pull the cart to make the boss happy? Oh. Gwa-sanmei walked over and pulled up the carriage, always having the feeling of being an animal. Come on. Chuan Jiangwo is also getting better, not having to pull a cart this time, and acting as a cart driver. Sit tight. Gwa-sanmei operated her power, pulling up the carriage and rushing into the darkness, hurrying along the rugged mountain road. Yes, Chuan Jiangwo's heart was happy. General's tomb. Gwa-er's plan to refine the poisonous corpse was finally nearing its end, and the general's corpse was filled with a green mist that continued to rise. The breath is also climbing step by step. Almost there. Gwa-er gritted his teeth and performed the family's corpse refining method, continuously punching his hands and adding them to the general's corpse. That general corpse, its breath was soaring. Roar! The general's corpse, which had been keeping its eyes closed, suddenly opened its eyes, and its fangs grew half a foot long with a fierce aura. The general's corpse roared, as if it was unwilling to be a zombie at the mercy of others, and its fury tumbled and resisted. Sins! Gwa-er let out a loud shout and violently bit his tongue, spraying out a mouthful of fishy blood. The blood fell into the air and turned into a bizarre human face in an instant, roaring angrily as it pounced on the general's corpse. Gobbledygook. After the ghost face was laid on the general's corpse, it was like a piece of sticky chocolate that began to melt, wrap the general's corpse all the way around. In a flash, the general's corpse just didn't move, like a large piece of dev, still dripping slime downward. No matter how fierce you are, you can't escape me. Gwa-er's face paled. Constantly refining corpses for several days was quite exhausting. Roar! The roar resounded again, and the general's corpse once again broke free from its bonds and lunged towards Gwa-er. Chapter 153, Level 6 General Corpse. I'm a good ghost. The boss is a good man. Good corpse. Gwa-er bounced and left his spot, and the long black nails of the general corpse instantly poked at the ground. The ground was instantly poked with several large holes. Roar! The general corpse was obviously unwilling, and sprayed another mouthful of foul-smelling venom towards Gwa-er. Gwa-er jumped away in a hurry. The venom sprayed on a zombie, which immediately screamed miserably and was melted into a puddle of yellow water in the blink of an eye. If this scene was seen by Sumo, it must be a painful waste. Well. Seeing this scene, Gwa-er was not shocked but pleased, and did not feel any pain for the melted zombie. Such a powerful venom. This general corpse in front of him had been completely refined into a rank 6 poisonous corpse by himself. Now all that was missing was the final step to bring him under complete control. Gwa-er quickly fished out several black talismans from his pocket and scattered as many as he could with a raise of his hand. The black talisman was like a meteor, cutting across the chamber before landing on the general's corpse. The general's corpse shuddered. It is now. Gwa-er took out the bell that had been prepared long ago and shook it violently. The bell made a crisp ringing sound. Hold him down. In the darkness, several zombies instantly rushed out and pressed the general's corpse to the ground with 7 hands and 8 feet. Roar! The general's corpse kept struggling and roaring, and his body's fury rolled over and over, and a few zombies almost couldn't hold it down. Gwa-er reacted extremely quickly and quickly stepped forward, pulling out several foot-long silver needles. Shining at the top of the general's corpse's head, he stabbed down one, and the silver needle suddenly pierced in most of the way. Roar! The general's corpse struggled even more. Oomph! Gwa-er clapped his hands, and the silver needles all disappeared. The general's corpse struggled a few moments less. Gwa-er shot out like electricity, quickly tapping all the silver needles into the general's corpse's head. The general's corpse was completely immobilized, collapsing on the ground. his body spewing out fury. That was close. Guo wiped the sweat from his forehead and signaled for a few zombies to back off before stepping forward to survey the general's corpse in front of him. That's good. The fury was thick and the fangs were half a foot. Level 6 poisonous corpse. It's finally a done deal. It's a good thing I prepared a body pin, or I'd be in big trouble. Guo was overjoyed in his heart. He was also a cultivator who possessed a level 6 poisonous corpse. Even if it was a peak level 6 cultivator, he dared to touch it now. After all, the zombie was a super first-rate existence in terms of both defense and attack power. Ordinary cultivators, they simply didn't dare to touch it. If third sister were here, why would I have to work so hard? Guo was a bit angry, said he was going to guard the law for himself. And the result? Run away. I wonder if she'll run into trouble when she goes to get revenge on that guy. Guo was a little worried. After all, it's his own sister. There shouldn't be much of a problem. She brought 5 zombies with her. Even if she can't beat them, she can always run away. Guo thought darkly. Up. As soon as he shook the bell, the general corpse immediately stood up and meekly walked behind him. There was no longer the ferocity of earlier. Awesome. Guo admired his work of art and couldn't wait to share his 6th grade zombie with his siblings. I just can't pull it anymore. Rongqing, not far from the general's tomb. Guo was so tired that she couldn't catch her breath, and her hay silk was all scratched up, looking a little pitiful. Scrap. Chuan Jiangwo was very disdainful. Not just pulling a car? Is it that tiring? Brother Ghost, I really can't pull anymore. If I keep pulling, I'll die. Gui pleaded. Oh, Chuan Jiangwo pulled a long face and said coldly, immediate death and exhaustion. You pick one. The boss is resting and I advise you not to disturb him or. You understand. Oh old sister, hold on a little longer. Didn't you say that you'd be at the place soon? Think about it. Won't you be free when you lead your boss to that zombie? It's worth the hard work now. Brother is doing you a favor. Couldn't bear to see you die. Not many loving ghosts like me these days. Suemo inside the carriage wanted to laugh as he listened. This guy, Chuan Jiangwo, has learned to draw a pie. The drawing is kinda round. Promising. Ghost. You're good ghost. I know. Thank you. Guo was touched. What a ghost. Don't worry. I'll hold on. The general's tomb is not far ahead. I pull. The carriage started again. Only a little slower. Aha! Chuan Jiangwo was satisfied and said, that's natural. I'm a good ghost and the boss is a good man. Finally, when the carriage reached a place to stop, Guo dropped the carriage and lay on the ground huffing and puffing. She swore. Since cultivating, he had never done this kind of hard work. It was simply more tiring than refining a corpse. Ghost. Ghost. Here it is. Guo tremblingly pointed to a place and said, my second brother and that general's corpse are right there. Having said that, her hands hung limply, but in her heart she was happy to finally be alive. Ergo, consider it a robbery for your sister, which is what you, as a brother, should do. Boss, it's here. Chuan Jiangwo took the initiative to lift the curtain and invited Suemo to get out of the car. It was a meticulous, careful, there's mud down there. Ouch boss, you slow down. Suemo got out of the car, looked toward a small hill in the distance, and said, Chuaner, go take a look. Got it. Chuan Jiangwo transformed into a ghastly wind and rushed towards the small hill and saw a large hole. With a whoosh, he dug in. Guo was admiring his work when he suddenly felt a gust of cloudy wind and looked up. There was a moment of confusion. A man in a suit, tie and dark sunglasses appeared. Ghosts? Guo was a bit confused. In this place, how did a level 5 ghost creature suddenly appear? Cold sweat broke out in his heart, and he was secretly glad that his poisonous corpse had been successfully refined. Otherwise, in the state of a refining corpse, suddenly intruding in a 5th level ghost creature, he was afraid that he would be in dire straits. But now, Guo pulled out a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth and pointed at Chuan Jiangwo and shouted, kill, roar. The general's corpse brought up a fury and sinister wind and pounced on Chuan Jiangwo in an instant. Chuan Jiangwo was startled and turned to run as fast as he could. Thanks to his experience in pulling carts, Chuan Jiangwo ran much faster than the average ghost. Even a level 6 ghost creature wouldn't necessarily be able to catch up with him, let alone a zombie that wasn't good at speed. Pust. The general's corpse was still a step too slow and only caught a cloud of shadow. The dirt there, instantly corroded out of a hole. Look up again. The ghostly creature in the suit had disappeared. Trying to run? Guo sneered. Since I know how to refine corpses, I naturally have the means to kill ghosts, so I won't let you run away so easily. He touched a skull only the size of a fist and opened his mouth to spew a mouthful of green gas on it. The skeleton suddenly floated in midair and flew out all the way down the hole. After them, Guo took the general's corpse, along with the few remaining zombies, and pounced out of the cave. Boss, it's really a level 6 zombie. Chuan Jiangwo left the cave entrance and rushed to Suemo in the twinkling of an eye. Great. A happy smile appeared on Sumo's face. Level 6 zombies. Rare. Big brother. I didn't lie to you. Gwa-sanmei climbed up with difficulty. Can I go now? Sumo gave her a surprised look and said, where do you want to go? Gwa-sanmei's face sank. We agreed that you would let me go if I brought you here to find second brother and the general's corpse. Sumo revealed an innocent expression and said, did I say that? When did you say that? Which ear did you hear that? Chapter 154, Second Kill. Level 6 General Corpse. Gwa-sanmei opened her mouth, half unable to speak. It seems like, he really didn't say that. It's all from the ghost pulling the cart. Hey! Chuan Jiangwo smiled grimly and said, I lied to you. I can't make decisions about the boss. Vile. Shameless. Gwa-sanmei was furious as she stared hatefully at Chuan Jiangwo. How could you? I've brought you all here. Roar. A furious roar rang out, accompanied by a gust of terrifying corpse chi, and the majestic voice came from far away. Evil ghost, still want to run? Asterisk. Chuan Jiangwo turned his head to look, only to see a green corpse chi gushing out of that small hill. Boss, that guy's out. Gwa-sanmei felt the corpse chi in her face was pleasantly surprised. It was second brother. He really refined the general's corpse, too. Before she could get the words out, her mouth snapped shut, and the words that followed couldn't come out. Immediately after, a huge force slammed her out of the room, and then she went black and didn't know anything else. Chuaner, deal with it. Sumo shrugged off his hand and looked at Gwa-sanmei's corpse. The head is shattered. The vitality is broken. Okay. Chuan Jiangwo stepped forward and carried Gwa-sanmei's body and threw it into the distant dense forest before returning to stand beside Sumo. Next moment, corpse chi rushed to the sky and several figures appeared in front of Sumo's eyes. The man who stood at the front of the room was stout, but his height was just a bit unbearable to look at. Sumo said in his heart, it doesn't even need to be identified. It's definitely from the same mom. It seems, this person, is the second brother in Gwa-sanmei's mouth. As for the zombie, Sumo's gaze flickered over several figures behind him and finally settled on a zombie wearing armor and spewing green gas. Whoa, such a strong breath. Level 6 zombies. Gwa-sanmei really didn't lie to me. Good man. Who are you? Gwa-er chased out with the zombies, and saw Sumo standing there, with the evil spirit that was spying earlier. Right behind him, Gwa-er was instantly alert. This place is so secretive that no one else should be supposed to know about it except for the third sister and big brother. And, although this person did not have much of an aura on him, the strength of that evil spirit had already reached the 5th level, but he was treated with respect. Thinking with one's butt, one should also know that this person's strength was not low. Ghostbusters? Gwa-er's face shifted, and he finally decided to be polite first, arching his hand and saying, friend, what is the reason for coming here late at night? My name is Gwa-er, of the corpse refining sect. You must be a ghost breeder, right? Raising ghosts and refining corpses are of the same origin. I wonder what sect you are from. Maybe you and I have some connection. When he said that, Chuan Jiangwo was not happy. What the hell? Ghostbusters? Ghosts in the hands of ghost breeders. That's called ghost slaves. I'm a serious employee of the boss with a serious job. Can I be compared to a ghost slave? What a look. Shorty dang. You zombie. That's interesting. Is there any more? Sumo pointed at the general's corpse. Gwa-er is a bit speechless. Do you think that a level 6 zombie is a cabbage growing everywhere? Your Excellency, if you have something to say, you might as well be straightforward. What exactly do you want? Gwa-er's eyes sank. Gwa-er's own strength wasn't weak, being a rank 6 cultivator, plus the rank 6 zombie in his hand. Even if they encountered a 7th level cultivator, they still had the power to fight. Okay. Sumo spread his hands and said, since you're talking so straight, I'll be straightforward. I'm here to get you all killed. Of course. He pointed to the general's corpse and said, mostly him. You're all just along for the ride. Gwa-er stared at Sumo for half a day and suddenly laughed. Do you know what you're talking about? This is a level 6 zombie that I worked hard to refine. You have a big mouth. Saying that you can get it dead? In that case, his tone became cruel. I'll let you taste the power of this general corpse of mine. Kill. Gwa-er touched a bell and shook it fiercely. The bell made a clang sound. Roar. The general corpse was instructed and suddenly copied the battle sword in his hand and rushed towards Sumo. A burst of green gas erupted. A poisonous mist gusted above the battle sword, and wherever it passed, the air emitted a bared corrosive sound. Swish! The general's corpse was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Sumo and slashed down. Buzz! Sumo's body lit up with golden light, and a golden bell with flickering runes sprang up on his body. Hey! Gwa-er smiled at the sight. The corpse refining sect's corpse poison specializes in breaking the cultivator's protective astral aura, not to mention the fact that this general's corpse of his own is full of fury itself, plus necrotic poison. A mere protective astral aura could be broken in an instant. Bang! The general corpse's sword, slashing at the golden bell, instantly erupted with ear-piercing sounds and splashes of golden light. A strand of green color, madly spurting towards the golden bell, wanting to corrode those talismans. Buzz off! On the golden bell, the talisman began to bloom, and those poisonous gases that surged past were vaporized in the blink of an eye. Bang! Under the powerful rebound force, the knife in the general's corpse's hand was directly tensed, and the tip of the knife spun and flew backwards, stuck right in the head of a zombie. Ow! The zombie covered its head in pain and fell to the ground as a cloud of green poisonous gas poured in. The zombie's head, which turned to pus in the blink of an eye, did not move. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seeing this scene, Sumo's eyes turned red. Another zombie wasted. It's an abomination. This, Guaer was frozen with fear. Even the poison of a level 6 zombie couldn't break this person's protective astral aura? Could it be that he's a level 8 cultivator? Or, sovereign? Thinking about this, Guaer began to get scared. Nima, I don't think I've ever messed with a grandmaster either. Nope. Guaer's face snapped, suddenly remembering something. Although the image of Shaoxi's soul talisman was blurry, but you can also see that it's a young man. It's him. He's the one who killed Junior. Guaer was suddenly a little desperate. Originally, he was still thinking that after he refined the general's corpse, he would go to seek him out and take revenge for Shaoxi. Didn't realize the other guy was one step ahead of himself and came straight to the door. Now that's trouble. Third sister. Guaer's heart sank again. The third sister took the soul talisman and went to look for him, but now she is nowhere to be seen. This person suddenly appeared here again. I am afraid that the three sisters, it's a lot of bad luck. A million thoughts flashed through Guaer's mind in an instant, and then he heard the angry voice of the person shrouded under the golden bell. Let you waste my zombie. Die for me. Guaer looked up in horror, and saw the person shrouded under the golden bell violently extend his hand, and a terrifying golden light coalesced in his palm. The hand, instantly, reached out and pressed on the general's corpse's head. It's over. Guaer's heart chilled, and he didn't even have time to summon the general's corpse back before the Vajra seal in Sumo's palm exploded. Boom! The golden light enveloped the general's corpse's entire body, and those golden lights were like sharp blades that instantly exploded. All over the body of the general's corpse, golden light flickered for a moment and then went out. Sumo withdrew his hand. The general's corpse kept its grip on the sword and stood still, not moving, and all around it seemed to stand still. Ka! A slight ripping sound broke the peace. The general's corpse's fingers, one fell off, and immediately afterward, his body looked like blocks that had been pushed over. Pieces fall off. In a flash, the corpse of the tall general collapsed on the ground, turning into a pile of broken flesh in all directions. Like a set of mahjong, it was laid out on the floor and smelled fishy. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing a level 6 zombie, rewarding 30,000 points of merit. Sumo was satisfied. Worthy of being a general's corpse, it actually provided itself with a full 30,000 points of merit, which was worth more than that hanging ghost in Shang County. My poison corpse. Looking at the broken flesh on the ground, Guaer couldn't even be bothered to feel pain. Only endless trepidation. A level 6 zombie. That guy. Just by reaching out, he directly twisted the poisonous corpse that I had worked so hard to refine into a pair of mahjongs. How the hell are we supposed to fight? Chapter 155, Chuan Jiangwo, brother will show you a clear path. Guaer did not hesitate and turned around to run, not forgetting to ring the bell on his way out, asking the few remaining zombies to break their own back. Guaer swears, in his own life, he had never run so fast, and his feet felt like they were mounted on wheels, flinging themselves desperately. In the blink of an eye, it scurried into a mountain forest. Chuaner, these zombies are yours. Remember, don't get them dead. Suemo crouched slightly and his figure popped out. Don't worry boss, leave it to Ogawa-chan. Chuan Jiangwo craned his neck and transformed into a Yin to pounce towards several zombies. Asterisk 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 so hard? Where the hell are you grabbing at? It's a good thing I'm a ghost, or else you have exploded my balls. I want zombies to die. Chuan Jiangwo fought a few zombies back and forth with his strength as a 5th level ghost creature and the advantage of speed. In the twinkling of an eye, Suemo had already caught up with Guaer. Directly a big kick on his undershirt. Guaer felt as if he had been hit by a big piece of luck. The figure flew out uncontrollably, crashing through several large trees before coming to a stop. Guaer rolled over and before he could speak, his mouth was stepped on by a foot. Woo woo woo. Suemo crouched down and said breathlessly, what are you running for? Woo woo woo. Guaer struggled desperately, his body's breath constantly churning, but he couldn't break free. Pitifully, is your name Guaer? Woo woo woo. Guaer blinked. So let me guess, you have a big brother. Isn't his name Guadi? Woo woo woo. Sumo then moved her feet. Sorry, wasn't paying attention. Guayer gasped for breath and cried out. Big brother, it seems like we don't have a grudge, and I didn't mess with you. Let me go. He didn't dare to say that he knew Sumo now. We don't have a grudge. Sumo laughed. But, there's a guy named Guasi who says he wants to refine me into a zombie. Do you recognize it? Turn you into a zombie? Guayer couldn't help but think. If it's really possible. I'm afraid it's not possible to refine a grade 9 zombie. That's a copper armored corpse. Guasi can extract an egg. What Guasi? I don't recognize it. Guayer shook his head repeatedly. At this time, it was still important to save his life. Don't recognize it? Sumo added. Tonight, there's another one named Guasanmei, who also came to see me. You recognize? What Guasanmei? I don't know. Guayer shook his head and said, my mom gave birth to just two, me and my big brother. There are no other siblings. You've got the wrong person. Numb nuts. I told you. How did this bogeyman find this place? It turned out to be the third sister who betrayed herself. It is really too hateful. Oh, you still have a real big brother. Sumo smiled and said, your big brother has a level 6 zombie? Well, you should be able to tell that I'm more interested in ghosts. Zombies, than people. Yes. Guayer nodded his head repeatedly and said, my big brother has 2 level 6 zombies and several level 5 zombies. Big brother, I'm sorry. I can't take it anymore. If third sister can betray herself to survive, why can't I betray big brother to survive? It's the same thing. Sumo's eyes lit up. Boss Gua is so rich? He grabbed Guayer's collar and headed back. And from a distance, he heard the sound of Chuan Jiangwo swinging the carriage and smashing things. Done. Sumo just walked over and saw that Chuan Jiangwo had collected the carriage and was organizing his suit. There were a few level 4 zombies lying on the ground, all of them broken and missing arms and legs. Guayer's only level 5 zombie, which was taken away by Guasanmei, had now become Sumo's merit. Boss, you're back. Chuan Jiangwo hurriedly jogged over and pointed at the zombies on the ground and said, all done. Not dead. Chuaner, not bad. Sumo patted his shoulder. Chuan Jiangwo was overjoyed. What did it mean to get a compliment from his boss? It shows that Lao Tzu's is useful. The chances of surviving are great. No need to be a deadbeat. Ha! Only then did Chuan Jiangwo notice that Sumo was carrying someone in his hand and said, boss, what's the point of bringing this person back? Might as well just get killed. Guayer was startled and squeezed out a smile. Brother Ghost, we don't have any grudges, right? It's true what masters raise what ghosts. This guy in a suit, opening his mouth to get dead. Get dead. Too brutal. This brother Ghost made Chuan Jiangwo suffer and hummed. If you go against the boss, then you have a grudge against me. Guayer was on the verge of tears. When the hell did I go against your boss? I hadn't even said 2 words before the level 6 zombie that I had managed to refine was destroyed. He's a half-dead dog himself, right? Am I qualified? He also has a big brother. 2 rank 6 zombies. Sumo opened his mouth. Oh, when Chuan Jiangwo heard this, he suddenly changed his smile and reached out to take Guayer from Sumo's hand and stood him on the ground. Brother, I'm sorry, I was too loud just now. After saying that, Chuan Jiangwo also thoughtfully patted the dirt on his body for him. Guayer was confused by Chuan Jiangwo's face-changing technique and cried, Brother Ghost, don't be like this. I'm even more scared. Don't panic. Chuan Jiangwo comforted. My boss, this person, right, very good at talking. Brother will tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Want to live? Of course I want to. Guayer nodded. That would be great. Chuan Jiangwo squatted down, put his arm around his shoulders, and whispered, my boss. He pointed to his head, particularly interested in ghosts, monsters, zombies, whatever. Seeing these things is more exciting than seeing a Heath beauty. You know that, right? Sumo, Guayer, brother Ghost, you go on. I'll listen. Chuan Jiangwo hemmed and hawed, his voice pressed even lower. Brother, to show you a clear path. Chapter 156, my boss is not interested in living people. The clear path? Guayer looked blearily at Chuan Jiangwo and said, Brother Ghost, save me, save me. If that guy wasn't too strong, how could he be reduced to begging a ghost creature? Guayer felt sad. My level 6 poisonous corpse. It's not even half an hour old, and it's gone. Easy. Chuan Jiangwo whispered. Look, my boss isn't interested in living people. That good big brother of yours has 2 level 6 zombies. In exchange for your life, it should be enough. If you know the whereabouts of the good big brother and take the boss to find those 2 zombies, isn't life saved? Brother, don't you think that's a good idea? Guayer's face was hesitant. That's my own big brother. How could I betray him? What's wrong with 2 level 6 zombies? As usual, it is not the opponent of this guy. It is too scary. One hand got the old man's level 6 zombie dead. Chuan Jiangwo added more fire. Brother, my boss has limited patience. It's up to you to choose if you want to live or not. Know how my boss found you? Guayer wanted to say, Wasn't it the third sister who brought him here? How else could he find it? He was afraid to say. Just look at Chuan Jiangwo. Chuan Jiangwo said, there was a sister who had to bring a zombie to mess with my boss. And in the end the zombie was hammered to death. She's the one who told you where you were? Guo Er asked. Where is she? The boss sent it away. Chuan Jiangwo said seriously. My boss is the most trustworthy. When he says he'll send it away, he won't go back on his word. Really? So there's a fake? If you're willing, I'll go and put in a good word for the boss, and I'll trade your big brother's zombie for your life. Ghost brother me. I'm just kind-hearted. I can't see you guys losing your lives for nothing. There aren't many loving ghosts like me. Dude, think for yourself. It's only a minute. Chuan Jiangwo got up, but was pulled by Guo Er. Brother Ghost, I'll do it. You put in a good word for me. Please boss. I'll take him to those two zombies and he'll spare my life. Good big brother. I'm sorry. Your zombie is important. Your brother's life. It's important too. Chuan Jiangwo patted his hand. Don't worry. Everything is with me. Chuan Jiangwo walked over to Suemo and said, Boss, he promised to take you to the zombies. When it's done, you have to send him away. Sumo wanted to laugh. You're pretty damn good at wording. They asked you to beg me to spare his life. You just changed it to send him away. Aha! Sumo nodded. Okay. Chuan Jiangwo folded back again and laughed. Brother, it's done. Brother but sold a lot of face before the boss agreed. Guo Er said gratefully, thank you, Brother Ghost. When I get through this, I will definitely repay you properly. Burn you great big paper money. Great big beauty. Chuan Jiangwo patted his shoulder and said, one of our own. No need to be so polite. Get up. My boss is very kind. He won't give you a hard time if you help him find the zombies. Guo Er got up and walked over to Suemo. Big brother, I'll take you to those two zombies. But, I've also only seen one. The other level 6 zombie. Big brother never shows it to anyone. Even I haven't seen it. Go! Suemo didn't talk nonsense. Thumped and slapped the crippled zombies on the ground. And in the meantime burned his chi and blood to burn those poisonous zombies clean. Boss, please get in. Chuan Jiangwo manifested a carriage and invited Suemo to get on it before he waved at Guo Er. Come here. Speak up. Ghost. Pull the cart. Ha? Guo Er looked at the luxurious carriage and hesitated a little. I'm pulling a car? I'm not an ass. And a ing ghost car. No? Chuan Jiangwo's face went cold, pulled on the tiger's skin, and said, it seems you don't really want to live either. I'll ask the boss to get off. Never. Guo Er quickly waved his hand and said with a bitter face, I don't know how. It's easy. Under Chuan Jiangwo's guidance, Guo Er, like his sister, pulls up the wagon and whizzes through the mountains. He was in a hurry and didn't see it. In the weeds among the mountains lay a short body with a shattered head. Hibiscus, a high-end neighborhood. Guo smokes a dry cigarette with a mouthful of smelly smoke and sits in the security room with his eyes closed. Guo, a young man came over, holding a soaked noodle in his hand. Hungry? You eat some? I'll just come and keep watch in the middle of the night. Little Zhang, have a heart. Guo opened his eyes and took the bubbly, smoothly pulling a bunch of bills out of his pocket. Here, bubble money. Ouch. Brother Guo, there's too much. Multiple farts. Take that. Guo laughed and shoved the money into Xiao Zhang's hand. Your brother Guo never treats his brothers badly. Xiao Zhang was happy and put the money away. Thank you brother Guo. You go rest. I'll keep watch for you. Since Guo came here, the daily tip is more than a month's salary. It's almost like the security team's god of wealth. When Guo first joined the team, Xiao Zhang even asked the captain about this image of him. You can be a security guard in our neighborhood? The captain just smiled and said you'll understand later. Now, Chang finally understood. Guo, this is a rich second generation out to experience life. They can take so much. The captain shall not be more? No wonder the captain was nodding his head when he saw him. The most amazing thing is, Guo goes to work every day, never late or early, clocking in and out on time, and has a very strong sense of going to work. There are rumors. Guo is eyeing a homeowner in the neighborhood named Dan and is pursuing her. You're so rich and you're so dedicated to chasing girls. Bull. Xiao Zhang admired it from the bottom of his heart. And even more so, he felt that Xiao Dan was just too discerning. Guo may be older and uglier, but he's rich. Definitely a big family. Xiao Zhang also saw the other day that Guo was accompanied by a few bodyguards. Definitely not ordinary people. These days, Xiao Zhang is simply happy. Big bucks, coming in too fast. That's called panache. Xiao Zhang even felt that he was having a lucky break, and that smoke was coming out of his ancestors' graves. Say maybe, when Guo leaves, he can still take himself with him. In the future, I'll be a general manager or something, and I'll never be a security guard again, so I'll be a bit more fashionable. Guo hid his face in the shadows, the corner of his mouth pulling out a strange arc. Flower bar, all this money, it's advanced to you. When I've refined you into a zombie, you'll pay it back slowly. You still have a long life ahead of you. Xiao Zhang, Go rest first, I'll keep watch here. Guo De turned his gaze to the darkness and said, Xiao Dan hasn't returned yet. It should be soon. Chang was even more impressed. He came here not long ago. The owners still do not recognize all of them. For Guo's mouth, Xiao Dan is even more curious. What kind of strange woman is it that can make Guo lower his voice so lowly and willingly disguise himself as a security guard? Chapter 157, Older brother just wants to live. The body can't help it. Happy New Year, brother Guo. I'll accompany you. Chang was bursting with curiosity. As the two were talking, the lights came on and a Baja drove slowly up and stopped at the post. It's Dan returning. Guo Da's eyes lit up, threw away the dry cigarette in his hand, and took 3 or 2 steps out. Chang was close behind. Dan, you're back? Guo Air rubbed his hands together. The bully's window slowly opened. Zhang stretched his neck and did not see the amazingly beautiful woman. Rather, a slightly chubby, flat-headed man with a beard. It's not, men? Xiao Zhang looked a bit shocked. The Xiao Dan that Guo was pursuing, was he the one? Jesus, do rich people have such strong tastes? Old man Guo, why you again? Dan rolled his eyes, his tone tinged with displeasure and disgust. Is it fun to guard me every day? I told you, you're not my type. Dan's voice was a little shrill, with a wink, and if he didn't look at his face, he would have thought it was a woman. I'm interested in you. Guo De wasn't annoyed, and looked Xiao Dan up and down with a taste of greed. A man's body, a woman's heart, extreme yang and supreme yin, fused into one. But it's a good material for making corpses. In the near future, he would add another level 6 zombie to his list. Guo Da's eyes were clear. Ha! Dan's expression was wickedly cold. Xiao Dan coming back so late, tired. Guo De also pulled out a set of black clothes from somewhere and handed it over. I bought you a dress. Let's see if it fits. Dan didn't want to pay any attention to it, but when he saw the Laguna dress, he couldn't take his eyes off it. Brother Guo, how can this be good? Dan quickly reached out and took it. I'm breaking your bank again. I'll buy you dinner later. Xiao Zhang looked contemptuous. Look at that color. The clothes, which he had swiped online, were expensive as hell. Tens of thousands of dollars for just a t-shirt. I don't know what it's like to wear these kinds of clothes. Penny. Guo De waved his hand and said, Xiao Dan remember to put it on. Let me see. Okay, Xiao Dan, for the sake of the clothes, thought for a moment and said, tomorrow is my friend's party, so pack up and I'll take you there. But, don't you dare mess with your head Al. I'll tell the others that you're my second oldest. Go away. Dan took one foot off the gas and disappeared. TSK. Guo De looked at the taillights and smiled. Guo, Xiao Zhang, after half a day of hesitation, said, so you are good at this. Do you think I can do it? Guo De seriously sized him up for a few moments and shook his head. You can't. Refining general zombies is okay. Refining high-grade zombies, harming the kind of yin and yang of Xiao Dan's living people. Chang was hurt. He's a grandpa. Selling hooks can't even compare to others. No wonder he can live in a high-end neighborhood and I can only be a security guard here. Go to bed. Guo De waited for Xiao Dan, yawned, and said, Xiao Zhang, stand guard for me. I'll squint for a while. Looking at Guo Da's faraway back, Xiao Zhang only felt empty and suffered. Wow. A luxurious carriage stopped. Guo Air had sweat on his face. Brother Ghost, my good big brother is working as a security guard in the neighborhood in front. Your carriage is too conspicuous. Why don't you just pull it here? His strength, much stronger than Guo Sanmei, made pulling the carriage much easier. Boss? Chuan Jiangwo didn't dare to make arbitrary decisions and turned his head to inquire. Okay. Suemo got out of the car and Chuan Jiangwo rushed to help. Big brother, Guo Air took the opportunity and said, I'll lead you to those 2 zombies and you let me go. It is, isn't it? Before Suemo could say anything, Chuan Jiangwo grabbed the answer. His tone unkind. What? Can't trust my boss? I'll say it again. My boss is very reasonable. If you say something, you don't go back on it. Guo Air rose and opened his mouth, not daring to say more. Lead the way. Suemo opened his mouth. Yes, Guo Air always felt that something was wrong, but could not say. Things can only take him now. After all, if you don't go, you'll die immediately. Soon, the 2 men and the ghost went inside the neighborhood, and those surveillance monitors were in vain. Not useful at all. Big brother, arriving at a separate lounge, Guo Air shouted towards it. Inside the lounge, Guo De was painting the nails of a zombie, and the nail polish he was holding was acting with corpse oil. It has a very nourishing effect. Good boy. This is the secret recipe of our body refining sect. Put this on so your nails can grow longer, sharper, and more poisonous. Behave yourself and I'll make you a rank 7 poisonous corpse. Guo De muttered to himself. In front of him stood a slightly built man with a bushy beard. His face was greenish-black, his expression stiff, his body exuded a gust of necrotic aura, and a green gas came out of his nostrils from time to time. If Dan had been here, he would have realized that there were several replicas of himself in the room. Penis? Hearing the commotion outside the house, Guode stopped his hand movements. Why is he here? Aha! Looks like his general's corpse has been successfully refined. Not bad, lad. Guode put down the corpse oil, patted the hand of this zombie in front of him, and said, wait for me for a while, and come back to do your maintenance. Guode held a dry cigarette in his mouth and opened the door to his room, just to see his brother standing there with a crying face. A mess. What the hell? Where's your zombie? Guoda's face was cold, his gaze was like a knife, and it instantly landed on Chuan Jiangwo behind Guayer. Hiss! Chuan Jiangwo only felt chills running down his body. Being stared at by this guy was like having a knife held against his throat. Ha! A 5th level ghost. Guode turned his gaze to Su Mo again. A ghost breeder? A friend that forced this untalented brother of mine to come to me and seek revenge? His eyes were a bit strange, unable to see the depths of Su Mo. But the zombies around Guayer were gone. If you think with your toes, you should know that all those zombies were killed. Did he do it? Guode was secretly alert, his breath surging from his body. Boom! Several zombies instantly rushed out from the house and stood beside Guode, exuding a chilly corpse aura. Sure enough, there are zombies. Su Mo fixed his gaze. It was a zombie with black nails and a dense corpse aura. Level 6 zombies. Steady. But how come there's only one? Sumo's gaze flowed and he didn't see another level 6 zombie. Where did you hide it? Don't talk nonsense, Al. Su Mo waved his hand and said, I didn't force him. It's his own will. Don't believe me? Ask him. Poof. Guayer directly knelt down and cried. Big brother, I didn't want it either. It's really that he's too strong. I just refined the general's corpse. I haven't even warmed it up yet, and it was destroyed by him. Older brother just wants to live. He can't help it. Chapter 158. Where's the other end? Call quickly before it's too late. Guoda's eyes clouded over, deadly staring at Su Mo. He ignored Guayer's cries as his mind quickly turned. This person was able to destroy the general's corpse as well. Terrible strength. With his current strength, can he have a chance to win? Summation? That's impossible. Now that we've come to the door, there's no way this is going to end well. After a long time, he slowly asked, the person that Junior messed with, was you, Junior? In Sumo's mind, the young man's figure emerged, as well as those zombies. Merit really smells good. Yes, Sumo nodded. Ha! Guoda's eyes flashed with a hint of realization as he sighed. I told him a long time ago to keep a low profile, preferably not bringing zombies around all day long. This is good. Lost his life and even dragged a few of our brothers into it. Guode said a few words to himself and then asked, my unproductive third sister. Her. Su Mo smiled and said, I sent it away. Guode sighed again. Of course he understood what Su Mo meant by sent away, fearing that he had already perished. You. Guode pointed at Guayer, who was kneeling on the ground, and taunted, do you really think you can live if you bring him to me? Is it silly to be so old? Guayer was stunned and turned his head to look at Su Mo. Big brother, as long as I lead you to the zombie, you'll let me go. Ghost, say something. You're the one who said your boss wasn't interested in the living, only the dead. Chuan Jiangwo's face changed drastically, waving his hand and saying, brothers, words can't be nonsense, Ao. Which ear did you hear the boss say, let you go? He's talking about, send you away. Right, boss? Su Mo nodded seriously and said, I've always been a man of my word. I will definitely do it. It's not possible. Since the people from the corpse refining sect dared to bring zombies to kill the door, they should have the realization of being exterminated by themselves. Su Mo had some regrets. Guoda's IQ was still online, and it seemed that he wanted to fool him into finding the rest of the body refining sect. It's a little hard. What do you mean? Guayer also stopped crying and stood up with a swish. You want to kill me? Right answer. Sumo's eyes turned cold, his feet stomped, and he directly rushed towards Guayer at an extremely fast speed. Big brother, help! Guayer screamed and urged his breath, desperately running towards Guoda's side. Stop! Guoda's eyes were ruthless. A bell appeared in his hand and shook it fiercely, and several heads of shadows instantly scurried out of the darkness, pouncing towards Su Mo, not seeking to hurt anyone, only seeking to buy Guayer a bit of time to escape. Ha! Su Mo didn't even look at it. The horizontal sword in his hand was sheathed, cutting out a piece of shining blade light. The fishy odor dispersed. Those few black shadows, without even having time to scream, were directly split into two by Su Mo. Su Mo casually slapped away, and the heads of several zombies exploded as much as they could, and the beeps kept ringing in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host. Kill. Ding! Congratulations, host. Kill. Big brother. Guayer's face was terrified and screamed miserably, only to feel a lightness in his head. followed by the sky spinning. In the midst of the powerful vertigo, he saw his body, still holding its forward stance. At the neck, blood was still spurting wildly. I'm dying. Guo saw his body, planted on the ground, planted in front of his big brother. With a thud sound, his head fell to the ground and landed at Guoda's feet, his eyes staring at Guode in death. The mouth opens and closes in a silent grudge. Avenge me, and then no breath. Second brother. Guode looked at the head at his feet, his eyes red and a little dumbfounded. It's too fast. That guy's knife. It's just too fast. He himself didn't even see how he made the knife. His own zombie, along with his second brother, just get killed. How's this for a fight? Guode felt that his strength and that of the person in front of him were not even on the same level. This man, it's the presence that crushes you. Shao Si Ah, you can harm me. Guode was sad in his heart. How did you provoke such a fatal star? It's okay now. We, the four brothers, are about to be reunited. A large amount of baneful energy surged out from Guoda's body, and a bell shook in his hand as a tall black shadow slowly stood behind him. It was a zombie with a strength of level 6. He didn't beg for mercy, because he knew that it was the most useless trick in the book. The only way to fight is to die. It's only a silver lining, even if that silver lining is only 0.1%. Nice. Suemo saw that Guode had already adjusted to his best state and was obviously going to fight with himself. Rather, there was a point of appreciation. The villain. That's the way to have a backbone. Don't you have 2 level 6 zombies? Not summoning them? Need some time? I'll wait for you. Suemo opened his mouth. Humph. Guode coldly grunted. His aura grew thicker and thicker as a ball of black gas flowed through his body. You'll see. Suemo, why don't you summon it first? Lest you won't be able to make it in time if I strike too quickly later. Quad da. What's that noise up ahead? Looks like someone's fighting? Quick, get over there. A pillar of flashlight light came from the distance. Apparently the commotion had just alerted the others. Chuan, don't let them come, Suemo said. Roger that. Chuan Zhangwo's figure shifted and dissipated into a cloudy wind, and the distant pillars of light began to scatter, then went silent. Chuan Zhangwo came back and said, Boss, I released some ghost chi, and this place has temporarily shielded ordinary people's perception. You can do whatever you want. Suemo nodded with satisfaction before he looked at Guode and hooked his finger. Come on, use your strongest skills. Kill. Guode didn't talk much. As soon as he shook the bell in his hand, the 6th level zombie behind him that he had cultivated for many years, when he opened his mouth, he spewed out a poisonous arrow like a curtain of rain. The light on Sumo's body lit up, and the golden bell shield was automatically triggered, protecting him firmly. Put. Those poisonous arrows landed on the golden bell cover and made a dull sound before bursting into pieces, and the sticky venom stained the golden bell, obscuring Sumo's vision for a moment. Scatter! Sumo's mind moved, the golden light exploded brightly, and all the venom on the golden bell was shaken away and fell to the ground. The ground was immediately corroded with a big pit. Smoking. Obviously, the toxicity of this rank 6 zombie was far stronger than the general's corpse that Guo had refined. Asterisk. Chuan Zhangwo hastily backed up. These zombie venoms are weird and are also harmful to ghosts. Or hide away. Lest the boss gets excited about killing in a while, he will be killed along with himself. If Little Red Riding Hood were here, she would be in tears. Brother, we're thinking of the same thing. Roar. A harsh roar rang out as the level 6 zombie pounced, its well-maintained nails growing rapidly. Like Wolverine, the zombie's hands lifted up and his nails were like sharp blades, stabbing fiercely towards the golden bell on Sumo's body. Each nail, with its green smoke, was extremely corrosive. If it was an ordinary cultivator's body protection astral chi, it would probably not be able to prevent it, but Sumo's golden bell shield was strengthened. How is it possible to break through the attack of a level 6 zombie? Bang, bang, bang. There was a sound of snapping steel. The 6th level zombie's indestructible, immensely maintained silky smooth fingertips. The moment they touched the golden bell, it just starts to break. Only for a moment. This zombie's nails, then, all broke off. Along with his arm, he slammed into the golden bell. Bang! The zombie let out a miserable howl as it was sent flying backwards by the powerful rebound. Asterisk. Guode, who was holding the bell in the distance, had a bad look on his face. This person had such a strong defense. The zombies that he had worked so hard to cultivate actually couldn't even leave a trace on the other party's protective astral aura. He cursed again in his mind. Guai, you goddammit. It's okay if you die yourself, but you have to drag your old man down with you. Come back. As soon as Guode shook the bell, he intended to recall the zombie to his side. Chapter 159, Transforming Corpses. The road is dark down there, so you 4 siblings can take care of yourselves. Can't go back. Sumo's voice rang out as he quickly stepped forward, catching up with the backwards flying zombie in the twinkling of an eye. Reach. just pull on the zombie's arm. It was a little cold, hard, like grasping a dead piece of wood. No good. Guida's expression changed drastically, his body's fury aura rolled, and in an instant, he reached the zombie and grabbed a foot. Click click click, the zombie's body, making ear-splitting friction sounds. Its body was even pulled into some deformation. Yo, that's a lot of strength. Sumo's feet gave birth to a fierce pull. Barely. In Guida's hand, there was only one leg of the zombie left. Most of the remaining body was in Sumo's hands. Roar! The zombie roared. Sumo did not even look at him, directly rewarded him with a Vajra seal, slapped on the head. Bang! The golden light exploded. This level 6 zombie cultivated by Guida instantly lost his voice and died miserably on the spot. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing a level 6 zombie. Reward 40,000 points of merit. The beep sounded. Sumo was in a good mood. It was really worth more than the general's corpse. Dead. Guida's eyes grayed. Sure enough, you're still too naive yourself. There's no chance of escape. Seconds. This guy instantly killed his own level 6 zombie. How else can we fight? Sumo casually threw the remains of the zombie out and looked at Guida with a smile on his face. Where's the other one? Take it out for a walk. Or else. Not a chance. Sumo revealed a smile and slowly said, if you know anyone else, there are even more powerful zombies. I might as well consider letting you off the hook? Aha! Just thinking about it. Guida revealed a sad smile and laughed miserably. Do you think I'm stupid? Young man, you are strong. Guida stared at Sumo and sighed. I have thought of many ways to die in my life. Death at the hands of a zombie, or death at the hands of Bureau 749. The only thing I didn't expect was to die here. I recognize it. He snapped his head up and said, you don't get complacent too early. The corpse refining sect won't let you go. Great. Sumo stroked his palm and asked, when will they come? How many people are coming? No, how many zombies are coming? Quadda. What's wrong with you? Why do you sound so excited when I'm being mean? After a moment of silence, Guida said, they will come. Didn't you want to see my other level 6 zombie? Then let's see. I didn't realize that the day had come so early. Guida laughed miserably as corpse chi began to gush out of his body, running down his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Dash. Guida raised his head to the sky and his corpse chi erupted as the aura of the living on him began to collapse. A large amount of dead air spread towards the surroundings. Guida's skin began to turn greenish-black and his face turned blackish-purple, like the skin of an old acacia tree. Guida was obviously suffering great pain. His mouth was wide open and his 4 zombie fangs were growing rapidly. But a few breaths, he then becomes a lifeless zombie with nothing but corpse breath. That's awesome. Chuan Jiangwo, who was hiding in the distance, was dumbstruck and said, this guy, he actually refined himself into a zombie. Tough enough. Hibiscus, Bureau 749. A team monitored the spread of the ghostly aura. Captain, it's a rank 5 ghost creature. A member of the team spoke quickly, the instrument glowing red. Go over there. The member of the 749 that was brought along, with a powerful aura surging from his body, was a 5th level cultivator. Prepare for battle. Yes, a group of people, quickly heading in that direction. Oh, so the other level 6 zombie, that's you yourself. Scared me. Sumo looked Guida up and down with an excited expression on his face. Aha! Breath is full. It was even more adequate than the level 6 zombie that he had just killed himself. I'll fight you. Guida, who had transformed into a zombie, had eyes that flashed with a ferocious light as he pounced towards Sumo. He knows, there can be no chance of winning, but it's still a fight. Too slow. Sumo relied on brute force, and with a single kick, Guida flew out and ruthlessly smashed on the ground. The ground was directly smashed out of a large pit. Ugh! Guida's eyes were lost. Even after performing the corpse transformation technique, he was still unable to defeat this person's move. There are 4 of my siblings. There's going to be a reunion. Bang! Sumo stepped on Guida's chest before he leaned down and said seriously, ask you something. If it satisfies me, I can consider letting you die faster. You ask. Guida has given up resisting. No fight. Night Witch, do you recognize it? Li Wuxia is playing with raising corpses, and these guys from the corpse refining sect are also playing with corpses. Maybe they know each other? Nightless? Guida froze and opened his mouth to spew corpse chi. The corpse refining sect has some affinity with him, and is considered my elder. Sure enough, Sumo's eyes perked up and asked, do you know where he is? Sumo was craving for Li Wuxia's corpse-raising coffin. Blood corpses. This. Guida shook his head and said, Li Wuxia is powerful and has no form or shadow. I don't know. The rumor in the jungle is that he was hanged by Bureau 749 in the Ma family and has died, and I don't know if it's true or not. Sumo was a little disappointed. Guida's eyes twinkled. It's hard not to. Does he have a grudge against Li Wuxia? Guo Da's mind moved. Li Wuxia had entered the sect many years ago, although they all said he was dead. But Guo De had heard some words that Li Wuxia had escaped under the siege and went into hiding. If, Guo De thought for a moment and then added, I've heard people say that Li Wuxia is not dead. It seemed to haunt the area of your city more than 10 years ago. Whether it's true or not is unknown. Suemo nodded and smiled. Many thanks. It's getting late. I'll go first, you go. The road is dark down there. You siblings. It's also good to have a caretaker.